The man collapsed on the 5 square meter raft, his skin peeling from the sun, his lips chapped, and his eyes unfocused. The bottle of mineral water, with only the last sip of water left, dangled at the bottom, as if mocking his incompetence and despair. 3 days. 3 whole days. 8 billion people around the world were inexplicably thrown into this strange sea. Each person started with only a 1 square meter raft, and all resources depended on fishing for boxes floating on the sea. Others could find water, bread, and survival tools when they opened the box, but this man only found planks and ropes. He desperately tried to expand the raft to 5 square meters with these, but he was so hungry that he was dizzy and exhausted. What's even more crazy is that the man awakened a system that seemed to be against the will of heaven, but was extremely useless. Consume materials for women and get multiple resource returns. The return rate is determined by the woman's favorability towards him. The problem is, half of the 8 billion people are women, but in this boundless sea of ghosts, men can't even see the shadow of a girl. A dignified time traveler with a plug-in is about to starve to death on his own system, which is simply a joke. The man closed his eyes in despair. System? Oh, it would be better to feed it to the fish. It would be better to fall asleep. If I die, I won't have to endure this torture anymore. At this moment, in the darkness, the raft suddenly shook violently. The man opened his eyes. It was not a drifting box. A smaller raft collided with it, and a figure curled up on it. The man's heartbeat suddenly stopped. Long hair. It's a woman. The man almost rolled over and crawled. Seeing that pale and delicate face, he was stunned instantly. Feng Linglong, the cold school beauty who rejected him in public when he confessed to her in college. Feng Linglong was unconscious, and her cracked lips murmured softly, "Water." Ning Fan lowered his head to look at the last sip of water in his hand, and then looked at her face, which was extremely familiar even though it was weak. How good is Feng Linglong at men? I'm afraid it's starting at a negative score. If you pour this water down, it's probably like throwing meat buns at a dog. It goes away, but never comes back. The man hesitated for a few seconds, finally gritted his teeth, picked her up, and poured the precious water into her mouth. The bottle was empty, and the silence was as before. The man looked at the empty bottle and was so angry that he wanted to slap himself. Was he still a dog before he died? Ding! The host consumed 50 milliliters of mineral water for Feng Linglong, and the favorability increased to level 2, ordinary friend. Return 5 liters of mineral water. The man was stunned. From this moment on, the man finally embarked on the road of true counterattack. The man used resources to coax the beauty, and used the beauty's favor to exchange for supplies, repeating the cycle and gradually expanding his advantage. With his own strength, he fought from a raft to a powerful island territory. On the way, the man encountered Zhao Hua's backstab, the attack of sea beasts, and the siege of pirates, but every time he faced a life-and-death crisis, the man was able to rely on the system's return mechanism to fight back. What is even more enviable is that Feng Linglong's best friends, the cold Dr. Mu Wanting, the lowly Su Yiye, and several other top beauties with different personalities and stunning looks have appeared around him one after another, becoming the man's most trusted partners and support. But the woman knew that the real test had just begun. In this dangerous ocean world, if you stop, you will die. Men must constantly improve their favorability and squeeze out the system's potential in order to keep everything, including them and the road to the top of the world. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. Today, I will bring you the second part of the video of Unfortunate Boy on a Worn Raft, whose territory expands limitlessly as he rescues more beauties. The story will start from Chapter 201. Chapter 101. Harem Rules. Mu Wanting secretly glanced at Suya, and the corners of her lips unconsciously raised a little arc. It seemed that saving the little lowly Su Yiye was indeed a wise decision. Su Yiye knew her own status and could maintain harmony in the backyard, which undoubtedly made Ning Fan feel more at ease. Mu Wanting walked lightly into Su Yiye's room. The pink decoration and the faint fragrance in the air made Mu Wanting feel a little more relaxed. Ning Fan treats you well, and this room is very suitable for you. Mu Wanting looked back at Su Yiye and said with a smile. The best room on the 3rd floor was assigned to Su Yiye, which showed that Ning Fan did have some preference for this little girl. Seeing that Mu Wanting had no intention of blaming her, Suya immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said obediently, "Thank you, sister, for giving me this opportunity. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the chance to be favored by Ning Fan, and I wouldn't have such a good life now." Mu Wanting raised her eyebrows slightly, and her heart moved. He had actually started to call Ning Fan by his name, even skipping the title of Master. It seemed that Ning Fan's love for Su Yiye was even deeper than she had originally guessed. Mu Wanting was well aware of Su Yiye's timid nature. Without Ning Fan's tacit consent, Su Yiye would never change her address without permission. Mu Wanting glanced around, and her eyes lingered on a corner of the bedroom for a moment. She instantly understood why Ning Fan doted on her. Mu Wanting gently retracted her gaze and looked away. Su Yiye had been observing Mu Wanting's expression the whole time. She followed Mu Wanting's line of sight and saw the scene in the bedroom. She froze instantly. Well, she was too embarrassed to see anyone. Su Yiye hurried over and closed the bedroom door. She leaned against the door with her small body and explained with a stiff face, "Sister, I just woke up and took a shower. I didn't have time to clean up. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." Mu Wanting coughed lightly. "It's okay. You're capable of being favored by Ning Fan." Mu Wanting slightly affirmed, and then changed the subject. "As long as you behave yourself, there will always be a place for you in this family in the future, and Ling Long and I will not treat you unfairly. The rules have been set. The rules have been set." Su Yiye was secretly excited. She did not reject the fact that Sister Wanting had set the rules for her. On the contrary, she felt that everything was developing in the direction she had expected. This is a good thing. Su Yiye immediately expressed her loyalty and said, "Sister, I understand. As long as you don't dislike me, I am willing to follow you all my life." After that, Su Yiye walked to Mu Wanting, took her hand and sat down. In Mu Wanting's slightly surprised eyes, she whispered, "Sister, there is something I think I should tell you." Su Yiye said, "Do you know the president of the guild I joined? It's the twin sisters from the Tianxiang League." "I know, what's wrong?" Mu Wanting looked a little puzzled. "They're now living on an island 9 kilometers away," Su Yiye said. Mu Wanting was slightly startled, pointed at the floor, and asked, "You mean 9 kilometers away from here?" Su Yiye not that. Seeing Sister Wanting's expression, she was basically sure that she didn't know about this, and she felt a little proud. Finally, she could show her value in front of her sister. "How did you know? Did Ning Fan know?" Mu Wanting asked 2 questions in a row with a serious expression. Mu Wanting was keenly aware of the hidden crisis. Twin sisters, the guild president, and the neighbor 9 kilometers away, these 3 overlapped, which could not but attract Mu Wanting's attention. Ning Fan knew that it was him who helped them conquer that territory. As for how I knew that, it was a little sister in the guild who told me. Ning Fan helped them? Mu Wanting frowned. Why didn't Ning Fan mention it to her? Just because an oversight, Mu Wanting had many guesses in her mind. In fact, Ning Fan was only distracted by Huang San's news and forgot about it after waking up in the morning. And last night, he didn't even have time to take down Mu Wanting, so naturally he didn't mention it. Mu Wanting pondered for a moment and finally figured out the key points and suddenly felt her mind was clear. Mu Wanting noticed that Su Yiye seemed to have something else to say, so she said, "Go on." Su Yiye looked around like a thief, making sure no one else heard her. Then she whispered, "Sister, our president and his friends also want to become Ning Fan's women, and they are secretly recruiting maids in the guild. They have taken a fancy to my little sister." Hearing this, Mu Wanting's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank, just as Mu Wanting expected. Mu Wanting's sixth sense was not wrong. As twin sisters, and also the presidents of the Women's Guild, their resources and abilities should not be underestimated. If they really become Ning Fan's women, they will definitely become strong opponents of Mu Wanting and Ling Long. What surprised Mu Wanting even more was that the sisters' ideas were exactly the same as hers, except that they were bolder and their methods were more direct. The competition between chess masters has begun. Mu Wanting quickly thought of a countermeasure in her mind and asked, "Where are they now? Tell me in detail." Seeing Mu Wanting's serious expression, Su Yiye did not dare to be negligent and told her everything she knew. After hearing this, Mu Wanting frowned even more deeply. The sisters had almost no obvious weaknesses, and even their looks were peerless. The only flaw was that they were still in a passive position. Grasping this point, Mu Wanting quickly came up with a solution in her mind. It is better to ease than to block. Perhaps trying to contact them is a better way. Regardless of whether Ning Fan likes the sisters or not, Mu Wanting will not choose to exclude them. This is not something Mu Wanting can control, and she does not intend to interfere. All of Mu Wanting's thoughts were based on the premise that the 2 sisters will eventually join the harem, and focused on how to protect Mu Wanting and Ling Long's status after that. Mu wanting turned to look at Su Yiya. I understand. Don't tell Ning Fan about this for the time being. Since the sisters didn't tell Ning Fan about their plan, Mu wanting wouldn't be the bad guy. There was no need for things between women to affect Ning Fan. In the Lord's world, strength is the most important thing. Women are just accessories. If you don't even understand this, you don't deserve to stand by Ning Fan's side. Okay. Su Yiya agreed obediently. Her goal had been achieved. She successfully demonstrated her value in front of her sister, and her future days would surely be smoother. Mu Wanting stood up and was about to leave the room when she suddenly remembered something and turned back to add, Ning Fan likes cleanliness. Remember to tidy up the room. Suya's cheeks turned red and she whispered shyly, Sister, I know. Seeing this, Mu Wanting said nothing more and left the room in a hurried pace. When she came to the corridor, she glanced at the living room on the lower floor and saw Ling Long lying lazily on the sofa watching TV. She pursed her lips, did not disturb her, but turned and went upstairs. After returning to her bedroom, Mu Wanting immediately opened the chat interface and found the ID of the president of the Tianxiang League. Tianxiang, Yakin, I hope we can become sisters. Mu Wanting whispered softly, and then sent a message to Lin Yakin. Hello, I'm the secretary of the mysterious shop and Ning Fan's woman. My name is Mu Wanting. Chapter 102. The two women meet. Lin Yakin was discussing the pickup with Zhu Lin when she suddenly received an unfamiliar message. Lin Yakin looked at the ID that showed Maple Leaf's mysterious store secretary. Her brows slightly furrowed, a hint of doubt appeared on her face, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. Maple Leaf's secretary. What does she want me to do? Lin Yakin murmured to herself. When Lin Yakin clicked on the message and glanced at the content, her pupils suddenly contracted. As soon as she opened her mouth, she stated that she was Ning Fan's woman. Her tone did not sound like she was here to discuss cooperation, but rather more like the principal wife coming to confront the concubine. Lin Yakin pursed her lips slightly and typed something in the input box. Hello, what can I do for you? But at the moment when she was about to press send, Lin Yakin stopped her finger. This statement seemed too perfunctory, as if deliberately pretending to be confused. Lin Yakin thought for a moment and simply deleted the message. Then, Lin Yakin reiterated a more appropriate reply, with a gentle tone and proper posture. Hello, I am Lin Yakin. Is there anything Madam Mu wants to talk to me about? After the message was sent, Mu Wanting looked at the screen with a slight smile on her lips. She is indeed a smart woman. Ning Fan has good taste. Mu Wanting silently gave Lin Yakin a point in her heart. A woman like this would at least not do any harm. Mu Wanting didn't beat around the bush, but got straight to the point. I already know what you did in secret. To be honest, when Ning Fan first took me to the territory, I also brought a maid with me. I'm quite interested in your matter. Are you free now? I want to chat with you via video. Mu Wanting threw out an olive branch without any reservation. Lin Yakin was shocked. How could she know this? Does Ning Fan know? Lin Yakin asked immediately. Don't worry, Ning Fan doesn't know, and there's no need for Ning Fan to worry about it, right? Mu Wanting replied calmly. Lin Yakin breathed a sigh of relief, but then fell into a brief contemplation. This Mu Wanting was just as she had judged before, easy to get along with, and very resourceful. The fact that Mu Wanting had prepared a woman for Ning Fan in advance showed that she had already been aware of this. She had such an understanding in the early days of the Lord's world. In addition, Mu Wanting had a gentle demeanor and extraordinary skills, so her status in Ning Fan's heart must be high. Lin Yakin rubbed her forehead. Although the legitimate wife came to visit her with a warm attitude, the sense of oppression she brought could not be ignored. It was the natural oppression brought about by the gap in status. In the end, Lin Yakin chose to connect the video call. Lin Yakin understood that since she had decided to become Ning Fan's woman, she would eventually have to face the women around him. If she could get along well with Mu Wanting, maybe things would go more smoothly. At least, from Mu Wanting's previous words, Lin Yakin had already seen this signal. Boom! The moment the video was connected, Lin Yakin's delicate body trembled slightly. She raised her hand reflexively to tuck the hair behind her ears, and then sat upright in front of the screen. At the other end of the picture, there is a tall woman in a burgundy dress, leaning against the table with her arms folded across her chest. She has a stern expression and an imposing aura. Lin Yakin bit her lips secretly. This woman has such a strong aura. In terms of appearance and temperament, she, Lin Yakin, is definitely not inferior to the other party. But Mu Wanting has been taken care of by Ning Fan for a long time, and all the resources she uses are high-grade products, and she has no shortage of materials needed for dressing up. Plus, she has long since gotten rid of her youthfulness and now exudes the charm of a sophisticated woman. At this time, while Lin Yakin was observing Mu Wanting was also examining her. A woman with a gentle temperament and classical beauty came into view, and Mu Wanting's eyes flashed with surprise. I heard that this woman has a twin sister who looks exactly like her. If their looks are copied, then even Mu Wanting would find these two sisters pleasing to the eye, not to mention Ning Fan. I'm afraid that she will soon become sisters with them. They looked at each other for just a few seconds, but there was no awkwardness at all. Instead, they silently understood each other's personality. Finally, Mu Wanting opened her red lips and said, "Yakin, can I call you that? You can call me Wanting." Lin Yakin nodded slightly, smiling. "Okay, then I will call you Wanting." As soon as the words fell, Mu Wanting and Lin Yakin lifted their hair almost at the same time, with a hint of unspeakable shyness in their natural and generous manner. Smart women can always reach a consensus quickly. This is mutual acceptance, and in the future, they will be sisters. Mu Wanting lowered her arms and placed her hands on the table. Her aura softened, and she was no longer cold. Mu Wanting continued to ask, "When are you going to come over?" Lin Yakin did not hide it. "Ning Fan gave us a C-class ship, and he said we can go there anytime, but..." Lin Yakin paused, as if hesitant. "Is it about the maid?" Mu Wanting saw through Lin Yakin's thoughts and said with a smile, "There's no need to hide it from me. I don't mind. I contacted you for this matter." Mu Wanting paused, then added gently, "Don't worry, as long as it's good for Ning Fan, I'm happy to help you make it happen. I came to you because I wanted to help you keep a check. We'll have a few bad guys sneak in and ruin Ning Fan's mood. That would be counterproductive, wouldn't it?" Mu Wanting's tone was relaxed. Her smile was warm, but her eyes were firm. Lin Yakin was shocked to see how magnanimous she was, but her pride as a woman did not allow her to retreat, so she opened her heart. "We plan to wait until the selected sisters come over before looking for Ning Fan. Since you are willing to participate, we certainly welcome you. Now 4 sisters have passed the screening," Lin Yakin said as she explained the plan. Mu Wanting listened carefully and nodded frequently. This whole arrangement seemed flawless to her. At least she didn't find any loopholes at the moment. If everything goes well, there will probably be a group of new people in the backyard soon. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Wanting slowly suggested, "I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" "Of course, Wanting. Just go ahead." Lin Yakin looked calm and not at all timid. Mu Wanting said, "I suggest you come to see Ning Fan as soon as possible. It's best to wait until these 4 maids are confirmed, and then set off immediately. You should know what is more important than what is less important. The most important thing is to win Ning Fan's favor." Mu Wanting said, "As for the maid's matter, a start is enough. You can get Ning Fan's approval first, and then slowly carry out the follow-up. If you can get his support, why worry about failure?" The reason why Mu Wanting made such a suggestion was that she was worried that the 2 sisters were too radical. If they brought dozens of maids at once, Ning Fan would probably be frightened and his mood would be ruined. Lin Yakin fell into a brief contemplation. Lin Yakin did not detect any calculation in Mu Wanting's words, but felt that Lin Yakin's suggestions were sincere and practical. However, Lin Yakin still had doubts. Why was this woman willing to help them to this extent? Lin Yakin secretly glanced at Mu Wanting in the video. The latter's calm demeanor made her feel a kind of invisible pressure. It is too difficult to suppress such a person. Why not stand side by side first, and then talk about victory or defeat? Lin Yakin said, "Wanting, thank you for your advice, I understand." Mu Wanting smiled gently. "It's good that you understand. I entered the door before you, so I am also your sister." Mu Wanting said, "Here are some resources. Just consider them as my gift to you sisters. I hope you can come here soon. If you have any questions about the maids in the future, remember to contact me." After saying that, Mu Wanting hung up the video. The next second, Lin Yakin received a system prompt. "The Maple Leaf Mysterious Store Secretary gives you C+ grade water 5L. Looking at this reminder, Lin Yakin's expression became complicated. Lin Yakin finally understood why Mu Wanting was so generous and didn't even mind Lin Yakin and her sister becoming Ning Fan's women. It turned out that from the very beginning, Mu Wanting had never rejected them sisters, and Mu Wanting's only request was just the word sister. Lin Yakin sighed softly, closed her eyes, and rubbed her nose tiredly. Her new sister is really too high level. But soon, Lin Yakin regained her spirits. This is not a bad thing. At least with her here, Ning Fan's backyard won't be in chaos. After my sister and I go there, we don't have to worry about the intrigues among women. Lin Yakin thought. At most, it's just a secret competition like what happened just now. But as long as we are of the same mind and consider Ning Fan, that's enough. Chapter 103. The Beginning of Slavery. After finishing the call with Lin Yakin, Mu Wanning went to the balcony to get some fresh air. The bedrooms on the fourth floor all have a large balcony for where you can take in the entire territory. Mu Wanning thought about the video call just now and was still thinking about Lin Yakin's behavior. My elder sister has the temperament of a lady from a wealthy family. I wonder what my younger sister is like. Mu Wanning's mind was still lingering on the other party's dignified appearance, and suddenly she felt that she seemed a little anxious. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the direction of the yard, and she immediately looked up. She saw that a large area of the ground seemed to be pushed up, and the area of the entire territory expanded several times in an instant. It was Ning Fan who was expanding the territory. The ground was churning, and the scene had not yet subsided. She subconsciously opened the Lord's panel to check the current data. Lord Maple Leaf, territory rating, 184,080, territory area, 170000. Mu Wanting sighed softly. Such a large piece of land, with only a few of us living there, wouldn't it be too empty? On the other side, Ning Fan had just invested all of the hundreds of thousands of cornerstones he had in his hand into the expansion of his territory. Before the ground was completely stabilized, the system immediately popped up a prompt message, which seemed unusually formal. It is detected that the area of your island territory exceeds 100,000 square meters, triggering the prerequisites of the classical era. Panga Continent mission opened. Mission Step 1. The beginning of slavery. The task description is very detailed, and the system opens up a new era of evolution tasks in a historical and civilized development way. At this stage, Ning Fan's territory will enter the prelude to the classical era, and slavery is the key to this stage. Completion Condition 1. Own 100 slaves, who must be natives of this world. Condition 2. The territory area reaches 1 square kilometer. Completion rewards. Classical era opens. Agricultural output doubles. The wonder system is unlocked, and random wonders are obtained. Slave profession unlocked. Can engage in high-intensity labor, such as mining and transportation. Efficiency increased by 20%. All actions are supervised by the Lord system. Slaves cannot disobey orders. The system also specifically explains the functions of wonders, which have various powerful bonuses, some of which can even predict disasters or summon alien creatures. After reading it, Ning Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself, social order? It turns out that this is the way to go. In fact, as early as the early days, Ning Fan had imagined that with the development of the territory, a ruling structure similar to that of a dynasty would one day be formed. I just didn't expect that the system would lay out all the routes and rules in advance and directly guide the direction of development. In this way, the Lord status is recognized by the system and will naturally not be challenged by ordinary people. This also made Ning Fan feel completely at ease. The system was maintained by the system, and no matter how big the territory was, Ning Fan's position remained stable. However, it is not easy to complete the task, especially the slaves item. At present, it seems that there's only one way to achieve it, capturing pirates. Ning Fan knows that with his current means, it is difficult to quickly collect enough slaves. Mu Wanning once told Ning Fan that after Li Sanjin helped sell the resources, he could probably get back nearly 1 million cornerstones. By then, it would be no problem to expand the territory to 1 square kilometer. But it is not so easy to capture 100 pirates. The number of native island pirates is limited, and they are inevitably at risk in battle. Searching island by yourself is not only inefficient, but also very risky. And waiting for the pirates to attack and capture people is impossible to predict, which is too passive. Ning Fan thought about it, and finally decided to let the players solve this problem together. Mobilize the power of the masses. Ning Fan immediately opened the communicator and sent a message to Zhao Yidao. Xiao Dao, I have a business deal here. Are you interested? When Zhao Yidao saw that it was Ning Fan's message, he immediately replied, Boss, do you still need to ask about your business? Tell me what the deal is. Ning Fan didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Catch the pirates alive, and I'll give you 1 L of seawater for each one. How about that? Zhao Yidao was stunned when he heard this. Capturing them alive? That would be much more troublesome than killing them. Pirates really don't care about their lives when they fight to the death. But when he heard that the reward was seawater, his interest was immediately piqued. Seawater is not common in the market. A bottle can be sold for 300 or 400 cornerstones, which is far more valuable than ordinary resources. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yidao asked again, "Boss, if he is injured or disabled when he is caught, it would be okay, right?" Ning San Frognet. These slaves were not kept for fun, but were intended to do hard labor. The mine was in need of manpower. If they were missing arms and legs, they would be almost useless. Ning Fan knew that Xiao Dao was testing the price, so he decided to increase the reward appropriately. How about this? 1L for the injured and disabled, and 2L for the healthy and complete seawater. How about that? Zhao Yidao was delighted when he heard this. "Boss, this is really nice. We Wuliaming will take this business." He then asked, "How many do you need?" "We need to arrange staff in advance." Ning Fan just casually said, "The more the better." Ning Fan had not intended to rely entirely on the martial alliance. After all, it was impossible to deal with 100 live prisoners in 1 or 2 times. After reaching an agreement with Zhao Yidao, Ning Fan opened the contact information of another guild, Di Hu, the president of the Daiku. This time, Ning Fan's tone was obviously more businesslike. "I'm Fengye. I have a population-related deal and would like to discuss cooperation with you." Ning Fan maintained a positive attitude and did not reveal the content of the mission, only to quickly launch a slave acquisition plan through multiple channels. Ning Fan knew very well that in order to quickly complete the task of the beginning of slavery, he had to develop multiple cooperation directions at the same time. Once the number of slaves is complete, his territory will officially enter the classical era, with resources doubled and wonders added, and the gap will widen rapidly. More importantly, this marks that he will truly have core control over the system in this world. Not knowing what the situation was with the president of the underground cave, Ning Fan was completely businesslike. As the saying goes, don't put all your eggs in one basket. In order to complete this task as soon as possible, he spread out his base. Chapter 104. Dihu's Attitude, Dihu's Territory. Dihu stood on the high platform, giving an impassioned speech to several newbies, making it look like a passionate brainwashing seminar. There were not many people in the audience, just 2 or 3, but Dihu's tone was extremely confident, with a smile on his face. Dihu said, "We just opened the cave yesterday, and we completed 10 orders on the first day. It's a good start. As long as everyone keeps working hard and expands the business, our cave will definitely become bigger and stronger." Dihu spoke with an excited tone, like a WeChat business leader who was leading a team, constantly encouraging the morale of his subordinates. Dihu said, "Next, you have to develop salesmen. Whoever has 10 salesmen under him, I will promote him to be the team leader. If you can develop 100, I will give up the position of vice president." Although the underground cave is said to be engaged in human trafficking, its core is actually similar to a running errand company. To put it bluntly, it is a logistics and transportation organization. Recruiting people and delivering goods, express delivery operation is their trump card and the foundation of their existence. However, this line of work is quite dangerous. You can lose your life if you're not careful while running wild on the sea. But the greater the risk, the higher the profit, so there are still many people who want to join. Dihu was in a good mood. Although he only had a few trusted followers at the moment, people would soon come once his reputation spread. In a few days, Dihu would be able to gather a group of new members from all over the place. When there were more people, the team would be stronger. It's a pity that all the resources in my hands have been used to pay off the debt of the dynasty world. Dihu felt a little regretful. Dihu knew that if there were sufficient resources now, the speed of the expansion of the underground cave could be several times faster. However, Dihu knew that the key was to make a name for himself. When the emotions of the audience had been aroused, Dihu waved his hand and announced the disbandment. "Okay, everyone is very active and motivated. Let's get to work. Let's go." Before Dihu finished the word meeting, a crisp reminder sound suddenly rang in his ears, which stunned him for a moment. This is not an ordinary message reminder, but a notification sound from a special attention list. Dihu used to hear this reminder often, because Huangchao Tianxia always liked to ask Dihu for orders. But that person had died long ago, so who could make the prompt sound? Dihu was shocked and immediately opened the Lord interface to check. The younger brothers around him were still discussing. "Stop arguing. Go do what you need to do." Dihu waved his hand to send the person away, but his eyes were fixed on the screen. After seeing the person who sent the message, The expression on Dihu's face could no longer be suppressed, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Dihu waved his hand to disperse the younger brothers who surrounded him, and stood there alone in high spirits. The boss is looking for me to do business. Ha ha ha. Boss Ning Fan actually wants to do business with me. Dihu laughed like crazy, and the whole person danced as if he had won the lottery. The younger brothers in the distance were frightened by Dihu's sudden action, and they all lowered their heads and walked away quickly, fearing that Dihu would vent his anger on them. I've said it long ago that I won't follow the pretentious route of Dynasty World. Now I've finally got the approval of the big boss. Dihu laughed and started to dance the clown dance on the spot. His every move was filled with joy. Dihu was born in a humble family and was once an exploited member of a lower class. He was convinced by the strength of Ning Fan. The fisherman from the Fishing Alliance was a living example. He relied on Ning Fan to become very successful. Dihu had been waiting for a long time, and finally, it was his turn. Dihu quickly calmed down and pinched himself hard to stop himself from getting too excited. Then Dihu replied with shaking hands. Boss, I'm here. If you have any instructions, Daiku will do its best to serve you. Dihu knelt down at the beginning without hesitation. Having worked for Huangchao Tianxia, Dihu no longer considered face to be that important. In this day and age, if he could cling to the thigh of a real boss, what would it matter if he lowered his posture? Ning Fan received Dihu's reply. He was a little surprised by Dihu's attitude, but he also felt it was quite convenient. Do you guys in the cave do the pirate slave business? Ning Fan asked directly. Dihu was stunned. Pirates could be captured as slaves? This was the first time he had heard of this. Dihu felt a little uneasy. Could it be that I can't seize this opportunity? Dihu hesitated for a moment and replied cautiously. Boss, we have never been involved in this kind of business before, and we have never seen anyone selling pirate slaves. Can you tell me in detail what we are going to do? Ning Fan answered concisely. You don't have to worry about how to get the slaves. I will organize people to catch them. You only need to be responsible for receiving and delivering the goods, and be responsible for sending these pirate slaves to my territory. Hearing this, Dihu's eyes lit up. They were good at this job, and it was tailor-made for them. If you're only responsible for pick-up and drop-off, then you can leave it to us. We will definitely do it beautifully for you. Ning Fan nodded with satisfaction, thinking that Dihu was a reasonable person, so he decided to give Dihu a chance. Then, he sent a screenshot of the task interface of the budding slavery. If this person is smart, he should be able to see the business opportunities here. Ning Fan thought to himself, this task is a prerequisite for every island lord to advance. Anyone who wants to enter the classical era must capture 100 pirate slaves. In other words, pirate slaves will become the hard currency of the major lords. If the news is made public, the market demand will explode and the entire regional ecology will be reshaped. After Dihu got the screenshot, he immediately perked up and read the task description carefully. After reading it, Dihu looked up at the sky, his face full of awe and excitement. This information is worth more than 1,000,000 resources. Is this the difference between us? You are too strong. Dihu immediately replied to Ning Fan, his tone more serious than ever. Boss, this news is too important. Do you want me to help spread it? Ning Fan saw that Dihu's reaction was not bad, and a smile appeared in the corner of his eyes. Okay, you can use it. I only ask one thing from you. Send 100 pirate slaves within 3 days. I have already sent you the deposit, and I will give you the rest after the delivery. The Lord Thing you follow gives you 50 L of D plus water, Ning Fan said. After the goods are delivered, I will give you another 50 L of L water. Seeing this generous gift, Dihu's eyes turned red. This resource was almost equivalent to Dihu's entire family fortune. But Dihu was not overwhelmed by joy and immediately replied, Boss, this is too valuable. You have given me the opportunity to make a fortune. How can I still accept your deposit? I will return it to you. These 100 slaves are my gift to you. Ning Fan said calmly, no need, business is business. If you want to expand this business, you must have some funds on hand for turnover. If you really want to thank me, send the person here as soon as possible. Dihu looked at the screen with a complex and odd expression. This is a real boss. His vision, pattern, and attitude are nothing like those clowns like Huangchao Tianxia. Dihu said with a determined look, Okay, I will complete the task within 2 days and report to you. Ning Fan said calmly, Okay, I'll wait for your good news, that's all. The chat ended. Dihu closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing quietly. Dihu knew that he had issued a military order, and he had to work hard to fulfill it. The moment he opened his eyes, there was no more hesitation in Dihu's eyes, only a strong ambition. Dihu opened the group chat interface with his brothers without hesitation. Now, immediately roll over here. If anyone doesn't come within half a minute, I'll break his legs. Chapter 105. Sending a beauty. Dihu gathered a group of his younger brothers, locked the door, and quietly held a meeting in the house. The weather was hot and humid, and the room was like a steamer. Everyone was sweating, but they were all energetic with a gleam in their eyes. After all, their boss Dihu had hooked up with Ning Fan, a super boss. This news was more refreshing than energy drinks. Brother Xiaohu, can we really do pirate business under the banner of the big boss? Asked an excited younger brother. As soon as the younger brother finished speaking, the older brother next to him patted him on the shoulder and said, "Are you stupid? The boss has given the task screenshots to Brother Tiger to publish. How could it be fake?" Hearing this, the other brothers also began to talk excitedly. With the boss's reputation, we won't have to worry about no one believing us. Once this news spreads, I guess a lot of people will rush to join our cave. Brother Hu, I'll reserve a position as a team leader. By then, I can lead 100 people by myself. You only have 100? I think I can lead 1,000. The more they talked, the more excited they became. They were so excited that they were about to join the church on the spot. In their view, keeping up with the boss's pace is like eating the emperor's food, and their status will immediately change. Dihu looked at the room, full of enthusiastic younger brothers, and he felt very satisfied. Following the boss, even leading the team, has become easy. Dihu smiled with satisfaction and raised his hand to signal for silence. Okay, everyone get ready. I'm going to post a message in the chat channel. When the younger brothers heard this, they immediately quieted down and quickly turned on their screens to prepare to act as internet trolls to lead the discussion. They usually do this kind of thing. When releasing information, they create an atmosphere, increase popularity, and recruit new people at the same time. These are all old tricks. Chat channel, Underground Cave, Underground Tiger. Brothers, we have learned an important piece of information from the boss, which has been authorized to be announced. See the picture below for details. Then Dihu posted a screenshot of the slavery sprouting mission. Dihu, I won't go into details. You can understand by looking at the picture. From now on, Dihu officially purchases pirate captives. For all pirates with healthy limbs, 200 cornerstones each, we support door-to-door collection. As soon as the news came out, the chat channel exploded instantly. Fuck, the boss's territory score has soared to over 180,000? It's too fast. The second place only has 5,000 points. This is not even in the same dimension. So 100,000 square meters is the threshold to enter the classical era? Without the big guys, I'm afraid we will have to fight with our heads covered. Luckily, Dihu sent this picture. Otherwise, we would have thought we had to kill the pirates we encountered. It turns out we can still capture and sell them. Just sell them for 200 cornerstones. Pirates equals living resources. At Dihu, is this true? Don't tell us to sell you the goods. Underground Cave, Earth Tiger, what do you think? The boss has given the order. How dare I make it up? Who dares to live in this area in the name of the boss? Haha, don't be mean, Brother Tiger. To be honest, this wave is really eye-opening. From now on, if anyone talks about killing pirates again, I will say he is out of date. Is there anyone who wants to form a team? Let's do pirate business together. This business is so lucrative. Add me in. Seeing that pirates have become a resource portal, a large number of individual players formed temporary teams in the area. After all, no one wanted to miss out on the chance to fight pirates and make money. The guilds could no longer sit still and convened meetings to urgently discuss the process of catching pirates. How to capture them alive, how to transport them, how to keep them in captivity, and some even began to study how to tame these pirates. This market is too big. One pirate costs 200 cornerstones, and 100 of them would cost 20,000 cornerstones. Not to mention how many lords in the entire region would need to enter the classical era, which would start at least tens of thousands. A quick calculation shows that this is a market worth hundreds of millions. Although the cave has taken the lead, other guilds also want to get a piece of the pie and will not miss this opportunity. However, the most core and profitable thing is still the source. Whoever can catch the pirates will be the biggest winner. The chat channel seemed to have turned into a boiling oil pan, with all kinds of shouting and team formation messages constantly filling the screen. Someone simply set up a public organization called the Pirate Hunting Group to specialize in catching pirates. Dihu stared at the popularity of the channel with a smile on his face. Dihu felt a surge of pride in his heart. Someone just called him brother, who? A few days ago he was just an errand boy for that bastard Huangchao Tianxia, but now it's different. After all, I just did the simplest thing. I chose the right person and followed the right boss. Dihu was deeply moved, but he didn't feel happy for long, and his face suddenly changed. Dihu said, "No, I have to find a way to get closer to the boss. It's not enough to help him. I have to show my appreciation like a younger brother, try to please the boss." Dihu thought of his younger brothers, who sometimes gave him some resources and bribes, and he always enjoyed it. Now that he was a younger brother of a big boss, he had to show some attitude. But the question is, how to please the boss? Resources? How could a boss of that level look down on these junk like mine? Dihu lowered his head and stroked his chin, thinking for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. At this time, a younger brother came running in. "Boss, a new customer is here, and he wants to sell a female slave." He leaned close to Dihu's ear and whispered, "Top quality." Dihu's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had been electrocuted, and a flash of inspiration came to him. That's right. No matter how strong Ning Fan is, he is first a man and then a boss. As a man, who doesn't like women? How good is it? Is she a virgin? Where's her photo? Dihu asked anxiously. In their industry, there's a clear rating standard for good quality. It is not enough to just be good looking. You have to be top quality. The younger brother chuckled and said, "Don't worry, boss. If she wasn't a virgin, I wouldn't dare to tell you that she is a top-notch one." Then he opened the screen and pulled up the photo of the woman. The younger brother added, "I heard that this woman is a former university teacher and has a clean identity." Dihu took a look at the photo, and the face and figure in the photo immediately made his eyes light up, and he slapped his thigh immediately. "That's her. This girl is definitely worth giving to the boss." Dihu immediately ordered his younger brother, "Capture this man at any cost." Then he changed the subject and said in a sharp tone, "Remember, this is for the boss. Don't have any bad thoughts. If the boss is satisfied, you will definitely get a reward. But if you mess up, you know the consequences." When a younger brother heard this, he stood up straight immediately. "Don't worry, boss. I know the rules and will definitely do it beautifully." Dihu nodded, but still felt that it was not safe enough, so he continued to instruct. "Send 2 female slaves to pick her up and take care of her personally. Treat her as the boss's woman and take good care of her. Do you understand?" The younger brother's expression became extremely solemn. He stood at attention and saluted, saying, "I promise to complete the task." Dihu patted his shoulder with satisfaction and nodded secretly. After 2 days of teaching, it has really taken shape. "By the way, what's her name?" Dihu asked casually. "Zhao Shuina," the younger brother answered. Chapter 106. Placing or after assigning the slave matters to Xiao Dao and Dihu, Ning Fan left the manor and came to the mining area in the southwest corner of the territory. This area was originally open and flat, but now due to the formation of 2 small mineral veins, the terrain has become somewhat undulating. Looking around, there are 2 abrupt mounds on the land, covering an area of several hundred square meters, as if they were inflated by someone. Ning Fan looked at the 2 newly emerged hills and whispered, "This should be the exact location of the mineral vein. But the real mining work has to wait until the slaves are transported, so there is no rush for now. The resources in small mineral veins are refreshed on a monthly basis. Ning Fan is not in a hurry to drain them dry. The current focus is to continue to expand resource reserves." Ning Fan then took out 2 medium-sized vein stones from his backpack and planted them separately. Medium-sized iron ore is being generated, producing 10,000 iron ore per month, with 3 days and 23 hours remaining. Medium-sized silver ore is being generated, producing 10,000 silver ore per month, with 5 days and 23 hours remaining. Ning Fan was slightly surprised when he saw the prompt. The output of a medium-sized mine was 10 times that of a small mine. If 1,000 pieces of iron ore produced by a small mine was just a drop in the bucket, then a medium-sized mine was like a decent chicken leg. But currently, no one in the entire trading market can sell ore, and the reason is very simple. Only Ning Fan's family has a mine. Others are still using metal pieces to make materials. So where can they get or to sell? Ning Fan roughly calculated that according to the current equivalent of metal pieces, 10,000 pieces of iron ore can be exchanged for at least 10,000 cornerstones. If there are more mineral veins, this will become an extremely considerable source of income. It seems like it's time to stock up on some metal flakes. Ning Fan muttered to himself thoughtfully. As more and more island owners appear, The ore will surely be produced by more than just Ning Fan's family in the future, and the price will also begin to fluctuate. Silver ore is a rare material with a wider range of uses. The demand will only increase, and its price will definitely widen the gap with iron ore. Ning Fan's guess was correct. The pace of development among the lords was gradually accelerating, and the demand for materials for construction and manufacturing would soar. By then, metal sheets, as a basic substitute, might rise in price due to scarcity. Although metal sheets are supplies produced in survival kits, they are non-renewable in the long run and will become scarce sooner or later. After realizing this, Ning Fan immediately contacted Mu Wanting. Wanting collects some metal pieces from the market recently and try to store them in the territory warehouse. Okay, husband, how much should we stockpile? Mu Wanting replied quickly and gently. Mu Wanting didn't know that the metal sheets would become the core of the subsequent material circulation, but it was not enough to stand from Ning Fan's perspective. Don't touch the profits made by the mysterious shop in the past few days. Exchange them all for metal sheets. Ning San replied. He has no shortage of cornerstones for the time being. He hoards metal sheets, not to make a profit from the price difference, but to ensure that future construction and equipment will not be delayed due to material shortages. Got it, Wan Ting replied with a cute expression in seconds, and then sent a photo. Honey, do you want to join us in the swimming pool? Ning Fan looked down and almost spurted blood. 3 beautiful women with amazing figures were playing in the swimming pool in swimsuits. Ning Fan quickly put the photo away, coughed lightly, and forced himself to calm his inner restlessness. He looked up at the scorching sun. Well, it was indeed quite hot, so it would be a good idea to soak in the water. So, Ning Fan no longer hesitated and turned to walk towards the manor. There is an open-air swimming pool in the backyard of the manor, equipped with a temperature control system, which can keep you comfortable even in the hottest weather. A layer of transparent energy shield covers the entire manor, effectively blocking ultraviolet rays, and the sunlight shining on the water appears much gentler. By the swimming pool, Mu Wanting and Feng Linglong were sitting on lounge chairs, one on each side, fiddling with the light screen in front of them. Su Yiye was squatting on the ground, massaging Wanting's legs like a hard-working little nanny and secretly sipping her juice. Okay, I've completed the task assigned by my husband. Linglong, how's the design of your clothes going? Wanting stretched, snatched the juice from Yiye, and urged Su Yiye to play nearby. It's not finished yet. Feng Linglong didn't even raise her head, concentrating on the design work at hand. Mu Wanting leaned over to take a look. It was a gorgeous ancient-style skirt, with pink as the main color. The shape was elegant and girlish. Is this designed for Lin Yakin? Wanting asked casually while admiring it. Mu Wanting naturally knew that Feng Linglong was thoughtful. Since the Lin sisters would join sooner or later, it would be better to establish a good relationship as soon as possible. An ancient costume design was exactly Lin Yakin's favorite style. Not bad. My Feng University campus beauty has not lost her skills. Wan Ting praised, her eyes full of sincerity. You flatter me too much. I am far worse than before. Feng Linglong smiled bitterly. Feng Linglong stopped and looked at the design result and said with emotion, if teacher Xuena saw it, she would nag me to death. Don't be too demanding. This is already great. Wan Ting said seriously, Yakin will definitely like it. Feng Linglong didn't respond, but raised her hand and gently pinched Mu Wanting's cheek and said with a smile, why are you so sweet today? Are you secretly happy? What's going on? Wan Ting brought up the screen for her to see. It was showing the instructions for 2 medium-sized vein stones. Feng Linglong's eyes widened. You bought it. Feng Linglong knew how rare this item was. Ning Fan had specifically mentioned to Feng Linglong before that it could increase monthly mineral output and was an absolute strategic resource. Yes, Wanting raised her chin proudly. And you also have a contribution to this. If you hadn't opened the treasure chest and got tens of thousands of cornerstones last time, where would I have the money to buy it? Wanting said as she massaged Feng Linglong's shoulders with an I'm so nice expression on her face. Maybe I'm lucky. Feng Linglong smiled and closed her eyes, leaning back in the chair, enjoying the massage. Well, use a little more force on the left side. Mu Wanting's forehead twitched slightly. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. Mu Wanting's eyes flashed with a sly smile, and her eyes moved down along Linglong's body. Looking at the swimsuit that was vaguely visible on Linglong's body, Mu Wanting raised a strange smile. Mu Wanting stretched out her hand and began to act like a demon. Mu Wanting stretched out her evil claws and slowly grabbed towards Feng Linglong's delicate body. Chapter 107. Mistress, After being ambushed by Mu Wanting, Feng Linglong sat up helplessly and glanced at Mu Wanting with a look that said, "Just wait." The swimsuit straps on Feng Linglong's shoulders accidentally slipped off and hung down her snow-white arms, making her look shy and charming. Seeing this funny and seductive scene, Mu Wanting couldn't help but chuckle and help Feng Linglong pull up the suspenders. But Feng Linglong didn't intend to give up and was hesitating whether to have a good fight with Cho Wanwan. Both of them were in swimsuits, so what was there for her to be afraid of? At this moment, a familiar sound of footsteps was heard in the backyard. Feng Linglong and Mu Wanting turned back at the same time, and when they saw the person coming, their eyes lit up. It was Ning Fan. Mu Wanting immediately put down her opponent and walked towards Ning Fan with light steps. Feng Linglong bit her lip and gave up, humming softly and followed. "Hubby," Wanting called out softly and stood beside Ning Fan with a spring-like smile on her face. Ning Fan's eyes fell on Mu Wanting's light blue swimsuit. The cross design just outlined her exquisite figure. Against her fair skin, Mu Wanting looked like a sculptured work of art, so beautiful that it was almost unreal. After the physical upgrade, this temperament became even more stunning. Noticing Ning Fan's gaze, Wanting's smile deepened, and her eyes became more charming. "Hubby," Feng Linglong also came up and called softly. Feng Linglong's swimsuit was a bit conservative, with a simple chest-wrap camisole on the upper body and a short skirt on the lower body, which just showed her unique, fresh beauty. This was the first time Ning Fan saw Feng Linglong dressed so coolly, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Feng Linglong gently retracted her gaze, a hint of shyness appearing on her face, but when she thought of Mu Wanting beside her, she bit her lip and gently took Ning Fan's arm. "We've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go swimming together," Feng Linglong said coquettishly in a low voice and cast a provocative look at Wanting. Feng Linglong thought proudly, "You stinky Wanwan, you bullied me just now. Now I'm going to take my husband away. Let's see what you will do." Mu Wanting laughed in her heart. Feng Linglong's little thoughts were so well thought out. Mu Wanting generously hugged Ning Fan's other arm and said in a crisp voice, "Let's go, husband." Ning Fan looked around at the two delicate Mu Wanting and Feng Linglong with a puzzled look on his face. Why does this painting style seem to be wrong? However, Ning Fan quickly put aside all distracting thoughts. Since the bestie meal was delivered to her door, how could she refuse it? Ning Fan smiled, and with his backhand, he embraced Mu Wanting and Feng Linglong in his arms and walked towards the swimming pool. Mu Wanting and Feng Linglong, who were originally secretly competing with each other, now leaned into Ning Fan's arms, blushing and their hearts beating fast, but they were a little afraid to move for a while. It seems a bit too much. After an afternoon of playing in the water, Feng Linglong fled back to her room with a red face, using the excuse of resting. Mu Wanting was carried directly back to the master bedroom by Ning Fan, and the two took a bath together to relax. In the bathtub, Mu Wanting leaned on Ning Fan's chest and asked softly, "Husband, when are you going to pick up Sister Yakin?" Mu Wanting had already sensed the situation from the direction of the chat channel. The emergence of slavery meant that the system would begin to take shape and the harem system would not be too far away. Lin Yakin herself understood this, so she had already tacitly agreed to her and her sister's future affiliation. Mu Wanting would ask Ning Fan for his opinion on behalf of Lin Yakin and the others. Once Ning Fan nodded, the two sisters would come and officially join Ning Fan's harem system. After listening to it, Ning Fan didn't think much about it, but just stroked her forehead gently. "Since you all agree, then take it." Ning Fan never expected that Wanting had already arranged everything for him before he even made a move. The woman came to him on her own, and Ning Fan only had a nod. What moved Ning Fan even more was Mu Wanting's generosity and maturity. Mu Wanting was no longer just his woman, but more like a mistress who managed the entire harem for him without him noticing. Ning Fan lowered his head and kissed Mu Wanting's forehead. His movements were gentle. At this time, there was a slight sound of water behind him. Suyiya was standing behind him, massaging Ning Fan's shoulders. Her movements were gentle and careful. Suyiya was only wearing a bath towel, her cheeks flushed, but she didn't dare to look up, just quietly doing her own thing. When she was in the swimming pool, Suyiya also received a lot of care, and now she has long been accustomed to this kind of scene. Seeing Ning Fan kissing Mu Wanting, Suyiya's heart was only slightly moved, and she continued to lower her head to serve. "Wanting, you and Linglong will handle the backyard affairs from now on," Ning Fan suddenly said seriously. He had made up his mind. Now that the harem had taken shape, he would let them help him establish a complete system. When Wanting heard this, she was shocked. Her beautiful eyes were filled with emotion. Honey, is it true? Mu Wanting had been looking forward to hearing this for a long time. Mu Wanting knew that it was difficult for her to change the world by herself, but by standing beside Ning Fan, she could build their dynasty together. Becoming the most distinguished woman in the world was Mu Wanting's biggest goal. From now on, you two will be the mistresses. If you need to use the resources of the territory, you can use them. Ning San promised. Now that slavery had been established, the dynasty system is no longer an unattainable fantasy, and a dynasty naturally cannot do without a harem. Okay. Mu Wanting smiled brightly, hugged Ning Fan's neck, and snuggled up to him like a little girl. Ning Fan took the opportunity to hug Mu Wanting tightly, and just when he was about to take a step further, Mu Wanting smiled slyly and suddenly slipped out of Ning Fan's arms. Mu Wanting gently kissed Ning Fan on the lips, then stood up and got out of the bath with quick movements. Honey, I'm going to find Ling Long to report the good news. Take your time washing. Mu Wanting took the towel from Su Yiye, dried her body, and changed her clothes. Before leaving, he playfully pushed Su Yiye towards Ning Fan and gave him a sly look. Next, I'll leave it to you. Ning Fan and Su Yiye were the only ones left in the bathroom. Ning Fan looked at the girl's petite body wrapped in a bath towel and coughed lightly. Yeah, do you want me to give you a bath? Su Yiye's face instantly turned red as blood, and she stammered in response, well, okay. Although Su Yiye was shy, she never refused. Ning Fan was no longer reserved. He gently took Su Yiye's hand and pulled her into the warm water. Su Yiye fell into Ning Fan's arms, and her whole body suddenly softened. Without waiting for Ning Fan to make a move, Su Yiye took the initiative to reach out and gently untied the bath towel on her body. Chapter 108 Zhao Shiner. That night, Su Yiye missed dinner again, but she was very happy because she could hold Ning Fan while sleeping. In order to discuss how to manage the harem, the two best friends threw Ning Fan to her. Ning Fan, who was tired after a day of work, fell asleep early. Su Yiye stayed quietly in Ning Fan's arms, looking at Ning Fan's face carefully with her big eyes. The two restless legs rubbed against Ning Fan from time to time. Whenever she felt emotional, she couldn't help but kiss Ning Fan. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep at all. Today, I not only established good relationships with the two ladies, but also broke through that layer of window paper. Although the process was a bit absurd, I finally found my place in the family. And Lin Lin is about to arrive, and several ladies have begun to discuss how to establish the rules of the harem. She, Su Yiye, is also going to become a woman of status. Thinking of this, Su Yiye kissed Ning Fan excitedly again. Well, it's so happy to be Ning Fan's woman, and her status will also rise. Happiness comes from comparison. When she thought that her best friend came to Ning Fa and could only start as a maid, while she had become a concubine, this feeling was a little wonderful. Well, I seem to be a bad best friend. Su Yiye held her face with her hands and murmured in Ning Fan's arms. Finally, she convinced herself. Anyway, after Lin Lin becomes Ning Fan's woman, she will definitely live a better life than those women who are struggling to survive. I just need to not bully her. With this little thought in mind, Su Yiye quietly turned on the screen. I sent a message to Lin Lin and asked, Lin Lin, how is the situation over there? Have you reached the territory of the president and the others? Lin Lin, we're already here. Zulfast. Su Yiye was surprised. Lin Lin, it seems that something went wrong. The president and the others changed their minds at the last minute and only brought me and another sister to the territory. For what the president said, we will come to your place to meet Boss Ning Fan tomorrow. The president is looking for me. I won't say any more. See you tomorrow. Yeah. Will arrive tomorrow? Su Yiye had a complicated expression. Doesn't this mean that she only has one night left to monopolize Ning Fan? She subconsciously tied Lin Lin to herself. Thinking of this, she carefully broke away from Ning Fan's arms, got off the bed barefoot, walked to the closet, gently pushed open the door, and took out a pair of stockings she had carefully prepared for a long time. Dee, since it's only tonight, let's eat our fill all at once. Su Yiye rubbed her hands in a frivolous manner, with a trembling look in her beautiful eyes. After quickly putting the stockings on her white and tender calves, she couldn't wait to return to the bed. Big Bad Wolf, surrender your gun and I won't kill you. Late at night, the territory of the Lin Yakin sisters. The living room of the apartment. After Lin Yakin explained some matters, Zhu Linlin and another girl, Zhao Xiner, were placed on the sofa in the living room to spend the night together. The sisters did have other rooms in their buildings, but they were not as comfortable as the living room in the apartment, so they made the arrangement this way. Compared with their previous experience of wandering on the sea, Zhu Linlin and Zhao Xiner were very satisfied with being able to sleep on the sofa. Both girls were petite, and they didn't seem crowded when sleeping together on the sofa. Maybe it was because they had just arrived, or maybe it was because they were nervous about the future. They huddled in bed to keep each other warm and whispered to each other. Linlin, you said that your best friend became the concubine of the boss. So do you know what kind of person the boss is? In the dark bed, Zhao Xiner moved close to Zhu Linlin and asked curiously. Although they just met today, their similar fate made their relationship progress rapidly. Now that she had the experience of sleeping with their feet touching each other, Zhao Xiner boldly asked about the matter that had been lingering in her mind. Don't worry, Xiner, the boss is a very nice person. My little best friend is living a very comfortable life. Zhu Linlin said, holding her little hand. The president and the others are not stupid. If the boss is a bad man, they will not choose to depend on him. Zhao Xiner nodded slightly, feeling a little relieved. If she wasn't really afraid of the unknown of this world, she wouldn't have chosen to agree to the president and his friends and follow them to the boss's territory. The bed fell into silence. The two women leaned against each other quietly. No one spoke, but just guessed with mixed feelings in their hearts what tomorrow would be like. By the way, Xiner, do you like wearing stockings? Zhu Linlin suddenly asked. Zhao Xiner's body trembled suddenly. Linlin, why are you asking this? Nothing. Zhu Linlin smiled wickedly and whispered into Zhao Xiner's ear. My best friend told me that the boss likes to see her wearing stockings, so I also prepared a lot of stockings, you know. Zhao Xiner's ears turned red instantly. So that's how it is. Fortunately, it was too late to see clearly at night, which gave her the courage to discuss the matter with Zhu Linlin. She whispered, I wore it before, but after my sister found out, I stopped wearing it. Oh, you have a sister? Why haven't I heard you mention her? Zhu Linlin said, in surprise. Zhao Xiner pursed her lips. Sister, we have only known each other for a few hours. What you said is not so fast, even if we check the household registration book. She said truthfully, my sister is a university teacher. She's quite strict with me and doesn't allow me to dress too revealingly. After a pause, her tone became somewhat sentimental. But my sister is really good. It's a pity that my sister and I don't have the same luck as the president and her sisters. After coming to this world, I lost contact with my sister. Hearing this, Zhu Linlin couldn't help but put her arms around her and comfort her. Xine, it's okay. Once we get to Ning Fan's territory and have Ning Fan's protection, we can ensure that we can survive. There will always be a chance to find your sister in the future. Zhao Xiner nodded. I just hope my sister is safe too. Okay, don't think so much. If you really want to find your sister as soon as possible, you might as well listen to me. As she spoke, Zhu Linlin lifted the quilt and sat on the sofa. Under Zhao Xiner's puzzled gaze, she turned on the screen and, with the help of the faint blue light, took out a pair of white stockings from the warehouse. Come, try this pair of stockings first to see if they fit you. Zhu Linlin grinned wickedly, and without thinking twice, she grasped Zhao Xiner's calf with her cold little hands and prepared to put it on her. Zhao Xiner was startled and was about to resist, but Zhu Linlin spoke again. The most important thing for you now is to serve Boss Ning Fan well. If you can become his woman, you'll be favored by him. With his ability, he can help you find your sister as long as she is in the area, or even if she is not in the area. Zhu Linlin leaned over to her and said slyly, this is the fastest way to find your sister. You know what I mean? Zhao Xiner opened her mouth but didn't know what to say, because she knew Zhu Linlin was right. Zhu Linlin curled her lips, no longer hesitated, and helped her put on her stockings neatly. Zhao Xiner did not resist and acquiesced to the actions of her younger sisters. Soon, the work was done. Zhu Linlin clapped her hands happily and leaned over to look at her masterpiece. Tonight is the tail end of the high-temperature event, and it is still a little hot at night, so Zhao Xiner is dressed very coolly. She wore a white short skirt and top, which made her look very pure and quiet. But now, after putting on a pair of white over-the-knee socks, it becomes a bit pure and sexy. Zhao Xiner glanced at the socks on her legs. Her head turned to the side, her face flushed. I'm sorry, Zista. I'm going to disappoint your expectations of me. Chapter 109 Return of the Fishing Boat. Zhu Linlin and Zhao Xiner tried on stockings all night, and finally decided that Zhao Xiner would wear white and Zhu Linlin would wear black, as this would have the best effect. Because of their friendship of changing clothes together, the two became closer, and after reaching some kind of secret agreement, they fell asleep in each other's arms. This night was destined to be restless. Except for the quiet Tianxiang League, other guilds were bustling with activity. It was simply to seize the last night of the high-temperature emergency, make a sprint, seize the island, and capture the pirates. After all, if you miss this opportunity, you'll miss it forever. So much so that the price of torches in the trading market has increased. The ground tiger is also very busy. His territory was lit up all night long, and the trade orders for pirate captives surged that night. Boss, there aren't enough cornerstones in the account. You still want to ask me about such trivial matters? Go to the finance department. Boss, a group of pirate captives will arrive in the territory in 3 hours, and there are not so many cells left in the territory. Go borrow some money from the market. These pirate captives must be delivered intact to the boss. Give me the best conditions. Boss. In order to leave a good impression on the boss, Dihu is acquiring prisoners at almost any cost. And there was another person like him who stayed up all night in order to complete the task assigned by Ningfan. That's Li Sanjin. After taking the ferry to Area 2548 again, Li Sanjin directly started a big sale in Area 2548. C-grade spiritual rice, 1 kilogram per portion, priced at 150 cornerstones, no bargaining. Grade C bran, 1 kilogram per piece, priced at 50 cornerstones, no bargaining. Those who need it can bid in the trading hall. C-grade water. When Li Sanjin came here to sell things again, he had a completely keep-away attitude and didn't say a word. Direct resources hit in the face. The effect was surprisingly good, and all the resources were sold out without any twists and turns. And they were sold at a nearly crazy pace. 3 hours later, carrying millions of dollars in assets, he set out on his journey home. Early the next morning, the sun rose as usual, the emergency was over, and the entire area was quiet, with some sleeping and some resting. Only the members of the catacombs are still working hard to transport pirates. Inside the manor, the door of Suyi's room was opened, and Ningfan covered his waist and walked out of the room, holding onto the wall. Ouch, I went to bed so early last night. Why am I so sore all over? Ningfan patted his back and rubbed the back of his neck, his expression puzzled. His physical condition is almost at sea level. How could he still get a stiff neck? It's really strange. He shook his head, unable to figure it out. He took out a glass of B+ water and drank it all. Then he felt that the energy lost in his body was slowly replenished, and he felt much better. I woke up early in the morning and saw the little girl in my arms dressed up. I want to get up early and do some exercise, but I was inexplicably dragged down by my empty body. Let's spare her this time and let her have a rest. Ning-san murmured. The little loli seemed to be in a coma just now. Maybe she was tired last night. He stopped thinking about it, put away the empty cup, turned around, and went downstairs. In the living room, Muwaning woke up early and was eating breakfast. Seeing Ningfan holding onto the railing from time to time when going downstairs, she couldn't help but giggle secretly with her hands covering her mouth. It seemed like a big bad wolf was punished by a little loli. Good morning, husband, she called out affectionately, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ningfan's waist, and jokingly said, Hubby, why don't you take a rest today too? The meaning is self-evident. Ningfan's face was full of black lines. He glanced at her unhappily, then picked up his breakfast and started eating. A good man does not fight with a woman. Write it down in the little notebook first. Sooner or later, she will know how powerful I am. As the name suggests, morning and evening mean morning and evening. Of course, Mu Wanting had experienced Ningfan's power, so she had the confidence to provoke Ningfan like this. After finishing breakfast, she wiped her mouth, walked over to Ningfan, and spoke mysteriously. Honey, let me show you something good. Ningfan raised his eyebrows and looked at her curiously. Mu Wanting immediately turned on the screen. It shows Territory Warehouse, Cornerstone 1000000. A full million. Originally, there were still some leftovers, tens of thousands of cornerstones, which Mu Wanting placed in the space warehouse, preparing to use them to stockpile metal sheets. Did Huang San and his team sell all the resources? Ningfan asked in surprise. He didn't expect that Mu Wanting actually sold those resources for 1 million cornerstones after all her operations. Yes. Mu Wanting raised the corner of her mouth slightly. She hugged Ningfan's neck, and said coquettishly, "Hubby, praise me." "That's easy." Ning Fan covered her mouth without saying a word and silently crossed out her name in the little notebook. How could such a capable and virtuous wife be recorded in a little notebook? After a while, when Ning Fan had kissed his wife till she was breathless, he let her go and continued to eat his breakfast leisurely. Mu Wanting blushed and sat obediently aside, not daring to make any more noise. After finishing his meal, Ning Fan came to the vegetable garden outside the manor. After another 2 days of evolution, the small stream running through the vegetable field has evolved into a river more than 3 meters wide, and the water has reached the knee level. Let's expand our territory in this direction. 1 million cornerstones were used to expand the territory, which was as large as 1 square kilometer, just enough to meet the maximum area of D-level mountain evolution stone. If a forest evolves in this direction, the only river in the territory can run through the entire mountain area. In this way, there will be no shortage of water resources in the mountains and forests, and the natural conditions will be richer, which will make the entire ecosystem more perfect, thereby improving the soil grade faster. Just do it. Ning Fan opened the Lord interface and began to expand the territory. Consume cornerstone 100,000,000. Expand territory area 100,000,000. It is detected that the area of your territory has reached 1 square kilometer, and the area of your territory has been increased to the kilometer level. Current territory area, 1.17 square kilometers. Territory score, 1.18 million, rounded off. The territory has finally reached 1 square kilometer. It can be considered as a territory. Ning Fan sighed as he looked at the new piece of land in front of him. Although 1 square kilometer sounds like a large area, it is actually just a square piece of land that is 1,000 meters in size. You can see the end at a glance. We need to work harder. If we really want to establish a dynasty, this area is far from enough. He took out the D-level mountain evolution fossil and placed it in the center of this new land, then set the area on the screen. A prompt appears. D-level mountain evolution fossil evolution in progress, covering an area of 1 square kilometer. The evolution process will continue to generate mountain forests. Evolution progress 0.1, 0.2. The evolution process of mountains into rocks and springs is not like that of mineral veins. You have to wait until the evolution is complete before you can enjoy the effects of the evolution. The first 2 will slowly reveal their appearance as their evolution progresses. I think we should be able to see a small hill standing here tomorrow. It was difficult to capture the changes with the naked eye, so Ning Fan retracted his gaze and returned it to the screen. Now the second task of the Buds of Slavery has been completed. We just need Dihu and Xiaodao to send us pirate slaves, and then we can enter the classical era. He didn't urge the 2 of them. It was useless to urge them. The resources were there, and they would naturally work hard if they wanted to. He clicked on the construction interface. D-class fishing boat manufacturing diagram. A boat suitable for fishing in the waters around the territory, without long-distance sailing capability. The boat is equipped with 2 sets of D-class fishing nets. D-class fishing nets, not D-class automatic fishing nets. The 2 are different. A D-level fishing net can only catch D-level fish. Fish higher than D-level will escape and damage the net even if caught. Do not lower the net too deep. Fish with higher levels live in deeper areas. The power device is a conceptual power. Each time it docks for 24 hours, it can sail for 24 hours with a maximum speed of 30 kilometers per hour. If it docks at a standardized dock, the sailing time will be longer, and the higher the dock level, the longer the sailing time. There were 3 returns left yesterday, and today there are 13 more return opportunities, which is more than enough for a critical hit return. Ningsan murmuret. It's time to return the more advanced fishing boats. Having only eaten D-grade fish and C-grade spiritual rice in the past 2 days, his physical condition is almost reaching the critical point of breakthrough. If we can catch higher grade fish, we should be able to upgrade to C-grade in one go. After gathering all the materials and consuming the D-class fishing boat manufacturing plan, a familiar voice came. Ding! Consume a D-level fishing boat manufacturing diagram. Return to target phone Ling Long. Return multiple 30,000 times. Choose to return or critical hit return. Chapter 1, 10 Arrival. Host chooses to return critical hits. Returning critical hits. After 1 return, you'll get the C-class large fishing boat manufacturing plan. After the second return, you'll get the B-level, fully automated large fishing boat manufacturing plan. Returned twice, the obtained manufacturing drawings have been included in the construction interface. After taking a look at the manufacturing drawings obtained after a return, Ning Fan simply ignored them. It's already sea level and still needs manual operation. What a rubbish. Moreover, even if a C-class fishing boat is built, the quality of the fish obtained will be of little use to him. He looked directly at the second manufacturing diagram. B-class fully automated large fishing boat manufacturing diagram. A large fishing boat suitable for deep-sea fishing, equipped with an intelligent central control system, a sonar system, and 2 sets of C-plus class fishing nets. After defining the fishing range, the central system will select the best fishing nets based on the feedback from the sonar system to maximize the fishing harvest. Equipped with 10 high-speed harpoons, once a B-level fish is found, the capture success rate is 100. Fish that have reached B-level can no longer be caught by fishing nets or fishing rods. Using a nuclear-powered reactor, it can sail continuously for 100 years, with a maximum sailing speed of 60 kilometers per hour. With the strength of Class B buildings, the fishing boat is fully automated and cannot carry anyone. Require materials: iron or 200, copper or 200. That's right. Not only is it fully automated, it's also assisted by a sonar system. This way, we don't have to worry about returning empty-handed. Ning Fan couldn't help but nodded with a look of approval. As we all know, when you cast a net to fish in the sea, how much you can catch depends entirely on whether the fishery resources in the sea area are rich. If you encounter a barren sea area, you may not get any harvest even if your net rots. So not everyone with a fishing net can be a fisherman. This is a profession that requires professional skills. Just like Zhu Linlin, even with a fishing net, she still couldn't get out of the circle of poverty, which was one of the reasons that gave her the idea of clinging to others. Unless there is an automatic fishing net, but automatic fishing nets and fishing nets are actually not the same thing. The automatic fishing net is more like a fishing net launcher. Once a fish is found, it will launch a fishing net to catch it and then retrieve it. It functions like a claw machine. The high-speed harpoon is an upgraded version of the automatic fishing net. The fishing net mentioned here is still the traditional large net, which needs to be lowered and then collected. The process is relatively complicated. If operated properly, it can generally yield more than the automatic fishing net of the same level. The role of a fishing boat is to provide a platform for setting nets anywhere on the sea, thereby increasing the harvest from setting nets. Consume 1 B-class fully automated large fishing boat manufacturing blueprint and obtain 1 B-class fully automated large fishing boat. After gathering all the materials and making the fishing boat, Ning Fan came to the coast and placed the fishing boat out. An iron lump slightly smaller than a building ship appeared on the sea. The whole body is silvery white in color, and the part floating on the sea is an oval-shaped lid, like a bowl upside down on the sea. No wonder it can't carry passengers. It looks so horrible. There's not even an entrance to the hull. There's no way it can carry people. It's a pity that its speed is only 60 kilometers. If it can carry people, it can also be used as a rescue boat in times of crisis. Please plan the scope of fishing activities. A prompt popped up on the screen, and Ning Fan looked over. A map appeared on it, showing the situation near his territory. Only the area around 10 kilometers and the area around 10 kilometers around the territory of Lin Yakin and her sisters were visible, and there was also a part of the overlapping area. To be on the safe side, he chose to limit the activities of fishing boats to a safe area. Let's fish within a safe range for now. The area with a 10-kilometer radius is not small, so we should be able to get something. If he is not satisfied with the harvest, he can just let the fishing boat go and let it do its thing. After all, this is the first time I use this thing, so it's better to be cautious. If you let it go deep ocean fishing and it gets lost, that would be quite a loss. Fishing activity range has been set. Warm tips. After each harvest, the fishing boat will cut and process the harvested fish and then directly store them in the territory warehouse. Please make sure to leave enough warehouse space. Fishing boats set sail. Ning Fan looked up and heard a dull engine sound. The fishing boat slowly turned and headed out of the territory. I wonder how many fish this fishing boat will catch in one round of netting, he murmured. The territory warehouse on the farm can store 100 tons of supplies, so there's no need to worry about lack of storage space in the short term. Of course, what he was most concerned about was how much B-grade fish the fishing boat could catch for him. The difference between the other grades of fish meat is only the amount of cornerstones, which can be recovered from business. But if B-grade fish meat is not enough, his physical fitness will be improved at a low speed. I hope I won't be disappointed. Ning Fan watched the fishing boat gradually speed up and move away from the territorial waters. Just when the fishing boat was about to disappear from sight, a ship suddenly appeared in view. Looking closely, it was his C-class ship. Sister Lin Yakin is coming. Ning Fan was stunned and was just about to contact them to inquire about the situation. At this moment, there were several footsteps behind him, and Ning Fan subconsciously turned around to look. It was Mu Wanting and Feng Linglong. They were walking towards this side, talking and laughing. Look at their attire. They're all dressed very formally and appropriately, and some even put on a little light makeup. If I'm not mistaken, they should be here to welcome Lin Yakin and her sister. Thinking of this, Ning Fan smiled slightly. At least for now, it seems that every one of the women in his territory is quite virtuous. The whole backyard was harmonious, without any noise or disturbance, and he saved a lot of trouble. Husband, Feng Linglong trotted up and threw herself into Ning Fan's arms. She hadn't seen Ning Fan since he played a trick on her yesterday. Now that she saw him, she still missed him a lot. Ning Fan caught her, and a faint fragrance instantly lingered in his nose, a smell he had never smelled before. He shrugged his nose and chuckled. I thought you, a lazy pig, were going to sleep until noon. Feng Linglong pouted and punched Ning Fan's chest in dissatisfaction. Stupid husband, you're really ruining the mood. Don't you even know to compliment her on how pretty her dress is? In order to show her demeanor as a first wife, she spent more than an hour dressing up. Okay, if you keep messing around, your makeup will get ruined. Ning Fan grabbed her little hand, bent down, and gently kissed her red lips. Affirmation through action. Feng Linglong's face turned red instantly. After Ning Fan gave in, she stopped making a fuss. Sweetness welled up in her heart, and she leaned obediently in Ning Fan's arms. Hate it. How can my stupid husband be like this? At this time, Mu Wanting also came to Ning Fan and noticed the actions of the two people early on. Mu Wanting smiled slightly and didn't care. She walked forward and explained. Last night, Linglong and I formed a group and invited Yakin and the others to join us. They just said in the group that they were ready to come over, so we came out to greet them. Honey, please don't be offended. As she spoke, she also considerately helped Ning Fan tidy up his clothes. Okay, I understand. Ning Fan responded with a doting look. Mu Wanting is always like this, and it is very comfortable to get along with her. The two of them understood each other and did not mention the group chat. This is a matter between women, and it will be a different matter if Ning Fan joins. While they were flirting, the ship slowly approached them. Chapter 111, Binding 4 Women. The ship finally docked at the coast. Feng Linglong gently pushed Ning Fan, got out his arms, and took off her clothes. After fixing her clothes, she lightly lifted her hair, and after confirming again and again that there was no problem, she fixed her eyes and put on her long-lost cool attitude. She took a step forward with a calm expression. This seemingly casual move quietly protected Ning Fan behind her. Stupid husband, stand behind me and watch my performance next. Ning Fan looked at her back and secretly smacked his lips. This little scene shouldn't force you, senior sister, to show your strongest form. Mu Wanting couldn't help but giggle, and then she imitated Linglong and stood in front of Ning Fan. Different from Linglong's aloofness, she clasped her arms across her chest, looking very confident and in control, quite cool. Ning Fan, it seems like you shouldn't be here. Seeing that both wives were willing to take the lead, Ning Fan simply stood behind them. After a while, stairs were lowered on the boat. Four women walked slowly down the stairs. Leading the group were the sisters Lin Yakin and Lin Beishur. The two girls walked down hand in hand, side by side. Perhaps to distinguish them from other sisters, the elder sister Yakin wore a white wide-sleeved glass dress, with her black hair tied up and hanging on both sides, adorned with a green hairpin. She exuded an ancient flavor, and her temperament was gentle yet elegant. Her younger sister Beishur wore a simple short dress. Her tall figure was shown to the fullest under the blue skirt. Her long hair was tied lightly behind her, making her look fresh and lively. When Lin Beishur saw her two best friends standing on the shore, she couldn't help but secretly hold her sister's hand. What beautiful ladies! She felt that she and her sister had no appearance advantage in front of them. Lin Yakin patted her gently with her hand hidden under her sleeve, signaling her to be patient. Through her communication with the two ladies over the past 2 days, she was not worried that the two ladies would embarrass them. On the contrary, She was more concerned about Ning Fan's attitude. Although his eyes were on the two ladies, his peripheral vision was always observing Ning Fan behind the two women. Noticing that Ning Fan was staring at her, she pursed her lips secretly, and her steps changed slightly, with a hint of restraint in her lightness. Zhu Linlin and Zhao Xiner accompanied them, and in order to show their difference in status, they lagged far behind the two sisters. And, precisely because of the clear difference in status, their focus is completely different from that of the two sisters. After being slightly surprised by the temperament of the two ladies, they turned their attention to the territory. What huge territory! Zhao Xiner looked at the entire territory, shock revealed in her beautiful eyes. Nothing can more intuitively feel Ning Fan's power than the size of his territory. Zhao Xiner turned her head with complicated eyes and looked at Zhu Linlin beside her. Zhu Linlin was not much better than her. Listening to Su Yi bragging about how good it was to be Ning Fan's woman was nothing like experiencing it directly now. Xiner, remember what I told you last night? She swallowed and spoke softly, turning her head to look at Zhao Xiner, whose face instantly turned bright red. I did this in order to find my sister as soon as possible. Zhao Xiner found a reason in her heart, took a deep breath, and a determination appeared in her beautiful eyes. She reached out and grabbed Zhu Linlin's hand and said crisply, Linlin, I understand what you mean. As long as you are willing, I am willing to serve Ning Fan with you. They talked a lot last night, and Zhu Linlin had been instilling in her a concept. That is, if they wanted to firmly grasp Ning Fan's favor, the two sisters must unite. Otherwise, among so many outstanding women, they will never have a chance to stand out and can only be maids forever. Of course, there is nothing wrong with being a maid. As Ning Fan's woman, there is no need to worry about safety. But if she can climb up a bit, she will surely be able to see better scenery. Zhao Xiner didn't quite understand this principle last night, but now she understands. In such a large territory, if one could really stand next to Ning Fan, what a wonderful scene that would be. Zhu Linlin was relieved when she heard her say that. Xiner, I'm glad you understand. She happily hugged Zhao Xiner's arm. The two women walked down the stairs hand in hand, and soon Ning Fan appeared in their sight. Is that the boss? He's so young and handsome. Zhao Xiner opened her mouth slightly. Her beautiful eyes showed a look of infatuation, and her pretty face turned red all of a sudden. If she had known that the boss was so handsome, why would she hesitate? Zhao Xiner secretly stuck out her tongue. What big boss? You have to call me young master from now on. Zhu Linlin poked her and corrected her in a cheerful tone. She was determined to cling to Ning Fan's thighs, so when she saw Ning Fan's appearance, she just thought it was icing on the cake. But perhaps it was because the flower was too beautiful. The legs hidden under the skirt quietly tightened a little. If Su Yi were here, she would definitely rub her in the face mercilessly. What are you doing pretending, Linlin? You are a lustful but cowardly person. Ning Fan kept his eyes on the two sisters. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and looked further up the stairs. Then he saw two petite girls in Lolita dresses staring at him intently and whispering about something. Target Zhao Xiner, favorability level 2, bind or not. Target Zhu Linlin, favorability level 3, bind or not. Two more little Lolas. Ning Fan curled his lips, knowing that they should be the maids brought by Lin Yakin. Suddenly, a glimpse of spring light appeared under the skirt, and Ning Fan instantly felt like he was going to get sty. This one is white stockings, and the other is black stockings. He chose to bind without hesitation. He decided to give the two little Lolas a foot massage at night to improve their favorability. With the experience of Su Yi as a lesson, he felt that he could take shortcuts in treating a maid. After making this happy decision, he tied both sisters together. Target Lin Yakin, favorability level 4, binding successfully. Target Lin Beishir, favorability level 3, binding successfully. What surprised him was that Lin Yakin's favorability towards him had reached level 4, the same as when Mu Wanting first arrived at the territory. Ning Fan returned his gaze to Lin Yakin. At this moment, the two sisters had already come down the stairs, and Feng Linglong and Mu Wanting had already come to greet them. Several people were chatting and laughing about topics such as outfits, which was not the scene Ning Fan had expected at all. I thought there would be a surer scene to watch. Ning Fan curled his lips. It was all just pretending for a long time. Look, the senior sister who is so cool just now is now sticking to the other sister. Hey, why are you still touching my breasts? Ning Fan stood there bored and watched them chatting. Women are such an amazing species. We just met for the first time and chatted online for a day or two, but we were like sisters we hadn't seen for a long time. Soon, Zhu Linlin and Zhao Xiner came down the stairs and joined the chat circle at the invitation of the girls. The 6 women stood in a circle, but they tacitly treated Ning Fan, who was not far away, as a transparent person. Ning Fan understood and sympathized with their new arrival embarrassment, so he simply immersed himself in the system to observe the changes in it. Currently, there are 7 bound targets, and the number of returns per day is 26 times. The 3 palaces and 6 courtyards function has been enabled. The current main return target is Feng Ling Long, favorability level 5, return multiple 31,000 times. Currently remaining number of returns, 17 times. When a number of bound targets reaches 8, the system will enable a new function. Chapter 1, 12 Room Arrangement. When a number of bound targets reaches 8, the system will enable a new function. You want to bind 8 targets? Unfortunately, there is 1 missing. Ning Fan felt a little bit regretful, but he soon let it go. With Wanting and Yakin helping him, he will achieve this goal sooner or later. I wonder what the new features of the system will be like. Ning Fan murmured. At this moment, the girls finally ended their pleasantries and walked towards Ning Fan together. Mu Wanting and Feng Ling Long stood beside the 2 sisters as a foil, allowing the 2 sisters to occupy the C position and giving them enough face as newlyweds. Ning Fan. Lin Yakin walked up to him gracefully with her sister and called out in a crisp voice. Sister Lin Beishir timidly glanced at Ning Fan's face, but when she really came up to him, she became speechless. Welcome to my territory. Ning Fan calmed down and welcomed them with a smile. Admiring Lin Yakin's face up close, he was slightly moved. What a perfect ancient woman. Her every frown and smile reveals her classical temperament. Under Ning Fan's slightly abusive gaze, Lin Yakin bit her lip and said, "From now on, my sister and I will be left in your care. I hope you won't despise us." As she spoke, she took out a few Lord Stone tablets and handed them to Ning Fan. "Here are the Lord Stone tablets for me and my sister, and the remaining 2 are for the 2 younger sisters behind me." Hearing this, Ning Fan subconsciously looked at the 2 women behind her. Upon seeing this, Zhu Linlin and Zhao Xiner hurried forward hand in hand, bowed slightly and greeted. Zhu Linlin greets you, sir. Please be kind to me in the future. Zhao Xiner greets you, sir. Please be kind to me in the future. Compared to Zhu Linlin, Zhao Xiner's movements were a little awkward, and it was obvious that she had just started practicing. This system of hierarchy was set up by Mu Wanting and Lin Yakin, and was also agreed upon by the other women. At least in their opinion, having rules is good for them. At least everyone has the opportunity to become the next Suyiye. Ning Fan was stunned. He didn't expect that his woman had taken the harem system to this extent. The execution is a bit scary. Seeing that Ning Fan had not responded for a long time, Mu Wanting's expression changed, and she walked up to the 2 women and said, "You're all up. Now that you are here, you are all sisters from now on. As long as you are careful and do your duty, your family will not be short of money." Lin Yakin and her sister also saw the opportunity and helped their 2 younger sisters up. Then Mu Wanting came to Ning Fan, took his hand, and explained gently, "Hubby, there are more and more sisters in the family, and I made a set of rules on my own initiative. I hope you don't blame me." She thought Ning Fan didn't like the rules she set, so he took the blame on himself. Feng Ling Long and Lin Yakin looked at Ning Fan with trepidation. They're also participants in this set of rules. If they really make Ning Fan unhappy, they will also be responsible. The girls didn't dare to breathe, for fear that Ning Fan would get angry. Seeing this, Ning Fan suddenly smiled softly and rubbed his fingers on Mu Wanting's hand. "Relax, I don't mean to blame you at all. On the contrary, I think you did a good job. Just do as you say." How could he blame anyone? This set of rules was exactly what he wanted. The function of the system is obviously determined by the number of women bound to it. If you want to open more functions, you must accommodate more women in the territory. But each woman he is bound to has a different degree of affection for him, and it is impossible for him to devote the same energy to every woman. In this situation, the rules set by Mu Wanting seem very appropriate. The higher the favorability level of a woman and the faster she rises, the more favor she should receive, the higher her status should be, and the more rights she should enjoy. As for women with low favorability, he doesn't mind supporting them and just being a tool to make up the numbers. In this way, his system can develop healthily, and at the same time it can also motivate his women to conquer themselves. Absolutely perfect. After hearing Ning Fan's words, the girls all breathed a sigh of relief, and a hint of joy appeared on their faces. Mu Wanting curled the corners of her mouth. She couldn't suppress the emotion in her heart when she got Ning Fan's approval in front of all the sisters. She didn't dare to kiss Ning Fan secretly in front of others, so she could only gently lean on Ning Fan's shoulder and said, "Hubby, thank you for understanding. I am lucky to have such a considerate and capable wife like you." Ning Fan stroked her hair lovingly and said to the other girls, "Okay, now that everyone has been picked up, let's go back to the manor as soon as possible." Hearing Ning Fan's words, Feng Linglong immediately happily took Lin Yakin's hand and said, "Yakin, let's go. I'll take you to see our home." Perhaps because she found a suitable ancient-style clothes rack, Feng Linglong had a very good impression of Lin Yakin. The two became good friends as soon as they met, and it seems like they will soon become a pair of new besties. Lin Yakin nodded slightly. She also liked Linglong very much. After getting along with her, she realized that it was not accidental that Wanting and Linglong were doted on by Ning Fan. Both of them have personalities that deserve to be pampered. In her heart, she gave up the idea of competing for favor with the two men, not just because they got along well, but also because of another reason. She got what she wanted. Several people walked towards the manor together. On the way, Mu Wanting held Ning Fan's hand and walked together. Because she had something to tell him, the two of them fell behind. Mu Wanting said, "Hubby, Linglong and I have discussed this and are planning to give her room to the Yakin sisters. She will live with me. What do you think?" Hearing this, Ning Fan looked at her in surprise. Just now, Mu Wanting had told him in detail the rules they had set. According to their plan, the villa is divided into 4 floors, and the first floor is the living area where no one lives. Starting from the second floor, the maids, concubines, and wives were given their own rooms to choose from. Apparently, only the highest-ranking woman around him could live on the 4th floor. Unexpectedly, as soon as the Lin Yakin sisters arrived, Wanting and the others were willing to put them on an equal footing with themselves. Of course, he was also willing to give a position to the Yakin sister. After all, Yakin's favorability towards him had reached level 4. If he could establish a relationship with her, it would not be a problem to reach level 5. More importantly, she has been helping him recruit maids in the Tianxiang League. With these two factors in mind, no matter which one of them, it would not be excessive to give her the title of lady. As for her younger sister Bei Shi, she could get a buy one, get one free lunchbox. He generally agreed with Mu Wanting's suggestion, but considering her relationship with Linglong, he thought about it again and again. How about this? Linglong won't live with you anymore. Let her live in the master bedroom. You still live alone, and Sister Yakin can live a room. There are only 3 rooms on the 4th floor, but they're all large, so it is no problem for several people to live in one room. When Ning Fan said this, it was obvious that he was not considering the number of people who would be accommodated, but was arranging seats for them. He put her and Linglong at the top of his heart. Mu Wanting's beautiful eyes were moved. She kissed him excitedly and said joyfully, "Thank you, husband. I'll tell Linglong right away." After saying that, she left Ning Fan behind and trotted to catch up with Linglong and Yakin in front of her to tell them about it. Lin Yakin and her sister naturally had no objection to Ning Fan's decision, and they thought it was a good idea. The two sisters were already very satisfied that they could occupy a room on the 4th floor by themselves, on an equal footing with Wanting and Linglong. Feng Linglong is the happiest one. Well, living in the same room with her husband, doesn't that mean they can kiss each other every day? The girls entered the manor in a happy and harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 113, The Warehouse, is full. The women moved into the manor smoothly. Zhao Xiner and Zhu Linlin were arranged to live in the 2nd floor as maids. The two women were not dissatisfied with this at all, because even on the 2nd floor, the conditions inside the villa were far beyond their expectations. Linlin. After Zhao Xiner finished visiting her own room, she immediately came to Zhu Linlin's room excitedly. The 2 rooms are adjacent. In the bedroom, Zhu Linlin was changing clothes. When Zhao Xiner walked in, she had already changed her long skirt into a short skirt. Black stockings reveal the true face. Zhao Xiner paused and opened her mouth slightly. "This is too tempting." "Xiner, you're here at the right time. What do you think of my outfit?" Zhu Linlin showed off her figure without any concern. As she turned her body, her short skirt revealed a bright scene that made people blush. Lin, Madame Wu has already said that you are not allowed to wear too revealing clothes in daily life. What are you doing?" Zhao Xiner turned her face away shyly. Mu Wanting made this rule because she didn't want the atmosphere in the backyard to be too frivolous. They, women, should be Ning Fan's helpers, not stumbling blocks. Once the atmosphere at home becomes corrupt, it will be difficult to keep the backyard peaceful. Oh, I know. Zhu Linlin chuckled and walked up to her, taking her hand and sitting down on the bed. I'm wearing this in private. I won't wear it outside. Tell me, if this is the case, would Ning Fan like it? Zhu Linlin asked in a frivolous tone. Zhao Xiner said nothing. Her ears just turned red. Seeing this, Zhu Linlin snorted. Girl, don't think I don't know that you are wearing stockings underneath. Why are you pretending to be innocent? As she spoke, she stretched out her evil little claws and reached towards the hem of her skirt. Zhao Xiner's face changed drastically and she dodged quickly. Unfortunately, Zhu Linlin threw him onto the bed. Xiner, how come Ning Fan is so powerful that he even has a manner like this? Zhu Linlin lay on the bed, muttering to herself while looking at the ceiling. No response was received. She couldn't help but turn her head and look to the side. Zhao Xiner lay beside her, staring at their legs in a daze with her beautiful eyes. Zhu Linlin followed her gaze, and after seeing clearly, the corners of her mouth slowly curled up. Under her torture, Zhao Xiner had taken off her long skirt and put on a short skirt. Without the cover of the long skirt, the white over-the-knee socks on her fair calves were exposed to the air. It complements the black stockings on her legs, forming a beautiful landscape. Zhu Linlin gently turned over, put one leg half on her, put her head close to her face, and whispered, Girl, you are so engrossed in watching this. Are you thinking about love? Zhao Xiner, whose thoughts were revealed, came to her senses and her face turned red. I was just wondering why Ning Fan is so powerful. It was originally a sophistry, but it hit Zhu Linlin right in the heart. She instantly lost the mood to tease Zhao Xiner. She turned around, continued to lie flat, and sighed. Yes, although we came to this world at the same time, Ning Fan is already a true lord, owning a territory of 1 square kilometer. We have been struggling for so many days, but in the end we can't even guarantee basic food and clothing and safety, and in the end we have to surrender ourselves to others. Seeing her younger sister suddenly become sad, Zhao Xiner opened her mouth. I just made up a random reason. Sister, you shouldn't be so sad. However, before she could persuade her, Zhu Linlin suddenly turned her head and smiled slyly. However, Xiner, we are so lucky that we have become Ning Fan's woman by accident. This is the most powerful boss in this area, even among all the lords. I'm excited just thinking about becoming his woman. Xiner, what good things did we do in our previous life to be so lucky? Zhu Linlin hugged Zhao Xiner and clamped her legs together in excitement. An abnormal blush quickly appeared on Zhao Xiner's face. Sister, if you want it, you can go find Ning Fan. There's no need to torture me. Woo! Zhao Xiner had no way of saying anything, but Zhu Linlin kept rubbing against her, so she had to speak. Linlin, I think the most important thing for us now is to quickly become Ning Fan's woman. This way we will have a guarantee and be able to enjoy the convenience of Ning Fan's territory with peace of mind. What do you think? She gently grabbed Zhu Linlin's restless hand and said seriously. In order to stop Zhu Linlin's excessive behavior, she risked her life. Xiner, you think so too? That's great. Zhu Linlin was overjoyed. She immediately stopped all illegal actions, turned on the Lord screen, and immersed herself in it. Zhao Xiner was stunned and looked at her puzzledly. Linlin, what are you doing? Ask Madame Mu for instructions. Zhu Linlin said with a charming smile. We want to keep Ning Fan here overnight. Only Madame Mu can help me. Don't you want to be Ning Fan's woman? Overnight. Zhao Xiner cracked. Sister, I was just talking. There's no need to be so anxious. But now their legs were still pressed tightly together, and when she slightly squeezed her legs together, it attracted Zhu Linlin's attention. Girl, your body is very honest. Zhu Linlin whispered in her ear. Ah! Zhao Xiner felt too embarrassed to face anyone, so she turned over and hid her face in the quilt. This look is a tacit agreement. Zhu Linlin did not embarrass her anymore and took the opportunity to send a message to Mu Wanting. Her goal had been achieved, so she had to save some face to prevent the little girl from embarrassing her in front of Ning Fan. That would be like shooting oneself in the foot. What happened between Zhu Linlin and Zhao Xiner is just a microcosm of what happened inside the villa. Under Mu Wanting's management, the rules in the backyard began to take effect, and the affairs between women did not affect Ning Fan. After sending the girls back to the manor, Ning Fan came to the farm. 2 days later, A new crop of C-grade spiritual rice was ripe, and he directed several robots to start harvesting the rice. After the harvested rice was processed into pure rice and bran and stored in the warehouse, a prompt popped up on his Lord screen. There is not enough space in the territory warehouse. Please reserve enough space to store fish. Why is it not enough? Doesn't the warehouse and the farm have 100 tons of storage space? He only put in 10 tons of goods. Ning Fan opened the screen puzzled. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. Territory warehouse. 80,000 metal sheets, 80 tons, various vegetables, watermelons, 10 tons. Fuck. Why did Wanting buy so many metal pieces? Ning Fan was shocked. 80,000 metal pieces. How much would that cost? Where did Wanting get so much money? In order to clarify the situation, he sent a message and asked, Wanting, why are there so many metal pieces in the warehouse? Mu Wanting, hubby, it's like this. Stimulated by the slavery sprouting you released, the top-ranked guilds are now selling materials at a reduced price in exchange for cornerstones. I got these yesterday with the proceeds from the mysterious shop. They're less than 20,000 cornerstones. So that's it. Ning Fan understood. If he guessed correctly, the reason why these guilds were so radical was that they were attracted by the slave profession unlocked by the citizen management system. It's not that I was stimulated. The emergence of the slave profession can quickly transform captured pirates into the territory's labor force without the need for the tedious process of manual taming. This alone is enough to give them a huge boost. After all, their territory is not like ours, with automated equipment. All harvests must be obtained manually, and the more manual labor, the more they can harvest. From this perspective, it makes sense that they're so eager to trigger the mission, the buds of slavery. It's just a bargain for Ning Fan. Honey, I see that the territory warehouse is almost full. Do we need to purchase more metal sheets? Mu Wanting asked at the right time. Of course, feel free to collect them. I'll take care of the warehouse issue later. Ning Fan replied. He didn't want to hoard too many metal sheets, but if you want to sell them off like this, he will not be polite. Who could have too much sheet metal? Ning Fan opened the trading hall and prepared to find a warehouse blueprint to return. At this moment, Mu Wanting's message rang again. Ning Fan opened it and took a look. His expression instantly became strange. Hubby, remember to come back early when you're done with your work. Your two concubines called me and said they want to accompany you tonight. At the end of the message, Mu Wanting added a giggling emoticon. Chapter 1, 14 Pirate Slave Acquisition completed. The figures of two Lolas emerged in his mind, and Ning Fan licked his lips secretly. Are all little Lolas so proactive? If Su Yia is included, that would make 3 2-star Lolas. Ahem. Ning Fan shook his head and threw this ridiculous thing out of his mind. Business is important. He opened the trading floor and began searching for warehouse manufacturing drawings. The number of island lords in the area has exceeded 10,000. With so many people going to the island, the core resources level manufacturing maps obtained have increased accordingly, and many have been left behind. Ning Fan quickly found what he needed. D-level small storage warehouse manufacturing diagram. D-level small storage warehouse manufacturing diagram covers an area of 100 square meters and is placed in the territory. It can be bound to the Lord system and become a territory warehouse. It can store 10 tons of materials and has a refrigeration function. You need to connect to electricity by yourself. When refrigerated, it can ensure that vegetables and meat will not deteriorate within 10 days. The refrigeration effect is not affected by special events. Require materials. Iron or 100, wood 50, tungsten or 20, zinc or 5. This small warehouse is much smaller than the farm's own warehouse, but its functions are similar. The reason why it can be placed in the trading hall and no one has snatched it away is simply that the warehouse is not needed by other lords for the time being. After all, they don't have such a terrifying output as Ning Fan. Any output they have can be sold quickly, and they don't need a warehouse to store the goods. All Ning Fan needed was a warehouse that could be bound to the Lord system as a new territory warehouse, so he didn't pick and choose. Pay 1,000 cornerstones to get this manufacturing diagram. There are 80,000 metal sheets stored in the warehouse, so there is no need to buy materials. He just clicked Build. Ding, 1D level small storage warehouse manufacturing diagram is consumed, and the return multiple is 31,000 times. Choose whether to return or return by critical hit. The current remaining number of returns, 17. Choose normal return. It's just a warehouse. There's no need to waste a critical hit return on it. You can spend it after it's returned. It's also a place to store things. If there is not enough storage space, just build a few more warehouses. By that time, it is estimated that the number of returns given every day will be more. It will not be too late to return critical hits. At least for now, the number of returns should be used sparingly. Ding! A C-Class Super Large Storage Warehouse Manufacturing Map is returned. Because of the multiplier overflow, the feature Super Freezing is obtained. Another feature, and this time it was also explained in the prompt that it was because of the multiplier overflow. Perhaps it's because as the system functions gradually increase, the system is also slowly becoming smarter. Ning Fan guessed in his heart that this matter was not easy to prove. After having doubts in his mind, he looked at the manufacturing drawing. Class C Super Large Storage Warehouse. A super large warehouse covering an area of 500 square meters, capable of storing 500 tons of materials, with refrigeration function. You need to connect to electricity by yourself. When refrigerated, it can ensure that vegetables and meat will not deteriorate within 30 days. The refrigeration effect is not affected by special events. Feature Super Freezing. All refrigerated items will be directly frozen with a time-lapse effect, and the normal freezing time will be increased by 10 times. Remote withdrawal from a large warehouse. Leave the territory, and as long as you are within 1,000 kilometers of the territory, you can withdraw items from the warehouse at any time. When a storage warehouse type reaches the limit level, you can use enchanted special items to enhance the function of the warehouse. Require materials. Iron or 800, wood 100, tungsten or 80, copper or 73. Is it an enchanted special item? Ning Fan asked doubtfully. He had never seen such a special item, nor had he even heard of it. Now he has quite a few younger brothers following him, including Xiao Dao and Huang San, both of whom are presidents of large guilds, plus the Yakin sisters. They didn't even mention it to me, so I guess this kind of item shouldn't be easy to obtain. Judging from the description, it is probably used on items that have reached the extreme level. As such, it should be very rare. Ning Fan stopped worrying and built a C-Class Super Large Storage Warehouse. He came around the farm and placed it together with the warehouse on the farm. In this way, a warehouse storage area was created, and whenever he wanted to build a warehouse in the future, he would place it here. After binding the Lord system, Ning Fan immediately moved all the supplies to a large warehouse. Large warehouses have the characteristic of super freezing. Before the storage space is consumed, all items are stored in large warehouses first. After setting the priorities, Ning Fan mentioned it to Mu Wanning. After doing all this, he went outside the chicken farm again. C-Class Chicken Farm. 3 days later, the D-grade egg from Huangchao Tianxia had already hatched a D-grade chick, and after a 2-day growth cycle, the chick had grown into a hen. Yesterday, this D-grade hen laid 15 ordinary eggs and 1 D-grade egg. By now, there's a group of fluffy little chicks behind the D-level hen. Cuckoo, cluck, cluck. As if noticing Ning Fan standing at the door and peeping at its butt, the big hen clucked in dissatisfaction and ran away with her chicks. Ning Fan laughed. In this magical world of overlords, all the animals are becoming spirits. The chicken farm is not an automated building, and the housekeeper robots are currently responsible for the daily work of the chicken farm. Once the chicken farm is large enough, I will have to find a professional person or a robot to take charge of this matter, he considered. There are few chickens now, so the housekeeper robot can free up time to take care of them. But when there are more chickens, more time will have to be spent on this. This won't work. As more and more women move into the villa, the butler robot has to return to his original job and concentrate on serving his women. After all, these women chose him, so he should try his best to provide them with a better life experience. Put this matter on the agenda. Ning Fan asked the housekeeper robot to steal a few eggs for him. Dare to turn his face away. Today, I will take your eggs and give his woman a good meal. Carrying a few eggs, Ning Fan happily left the chicken farm. The big hen that had already run away saw the eggs in Ning Fan's hand and immediately ran towards the door with its feathers standing on end. Goo-goo-goo-goo. Egg thief, catch the egg thief. After inspecting the territory and finding everything was fine, Ning Fan returned to the manor. As soon as he entered the door, he received a message from Dihu. Underground cave, Earth Tiger. Boss, we have acquired all the pirates you want, a total of 100 intact pirate slaves. When do you want them? So fast. Ning Fan was shocked. It had only been less than a day. The speed was truly surprising, and his favorable impression of Dihu increased a little. Everyone likes reliable people. After thinking for a while, Ning Fan replied, Well done. I will lend you a ship. You can use my ship to send the pirates here as soon as possible. Then I will treat you brothers to a meal. You rent a C-class ship to Daikurihu. The rental period is unlimited and you decide. Ning Fan sent him the coordinates of the territory. With his current strength, he is not afraid of his territory being exposed. Of course, Dihu doesn't have the courage to do so, and even sent a treaty honestly. Pretty sensible. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows and waved his hand to sign. The treaty was reached, and Dihu, who received the things, immediately became excited. The boss actually rented a C-class ship to him and promised to treat them brothers to a meal. This was a huge honor and reward. He was not naive enough to think that the meal the boss invited them to would be ordinary. It seems that my idea is correct. If you work hard for the boss, you will definitely be rewarded. Thinking of this, Dihu's whole body began to tremble with excitement. He quickly opened the chat box of a younger brother and made a call. I must reply to the boss's call immediately. That's the rule of the cave. This time was no exception. The call was quickly connected, and a sound of wind pulling came from the other end. Boss, what's the matter? The younger brother asked at the top of his lungs. For this order, he hadn't slept for 24 hours and had been running pictures all the time. Did you get the damned exquisite woman I asked you to buy? Where's she now? It's almost there, boss. I've got him. It's almost there. Dihu was so excited that he almost yelled, I won't listen to your bullshit. I'll give you 2 hours. If you still can't make it, you can just wait for your promotion. 2 hours is the limit. The boss has already sent all the C-class ships. If he delays any longer, he will delay his responsibilities and any gifts will be useless. Chapter 115. The Expectation of the Earth Tiger. Xena, I'm sorry, the price they offered is too high. But don't worry, I've already inquired for you. They bought you to give you to a big boss. With your looks, as long as you humble yourself and serve the boss well, I believe you will live a good life. Oh, by the way, when I get the money and become successful, I will try my best to help you find your sister and send her over to reunite with you. These were the last words Zhao Xuanna heard before she lost consciousness. She never imagined that her best friend and colleague would actually sell her out. Don't want. Zhao Xuanna woke up suddenly, but the scene she saw made her expression freeze. She was in a wooden room that was neither too big nor too small. The room was simple and clean, with 1 or 2 pieces of furniture, and was generally quiet. And even this kind of pretense is far better than the environment she has been living in these days. Through the only window in the room, you can see the calm and vast sea. She was on a boat. Awake! Suddenly, a female voice with a hint of teasing came from the side. She turned around suddenly, only to see 2 women in tattered gray and black clothes standing against the wall on both sides of the wooden bed, looking at her like wooden people with indifferent expressions. And she herself was on the bed. A cotton blanket was covered over her body. Zhao Xuanna subconsciously lifted the quilt to cover her graceful figure and asked vigilantly, Who are you? Oh, another stupid woman with big breasts and no brains. The woman on the left sneered disdainfully. She turned her head away, as if she didn't want to say another word to Zhao Xuanna, this stupid woman. Let me remind you that you have been sold and are now a slave girl in the catacombs. Remember you are a slave girl. Know your identity and stay here obediently, waiting to be sent to the boss to be his plaything. If you can't recognize the reality and want to make trouble, don't blame us for being rude to you. The other woman warned in a bad tone. She stared at Zhao Xuanna fiercely with a ferocious look on her face. Zhao Xuanna had never seen such a scene before, and she immediately hid aside timidly, not daring to provoke these 2 violent women again. I was really sold out. Jifei, why did you do this? She silently hugged her long legs covered with black stockings, leaned against the head of the bed, and licked the wounds in her heart like a wounded kitten. The intellectual temperament of the past disappeared at this moment, leaving only helpless panic. Just then, the door of the room was opened. Zhao Xuanna's body trembled, and she looked over. A burly man walked into the room. Seeing this, Zhao Xuanna's fear reached its peak. She clutched the quilt tightly, her sharp eyes filled with vigilance. The person who came was Dihu. When Dihu saw Zhao Xuanna woke up, he was slightly stunned, and then a kind smile appeared on his face. However, to Zhao Xuanna, this smile seemed a little scary. Who are you, and what do you want to do? She couldn't help but shout. He tried his best to sound fierce, but his delicate voice was met with a dull sneer in the ears of the 2 women nearby. What a childish woman. Wouldn't this behavior only arouse the man's animal desires? Hearing the laughter at the side, A hint of unnaturalness flashed across Zhao Xuanna's face. She had never cursed anyone in her life, but she still maintained her composure and looked at the tiger vigilantly. Girl, you don't have to be afraid. I know you are worried about your situation, but please believe me, we are professionals in the crypt and we won't do anything to you. Dihu smiled and tried his best to appear less aggressive. He spoke slowly and softly. I also sympathize with your situation, but we have to look forward. We will reach Maple Leaf Boss's territory in 12 hours, and we will send you to him then. You know what, Maple Leaf Boss, he's a very nice guy. This kind of destination is not bad for you. At least if you can get his love, you don't have to worry about your safety. What do you think, girl? Dihu asked back. He must do a good job of convincing Zhao Xuanna. Otherwise, if she refuses to cooperate and causes trouble after arriving at the boss's territory, that would not be good. It would be best to make her willingly become the boss's woman or plaything, so that everyone will be happy. Maple Leaf Boss? Zhao Xuanna's expression changed. She had heard of the most famous boss in this area, but she didn't believe that he was a good person. Anyone who could make a name for himself in such a cruel world must be a ruthless person. The image of a pot-bellied cold boss popped up in Zhao Xuanna's mind, and she felt nauseous. If she was to be a concubine or plaything for such a man, she might as well kill herself with a piece of tofu. But when she thought of her sister, she started to feel conflicted again. How desperate would her sister be if she were reduced to her situation? No, I can't commit suicide easily. If I die, my sister will fall into the hands of a vicious woman like Hu Zhifei, and her life will be over. Thinking of the last words her best friend said to her, Zhao Xuanna felt a chill in her heart. Not only did she betray herself, but she also wanted to target her own sister. How despicable. However, due to her own reasons, Hu Zhifei has a good relationship with her sister. If Hu Zhifei really wants to find her sister will definitely not be on guard against her. Thinking of this, Zhao Xuanna looked at Di Hu and nodded. I understand. As long as you don't do anything to me, I can follow you to meet Maple Leaf Boss. Hearing this, Di Hu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good as long as you can cooperate. If Zhao Xuanna didn't cooperate, he really didn't know what to do. Just take her away by force. If this woman really becomes the boss's favorite and comes back to settle the score with them, he will be in big trouble. After all, this woman is extremely beautiful, so it is not impossible. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Di Hu said happily, since Miss Xuanna is willing to cooperate, our Daiku is also willing to support her to become the woman beside the boss. If the girl has anything to say, just tell them. As he spoke, Di Hu's expression changed. He looked coldly at the two female slaves beside the bed and shouted, Listen carefully, both of you. From now on, Miss Xuanna is the honored guest of our cave. If I find out that you two are slacking off in the slightest, you will be thrown down to feed the sharks. Don't say I didn't warn you. You should know my methods. After beating up the two female slaves, he turned around and spoke to Zhao Xuanna in a slightly attentive manner. Miss Xuanna, please understand that your experience was not caused by our catacombs. I hope that our catacombs can become your friends in the future. After saying that, Di Hu turned and left the room. As soon as he left Zhao Xuanna's sight, his eyes immediately revealed an undisguised look of anticipation and excitement. Although it is troublesome to send a woman to a big boss, you have to take everything into consideration. You have to take care of the big boss's emotions as well as the emotions of the woman being sent. But if it is really done, the rewards will be extremely considerable. If Zhao Xuanna really becomes Ning Fan's bedmate, I hope she can understand that what I just said to her was for a win-win situation. Di Hu sighed. After the pirate incident, he has realized that if he wants to make a difference in this world, he must have a deep bond with the big guys. If Zhao Xuanna is really favored by Ning Fan and needs their cave at that time, he would definitely follow Zhao Xuanna without hesitation. This is the fastest and most effective way to become a boss confidant. That's why he put himself in a low position in front of Zhao Xuanna just now, and even tried to please her, just to gamble on this possibility. For him, bowing his head is the easiest thing. Chapter 116, Sister's Decision. After Di Hu left, the room fell into silence. The two women standing on both sides of the bed looked at Zhao Xuanna with complicated eyes, full of jealousy and even some hatred. Why can this woman be treated like this, even though she has become a slave? Is it because she is beautiful? Shouldn't a beautiful woman be more miserable and be raped by others? Why is she so lucky? Why? Same experience, completely different fate, The women's jealousy made their expressions very ferocious, but they did not dare to do anything to Zhao Xuanna, because they knew the tiger's methods too well. Those who have been slaves know best how to treat slaves. And because of his experience as a slave, Dihu was completely focused on climbing up. He had no intention of coveting Zhao Xuanna at all. The two female slaves would not understand that when a woman is extremely beautiful, she will have more chances to be forgiven by fate. However, even the most beautiful woman will have troubles. When Zhao Xuanna saw Dihu leave, she stretched her body, stretched out her legs that were bent in front of her chest, and laid flat on the bed, and her big white rabbits that were squeezed by her knees were relieved. After getting Dihu's promise, the urgency in her heart was slightly reduced. But what followed was speculation about the maple leaves. What kind of person is he? Zhao Xuanna murmured. Even the president of such a big guild is willing to try to please him so much. How powerful is he? As one of the ordinary people in this area, her understanding of maple leaf basically comes from the fragments of conversation in the chat channel. I only know the name, not the person. Since the cave is going to give me to Fengye, I guess there must be a lot of women around him. How should I deal with it? Having already accepted the fact that she would become a maple leaf woman, Zhao Xuanna rubbed her forehead worriedly. She didn't expect that her final destination would be to become someone else's concubine or even a plaything. And she has no experience in this area. But things have developed to this point, and it is not her character to keep complaining. Although she is not a strong woman, she is a university teacher after all, and she still understands the truth. Especially after being betrayed by her best friend, she gradually understood the cruelty of this world. After accepting her current situation, she began to plan her future life. No matter what, at least I can't become a plaything. At least I have to fight for the status of a concubine. She murmured shyly. Only in this way can I have a chance to gain some power, find my sister, and protect her. If she became a plaything, she might not even have her personal freedom, let alone saving her sister. If possible, it would be best to become the most distinguished woman around him, so that there would be more protection. Thinking of this, Zhao Xuanna lowered her eyes and glanced at the clothes on her body. She was still wearing her usual work clothes, a white short-sleeved shirt and a tight skirt. Although they had been washed, they looked a bit worn, and even the black stockings on her legs had 1 or 2 holes in them. She bit her lip, turned her head to look at the slave girl beside her, and spoke softly. Please ask your president if he can let me take a shower and send me a new set of clothes. It would be better if he could give me a clothing design. I want to design a set of clothes myself. The second floor of the villa in the manor. After Suya woke up, she learned that her best friend had arrived at the territory. She ran downstairs excitedly and came to her best friend's room. Then she met Zhao Xuanna. Because of their common hobbies, the 3 little girls instantly became a group. Sister Yaya, is your room much better than ours? Zhao Xuanna took the opportunity to ask, while Suya was matching her clothes. Due to the rules of the backyard, women who have not reached the corresponding status are not allowed to go to the upper floors. In short, women of low status face many restrictions. Well, it's okay, not much better, except that the living room and bedroom are a little bigger. If you really want to see it, then serve Ningfan well. If he's happy, he might let you move upstairs tomorrow. Suya scratched Zhao Xuanna's face and spoke in the tone of a young lady. Zhao Xuanna's face turned red instantly. The news that they were going to sleep with each other tonight was now known to all the women in the villa, which made her feel a little embarrassed in front of Suya. Look at this little red face. She's so charming. I think it won't be long before your position is really going to be moved up. Suya joked. Zhao Xuanna narrowed her eyes and said crisply, Thank you for Sister Yaya's good wishes. It had been half a day since she came to the manor. She had gained some understanding of the situation in the territory, and she had completely convinced herself in her heart that she wanted to serve Ningfan. Especially after meeting Suya, she even seemed eager to become Ningfan's woman. When facing the president and others, she didn't feel anything because the difference in status was too obvious. But when facing Suya, she clearly felt the inferiority brought about by the difference in status. She also wanted to become a concubine, like Suya, as soon as possible. In this way, when new sisters arrive, she will also have a sense of dignity. Hearing Xener's words, Zhu Linlin chuckled. It seems that this little girl has finally come to her senses. Okay, Madame Feng asked me to go to the basement to play mahjong. I should go now. You two should wait for Ningfan here. Suya glanced at the screen, patted Zhao Xuanna's shoulder, then gave Linlin a wink and walked towards the room with light steps. However, as soon as she reached the door, she ran into Ning Fan, bumped right into him. Husband, Su Ye, who had been acting a little arrogant just now, suddenly softened and returned to her little woman's appearance, hugging Ning Fan sweetly. Thinking of the embarrassing thing she had done secretly last night, Su Ye's face turned red. What's wrong? Didn't you get enough rest? Ning Fan asked with concern after noticing Su Ye's abnormality. He still likes Su Ye more, mainly because the little lowly always allows him to make some excessive suggestions and will satisfy him. No, I just miss my husband a little. Su Ye forced herself to stand up. She knew what Ning Fan was here for. She felt embarrassed to deprive her sisters of their opportunity, so she lingered for a moment and then quickly withdrew from Ning Fan's arms. Hubby, my sisters are waiting for you inside. Ye won't disturb you. Having said that, she fled out of the room. Ning Fan shook his head and chuckled, but did not keep her. He walked into the room. Zhao Xiner and Zhu Linlin noticed the movement at the door early on, and a hint of shyness appeared on their faces. When Su Ye arrived in the morning, they all came out to greet her without any prior arrangement. Young master. Two sounds of sweet voices reached his ears. Ning Fan looked over, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The two girls were dressed beautifully, one in pure white stockings, the other in sexy black socks, and they came to him in such a charming manner. Chapter 117, Improving Favorability. Ding! It is detected that Zhao Xiner's favorability towards the host has increased to level 3. Early in the morning, Ning Fan opened his eyes and the system's voice sounded. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly. As expected, Zhao Xiner's favorability towards him increased by 1 level. But Xiner was so proactive last night, so why didn't her favorability level break through to level 4? Ning Fan was a little confused. He carefully checked the return multiples provided by Zhu Linlin and Zhao Xiner's favorability. Later, it was discovered that Zhu Linlin's return multiple reached 1,000 times, just reaching the threshold of level 4. Zhao Xiner's return multiplier was 999 times, almost reaching level 4. But just this little difference means a whole return opportunity is missing. It seems that I can only work harder to get Zhao Xiner's favorability to level 4. Ning Fan looked at Zhao Xiner, who was sleeping soundly beside him. Do what you say. Ning Fan gently held him in his arms. Before Ning Fan could wake her up, Zhao Xiner slowly opened her eyes. The man she saw was her beloved. Her pretty face turned red, and she called out tenderly, Sir. From a delicate girl to a young married woman, Zhao Xiner felt indescribably satisfied and developed a dependence on Ning Fan. Ning Fan lovingly helped her comb her hair. Be good. I allow you to call me husband. If you can satisfy me later, I will reward you by letting you move upstairs. The so-called satisfaction naturally means that the favorability level has broken through to level 4. Ding! It is detected that Zhao Xiner's favorability towards the host has increased to level 4. Listening to the reminder sound beside his ear, Ning Fan put on his clothes and walked out of the room refreshed. Not bad. Now there are 29 returns provided in one day. Number of remaining returns, 45 times. With so many refunds saved, we can deal with many emergencies. Ning Fan looked at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning, and there was only a little over an hour left until the time agreed with Dihu. It's time to prepare to welcome the Earth Tiger and the 100 slaves. He sent a message to Mu Wanting, asking her to prepare a welcoming banquet, which could be held on the coast, with the same specifications as the daily meals in the villa. Dihu did him a big favor and said he would give him a good meal, so he would definitely not be stingy. With the 100 slaves sent by Dihu, the task of the buds of slavery is completed and the territory can enter the classical era. I don't know what kind of changes will occur in the territory when it enters the classical era. What kind of opportunities will arise? What we know now is that a wonder system will be unlocked. With anticipation for the classical era, Ning Fan went downstairs, left the manor, and came to the mining area. There are now 2 small mines in the mineral area, and 4 medium-sized mines are being built. With such a scale, there will definitely be no shortage of oppression when the slaves arrive in the territory. Ning Fan planned to build a living area for slaves here. Slaves are also laborers. He cannot really exploit them to death. He still has to provide them with some necessary conditions. After all, he is not a black-hearted capitalist, but a conscientious capitalist. He bought simple wooden and stone house manufacturing drawings from the trading hall and began to build and place them. The sun starts to burn my butt. Zhu Linlin sneaked into Zhao Xiner's room. Zhao Xiner was hiding in the quilt, recalling the sweetness just now. Suddenly, she heard a sound, and she stood up and looked over in surprise. Lin Lin, she called happily. Zhu Linlin pouted and threw herself on her. They hugged each other, their joy beyond words. After hugging for a while, Zhao Xiner pulled her to the bed, and the two of them hid under the quilt and talked about girls' private matters. At this moment, the two have become best friends. Their relationship is even better than that between Zhu Linlin and Su Yeye. Linlin, that's great. Mrs. Mu has agreed. We can move upstairs and live together. Zhao Xiner said excitedly as she looked at the news on the screen. Although they cannot have a room on the third floor like Su Yeye, being able to live on the third floor is enough for them. After all, they had only been here for a day, and they had no delusion that they could be on equal footing with Su Yeye. A hint of happiness appeared on Zhu Linlin's face. Her plan was indeed correct. There was only one way out for them, as sisters if they bound together. Finally, she got her wish and became Ning Fan's concubine. A stone in her heart fell to the ground. She stretched out her white arms and stretched vigorously. After a moment of satisfaction, she turned around, hugged Xiner's neck, and asked playfully, "Xiao Xiner, why didn't you take the opportunity to tell Ning Fan about your sister? Ning Fan even allowed you to call him hubby, which shows how much he dotes on you. Why didn't you seize this opportunity?" Zhao Xiner's pretty face froze. "Can I say that I was too happy just now, so I forgot it?" Zhao Xuanna, who was worried and thinking about how to please the boss and ask him to help find her sister, said, "This sister is spoiled in vain." After racking her brains to come up with an excuse, Zhao Xiner blushed and said, "Lin Lin, I just don't want to give Ning Fan the impression that I'm spoiled." Zhu Linlin nodded slightly. "Yes, you are right. Anyway, I have become Ning Fan's concubine, so I will just take my time with this matter. Let's drop the matter." Zhu Linlin then brought up another matter. "Xiner, the president and the others are trying to recruit young sisters from the alliance. I plan to tell the president to let us get involved and help them. What do you think?" After becoming Ning Fan's woman, Zhu Linlin's mind became unprecedentedly active. She knew that in order to become a woman who could handle important matters with ease around Ning Fan, she must actually possess some value. She thought this was a good opportunity. There are so many sisters in Tinxiang League, and there are many outstanding women. I don't know how long it will take to screen them all if I rely solely on Sister Yakin and the others. It just so happened that they came from the Tinxiang League and were perfectly suited to help with this kind of thing, and they also had experience. After tasting the sweetness of promotion, Zhao Xiner became sensitive to such things. Her beautiful eyes lit up and she nodded immediately. "Okay, my husband is so energetic. He will definitely be happy if I find him more sisters." Hearing this, Zhu Linlin was stunned and looked at her with strange eyes. Is this reason correct? "Girl, you are so shameless. You still call me husband," Zhu Linlin said unhappily. Just call me, what's wrong?" Zhao Xiner pouted. Zhu Linlin looked at her with a half smile. "So, are you still planning to look for your sister?" "Yeah, I forgot about my sister again." Zhao Xiner stuck out her tongue and said, "Only if I serve my husband, well, can I get him to help me find my sister, right?" Zhu Linlin said nothing and just looked at her. Do you think I believe it? Knowing that she was too greedy, Zhao Xiner hid her face in the quilt in shame. "I'm sorry, sister. I will definitely find you as soon as possible," Zhao Xiner said silently in her heart, and then she pulled Zhu Linlin to lie down and sleep. Seeing that the little girl hid her tail, Zhu Linlin chuckled and then lay down to sleep obediently. She was indeed a little tired, and it was time to get some good sleep. Not long after the two men fell asleep, a ship appeared 10 kilometers away from the territory. Zhao Xuanna stood at the window of the room, looking at the increasingly solid land in the distance, muttering to herself, "Sister, I probably won't be able to escape from this island in my lifetime. Where are you?" Chapter 118, The Slaves Arrive. "Boss, we are already near your territory. We can see your territory." Ning Fan had just finished building all the house manufacturing plans he had purchased in the trading hall when he received the news from Dihu. At this moment, 2 rows of single-room huts with an area of about 20 square meters appeared in the originally barren mining area. After counting, there are exactly 20 rooms. It should be enough to accommodate 100 black slaves if we squeeze them in. Ning Fan nodded with satisfaction and then sent a message to Dihu. "Stop the boat at the southwest corner of the island, where you see a row of houses." "Got it, sir. We'll be right there." Ning Fan closed a chat with Dihu and walked towards the coast while sending a message to Mu Wanting. Wanting, the cave has delivered the pirate slaves. Remember to prepare a batch of work clothes and tools for digging pits. Mu Wanting, okay, husband. I asked the butler to arrange the welcoming banquet in the south. I will ask the butler to go there to entertain the people in the catacombs later. Well, let's arrange it this way. Ning Fan showed a smile on his face. Bringing Wanting to the territory should be the best thing he has done since coming to the Lord's world. She can handle the little things in life with ease and in a comprehensive manner. Not only that, she also did an excellent job in running the business and handling the relationships in the harem. It would be hard to find such a woman, even with a lantern. Not long after the message was sent, Mu Wanting suddenly asked, "Where are you now, husband?" "I'm in a mining area in the southwest of the territory." "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Ling Long and I are curious about what the pirate slaves look like, so we want to come over and take a look. Is that okay?" Mu Wanting sent a playful expression. "What's so good about this?" Ning Fan smiled bitterly. "Okay, just come over, but if you get scared later, don't come to me and cry." Mu Wanting rolled her eyes. "No way." "Then come over. I'll wait for you at the beach." On the ship, Dihu and his brothers came to the deck. Because he had to speed up the delivery of pirates, Dihu made an exception and accepted some of the salesmen who were running maps for the cave as his subordinates. So Dihu had more than 10 younger brothers around him, and he brought all of them except a few who stayed behind in the territory. He did this to give his new brothers the most vivid lesson possible, to let them see how powerful their boss's background is. There were nearly 20 people on the deck. The boss's territory was within reach, and all the younger brothers leaned on the railings and looked up at the situation in the territory, with shock and yearning in their eyes. It's like Granny Lou entering the Grandview Garden. Wow, is this the boss's territory? It's too big. It feels like the boss is not in the same world as us. Of course I'll tell you. Look, there's a mountain in the boss's territory. It's such a big mountain. I wonder if there's any game in the forest. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. The mountain evolution fossil was placed there yesterday. After a day of evolution, its outline began to take shape, forming a small hill with an altitude of several dozen meters. The trees on the hillside are beginning to take shape due to the accelerated growth, and it is not difficult for them to grow into a dense jungle. As for whether there will be any animals refreshed, I don't know. Even if there are some, there should be only 2 or 3 big and small rabbits. It's still early. Is that a villa? Oh my God, what a beautiful villa. The life of a big boss is really beyond our imagination. Not only that, look to the east, there's a modern factory there. Wow, even the factory is so beautiful. It feels much better than where I live. I really want to join the boss's territory and work like a slave in the factory. Listening to the sighs of the crowd, Dihu felt a little elated, and it was a great honor for him. Following a big boss was also a kind of capital for him to brag in front of his younger brothers. With this experience, I am no longer afraid that they will not follow me wholeheartedly. He came to the railing and looked down. In sight, a man was standing on the shore, and beside him stood 2 female figures. No need to think, that must be the big boss. The boss is coming to welcome him. Dihu was shocked and quickly turned around and shouted to his younger brothers, "Gather!" The younger brothers quickly withdrew their gazes, returned to the center of the deck, and stood in an orderly square formation. Although they were not wearing uniform, they all had the presence of mind to hold their heads high and chests puffed out. Dihu nodded continuously, thinking that it was worth his implementation of militarized management. At least if this look was shown to the public, it would not bring shame to the cave. Listen to me. We have arrived at the boss's territory. Let me be frank with you. If anyone makes trouble in front of the boss and loses face for me, you will be punished later. Dihu glanced at everyone with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. All according to my orders. Do you hear me? Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Dihu glanced at them again. His expression relaxed a little, and then he looked at the first little brother on the right side of the first row. It was the younger brother who brought Zhao Xuanna back earlier. Because Zhao Xuanna did a good job, Dihu promoted him, and now he is the leader among his younger brothers. Li Chuangjuan, go tell Miss Xuanna that when I tell you to get off the boat later, you should take Miss Xuanna off the boat. Okay, boss. Li Chuangjuan grinned and quickly turned around and walked into the cabin. Miss Xuanna is really his benefactor. Because of this incident, he is not only highly valued by the boss, but now he can show up in front of the big guy in person. This is a great honor. Thinking of this, he quickly calmed down, put on an attentive smile, and trotted towards Zhao Xuanna's room. The ship slowly approached the shore. Dihu repeatedly warned his younger brothers before he felt at ease going down the stairs. He didn't bring any of his younger brothers with him. The big boss came to greet him in person, and even he himself felt that he was not qualified. So how could these younger brothers be worthy? He wouldn't be stupid enough to make such a mistake. Seeing someone coming down from the boat, Ning Fan said something to the two women beside him, asking them to stay where they were, and walked over alone. Seeing the big boss coming over, Dihu no longer cared about his image and hurriedly walked down the stairs with big strides. Before he even reached Ning Fan, he clasped his hands respectfully and called out, Boss, it's an honor to meet you in person. I am the president of the underground cave, Do. He is indeed a smart man. The first impression is good. Ning Fan smiled faintly and extended his hand. Nice to meet you. D, who carefully stretched out his hand and shook hands with Ning Fan. Boss, I brought you all the pirates you requested. They are all carefully selected slaves of the best quality. They are on the ship. Do you want to inspect the goods? Okay, let's do the business first. Let your people take the slaves off the boat and bring them to the shore. Ning Fan withdrew his hand. After getting permission, Dihu immediately opened the screen and said something. Bring the slave down, don't touch him. Chapter 119 Teacher, Xuan. The younger brothers pushed the pirates down from the deck one by one. They brought the pirates to the shore in an orderly manner. All the pirates had their bodies and hands tied up and tied with a thick rope. It would take time to capture all 100 pirates. While Dihu was supervising his younger brothers to prevent them from making mistakes, he asked Ning Fan diligently, Boss, look at these slaves. Are you satisfied? Yes, you are thoughtful. Ning Fan nodded with satisfaction. It could be seen that Dihu really put his heart into it. The pirates who were brought down were full of energy and had ferocious faces. If their mouths were not blocked, they would probably still howl. Even though they were tied up, many people still resisted stubbornly. This is enough to show how strong the physical fitness of these slaves is. Needless to say, they will be very enthusiastic when working. 12 hours a day is a minimum, and it is not a big problem whether they reach the minimum. Moreover, they all look very dark, so there's no psychological burden at all when it comes to exploiting them. They are simply born to be cattle and horses. Ning Fan looked at Dihu and said, If you encounter any problems in the cave that you can't solve in the future, you can come to me. If I can help, I will do my best to help. Hearing this, Dihu's body trembled. This was exactly what he was waiting for. Thank you, boss. Since you said that, as long as you need me, just tell me. I will help you get it done, even if it means going through fire and water. Dihu expressed his loyalty sincerely. Yeah, Ning Fan nodded, acknowledging him as his younger brother. Then he said, You should pay more attention to the pirate business. I may ask you for a group of pirates from time to time in the future. Such good black slaves, if tamed, will be very effective and will be a good choice to use them to enrich the labor force in the territory. It is much better than those who become slaves of the lords, and they don't have any weird thoughts. If possible, he would rather all the slaves in his territory were natives. Boss, don't worry. No matter whose supply I need, I won't lack yours. After he finished speaking, he bowed and came closer to Ning Fan, speaking in an almost flattering manner. I have brought you a gift this time. I'm sure you will like it. What? Ning Fan's face was indifferent. He was no longer surprised by this kind of thing. Huang San and Xiao Dao also behaved like this when they tried to get close to him. You'll know soon. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Dihu kept his secret. It was because he had a close relationship with the boss that he dared to do something a little out of line. At the same time, it was also because he saw two beautiful figures standing far behind the boss and had a rough idea of the boss's attitude towards women. He was somewhat sure about the matter and dared to do so. He whispered into her ear, Chuang Jun, bring Miss Xuan Na down. Is it a woman? Ning Fan looked strange when he heard Dihu's words. Dihu said with a big smile on his face, That's right. This woman is the one we recently received in our cave. Her appearance is not stunning, but she is one in a million. The most important thing is that she is still a virgin. I thought only you, boss, could handle such a top-notch woman, so I sent her to you. Ning Fan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows after receiving a positive answer. He just happened to be lacking a target to bind to, and Dihu sent him a female slave. What else could he say? I can only sigh silently in my heart. He deserves to replace Huang Chao Tian Xia and take charge of the dynasty. Well, I know what you mean, Ning Fan said in a neutral tone, but his eyes were looking towards the boat. Dihu, who was skilled in observing people's words and expressions, saw this situation and quickly and honestly retreated to the side. Soon, a beautiful figure appeared at the stairs. Ning Fan's eyes moved slightly, and with just one glance, he was sure that what Dihu said was true. She is indeed a top-notch woman. She was wearing a white gauze dress. Her long snow-white legs were faintly visible under the hem, and her delicate face was hard to look away even without makeup. Her beautiful hair was draped behind her, with only 2 strands hanging in front of her chest. Her gentle temperament revealed a hint of fairy spirit. Looking at the woman's image, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise, but he suddenly frowned. Why do I feel like I've seen this woman somewhere? Before he could figure out what was in his mind, he heard a scream from behind him. Teacher Xuena. Feng Linglong trotted past Ning Fan and ran towards the beautiful figure on the stairs. Teacher Xuena? Ning Fan muttered, his doubts growing even stronger. I couldn't remember the name for a moment. Fortunately, Mu Wanting came to him right away and solved his puzzlement. Hubby, that's Teacher Zhao Xuena, Linglong's professional teacher. You should have heard of her Chinese-style appreciation elective course. When Mu Wanting said this, Ning Fan instantly had an impression. It turned out to be her, the famous beautiful teacher in the school, the goddess in many people's hearts. It's just that Ning Fan liked to play when he was in college, and he hardly ever attended any elective courses, so he didn't have a deep impression of her. Thinking of this, Ning Fan's face turned strange. He didn't expect that the beautiful teacher would come to this world and eventually become a slave girl and be given to him. What a trick of fate. While Ning Fan was sighing, Mu Wanting looked at Di, who's standing beside him, and asked bluntly, "You are the president of the cave, right? Why did Teacher Xue Na end up in your cave? Did you do anything to her?" Zhao Xuena and Feng Linglong have a very good relationship. They are both teachers and friends. As Feng Linglong's best friend, Mu Wanting also has a good relationship with Zhao Xuena. Even without any academic involvement, the relationship between her and Zhao Xuena was pure, more like that of good friends. Hearing Mu Wanting's question, Di, whose forehead was covered with sweat. Oh my god, how come this lady Zhao Xuena has such an identity? Seeing that Ning Fan did not stop Mu Wanting's questioning, Di knew that the woman in front of him must be a woman of high status around Ning Fan. He didn't dare to hide anything and told everyone what he knew truthfully. Madam, the reason why Miss Xuena fell into the hands of our cave is entirely because the woman who survived with her sold her out. Our cave is just a business. Ma'am, don't worry. We really didn't do anything to Miss Xuena. We were planning to give her to the boss, so we always provided her with good food and drink. So that's how it is, Mu Wanting understood. Since the underground cave was planning to give Teacher Xuena to her husband, they should not dare to abuse Teacher Xuena. She breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Ning Fandao. Hubby, Teacher Xuena must be feeling bad after what happened. Linglong and I will take Teacher Xuena back to the manor to rest. Well, go ahead. Ning San noted it. Mu Wanting then walked towards Zhao Xun. After Mu Wanting walked away, Di Hu quickly bent down and apologized to Ning Fan. Master, I really didn't know that Miss Xuena and your wife had such a relationship. Please forgive me. Ning Fan waved his hands and said nonchalantly, "This is not your fault. You sent her here, which is a good thing for her. Why bother accusing her of this?" He actually didn't care much about Zhao Xuena's identity. To him, Zhao Xuena was just a woman given to him by Di Hu. As for the relationship between her and Feng Linglong, that was their business. He couldn't possibly do justice to Zhao Xuena because of this relationship, and Daiku hadn't done anything wrong. Okay, I prepared a welcoming banquet. Now that the slaves have all been unloaded, I'll have the butler take you there. I have something else to do here, so I won't accompany you. It's my duty, boss. Just go ahead and do your work. Di Hu agreed happily. He didn't dare to stay here any longer, lest the 2 ladies cause him trouble again. He quickly took his younger brother and followed the housekeeper to leave. When Zhao Xuena walked down the stairs, her sharp eyes were fixed on Ning Fan, and she didn't notice anyone else at all. He is the Maple Leaf boss, my future man. He is so young. Seeing that the man she was going to commit herself to was younger than her, Zhao Xuena felt both surprised and shy. At least he's not an old man, and he's so handsome. It's not impossible for me to be his woman. She urged herself on, and her hands on her waist unconsciously tightened a little. The sea breeze blew, making her legs, which were tightly clamped under her skirt, vaguely visible. She was a thoughtful person, and at some point she began to imagine what her child's surname would be. She had already mentally discarded the teacher identity that had been attached to her for the past 2 years, and was planning how to face Ning Fan later. Should she pounce on him directly, or seduce him to take the initiative? She bit her lip, feeling a little conflicted. However, at this moment, a sweet cry broke her fantasy. Teacher Xuena. What a familiar name. Her body trembled instantly, and when she looked up, she saw a figure running towards her. Linglong. Zhao Xuana opened her mouth slightly, shock showing in her beautiful eyes. After confirming again and again that she was not mistaken, a hint of unnaturalness flashed across Zhao Xuana's face. Why is she here? Chapter 120. Entering the classical era. Looking at Feng Linglong, who came to her and grabbed her hand with a look of excitement, Zhao Xuana's beautiful eyes revealed confusion. Teacher Xuana, why are you staying with the people in the catacombs? Teacher Xuana, how have you been lately? Teacher Xuana. Listening to Linglong's series of fatal questions, Zhao Xuana took a deep breath and asked, Linglong, why are you in the boss's territory? Boss. Feng Linglong pursed her lips and asked shyly, Teacher Xuana, are you talking about Ningfan? I am Ningfan's woman now. Teacher Xuana, have you encountered any problems? I can ask my husband to help you. Zhao Xuana didn't hear the rest of the words clearly. She just heard one sentence. I am Ningfan's woman now. There was a buzzing in her mind, and she froze in place for a moment. The worst premonition in my heart came true. The man I wanted to commit myself to was Linglong's man. An irresistible feeling of shyness emerged on her pretty face. Teacher Xuana, why are you blushing? Are you feeling unwell? Feng Linglong asked in confusion. Zhao Xuana wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground. At this time, Mu Wanting happened to come in front of the two of them. Knowing what Zhao Xuana had experienced, she could see Zhao Xuana's embarrassment at a glance. She coughed lightly and said, Linglong, Teacher Xuana has come all the way here. She must be tired. Let's take Teacher Xuana back to the manor to rest. After hearing Mu Wanting's words, Feng Linglong had to keep all her doubts to herself. She gently took Xuana's arm and said, Teacher Xuana, I was inconsiderate. I will take you to the manor to rest first. Don't worry, no one can hurt you here. After saying a soothing word, Feng Linglong leaned sweetly on her shoulder. Feng Linglong was extremely happy to meet an old friend in a foreign place, who was also one of her few good friends and a teacher with the same hobbies as her. On the contrary, a hint of bitterness appeared on Zhao Xuana's pretty face, especially when she looked at Mu Wanting's expression. She obviously knew what identity she came here with, which made her a loss. Xuana, don't think too much. The past is over. Everything will start over again, Mu Wanting said meaningfully. She also held Zhao Xuana's hand. At this moment, she already regarded Zhao Xuana as her sister in her heart. Zhao Xuana opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. But Mu Wanting leaned close to her ear and whispered, Xuana, Linglong and I are both Ningfan's women now. You don't have to mind your identity. Hearing this, Zhao Xuana's body trembled and her beautiful eyes widened, as if she had heard something incredible. She never expected that this pair of school beauties, who she thought were extremely outstanding, would actually become the women of the same man. This, Zhao Xuana turned her head and looked at Mu Wanting. Mu Wanting chuckled and looked at her, not feeling that there was anything wrong. Seeing this, Zhao Xuana's heart suddenly moved, and she thought of a possibility. Since the two best friends can become sisters in the harem, can she also join in? Once this idea was born, it grew wildly and uncontrollably. After all, she had been convincing herself all along that she would become Ningfan's woman. How could it be so easy for her to give up just because of a small accident? Mu Wanting noticed Xuana's abnormality and continued in a low voice. Xuana, it's not pleasant to live under someone else's roof. I think you should also know this truth. Now the opportunity is in front of you. Do you want to become the mistress of this territory? Think about it carefully. At the end, she added, there's no rush for this matter. Just settle down and have peace of mind. Linglong is right. No one can hurt you here. Hearing this, Zhao Xuana subconsciously looked at Ningfan in the distance, stole a glance, and then quickly looked away. If Linglong and Wanting had not appeared, she would have been following Ningfan obediently, waiting for his favor. She could even accept being Ningfan's concubine. So what difference would the appearance of her two best friends make? Not to mention that they were willing to accept her. Anyway, this is not Blue Star, so why should she care about her identity? Moreover, with the care of her two best friends, her reliance on Ningfan actually gives her an extra layer of protection. Thinking of this, Zhao Xuana bit her lip lightly and nodded shyly. Wanting, I understand what you mean. Please give me some time. Okay. Mu Wanting curled her lips, hugged her arms contentedly, and then spoke in her ear in a coquettish tone. Xuana, you are so beautiful. I believe that as long as you are willing, Ning Fan will love you very much. Hearing this, Zhao Xuana's beautiful swan neck instantly blushed. She stole a glance at Ning Fan again, this time looking at him for a little longer, until the three women disappeared from sight and entered the manor. Ning Fan did not notice that there was a big white rabbit who had been peeping at him, either with the corner of his eye or in broad daylight, as if he wanted to remember his appearance in his heart. Ning Fan has more important things to do. He needed to include all pirate captives in the territory management system and grant them the status of slaves, thereby completing the task of the beginning of slavery and entering the classical era. This is a top priority, and he can't delay it for the sake of a beauty. Coming in front of all the pirates, pairs of hateful and angry eyes stared at him. Ning Fan smiled faintly, not caring, and opened the Lord's screen. 100 indigenous pirates who have lost their ability to resist have been detected. Do you want to take them as slaves? After taking the natives as slaves, the Lord can communicate with them without any obstacles and impose orders on them. The native slaves have 100 obedience and will not have any rebellious thoughts. Ning Fan's face lit up when he saw this tip. With 100 obedience and barrier-free communication, we can rest assured that these indigenous slaves can survive in the territory. He immediately chose yes. Ding, successfully accepted as a slave. Slave information can be viewed in the Principality Management System. As the prompt sounded, the slaves, who had their eyes wide open in anger just now, suddenly rolled their eyes, lost consciousness, and collapsed to the ground. What's going on? Ning Fan was stunned. He quickly opened the Citizen Management System and randomly clicked on the information of a slave. Slave, Estoya Shire. Age, 36. Gender, male. Constitution, delivered. Status, in coma. Lord's system engraved into Thought's steel seal. Remaining time, 10 minutes. So they are engraving the ideological stamp. Ning Fan breathed a sigh of relief and exited the citizen management interface. At this moment, a long-awaited prompt finally appeared. It is detected that your territory has reached the conditions for the emergence of slavery. Do you want to enter the classical era? Once we enter the classical era, the progress of the times will be irreversible, and unknown challenges will come with new opportunities. Yes, Ning Fan said without hesitation. No matter what the challenge is, he can't back down now that has come to this. Great Lord Maple Leaf, under your leadership, your territory has successfully discovered the remains of the classical era in the exploration era. Your territory has officially entered the classical era. Chapter 121 El Federación. Congratulations on becoming the first lord in this area to enter the classical era and leading the melody of this area in the exploration era. Get an era point. Use era points to randomly unlock a public function in this area, such as unlocking shops, auctions, guild organizations, mercenary systems, etc. Lords who use era points to unlock public functions will receive a privilege related to that function. Unlock the Wonder System. Obtain the Wonder Star Picking Tower, which has been placed in the Wonder interface and can be placed at any time. You can check the specific effects yourself. Star Picking Tower. Noticing that there was an additional Wonder option on the Lord interface, Ning Fan put aside the time point and clicked into the Wonder interface. A wooden tower building appears on the interface. Jiaxing Tower. It is said that the place where the celestial fox lived. The celestial fox once picked stars and embraced the moon here, thus leaving a good omen. Auspicious. Can predict emergencies that will occur within 5 days in advance. Note, all wonders are unique and have the same functions. Fuck, it's actually a miracle that can predict sudden events. Ning Fan was a little excited. With this thing, emergencies will no longer be dangerous to him. He could have taken precautions before any emergency occurred and ensured that the impact on the territory was minimized. Most importantly, he can prepare supplies in advance and make a fortune from the disaster when an emergency occurs. It really kills 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, a string of red text appeared at the bottom of the screen, attracting his attention. In 3 days, extreme snowstorm weather will sweep across the region, causing ice and snow for 7 days. All sea surfaces will be frozen, and the temperature may drop to minus 40 degrees Celsius. Here it comes. Jiaxing Tower really predicted the emergency. Ning Fan's expression froze. This time, it was an extreme snowstorm, and it arrived in just 3 days. There's a constant temperature control system in the manor, so there's no need to worry about the low temperature affecting my and my woman's daily lives. Apart from that, the only things that need to be taken care of in the territory are the farm and the chicken farm. Ning Fan thought about the impact of the icy and snowy weather on the territory. After some calculations, he found that this sudden incident would not cause any problems to the territory at all. Calm down, and all that's left is to think about how to make money. He was not in a hurry to announce the news that snowy weather would arrive in 3 days. Tell wanting this news, let her prepare enough supplies, and then announce this news. You could take the opportunity to make some money. Ning Fan showed a smile, like a profiteer on his face. Informing them of such important news in advance, and just making a little money from them, is the most I can do. He couldn't just watch other people freeze to death in the snow and wind, so he tried to help as much as he could. After all, he still had to rely on the lord of this area to collect the cornerstones for him. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly, the slaves in front of him made some movements. Ning Fan slapped his head and said, "I almost forgot. We have to make sure these slaves don't freeze to death." After the thoughts were stamped, the slaves woke up one by one and stood up. There was still a fanatical look in his eyes, but it was not hatred, but admiration. "Great Lord, your loyal subjects will be loyal to you forever." The pirate slaves all knelt down and prostrated themselves in front of Ning Fan. Ning Fan looked up and saw that everyone's movements were in perfect unison, without a single mistake to be found. Since the slave had woken up, he put the emergency aside for the time being. There were still 3 days left, so there was no rush. He took light steps toward the first slave. There seems to be a difference in status among these pirate slaves, and the pirate slave who is kneeling in the front is obviously of a higher status. "You get up." Ning Fan came in front of him and ordered. "My lord, what do you want me to do?" The pirate slave stood up and said respectfully, not daring to look Ning Fan in the eye. Looking at the big black man in front of him, Ning Fan asked, "What's your name?" "My lord, my name is Nicholas Constantine Tours." "What a ridiculous name." Ning Fan frowned slightly and said casually, "From now on, you'll be called Tour." "Yes, my respected lord." Tour's eyes were determined, as if he wanted to join the party. Ning Fan continued to ask, "How did you become a pirate? What is your origin?" "My lord, I am not a pirate. I am from a barbarian tribe under the command of the Elf Federation. I was recruited by the Federation and became a militiaman of the Elf Federation." Hearing this, Ning Fan's pupils shrank slightly. "What? These indigenous pirates are militia from a federation? Where is the Elf Federation you mentioned? What is its origin? Why are you here?" Ning Fan asked hurriedly, his mind full of confusion. If he guessed correctly, the Elf Federation should be an indigenous force, but where is its sphere of influence? And why would it affect the endless sea where they are? He needs to figure all this out. Ning Fan stared at Tur, waiting for his answer. Tur said, "The Elf Federation is a federal organization on the Qingming continent. It is composed of 5 city-states and has existed for hundreds of years. We are here under the guidance of the Oracle. We came to this area via the portal to resist outsiders. As for where the Qingming continent is, please forgive me, Lord, I don't know." Having said that, Tur crawled to the ground again. Seeing him like this, Ning Fan couldn't help but smack his lips. The ideological imprint engraved by the Lord system is quite powerful. Even the most vicious pirates can be tamed like this, as if they have become a different person. But it's a good thing for him. As for the Lord, what he needs are his subjects who are absolutely loyal to him. He doesn't want those who are not loyal. Ning Fan continued to ask, "Then do you have any way to return to Qingming continent?" Reporting to the Lord, the king originally told us that we would be teleported back after guarding the native island for 30 days. If we lose it, we will never have the chance to go back. So, your status in the Elf Federation is very low. Yes, sir, there are 3 classes of citizens in the Elf Federation. We barbarians are the lowest class of citizens. Above the citizens, there is the 4th class of nobles. Ning Fan learned a lot of information about the Elf Federation through questioning and answering with Tur. The Elf Federation is a union of 5 city-states ruled by high nobles. Its level of social development is roughly the same as that of medieval Europe, not much stronger. It's nothing more than a shell of the Lord's world. Without the convenience provided by the so-called Oracle, they would have no way of crossing the endless ocean and coming here. At least there is no need to worry about the Elf Federation's revenge. Ning Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and classified the Elf Federation as a tool force controlled by the Lord system. However, at this moment, a prompt sounded, catching him off guard. "Warning! Because of the social disorder in your territory, which has aroused the hostility of the Elf Federation, the Elf Federation's Vanguard fleet will visit your territory in 2 days." "Oh yeah?" Ning Fan blinked. I just made a judgment that the Elf Federation had no way of coming here, and this is what happened to me. There's no need to be so quick to slap someone in the face. That damn Lord World must have given them some oracle again. Ning Sunspot. It really makes me feel uneasy. I said it would be a challenge, but it really came so soon. After cursing in his heart, Ning Fan became serious and began to analyze. They are hostile and have sent a vanguard fleet to visit my territory. I have no doubt that they have bad intentions. The most urgent task is to find out the strength of the so-called vanguard fleet. He immediately turned to look at Tours. Tur, what is the general configuration of the Elf Federation's vanguard fleet? Chapter 122, Slave Army. Your Excellency, the Elf Federation is famous for its navy. The vanguard fleet is usually composed of a C-class wooden-masted main ship for D-plus class secondary ships and 20 D-class battleships. As for the firepower configuration, my status is limited, so I don't know clearly. Tor said. Ning Fan nodded, not expecting him to explain everything clearly. Just a general idea would be enough. There are 25 ships in total. If we add rafts and assault boats, the number is estimated to be over 100. Ning Sun Frobnet. The rafts used by pirates on the native islands are many times faster than normal rafts. The reason for this is not the privilege granted by the Lord's World, but the fact that the Elf Federation has something called the Sprint Transmission Template, which can mass-produce transmissions for short-distance charges. That is to say, once the Elf Federation visits his territory, he must not only guard against attacks from main battleships, but also guard against their soldiers' charge and landing. It is impossible to resist the vanguard fleet of the Elf Federation with just a stone-throwing cannon and an orbital siege crossbow. Ning Fan made a judgment in his mind. Weapons are easy to deal with. He now has 45 return requests, and with 2 days left, that would add up to nearly 90 requests. It would be easy for him to return a batch of D-level or even C-level weapons in bulk. But the problem is that even C-class weapons require human operation. Thinking of this, Ning Fan's eyes inadvertently fell on the slave crawling in front of him. Maybe we can form a slave army. The physique of these pirate slaves are all at D level. They all come from the barbarian tribes under the Elf Federation. They are notorious in the Elf Federation. If they were not difficult to tame, they would not be sent to be pirates. When they were pirates, they could often fight against 2 or 3 lords. Such outstanding fighting ability made them good candidates for becoming soldiers. More importantly, once they fall into my hands and are stamped with my ideological stamp, they will completely obey my orders, and I don't have to worry about them rebelling. Thinking of this, Ning Fan immediately asked her, Tur, if I ask you to take up arms and fight the army of the Elf Federation, will you be willing to serve me? I am willing to die for the Lord. Tur shouted without hesitation. Then the other black slaves behind him also shouted, We are willing to die for our Lord. Ning Fan nodded in satisfaction. This was the good thing about the native slaves. They would listen to whatever the Lord said. Okay, in that case, Tur, I now officially appoint you as the team leader. From now on, these people will be under your command. Yes, Lord, your slave Tur thanks you for your trust. Tur bowed to Ning Fan with great emotion. Okay, all of you get up. Ning Fan waved his hand. He was not disturbed by the slave's admiration. He instructed Tur, take them to the living area over there and settle them down first. Remember, none of you can leave the mining area without my order. Weapons and other daily necessities, I'll have someone deliver them to you later. Tur, your mission is to train them into an army as quickly as possible. Tours and these pirate slaves were of barbarian origin. The barbarians are notoriously strong in the Elf Federation, but simple-minded. Ning Fan didn't expect Tur to train this slave army well. He just wanted to integrate them into a qualified team. His hope of countering the vanguard fleet still lay in weapons. Soon, Tours and his pirate slaves moved into the living quarters in the mining area. Ning Fan stood there and thought again and again and decided to go find Di Hu. Now that the knife of the Elf Federation is hanging over his head, he needs more slaves to defend his territory. On the southern coast of the territory, Mu Wanting arranged the banquet here with tables and chairs, and the conditions were a little simple. However, the food provided is really up to standard. There is rice cooked with C-grade spiritual rice, D-grade fish, vegetables, and fruits. Grade D fish meat is harvested by grade B fishing vessels. In one day, they harvested 30 kilograms of B-grade fish, 200 kilograms of C-grade fish, and a full ton of D-grade fish, which was more than enough to entertain Di Hu and his men. Boss, this is too generous. There are so many levels of food. How many cornerstones are needed for this meal? Li Chuangyuan stuffed fish into his mouth and sighed. Although his stomach was already bulging, he still didn't stop talking. Just now, he had broken through to level D. With such a harvest, how could he bear to stop eating? Of course, he would eat as much as he could. After all, it's a rare opportunity. Look at how little you have achieved. It's just a meal. Do you think you're the boss? Why do you care about how many cornerstones it costs for a meal? Dihu cursed. Li Chuangyuan curled the corner of his mouth. So this is why you, boss, drank 10 bowls of rice? Boom! A popping date hit him on the head. Li Chuangyuan quickly covered his head in pain and behaved himself. You are so bold that you dare to mock your boss. Dihu glanced at him, stood up with a snort, and then served another bowl of rice. The younger brothers next to them also looked like they were wolfing down the food. The whole pot of rice was easily finished by them, and the butler robot soon brought another pot of rice. The younger brothers looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock beyond words. This is fucking C-grade spiritual rice, not pig food. Isn't this pure bullying? Woo, it seems I can only focus on eating. This is such a good opportunity. I have to seize it even if my stomach bursts. Therefore, just this one meal allowed everyone present to improve their physical fitness to D level. When Ning Fan arrived, he saw a bunch of people lying on their chairs with their bellies up in the air, like salted fish, not wanting to move. Glancing at the 2 empty pots beside the butler robot, he curled his lips fiercely. It must be several days since I last had a meal. Not to mention, they have never eaten since they came to this world. Not everyone has the conditions to grow rice. They cannot afford the huge consumption of water resources, let alone high-quality rice. Earth Tiger, Ning Fan called out from afar. Dihu was startled and looked up. Seeing that it was Ning Fan, he trotted over to Ning Fan without caring that he had just finished his meal. Boss, what do you want from me? I plan to buy another batch of pirate slaves. When you return this time, do your best to buy slaves. I will take as many as you can. As for the price, I'll give you double it. Just improve your efficiency. I want at least 200 slaves this time. Ning Fan held up 2 fingers and looked at him seriously. I will temporarily rent you a C-class ship. I want you to deliver the slaves within 2 days. Can you do it? Seeing this, Dihu was startled, and without saying anything more, he quickly assured, Boss, don't worry, I will definitely do it. I will set sail back to the territory to prepare for this. Okay, I won't keep you any longer. I'll treat you to another meal next time you come over. Ning Fan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Then I'd better obey your command. Dihu smiled. With the boss's words, even if it's not for the reward, he has to complete the task assigned by the boss for the meal. He turned and walked towards his younger brothers, ready to tell them to leave. At this moment, Li Chuangyuan suddenly ran over and shouted hurriedly, Boss, it's bad. The territory has been attacked by pirates. Dihu paused. Li Chuangyuan came up to him and said, Boss, the brothers who stayed behind reported that the territory was attacked by pirates. They have landed on the island. They are resisting step by step, but they can't hold on any longer. How many pirates are there? Dihu asked hurriedly, his tone somewhat anxious. He never expected that after experiencing a pirate attack 2 days ago, there would be another one now. 8, Li Chuangyuan said with a trembling voice. Dihu's body trembled, and he almost lost his balance. 8. It was impossible to defend the territory with the few brothers left behind. Once lost, although the territory will not be lost, all the people in the territory, including the slaves guarding the territory, will be lost. He simply could not afford such a loss, because many of those slaves had received deposits, and if the goods could not be delivered, it would be the end of him. Hurry, contact the people from the Martial Alliance, and ask them to send mercenaries nearby to guard the territory. Money is the bargain. Dihu said quickly. Chapter 123, Training Soldiers. Ning Fan stood in the distance, listening to their conversation, and suddenly his expression changed. Martial Alliance? Mercenaries? He suddenly thought that Xiao Dao and his men on Blue Star were doing the work of mercenaries. Could it be that they have returned to their old ways? Thinking of this, he waved to Dihu. Dihu, come here. Seeing the boss calling him, no matter how anxious Dihu was, he could only bear it and walked over. Boss, the territory was attacked by pirates? Ning Fan asked. Yes. Dihu wiped the sweat off his face and said with a stiff face, but it's not a big problem. I have asked someone to solve it. Ning Fan didn't say anything, but opened the screen and sent him something. Take this B-class semi-automatic crossbow for emergency use. It should be able to help you get through this difficult time. The B-class semi-automatic bed crossbow was an item that Ning Fan obtained when a critical hit was returned to the large crossbow last time. Ning Fan had kept it in a warehouse gathering dust. It is easy to use it to deal with pirates. The Lord Maple Leaf you follow rents you a B-class semi-automatic crossbow. Dihu looked at the prompt on the screen, and his pupils trembled. Boss, this is too expensive. Take it for emergency use. I have something to ask you. Ning Fan waved his hand. Hearing this, Dihu no longer hesitated and bowed solemnly to Ning Fan. I would like to thank you on behalf of my brothers. It was the boss's duty not to help him, but it was a favor for him to help him. He kept this gratitude silently in his heart, and quickly sent the things to his younger brothers in the territory, and gave them a few instructions. After finishing his work, he breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not dare to relax. He quickly looked at Ning Fan and asked attentively, I don't know what the boss needs to ask. Nothing much. Tell me about the Martial Alliance, mercenaries you mentioned just now. Ning Fan said. So that's what happened. Dihu smiled, guessing that the boss probably didn't know about the recent changes in the Wu Alliance, so he asked this question. He explained in a slightly relaxed tone. Boss, the thing is, more and more lords are coming to the island now, but only a few of them can deal with pirate attacks in a short period of time. So, after the first pirate attack ended the day before yesterday, the Martial Alliance took the opportunity to launch the Mercenary service. As long as you pay the corresponding cornerstone according to the size of the pirate attack you encounter in your territory, they will send people to help resist the pirate attacks. I heard that if you pay enough, you can even sign a death contract with the mercenaries they send out. Unless all the pirates are wiped out, you will fight to the death. Of course, even if the territory has not been attacked by pirates, you can still hire their people to guard the territory, but the price will be calculated on a daily basis. It seems that no one has chosen this service yet, mainly because the price is too expensive. After a pause, Dihu asked in a low voice, Boss, do you want to hire their people? Do you need me to contact them for you? Do I need you to contact me based on my relationship with Xiao Dao? Ning Fan chuckled. No need. I don't have anything to do here, and I think you are anxious to go back and take charge of the situation, so leave early. Okay, I'll take the people back. Boss, if you need anything, feel free to contact me. Dihu bowed respectfully and watched Ning Fan turn and leave before he quickly took his brothers on the boat and left Ning Fan's territory. Many of Xiao Dao and his men were mercenaries on Blue Star. Now that they have launched this service, I can hire them as instructors for the barbarian army and train them into an army with modern military literacy. I can even hire them to help me resist the L Federation's vanguard fleet. On the way back to the manor, Ning Fan was thinking all the way. As the territory develops, it comes into contact with more and more indigenous forces, so it is imperative to develop the army. Only in this way can the security of the territory be guaranteed. At present, it seems that the barbarian pirates are the most suitable to become soldiers. Their individual combat capability and loyalty are unquestionable. All that remains is to train them into professional soldiers. This task would be best performed by the mercenaries of the Martial Alliance. As for the second point, whether to ask the people from the Wuming to help resist the Vanguard fleet still needs to be seen. After all, the configuration of the Vanguard fleet is somewhat terrifying, and the people of the Martial Alliance may not be willing to take this order. Putting mercenaries in such a large-scale conflict would be somewhat like sending them to their deaths. After thinking about it, Ning Fan sent a message to Xiao Dao. I heard that your Wuming recently launched a mercenary service. I have 2 big orders here. I wonder if you are interested in taking them. On the other side, Zhao Yidao, who was formulating a battle plan on the pirate ship, was shocked when he received the news and stood up with his hands slammed. Colleagues around him all looked at him in surprise. Zhao Yidao said nothing, but raised his hand to signal them to be quiet. His eyes were fixed on the message on the screen, and his brows were quietly furrowed. The boss actually wants to purchase mercenary services. This is not an easy matter. Based on the boss's strength, he didn't think that he would hire a few mercenaries and put them in the territory as decoration. He must have encountered some difficult problems. What is a difficult problem, even for the big guys, is probably a life-threatening crisis for them. After much worry, he went back to report the incident. Boss, what brought you here? Just tell me what big order you want. As long as our Wuming can do it, we will definitely do it for you beautifully. He spoke beautifully, but he didn't say enough, leaving himself a way out. Ning Fan understood what she meant, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, it was a life-threatening matter. Let's talk about the first one first. I want to hire a few instructors from your Wuming to train soldiers for me. The time will start from half a month. The number of people depends on how many you can provide. The more the better. As for the compensation, 3 meals a day, 2 dishes and 1 soup, and enough rice. 3 meals a day, 2 dishes and 1 soup, with enough rice. Zhao Yidao wiped his eyes and thought he had seen it wrong. What kind of fancy reward is this? Ning Fan teased him a little, then explained. The rice is C-grade spiritual rice. The soup is grade A, fish soup, and the vegetables are ordinary vegetables. Zhao Yidao took a breath of cold air instantly. Is this a meal? It's the foundation stone. With this kind of treatment, why would you need a bicycle? He hurriedly said, Boss, our wombing has accepted this job. Don't worry, I will select the most powerful mercenaries with experience in leading troops and send them to you. As long as you don't mind that these rough people eat a lot. He sent me an embarrassed expression. You have so many little tricks up your sleeve. Ning Fan chuckled. Based on the current production of high-quality food in the territory, he was ready to feed high-quality food to the barbarians like Tur, and he was still worried that a few mercenaries would eat him out of money. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Ning Fan then sent him a coordinate, which was the coordinate of the island where the Yakin sisters were previously. An island 9 kilometers away from the territory. When the time comes, you can send your people to this island, and I will build a military camp on it. Your mission is to train the pirate slaves in the barracks. Chapter 124, Feudal System. After entering the classical era, the direction of development of the social order after the territory was also revealed. The next stage of slavery is feudalism. Feudal system. Lords can occupy other islands as external territories. In the classical era, the maximum area of external territories was limited to 1 square kilometer. The lord has the same abilities in the outer territory as in the territory. The current number of additional islands that can be occupied. 1. The larger the territory, the more outer territories there are. When a number reaches 8, the feudal system will be officially implemented. After Yakin and the others became my subjects, the island they occupied returned to its original state. I can definitely use it as my first outer territory. Ning Fan had this idea long ago after seeing the information about the feudal system. The distance of 9 kilometers is just right for building the island into a military base and using it as a basis for constructing a defense line around the territory. Keep all invading enemies out. As for the daily defense within the territory, there are bodyguard robots and fighting robots, plus a few automatic defense weapons, so there's no problem in dealing with some fish that slipped through the net. Okay, sir. I'll have Little Wolf and his men head to the coordinates you gave me. Zhao Yidao immediately began to call upon his troops and generals, and his eyes moved away from the screen to look at the people in front of him. Everyone looked at him with curiosity. What news did the boss receive? Zhao Yidao looked at Longzi and gave orders. Little Wolf, go pick out all the people in the alliance who have served as instructors. The boss has given us a task and asked us to send a group of people to train soldiers for him. Train soldiers? Longzi asked in surprise. Boss, why are you taking on this kind of job? Isn't it a waste of time? In their opinion, being an instructor is a purely literary job, which is too comfortable compared to killing and catching pirates. The most important thing is that this job can be assigned to other people, just as if they were garrisoning on the island. The brothers in the alliance who have experience as instructors are all elite. The mercenary business has just started. Isn't it a waste of talent to ask them to garrison the island at this time? Everyone looked at Zhao Yidao in the same confusion. Noticing their expressions, Zhao Yidao felt a little angry and snorted coldly. I think you guys have been eating too much recently and are a little bit overconfident. Do you think the reward for the task assigned by the boss can be low? You have a few coins in your hand, but you don't know how to spend 2.58 million. This is the bad thing about being a mercenary. They're all old veterans with a high opinion of themselves and always think they're great if they can kill a few people. Little do they know that the big boss was no longer on the same level as them. Well, let's take this opportunity to give them a warning. Zhao Yidao swept the people present with a sharp gaze and spoke in a cold tone. I'll be frank. The compensation offered by the boss is 3 meals a day, including food and accommodation. If anyone wants to go, sign up now. Let's see who is still not clear-headed. If you don't understand the pros and cons, then you'd better not go. Just watch others go to the big guys to study and improve their physical fitness. That's right. Zhao Yidao felt that taking this job was simply a way to further his studies. If he didn't need to stay at home, he would be the first one to go. After hearing Zhao Yidao's words, the meeting room suddenly became quiet. Some people held their breath and began to ponder the pros and cons, while others had a wandering look, secretly observing everyone's reactions. Everyone knows that 3 meals a day is definitely not easy, but whether it can compare with the benefits of fighting pirates needs to be considered. Only Longzi reacted quickly and spoke first. President, count me in. Let me lead the team. The Martial Alliance implements a roundtable elders system, not a one-man show, and many things require the consent of the majority. With Wolf taking the lead, those who were watching instantly felt more confident and started to speak out. President, add me in. Add me in. Soon most of them signed up, leaving only a small number in silence. There were enough people, so Zhao Yidao didn't wait any longer and immediately made the decision. In that case, Xiaolang, you can take the people down to prepare. I'll send you the coordinates later. As for the others, just stay in the alliance and take on mercenary missions as normal. From beginning to end, he never mentioned what kind of treatment the boss gave him. Longzi didn't ask any more questions and walked out of the meeting room with his men. Seeing this, the others who followed him didn't ask any more questions. After all, the first rule of mercenaries is, once you have accepted the job, the most important thing is to do it well and satisfy the employer. It doesn't matter whether you know the reward or not. However, those who had not signed up could not resist the urge to join in. So someone finally asked a question. President, what are the specifications of the 3 meals a day provided by the boss? Everyone paused and turned to look at Zhao Yidao. Zhao Yidao raised his lips slightly and said jokingly, it's nothing, just C-grade spiritual rice and fish, plus 1 or 2 vegetables. Oh yes, there are enough of these. What? The person who asked the question was stunned, and then the people who had not signed up were also infected, and their eyes became dull. C-grade spiritual rice and plenty of fish meat. What a treatment. You have to know that they have been in the Martial Alliance for so long, but they have only gotten to eat a few fish of a certain level. It's only recently that things have improved a little since we became richer. Most of them are still a D level. On the contrary, Longzi and his group were all grinning and looking at the group of people who stayed at home with amusement in their eyes, but they did not show off. If you make a sound at a time like this, I'm afraid there will be a fight. President, can I sign up now? Someone asked with gritted teeth. In fact, his behavior has violated the rules of the Martial Alliance. Once the mission is determined, it will not be changed. But faced with such a great temptation, he couldn't help but try his best. Unfortunately, what he was greeted with was a fierce look from Zhao Yidao. Min Sudong, you should know the rules. Remove your position as elder and demote yourself to a guardian. Go and receive your punishment. The good thing about the executive president is that he has the power to punish anyone in the alliance as long as the other party really breaks the rules. The man named Min Sudong's face instantly turned as red as a pig's head, but seeing the indifferent looks of his colleagues around him, he didn't dare to say anything more and could only leave the meeting room in shame. There is no order without rules, especially in the Martial Arts Alliance, which relies on martial arts. Everyone in the management is smart. If there is no punishment for breaking the rules, the Martial Alliance will sooner or later disband. What a pity! Such a good opportunity to improve our physical fitness, but we missed it. The group of people who stayed behind had mixed feelings, but with Min Sudong's previous experience as a lesson, they could only accept defeat. I silently remembered the lesson in my heart. In the future, if I encounter a task related to the boss, I will crawl up and take on the task, even if my hands and feet are broken. Let's drop the matter. Longzi and Zhao Yidao looked at each other, and he nodded slightly, indicating that he would get the matter done. Then he led the others out of the meeting room with a serious expression. The reward is so generous. This matter must be carefully planned and should not be treated as a joke and just muddle through. Longzi thought to himself, his hands trembling slightly. He had a hunch that if he seized this opportunity, his physical condition would undergo a qualitative leap. Power, what a fascinating thing. Boss, I have arranged the people. There are 10 instructors in total. All of them are veterans in military. Zhao Yidao sent a message to Ning Fan to report the situation. Ning Fan, who received the news, just returned to the manor. Seeing no one in the living room, he found a comfortable spot on the sofa and sat down alone, then replied to Zhao Yidao. Okay, the other thing is also related to mercenaries, but I won't force you to accept the order. Listen first and then make a decision. Afterwards, Ning Fan told him about the Vanguard fleet. After hearing this, Zhao Yidao's face became heavy. He never expected that the crisis the boss encountered was actually an attack by indigenous civilization. That's a bit sensational. With 25 main battleships, we can whip the entire Wuming to pieces. Zhao Yidao showed a bitter smile on his face. How can I accept this mission? It feels like committing suicide. He could only speak truthfully. Boss, to be honest, you think too highly of our martial alliance. We simply don't have the means to deal with conflicts of this level. Sending someone over there will only cause you more trouble. Chapter 125, An Unpleasant Appointment. Don't worry, I don't intend to let your people face the vanguard fleet of the Elf Federation alone. I can provide weapons. Ning Fan said again. It takes time to train the barbarian slaves into an army, master various types of weapons, and form coordinated tactics. Therefore, the safest way is to hire people from the Wuming as the main force to deal with this challenge. After all, they're all people with modern thinking, and some of them even have military experience. They can master the weapons of the Lord's world faster than the simple-minded black slaves of the barbarians. What level of weapon is it? Zhao Yidao asked hurriedly. After the lesson, just now, he didn't want to miss the opportunity to take the order from the big boss as long as there was a chance of winning. In this industry where you work on the edge of a knife, all you care about is the reward. It won't be lower than the D+ crossbow that Dynasty World once took out. Ning Fan said a little conservatively. According to his estimation, if he returns the manufacturing drawings of ordinary weapons, he should be able to reach C level now, or at least D+ level. Seeing this, Zhao Yidao's breathing suddenly became rapid. Boss, how many of these weapons can you provide? One for each person is fine. Bang! Zhao Yidao slammed the table hard, and his whole body tensed up in excitement. The most amazing thing about their martial arts alliance is that they obtained 2 C-level weapons from a boss. What does it mean for everyone to have a weapon of D+ grade or above? He didn't dare to think, so he felt a little short of oxygen. Stay calm. The big guys are the big guys, and we're just small fish and shrimps. There is no point in comparing. He let out a long breath and comforted himself. His chest heaved violently, as if he'd been hit by something. Boss, with your equipment, why would you need our Wuming? He typed this in the chat box, but finally suppressed his emotions and deleted it. He understood that the boss just needed their people to help him manage the weapons and get through this crisis. In layman's terms, he just needed a group of cannon fodder. But their Wuming is not just there to provide cannon fodder. It is hard to find a 2-legged frog, but there are plenty of 2-legged people. Boss, we have accepted this mission. Our Wuming can provide 100 mercenaries and sign a death contract with you. We don't need any compensation. We can even ask the instructors to help you resist the vanguard fleet. I only have one request. This mission was extremely dangerous. It was unknown whether any of the 100 people sent there would come back. So Zhao Yidao took the opportunity to act a little bit willful. You say, Ning Fan said, we Martial Alliance are preparing to go to the island to concentrate on developing the mercenary business. So we hope to cancel the previous treaty with you and buy the C-class catapult from you. Zhao Yidao said nervously. The bottom line is that they breached the contract. The original agreement was to rent a catapult from Ning Fan and share the resources for attacking the island in half. But after so many days of development, things have somewhat deviated from the planned track. As more and more people came to the island, the pirates continued to wander the sea, but all they encountered were small fish and shrimps, and they did not make much money from the mercenary business. So they unanimously decided to change their strategy and break up into smaller groups. Each elder in the alliance would go to various parts of the region to establish territories as the guild's base. As long as someone purchases the mercenary service, the headquarters can contact the nearest garrison and dispatch mercenaries there. In this way, the efficiency is much faster than wandering on the sea. Moreover, establishing a garrison on the island would not only make it easier to train mercenaries, but would also allow for the capture of captives through pirate attacks and the sale of them. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Therefore, once this proposal was put forward, it was unanimously approved. The only trouble now is the original agreement with the boss. They can't just transform without saying anything. They still have to give an explanation to the boss, and they are reluctant to give up the C-class catapult. So, taking this opportunity, Zhao Yidao made this request. No problem, you can take the C-class catapult. I only have one request. Send people over as soon as possible. Ning Fan agreed to his request without thinking too much. Everyone takes what they need. The most important thing right now is to fight against the Elf Federation and get the job done for money, so that he can safely command the cannon fodder of the Martial Alliance. After we pass this stage and the army is slowly built up, everything will be easy. Ning Fan took out a contract, wrote down the requirements, and sent it over. Seeing the contract sent by the boss, Zhao Yidao showed a bitter look on his face. It's almost like a contract to sell yourself. The treaty was filled with requirements, but the most eye-catching ones were these few sentences. All personnel sent by the Martial Alliance shall be subject to Lord Finga. Those who disobey orders on the battlefield shall be beheaded. Those who desert in battle shall be beheaded. Those who slack off shall be beheaded. The 18 slashes kept the people of the Martial Alliance under tight control. Zhao Yidao knew clearly that it was their behavior of playing tricks and violating the agreement that made the boss angry, so the boss made this treaty so harsh. Alas, I can only try my best to mend my relationship with the boss through this mission. Zhao Yidao sighed. This is the disadvantage of the round table elder system. It is difficult for one person to determine the will of the group. In fact, he was not in favor of a one-size-fits-all approach to the business of conquering the islands, for fear of offending the big boss. But there was no way. Even though he had talked his mouth off, others still insisted on a comprehensive transformation. Hey, I don't know whether this is right or wrong. After signing the treaty with the Martial Alliance, Ning Fan turned off the chat and stretched. Anyway, we have finally taken the first step towards establishing the army. We just need to wait for the Martial Alliance to send someone over so that we can formally establish the army. Perhaps to make amends, Zhao Yidao finally gave Ning Fan a group of slaves, a total of 100 people. These 100 people will come here with the Wuming ship. With the 200 slaves from Dihu, the first batch of troops will have 400 people. According to the ancient military organization, it is almost half a battalion. Since you are of barbarian origin, you should raise the flag of the barbarian army. The territory is now in the process of moving from slavery to feudalism, and the social order follows the ancient system. So Ning Fan simply adopted the ancient military system. A battalion consists of 1,000 men, and an army consists of 5 battalions. The camp is commanded by a colonel, and the army is supervised by a special general. Below the colonel, the one who commands 10 people is called a sergeant, and the one who commands 100 people is called a platoon leader. There are 2 deputy commanders in the camp, each leading 500 people. Everyone needs motivation. Even barbarian slaves with their thoughts engraved in their minds are no exception. General Ning Fan subdivided the positions in the army in such detail in order to motivate them. This is also in line with the class concept they have been indoctrinated with. Based on the size of an army of 5,000 people, with the current territory level food production, it can only support an army. Maintaining an army is a huge expense, and if you want to continuously improve their combat effectiveness, their physical fitness must not be compromised. It seems that we still need to work hard to explore channels to obtain high-quality food and crops. Ning Fan suddenly realized something. Based on his development speed, recruiting only 1 or 2 armies is definitely not enough. At least dozens of them will be needed. By the way, after binding with Zhao Xuanna, you can unlock new features of the system. I almost forgot about this. Maybe we can find a solution from this. Ning Fan suddenly thought. Earlier at the coast, because of Wanting and Linglong's interference, he forgot to bind Zhao Xuanna. But it's not too late now. Ning Fan looked upstairs and heard no movement. I think the person should be on the 4th floor. He stood up and walked upstairs. Chapter 126, Zhao Xuanna made up her mind. On the 4th floor, Mu Wanting's room. There was a sound of water dripping in the bathroom. While Zhao Xuanna was taking a shower, Mu Wanting pulled Feng Linglong to the living room and told her what Zhao Xuanna had experienced. What? Teacher Xuanna is here because she was sold and became a slave and then given to Ning Fan. Feng Linglong exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide open. Keep your voice down. Mu Wanting quickly covered her mouth. If Xuanna hears you, it will be so embarrassing. Feng Linglong nodded blankly, and Mu Wanting let go of her unhappily. Feng Linglong took a deep breath. I didn't expect teacher Xuanna's experience to be so pitiful. After sighing, she suddenly tilted her head and asked, then she wasn't hurt. That's not the case. Ning Fan is well known, and the president of the cave just happened to be willing to give Xuanna to him, so he protected her very well. At most, it's just a little frightened. It should be fine after a few days of rest. Mu Wanting's tone was slightly relieved. If Xuanna was unfortunately ruined, it would be troublesome to deal with this matter. She would not accept Xuanna as Ning Fan's woman. Keeping your body clean is the bottom line. Seeing Mu Wanting's expression, Feng Linglong couldn't help but have a guess in her mind. She raised her eyebrows slightly, moved closer to her, and asked in a low voice. Wan, you don't want teacher Xuanna to become our sister too, do you? What else? Mu Wanting said casually, glancing at her. She was originally given a Ning fan by someone else. You're not planning to turn your elbow outward, are you? Of course not. Feng Linglong's face flushed slightly. She thought of some bad scenarios. If teacher Shui Na became Ning Fan's woman, wouldn't I be able to be with her? Well, but will teacher Shui Na agree? Feng Linglong asked excitedly. Don't worry, she will agree. Mu Wanting curved her lips. Don't talk nonsense later, just watch me. As long as Shui Na is not stupid, seeing such living conditions and potential sense of security, this choice is not difficult to make. Maybe she is currently concentrating on herself. Mu Wanting looked towards the bathroom door. Feng Linglong also followed her gaze, but there was a hint of eager anticipation in her eyes. In the bathroom, Zhao Shui Na stood under the shower head, letting the comfortable warm water wash over her body. When she was on the ship, she enjoyed a shower after a long time, but when she came here, she found that the conditions on the ship were nothing compared to here. Ji Fei, thanks to your good words, I will really live a better life. Zhao Shui Na said to herself with some pride. This was not like her personality, but for some reason, she just wanted to let out a grudge. She even secretly thought, when I become Ning Fan's woman, I must let that woman Ji Fei know how, well, I am living and make her angry to death. Snort. She hummed softly as she applied a layer of shower gel on her body, then washed herself in a happy mood. At this moment, she has completely abandoned her identity on Blue Star, and without the constraints of this identity, she has found her true self. She was determined in her heart to stay here and become Ning Fan's woman. He is so powerful. With his help, I can definitely find my sister. Zhao Shui Na found a good excuse for herself. Zhao Shiner, what a coincidence, sister, I think so too. Suddenly, a prompt sounded and a message came in. She paused and turned on the screen. Underground Cave, Li Chuangjuan, Miss Shui Na, I am so sorry for neglecting you earlier. I have already punished those two evil slaves. If you are not satisfied with anything, just tell me and I will definitely satisfy you. Seeing this news, Zhao Xuana was stunned, and her bright eyes were full of light. When she was on the ship, although the two female slaves treated her much better after being warned by Dihu, their naked jealousy and hatred still made her feel a little frightened. She had no choice in the first place, so she endured the malice silently without saying a word. Now that she knew that the two of them had finally been punished, she couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. Is this the benefit of a noble status? Zhao Shui Na murmured. She understood that all this originated from Ning Fan. Now she was just labeled as Ning Fan's woman, and before she took any action, some people had already begun to curry favor with her. What if? As if she saw a door to heaven opening up to her, Zhao Shui Na turned off the screen and couldn't help but speed up her washing. Hu Zhifei, just wait. One day, I will make you kneel down and confess your betrayal. She clenched her small fists, bit her red lips, and said fiercely. This caused the little white rabbit in front of him to flutter. When there is a grudge between best friends, a woman will be the most ruthless. Outside, Ning Fan had already entered the room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Mu Wanting and another person whispering together, with sly expressions on their faces. It doesn't feel like they're discussing anything good. Hearing the sound of the door opening, they both turned their heads to look over at the same time. Seeing that it was Ning Fan, Feng Linglong stayed in Mu Wanting's arms at ease and called out curiously, Husband, why are you here? It is rare to see Ning Fan going up to the 4th floor during the day. Ning Fan didn't see Zhao Xuana, so he glanced at the bathroom and understood what was going on. He went over and sat down on the sofa. Wanting, there is something I need to tell you. Husband, you say. Mu Wanting naturally put her hand on Ning Fan's hand and let him hold it. There will be an emergency in 3 days. This emergency is a snowstorm. The impact will freeze the entire sea surface for 7 days. I will announce this matter on the last day. You should hurry up and buy some supplies. I will also prepare some supplies here, and you can sell them together when the time comes. Hearing Ning Fan's words, the two girls were stunned. Husband, can you predict the occurrence of emergencies now? Feng Linglong asked in surprise. Hearing this, Mu Wanting stared at Ning Fan with her beautiful eyes, with an admiring and expectant look as if she wanted to eat Ning Fan alive. Yeah. Ning Fan chuckled and nodded. After receiving a positive answer, Feng Linglong jumped into Ning Fan's arms. Hubby, you are so amazing. A happy smile appeared on Mu Wanting's face. The more powerful Ning Fan is, the safer they are, and as Ning Fan's influence in this world grows, their status will also become higher and higher. I'm afraid all women who come into this world would envy such a day. Quietly watching Ling Long making a fuss in Ning Fan's arms, she spoke crisply. Honey, I get it. I'll start stockpiling supplies. Just, do we still need to stock up on metal flakes? Not necessary for now. Ning Fan glanced at the warehouse and saw a total of 200,000 metal pieces. As the mineral resources in the territory increase, the places where metal sheets are used will become less and less, and there will be no shortage of metal materials for at least a long time. But he added, after this emergency, if the price of metal sheets has not increased, I will continue to stock up. Okay, Muwaning kept this in mind. The two then discussed a lot of details about the snowstorm. Muwaning saw that Ning Fan had other intentions, so she cooperated with him and kept him. As for Feng Linglong, she didn't think so much. She finally had a chance to hug Ning Fan, and she indulged in Ning Fan's arms greedily, not remembering that teacher Xuan Na was still taking a shower. After a long time, when the two had discussed almost everything, big and small, the sound of water in the bathroom finally stopped. Thinking that only her best friend was outside, Zhao Shui Na came out wrapped in a bath towel. Chapter 127 New System Function Template. There was a creaking sound of a door opening. 3 pairs of eyes looked over, and Zhao Shuina was still thinking about how to take the initiative to ask Mu wanting to help her get closer to Ning Fan. Suddenly realizing that someone was looking at her incorrectly, she raised her eyes to look. Then she saw the figure that had been haunting her dreams, and her beautiful eyes became dull for a moment. Ah! A cry echoed throughout the room. It was an unexpected meeting. Zhao Shuina was so anxious that she hurriedly covered her pretty face with her hands. Then, the bathrobe on his body fell to the ground slipperily. The spring scenery cannot be concealed, and the 3 gazes instantly changed their meaning. Feng Linglong. Wow. Teacher Shui Na has so much capital. Mu wanting, ahem. Sister, I know you are anxious to become Ning Fan's woman, but you don't have to be so blatant. Ning Fan. Feeling a chill on her body, Zhao Shui Na lowered her eyes and took a look. In an instant, a surge of blood rushed up her spine and a blush appeared on her pretty face. She quickly squatted down, picked up the bathrobe, covered her body with it in a flash, and then ran back to the bathroom in a panic. I am too embarrassed to see anyone. The bathroom door slammed shut. Hubby, the person is gone. If you keep looking, you'll get sty. Feng Linglong came back to her senses, waved her hand in front of Ning Fan, and said, unhappily, what do you mean he got sty again? He was just doing something important? Ning Fan rolled his eyes at her. How can you defame someone's innocence for no reason? Ning Fan ignored her and immersed himself in the system interface. Just now, he had taken the opportunity to bind Zhao Shuina. Ding, bound target Zhao Shuina. Favorability level 2. It is detected that the host has bound 8 targets, and the new function, template, is unlocked. Template. You can use 100 return opportunities to template a manufacturing drawing that has not been returned. Manufacturing template. Once you have a manufacturing template, you can manufacture this item infinitely by gathering all the materials. Unlock the function template for the first time and get 1 free template. Shit, it's actually a function that turns manufacturing drawings into templates. Ning Fan was shocked. With this function, he can produce the required items in batches, which is a huge improvement for the development of the territory. For example, because of this speed shift accelerator template, the L Federation can equip the pirates they send out with powerful charge rafts, which greatly enhances the pirates' attack capabilities. And this increase is absolutely cheap. If I find a high-level weapon manufacturing blueprint before the Vanguard fleet arrives and turn into a template, wouldn't it be easy to deal with the Vanguard fleet? Not to mention that everyone has a stone-throwing cannon. Even if everyone has a catapult, they can smash the Vanguard fleet of the L Federation to pieces. Thinking of this, Ning Fan became excited. It just so happened that the system gave him a free opportunity to use the template, so he didn't need to accumulate 100 returns slowly. He immediately opened the trading hall and screened the weapons manufacturing map. Templating can only be used on unreturned manufacturing drawings. If you want to get the appropriate weapon manufacturing drawings returned, you can only go to the trading hall to find them for the time being. Just when Ning Fan was immersed in the new functions of the system, Mu Wanting immediately got up and walked to the bathroom door and knocked on it. She planned to talk to Xuena. Zhao Xuena shyly opened the bathroom door and welcomed Mu Wanting in, not forgetting to steal a glance at Ning Fan at the end. The scene just now was really too embarrassing. Xuena, what are you thinking? Mu Wanting kindly picked up the towel and helped her wipe her hair while asking. Wanting, Zhao Xuan covered her chest with her bathrobe, and her eyes lowered unconsciously. I do. She finally said this. In fact, she had just wanted to talk to Mu Wanting about this, but she didn't expect this to happen. Now that she knew Ning Fan was in the living room, she became a little timid. But after saying it, she felt much more relaxed. It seemed that being sisters with Ling Long and Wanting was not unacceptable. Since you are willing, then you should listen to me. Mu Wanting breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Xuan Na would still be putting on airs. After what happened just now, if she didn't strike while the iron is hot, Xuan Na's weight in Ning Fan's heart would only become lower and lower. She took out a set of clothes from the warehouse and spoke softly. This is a dress designed by Ling Long. Put it on, and I'll take you out. Zhao Xuan Na glanced at the clothes Mu Wanting handed over, and her face suddenly turned red. When did Ling Long learn how to design this kind of clothes? The material used is too little. Even less than the suit she designed herself. She bit her lower lip lightly, quickly took the clothes from Mu Wanting's hand, and said, Wanting, you go out first. I'll be out later. Mu Wanting crossed her arms and looked at her with a half-smile. Xuan Na, we are sisters from now on. Besides, it's not like I haven't seen your body just now, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Don't waste time. I'll wait for you. After saying that, Mu Wanting lifted her hair and stared at her delicate body without any scruples. She actually had selfish motives in doing this, which was to shatter Zhao Xuana's pride in front of her best friends. Only in this way can she truly let go of herself and become sisters with them. Hearing her words, Zhao Xuana's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. However, this entanglement soon dissipated. She knew that if she wanted to live a good life here and have enough weight, she could only rely on Wanting and others. With this thought in mind, she no longer hesitated, waved her hand to take off her bathrobe, and took the clothes from Mu Wanting openly. Looking at the scene in front of her, Mu Wanting curled the corners of her mouth. I have to admit that Xuan Na's figure is the best among all the women in the harem. The main feature is a well-proportioned shape. Let me help you, Mu Wanting said, and a pair of claws fell on her waist. Zhao Xuan Na's delicate body trembled, and she glanced at Mu Wanting with resentment. That stinky Wanting was really embarrassing her to death. Why didn't she realize she was so bad when they were in school before? The bathroom door finally opened, and Mu Wanting walked out with a sly expression. Behind her, Zhao Xuan Na followed in small, cautious steps. Feng Linglong looked over there, and her beautiful eyes widened instantly. No, why did Wanting give this dress to teacher Xuan Na? Isn't this the dress Wanting was going to give to? Mu Wanting winked at Linglong playfully, then took Zhao Xuana's hand and came to sit next to Ning Fan. Ning Fan was still immersed in the Lord interface and didn't notice the movement around him at all. Husband, Mu Wanting called softly. What's the matter? Ning Fan asked without raising his head, his attention still focused on the trading hall. As it involves important matters concerning military construction, he has no time to bother with Mu Wanting and the others. Seeing this, Mu Wanting pursed her lips and spoke softly. Hubby, Teacher Xue now wants to join us and become our sister. What do you think, hubby? Hearing this, Ning Fan raised his head, turned his head and looked over, his eyes locked on Zhao Xuan Na at a single glance. Oh my gosh, bunny girl. Chapter 128 Sisters Meet. Noticing the flash of desire in Ning Fan's eyes, Zhao Xuan Na lowered her eyes shyly. The two legs unconsciously came together, tightly clamping the rabbit tail on the clothes. In my heart, I was expecting Ning Fan to take action. Will he carry me to the bedroom directly, or will he take me on the sofa? Ling Long and Wanting are still around, so he should be gentler. Her mind was in a mess, and her body gradually softened. However, Ning Fan's next words caught her off guard. Well, I have no objection. I have something else to do here. You guys can make the decision. Ning Fan continued to lower his head, screening weapon manufacturing drawings in the trading market. He was not actually surprised by Zhao Xuan Na's choice. As early as when Di Hu gave her to him, he had regarded her as his woman. After all, she is his woman. As long as he is willing, he can pick her anytime. There is no need to rush. The most important thing now is to ensure that the territory is safe enough. Zhao Xuan Na didn't know what Ning Fan was thinking. Seeing that Ning Fan's attention only stayed on her for a moment, she thought that she was not charming enough and could not attract his interest. She felt a sense of sadness and frustration in her heart, and she couldn't help but hold Mu Wanting's hand a little tighter. Noticing Xuan Na's reaction, Mu Wanting patted her hands gently, signaling her to stay calm. Then we won't bother you anymore, husband. I'll take Xuena to choose a room first. After she finished speaking, she took Zhao Xuena's hand and walked out of the room. Feng Linglong hurriedly followed. After so many unexpected events in such a short period of time, Zhao Xuena was exhausted. She forced herself to walk out of the room with Wanting. As soon as she reached the corridor, she couldn't hold on and collapsed on Wanting. I never expected that the end result would be like this, she said with a hint of tears in her voice. Wanting, Ning Fan doesn't like me. She was really anxious. If she couldn't get Ning Fan's favor, she wouldn't even be qualified to be a concubine. Just now, when Mu Wanting was dressing her, she had already told her about the arrangements for the positions in the harem. As someone who had a deep understanding of ancient costumes, she naturally knew the status of women in ancient times and the positions in the harem very clearly. Even though Mu Wanting had only divided Ning Fan's harem into 3 positions. But as Ning Fan becomes stronger and stronger and there are more and more women in his harem, there will definitely be further subdivisions. If she cannot get the position of a concubine now, the gap in status between herself and Wanting, Linglong, and others will only get bigger and bigger in the future. By then, the rights and benefits she can enjoy will become fewer and fewer. She was unwilling to be inferior to others, at least not lower than other women. Mu Wanting and Feng Linglong looked at each other and smiled. Teacher Xuena, you don't have to be so nervous. Ning Fan was just busy with something, so he ignored you. Teacher Xuena is so beautiful. How could Ning Fan not like you? Feng Linglong reached out and pulled Zhao Xuena to herself, soothing her in a sweet tone. Okay, Xuena, I was negligent about this matter. I didn't notice that Ning Fan was indeed busy. I'm sorry to have troubled you. I'll have to ask you to stay on the 2nd floor for now. I'll arrange for you to sleep with me as soon as possible. Mu Wanting apologized, and then she leaned close to Zhao Xuena's ear and said, Don't worry. As long as you are willing, I promise that Ning Fan will favor you day and night. Zhao Xuena's ears turned red instantly, and an ambiguous and shy emotion arose in her heart, making her feel a little relieved. Feng Linglong and Mu Wanting smiled secretly. When Teacher Xuena becomes shy, she really looks like a little woman who devotes all her attention to her husband. The two of them then took her downstairs. There are many rooms on the 2nd floor. Zhao Xiner and Zhu Linlin's rooms are on the left. They haven't woken up yet, so they haven't moved to the 3rd floor yet. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Mu Wanting chose Zhao Xuena's room next to Zhu Linlin's room. Xuena, stay here first. I'll ask you to come down for dinner later and introduce you to the other sisters then. Mu Wanting said this and took Feng Linglong back to the 4th floor. After all, Xuena is a newcomer, so she should be given some space and time to deal with her own private affairs. After the two left, Zhao Xuena began to look around. It seems to be better than the environment at home. There was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. She and her sister grew up in a wealthy family and lived in a wealthy area. She had not expected that even if she became a maid, her living environment would be so good. Apart from being a little smaller than the room on the 4th floor, the other configurations are not much different. Zhao Xuena fell headfirst onto the bed, then turned over, her 2 long legs and black stockings dangling at the foot of the bed. She did not rush to change out of her bunny girl outfit, but instead peacefully enjoyed the comfort of the moment. Well, I finally have a stable environment. I don't know where my sister is. It would be great if I could bring her here. She stared blankly at the ceiling, and suddenly an idea came into her mind. If my sister was by my side, serving Ning Fan with me, she wouldn't have been ignored just now. That's right, even though Linglong and Wanting had counseled her just now, she still thought that she was not charming enough, so Ning Fan did not want her. As she thought about it, her face turned red. Zhao Xuena, you are such a bad woman. Not only did you become Ning Fan's maid, but you also dragged your sister into this. She subconsciously covered her face, feeling shy about her thoughts. But she couldn't help but think more. If my sister fell into the hands of a woman like Hu Zhifei, her fate would be even more miserable. If we can find the younger sister and ensure her safety, it seems that it is not impossible for the sisters to share the same husband. Linglong and her best friends can do it, so why can't my sister and I do it? With this thought in mind, Zhao Xuena propped herself up and got out of bed. No, even for my sister's safety, I have to tell Wanting and the others about my sister and ask them to help find my sister. When she was in school, she interacted with Wanting and the others more as a teacher and did not tell Mu Wanting and the others about her family affairs. So her 2 best friends did not know that she had a younger sister. Having made the decision, she didn't even bother to change her clothes and walked out the door. Crunch! After changing into a loose maternity dress, Zhao Xiner walked out of Zhu Linlin's room, preparing to go back to her room to pack her things and move upstairs. However, as soon as the door opened, the door of the next room also rang at the same time. When did the new guy come next door? She looked over curiously, and her expression froze for a moment. Zhao Shui now was also stunned. Elder sister, younger sister. The two looked at each other in surprise, and a huge joy surged into their hearts. Although there were many doubts in their hearts, they did not hesitate and ran towards each other. The two hugged each other so tightly that the big white rabbit was almost squashed. During this embrace, the two had vague guesses in their hearts, but no one was in a hurry to speak. They just hugged each other in their arms, quietly enjoying the joy of meeting each other. After a long time, the two men let go of the big white rabbit. Zhao Xiner stood up smartly, put her hands behind her back and hooked them together, and asked in a low voice with a slightly embarrassed look on her face. Sister, why are you here? Chapter 129 Ranking List. Only then did Zhao Xiner notice what her sister was wearing. Bunny girl, my sister would actually wear such clothes. Zhao Xiner felt a weird feeling in her heart. No wonder the white rabbit was so soft just now. While Zhao Xiner was observing her sister, Zhao Xuena was also observing her. Seeing that her sister was dressed like a young woman, her suspicion became more solid. She glanced around the corridor like a thief, and when she found no one was there, she pulled her sister into her room. She closed the door, sat down on the sofa, and asked impatiently, Sister, have you given your body to Ning Fan? Zhao Xiner nodded shyly. It is just as expected. Zhao Xuena felt mixed emotions. I didn't expect that the sister I had been looking for so long would end up being Ning Fan's woman, one step ahead of me. Thinking that she and her sister had inadvertently chosen Ning Fan as their man, her pretty face couldn't help but turn red, and she coughed lightly. So, you're also Ning Fan's maid now? Also, Zhao Xiner looked at her sister with a sly expression. Did her sister admit it? She had been waiting for her sister to admit it. Noticing her gaze, a hint of unnaturalness flashed across Zhao Xuena's face. Zhao Xiner immediately threw herself into her sister's arms and whispered sweetly in her ear, Yes, but my sister is already Ning Fan's concubine. Sister, you came here today, right? Tell me how you became Ning Fan's woman. Aye. Zhao Xuena opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Oh, sister, it has come to this. Why do you still mind? Zhao Xiner advised cheerfully. Her sister's whereabouts had always been a concern in her heart, but she didn't expect to meet her sister before she could take any action. How could this not make her happy? As for sharing a husband with her sister, she was even a little excited. My sister is so beautiful. My husband will definitely like her very much. Maybe with the charm of us sisters, we can even have a place in the harem. She thought secretly. Zhao Xuena noticed that her sister was moving around in her arms, as if trying to arouse her sexual desire. She understood what she meant. She sighed slightly in her heart, mourned for her and her sister's past for a moment, and then calmly accepted the future of the two sisters. Holding her sister tightly to her chest, she told her sister about her experiences in the past few days. No hiding at all. After hearing this, Zhao Xiner's beautiful eyes widened, and her look towards her sister revealed heartache. She gently leaned on her sister's shoulder. Sister, it's all over. This world is cruel. Don't waste your emotions on those rotten people. With my sister by your side and Ning Fan's protection, our situation will get better and better. She felt that she was much luckier than her sister. Although her life was a little harder, at least she had not been backstabbed. Yeah. When talking about Ning Fan, Zhao Xuena couldn't help but show shyness on her face. The air suddenly became quiet. Feeling each other's heartbeats, this is ultimately a topic that the two sisters cannot avoid. Zhao Xuena pursed her lips and asked, How did you get to Ning Fan? There's really nothing much to say. Anyway, my sister and I have come here, and that's enough. Let the past be the past. After saying that, Zhao Xiner sat up straight and looked straight at her sister. Sister, you should also know the rules and positions set by Madame Mu and others. Zhao Xuena knew she couldn't escape, so she nodded slightly. In that case, sister probably doesn't want to be a maid for the rest of her life. Zhao Xiner curled her lips into a wicked smile. Hearing this, Zhao Xuena rolled her eyes and pinched her face in annoyance. You bad girl, you actually acted like a concubine in front of your sister. I think you deserve to be punished. She finally understood that after this little girl started having sex, she became shameless and even took advantage of her as her sister. In this case, she doesn't need to worry about anything anymore. I'm just afraid that you can't let go. Zhao Xiner stuck out her tongue and said, Sister, there's actually a pair of sisters in this harem. They are our presidents, Madame Yakin and Madame Beishir. As she spoke, she hugged her sister backhand and whispered, Sister, you should know what I want to say. As long as you are willing, I am willing to go with you. With our sister's looks, we will definitely be favored by Ning Fan, and maybe one day we can even be promoted to the position of Madam. Sister, what do you say? Zhao Xiner looked into Zhao Xuana's eyes without hesitation, hope revealed in her big, Caroline eyes. Zhao Xuana was stunned for a moment. Then she lowered her eyes, chuckled, and gently stroked her hair. Okay, sister will accompany you. She knew the best way, but she didn't expect her sister to be so proactive, which saved her the trouble of persuading her. After talking about this, not only did the barriers between the two sisters disappear, they even had a common goal. Zhao Xiner was so excited that she hugged her sister's swan neck and kissed her on the face excitedly. That's great, sister. You don't know how scared my little sister must be to be alone among so many sisters. You were so scared. I think you were afraid of falling out of favor. Zhao Xuana almost rolled her eyes to the sky. From her sister's condition, she could tell that she was living very well here. But this also gave her a reminder. Even if not for herself, but for her sister, she would fight for a position in the harem so that she and her sisters could have a say. Okay, be quiet for a while and tell me about the situation at home. She took her sister off her body, giving the big white rabbit a chance to breathe. Hearing this, Zhao Xiner's eyes lit up. Great, my sister's going to start competing for favor. So, she quickly told the truth. There are 8 sisters in my family now, including my elder sister and me, and they are... 4th floor. Ning Fan was still wandering around the trading hall. After searching for so long, he still hadn't found a suitable manufacturing blueprint. The grades are too low. The highest is only D+, and they're finished weapons. He turned off the screen and rubbed his forehead. It seems that it is impossible to find bargains in the trading hall. But I don't know where to get the suitable manufacturing drawings in a short period of time. A stubborn mind becomes blocked at both ends. Just at this moment, Mu Wanting and Feng Linglong returned to the room. Seeing Ning Fan's expression, Mu Wanting hurried to his side, pinched his shoulders, and asked with concern, Hubby, what's wrong? What's wrong? Feng Linglong also came over and massaged his legs. Seeing the two women being so virtuous, Ning Fan's annoyance was swept away, and he chuckled. Fine. Before he could finish, a reminder sounded in his ears. In the first ranking calculation, congratulations to Lord Maple Leaf for winning first place in the first round of rankings in this region. Reward: 1 large supply box, 1 mysterious reward, opportunity to move to Native Island. The rewards have been issued. Please check carefully. The next round of ranking rewards will be settled in 7 days. Chapter 130, Crouching Tiger Cannon Template. Hearing the prompt, Ning Fan froze in place. Yes, how could he forget about this? Today is the day when the rankings are calculated. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive in time. The leaderboard result will reward you with a large supply box, which may reveal a suitable weapon. Thinking of this, he stood up excitedly, and without saying a word, he pulled Feng Linglong towards the balcony. Linglong, follow me. The large supply box is as big as a container, so it is definitely difficult to put in the room. Seeing Ning Fan's expression change so quickly, the two girls couldn't help but follow him out of curiosity. The 3 of them came to the balcony. The huge balcony was decorated very beautifully by Mu Wanting, with a bunch of flowers and plants, which made people feel more comfortable. Ning Fan directly put out the large supply box. A huge supply box appeared before their eyes, and the 2 girls' beautiful eyes instantly lit up with joy. They unconsciously recalled the last time they helped Ning Fan open the box, and a hint of sweetness rose in their hearts. I recall that they used to live on boats, drifting from place to place. Now, in the blink of an eye, not only have they both become Ning Fan's women, but they also have a warm and stable home. Honey, you got another large supply box. Feng Linglong walked forward excitedly, rubbing her slender little hands together. Okay, I leave it to you. Ning Fan put his arm around Feng Linglong's waist and brought her to the supply box. The old rules: if you drive well, there will be rewards. If you drive badly, there will also be rewards. Ning Fan smiled maliciously. Bad husband, just tell me what you want. I'm not giving it to you. Feng Linglong lowered her eyes, and a blush appeared on her face. Good. She reached out and touched the outside of the supply box. Ding! Obtain the A-level walkie-talkie base station. Finished product with 10 matching walkie-talkie manufacturing drawings. Obtain the C+ level Tiger squat cannon manufacturing drawings, and obtain the special prop, C-level hot spring core, placeable type. Seeing the prompt appearing on the screen, Ning Fan looked at Feng Linglong blankly, his eyes full of heat. Honey, I think I'm doing pretty well. Feng Linglong lowered her head shyly, feeling like she was going to be eaten in the next second. Not only was it good, not only did it give me an A-level item, but I actually got a weapon manufacturing blueprint, and it was C+ level at that. Linglong, you're really my lucky goddess. Ning Fan lowered his head and excitedly kissed Linglong Bao on the face several times. I'll reward you later, while I finish my work first. Just send the stuff to me. Feng Linglong pouted. She always said this, but she always forgot it. However, she also knew the importance of the matter, so after giving the item to Ning Fan, she left his arms. When she came to Mu Wanning, she showed a wronged expression. Wan, you have to write it down in the notebook for me. Mu Wanning covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Ning Fan turned his head to look at the screen and clicked on the item information. Class A walkie-talkie base station. A base station that provides signals to walkie-talkies, with a maximum transmission distance of no limit within the same area. The item has reached its highest level and can be enchanted with special items to improve its capabilities. Walkie-talkie manufacturing diagram. Modern walkie-talkies can be manufactured and can be used in all special environments, such as in water. Using wireless power supply technology, as long as the walkie-talkie base station has power, it can be used at any time. Currently own 10 copies of this manufacturing drawing. What a good stuff. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. With this thing, he had a means to communicate in real time with the natives under his command and with each other. No need to convey orders face to face anymore. Moreover, timely communication brings a qualitative change to the combat effectiveness of the army, making it easier for commanders to mobilize troops in a timely manner according to changes on the battlefield. Although it is not a weapon, its function is greater than that of a weapon. More importantly, because there is a class of base station, there is no distance limit for using walkie-talkies within the area. This function alone is abnormal, as it is equivalent to providing each subordinate native with a lord system that can communicate. Ning Fan wanted to use the only template he had on the walkie-talkie, so that he could mass-produce it and quickly equip the army. But he still held back. The army is still small at the moment, and 9 out of 10 manufacturing drawings can fully meet the demand. Once we have accumulated 100 returns, it won't be too late to make the walkie-talkie manufacturing diagram into a template. Let's arm the army first. He looked at the next item. This is also the main dish this time. C+ level Tiger squat cannon. Originated from the earliest cannon in ancient China, modified by the power of the world, using cornerstone as ammunition, with a range of 1,000 m. Can cause damage to sea-level life forms and buildings, lower damage than stone cannon. Only 2 people are needed to operate. Due to its compact shape, it requires fewer materials and has lower damage than thermal weapons of the same level. Required materials: iron or 20, copper or 20, wood 5. Although the damage is not as high as that of the stone cannon, as long as there are more of them and they form a firepower coverage, there will be no problem of insufficient damage. Picture the scene. When the vanguard fleet arrived, 500 barbarian soldiers, divided into teams of 2, were ready to fight with their Tiger crouching cannons. A total of 250 Tiger crouching cannons. After a round of attacks, if there are still people standing on the opposite side, then we will have another round. Anyway, the cornerstone is used as ammunition, so there is no need to worry about running out of ammunition. 10,000 cornerstones will get you 40 rounds. 40 rounds. Even if a god came, he would scatter his ashes. Of course, the range is only 1,000 meters after all. If the opponent really rushes over like a desperado, we can only fire a few rounds at most, and there will definitely be some that slip through the net. At this time, you can send the cannon fodder of the Martial Alliance to fight. With a rough picture of the conflict in 2 days in his mind, Ning Fan was completely relieved and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Once the crouching Tiger cannon comes out, it should be easy to deal with a vanguard fleet. The opponent's strongest main ship is only C-class, which is completely within the response range of the Tiger crouching cannon. What's more, he also has the siege crossbow. Even if there is a situation that the Tiger crouching cannon cannot deal with, the siege crossbow can also carry out decapitation. The host chooses to template the C+ Tiger crouching cannon manufacturing diagram. consuming 1 template count. Obtain C plus Tiger Crouching Cannon template has been stored in the Lord system. The host can manufacture C plus Tiger Crouching Cannon without restrictions. Finally, I have a template. Ning Fan showed joy on his face. A template can definitely be regarded as a high-quality asset. If he wants, he can equip all lords in the area with C plus Crouching Tiger Cannon. Of course, he couldn't do that. At most, he could occasionally release 1 or 2 Tiger Barrel Cannons for sale. Or he may wait until he obtains a more powerful template weapon before considering selling the Tiger Crouching Cannon in bulk and obtaining the cornerstone. Ling Long, wanting I have something else to do, so I'll go downstairs first. If you need anything, contact me using the intercom. 9 walkie-talkie manufacturing drawings were used to make 9 walkie-talkies. Ning Fan took out 2 and gave them to them. Compared to communicating through the Lord system, walkie-talkies are even more convenient. After telling them how to use it, Ning Fan went straight to the mining area. Ding, consume 20 iron ore, 20 copper ore, 5 wood, obtenci Tiger Crouching Cannon 1. Ding, consume 20 iron ore, 20 copper ore, 5 wood, obtenci Tiger Crouching Cannon 1. After consuming 10,000 metal pieces and 1,000 copper ores in the warehouse along the way, Ning Fan produced 500 Tiger Crouching Cannons in one wave. It seems that the mining of mineral resources should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Weapons consume a lot of metal, and it is not a good thing to consume metal pieces all the time. Ning San murmuret. Only after he actually had the template did he realize how high the material consumption was. This is just a single piece of artillery. If it is armed with armor, melee weapons, and even warships, a reorganized barbarian army will be enough to use up all the metal pieces in the warehouse. We still need to expand the scale of resource acquisition. Muttering to himself, Ning Fan quickly arrived at the mining area. Tours has already assigned rooms to his soldiers and is conducting training. After taking a look at their training scene, Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. Even a layman like him could see that it was too loose, with the main training programs still limited to primitive slashing training and strength training. Fortunately, the instructors from the Martial Alliance will arrive tomorrow. Otherwise, if we continue to train like this, I don't know how long it will take to train a qualified army. Ning Fan did not correct Tor's training method, mainly because he did not have any specific rules, so it would be better to let Tor establish his prestige. As for the rest, just wait for the people from the Martial Alliance to teach you. He walked over, stopped the training, and began to teach them how to use the Tiger Squat Cannon and told Tours to use the walkie-talkie. After this, he won't need to worry about new members joining the team anymore. Chapter 131 Dilemma. After Ning Fan left, Feng Ling Long and Mu Wanting returned to the room and curiously fiddled with the intercom in their hands for a while. Suddenly, Mu Wanting received a message. She opened the screen and took a look. Her expression instantly turned strange. What's wrong? Wan. Feng Ling Long noticed her abnormality and asked curiously. Come and see for yourself. Mu Wanting handed the screen to her. Feng Ling Long raised her eyebrows, looked over, and then her eyes widened. What? Zhao Xiner is actually Teacher Xue Na's sister. How come I didn't know that Teacher Xue Na has a sister? You ask me, who should I ask? Things have already happened, and now the two sisters seem to have accepted each other. Muvantink, Rubit, had Fordahat helplessly. There were only a few women, but the relationships between them were so complicated. What should she do in the future? Ding dong. Zhao Xiner sent her another message. Feng Ling Long and Mu Wanting looked over. As expected, she wanted me to arrange for them to sleep together. Mu Wanting pinched her nose and felt a headache. It's not like she can really control Ning Fan's will. It happened once, but now it happens again. Judging from the situation, there will be more such things in the future. She wanted harmony in the harem, but if everyone came to her like this, she would be in trouble. What's more, there are two sisters next door who have not yet slept with the emperor. We can't always accommodate newcomers. And she would rather give the choice to Ning Fan himself. Wan, why don't you help Zhao Xiner again? After all, Teacher Xue Na is new here. If she is not allowed to become Ning Fan's woman sooner, she will probably continue to have wild thoughts for a few days. Feng Ling Long said again and again with hesitation. She also understood Wan's difficulties, but she still couldn't help but want to help Teacher Xue Na. Mu Wanting glanced at her sideways. Just now a certain little white rabbit had a look of dissatisfaction on her face. How come she turned around and pushed her husband to someone else? Feng Ling Long was immediately embarrassed. I just think it's not easy for teacher Shui Na to come all the way here. Okay. Mu Wanting was about to agree when suddenly a loud explosion was heard outside the window. Boom! The two women subconsciously turned their heads to look, not knowing what was happening. Not caring about Shui Na's affairs, the two of them walked out to the balcony hand in hand in tacit understanding. The explosion occurred on the newly evolved mountain. When they looked over, a new round of explosions sounded. I saw trees falling down one after another in the forest. The explosion was like a harvester blowing out a clearing on the hillside. Huge bomb craters can be seen everywhere. Both women showed shock on their faces, and their beauty turned pale. They had never seen such a scene before. Even the most calm Mu Wanting couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Ning Fan's voice came from the intercom. Wanting Linglong, I am leading the slave army to test new weapons at the foot of the mountain. The noise may be a bit loud. Please comfort the others so that they don't need to panic. Okay, husband, be careful, Mu Wanting replied. Her tone was delicate and she looked frightened. She put down the walkie-talkie and looked at Feng Linglong. The two looked at each other. My husband is so amazing. He has developed such a powerful army in just a few days on the island. They didn't know much about military affairs, but by intuitively feeling the destruction, they could understand that Ning Fan was now very powerful. As ripples of emotion arose in her heart, Mu Wanting suddenly noticed from the corner of her eye that several windows in the rooms next door and downstairs were open. She looked carefully and saw that without exception, all the other sisters were standing at the windows of their rooms, looking at the situation on the mountain. Seeing this, Mu Wanting thought for a moment and sent a message in the group. Sisters, don't panic. The noise on the mountain was caused by Ning Fan. After a pause, she said, everyone come in my room. I have something to tell you. Noticing Mu Wanting's message, Feng Linglong asked in confusion. Wan, why did you ask them to come up? Hearing this, Mu Wanting sighed and looked at her with a look of disappointment. My silly Linglong, Ning Fan has been pursuing the development of his territory. Now he has even developed an army and has the demeanor of a king. As his women, we should at least put ourselves in our place, even if we don't share his worries. I'm worried that the other sisters won't realize this and will just keep pursuing Ning Fan's favor. This will cause problems in the long run. Mu Wanting didn't say anything harsh, but Feng Linglong understood what she meant. She was actually afraid that the woman in the backyard would hinder Ning Fan in his quest for favor. She nodded seriously. Wan, I understand. Just go ahead and do it. I believe the other sisters will understand. After saying that, she said sorry to teacher Shui Na in her heart. Mu Wanting didn't say anything else. She took out a set of tables and chairs from the warehouse space, placed them on the balcony, and waited for the other sisters to come. After a while, all the women came to the balcony one after another. Mu Wanting glanced over and saw the sisters Yakin and Beishur, Suye and Julinlin, and finally the sisters Shui Na and Exiner. Everyone was dressed very appropriately, with all kinds of styles including gentle, lively, mature, and cute, and without exception they were all stunningly beautiful. Please sit down, Mu Wanting said in a gentle tone. Several people then sat down around the round table. The environment on the balcony is already quite cozy, and with so many beauties gathered together, it should have been a pleasant atmosphere. However, the occasional sound of gunfire in the distance made the atmosphere a bit weird. Let me introduce you first. Mu Wanting raised her hand towards Zhao Shui Na. Zhao Shui Na, ex-Ionair sister, will also be one of our sisters from now on. Seeing this, Zhao Shui Na quickly stood up and bowed to everyone. Xena has met several sisters. Zhao Shui Na knew that her position was the lowest among everyone. Since she had chosen to be Ning Fan's woman, she naturally hoped to have a good relationship with her sisters. So she didn't mind calling herself a younger sister according to the rules. Seeing Zhao Shui Na bowing, Lin Yakin's eyes lit up. Perhaps in order to establish a good relationship with the new sister, she opened her mouth and asked, Sister, have you learned the palace rules for ancient women? Yes, I came into contact with this aspect when I was in school. Zhao Shui Na responded with a smile. What a coincidence. I just happened to be researching this. Sister, do you mind if I discuss this with you later? With great pleasure. After a brief contact, Zhao Shui Na had a very good impression of Lin Yakin. It seemed that the sisters got along better than she thought. She couldn't help but feel relieved, and her demeanor became more natural. Okay, now that everyone is met, I'll get down to business first, which is about the arrangements for sleeping with you. Mu Wanting spoke at the right time. Hearing this, Zhu Linlin and Su Ye quickly shifted their gaze from Zhao Shui Na to Mu Wanting. As it concerns their future happy life, All the girls looked at Mu Wanting intently. Mu Wanting spoke in the tone of a harem mistress. I will not make any arrangements for sleeping with you in the future. I will leave it to Ning Fan to choose for himself. Sisters should all know that we can still sit here and watch the gunfire. It is Ning Fan who gave us this opportunity so that we don't have to worry about the dangers of this world. So, I hope sisters won't focus on competing for favor. After a pause, she slowed down her tone. Sisters are all excellent. If you can show your value and help Ning Fan with his career, I believe Ning Fan will not be stingy with your love. Chapter 132: The Women Who Have a Harmonious Relationship. Hearing Mu Wanting's words, the girls subconsciously lowered their eyes and dared not say a word. The Zhao Xuanna sisters clenched their hands together. They felt that Mu Wanting's words were more like a warning to them. Seeing this, Feng Linglong, who was sitting next to the two sisters, quickly grabbed Xuanna's other hand, gently shook her head at her, signaling her not to think too much. Zhao Xuanna breathed a sigh of relief silently. She felt a sense of security in her heart, and she couldn't help but lean her body a little towards Linglong. The former teacher and student are now like a pair of sisters. But Xuanna became that younger sister. The new relationship brought the two people closer together. Suddenly, an explosion sounded on the mountain. This time the explosion was louder than the previous one. Ning Fan commanded all the barbarian troops to fire a salvo. The girls all looked over and saw broken wood and soil flying into the air in the explosion, rising more than 10 meters high, forming a unique landscape. Looking at this scene, the girls were shocked, and an indescribable strange emotion spread in their hearts. Sisters, I think Madame Mu is right. We should use our energy to do what we can for Ning Fan. Lin Yakin's voice sounded, and all the girls looked over. She smiled and said, "Let me make a statement first. From today onwards, my sister and I will be responsible for selecting new sisters in the Tianxiang League to help Ning Fan fill out his harem. If any sisters want to come and help, just tell me." After saying that, she nodded towards Mu Wanting gracefully. Mu Wanting smiled back with the corners of her mouth curled up. As expected, she was a woman who came up with the same idea as her to get close to Ning Fan. She had a clear mind. After Lin Yakin's statement, others also reacted. "President, Sister Yakin, please add me as your number," Zhu Linlin said immediately. She is the most mediocre among the sisters. She is not as wealthy as Xuanna. Her manners are not as graceful as Yuqin. Her abilities are even more mediocre, and even her status is not as high as Yu. If she wanted to stay in this small circle of 8 people, she could only hold on to the president's thighs tightly. "Well, Linlin, you can stay beside my sister and be her assistant," Lin Yakin said slowly. Hearing this, Lin Beishir, who was sitting next to Zhu Linlin, quickly took her hand with a sweet look. Under the influence of her sister for a few days, Lin Beishir gradually understood how to handle the relationship between sisters. Lin Yakin continued to look at the other sisters, and seeing that no one expressed their opinions, she stood up and bowed to everyone, indicating that she had finished speaking. Zhao Xiner had originally planned to help the president and the others together with Zhu Linlin, but her sister's arrival interrupted her plans. She had no choice but to give Zhu Linlin an apologetic look. "Well, I'm in charge of the auction house. Usually there's nothing to do, but once my husband prepares for an auction, things will get busy. So if there are sisters willing to help, I can take one in." Under the instigation of Mu Wanting's restless little hands, Feng Linglong had no choice but to come out and express her opinion. Among all the women, only Linglong could call Ning Fan husband in public. Even Wanting would only call Ning Fan husband when facing him. This is enough to show Feng Linglong's status. Hearing her words, Suye quickly raised her hand. "Madame Feng, Ye begs to be taken in." "Okay, it's your turn." Feng Linglong waved at her like a big sister. Suye immediately ran over and threw herself into her arms. Acting nice is what Suye is best at. She whispered something in Feng Linglong's ear and soon won Feng Linglong's favor. Feng Linglong rubbed her hard. "Well, these little lolas raised by my husband are so soft. Now, except for the Xuanna sisters, everyone else has daily responsibilities." Mu Wanting planned to let all the sisters present be responsible for a cause, so that everyone could make progress together and always be with Ning Fan. That's right, Mu Wanting invited them to come up for a meeting, and another purpose was to establish the 3 palaces, with the sisters present as the main force, to make a preliminary establishment of the situation in the harem. Only by letting the sisters have the mentality of a mistress can they realize that harmonious coexistence in the harem is not just her responsibility. Instead, everyone should work together to manage the harem for Ningfan. At least she thought the sisters present had the ability and temperament to do so. Xuena, what do you think you're suitable for? Mu Wanting looked at Zhao Xuena and her sister. Zhao Xuena pinched her fingers lightly. I don't know, I'm only good at designing clothes. After saying this, she lowered her head, her face flushed, not because of shame, but because of embarrassment. She felt that her sisters were all very capable, but she knew nothing and yet still expected to be favored by Ningfan. Just when she gave up hope of joining the sisters' small circle and becoming one of the distinguished women around Ningfan, Feng Linglong's playful voice rang out. Then let teacher, Shui, not design our sisters' clothes from now on. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Yakin continued. Well, we can also ask Sister Xuena to help design a few sets of palace costumes for the sisters we selected. And Sister Xuena knows the palace rules and can help teach the new sisters the rules. Then Mu Wanting also said, I think Xuena could try to contact the cave. They're in the business of human trafficking, and there are many female slaves sold through their hands. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Xuena can design clothes for the female slaves and help them sell them for a higher price. If the deal goes well, this business will be very profitable and can be used as a foundation for your business. And the development prospects are also very promising. This world is very big, not just our area. If the cave can expand its business to all parts of the world, Xuena, you might even become a famous designer. Mu Wanting finally joked. Listening to her sisters talking about a way out for her, Zhao Xuena raised her head, her clear eyes revealing a moved look. Is this the woman next to Ningfan? She has such a good personality. It is such a happy thing to be sisters with them. Zhao Xuena stood up and bowed to them again with a satisfied heart. Xuena thanks all the sisters here. I know what to do now. Sisters, please tell me what kind of clothes you want to design. I will definitely satisfy you. Then she looked at Lin Yakin and said, Sister Yakin, if you need me for anything regarding recruiting new people into the palace, you don't have to be polite to me. You're too polite, sister. Actually, you're a few years older than me. I just got here a few days earlier than you by chance. From now on, just call me Yakin. Lin Yakin walked slowly to her side, took her hand, and called softly, Xuena. Okay, Yakin. Zhao Xuena took off her mature temperament, and under the influence of such an atmosphere, she became somewhat delicate and charming. As for doing business with the cave, she looked at Mu Wanting, not knowing whether she should take this step. When Ningfan favors you, you can go and whisper in his ear. I can't make the decision. Mu Wanting said in a teasing tone. Zhao Xuena's face turned red instantly. This time, she was really shy. Yes. She gave a reminder, agreeing with Mu Wanting's suggestion. But she was somewhat nervous, not knowing when she would have the chance to receive Ningfan's favor. Lin Yakin, who was standing by, saw her worry. She thought about it and made a suggestion to Mu Wanting. Madam Mu, how about we arrange for Shui not to serve as my concubine tonight? If the sisters have no objection, I could talk to Ningfan. Mu Wanting was actually also thinking about this matter, but she didn't expect Lin Yakin to actually bring it up. Yakin, you and your sister haven't yet. It's okay. The fact that my sister and I can hold the position of madam is enough to show how much Ningfan loves us. There's no need to care about this moment. Lin Yakin said calmly. Mu Wanting nodded slightly and looked at Lin Yakin with a higher opinion. Let me do the talking. She didn't want to arrange for Ningfan's sisters to sleep with him because she was worried that the sisters would compete for his favor. But since the sisters had reached an agreement and no longer had the idea of secretly competing for his favor, she was still willing to use her abilities as the eldest wife. At worst, I could just act coquettishly in front of Ningfan, she thought to herself with a smile on her face. Zhao Xuena stared blankly at the conversation between the two, not knowing whether to feel embarrassed or happy. No wonder they can sit on the seat of the lady. Maybe I should learn from them. Thinking of this, she bowed to the two of them again in a dignified manner. Thank you, two sisters, for your support. Xuena, you're finally willing to call me sister. Mu Wanting felt a little proud. In front of so many sisters, she did not go up to embarrass Xuena, but turned around and looked at the sisters. Okay, nothing else. Everyone go back, and remember to come downstairs for dinner later. Hearing this, Lin Yakin pulled Zhao Xuena into the room. Xuena, let's go. The women walked in pairs, arm in arm, leaving the balcony gracefully. The incident ended perfectly, and the sound of artillery fire on a mountain also stopped. Chapter 133 Privileges, Cross-Regional Auction House. After teaching the barbarian soldiers how to use the crouching tiger cannon, Ning Fan asked her to lead them in firing cannons into the sea for free practice. I just put on the mountain just to see its destructive power. The effect is very satisfactory. Ning Fan left the mining area and came to the mountain alone. After seeing the devastated explosion scene, he came to the top of the mountain. As the evolution progressed, the entire mountain was 50 meters high. He took out the sea-level hot spring core from the warehouse, which was the one phone Linglong opened from the large supply box. Special item sea-level hot spring core can only be placed in mountain terrain, will form geothermal cracks inside the mountain and form a hot spring on the surface of the mountain. The geothermal energy contained in the evolved sea-level hot spring will affect the plants within 1 kilometer around it, which will significantly increase the speed of evolution of the entire ecosystem. The closer you are to the hot spring, the less the surrounding temperature is affected by the weather, and the water in the hot spring maintains a constant temperature all year round. Ning Fan placed the hot spring core down. Soon a spring formed in front of us. Unlike river springs, the water gushing out of the hot spring was steaming. The heat became thick and rushed towards Ning Fan like a heat wave, and he could not help but take 2 steps back. The temperature is quite high. It seems that we have to wait until the entire geothermal core evolves before the temperature stabilizes. The gurgling spring water overflowed, gradually expanding the spring eye. After watching quietly for a while and confirming that there was no problem, Ning Fan turned around and left the top of the mountain. Once the hot springs on the top of the mountain have evolved, perhaps we can build a palace halfway up the mountain to draw the hot spring water down from the mountain. In your spare time, or when the weather gets cold, you can bring the women in your backyard to live in the mountains. It should have a different flavor. Ning Fan murmured, walking halfway up the mountain. The scene before him was refreshing. At the foot of the mountain, a river runs through the canyon, through the mountains. Clear water flows through it, and the sound is quiet and pleasant. There are dense trees on both sides of the river, which are growing well and lush, and are particularly taller than trees in other places. Obviously, it's because it's close to the water source. With the addition of the hot springs, there are already 3 types of natural terrain in the territory. The soil should evolve much faster. I hope to reach D level sooner, so that I can get more high-level food. Ning Fan muttered to himself as he continued walking down the mountain. He did not see any traces of animals along the way. He thought that it was because the world was in the early stages of evolution and the conditions were not sufficient, so herbivores had not yet emerged. After looking at the scenery for a while, Ning Fan turned around and opened the screen, his eyes falling on limited options, arrow point. I've finished what I need to do. It's time to see what this thing can be used for. He clicked on it, and a prompt appeared in front of him. Use arrow points to randomly unlock a public function for all lords in the area. Lords who unlock public functions will gain a privilege for this function. Currently available arrow points. 1. A lottery wheel appears on the interface, and each area on the wheel represents a function. For example, shops, guilds, auction houses, mercenary systems, bounty systems, and even spouse systems and pet systems. There are more than 20 kinds. It's dazzling. Since he couldn't see the specific function of each function anyway, Ning Fan took a quick look and clicked on the lottery directly. The turntable began to spin, faster and faster. I hope there will be a good function, Ning Fan muttered with his eyes flickering. After all, he has a privilege, so he still hopes to come up with a powerful function so that he can get the greatest benefit. After a while, the speed of the turntable slowed down significantly, and it became slower and slower until it finally stopped. Seeing the area where the pointer landed, Ning Fan couldn't help but frown. Auction house function? Why does it feel like a useless function? He really couldn't figure out what the use of this function was. Because even if the Lord system does not open this function, he can still auction it through the chat group. I was careless. I should have let Linglong spin the wheel. He spat, feeling that his bad luck had affected the outcome. As the unlocked function was confirmed, an announcement appeared on the screen. Announcement for the entire region. Lord Maple Leaf has unlocked the auction house function for this region. The special item auction house opening scroll will appear in various types of random material acquisition channels. Come and open your own auction house. This announcement is addressed to all lords in this area. After the announcement appeared, a prompt popped up on Ning Fan's screen. Congratulations on obtaining the auction house privileges. The cross-regional 2-star auction house has been opened for you. Please move to the auction house interface to view the specific functions. It sounds like that's the case, cross-regional. Could it be possible to allow people from other regions to join the auction? Ning Fan was surprised. If this is the case, then it is worth opening this auction house function. A new function, Auction House, appeared on the screen, and he clicked on it immediately. The first thing you see is a hint. All lords who open auction houses will be given an exclusive auction house building. After placing it in the territory, they can start formal business. When the auction house opens, people who purchase tickets to participate in the auction will be teleported to the auction house. Note, participants in the auction will be deemed to have signed a security agreement with the lord. The higher the level of the auction house, the more luxurious the auction house building is and the more people it can accommodate. The lowest is 1 star and the highest is 9 stars. The structure of the auction house cannot be changed manually and can only be upgraded through level. Accumulate experience points according to the value of the auction items and increase star rating. After the auction house reaches 2 stars, the cross-region function will be opened. The higher the star rating, the greater the influence, and the more regions the auction house will be open to. Your privilege. Initially, you have a 2-star auction house, and your regional influence is doubled, currently covering 6 regions, this region and 5 surrounding regions. Affected by your auction house, the temporary auction house function will be opened in the 5 surrounding areas. The function is limited to participating in auctions held by your auction house. Ning Fan was stunned when he saw the prompt. It turns out to be an offline auction house that can teleport everyone into the auction house. No wonder a separate function was created for it. I'm going to make a lot of money now. Lord from 6 regions can participate in my auction. Doesn't that mean I can get more money from other regions? Ning Fan was excited. The area where he was located was an overspending because of the membership debt created by Dynasty World, and there wasn't much foundation for him to gain. The stock of foundation stones in the whole area is very low, and most of it has been used to expand the island, so prices have been severely suppressed. After tasting the sweetness of selling supplies to other areas, Ning Fan had long wanted to expand his business to other areas. There just hasn't been a way. Unexpectedly, by some strange coincidence, I found him waiting here. After turning off the prompt, what comes into view is an interface similar to Taobao, but the entire interface is very clean, with only 1 store at the top with 2 stars printed on it. It must be his auction house. Please edit your auction house name. Maple Leaf Auction House. Ning Fan gave it a simple and clear name. This interface is only used to display store information, and the actual auction is conducted offline. In the lower right corner of the store information, there is a security agreement option. He clicked it and took a look. Safety Agreement 1. Those who come to participate in the auction are prohibited from using any force, and the Lord cannot persecute customers in any way. Security Agreement 2. Customers can choose to cover their faces when participating in the auction to ensure privacy. Safety Agreement 3. Customers' activity area is limited to the auction house. As the auction house level increases, the activity area will expand accordingly, even covering the entire territory. Chapter 134 Teleportation Array. As the auction house level increases, the activity area will expand, even covering the entire territory. Seeing this note, Ning Fan showed a hint of excitement on his face. If the activity area is not limited to the auction house, then I can use the auction house's teleportation function to build a commercial street around the auction house. The auction house is responsible for making bargains on high-value items. The commercial street is responsible for making bargains on low-end items. The main purpose is to empty the wallets of people who come to consume. However, the most important thing right now is to raise the level of the auction house before planning the commercial street. Ning Fan temporarily suppressed this thought, turned off the screen, and walked towards the southeast corner of the territory. Over there is the production area, with chicken farms and salt factories, and he plans to place the auction house there first. I still have one more chance to move the native island. When the next opportunity comes to seal off the territory, I can consider moving an island to the periphery and building it into a dedicated commercial center. Since the outer territories can exist, he still does not want outsiders to be active on the main island. After all, his women all live on this island, and for their privacy's sake, he wants to avoid causing any discomfort. Moreover, the specific development situation on the main island should not be exposed. Now the activity area is limited to the auction house, but it can be temporarily settled on the main island. Ning Fan came to the production area, and before he put out the auction house, Mu Wanning's voice came from the intercom. "Honey, did you unlock the offline auction house?" "Yes," Ning Fan replied. "Have you set up the auction house yet?" Cho Linglong has been clamoring to go over and take a look. Mu Wanning's bitter smile was heard from the intercom. As soon as she finished speaking, a muffled groan was heard. I guess it was bitten by a little white rabbit. A scene emerged in his mind. Ning Fan chuckled and said, "Okay, come over. I'm in the southeast of the territory. I need to talk to Ling Long about the auction." Putting down the intercom, Ning Fan immediately put the auction house away. A large circular building similar to a stadium appeared in front of us, with 6 large characters written on the plaque at the main entrance. Maple Leaf Auction House. I should have chosen a nicer name earlier. Ning Fan curled his lips. Compared with the grandeur of the entire building, this name was somewhat an eyesore. But he didn't worry too much about it. The auction house mainly looked at strength. Other trivial things were not important at all in the Lord's world. He walked in and came to the door. The 5-meter-high metal gate opened automatically, as if welcoming its owner. What comes into view is a circular corridor. The corridor is very wide, with display cabinets on both sides, which appear to be used to display goods or auction items. Ning Fan prefers to use it to display goods. Most auction houses also sell some of their main merchandise. They'll want to consider these things for now. She is better at this kind of thing, and I don't think she will let me down. Ning Fan continued to walk inside, pushed open a door from the corridor, and came to the spacious auction hall, which is a bit like a conference hall with a hollow roof, 1 floor below and 3 floors above. If nothing unexpected happens, the upstairs should be the VIP room. The entire auction hall can accommodate 20,000 people. Apart from the fact that it looks luxurious, there's nothing else to say about the overall structure. From this perspective, the most valuable part of the entire building is its transmission function. Ning Fan walked around the auction hall and finally found the source of this function in a waiting room next to the backstage. Sea-level teleportation array, a formation derived from a certain fantasy interface, modified by the power of the world, capable of cross-regional teleportation. It has been integrated with the building and cannot be disassembled. Even things from the fantasy world have been moved here. This world is really magical. Ning Fan marveled. This also gave him an idea. Since the physical teleportation array has appeared, will there also be a teleportation array manufacturing diagram or props? Mu Wanning's voice came to his ears. Ning Fan hid this doubt in his heart and walked towards the door to greet them. When he reached the door, the scene in front of him made him raise an eyebrow. He thought only Wanting and Ling Long would come, but all the women in the family came. They walked hand in hand or in groups of 3, chirping as they admired the decorations in the corridor. "Husband," as Mu Wanning called out, everyone looked over at once. Shy, charming, teasing, cute, and gentle looks were cast at him, and Ning Fan was overwhelmed for a moment. Mu Wanting covered her mouth and chuckled, then came to him and explained. When the sisters saw the announcement, they were curious about what the auction house looked like, so they came together to take a look. "Honey, you don't mind us causing you trouble, do you? What's so good about this?" Ning Fan pursed his lips, but spoke. "What are you talking about? Since you want to watch it, then come together." Knowing that they probably wanted to see the grand occasion of the auction, Ning Fan took them directly to the VIP room at the top. At the same time, he and Mu Wanting began to discuss the auction. Taking advantage of the popularity of the announcement, it is imperative to hold an auction. Just enough foundation stone to build a military base tomorrow. Chapter 135 Physician Alliance. After Ning Fan and Mu Wanting discussed it, they decided on the items for the auction. The auction list was posted on the auction house page for public display, and Feng Ling Long was asked to post an announcement in a chat channel. Chat channel. Maple Leaf's Secret Shop Assistant. The second auction of Maple Leaf's Secret Shop will be held in 2 hours. This auction will be an offline auction. Please visit the auction house interface for details. The auction list has been released. The assistant specially reminds you that there are also lords from other regions participating in this auction, so the number of places is limited. Please buy your tickets quickly. As early as when the announcement appeared, the entire chat channel was extremely active. Now seeing the announcement of the mysterious shop, the atmosphere has reached its peak. The boss is indeed a boss. He helped us unlock the auction house function without saying a word. I really want to know how far the boss has developed now. If I could let you know, I wouldn't be a big shot. Let alone the big guys, I feel like we can't even reach the little assistants. Back in the day, the little assistants would interact with us in the chat channel, but now they've become so aloof. Okay guys, this topic is a bit dangerous. Please be careful when chatting. Everyone, go to the auction house and take a look. The top item this time is actually 10C plus, level Tiger Crouching Cannons. What? Crouching Tiger Cannon? Isn't that a cannon? The boss even has a cannon? I'll go take a look. Oh my god, I'm still playing house with pirates with sticks, and the boss can actually take out cannons in batches. If only I could get one of these, a cannon with a range of 1000 m, I could blow up those damn pirates. Just think about it. The 10 pieces of Crouching Tiger cannons are auctioned separately, and the starting price of each piece is 10,000 cornerstones. It's not something we can hope for. Didn't they say that people from other regions would participate in this auction? I guess we'll see bigwigs from several regions fighting over these Crouching Tiger cannons. Now that you mention it, I suddenly want to go offline and see the development of other regions. Then don't even think about it. By the time you remember, the tickets will have been sold out. What? So fast? Aren't there 20,000? Oh, don't you think that there are several lords of different regions eyeing this auction? A ticket costs 10 cornerstones, and there are many people who can afford it. Fishing Alliance leader, come on, I have 100 tickets here, 20 cornerstones each, if anyone wants one, PM me. Brother, you have the guts to resell the boss's tickets. That's right. You dare to sell, but I don't dare to buy. If the big boss blames me, I won't be able to bear it. Leader of the Fishermen's Alliance, don't worry, I've filed a case with the boss. Ever since he helped Madame Mu run errands last time, Li Sanjin was honored to be added as Madame Mu's friend. Naturally, he also had Madame Mu's permission to have the opportunity to be a scalper this time. Really? Then give me one. I'll take one too. The 20,000 tickets were sold out within a minute. The lords of this area alone contributed more than 5,000 tickets, and the rest were divided up by the lords of other areas. Among them, the lord of Area 2548 purchased the most, which is the area that Li Sanjin visited last time. There is always a shortage of smart people in a region. When the lord of Region 2548 saw the C-grade spiritual rice in the auction list, he reacted instantly. The lord who organized this auction was the mysterious boss they had been looking up to for a long time. In this way, just to catch a glimpse of the boss, they're willing to pay 10 cornerstones to buy a ticket. Compared to them, the lords of other regions knew absolutely no information. Most of the lords who were able to react and buy a ticket were attracted by the auction items released at the auction. C-Class Large Fishing Boat, C-Class Spiritual Rice, C-Class Fish Meat, C-Class Water. Every item that reaches sea level has a fatal attraction to them. After all, they have seen less of the world than the people in Area 2548. At least the people in Area 2548 have enjoyed a wave of benefits from the big guys. That's right. In the days when there were no big guys selling resources, the people in Area 2548 realized how good a price C-grade spiritual rice at 150 cornerstones per kilogram was. All in all, the auction has become a focus of discussion in the 6 regions. As the auction got closer, the atmosphere in each guild became inexplicably tense. Area 2548, inside the Apocalypse Alliance. The president, Fresh Meat, grabbed his brother's hand and told him, "Brother, you go to the auction. The auction is secondary. Just find out the development of other areas. Don't reveal your identity, and don't be too ostentatious. The boss's strength is not something we Apocalypse Alliance can contend with. Don't offend the boss. And maybe the boss has already found a way to connect the 2 areas. If we can make friends with him, we must do so." Hearing this, the burly man beside him patted his chest and said, "Got it, don't worry. Your brother is not just good at fighting and killing." The man finished speaking, and the next second a beam of light enveloped him. When the beam disappeared, the man also disappeared from the spot. The same situation also occurs in other areas. Area 2547, Physician Alliance. 2 young and beautiful women held hands and said their final farewell. The younger woman among them said, "Auntie, when you get to Maple Leaf's auction house later, remember to cover your face." They say there is a security agreement, but with so many people attending this auction, there are many eyes, and if someone covets you, you never know for sure who will attack you. The woman who was called Annie chuckled and said, "I see. After you became the president, you still worry about your auntie coming." The woman didn't take it seriously and continued to remind him, "Aunt, you must take down a tiger squat cannon this time. Only in this way can we ensure the safety of our Medical Alliance headquarters." Well, don't worry. In terms of financial resources, there are probably few guilds that are more powerful than our Physician Alliance. As the aunt spoke, a beam of light enveloped her, and she immediately waved to her niece, who was teleported away the next second. Lu Yiming looked at her aunt's disappearing back. Her eyebrows slightly frowned. "I hope my aunt has a safe journey." The auction house's teleportation array lit up, and one by one, men in black clothes and black masks appeared in the waiting hall. Not surprisingly, Everyone who came to the auction chose to cover their faces. With the arrival of the first group of people participating in the auction, the entire waiting hall suddenly became lively. Pairs of eyes hidden under the black masks looked around curiously, with surprise revealed in their eyes. The decoration of the waiting hall alone is far superior to their territory. Especially those lords from other regions. When they first saw it, they were shocked by the luxury of this tip of the iceberg. They subconsciously hug their clothes and lower their posture. In their own area, they might be considered as top figures, but when they came here, they only had a vague understanding of the big guy's strength, which made them not dare to act presumptuously. Just then, a pleasant and clear female voice was heard. "Dear guests, welcome to Maple Leaf Auction House. The auction will begin in half an hour. Please take your tickets and enter the auction hall." Chapter 136. Shock from the outside world. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman dressed as waitresses standing on each side of the hall entrance. Their looks are not very high, just average at best, but the slim-fitting clothes they wear and their young age add some points to them. But even so, everyone's eyes were fixed in amazement. Except for a small number of managers from various guilds, most of the people who came to participate in the auction were just middle-class people with some achievements. They have been here for nearly half a month and have been struggling to survive. They have not even taken care of their personal hygiene. How could they have ever seen such a clean and beautiful woman? For a moment, I couldn't bear to look away. But they didn't know that the true identities of these women were actually female slaves in the cave. It was proposed by Mu Wanting and arranged by Zhao Xuana that he was temporarily hired from Dihu. They also came here with tickets and took the teleportation array. After the auction is over, they will still have to return to the territory of the cave. Because they had experience as waiters, they were sent to serve guests without much teaching. As for the clothes they were wearing, they were designed by Zhao Xuana and were very fitted, making their not-so-attractive figures look more attractive. Everyone swallowed their saliva, but they only dared to feast their eyes and did not dare to do more. Following the instructions of the two waiters, they arrived at the auction hall and found a seat to sit down. There is not only one entrance to the auction hall. People continue to come in from other entrances, and the hall soon becomes lively. There is still half an hour before the auction starts. So, everyone inevitably started exchanging information. Lu Qin appeared at the entrance of the hall wearing ill-fitting clothes. In order not to attract other people's attention, she went to the bathroom of the auction house and secretly tied up the big white rabbit. Looking around, the hall was full of people in black, and no one could recognize each other. At least it won't attract other people's attention. Lu Qin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and mentally gave a thumbs up to the auction house's privacy function. She came to a small group of men in black and saw them talking, so she stopped and listened. "Brother, which area are you from? It seems that you are from another area." "Unfortunately, I am from this area." The man in black who was speaking straightened his back subconsciously, as if being in the same area as the boss was a matter of pride. And that was exactly the case. When the other men in black heard that he was from this area, their eyes lit up instantly. "Brother, can you tell us about the owner of the auction house?" "Yeah, who is the owner of this auction house?" A group of people were chattering, all looking forward to his answer. Even Lu Qin pricked up his ears. "It's a long story." The man in black slowed down his speech in a pretentious manner. "The owner of the auction house is named Fengya. We usually call him the boss. I suggest you call him that too, because the boss's strength is really beyond your imagination." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed and his tone became very serious. If Huang San were here, he would definitely recognize that the man in black who pretended to be a ghost and deceived the foreign lord was Li Sanjian. Li Sanjian continued, "If you want to thoroughly understand the strength of the boss, you must first understand a concept, that is, the era. Let me ask you, has your region reached the second stage of the exploration era?" Hearing this, several people nodded, while one or two shook their heads. "What does the second phase of the exploration era mean?" asked two men in black, shaking their heads. It was obvious that they were from the same area. Without waiting for Li Sanjian to explain, the others laughed at him. "Brother, your area is too lame. The second stage of the exploration era only requires 10 people to go to the island to trigger it. You don't even have 10 people on the island yet." "So that's how it is." The two men in black looked embarrassed, with the awkward feeling of country bumpkins entering the city. Fortunately, they had masks covering their faces, otherwise they would have to hang their heads in shame. "Well, you two brothers are able to come to this auction from such a backward area. I think you're not ordinary people." Li Sanjin spoke up to help them out. Then he looked at the two of them and made a suggestion. In my opinion, you two brothers should stop listening here and quickly contact the people in your area to raise some funds and try to get a C plus Tiger crouching cannon from the auction. In this way, with a Tiger crouching cannon, it will be enough to help your region accelerate its entry into the second stage of the exploration era. Li Sanjin showed them a clear way. This path has been verified by all the major guilds in the region. Real talk from experience. The two men's eyes lit up, and they quickly bowed to Li Sanjin. Thank you for your advice, brother. We will both leave now. Having said that, they left the place. Compared to asking about the big guys whom they could not even reach, the visible benefits were the most important. The others looked at the two people's backs as they left with complicated expressions. They knew that if these two people could really get a C plus Tiger crouching cannon through financing, it would only be a matter of time before they surpassed them in development. After all, it is a powerful tool that can lead a region into a new era. Sometimes being in a backward area is actually an opportunity. Everyone sighed in their hearts. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. This is the reason. Let's continue talking about the times. Li Sanjin's voice rang out again, and everyone came back to their senses. After the era progress reaches the second stage of the exploration era, the subsequent development will no longer be based on the region as a whole, but will be based on individual development. Hearing this, everyone's expression froze and became serious. When it comes to the secrets of the development of the times, they have no choice but to pay attention. When the territory reaches 100,000 square meters, the mission, Epigenesis of Slavery, will be triggered. We call this stage the embryonic era or the prelude to the classical era. The prelude to the classical age? Someone asked in confusion. So the next age is the classical age. Li Sanjin nodded and said, yes, after completing the task of the embryonic stage of slavery, we will enter the classical era. He paused, then smiled mysteriously and spoke slowly. And the maple leaves have entered the classical era. Bang! As soon as the words fell, someone lost his balance and bumped into a chair beside him. The rest of the people just stood there in a daze, as if they saw nothing. So the maple leafs are already 2 years ahead of them? This is too scary. No wonder Maple Leaf Boss was able to unlock the auction house feature. Everyone racked their brains, but couldn't imagine how far the Maple Leaf Boss had come. Just like the two brothers just now who didn't understand the second stage of the exploration era. Faced with the chasm between two eras, their confusion, ignorance, and shock were several times greater. So, were the details of the mission slavery sprouting? At this moment, a crisp female voice sounded. Hearing the woman's voice, the others immediately came to their senses and looked at Lu Qin, who was standing aside, thoughtfully. Lu Qin was stunned, then immediately reacted and subconsciously covered her mouth. I was careless. She felt annoyed. She was well aware of the malice of the Lord's world towards women, so she always kept a low profile and did not speak out. But I was really curious about how Maple Leaf had developed, so I couldn't help but ask. Ma'am, don't worry. This is Maple Leaf Boss's auction house. I don't think anyone dares to cause trouble. Li Sanjin spoke to comfort him. This sounded more like a warning to others. The others withdrew their gazes in disappointment, but they couldn't help but wonder about Lu Qin's appearance in their hearts. The voice just now was so soft, so the person must not be ugly. Everyone thought secretly. Lu Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the boss's deterrent power was enough. Li Sanjin continued. There are 2 mission conditions for the Buds of Slavery. One is to have 100 pirate slaves, which is relatively easy to accomplish. The other is to have a territory of 1 square kilometer. Chapter 137. Auctioneer Listens to Dreams. What? Maple Leaf Boss's territory is 1 square kilometer in size. A big man in black next to Li Sanjin exclaimed, and his rough voice echoed throughout the auction hall. All of a sudden, everyone turned their eyes over. There was a look of disdain, as if he were a country bumpkin. Such a look naturally came from the lord of this area. There's also the resentment of feeling ashamed. If you know the truth, just be surprised in your heart. Making a fuss out of nothing is only embarrassing for us outsiders, isn't it? Many people looked away after taking one look. I am ashamed to be associated with him. Feeling all the eyes on him, the big man froze in place for a moment, his throat rolling under the mask. It's over. It's hard to keep a low profile now. Fortunately, at this moment, there was a noise from the VIP box upstairs, which attracted everyone's attention. I saw the lights on in the VIP boxes on the second and third floors, and signs lit up on the glass windows, indicating the identity of the VIPs. The most eye-catching is the VIP box on the third floor. Only 4 signs were lit, which read Fishing Alliance, Underground Cave, Martial Alliance, and Heavenly Fragrance Alliance. Look, those are the 4 most powerful guilds in our region, someone shouted. The people from outside the domain understood instantly. In fact, the strength of Underground Cave and Tianxiang League is not enough to be listed among the 4 major guilds. But this time, the people in this region don't care about these things. When it comes to giving them face, they certainly don't mind helping these 2 guilds to look good. After learning about the strength of the 4 guilds from the people around them, the people from the outside world felt mixed emotions. Even the guilds in the area where the big boss is located are developing so well. Brothers, there is no need to belittle yourselves. These 4 guilds have only reached their current state by clinging to the big guy's thighs. Now we have also come into contact with the Maple Leaf bosses. Sooner or later, we will be able to surpass them. Someone posted on the regional channel. Although they were teleported here, they can still use the regional channels in their area. However, this area channel also has limitations, and you can only chat with people present in this area. Yes, if it were you, I would let these natives see our strength when the auction starts. I don't think it's necessary to be so extreme. Since auctions can be held across regions, I think sooner or later our regions will be able to achieve barrier-free communication and even integration. So, it's entirely possible to cooperate with these big guilds. What the hell is cooperation? These lousy guilds just happen to be able to cling to the big guys. Do they really think they can do it on their own? That's right. These natives are pretending like the boss is their family. Little do they know that the boss doesn't even know he exists. I don't know what they are pretending for. Anyway, I won't cooperate with them. Yes, instead of cooperating with them, it is better to find a way to please the boss. It is inevitable that people from outside the domain will have disputes in their own area. It is naturally difficult for them to unite at such times, so they inevitably split into 2 factions. One faction is the diehards, who believe that they will never be inferior to the 4 major guilds if they have the care of Maple Leaf Boss. The other faction is moderate, and they hope that after all regions are integrated, they can cooperate with all the major guilds for a win-win situation, and it would be best if they could establish good relationships with the big guys through several major guilds. It was just such a small episode that invisibly added fuel to the atmosphere of the auction. So much so that before the auction even started, there was already a momentum of competition between the major forces. On the other side, Lu Qin also learned about the situations of several major guilds from Li Sanjian. She stared at the private room of Tianxiang League on the 3rd floor, her beautiful eyes shining. Is it a guild composed entirely of women? Perhaps we could find some time to get in touch with them. Time passed slowly, and the time for the auction to start was getting closer and closer. At a certain moment, a female voice sounded above the auction hall. The auction is about to begin. Please return to your seats and remain quiet. Everyone returned to their seats, and the entire auction hall fell silent in an instant. At a time like this, even if they were given 10,000 courages, they would not dare to cause trouble. They're all honest people. At this time, in the only private room on the 4th floor, except for the Yakin sisters who were sitting in the private room of the Tianxiang Li downstairs. The other women stayed in the box with Ning Fan. Hubby, tell me, when can the lords of our several regions truly exchange what they have with each other? Mu Wanting stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, quietly looking at the scene below. At this moment, she felt as if she was looking down on everyone and being the mother of the country. She turned around and looked at Ning Fan. Ning Fan leaned lazily on the chair, while Zhao Xuanna, who was sitting next to him, put food into his mouth from time to time. He looked so leisurely. Hearing Mu Wanting's words, he said leisurely, "It should be soon. Even if we can't merge, once the auction house reaches 3 stars and can stay there for a long time, we will be able to exchange what we have with others. There is a stay time when taking the auction house's teleportation array. Currently the stay is only 6 hours. When we can stay for 12 hours or even 24 hours, we can use this as a medium to build a communication center and a business center." Mu Wanting nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. She turned her head and continued to look at the auction hall. At this time, under Feng Linglong's command, the auctioneer had already come on stage. A tall woman wearing high heels and a white glass skirt appeared in the center of the stage. The woman had a delicate face. Although she couldn't be called absolutely beautiful, she was comparable to Zhu Linlin. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes instantly. What a beautiful woman. Heavy breaths rose and fell. To those contestants who could get aroused even by the sight of a waitress, the woman in front of them looked like a fairy. Hello, everyone. I am this auctioneer, Tingming. The woman bent down gracefully, and everyone in the audience stretched their necks to get a glimpse of her beauty. Unfortunately, this dress was specially designed for her by Zhao Xuanna, so naturally she would not be given such an opportunity. Everyone curled their lips in disappointment. Their appetite had been whetted, and someone started to make a fuss. Miss Tingming, let's start the auction quickly. Brother has prepared enough cornerstones. The audience burst into laughter, so they dared to take advantage of them in a subtle way. I guess you all can't wait any longer. Now the auction will officially begin. Tingming smiled gently, not looking the least bit embarrassed in the face of so many men in black. The first auction item is 10L of C-grade water. As she spoke, 2 bodyguard robots came to the center of the stage carrying a plate. Seeing the 2 bodyguard robots, everyone shuddered instantly. The bodyguard robot possesses sea-level combat power, which is undoubtedly a silent deterrent to the people in the audience who are generally at D level. It's a good thing I didn't tease Miss Tingming just now. Everyone felt lucky. Is this the strength of the boss? He can attack with 2 sea-level fighters. It's too scary. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Tingming with clear eyes. Even if there were 1 or 2 old perverts, they only dared to be cockroaches in the dark and watch secretly. I won't elaborate on the function of graded water. C-grade water. 10L. Starting price, 2,000 cornerstones. Each bid must be no less than 50 cornerstones. 2,000 cornerstones. Everyone gasped. Wow, is this so exaggerated? Those who know the value of the product have already started bidding. 2,100 cornerstone. 2,200 cornerstones. Led by the local guilds on the 2nd and 3rd floors, the auction gradually got on track. Inside the box, seeing that the auction had already begun, Zhao Xuanna couldn't help but leave Ning Fan behind, and stood up and walked to Mu Wanning's side. Her beautiful eyes looked curiously at the scene below, which made her look somewhat adorable. At this time, Mu Wanning suddenly spoke in a low voice. This is a good dream. He is not afraid of the stage in front of so many people and performs very gracefully. Xuanna explained casually, I heard that when she was in Blue Star, she was an intern auctioneer at a large auction house. Mu Wanning nodded slightly. Asked Dihu if they are willing to release him. Hearing this, Zhao Xuanna turned her head and looked at her. Seeing her serious look, she immediately nodded and said, Okay. Chapter 138, Flower and Bird Envoy. On the 3rd floor, in the private room of the cave. In the afternoon, Dihu had just returned to the territory with his younger brothers when he received an announcement from the boss that an auction was about to be held. So he immediately asked his younger brother to grab a few tickets and brought people to support the event. When I say I'm showing support, I am really just showing support for a person. Dihu sat on the chair with his legs crossed, looking at the people below competing to bid with a leisurely look on his face, without any intention of bidding at all. The younger brothers on the side started playing cards. There was no other way. In order to expand the business, he invested all the cornerstones he had, and he didn't even have money to pay his subordinate salaries. The younger brothers had to buy cards on credit. The transaction price is 3,400 cornerstones. When I have enough money, I will bid 100L to give benefits to my brothers. Dihu watched the first auction item being taken by someone on the 1st floor and commented. Just then, a special reminder sounded. His whole body trembled, and he immediately put down his crossed legs, sat up straight, and turned on the screen to take a look. It was the message Zhao Xuanna sent him. After reading it carefully, he smiled excitedly and called out loudly, Li Chuanjun, Li Chuanjun. Li Chuanjun, who was playing cards, heard the boss calling him. He had just lost all his money and even sold his pants on credit, so he took the opportunity to throw away the cards and came to Dihu. The other brothers were so angry when they saw this. Boss, you called me, Li Chuanjun said with a polite smile. After the auction is over, arrange 2 female slaves to serve Miss Hao Tingming. Don't make the same mistake as last time. Remember to choose 2 female slaves with normal mental states, preferably those who have not been abused. Die warned. Upon hearing this, Li Chuanjun was stunned. Boss, Miss Tingming is favored by the boss. His tone was a little excited. Tingming and Zhao Xuanna were both deals negotiated by him. If Tingming was also favored by the big boss, then his position as the leader of the younger brothers would be secure. Maybe he could even be promoted to vice president. Well, I don't know whether the boss likes her or not. It was Miss Xue Na who told me about this. As he said this, Dihu suddenly felt that what he said was inappropriate, so he straightened his mind and changed his words. Perhaps you should call her Madame Zhao now. Anyway, just treat this as the boss's will. Remember to be more respectful in front of Madame Zhao in the future. After the incident of hiring a waiter, and now Zhao Xue Na came to him to ask for someone in the name of Mrs. Mu. Dihu suddenly realized that Zhao Xue Na's identity had changed in just half a day. This made him happy, but at the same time, he had to be cautious. Boss, don't worry, I understand. Li Chuangjun immediately assured. Go ahead. If you do this well, you can go to the finance department to get some funds to recruit new followers. Dihu waved his hand. He was satisfied with Li Chuangjun, so he didn't mind training him. Li Chuangjun was so excited when he heard this that he could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Thank you, boss. After saying this, he was about to walk away when Dihu suddenly called him. Oh, by the way, in the future, please pay more attention to whether there are any orders of top-notch beauties. If there are, no matter how much the price is, I allow you to take it first and ask for permission later. Okay, boss. Li Chuangjun agreed quickly. In fact, he would have done the same even if the boss hadn't said that. After all, he had already tasted the sweetness of this twice in a row, so how could he not understand? Compared to improving business efficiency, it is better to collect beautiful women and serve the boss specifically. This way the boss will be happy and you will get promoted faster. After returning, tell the people below to shift their focus to this aspect as appropriate. Thinking of this, Li Chuangjun happily returned to his younger brothers. The other brothers felt very uncomfortable when they saw his behavior. They all heard what the boss said just now. I'm afraid it won't be long before they all call Li Chuangjun vice president. Obviously, they all joined the catacombs at about the same time. Brother Jun, can you teach us how you got so many beauties? Someone couldn't help but ask. After he finished speaking, the rest of the people looked at Li Chuangjun with burning eyes. Now, they didn't even have the heart to play cards anymore. Yeah, Jun brother, we have been working for so many days and haven't even come across an order from top beauty. How'd you do it? Brother Jun, don't try to fool us with your luck. One is okay, but two in a row, we don't believe it. Listening to their words, Li Chuangjun raised his chin and then slumped on the sofa like a big boss. Oh, I've been busy for 2 days. My back and waist are sore, and I feel uncomfortable all over. He sighed. The others understood what he meant and rushed forward, some to massage his back, some to massage his legs. Brother Jun, just tell the brothers. Li Chuangjun curled his lips, but suddenly his face hurt, and he said, "Here's what was I about to say just now? Damn it, I lost money. I was so upset. I forgot at the moment I turned around. I'm so sorry. I may disappoint you. Let me take my time." He pointed to his chest and shook his head in annoyance. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other, secretly gritting their teeth. Li Chuangjun from Gogo has really bad character. He's almost promoted to vice president, but he still refuses to pay this little money. But there was no way. Li Chuangjun had made great contributions and had some connections with the big guys. They could only swallow their anger. After exchanging glances and obtaining everyone's consent, someone approached Li Chuangjun and said politely, "Brother Jun, you are being so formal. It's just some accounts. We brothers were just playing for fun, and we didn't intend to ask you for it." Really? Li Chuangjun sat up with a bang. Of course it's true. Everyone laughed and cursed in their hearts. I said that brothers are righteous. Li Chuangjun smiled. Then the score between us is written off? Everyone smiled, but their hearts were not smiling. Of course. Brother Jun, please tell us your tricks quickly. When the brothers become prosperous, they will definitely not forget the kindness Jun showed them today. That's right, Brother Jun. You're going to be the vice president. Even if the brothers just want to get a position as department manager, they can't threaten you. Everyone called him Brother Jun, and Li Chuangjun felt comfortable hearing that. He immediately patted his thigh and spoke in a tone of instructing a young man. In that case, let me talk to you. Everyone, listen carefully. Don't blame me if it doesn't work. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy and they quickly focused their attention. First of all, you are going in the wrong direction. If you want to buy the best beauties, you can never rely on male customers. Li Chuangjun spuka alukanli. Let's not talk about how hard it is to meet a top-notch beauty. Even if you really meet one, do you think a woman with good character and good looks, especially a virgin, would be willing to commit herself to a man who treats women as resources to sell? Everyone was stunned. Damn, that seems to be the truth. So, June, both of your deals were with female customers? What else? Li Chuangjuan chuckled. You still don't understand the ecology of this world well enough. Do you know why the Tinxiang League is so large? It's because any woman with a little bit of brains would not easily believe that a man would be kind to her in this world. Of course, the big guys are excluded. After all, they have long been free from the primitive survival pressure. Li Chuangjuan added, life is important. He dare not say bad things about the big guys. So, women are more willing to stick together with other women. After these words were spoken, everyone suddenly understood and looked as if they had been taught a lesson. But, can women trust each other? Someone asked this question. Li Chuangjuan sneered. Does it matter? Anyway, they believe it themselves. When they're stabbed in the back, it will be our turn to show up, right? Yes, what does the backstabbing between women have to do with them? They just need to be responsible for recruiting people. They almost got confused, but after they figured it out, a sly smile appeared on everyone's face. Hee hee. I have to pay more attention to female customers in the future. Who knows, they might be the next June Ge. Then everyone asked Li Chuangjuan a few more questions about this aspect. Li Chuangjuan did not choose to keep it to himself, but told them everything. It was this exchange that explicitly or implicitly set a trend for Dihu's subordinates. A position similar to the ancient flower and bird envoy took shape in the cave. Chapter 139, Zhao Xuanna and the Cave Business. Dihu had no idea what his younger brothers were planning. His attention was completely focused on chatting with Zhao Xuanna. After replying to her about listening to dreams and reaching an agreement, Dihu turned off the screen and breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, my guess was right. Miss Xuanna really got the favor of the boss. Just now, he and Zhao Xuanna finalized the clothing cooperation matters. This was enough to make him sure that Zhao Xuanna had already secured a place among the boss's many women. It also means that as long as he follows Zhao Xuanna obediently, he can hold on to the boss's thigh firmly. Thinking of this, he stood up and went to the window. The view from the box on the third floor is very wide, and you can see the entire situation in the hall. Standing here, you feel like you are the king of the world. The Daiku can be compared with the two big guilds, the Fishing Alliance and the Martial Alliance, and enjoys such good treatment, all thanks to the care of the big guys. Dihu sighed. At this point, the auction had already reached the middle stage, and it was a tense moment. No matter whether it is a large guild or a small guild or an individual player, they're all very dedicated and compete to bid. Often, an item will go through hundreds of rounds of bidding before it is sold. The next item to be auctioned is a Class C item, a large fishing boat. Because the item is too large, it will not be displayed here. The relevant information has been displayed on the public screen. This ship can not only be used for fishing, but also because of its good defense and speed, it can be used as a transport ship when necessary. Without further ado, the starting price is 10,000 cornerstones, and each bid will be increased by at least 100 cornerstones. Below, Ting Ming gave an enthusiastic introduction. At this point in the auction, she was completely in the mood, as if she had found the feeling she had when she was interning at Blue Star, and she became much more confident. When Dihu heard the introduction of Class C large fishing boat, his expression changed. He immediately took out the bidding device and made a bid. The cave offers 20,000 cornerstones. He had not intended to participate in this auction, but perhaps because he was in a good mood, or perhaps because he wanted to show the strength of the cave in front of Madame Zhao, he made a bid. At worst, my men will have to eat pickled vegetables for a few more days. We have to stand firm in this cave. Dihu murmured. There was a sound coming from the box on the third floor, which had never been heard before. For a moment, everyone in the hall looked over there. The starting price was doubled as soon as the bid was made. Is this the strength of the four major guilds? The faces of the Outland diehards darkened. Are these indigenous guilds going to start? Assholes, it's only 20,000 cornerstones. Why are they pretending? Do they think we can't keep up? Someone posted on the regional channel. Soon, others followed. The Shinto League offers 22,000 cornerstones. Unfortunately, the Fishing Alliance had already set its sights on this fishing boat, so the bid was suppressed by Huang San's voice before it even made a splash. Fishing Alliance, 25,000 cornerstone. The two major guilds got involved at once, and the Outland channel exploded instantly. Brothers, don't hide it. This is a demonstration. You are not trying to save face. Show your confidence. Yes, the role of the C-Class large fishing boat is no less than that of a Tiger squatting cannon. There's no need for everyone to focus on the last item. Don't wait until the end to be the boss and still not be able to grab a few tiger squatting cannons. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone reacted instantly. Yes, there are more than 20,000 people here, and there are many forces and individual players who are capable of competing for the tiger crouching cannon. And no one knew who leaked the information about financing, which caused many people to follow suit. The atmosphere became more depressing as the auction got to the end. Obviously, there are many forces heading for the tiger crouching cannon. The Apocalypse Alliance offers 26,000 cornerstones. Just then, a rough voice was heard, and everyone was stunned. The voice seemed familiar, and many people looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out to be the big man in black. Is he really that capable? This auction is indeed full of hidden talents. After realizing this problem, many forces gave up the idea of participating in the auction of the finale item. Instead of going back empty-handed without getting anything, you might as well take some other photos. After all, every item released by the auction house is very useful to them. Thus, a new round of bidding wave arrived. Shenwu gotte 27,000 cornerstones. Beauty Alliance 29,000 cornerstones. Wadawi 30,000 cornerstones. Whether it is a local guild or a guild from outside the area, more and more forces are joining in and the price is gradually rising. The auction became completely lively. Cave 40,000 cornerstones. Dihu's voice came again, and Zhao Xuan-na, who was standing in front of the window watching the auction, couldn't help but blinked. You are so generous. It seems that the business of the underground cave is quite profitable. Maybe in the future, the business you and the underground cave run will become a considerable source of income for Ning Fan. Muwanting joked. Zhao Xuan-na nodded slightly, feeling somewhat happy. If that's the case, that would be great. This way she could help Ning Fan a little. Looking at Ting Ming's graceful figure in the center of the stage, she suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Ning Fan. Ning Fan was staring at the screen intently, discussing the construction plan of the military base with Wolf's son. His woman helped him take care of the auction, so he was not worried about any unexpected problems. So whenever he had time, he focused on the defense of the territory. And Zhao Xiner had already been in his arms without him knowing. Opposite her sat Zhu Linlin, and the two girls were playing poker and having a lot of fun. As for Ling Long and Su Yiye, they stayed in the next room, watching the progress of the auction. The atmosphere in the entire box was very relaxed. Zhao Xuan-na walked over to Ning Fan and sat down. Then she peeled a grape skillfully and fed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyebrows moved, and his eyes moved from the screen to her. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Zhao Xuan-na pursed her lips slightly and asked in a soft voice. Ning Fan, what do you think of the auctioneer on the stage? After Wanning's advice, she realized that perhaps she could also use the underground cave as the Yakin sister did to help Ning Fan add some women to his harem. But this matter ultimately requires Ning Fan's consent, so I thought of asking Ning Fan. Hearing her words, Ning Fan couldn't help but look up at the auction hall. Seeing the beautiful figure on the stage, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What's her name? Listen to the dream. Zhao Xuan-na said softly. Not a bad name, Ning Fan nodded. In fact, he paid attention to Ting Ming as soon as she appeared, but he didn't pay attention to her because of her looks. Perhaps it starts with appearance and ends with the system. He wanted to see if he could bind this woman. After all, one more target would mean more chances of return. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. As the system displayed, the target status is abnormal, temporarily staying here and cannot be bound. He immediately realized that he could not bind a woman who came via the teleportation array, but only a woman who could stay in his territory for a long time. So he gave up on binding and listening to dreams. But I didn't expect that Zhao Xuan-na would suddenly mention this matter. How could this not be considered as there's always light at the end of the tunnel? I have contacted Dihu and asked for her to come over. Dihu said that he would send her here together with the slaves next time. Zhao Xuan-na said crisply, with a reserved manner, just like a concubine. Chapter 140, the final stage of the auction. Listening to Zhao Xuan-na's words, Ning Fan smiled gently and reached out to hold her in his arms. Thank you for your hard work. There's no need to be so reserved in front of me in the future. Relax a little. Before Zhao Xuan-na could react, she fell into Ning Fan's arms. Feeling the man's scent around her and the close touch, her face instantly turned red. Especially since her sister was leaning on Ning Fan. Although the chair Ning Fan was sitting on was very spacious, and it didn't seem crowded for the three of them, the scene was a little too ambiguous and shy. Zhao Xiner noticed the actions of Ning Fan and her sister, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Oh yeah, is her sister going to sleep with her? He was secretly paying attention in his heart, but pretended not to see it, and played cards with Zhu Linlin. Ning Fan held Zhao Xuanna in his arms. Looking at the delicate beauty in his arms, the former beautiful teacher, who was acting like a daughter, he couldn't help but lean over and gently kiss her little mouth. Zhao Xuanna's beautiful eyes widened and her long eyelashes fluttered. Ning Fan caught her tender look, and she instantly retracted it in shyness. When Ning Fan let go, her whole body immediately softened, and she shyly hid in Ning Fan's arms. The missing sense of security in her heart was filled at this moment. At this moment, she suddenly felt that there was no happier thing than staying in Ning Fan's arms, and she subconsciously hugged Ning Fan's arms. Seeing her like this, Ning Fan almost couldn't help but execute her on the spot. He suddenly thought of something and whispered into Zhao Xuanna's ear. Zhao Xuanna's body trembled, her face flushed, and she stood up, escaping from Ning Fan's arms. Ning Fan couldn't help but smile secretly, feeling relieved. He sniffed the lingering fragrance in the air and continued to look at the screen. Unexpectedly, before he could get involved, Zhao Xiner rushed over and asked curiously with her big eyes, "Hubby, what did you just say to your sister? Do you really want to know?" Ning Fan looked at her strangely. Yeah, Zhao Xiner nodded impatiently. It was rare for her to see her sister so embarrassed, so of course she wanted to know. "Come here." Seeing that she wanted to know so much, Ning Fan waved at her with ill intentions. Zhao Xiner immediately put her ear close to his ear. At night, after hearing this, Zhao Xiner immediately covered her face with her hands, her ears turned red, and she pretended to get up and leave. Ning Fan didn't give her this opportunity. He hugged her delicate body and refused to let her go. Zhao Xiner had no choice but to let Ning Fan hold her obediently, then hid her head in Ning Fan's arms and digested what Ning Fan had just said alone. Zhao Xuanna straightened her clothes, returned to the window, and continued to watch the auction with a blank stare. The dizziness on her face lingered for a long time. Her mind couldn't help but fantasize about what happened that night, and her eyes became more and more charming. Mu Wanting naturally noticed what happened just now. She walked up to Zhao Xuanna, held her cold little hand, and joked, "It seems that I can really call Xuanna's sister now." Zhao Xuanna rolled her eyes at her angrily. Bad, Wanting wanted to embarrass her again. She looked so charming that Mu Wanting wanted to scratch her face. Mu Wanting then gently put her arms around her waist, leaned on her shoulders, and spoke in a gentle tone. "Fate is such a wonderful thing. I never thought we would become sisters in the end. It's great." Hearing this, Zhao Xuanna's heart softened, and the remaining shyness turned into sweetness because of these words. Yes, fate is a wonderful thing. Isn't it a blessing to be able to live peacefully with my sister, Wanting, Linglong, and others? Thinking of this, her eyes unconsciously fell on Ting Meng on the stage. At this point, the auction has reached a fever pitch. After this C-class large fishing boat was bought by the cave at a price of 45,000 cornerstones, the subsequent D-plus class villa building was sold for a price of 50,000 cornerstones. The D-plus grade villa was built when Ning Fan returned to Manor. Because of its luxurious configuration and finished product properties, no additional materials are required, so the selling price is higher than that of a fishing boat, captured by a guild from Outland. Of course, there are also reasons for saving face. Soon, the auction came to its final stage. The finale item, 10C plus grade Tiger crouching cannons, are on the scene. I'm sure everyone is getting impatient, so I won't waste any more time. Now let's take a look at the last lot of this auction, the C plus grade crouching tiger cannon. As Ting Meng finished speaking, two bodyguard robots carried a tiger's squat cannon onto the stage. In an instant, everyone stretched their necks, trying to get a clear look at the tiger crouching cannon. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. The shape of the tiger crouching cannon was not very attractive. The barrel was less than 1 meter long and was mounted on a wooden tripod. It looked like a toy. No way, this tiger squat cannon looks like this. It doesn't even look good. Does this count as a firearm? It can't be less powerful than a bow and arrow. It doesn't seem very reliable. There were voices of doubt coming from the audience, especially from people outside the region. Due to their short knowledge and having just lost the competition with people from this area, some people couldn't keep their mouths shut. Ting Ming kept smiling. She didn't speak in a hurry. Instead, she took something like a remote control and pressed the public screen behind her. We know that everyone may have doubts about the power of the Crouching Tiger cannon, so our auction house has specially prepared a piece of material for everyone to understand the power of the Crouching Tiger cannon. Please look at the public screen. Hearing this, everyone suddenly became quiet and looked at the screen. After a while, a video loaded on the screen. The first scene that caught my eye was Tours and the barbarian soldiers training with the Tiger Squat cannon. In groups of 10, 5 Tiger Squat cannons were placed at the foot of the mountain. At Tours' command, 5 cannons fired simultaneously. The loud, rumbling sound exploded in everyone's heart like a thunder, and the timid people were even frightened. The next second, violent explosions were heard, stirring up a cloud of dust on the distant hilltop. The firelight shone through the screen onto the faces of everyone in the auction hall, making their faces red. Everyone had dull eyes, staring blankly at the scene after the explosion. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard one after another until the video ended. The screen went black, and the entire auction hall was silent. How painful it would be to get hit by a bullet like this. After coming to their senses, a faint sense of fear lingered in everyone's heart. They couldn't help but be afraid. If such a sharp weapon got out into the open, it would mean that they might face the danger of being bombarded at any time. Only by doing my best to take down a Tiger Crouching cannon can I ensure that I will be able to fight back when facing such a threat. In an instant, most of the confident people thought of this and quickly confirmed this idea. As for those who are unable to fight for it, they can only pray in their hearts. And it just so happens that most of these people are the ones who raised doubts just now. If they can't get what they want, they will belittle others, that's all. This time, we will auction a total of 10 pieces of Tiger Crouching cannons, which will be auctioned separately. The starting price of the first piece of Tiger Crouching cannon is 10,000 cornerstones. Each bid increase must not be less than 100 cornerstones. The auction will start now. Chapter 141 Scheduled Auction Items. As soon as Ting Ming finished speaking, someone made an offer. 15,000 cornerstones. However, this bid did not last long. Before Ting Ming could even offer a price for him, another voice spoke. Wu Tian Guild, 18,000 cornerstones. Flying Bird Club, 20,000 cornerstones. Doctors Alliance, 22,000 cornerstones. 24,000 cornerstones. Lu Qin also made a bid, but her clear voice was drowned out by other sounds as soon as it sounded. The atmosphere of the auction was gradually pushed to its climax. The sound of bidding could be heard throughout the hall, but everyone still followed the principle of first come, first served. But they were not so polite when it came to raising prices. The price quickly reached 35,000 cornerstones. At this time, seeing that the prices were about the same, the major guilds began to get involved. Martial Alliance, 40,000 cornerstones. A voice came from the box on the 3rd floor, and the noise in the auction hall died down a lot. 40,000 cornerstones is a price that most guilds cannot afford. Even with financing, they still need to be cautious. Apocalypse Alliance, 43,000 cornerstones. Carpenters Union, 44,000 cornerstones. The auction entered the stage of strangling by the big guilds. Mu Wanting stood in front of the window and watched this scene, with a sly smile on her pretty lips. She already knew from Ning Fan that he had a C+ grade Tiger Crouching cannon template. Because of its low cost, the cost of making a Tiger Squat cannon is almost negligible. However, such a low-cost item is now being auctioned for nearly 50,000 cornerstones. The exaggerated profits are so great that even she feels that the money is too easy to make. Shuana, I take back what I said before. Considering the profits that can be brought by the size of the catacombs, I don't think my husband will be interested in it. Mu Wanting looked at Zhao Xuanna and chuckled. Zhao Xuanna nodded in agreement. The revenue from this auction alone is worth millions of cornerstones. How many female slaves must be sold in the cave to achieve this revenue? It will be difficult to help Ning Fan a lot by doing business with the cave. Perhaps the point I should grasp is to help Ning Fan gather women through the cave. Zhao Shui now looked thoughtful. Seeing her like this, Mu Wanting knew that she had figured it out. She curled the corners of her mouth slightly and stopped talking. At this moment, the first Tiger Squat cannon has been found. An outland guild called Wadawi acquired it for 55,000 cornerstones, because it was taken by the Outland Guild. So a voice appeared in the Outer Domain channel, saying that this was a victory for them, the Outer Domain people. For a time, Wadawi became famous, and some people even labeled it as one of the 4 major guilds in the outer world. As for who the other 3 major guilds are, it depends on who performs better next. When other foreign guilds saw how well the Wadawi treated them, they all began to gear up and wait for the next Tiger Crouching Cannon to go on auction so that they could show off their skills. No matter what, I must get one to add some gold to my guild. After all, everyone knows that after this grand auction is over, it will definitely be spread by word of mouth among the lords of the 6 regions. If anyone becomes famous at that time, it will be beneficial to the development of the guild. Compared to the madness in the outside world, the local guilds are calmer. Of course, being calm is nothing but helplessness after weighing the pros and cons. After all, they have too much debt. Even if they develop better than the people from the outside world, they can't come up with much money. There are only a few top guilds left, and we can barely keep up by gritting our teeth. Soon, the second Tiger Squatting Cannon went on auction. Probably knowing the price of the Tiger Crouching Cannon, this time there was not much noise coming from the boxes on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The situation in the auction hall was just the opposite, with the bidding even more intense than for the first item. Ha! Those indigenous guilds are so weak that they're not bidding anymore. It seems that they are scared. Brothers, try harder and show these natives our strength. In the Outland Channel, cheers and excitement were heard everywhere. But soon they realized something was wrong. Hey, brothers, don't overdo it. The price is already 53,000. It's time to stop and stop bullying. Get lost? Who the hell is your brother? This is a C+ level Tiger Crouching Cannon. If you get it, you won't have to worry about pirate attacks. Do you think you're playing house? That's right. If you can't afford it, just sit at the table with the natives. Don't embarrass yourself here. Seeing this situation, some diehard elements were dumbfounded. Why kill their own people? Your Majesty, I am a good citizen. Unfortunately, auction prices don't lie. Apocalypse Alliance, 59,000 cornerstones. Medical Alliance, 60,000 cornerstones. Shinto League, 60,500 cornerstones. Tiansha League, 63,000 cornerstones. Hearing the offer of 63,000 cornerstones, Lu Qin clenched her slender hands hidden in her sleeves, wanting to try another round. After thinking it over again and again, she let go. Forget it. Such a high price is really not worth it. I still have 8 pieces of crouching tiger cannons. There is no need to insist on it. She comforted herself. Most of the other guilds that followed the bid had the same idea and gave up the auction one after another. Congratulations to Tiansha League for bidding for this crouching tiger cannon at a price of 63,000 cornerstones. As Ting Ming's voice sounded, the auction of the second tiger squatting cannon came to an end. Normally, the chat channel in Outland would be very active during the interval between the opening of the next item auction, but now it is unusually quiet. After the falling out, they finally realized that there was no such thing as natives or outsiders. When the auction really starts, everyone will look ruthless and refuse to recognize any relatives. No one will smile at you anymore. Once this reality is recognized, no one will come out to raise the banner of foreign countries anymore. But the only thing that remains unchanged is the recognition of the strong. The name Tiansha League was remembered by everyone. In this dead silence, the auction of the third tiger squatting cannon quietly arrived. The guilds that had failed in the previous 2 auctions were all holding their breath. So as soon as the auction started, the price went straight to the level of 50,000. But in the end, only one guild could take the photo. Lu Qin's boxing skills never slackened from this moment on. However, even though she repeatedly broke through her own bottom line and bid new highs, she was still ruthlessly suppressed by others. Time passed slowly, and each of the tiger squat cannons had its owner. Beads of sweat appeared on Lu Qin's white forehead. The 2 big white rabbits were also so excited that they broke through the encirclement and showed their proud, true faces. But she didn't pay attention to these, because the auction has come to an end. The last tiger squat cannon was carried up. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, it's the last item in this auction. This is the last piece of the crouching tiger cannon. Customers who haven't bought it yet should seize this opportunity. Ting Ming's voice echoed in the auction hall, making the people present tense up and stare at the tiger squatting cannon on the stage. Seeing this, Lu Qin frowned slightly, thinking to himself that it was not good. He was afraid that this last tiger squatting cannon would cause a huge killing. She felt a little regretful. If she had known this earlier, she would have gritted her teeth and bought one. Unfortunately, there was no way to regret it, so she could only bite the bullet and participate in the auction of the last tiger crouching cannon. I will stop talking nonsense. As usual, the starting price is 10,000 cornerstones, and each increase in price must be no less than 100 cornerstones. The last C+ grade tiger crouching cannon is now up for auction. As soon as the words fell, someone rushed to bid. 20,000 cornerstones. 22,000 cornerstones. 26,000 cornerstones. The bids came one after another, and Lu Qin's delicate body trembled slightly involuntarily. She reminded herself to stay calm and not to be anxious. She must get this tiger's squat cannon. Otherwise, if she goes back empty-handed, not only will she not be able to explain her niece Lu Yimeng, but the Doctor's Alliance will also be in crisis. But she was not the only one eyeing this last tiger crouching cannon. Not to mention the other guilds present, there were also several pairs of eyes staring in the box on the third floor. The private room of Tiangxiangming. Sisters Lin Yakin and Lin Beishir held hands and stood in front of the window with elegant manners. Compared with Lu Qin's nervousness, the two girls seemed very relaxed. Even my younger sister Beishir was a little excited. "Sister, when do we bid? I've never been to an auction before." Lin Beishir playfully shook her sister's hand. Lin Yakin looked at her with a hint of doting on her face. Ever since she and her sister came to Ningfan and became Ningfan's women, the relationship between me and my sister has become better and better, and there are no more conflicts like before due to different ideas. She shaved her sister's face and spoke gently. "Just place your bid without worry. We have already reserved this crouching tiger cannon from Wanning. Taking part in the auction is just a matter of transferring money from one hand to the other." Chapter 142, Making Trouble? Lin Yakin and Mu Wanning had already discussed it early on and decided to open a private room exclusively for their Tianxiang League in order to increase the influence of Tianxiang League and thus attract more outstanding sisters to join Tianxiang League. This will make it easier for them to select suitable maids and bring them to Ning Fan's territory. Now that he has come this far, he will naturally not give up the opportunity to shine at the auction. As for how to maximize the effect, it must be to use a big hand to buy the last item in the auction. In this way, after the auction is over, everyone will definitely be most impressed by the Tianxiang League. After getting her sister's permission, Lin Beishir excitedly kissed her sister's face and then couldn't wait to pick up the bidding device to prepare to bid. At this time, the auction price has reached 40,000. Lin Beishir suddenly had an idea and made an offer directly. The Tianxiang League offers 80,000 cornerstones. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire auction hall fell silent. Everyone's pupils dilated and then contracted, and then they all raised their heads stiffly and looked towards the box on the third floor. "How much more? 80,000 cornerstones? No, we're just playing. No one would bid like that." Lu Qin's face turned pale in an instant, and she knew it was all over. She heard the voice just now very clearly. It was a woman's voice. She never expected that the Tianxiang League, which had been silent throughout the auction, would take action at this time. "Miss Tingming, I suspect that the people from the Tianxiang League are causing trouble. They definitely don't have so many cornerstones." Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly. Lu Qin was stunned. Could there be a chance of turnaround? Some light returned to her beautiful eyes. "That's right. Who would bid like that? Don't they treat the cornerstone as the cornerstone? I asked the auction house to check their assets." Someone shouted. Everyone's expressions became complicated. Yes, from the voice just now, it was a woman. How could a group of women come up with so many cornerstones? Thinking of this, everyone fell silent, quietly watching Ting Meng on the stage as if they were not involved. But at this time, silence has actually expressed one's position. There were clearly only a few people protesting in the hall, but the scene was very strange. The pressure was immediately put on Ting Meng. Ting Meng, who had never experienced such a scene before, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Just at this moment, a cold voice sounded above the auction hall. Whether Tianxiang League is a false offer or not, this auction house will verify it, and no one else needs to worry about it. If there are any more noisemakers. At this point, the two robots on the stage suddenly changed, and in front of everyone's horrified gaze, they took out two automatic rifles, ordinary rifles, with only D-level damage. In an instant, the entire auction hall was dead silent, and this time even the sound of swallowing saliva was silent. "I'm gonna beat you up. What the hell is an automatic rifle?" Everyone felt dizzy. The voices above their heads fell silent, and no one dared to talk about the capital verification anymore. Although there are security protocols to protect us, who would dare to take a chance facing the black muzzle of the gun? And if I'm not mistaken about the voice just now, it should be the big boss. Even the big boss has been alarmed. If we don't know what's best for us, it's possible that the big boss will get angry and attack us from other regions. After all, the news about Area 2548 had already spread, and everyone subconsciously thought that the boss had the means to cross regions. Watching the two robots put away their weapons, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Ting Ming took the entire scene in sight. Her beautiful eyes subconsciously glanced towards the fourth floor. Through the opaque glass, she seemed to see a tall figure standing behind the glass. If I could become his woman, I would be very happy, she murmured in her heart. As a witness of this auction, she deeply understood how powerful these men in black were. The assets that each of them could bring out were enough to buy her many times over. But even such a group of lords who call the shots outside, when facing Ning Fan, are as well-behaved as a naughty child. Want to do something bad, but am so cowardly. She took a deep breath, thinking that Ning Fan might be paying attention to her. She secretly adjusted her posture to keep herself in the most beautiful state, and then spoke clearly. The auction continues. Tianxiang League offers 80,000 cornerstones. Is there anyone else who wants to follow? Hearing this, everyone in the audience was amazed. Follow? How can they follow? It's already 80,000 cornerstones. They can't get so many cornerstones even if they sell everything they have. However, just when everyone thought that the last Tiger Crouching Cannon would be taken by the Tianxiang League, suddenly, a delicate voice sounded. The Doctors' Alliance offers 81,000 cornerstones. Oh shit, why is it a woman's voice again? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice in surprise. Then I saw a man in black with well-developed chest muscles sitting on a chair, his hands tightly hidden in his sleeves. It's true that this auction is full of hidden talents. Even the women participating in the auction are so wealthy. Everyone sighed in their hearts, feeling amazed and uncomfortable. Lu Qin was extremely nervous at the moment. She had noticed the abnormality of Big White Rabbit, but compared to being stared at by everyone with strange eyes, she was more worried about whether Tianxiang League would continue to raise the price. This price is already the limit that the entire medical alliance can bear. The only way to move up is to sell her. Unfortunately, things went against his wishes. After being pinched on the face and scolded by Lin Yakin, Lin Beisher made an offer in a wrong manner. Tianxiang League bids 81,500 cornerstones. She didn't dare to have any more ideas. If Ning Fan had to clean up her mess again, she would be beaten up by her sister. However, this tiny price increase became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Qin knew that Tianxiang League would not give up, so she trembled and lowered her head dejectedly. It's over. I'm going to be severely punished by Yimeng when I go back, and I'm going to cause the entire Doctors' Alliance to continue to be on tenterhooks. The regret in my heart gushed out like a spring, and my slender fingers were rubbed together tightly, losing their color. She knew that if she hadn't wanted to save the cornerstone at the beginning, the Medical Alliance would have been able to take down a Tiger Crouching Cannon with their strength. But who knows that a single thought can lead to a huge mistake. 81,500 cornerstones for the third time. Congratulations to Tianxiang League for taking the last Tiger Crouching Cannon. Chapter 143 Home. Hearing the sound of the hammer falling, Lu Qin couldn't help but tremble. If it weren't for the mask covering her face, the people present would definitely notice it. The beautiful face under the mask actually had red eyes at this moment. This auction has ended successfully. Lords who have purchased items, please check the items on the auction house interface. After confirming that they are correct, you can choose to leave. Of course, the teleportation array can stay for a while. You can also stay in the auction hall to exchange information or exchange items. The auction house will not stop this, but if you are deceived, the auction house will not be responsible. Ting Ming said in a playful tone. Instantly, everyone present laughed. In any case, although most of them did not win anything, they gained a lot of knowledge through this auction, and it was worth the trip. Everyone chose to stay, as they didn't want to give up the precious communication time so easily. It would be best if we could exchange them for some necessary items. Lu Qin, who was sitting alone, heard the word exchange items. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she subconsciously looked towards the private room of Tianxiang League on the third floor. Her mind was tangled for a moment, and she bit her lip. No matter what, it doesn't hurt to give it a try. They are all women, and they have such a good reputation. I don't think they will do anything to me. Thinking of this, she resolutely stood up and walked towards the corridor. And just as she was on her way to the private room of Tianxiang League, Ting Ming returned to the center of the stage. In the surprised gaze of everyone, she smiled and said, I'm here to make an announcement from the auction house. From today on, this auction house will accept consignments. Any lord who has high-level items to auction can bring them to this auction house for consignment. After our auction house screens and confirms that the items you have sent have auction value, they will be sold at the next auction. This auction house only charges a 10 handling fee. This announcement was added by Ning Fan, not for any handling fees, but to provide another channel to obtain high-level manufacturing maps. He has been thinking about this ever since he failed to buy the weapons manufacturing drawings he needed in the trading hall. I think it would be much easier to select the required level of manufacturing drawings with the support of 6 areas. When everyone heard this announcement, their expressions were more or less moved. A 10 handling fee is not much for such a high-end auction. On the contrary, if it can be sold at a high price, the profit will be far greater than selling it in a regional trading hall. The auction will be held from time to time. I hope everyone will be enthusiastic about sending items to auction. I believe we will see each other again soon. Ting Ming smiled and waved to everyone, then left the stage gracefully. Tiang Xiangming inside the box. When Lin Yakin saw Ting Ming leave, she also withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Lin Beisher, who was sulking on the side. Okay, Yuhan and the others will be in soon. It will be terrible if they see you like this. Lin Yakin scolded unhappily. You almost messed up the auction. It's good enough that I didn't spank you. How dare you stand here and get angry? You said you could just make a random offer. Lin Beisher pouted, stood up indignantly, and straightened her clothes. You naughty sister, when it's time to sleep with me, I will embarrass you to death in front of Ning Fan. Lin Beisher said secretly. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. She quickly put the matter behind her and became serious. Come in, Lin Yakin said lightly. The next second, the door opened and a group of women with graceful figures and delicate faces walked in. There were 4 people in total, all women from the Tianxiang League. They had just witnessed the entire auction in the next room. At this moment, seeing the 2 presidents with dignified manners and elegant temperaments in front of them, and thinking of the last scene of the auction just now, the ladies had complicated expressions. When they were on Blue Star, they also worked day and night and were sought after by others, but their temperaments were far less elegant than the president and his companions at this moment. Especially the president. Just standing in front of her, the girls couldn't help but feel ashamed and lowered their heads. They understood that all this was the confidence given to her by the man behind the president. Thinking of the voice that just stopped everyone, the girls bit their lips lightly, having their own fantasies in their minds, and their expressions were reserved. So, what's your decision? Lin Yakin asked, her eyes sweeping over the 4 girls. These 4 women were selected by her and her sister during this period of time. Needless to say, their qualifications were not worse than Ting Ming. President, and Mo Yuhan, who was standing in the middle, stepped forward and said, the sisters have made up their minds and are willing to serve as maids beside the president. Lin Yakin was not surprised by this. To be able to bring them here, they must have gone through preliminary tests. Today, I just want to show them the world and make them understand thoroughly that it is futile for them to develop their territory with their own strength. It is better for them to be honest and humble. Maybe there will be a more exciting future. You're not my maids. Remember, you're Ning Fan's maids from now on. As for the president, don't address me as her anymore. Call me Madam Yakin. Yes, I meet Madam Yakin. The 4 girls bowed immediately. Lin Yakin nodded with satisfaction. After coming to Ning Fan, she finally found a group of maids for him. Of course, they're still maids now, but that may not be the case in the future. At least she thought that the 4 women in front of her could compete for the position of concubine. So Lin Yakin didn't feel wrong for them to call themselves slaves. She continued, Yuhan, now I give you 2 choices. One is to come here on the boat with them. Secondly, you will manage the Tianxiang League for me for the time being and develop your territory into the Tianxiang League headquarters. I will give you some supplies from time to time for your development. When the time comes, you will pick up all the sisters who are willing to come to the headquarters. If you find someone who is suitable to be your sister, you can bring her here to see me. When the time is right, I will take you over. You decide for yourself how to choose. Lin Yakin made this arrangement because she took into account that the efficiency of selecting maids was a bit slow at the moment. It would be better to place them together and take them over together after the assessment. I choose the second one. Mo Yuhan did not hesitate. She was unwilling to be just a little maid. With so many outstanding sisters becoming maids, it was very difficult for her to stand out from them. It is better to go and gain some experience first. If you can gain Madame Yakin's approval, you may be able to hold a higher position when you join the boss in the future. Okay, in that case, you go back first. I will send you C plus Tiger Crouching Cannon and some resources later. You should bring all the sisters in the Alliance to your place as soon as possible. Speaking of C plus Tiger Crouching Cannon, there was a knock on the door outside the box. Lin Yakin's eyes froze slightly. Who would knock on the door at this time? After thinking for a while, she looked at the four girls in front of her and said, "You all should go back. I will send you the coordinates and the boat tonight, and you can come here by boat." Yes. The girls bowed and felt a little excited. After reaching the boss's territory, they would not have to suffer from the hardships of wandering. With their minds wandering and thoughts about their future lives, several people took out their tickets one after another and activated the teleportation array. After the few people left, Lin Yakin immediately drove her sister, who had been standing there like a statue for a while, to open the door. Lin Beisher rolled her eyes helplessly and walked to open the door resentfully. With a creak, the door opened. A timid female voice sounded outside the door. "Excuse me, is this the private room of the Tianxiang League?" Chapter 144 Lin Yakin's Conditions. "Excuse me, is this the private room of the Tianxiang League?" Lin Beisher looked at the man in black in front of her, her beautiful eyes fixed. "Woman? Is she that big? She seems to be on par with Xuan Na." Lin Beisher silently lowered her eyes and took a look. "Okay, the gap is a bit big." She looked away with displeasure and pouted. "Yeah, what's up?" Sensing the unkindness in Lin Beisher's tone, Lu Qin secretly clenched her slender fingers and asked with gritted teeth, "I'm the vice president of the Physicians Alliance, and I want to discuss something with you, Tianxiang Alliance. Can you let me in to talk?" "Doctors Alliance?" Lin Beisher glanced at her, then turned to look at her sister who was sitting on the sofa watching the screen, and asked for her opinion. "Let her in," Lin Yakin said without raising her head. She heard everything the two of them talked about. The person who came was a woman, so it was okay to meet her. Of course, the most important thing is that from her voice, Lin Yakin had a vague feeling that the face under the mask should not be bad. When Lin Beisher heard her sister's words, she stepped aside half a body and signaled Lu Qin that she could come in. Lu Qin pursed her lips and walked into the box. The door behind him creaked shut. Her heart tightened, and she felt inexplicably flustered. However, when she saw Lin Yakin sitting on the sofa, her attention was completely drawn to her. They are actually twin sisters? Are they the presidents of the Tianxiang League? They are too pretty. It's amazing to think that the two sisters are not only stunningly beautiful, but also so capable that they have developed a women's guild into such a large size in such a short period of time. Lu Qin couldn't help but lower her posture a little. "Hello, I'm from the Medical Alliance. I wonder if you can..." Lu Qin came in front of Lin Yakin and started introducing her background and purpose. But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lin Yakin. "Since we were discussing business, I think you should take off your mask first." The tone seemed indifferent, but it carried a meaning that could not be refused. Instantly, Lu Qin couldn't help but tremble. She inexplicably felt that in front of this dignified woman, she was like a maid facing a lady, and she couldn't help but want to obey. "Okay," Lu Qin said with a bit of trepidation. Then she thought about it and canceled the privacy function. The black clothes on her body disappeared in the blink of an eye, revealing her true face. Seeing Lu Qin's true appearance, Lin Yakin's lips moved slightly, and there was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Even though she was mentally prepared and expected Lu Qin to be good-looking, she never expected that Lu Qin would be so stunning. The mature temperament coupled with the charming face is truly charming. The most important thing is that the magnificent capital was not fake at all, which was what surprised Lin Yakin the most. This is also what surprised Lin Beisher the most. Lin Beisher's eyes gradually changed from resentment to ill will as he peeked at the real appearance of the big white rabbit without any hesitation. As if she had thought of something, she curled her lips and winked at her sister slyly. "Sister, you can't miss such a charming sister. Sisters are connected by heart." Lin Yakin instantly understood what she meant and nodded slightly. It just so happens that she meant the same thing. "Please sit down," she said to Lu Qin, her tone much gentler. Seeing that her sister agreed, Lin Beisher's face lit up with joy, and she quickly helped Lu Qin, who was still in a daze, to sit down. It was not until she felt the soft touch that Lu Qin reacted and said, Thank you. For some reason, she always felt that the two sisters' attitude towards her seemed to have changed. My name is Lin Yakin, and this is my sister Lin Beisher. You can call me Yakin. Lin Yakin took out a glass of water from the space warehouse and handed it to her. Lu Qin was flattered and said quickly, My name is Lu Qin, you can call me. When the words came to her lips, she didn't know how to say it, because except Yimeng, who called her aunt, all the other little sisters in the alliance called her Aunt Qin. However, she didn't dare to be arrogant in front of the two sisters. If you don't mind, I'll call you by your name. Lin Yakin said with a smile. Logically speaking, Lu Qin is older than the two sisters, so there is nothing wrong with calling her sister Qin. But Lin Yakin already wanted to take her in as a maid, so naturally she would not honor her. After all, the principle of respecting and being humble was the rule in the harem. Yeah, Lu Qin nodded softly and didn't think it was wrong. The strength of Tianxiang League is there. As the president of Tianxiang League, Lin Yakin calls her Qin Mei, and she thinks it is reasonable. Strength determines status. Everything else is nonsense. Now you can tell me why you are here. If there is anything you need our help with, as long as it is not too difficult, I can consider it. Lin Yakin said. Hearing this, Lu Qin's beautiful eyes were moved. Is this the spirit of the president of Tianxiang League? No wonder so many sisters are willing to support her. We Doctors Alliance need a tiger crouching cannon. I wonder if Sister Yakin can give up the tiger crouching cannon in her hand. Lu Qin bit her lip and called out sister in a low voice, sounding a bit like a cute girl. Things have come to this point, and she can't think too much. As long as she can get back a tiger squat cannon, she can solve the dilemma of the Medical Alliance. Not to mention lowering herself to call her sister, she would even be willing to bend down and serve the two sisters. After all, compared to her and Yimeng's safety, serving a powerful woman like Lin Yakin is no big deal. Lin Yakin narrowed her beautiful eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Sure enough, as time goes by in this world, more and more women have realized that strength determines status. Let me think about it. Lin Yakin pretended to be thoughtful. Lu Qin immediately became anxious and then said, Sister, our Medical Alliance really needs this tiger crouching cannon. Apart from some young sisters, there are only some old doctors in the Alliance. Even normal pirate attacks are very difficult to deal with. Sister, please lend a helping hand for the sake of our sisters in the Alliance. We could buy the tiger squatting cannon that Sister bought at the original price. I hope she can give it up. Lu Qin's tone was hurried and excited, and the big white rabbit was jumping so fast that Lin Beisher, who was standing by, almost couldn't catch it. It's not impossible to give you the tiger crouching cannon. Lin Yakin said with relief. Lu Qin's beautiful eyes lit up instantly, and a hint of excitement appeared on her pretty face. But I do have a condition. So, first tell me about the specific situation of your Doctors Alliance. I can consider your situation and offer conditions that are suitable for both parties. Lin Yakin spoke in a businesslike but considerate tone. Lu Qin, the big-breasted and brainless girl, was stunned by what she had been fooled. Good. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and then told him the details of the guild. When they heard that she had a niece with a stunning appearance and was also the president of the Medical Alliance, the two sisters were surprised and secretly exchanged glances. A bad idea lingered in the minds of the two sisters. Well, that's enough. I'll tell you my conditions. Is that okay with you? Lin Yakin interrupted Lu Qin. Lu Qin looked at her hopefully, her hands clenched unconsciously. Forget about the 80,000 plus cornerstones. Your Medical Alliance relies on you and your niece to support it. I think it's not easy. I'll just give it to you at the normal auction price of 60,000 cornerstones. As for conditions, I only have one. I hope that you Doctors Alliance can sign a cooperation agreement with us, Tianxiang Alliance. After the regional integration, your Doctors Alliance must send a group of medical staff to the Tianxiang Alliance headquarters permanently. And it can only be women. You know, we Tianxiang League don't welcome men. Chapter 145, Clear Factions. Listening to the conditions proposed by Lin Yakin, Lu Qin blinked. Is it that simple? Sister Yakin, will the regions really be integrated in the future? She asked curiously. To be honest, I don't know either. Lin Yakin chuckled. Then, Lu Qin was stunned. Then isn't it possible that this condition is invalid? She was too embarrassed to say this. But Lin Yakin understood what she meant. If the regions are not integrated, then we'll just make you our friend in this deal. She said in a nonchalant tone. Anyway, Ning Fan has as many tiger squatting cannons as he wants. Even if he failed to take Lu Qin, this stunning beauty, as his maid. The transaction price of 60,000 cornerstones was not much less than the price at the auction. No matter how you look at it, this deal is a win-win. Lu Qin didn't know what Lin Yakin was planning. When she heard Lin Yakin's words, she felt very grateful and quickly stood up and bowed. I would like to thank you two sisters on behalf of all the sisters in the Doctors' Alliance. Seeing her salute, Lin Beisher was surprised. Xuana's figure flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but ask, "Have you also studied the ancient system?" Lu Qin lowered her eyes to look at her own demeanor, and after realizing what was happening, she smiled bitterly. "Not really. It's just that the headquarters has recently received a lot of sisters, and some of them don't understand the current situation and are causing a lot of trouble. So for the sake of management convenience, my niece had to be ranked according to her status." As she spoke, she bit her lip. This matter actually had a huge impact within the Doctors' Alliance, and it was far from as easy as she said. There were even cases of sisters backstabbing each other. I think the two sisters should have some experience in managing such a large guild as the Tianxiang League. Lu Qin added, but did not say it very directly. But Lin Yakin already understood. She nodded and said, "Your niece is right. If you rashly sympathize with other women without knowing them, it will only foster their ambitions." She felt that the men who came to the Lord's world did better in this regard. Except for some trustworthy younger brothers, basically all other people of the same sex under his command are treated as slaves. In comparison, it was already very kind for these women to treat each other only as maids and slaves. If you can't even do this, then prepare to be taught a lesson by the Lord's world. After all, the Lords in the Lord world are absolute powers, and the feudal theory of hierarchy is obviously the most suitable in a powerful society. Moreover, even the natives of this world adopt the aristocracy, which is enough to show that this is the rule of this world. Okay, since the conditions are fine, tell me the Lord's ID and complete the transaction first. Lin Yakin didn't dwell on this topic. Lu Qin and her niece understood how to manage the guild using the ancient system, which was more in line with her wishes. It would be easier to conquer them. Lu Qin was eager to get the tiger crouching cannon and quickly told her his Lord ID. King Kinsey, Lin Yakin covered her mouth and chuckled. I couldn't tell. There was actually a little woman hiding under that mature appearance. Lu Qin pressed her toes together, and a blush appeared on her face. I wouldn't have chosen such an ID if I had known this earlier. Soon, a notification popped up indicating that the transaction was completed, and Lu Qin's shyness was somewhat dispelled by joy. Seeing that the business was finally done, Lin Beisher, who was standing by, could no longer hold back and sat down next to Lu Qin, taking her hand without any hesitation. Sister, tell me more about your guild. I want to hear how those people caused trouble. Lu Qin was shocked by her enthusiasm. Why is this girl the same as Yiming, liking to stick close to others whenever she has nothing to do? I glanced at Lin Yakin's expression and saw that she didn't stop it. She pursed her lips, chose to ignore the claws on her waist, and calmed down to chat with Lin Beisher about family matters. During this process, her younger sister Beisher would also tell her about the Tianxiang League. It was during this back and forth that she and Lin Beisher gradually became close and had a close relationship. In the box on the 4th floor, Ning Fan and Mu Wanting were calculating the proceeds from the auction. Finally, a number was obtained. 1235600 cornerstones. Honey, I will use the change from the 30,000 yuan to pay my sister's salaries. Mu Wanting said playfully. It is called salary, but in fact it is just salary. Since they have different positions, salary is also an indispensable part. Although it is only symbolic for these women, it will be different when there are more sisters in the harem. Cornerstones are hard currency in this world, and sisters can use them to do a lot of things in private. For example, Yakin and others sponsor their own guild, or others, like Suya, secretly train their own sisters. A piece of watermelon was exchanged for Zhu Lin Lin, a little sister. Having tasted the sweetness, Suya now starts looking for little sisters in the guild again. But this time she was smarter. I can't give myself any more little sisters. I have to find a few maids who are worthy of my position as a concubine. Of course, this is all later. You're in charge of all the resources in the territory. You can decide this little matter yourself. Ning Fan gently hugged Mu Wanting's delicate body and caressed her soft lips lovingly. Mu Wanting leaned shyly on Ning Fan's shoulder. She understood all this, but she just wanted to get Ning Fan's consent. Perhaps by doing so, she would feel that she was doing a good job as the de facto master of the harem. The two of them stayed together for a while, and then the door of the next room suddenly opened. Feng Linglong and Su Ye walked out, rubbing their aching shoulders. At this time, all the lords who came to participate in the auction had been teleported back, and the two women were finally able to rest. Seeing Cho wanting enjoying herself in Ning Fan's arms, Feng Linglong walked over unhappily and sat down next to Ning Fan's other half of his arms. "Hubby, please rub my shoulders for me. I'm so tired." When she opened her eyes and saw Linglong acting coquettishly, Mu Wanting rolled her eyes, then stood up and left Ning Fan's arms. Seeing this, Feng Linglong curled her lips and immediately took over Ning Fan's arms with peace of mind. Ning Fan was not surprised by the open and secret fights between his two best friends. He hugged Linglong's delicate body and spoke. Shui Na asked for Ting Ming from the cave. "When the time comes, you can arrange for her to be in charge of part of the auction and compile a list of items to be auctioned and give it to me every day." "Really?" Feng Linglong's eyes lit up. "Hubby, when will Sister Ting Ming come over?" She watched the entire auction process and kept in touch with Ting Ming, who gave her a very good impression. So when she heard that Ting Ming was also going to become one of their sisters, she was very happy. It should be within these 2 days. "That's great." Feng Linglong stood up excitedly, sat aside, turned on the screen, and started contacting Ting Ming. Ting Ming has returned to the territory of the cave and learned from Li Chuangjuan that he will be sent to the boss. At this moment, she was sitting alone on the soft bed, hugging her legs with secret joy, enjoying this surprise that fell from the sky. Her delicate face sometimes showed shyness and sometimes excitement. Just then, Feng Linglong sent her a message. "Sister Ting Ming, congratulations, we are sisters from now on." After seeing this message, Ting Ming did not dare to delay for a moment and replied quickly. "Madam Feng, I am just a slave girl. How dare I hope to be your sister?" Don't worry. I've already asked my husband for you. From now on, you will be in charge of the auction with me. With your ability and beauty, it will be no problem for you to get the position of a concubine. Besides, I'm here to protect you." Feng Linglong replied. "Then my sister would like to thank the madam." Ting Ming did not refuse anymore. After becoming a slave girl, she understood that if she wanted to live a good life in this world, she had to work hard to seize some opportunities. Just like holding on to Madame Feng's thigh now. She was not very clear about Mrs. Feng's status among the boss's many women, but from the way she addressed the boss, she could feel that Mrs. Feng's status should not be low, and she was very likely the mistress. It will definitely not be wrong to follow Madame Feng. Afterwards, Feng Linglong explained to Ting Ming some things to pay attention to in the harem and the matter of the auction. Listen to the dream carefully and remember it all in your heart. At this point, the factions in the entire harem became very clear. After the afternoon's exchanges, the girls no longer had any desire to compete for favor, but differences in closeness and distance were inevitable. So the formation of factions is natural. They're the Lying Flat faction headed by Feng Linglong, and her two followers Su Ye and Ting Ming, who are in charge of auctions and occasionally help Mu Wanting with other businesses. The Tianxiang sect, led by the Yakin sisters, is dedicated to finding a woman for Ning Fan. Then there is the new group headed by the Xuan sisters, who have not made any achievement so far. After all, they have only been here for a short time. As for Mu Wanting, she actually controls the entire harem. As more and more women surround Ning Fan, the positions and factions in the harem are bound to become more and more distinct. Chapter 146, Zhao Shui Na's Favorability Improvement, Revised. The auction lasted for 6 hours. It was already evening when the auction ended, and Ning Fan took the girls back to the manor. It was getting late, so the girls said goodnight to Ning Fan leisurely and went back to their rooms to rest. Only the sisters Zhao Xuana and Zhao Xianair stayed with Ning Fan, waiting for Ning Fan to fulfill his promise. "Well, it looks like I'll have to put in some effort tonight. I hope that after this night, Xuana's favorability can be raised to level 4. Ning Fan thought to himself. When I first bound to Zhao Xuana, her favorability level was only level 1. While in the box, after the window between the two of them was broken, the level of favorability instantly rose to level 3. It all depends on how much we can improve tonight. This night was destined to be a sleepless night, not only for Ning Fan, but also for the other lords. Not surprisingly, the auction held by Maple Leaf Auction House received rave reviews. The full auction video was circulated wildly in chat groups in various regions. A series of sea-level resources, such as sea-level large fishing boat and C+ level Tiger squatting cannon, have been made known to everyone. Area 2549. There's a big guy named Maple Leaf. And you can't say his name, you can only call him Big Brother. At the same time, guilds such as Tianxiang League, Wadawi, Tianshui, Wuming, and Daiku became famous. All the lords from the outside world were eagerly looking forward to the next auction, and the number of lords sending bids to the auction house increased exponentially. In addition, there are more calls for regional integration. All in all, an auction not only made everyone realize how powerful the boss is, but also made them realize the necessity of resource integration, which indirectly prospered the development of the guild. Almost overnight, countless small guilds began to be established, and the banding together of individual guild leaders became the main theme among various regions for the next period of time. The next morning, ding! It is detected that Zhao Xuana's favorability towards the host has increased to level 4. Listening to the prompt tone in his ear, Ning Fan walked downstairs step by step. Consciousness then sank into the system. Number of times you can return per day: 33 times. Except Lin Beishir for 3 times, everyone else has 4 times, Feng Linglong and Mu Wanting have 5 times. Current cumulative return times: 78 times. Tomorrow we will have accumulated 100 returns and contemplate a manufacturing drawing. Thinking of this, Ning Fan smiled. It would be great if every woman who came to his territory was as devoted to him as Xuana was, and his favorability could be improved so quickly. Of course, he also knew that this was just wishful thinking. Xuana's favorability could be improved so quickly, partly because of her sister. It was impossible to just find any woman and improve her favorability so quickly. This stuff still depends on the person. It is estimated that after the favorability reaches level 5, the favorability of the women in the harem will also widen. Ning Fan exited the system and opened the chat interface. Longzi sent him a message 2 hours ago, reporting his itinerary. Boss, we're less than 3 hours away from the coordinates you gave us. So fast. Ning Fan's face lit up with joy. It's good that they come quickly. The sooner we can hand over the barbarian army to them for training, the more combat effectiveness they will have when the vanguard fleet arrives. Okay, I understand. I'll wait for you on the island. After replying to Longzi, Ning Fan immediately opened the chat with Linglong. Linglong, send me a copy of the manufacturing drawings you sent last night. At present, the C-class ship was leased to the cave, and he had no extra ships to send the barbarian army to the island 9 kilometers away. We can only build some ships through return. The auction house's consignment service can come in handy. If there are manufacturing drawings that you like, just let Linglong and the others negotiate the price and buy it. Anyway, we have no shortage of cornerstones, so we can offer them several times the price, and they won't have to worry about not selling. As for whether there will be some losses, that is purely unnecessary worry. After returning the manufacturing drawings, the items made with the original manufacturing drawings can be auctioned off. It's a completely no-cost business. This should be the most direct benefit brought by opening an auction house and gaining fame. Okay, honey, I'll send it to you right away. Feng Linglong sent a list. Ning Fan looked at them one by one. Unless you have a C-level ship manufacturing blueprint, there is no need to use the critical return. Normal return will be enough. A D-level manufacturing diagram can only be a B-level at most after the critical hit return, and in many cases, it is still a B-level. There is no need to waste critical hit returns on it. The main force to deal with the Vanguard fleet is still the C-plus class Tiger crouching gun. Warships are not urgently needed for the time being, and a few ships that can transport troops will be enough. Thinking of this, Ning Fan quickly selected several suitable ship manufacturing drawings. Without exception, they are all ordinary ships, such as D-class wooden sailing ships and D-class masted sailing ships. There are 5 ships in total. If 5 return times are consumed, it would be acceptable to return a few Class C ships. Ning Fan marked the selected manufacturing icon red and sent the list back to Linglong. Talk to Wanting and see if you can buy these manufacturing drawings. Price is not an issue. Okay, husband, Wanting and I slept together last night. She just woke up. I'll discuss it with her. Please wait a moment. Feng Linglong sent a playful expression. Hearing that her 2 best friends were sleeping together, Ning Fan shook her head and chuckled, then closed the chat interface. Coming to the restaurant. Because he was thinking about the Vanguard fleet, he got up early today and didn't see any other women in the restaurant. He ate breakfast alone, then left the manor and headed towards the mining area. Chapter 147, Sail Battleship. Ding! Consume a D-class wooden sailboat manufacturing diagram and obtain a D-class wooden sailboat. Trigger consumption return. Target Feng Linglong. Return multiple 50,000 times. Current available return times 78 times. Whether to choose return or critical return. On the way to the mining area, Ning Fan received the manufacturing drawings sent by Feng Linglong, and he couldn't wait to start manufacturing the return. After hearing the system's prompt about the refund multiple, he was surprised. Wasn't the return multiple just over 30,000 yesterday? Why did it increase so much today? Ever since Feng Linglong's favorability towards him broke through level 5, the refund multiples have been increasing in an orderly manner. I'm used to the rate of increase of thousands of times every day. Now it's suddenly increased by 20,000 times, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. I don't think I did anything bad to Linglong yesterday. Ning Fan scratched his head, unable to figure it out. Is she attacking herself again? With this doubt in mind, he immersed himself in the system and took a look at the return multiples provided by other people's favorability. Then he understood. Not surprisingly, the other women's impression of him increased a lot yesterday. Although they have not reached the level of a breakthrough, they have improved a lot based on the 4th level of favorability and are not far from the 5th level. The most notable one is Mu Wanting, whose favorability return multiples are almost as high as Linglong's. If I'm not mistaken, the women should have reached a consensus on their thoughts. That's the only way it can be explained. Thinking of this, Ning Fan curled his lips. It would be the best thing for him if the harem could live in harmony. Choose normal return. His attention returned to the manufacturing diagram. The next second, a prompt disappeared. Ding, get a copy of the manufacturing plan for C-Class Clark-type, dual-purpose military and civilian sailboat. C-Class Clark-type, dual-purpose sailing ship. A product of medieval Europe, improved from a masted sailing ship, with 1 cabin, 10 gun ports, 5 on each side, and can be equipped with 10 cannons. Because the muzzle is inside the cabin, the probability of the weapon system being destroyed during combat is much lower than that of a 5-masted sailing ship. It uses 2 power devices would paddle and sail, driven by human power, with a maximum speed of 40 kilometers per hour. The hull has sea-level defense capability. When used as a civilian ship, it can accommodate up to 500 people. Yes, it's a good thing. Although it is a dual-use ship, it can also be called a warship. Ning Fan nodded with satisfaction. As we all know, there are 2 types of ships, military ships and civilian ships. In fact, even the C-Class 5-masted sailing ship in the hands of the Martial Alliance can only be called a civilian ship. Because there is no dedicated weapon mounting position, daily defense can only rely on the crew, who fight on the deck with land combat weapons. But special warships are different. Like this caravel, it has a special combat compartment that can hold artillery. The firepower intensity and stability are much better than that of a masted sailing ship. Not only was a D-Class wooden sailing ship returned, but a C-Class battleship was also returned, which was the same level as the main ship of the L Federation Vanguard fleet. This made Ning Fan quite happy. After this busy period, it's time to give Linglong the reward she owes without missing a single drop. Having tasted the sweetness of a sudden increase in favorability, he couldn't help but secretly think about it, and then returned another D-Class wooden sailboat manufacturing plan. Not surprisingly, it was also a C-Class Clark-type, dual-purpose military and civilian sailboat. After manufacturing both sailboats, only 3 D-Class mass sailboat manufacturing drawings are left. I wonder what kind of ship the D-level manufacturing plan will return. With the surprise brought by the return of the D-Class wooden sailboat, Ning Fan was full of anticipation for the next return. He simply clicked on the construction button for all 3 manufacturing drawings. Ding! 3 copies of the D-Class mass sailboat manufacturing diagram are consumed. The host chooses to return. The target is Feng Linglong. The return multiple is 50,000 times. The return times are consumed 3 times, returning. Returned successfully. Obtained 3 copies of C-plus class, improved sailing battleship manufacturing drawings. What? A sailing battleship? Ning Fan thought he had heard it wrong, but when he looked carefully, he saw that it was indeed a sailing battleship. The battleship is a real naval warship. Ning Fan quickly clicked on the details and looked at them carefully. C-plus class, improved sailing battleship. Improved from Carrack, wooden hull structure, equipped with larger sails and a larger hull. The upper and lower 3-deck cabins have an increase in the number of guns that can be equipped from 10 to 100. Only straight-line sailing tactics can be used in naval battles. Advantages: a high speed can be maintained during combat. Disadvantages: Changing the sailing direction is slow, and all attack means are lost when changing direction. Maximum speed, 40 kilometers per hour. The hull has C+ level defense capability and can accommodate 500 combat units. Combat units are different from manpower capacity. Here it refers to the maximum structure that can exert combat power. Early battleships, the overlords of the sea in the Middle Ages, were feared for their powerful firepower. After reading it, Ning Fan had only one feeling: invincible. Now we don't have to worry about the crisis brought by the Vanguard fleet. Even without relying on the military base, we can rely on the sailing battleships to fight them in a 1v1 man-to-man battle on the sea. A sailing battleship can carry 100 cannons. With such an exaggerated firepower configuration, I am afraid that a sailing battleship can single-handedly challenge the entire Vanguard fleet. Anyway, Ning Fan didn't believe that the Vanguard fleet, whose main battleships were only C-class, could have firepower configuration that exceeded that of a sailing battleship. However, he was not blindly confident. Although the hardware facilities were complete, it was still human beings who participated in the battle. To fully demonstrate the combat effectiveness of a sailing battleship, the requirements for officers and soldiers are extremely high. With the current combat qualities of the barbarian army, it would be great if they can bring out some of their strengths. I'm afraid that such a simple request would be difficult to achieve. After all, the requirements for the Navy are higher than those for the Army. Fortunately, we hired an instructor from the Marshall Alliance early on. Otherwise, it would take who knows how long it would take just to arm a sailing battleship and make it fully combat capable. Thinking that the wolves would arrive soon, Ning Fan immediately built all 3 sailing battleships. Without rushing to deploy the battleship, he quickly came to where the barbarian army lived. Tur was the first to get the news and gathered everyone together early. "Dear Lord, the barbarian army has assembled. Please give the orders." Seeing Ning Fan, Tur hurriedly trotted over to him, placed one hand on his chest, and leaned over to say, "This is the knight's etiquette of the Elf Federation, and Tur has learned it very well." The barbarian slaves behind him were transformed into barbarian soldiers overnight. Although they still had some banditry, after more than a day of cleansing, they had gained some military momentum. They looked ahead with determined eyes. Without Ning Fan's permission, no one dared to look at him directly, let alone speak. Yeah, not bad. Ning Fan was quite satisfied with Tur's training results and praised him. "Thank you for the compliment, Lord. Bring your men aboard with me, and I will take you to the new camp." Ning Fan said this calmly, and did not go to the other barbarian soldiers to say any words of mobilization or encouragement. He has already planned a military merit system for the barbarian army. The barbarian soldiers, who were deeply influenced by the class system, heard that they could become knights or even nobles through military merit, and they trained harder than each other. There is no need to do this. Arriving at the beach, Ning Fan launched a sailing battleship. A ship several dozen meters long and 3 floors of cabins suddenly appeared before our eyes. Although it was not as tall as a C-class ship, its size did not seem much smaller. Warships have to take combat performance into consideration and cannot just blindly pile up their volume like civilian ships. It is already very remarkable that a wooden warship can achieve this. After observing for a while, Ning Fan stepped onto the boat. Tur led the barbarian army and followed behind him in an orderly manner. A pair of black eyes stared at the majestic hull. Their eyes were full of passion. For glory! Fight! 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 Soon the sailing battleship started slowly and headed towards the island 9 kilometers away. Chapter 148, The Instructor Arrives. Master Wolf, according to the map, we are only a few kilometers away from the coordinates given by the boss. Lu Sen came to Longzi and reported. Longzi stood by the railing, looking at the sea in front of him, and a vague image of an island slowly appeared in his field of vision. He said with a serious expression, "Tell them to come to the deck." "Yes." Lu San immediately trotted into the cabin. After a while, a quick whistle was heard from the cabin. Soon, people started running out of the cabin one after another, and there were more and more people on the deck. Longzi watched with his hands behind his back. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard on the deck, and no other noisy sound were heard. Everyone quickly formed a square. The strict discipline clearly shows the difference between the barbarian army and them. He is indeed a professional soldier. We will be arriving at the boss's territory soon. I have already emphasized what needs to be emphasized. I will say one last thing. Show your professionalism. If anyone fails to do his job and makes the boss unhappy, I will be the first one to cause trouble for him. Longzi's eyes were like blades as he scanned the crowd. Suddenly, His tone rose, and he shouted coldly, "Did you hear that?" If you ask who in the Wuming has the most experience as an instructor, Longzi would say he is second, and no one dares to claim to be first. He was famous for his strict style when he was a mercenary on Blue Star, and it is even worse here. Among the more than 100 people present, except for the 9 instructors, the other people who were sent as mercenaries all shuddered when they saw Longzi's posture. They did not dare to delay, and shouted in unison, "Yes!" The deep sound echoed throughout the deck. Longzi nodded imperceptibly. For this mission, the Alliance even gave him the only C-class 5-masted sailing ship they had. He just didn't want to lose face in front of the big guys, so he wanted to show the style and value of the Martial Alliance. "We have come this far. If the people we send fail to perform well, we will be slapping ourselves in the face." The gentle sunlight shone overhead. Longzi and the others stood upright on the deck, silently waiting for the ship to approach the island step by step. The scene on the island gradually became clear. Suddenly, Longzi's eyes narrowed. If he was not mistaken, the island was expanding little by little. As he saw, after Ning Fan occupied the island as an outer territory, he was consuming cornerstones to expand the island. With 200,000 cornerstones, the entire island immediately expanded to 200,000 square meters, larger than the territories of other lords. Ning Fan did not choose to directly expand this outer territory to the upper limit of 1 square kilometer. Of course, his development focus is still on the main island, and it is impossible for him to spend all the cornerstones in his hands on the outer territories. Moreover, this area is enough to serve as a military base and support several thousand people for the time being. After deciding on the area of the island, Ning Fan then planned the living area and built a housing complex that could accommodate 1,000 people. Most of them are wooden houses, and the few stone houses are also for the instructors of the Martial Alliance to live in. After doing all this, Longzi just sent him a message. "Wolf, boss, we're here." After seeing this message, Ning Fan clapped his hands, closed the construction interface, left the housing area, and walked towards the beach. When we arrived at the beach, we saw a masted sailboat heading towards the coast, less than a kilometer away. "I see you. Please come ashore." Ning Fan sent a message. At this time, everyone on the boat was looking at the island with complicated expressions. Their attention was not on the large island, but on this sail battleship docked on the coast. As professional mercenaries, they recognized this thing at a glance. And because of this, they're more aware of the power of this thing. The sailing battleship, a new type of warship used by the British Royal Navy to defeat the Spanish Armada in the Middle Ages. Longzi murmured, his constricted pupils enough to show his shock. "I didn't expect that the big guys even have this thing. I don't know how many years ahead of us they are." He lowered his eyes to glance at the masted sailboat under his feet, and suddenly a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The guys that their Martial Alliance could use to hold the fort seemed so ridiculous in front of this firepower behemoth. That's right. Even this 5-masted sailing ship was bought from the boss. How could the boss not have more advanced ships? Longzi shook his head and laughed at himself. Suddenly, he noticed the situation of the crowd, and his eyes turned cold in an instant. "Where are you looking? Let me repeat. You are here to carry out your mission, not to act like a boss. When we get to the boss's territory, if anyone is still so careless and can't control his eyes, don't blame me for popping your dog eyes out." Everyone quickly retracted their gazes, stood at attention, and their eyes became particularly clear. Yes, the loud sound was 1 degree higher than the previous one. As for why, just one word: follow your heart. The C-plus class Tiger crouching gun combined with a battleship is so awesome just to think about it. So what can you do if you can't do it? If they were really beaten to death by the big guys, is there anyone who can give them justice? The boat slowly approached the shore, and Longzi did not hesitate and immediately took his men off the boat. With Ning Fan's permission, he ordered his men to take the slaves away. Soon, the coast was filled with a group of people, including mercenaries, instructors, and slaves. Longzi brought a group of instructors to Ning Fan. "Boss, hello. Longzi is here to report in as ordered." Longzi saluted uprightly. Given his position, he knew very well that he didn't even have the right to shake hands with the big boss, so he simply acted more professionally. It can also leave a good impression on the boss. The instructor behind him also saluted. "Thank you for your hard work along the way. Welcome." Ning Fan smiled and extended his hand. Seeing this, Longzi quickly put down his hand and shook it. Since the boss was giving him face, he dared not slack off. Ning Fan withdrew his hand and got straight to the point. Time is running out. The L Federation's Vanguard fleet will arrive tomorrow. You should first take your people to the housing area to settle down, and then start training as soon as possible. Also, the battleship parked on the beach may be the main force to fight against the Vanguard fleet tomorrow. It is fully equipped, so I will temporarily hand it over to your people to drive. Ning Fan noticed that the 100 mercenaries sent by the Martial Alliance this time seemed to have had military experience. So they decided to give the battleships to them for use, thinking that their combat effectiveness would be far stronger than that of the barbarian army that had been trained in a hurry. Hearing this, Longzi subconsciously glanced at the battleship on the beach, his eyes determined, and he immediately said, "No problem, sir. Leave it to us. With this weapon, we Martial Alliance will definitely help you repel the Vanguard fleet." Being able to drive a battleship into naval battles is a valuable opportunity to accumulate experience, and Longzi certainly won't give up. Anyway, the mercenaries we brought here have signed a death contract and are meant to take part in this battle, so it doesn't matter if they take the lead. It's not about repelling, it's about destroying, Ning Fan corrected. Longzi was stunned, his heart beating fast. Destroy? This will be a bit difficult. You'll know when you go to the boat later, Ning Fan said with a mysterious smile. He placed 100 Tiger squat guns on the ship. A fully equipped battleship will make you realize how powerful it is with just a quick glance. Longzi was confused, but seeing Ning Fan's confident look, he didn't dare to ask. Then I will take the people there to settle down first. Please take some time to take the pirate captives sent by our Martial Alliance as slaves. After saying that, Longzi saluted again, then gathered the team without stopping and headed towards the living area in a running formation. Seeing their orderly queue, Ning Fan nodded continuously. It turns out that hiring people from the Martial Alliance as instructors is the right thing to do. If the barbarian army can be trained like this, it should be enough to protect the safety of the territory. After saying this, he walked toward the pirate captives beside him. After he had taken all the captured pirates as slaves and waited for the slaves to wake up, he called tours and gave them some ideological education. Longzi returned with his team. "Boss, I will take the mercenaries aboard to familiarize ourselves with the environment." These. Longzi looked at Tur and others standing in front of Ning Fan, not knowing how to address them. "Barbarian army," Ning Fan said calmly. "Let the instructors train these barbarian troops." After Longzi finished speaking, the instructors and the team walked out and stood at attention. "Well, you're the chief instructor here. You can make the arrangements. I only have one request, that you train the barbarian army as quickly as possible. Just tell me what you need. Resources are not a problem," Ning Fan said with a wave of his hand. Longzi was startled and quickly made the assurance. "Yes." Chapter 149, The Efficiency of the Earth Tiger. After arranging the training matters, Longzi immediately took 100 mercenaries onto the sailing battleship. Time is short and the task is heavy. His first task is to lead these 100 people to skillfully control the sailing battleship. As for training the barbarian army, it is not that urgent. After Longzi left, Ning Fan continued to purchase supplies and improve the defense of the military base according to the drawings he and Longzi had agreed upon. The main thing is to place some obstacle buildings which can only be operated by him as the Lord. Otherwise, it would require manual construction, which would be troublesome, and there is currently no such talent in the territory. However, before he could take any action, Dihu sent him a message. Boss, we are almost in your territory." Ning Fan was stunned when he saw this news. No, how come one or two of them happened so quickly? He didn't know that after Dihu bought the large fishing boat, he immediately used the large fishing boat as a transport vessel and set off with his brothers. Compared with the traveling nature of C-class building ships, large fishing boats are faster. "Okay, I'll send you a coordinate. Come over here. I'm on this island." Ning Fan sent him the coordinates of the military base. Dihu came to deliver slaves to him and delivered them directly to the military base. Ning Fan put down the work in his hands and walked towards the beach. After waiting for a while, a large ship appeared on the sea and came towards this side in a hurry. As if seeing Ning Fan, the ship sped up again. Dihu held a telescope, looking in the direction of the island, and kept urging his younger brother to speed up. As soon as the fishing boat docked, he hurriedly took Ting Meng off the boat. This time he learned his lesson. Everything else didn't matter, but he could not neglect the woman sent to the boss. Ting Meng's mind was in disarray in the wind. She was still imagining how to face Ning Fan. When she wasn't paying attention, the boat had already docked. She's not ready yet. Helplessly, she could only quickly straighten her clothes, and after making sure that everything was fine, she followed Dihu off the boat. Boss, long time no see. I have lived up to your expectations. This time, I have brought you not only 300 strong pirate captives, but also a group of lord captives. Do you want to pick a few? The first time is new. The second time is familiar. Dihu came in front of Ning Fan with a smile, looking casual, but his posture and tone were full of respect. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard Dihu's words. I told Dihu that there would be 200 slaves, but Dihu not only brought 300, but also a group of captured lords? Well done. You will take 2 crouching tiger cannons back later. Your cave has been sailing on the sea, so it is inevitable that you will encounter accidents. Take 2 crouching tiger cannons to ensure safety. Ning Fan patted his shoulder. Hearing this, Dihu was overjoyed. He had missed the auction of the tiger crouching cannon yesterday due to financial problems. He didn't expect that the big boss would take such good care of them. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, sir. I'm just worried about this, so I won't be polite with you." He didn't say anything heart-wrenching. As a younger brother of the boss, he understands that the boss is a pragmatic person. There is no point in saying polite words in front of the boss. Everything will be fine as long as he does his job well. Okay, you can have someone bring the pirate captives down. As for the lord captives, Ning Fan looked thoughtful, not knowing how to choose for the time being. He was actually reluctant to accept the lord's captives as slaves, mainly because he was not used to it. Boss, do you want me to have someone bring them down first? You can take a look and then make a decision. Dihu suggested in a low voice. Don't worry, they are all excellent captives. They are definitely better at doing odd jobs than pirate captives. Do odd jobs? Ning Fan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of something. Just now, when he was building military base, he realized a problem. Some buildings must be built artificially, and there is no suitable manufacturing drawings at all, such as walls, anti-landing earth cones, etc. After being reminded by Jing Dihu, he suddenly thought that these things could be handed over to people who are good at it. For example, the Lord would capture cattle and horses that knew how to do earthwork, or let them teach other slaves to do such things. Having found out the purpose of the Lord's captives, Ning Fan felt a little tempted, so he spoke to Dihu. Okay, bring them all down. Okay, boss. Dihu nodded enthusiastically. This time he learned his lesson and decided not to stay here and get in the way, leaving Ting Ming and Ning Fan alone. He ran back to the boat happily. After finishing his business, Ning Fan turned his gaze towards Ting Ming. Compared with yesterday's elegant and graceful image, today's Ting Ming has a bit of a girlish flavor. The simple white dress covers her delicate body, her hair falls straight behind her, and the image of a pure and innocent lady comes to life on the paper. In fact, when Ning Fan and Dihu were talking, Ting Ming's beautiful eyes had glanced at Ning Fan 100 or 80 times. Only when she saw the conversation between the two ended did she look away with a fluttering heart. She rubbed her palms nervously. Her mind went blank, and she didn't know what to do with herself. She no longer had the confidence she had at the auction yesterday. How about I take you back to the main island first? Ling Long and the others are all on the main island. What? Isn't this the boss's territory? Ting Ming opened her mouth slightly and subconsciously looked around the island. Looking around, the huge island is at least hundreds of thousands of square meters. If such a big island is not the boss's territory, then how big is his territory? Her heart was pounding. Looking at her cute expression, Ning Fan chuckled. Don't be surprised. This is just a sub-island in my territory. Once you settle down in the territory, you will gradually understand it. Yeah. Ting Ming accidentally met Ning Fan's eyes and lowered her eyes obediently. If you don't want to go to the main island so soon, you can stay with me first and come back with me later. Ning Fan glanced at her favorability towards him and then spoke. Obviously, they had never met before, but this woman's favorability towards him was actually level 3. Ning Fan was a little surprised. In this case, it is not impossible to give them a chance to cultivate their relationship a little. The reason why Ting Ming had such a high degree of favorability towards Ning Fan was entirely because Ning Fan's action of helping her out of trouble yesterday made her admire him. Perhaps in Ning Fan's eyes, it was just the most ordinary action, but in her eyes, it was extremely overbearing. Of course, such a high favorability is also related to her identity change, from a slave girl to a big boss's woman, which makes her cherish this hard-won opportunity even more. I choose to stay with you. Ting Ming came to Ning Fan timidly. His expression is timid, but his actions are quite bold. Okay, then you stay with me. Ning Fan smiled gently and reached out to grasp the slender white hand. But he only held it tightly and didn't go any further. Ting Meng stood obediently behind him, with her other hand on her chest, feeling the warmth from his palm. A sense of down-to-earth security spread in her heart, and she couldn't help but have sweet fantasies. Soon, Dihu and his brothers escorted the pirate captives and lord captives down. Boss, there are 62 people in total, all men. Do you see if there's anyone you like? Chapter 150. Issues with the selection of leaders. On the coast, the lord captives, who were dressed in rags and looked listless, listened to Dihu's words without any change in expression. They have become accustomed to being treated as goods and picked up by others. Ning Fan glanced at them and frowned unconsciously. He looked like he was dying from lack of energy. Could he really do odd jobs? Seeing this, Dihu quickly scolded the captives. Everyone, cheer up. The man standing in front of you is the famous Maple Leaf boss. What the boss needs are people who can work. If any of you are favored by the boss, you can at least live like a human being, even if you can't escape from slavery. Hearing this, the captives' expressions changed slightly, and they all looked up at Ning Fan with a hint of fluctuation in their eyes. Because Ning Fan had become famous in the region early on, they had all heard of the name of Maple Leaf Boss. If the master is Maple Leaf Boss, it seems not bad. Everyone thought. They knew very well that their fate, from the moment they became stray dogs, was to be lowly slaves for the rest of their lives. Since you're going to be a slave, it's definitely better to be a slave to a big boss than to anyone else. They were being exploited anyway. In the feudal slave era, dogs from rich families could at least get a few bones, but dogs from poor families might be slaughtered at any time. Thinking of this, those who wanted to get out of their current situation immediately took a step forward and knelt on the ground. Boss, I can cook. I used to be a chef. Please be so kind as to take me in. The man raised his hands in panic and shouted. The others looked at him with complicated expressions. They wanted to follow his example, but they didn't have the courage. Because the Earth Tiger was standing nearby and had suffered torture in the cave, they knew that such a move was an act of usurpation. As expected, before Ning Fan could react, Dihu kicked the man to the ground. Do you want to die? Who allowed you to talk? Dihu stared at him fiercely, then grabbed him by the collar. Listen to me. You are a slave now, so be aware of your status. Naturally, these words were also said to the other people present. Dihu turned his head and glanced at everyone. His fierce eyes made others dare not look at him, and they all lowered their heads. Dihu then dropped the man off with satisfaction, came to Ning Fan, and in the blink of an eye, he put on an attentive smile. Boss, although these people are a little weak, they still have some skills. We just need to take care of them for a few days. Ning Fan took in the entire scene and nodded slightly. By doing this, Dihu is taking action to dispel his own concerns. I want all these people. Please arrange for someone to live on this island first and help me take care of them. I can't spare any help here for the time being. All matters on the main island do not require outsiders. But as the number of outer territories increases, it is impossible for him to take care of all the matters on these outer islands by himself. Some trivial chores have to be assigned to someone to do, so just take them all on. Whether you're a chef, a carpenter, or a craftsman, there is a place for your skills. If you really don't have any skills, then go mining. Sooner or later, he would place all resources that required human operation in the outer territories. Okay, boss, I get it. Hearing that the boss wanted someone, Dihu quickly agreed. He quickly decided on the candidate in his mind. He turned to look at Li Chuangjuan, who was in charge of escorting pirate prisoners not far away, and shouted at him. Li Chuangjuan, come here. When Li Chuangjuan saw the boss calling him, he hurried over. Boss, you called me? Boss needs someone to take care of these captured lords. They need to stay here for a while. What do you think? Dihu looked at him. Li Chuangjuan was stunned. He looked at the boss, then glanced at Ning Fan beside him, and his brain short-circuited. There is such a good thing. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Being able to work close to the boss is not as direct as always thinking about how to please him. So, he immediately came to Ning Fan and said respectfully, I, Li Chuangjuan, have met you, boss. Yeah. Ning Fan nodded calmly. In the following time, Ning Fan explained some things to Li Chuangjuan. Li Chuangjuan listened carefully and took note of everything. After finishing his task, he took all the captured lords and temporarily settled them down in the military base. There are still few people in the territory now, so we can hire people from the cave to help manage it. When the territory has more and more people, We will eventually have to find someone to take care of personnel matters. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead. Just now, he simply formulated a system for his subjects, which cost him a lot of brain cells. This made him realize that it was not an easy task to implement the hierarchy system in the territory in a comprehensive manner. But we have to do it. After all, the people are also resources. A wanting's ability is suitable for this kind of thing, but she is in charge of the territory's business, and the burden is already heavy. It is impossible for her to be distracted to take care of this. Ning Fan searched for the right person in his mind, but couldn't find anyone for a while. Managing the people is no small matter. If the territory is likened to a dynasty, this position is a real cabinet minister, the kind that can support the 2 capitals and 14 provinces. He couldn't give such an important position to an outsider, so he had to choose from among his women. Unfortunately, at the moment, except Wanting, no one else seems suitable. Lin Yakin is a good person, but she is too gentle and suitable for managing the harem, but not for managing the affairs of the front yard. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. If there is really no other way, let Wanting hand over the business to someone else and let her take care of it. Ning Fan shook his head and said that he was already content to meet a woman like Wanting. I don't expect to meet one again. After telling Mu Wanting about the slaves and asking her to plan their daily expenses, Ning Fan subdued the pirates sent from the cave and asked them to join the barbarian army. At this point, the entire barbarian army had 500 barbarian soldiers, a full half battalion. Watching Dihu and his men set off for the return voyage, Ning Fan gently hugged Ting Meng in his arms and said, "Come on, I'll take you out to sea. Things on the island have been arranged. Longzi is in charge of the military aspects, while Li Chuangjuan is in charge of the logistics aspects. The entire military base can operate normally, but he has more important things to do." After releasing the C-class building ship, Ning Fan hugged Ting Meng and got on board. Just now, Longzi sent him a coordinate. There is a native island 20 kilometers to the west from here. Longzi and his mercenaries drove a sailing battleship and tried their hand at the pirates on the native island. Under the fierce artillery fire, the pirates on the island were reduced to ashes. It was just right. He could move that island over and use it as the next outer territory. There is still one chance to transfer to the native island. Chapter 151 Spy Satellite. On the deck of the ship, Ting Meng stayed obediently in Ning Fan's arms, her body limp and weak. Just now, she had given her first kiss to Ning Fan. It wasn't Ning Fan who took the initiative, but she asked for it herself. When she saw those lords, slaves, humbly begging for shelter in front of Ning Fan, she intuitively felt how lucky she was to be able to stand beside Ning Fan and watch all this silently. So, taking advantage of this time, when they were alone, she took the initiative to take this step, hoping that Ning Fan would want her. Unfortunately, Ning Fan, who had been drained of his wealth by the Zhao Xuanna sisters in the morning, looked like a gentleman who remained calm and composed. Ting Meng felt a little aggrieved and could only hug Ning Fan like a kitten, seeking a moment of happiness. In fact, it's not that Ning Fan doesn't want her anymore, but he has a lot of things to do and has no time to seek pleasure. Ding! Consume cornerstones 100,000. Expand the territory by 1 square kilometer and increase the number of outer territories by 1. Current number of territories that can be sealed off, 2. After Ning Fan used the cornerstone obtained from the auction to expand the territory of the main island, a familiar prompt sounded in his ears. Could it be that for every square kilometer of territory added, 1 more outer territory can be added? Ning Fan's expression changed. If this was the case, wouldn't it be possible to officially enter the feudal system once the area reached 8 square kilometers? 8 square kilometers, which is not difficult at his current rate of making money. I don't know what kind of changes will happen to the course of the times after the feudal system. He had some expectations in his heart. The feudal system was still a system of the classical era. If he wanted to move from the classical era to the next era, he had to complete the system of the classical era. Ning Fan put his thoughts aside and saw a message pop up on the screen. D-level radar has been unbound. This radar was returned before it landed on the island. It's time to retire it. As the territory grows larger and more outer territories are added, the 10-kilometer detection range provided by the D-class radar seems increasingly stretched. It is a good opportunity to update the radar during the attack of the Vanguard fleet. Send this radar to Wolf and have him install it on the battleship and use it as radar during combat. While Ning Fan opened the trading hall, he asked Feng Linglong to continue sending him a real-time consignment list. Using both approaches, he soon found a manufacturing drawings he needed. It is still a consignment item. D-level warning watchtower, modified from the watchtower, a 20-meter high tower-shaped building with a 1-kilometer warning range. Once an unknown creature is found approaching, it will automatically alarm the Lord. Required materials: stone 500, iron or 30, tungsten or 20, copper or 20. When I returned the D-class radar, I used the normal manufacturing diagram, and the return multiplier was far less than it is now. If it is returned with a D-class manufacturing blueprint, I think the return manufacturing blueprint will be much better than the D-class radar, or directly return critical hits. Ning Fan suddenly thought of it and was tempted. Radar is a powerful tool for ensuring the safety of the territory, so it should not be excessive to use a critical hit return on it. With this thought in mind, Ning Fan immediately clicked to create. Ding! Consume a D-level warning watchtower manufacturing diagram. Trigger consumption refund. Target phone Linglong. Refund multiple 50,000 times. Currently available return times 76. Number of returns provided per day 36 times. Please choose whether to return or return by critical hit. Critical hit return. Ning Fan said with a little excitement. After binding with Ting Ming, the accumulated number of returns increased by 3 times. At the same time, the number of returns that could be provided per day reached 36. It's totally fine to use 1 critical hit to return it. You can reach 100 times tomorrow anyway. Templating can be done just before an emergency occurs. However, you should still use critical hit return with caution. After all, the template function is too important. 1 more template means 1 more long-term benefit. After seeing the benefits brought by the progress of the times, accumulating foundations and developing territory is the top priority. 1 or 2 B-level or even A-level items are not as good as an arrow point and the benefits brought by wonders. Therefore, unless it is a necessary item, Ning Fan rarely uses critical hit return. Ding! The host chooses to return the critical hit, and 2 returns are in progress. After 1 return, you'll get a C-class high-frequency radar manufacturing diagram. Second return completed. Obtain a B-class small spy satellite manufacturing plan. After the 2 returns, the obtained manufacturing drawings have been included in the construction interface. Spy satellite? Ning Fan was filled with questions. Oh my god, this technological leap is too radical. No, I have to teach Ling Longbao a lesson tonight. The high return multiple is really great. He excitedly opened the detailed description. B-class small spy satellite. After construction is completed, it can be launched to an altitude of 100 kilometers above the territory. After the satellite starts operating, all conditions within a range of 1,000 kilometers around the territory can be monitored. Intelligent satellite identification, also known as murderous aura identification, it can automatically identify targets that are hostile to the Lord and automatically alarm once they appear within the monitoring range. It can be bound to maps and other items with locking and binding functions. Multi-target binding. With the permission of the Lord, the monitoring function of this spy satellite can be bound to up to 100 Lord systems. Fuck, with a monitoring range of 1,000 kilometers, who the hell can attack my territory? Ning Sun Iflamet. The sense of security in the territory is maximized. If it were equipped with a few more ballistic missiles, that scene is simply unbearable to imagine. Only Ning Fan dared to think about it. However, ballistic missiles have a high technological content after all. I don't know what level of technology it is. Maybe it has to be S-level. S-level items were still a bit far away, even for Ning Fan. The monitoring function of the D-radar can only be bound to 1 person, while the small spy satellite can be bound to 100 people. It seems that we can get the broken radar back from the wolf. Ning Fan stood up, held Ting Ming in his arms, and put her on the couch, completely ignoring her amorous eyes, and fiddled with the spy satellite. Ding! Consume a B-level small spy satellite manufacturing diagram and obtain a small spy satellite. Place it in the sea and launch it at sea. Ning Fan was worrying about how to launch it, and when he heard this reminder, he was instantly delighted. He came to the railing, selected a location on the sea, and placed the small spy satellite. A rocket more than 2 meters high suddenly appeared on the sea, and the launch platform was only a few square meters in size. It looks like a child's toy. Then a remote control appeared in Ning Fan's hand, with only 1 button on it, a red one. Is it that simple? It feels a bit ridiculous. Ning San complained. Never mind, just press it first. He pressed it hard. Ding! Deduct cornerstone 1000. Small launch vehicle raw materials are refilled. Rocket launch countdown 10, 9. The countdown was getting closer and closer, and Ning Fan stared at the bottom of the rocket. After a while, a rumbling sound was heard, just like turning on a gas stove, and a faint flame rose at the tail of the rocket. It feels like it can be put out with a basin of water. However, the next second, the flame suddenly became thicker and became like a fire dragon. In the blink of an eye, the entire rocket shot straight into the sky like an arrow. No, man, I don't even want to act anymore. What about acceleration? After reacting, Ning Fan looked up at the sky, and there was only a puff of exhaust gas in his field of vision. He suspected that the rocket's launch speed had reached the speed of light, and it disappeared in a flash. As if to confirm his guess, clues came one after another the next second. The launch vehicle has delivered the satellite, and the spy satellite has officially started working. Ning-san. Chapter 152. Transfer to Island. The spy satellite monitoring screen has been bound to the map. Please check it carefully. After hearing the prompt, Ning Fan opened the map interface. The entire map interface has undergone earth-shaking changes. The fog that originally covered the territory 10 kilometers away has now completely dissipated, revealing a circular area with a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Looking around, there are countless small islands shown on the map. With so many islands, how many lords' territories are there? And how many native islands have not yet been occupied? Ning Fan was a little dazzled. It is impossible that there is no lord's territory in a sea area with a diameter of 2,000 kilometers. What Ning Fan was concerned about was how many lords' territories there were. He had a bold idea in his mind. Soon, a prompt sounded and solved his confusion. The spy satellite is recording information from the lord's system for analysis. Ding! The analysis results are out. There are 2,342 islands within the spy satellite monitoring coverage area. Among them, there are 20 native islands, 320 lord islands, 1 unowned island, and 1 unknown island. The location of the Lord's Island has been marked in red, potential danger. Please pay attention to it. The location of the Lord's Raft is also marked in red, with a total of more than 20,000 people. So thoughtful. Ning Fan's face lit up with joy. It was indeed a B-level item. The 320 Lord Islands did not surprise Ning Fan. After all, the monitoring range of the spy satellite was more than 3 million square kilometers. It was normal to have more than 300 lord territories in such a wide range. As for the lord's rafts that were still wandering, Ning Fan didn't care about it. Although there were tens of thousands of lords on the island at this stage, most of them were still wandering, which was normal. Moreover, with more than 20,000 people distributed over more than 3 million square kilometers of sea area, the density is already very low, which is definitely much lower than in the early days of survival. After all, with the existence of guilds, many people choose to rely on guilds to survive. Most of those who are still wandering are stubborn and hard-headed. Perhaps we can ask the ground tiger to come over and conduct deep-sea fishing based on real-time monitoring. Ning Fan looked at the densely packed red dots on the map, and an idea came to his mind. Forget it. They're also the vital force of this area. Before other areas are integrated, I will have to rely on them to consume some of my resources and provide me with a cornerstone. After thinking about it, Ning Fan rejected this idea. It is better to let the fish grow fat before catching them. This group of wandering lords are obviously still fish fry. With his current means, if he were to personally intervene in the business of capturing lords, it would not be long before all the wandering lords in the entire area would disappear. Once the large group of individual lords is gone, it will obviously be detrimental to regional development. Especially for him, a lord standing at the top of the pyramid, the collapse of the bottom layer means that his position will be lowered. Anyway, they can't pose a threat to me, so let them go. Whether or not you can get to the island depends on your fate. Ning Fan raised his hand to remove the mark of the wandering lord, and suddenly many red dots disappeared from the map. The only remaining islands are marked in red. Ning Fan looked carefully and found that there was no lord's territory within a radius of 100 kilometers. This was good news. And within a radius of 200 kilometers, there are only a few scattered lords' territories. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? Sooner or later, the area of my territory will reach tens of thousands of square kilometers. According to this scale, I must at least ensure that I have 500 kilometers of safe territorial waters. Instead of having to evict others later, it's better to start planning now. Thinking of this, Ning Fan directly took a screenshot of the map details within a radius of 500 kilometers and sent it to Longs, asking him to take the mercenaries out to exercise and treat it as an experience. Ning Fan had no intention of destroying them all. After all, there were 70 or 80 lords in this area. At this stage, the lords who owned territories were the backbone of the entire region. Killing chickens for heating is not advisable. What's the saying? Open the door. Free trade. For those who can make sense, we will give them a chance and ask them to move out honestly. For those who can't make sense, I'm sorry, but we have to open the door. No one should dare to say no to cannon diplomacy. Thinking about the 100 Tiger squat guns on the battleship, Ning Fan was thoughtful. At this moment, Longzi replied, "Okay, sir, I will take people there right away and follow your instructions." The words were as respectful as ever, but there was also a hint of awe. The reasons are obvious, from the appearance of the sailing battleship, to the 100C plus class Tiger crouching guns on the battleship, then to the radar, just now, and now the 500-kilometer satellite map. Each and every incident refreshed his cognition, and the cognitive shock was indescribable, to the point that he temporarily lost his independent consciousness when facing Ning Fan. If Ning Fan recruited him now, he would probably be able to bring all of his men under his command. Of course, Ning Fan never had the idea of poaching anyone, so he was destined to be disappointed. After receiving the reply from Wolf Sun, Ning Fan waved his hand to remove the mark of the Lord's territory, and the entire map interface returned to calm. No targets posing a threat to the Lord have been found. Spy satellites are continuously monitoring this full sense of security. It can be foreseen that once the territory's military force is established, he will be able to fully control this sea area. To have power throughout the country and to have all the barbarians submit to you is nothing more than this. Ning Fan raised the corner of his mouth. After a brief look into the future, Ning Fan returned his gaze to the map. Find an island more than 10 kilometers away on the map. It is the only unowned island on the map, and also the original island captured by Longzi and his men. It's just a C-series island. I don't think it should have many resources, but it's enough to have an island. I wonder what the situation will be when the island moves. Ningsan murmuret. The opportunity to move island is given by the mysterious reward of the leaderboard. This has never happened before, so I can't speak from experience. The idea of moving an island usually appears in myths. Could it be that they summoned some kind of mythical beast to move the island? Ning Fan made nonsensical guesses about the method of island movement. Just at this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up on the screen. Through the bound spy satellite, the Lord system detected an unowned island. Do you want to use island transfer to transfer it to another location? Note, due to the existence of spy satellites, the Lord can remotely set the transfer location and use island transfer to transfer unowned islands. The islands must be within the monitoring range of the spy satellites. Fuck, is it so smart? Ning Fan couldn't help but look up, but unfortunately the spy satellite was 100 kilometers overhead and he could only watch in vain. Since I can do it remotely, why would I go to such a stupid island? Ning Fan went straight back home. It was just a C-series island, nothing to see, so he might as well go home early and hug Ling Long. After changing the direction of the ship, he began to transfer the island. The operation is very simple. Just mark a location on the map and choose to transfer. Consume island transfer times 1. Island C33421 is being transferred. Estimated time is 1 minute. Chapter 153. The Great Shift of the Universe. It turns out that the so-called island transfer is direct teleportation. Ning Fan understood. It was the same as the last island reset. The difference was that the island transfer was a fixed-point teleportation. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in my ears. Ding! Consume island transfer times 1. Target phone Ling Long. Return multiple 50,000 times. Choose return or critical return. Hearing this reminder, Ning Fan's expression froze. No, this can also trigger consumption refund? He blinked and didn't react for a moment. Until the system sounds a prompt again. Host, please choose whether to return or critical hit return. He just reacted and said quickly, critical hit return. What the hell is this? The number of island transfers is obtained from the mysterious reward, which is very precious at first glance. Since it can be returned, it will of course be the maximum return. As for whether it will affect the number of templates tomorrow, let's put it aside for now. Host chooses critical hit return, consuming 10 returns, currently remaining returns, 56. Critical hit return in progress. Due to unknown restrictions, the return multiple is abnormal and is being corrected. Please wait. Ning Fan's expression tense for no reason, as he had never encountered such a situation before. There won't be any problems. That's 10 times of refund. And he always felt that the system was taking him through the back door of the Lord's world. What if something went wrong? Fortunately, after waiting for a while, the system voice came as expected. Ding! The return was successful. Due to unknown restrictions, the return result was affected. One-time return. Get island transfer times 100 times. Return twice. Get the number of Chinkoing Great Shift times 1. The return result has been approved by the Lord system, and the host can view and use it normally. Ning Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Although it seemed that the refund multiple had been severely downgraded, being able to refund 100 island transfers was already a huge gain. What's more, there is one more chance to perform the Great Shift of the universe. Although I don't know what it is used for, I can tell it's powerful just by hearing the name. Ning Fan's face slowly showed a trace of excitement. 100 times of island transfers, just from the mysterious rewards. It will take 100 times. This time I will make a lot of money. At least I won't have to worry about transferring outer territories anymore. As expected, the 8 outer territories can be placed in turn in various directions around the territory. After the joy, he turned his gaze to Great Shift of the Universe. Great Shift of the Universe. After use, you can randomly reset the islands in this area. User privilege. When resetting, the Lord can limit the number of other Lord's territories that appear around the territory. Number 01000, range 0 to 1,000 kilometers. It turned out to be an island reset. You can also set the number of Lords in the surrounding waters after the reset. It seems like we can call Wolf back. Ning Sangronet. He could use the Great Shift of the Universe to clear out all the territories of the Lords within a 1,000-kilometer radius of the surrounding sea area and dominate this sea area alone. It can even be combined with island transfer to clear out an area of sea without islands, thus eliminating the possibility of anyone going to the island again. But after thinking about it carefully, Ning Fan temporarily gave up this idea. With my current strength, it's still a bit difficult to occupy more than 3 million square kilometers of sea area. Let Longzi drive them away first, and then make plans. Anyway, you can use the Great Shift of the Universe at any time, so there's no need to rush. Maybe it will be of great use in the future. For example, if you encounter an invincible enemy, you can use the Great Shift of the Universe to teleport your territory away. Thinking of this, Ning Fan completely gave up the idea of using the Great Shift of heaven and earth to clean up the sea. In general, I made a lot of money from the critical hit return this time. Although it may result in the inability to perform templates tomorrow, the extra trump card and 100 transfers are really worth it. Ning Fan sighed, feeling quite happy. Just at this moment, the prompt, "Island transfer successful," popped up on the screen. His eyes then turned to the map. An island appeared 9 kilometers northeast of the territory, forming a diagonal line with the military base in the southwest. An early-stage obsessive-compulsive disorder patient. The only 2 outer islands are not only symmetrical, but also have the same distance from the territory. The island was occupied as an outer territory, and a prompt popped up on the screen. Ding! The outer seal of the territory is successful. The current number of outer seals owned is 2. When a number of external territories reaches 8, the feudal system will be officially implemented. New social processes will be revealed. At this pace, it won't be long before we can enter the feudal system. Ning Fan leaned against the railing, stretched himself, and looked at the azure sea in front of him, feeling relaxed and happy. Let's position the new outer territory as a commercial center. When we return to the territory, we'll move the auction house and chicken farm there. The chickens in the chicken farm have reached the 3rd generation, with more than 1,000 chickens. Another breeding cycle will fill the entire farm. It is also time to arrange for someone to look after them, and in a few days the eggs and chickens can be taken out of the cages. Just as they had captured a group of lords as captives, they could temporarily place the chicken farm in the commercial center and let Li Chuangjuan arrange people to raise chickens. In this regard, lord captives are still more useful than pirate slaves. The next outer territories will be divided into pastures, farms, factories, and mining areas. All production areas will be gradually separated from the territories, and then the size of the population will be expanded. After making a plan, Ning Fan sent Li Chuangjuan a D-class mass sailboat for commuting and asked him to take his men to the commercial island. It seems that we should arrange for someone to manage the people as soon as possible. Keeping this in mind, and completing the matter of the outer territory, Ningfan looked at the last place worth paying attention to on the map. The only island within the entire 1,000-kilometer radius that is marked as unknown by spy satellites. Unknown Island. According to spy satellite analysis, there are anti-detection devices on this island. The degree of danger is unknown. Please explore with caution. Ever since he learned about Li Sanjin's encounter with the fairy last time, Ningfan knew that there were some wonderful encounters in this world. The description of this unknown island seems to be similar to the fairy that Li Sanjin encountered. Mystery plus high-tech items. It can resist detection by B-class spy satellites. It is at least a B-class item. I just don't know if there will be any danger there. Ningsan Fronet. This unknown island is 800 kilometers west of the territory. There are no other lords within a radius of 100 kilometers. If it weren't for the existence of spy satellites, it would probably be difficult to be discovered. After we deal with the L Federation's Vanguard fleet, we'll find an opportunity to have Tor lead his men over to investigate. As a lord, Ningfan would certainly not take risks easily. His intention to send his men to explore was already his greatest respect for the opportunity. After all, instead of going out to explore opportunities, it is better to stay at home and enhance the relationship with Ling Long, Wanting, and others. Not thinking about it anymore, he turned off the Lord's screen and turned to walk towards Tingming. A certain girl was lying on the couch with a leisurely look on her face, openly peeping at Ningfan. She never expected Ningfan to turn around suddenly, so she was caught directly by Ningfan's gaze. Her red lips slightly opened. She was stunned for a moment. Then after she reacted, she quickly lowered her head shyly. The look of wanting to say something but not being able to was imprinted in Ningfan's mind. Ningfan raised his eyebrows and suddenly thought of something. The number of returns provided tomorrow is 36, and we only have 56 now, which adds up to 92, which is not enough for one template. Maybe I should try harder. So, the ship, which was heading to the territory normally, suddenly slowed down as if it was deliberately making time for something. Chapter 154, Yakin's Invitation. Ding! It is detected that the target Ting Meng's favorability level towards the host has increased to level 4. The number of returns available per day increases by 1, and the remaining number of returns is 57 times. The ship docked at the territory, and Ningfan got off the ship holding Ting Meng. Hearing the prompt sound in his ear, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, and his eyes looking at the beauty in his arms became gentler. We've only known each other for a short time, but his favorability has shot up to level 4 like a rocket. He's truly a treasure. The last time I saw someone's favorability increase so quickly was with Ling Long. Ting Meng stayed in Ningfan's arms peacefully, with a lazy expression on her face. Looking at Ningfan's magnificent territory, she felt a little empty in her heart. The hand holding Ningfan's arm tightened a little. She understood that once she arrived in Ningfan's territory, it would be rare for her to be alone with Ningfan like she had just been on the boat. So she cherishes this moment even more. As they got closer and closer to the manor, she bit her lip and whispered, "Ningfan, why don't you put me down? I can walk by myself." She would be meeting the other sisters soon, and she didn't want them to see this and come across as spoiled. "It's okay, just stay here and relax." Ningfan leaned over and kissed her, comforting her. As soon as she became his woman, her favorability reached level 4. Ningfan didn't mind giving her some preference so that she could integrate into the harem more quickly. When people like Su Yiye and Zhao Xiner want to be hugged, he will treat them equally, let them be willful, and satisfy them. Hearing this, Ting Meng's face instantly flushed. She couldn't help but bury her head in Ningfan's arms, leaning on Ningfan obediently, and no longer mention the matter. Ningfan chuckled and carried Ting Meng straight into the manor. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the manor, he suddenly noticed that the trees on the back hill seemed to be a little sparse. It seems that some of them were cut down by humans. He couldn't help but take out the walkie-talkie and asked, "Wanting, did you arrange for the trees on the mountain to be cut down?" Soon Mu Wanting's words came from the intercom, "Hubby, I asked the housekeeper robot to chop down some trees and stockpile some wood." "Honey, don't worry. The housekeeping robot is very professional and will not damage the environment on the mountain." Ningfan nodded slightly. He was not worried about this. After another day of evolution, the entire square kilometer of forest gradually took shape. Cutting down some trees would not affect anything. "How much supplies have you stockpiled now to deal with the snowstorm?" he asked. "Well, Mostly supplies like wood and clothes. Other than that, there are some fish, meat, and vegetables. The warehouse is already full. Ning Fan was stunned when he heard her words. If he remembered correctly, the stored capacity of the two territory warehouses combined was about 600 tons. Is this all stocked up? What a fast efficiency. But before he could praise her, Mu Wanting continued. Now, there are fewer finished houses and manufacturing drawings. Only a few dozen copies, mainly because there are too few stocks on the market. But compared to wood, clothes, food, and other consumable resources, housing is the key to dealing with blizzard weather, and many people still live in wooden houses. If we can stock up a lot of houses, we can definitely make a lot of money when the snowstorm comes. Husband, do you have any solution? Hearing this, Ning Fan said in a deep voice, don't worry about the housing problem. I'll find a way. If it was before going out to sea, he could guarantee that this would be done by taking out a house manufacturing drawing and turning it into a template. But after using the critical hit return twice, plus the number of returns tomorrow, it is not enough for one template. But it doesn't matter much. If it doesn't work tomorrow, we'll try the day after tomorrow. This snowstorm will last for 7 days anyway. If the house construction plan cannot be finalized before the snowstorm arrives, then he can't help. If some people need to freeze to death, then let them freeze to death. Wanting, please send me a copy of the concrete house manufacturing drawing, and send the other houses to Li Chuanjuan. Some of the barbarian soldiers and other subjects still have no place to live. Ning Fan said, okay. Mu Wanting replied. Soon she sent me a cement house manufacturing plan. The reason why Ning Fan chose the cement house manufacturing drawing as the template target was not because there were no higher-level house manufacturing drawings, but because the cement house manufacturing drawing was the most suitable. First of all, the concrete house is sufficient to shelter from snowstorms. Secondly, the materials required are simple. Only 2 basic materials, stone and wood, are needed, and the quantity required is not high. The templated house manufacturing drawings are meant to be built and sold, so you cannot choose a house that is too costly. Otherwise, not many people can afford it. Since the goal is to earn a cornerstone, we must consider the sinking market and win by volume. I will build 2 more warehouses later. You can use them to store stones and wood. Ning Fan reminded him. Go to the market and buy them directly. Don't worry about the expenses. You will earn it all back later. The stones and wood are stockpiled for building cement houses. Although there is no template for the cement house yet, it is only a matter of time. It is better to prepare them early while the materials are cheap. Okay, I understand. After explaining everything, Ning Fan put down the walkie-talkie. Before he knew it, he had already reached the 3rd floor carrying Ting Ming. After looking around, he randomly chose a room and walked in. Have a good sleep first. If you have any problems, just contact Ling Long. Don't worry, the women in this family are all very nice. Ning Fan put her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. He was not saying this casually. Every woman in his family who could come to him had been screened to some extent. Needless to say, their appearance was good, and their personalities were all very good. Ting Ming nodded tiredly and closed his eyes with peace of mind. She couldn't hold on as early as when she was on the boat. If Ning Fan hadn't been holding her, and if she hadn't been nervous, she would have probably fallen asleep long ago. Now that she was touching the pillow, sleepiness came over her like a tide. After a while, she fell asleep with a hint of sweetness on her lips. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, Ning Fan stood up and walked out of the room. As soon as he left the room, he unexpectedly received a message from Lin Yakin. Ning Fan, my sister, and I have selected a few maids from the guild and are planning to bring them over. Can you take a look? Lin Yakin sent a group of photos. Seeing this, Ning Fan paused, with a strange expression on his face. What a coincidence! I just happen to be short of a few binding targets, so that I can template the cement house as soon as possible. Taking a quick glance at the photos, I saw that they were all beauties who were no less beautiful than Zhu Linlin. He then sent a message. Well, Yakin, bring them over. You don't need to ask me about this kind of thing in the future. Just do it with confidence. Zhao Shiner and Zhu Linlin were both brought here by Yakin, and now there are 3 more beauties. He was still hesitant to leave this matter to Yakin. Okay, but my sister and I don't have any boats. So that's why she came here. Ning Fan chuckled and immediately gave her 2 C-Class Clark-type dual-purpose sailboats. These 2 ships are faster than the C-Class building ship. You can use them. If you have any problems with resources in the future, just tell Wanting directly. If she can't solve it, you can come to me. Okay, I understand. Lin Yakin replied. The chat ended here, but Ning Fan did not leave the chat interface for a long time. Instead, he stared at the chat history with Yakin in a daze. He didn't know why, but he always felt that the conversation was not over yet, but he couldn't remember what to say. After a long time, Lin Yakin suddenly sent a message. Ning Fan tonight. Can you come to my sister's in my room? Chapter 155 Yakin's Little Thoughts. At night on an island, Lu San casually threw an agreement in the face of the man in a suit in front of him. Sign this agreement and you can leave. The man in the suit picked up the agreement and took a look at it. His face turned purple. Damn it. Not only did they chase them away, but they also wanted to keep them silent. But after taking a look at the large ship docked at the shore, he dared not say anything. He signed the agreement resentfully and handed it to Lu San with a nod and a bow. Taijun. Huh? Lu San frowned and stared at him with a bad expression. No, 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 sir. The man in the suit quickly changed his words and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He almost said out his true thoughts. Sir, can I go now? Lu San took the agreement, glanced at it, and waved his hand impatiently. Go away, go away. The man in the suit felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly got on the boat without looking back and left. As for some resources on the island that had not been collected yet, he didn't want them anymore. His life was more important. Too scary. My damn territory is actually right next to the boss. Luckily, the boss didn't start a massacre. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. After the boat was some distance away from the territory, the man in the suit breathed a sigh of relief, but a sense of fear came over him. Thinking of the scene when the cannons bombarded his territory, he couldn't stop shaking. The evening sea breeze blew over him, making him feel cold. Only then did he notice that his clothes were soaked with sweat. Hurry up and leave this dangerous place and find another island. He didn't even bother to change his clothes. He increased the horsepower and drove the boat far away in the opposite direction. Such scenes are frequently staged in the sea area within a range of 500 kilometers. It did not gradually disappear until the bright moon over the sea reached its highest point. Master Wolf, the mission is accomplished. According to the map, the entire 500-kilometer sea area has been cleared. No one resisted. On the battleship, Lu San came to Longzi and reported the situation. Have you all signed the agreement? Longzi asked. Lu San nodded. Yes, they're all signed. Okay, let's set off and return home. Let the brothers rest up. Today is just a small test. There will be a tough battle waiting for us tomorrow. Longzi reminded. Yes. Lu San immediately went down to convey the order. After he left, Longzi opened the chat interface and sent a message to Ning Fan. Boss, we have completed what you asked us to do. We are returning to the military base. Do you have any other instructions? In the bedroom on the left side of the 4th floor. The sisters' boudoirs are decorated very warmly, with pink and elegant atmosphere coexisting, giving it a unique flavor. When Longzi sent him a message, Ning Fan was leaning against the head of the bed and browsing the chat channel messages. Lin Yakin leaned obediently in his arms, her cheek against his shoulder. Her pair of clear eyes became extremely charming at this moment, and Ning Fan's appearance was reflected in her pupils, as if she wanted to engrave him in her heart. I understand. You guys go back and rest. If you have any problems with logistics, go find Li Chuangjuan. After Ning Fan received the message from Longzi, he replied to him. After closing the chat, he turned his head to look at Yakin, and just in time to meet her admiring gaze, he couldn't help but chuckle. It's getting late. You should go to bed early too. My younger sister Belle sure fell asleep early. I arranged the pillows at the head of the bed so that she could lie down comfortably. Yes. Lin Yakin gave a gentle reminder without saying much, and everything was implied. She placed her hands on her chest, leaned her back against Ning Fan's chest, and closed her eyes. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked in a low voice, Husband, when are you going to hold another auction? Hearing this, Ning Fan looked surprised. Why are you asking about this? Lin Yakin's long eyelashes fluttered. I have some things I want to explain to the sisters in the Alliance in person, so that's how it is. Ning Fan curled his lips, thinking that she was worried about the maid. He also planned to upgrade the auction house to 3 stars as soon as possible, so he said, Tomorrow. After the last auction, the auction house has accumulated a quarter of its experience. It is estimated that it will be able to upgrade after a few more auctions. Of course, the reason why it looks so simple is because Ning Fan's strength is so extraordinary. It is impossible for other people to easily bid more than 1 million for the cornerstone. And the most terrifying and important thing is that all these auction items were taken out by Ning Fan himself, and they were not sent in by mail. For items consigned for auction, Only 10 of the auction price will be counted in the experience value calculation. That's a handling fee. Yeah. Lin Yakin responded obediently, then closed her eyes with peace of mind. But her uncontrollable fluttering eyelashes revealed her inner unrest. My husband needs a woman who has the means to manage the people in his territory. Perhaps the woman from the Physician Alliance is suitable. I hope to meet Lu Qin tomorrow and try to win her over as soon as possible. Lin Yakin pondered in her mind and slowly fell asleep. After learning about this from Ning Fan, she has kept it in mind. However, with the major premise of regional integration in mind, she was not very confident in recruiting Lu Yimeng and Lu Qin, so she did not choose to tell Ning Fan about this directly. It's also to avoid disappointing Ning Fan. Watching her fall asleep peacefully, Ning Fan smiled dotingly. Got 2 more returns tonight. Not only did Bei Shi's favorability towards him rise to level 4, but Yakin's favorability towards him even reached level 5, reaching the same level as Wanting and Linglong. Tomorrow, several women under Yakin will come to the territory. By then, the number of returns in hand will definitely meet the template once, and there will even be a lot more. It seems that I can safely use it a few times and return it. Thinking of this, Ning Fan opened the construction interface and directly built 5 C-class warehouses through return. Each warehouse has a storage capacity of 500 tons. 2 are used to store stones and wood, and the remaining 3 he plans to use to store vegetables and food. Once a blizzard arrives, with ice and snow lasting for 7 days, all territories will stop producing crops. At that time, even ordinary vegetables and fish will probably see a price increase. It just so happened that he had just expanded his territory by 1 square kilometer today, and there was no special terrain for placement at the moment, so he might as well use it to grow some vegetables. Ning Fan opened the farm control center and commanded the agricultural robots to start cultivating and planting for the first time in a long time. The river in the territory has now evolved completely, and the huge water flow is enough to meet the needs of farming, so there is no need to worry about water resources. Grow as much as you can. It is impossible to plant a square kilometer of planting area with just a few robots, and he is not greedy, so he lets the robots work overtime for 1 night. After setting up the program instructions, Ning Fan fell asleep with the beauty in his arms. Chapter 156, The Vanguard Fleet Arrives. The next morning, knowing that something big would happen in the territory today, all the women in the villa got up early and gathered in the restaurant. Only the girl Lin Bei was still sleeping. Ning Fan and Lin Yakin ignored her and confirmed that she was just too tired and needed to rest. Then they went downstairs hand in hand and came to the restaurant. Seeing that all the sisters were there, Lin Yakin slowly let go of Ning Fan's arm and at Zhao Xuana's invitation, sat down next to her. Zhao Xuana was very happy to see that Yakin finally got her wish and became Ning Fan's bedmate. She held Yakin's hand and asked intimately, "Yakin, where is your sister? Why didn't she come down for breakfast?" Lin Yakin chuckled. She didn't know the seriousness of the matter and liked to provoke Ning Fan. She was taught a lesson. Zhao Xuana's beautiful eyes were stunned for a moment, and suddenly she thought of something. She chuckled, quickly covered her mouth with her hands, and no longer mentioned the matter. Several girls sat together in groups of 3 or 4, whispering to each other, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. As they spend more time together, the relationship between the girls becomes better and better. Even Ting Meng was integrated into the group. At this moment, Ling Long and Su Yiye were caring for her. There was no sign of her being ignored as she had just arrived. As for what you are asking, it probably isn't a good thing. Anyway, when Ning Fan looked over, he saw Ting Meng's face was red. He came to the dining table and sat down, coughing softly. Everyone instantly quieted down and looked at him with beautiful eyes. The territory may be attacked later, so you should stay in a manor and don't go out for the time being. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Mu Wanting beside him. Wanting, you, Ling Long, and Yakin should take care of the family matters. It shouldn't take long until I come back. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the 3 women spoke in unison. Husband, I want to go with you. After saying that, the 3 girls were stunned for a moment, looking at each other, but within a few breaths they reached a tacit understanding, and their beautiful eyes all looked at Ning Fan. Ning-san. That is to say, sometimes it seems that there is no need for the harem to be so harmonious. He knew that the 3 girls were concerned about his safety, but after all, they were going to the war, not playing house. In the end, after much persuasion, Mu Wanting went with him, while the other 2 girls stayed at home to look after the house. Ning Fan agreed to take Wanting with him only on the premise that there was no general danger. After finishing breakfast, Ning Fan took Mu Wanting onto the C-class ship as the girls watched. His main task was to supervise the war, so he didn't need a ride on a warship. He had spy satellites and telescopes, and he didn't plan to go beyond 10 kilometers of the territorial waters. In this area, there is basically no need to worry about safety because of the protection of the orbital siege crossbow. Boss, we are ready and can set off at any time. We'll send a message. Okay, you guys will patrol 15 kilometers away from the territorial waters and 6 kilometers away from the military base. Once you find any trace of the Vanguard fleet, I will tell you immediately. Ning Fan sent a sailing battleship and 2 walkie-talkies to Longzi, asking him to hand them over to the instructor of the Barbarian Army. The Barbarian Army would serve as a reserve force, ready to be on standby at any time. Longzi followed the order, and Ning Fan arrived at 8 kilometers of the territorial waters. Standing on the deck and taking out a telescope, he could see 2 sailing battleships patrolling the sea in the direction of the military base. One in front and one behind, ready for battle. Since even the pirates came to this area via teleportation, the Vanguard fleet of the L Federation must have done the same. I don't know where they will appear, nor when they will come. Ning Fan could only take this approach and wait and see. The ships kept sailing on the sea, and once the Vanguard fleet appeared anywhere, they could rush there at any time and intercept them outside the safe area, 10 kilometers outside the territorial waters. Save the time it takes for the ship to set sail. Everything was well prepared. So much thought and effort had been put into preparing so many things. One could say that he was fully confident, so Ning Fan was not nervous at all. He lay leisurely on the chair, basking in the morning sun, while Mu Wanting stood by the railing, taking pictures of the scenery. To be precise, she was live streaming. The hungry little sisters at home all relied on her live streaming to understand the real-time situation. Wow, is that the military base my husband built? I really want to go and see it. A surprised voice came from Mu Wanting's side, and Ning Fan pulled the corners of his mouth fiercely. It was the voice of that little girl, Su Yaya. Forget it, let them go. Anyway, this won't be the first battlefield, and we won't see any bloody scenes. Ning Fan closed his eyes and rested. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, a quick warning sounded in my ears. Warning, warning. A sailing fleet appeared 20 kilometers north of the territory. The Lord's system has not entered its identity information. It belongs to an unknown fleet. Spy satellites are analyzing its behavior. Analysis results. The unknown fleet is traveling at 40 kilometers per hour, still accelerating, heading towards the host territory. Danger level. Extremely dangerous. Host, please respond in time. Hearing the prompt, Ning Fan stood up quickly and his expression became calm. Honey, are the enemies coming? Seeing his strange behavior, Mu Wanting came to him and asked with concern. Yeah. Ning Fan nodded, then picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke to Longzi. Wolf, the target appears 20 kilometers to the north. Got it, boss. We'll be there right away. Longzi said in a firm tone. How long will it take? Ning Fan asked. The location of the L Federation Vanguard fleet on the map was rapidly approaching the territory. Its location and speed were somewhat beyond his expectations. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Ning Fan frowned, calculated the time in his mind, and said, Well, you guys go directly to the location 8 kilometers to the north and wait for them. I will use artillery fire to delay their movements. Okay, we'll go there right away. Longzi followed the order without hesitation. After temporarily hanging up the chat with Longzi, Ning Fan couldn't help rubbing his forehead. Teleportation is really hard to figure out. Appearing out of thin air 20 kilometers away from the territorial waters, who can react to it? Fortunately, he still has a rail siege crossbow that can defend the entire 10-kilometer range of the territorial waters. Bind the spy satellite's function to the orbital siege crossbow, and a prompt appears on the screen. The target has been locked and is out of range. Once the target enters the range, the orbital siege crossbow will directly empty the quiver. Good guy, after binding with the spy satellite, it also has an additional advanced defense function. Ning Fan felt more relieved now. The ship changed its direction and arrived 4 kilometers to the north. Here, you can clearly see the scene 10 kilometers away through the telescope. Spy satellite reporting unknown fleet configuration details. The unknown fleet has 2 C-class ships, 8 C-class ships, and 40 D-plus class ships. Hearing this, Ning Fan was shocked. The configuration of the Vanguard fleet has actually doubled. Is it specially prepared for him? Fortunately, I remember to ask. Ning Fan quickly informed Longzi of this matter, asked him to be prepared, and sent the barbarian army over as well. Chapter 157 Teleportation Stone. The vanguard fleet of the L Federation, whose main ship is a C-class galleon, was improved from a 5-masted sailing ship. The ship was named the Aaron Knight. The captain of the vanguard fleet is Knight Allen, whose full name is William Allen. At this moment, he was standing in the main control room, wearing a blue jacket with 3 stars printed on his shoulders. This was the symbol of the second-class nobles of the L Federation and the 3-star knights. The shiny leather boots showed his status as a knight, as if he was not here to fight, but to travel. He looked out to sea, a hint of disdain on his face, as if he was confident of what he had done. Sir Knight Allen, our location has been determined. It is 20 kilometers north of the Foreign Lord. A soldier came up to him and reported that there was a star engraved on the soldier's shoulder, a 1-star knight and one of the nobles of the L Federation, but in front of Allen he did not have the status of knight at all. 20 kilometers? Allen frowned. No wonder he had been looking at the sea for so long, but couldn't find the territory of the Foreign Lord. What's wrong with those old guys in the Oracle Hall? The error is so big, it just wastes my time. Allen cursed with disgust. The soldier quickly explained. The Oracle Elder said that this Foreign Lord is quite powerful, and they can only teleport to 20 kilometers away from his territory at most. They have done their best. Tisk. Allen raised his hand to signal him to shut up. A refugee from the endless sea with quite good strength. How dare those old guys say that? Forget it. 20 kilometers is 20 kilometers. Pass on my order and move forward at full speed. Seeing this, the soldier opened his mouth and wanted to advise him to be more cautious, but then he changed his mind and thought that there was no need to be too cautious about a foreign refugee, so he bent down and went down to convey the order. I hope this refugee has some resources. Alan Nanan said this, then picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. The ship was moving forward rapidly, and finally, an island appeared in his field of vision. After seeing the size of the island clearly, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The territory of these foreign refugees seems to be quite large indeed. His long combat experience made him realize that something was wrong, and this sense of something being wrong became even more certain when he saw the towering ship in his field of vision. Pass my order, stop advancing. After reacting, he called out loudly. However, the next second, a loud explosion sounded in the cabin, as if the ship had suffered some kind of severe impact. The ship began to tilt violently, then straightened itself and fell into a shaking state. Allen was shaken to the ground by the unexpected impact. Before he could stand up, he lost his balance again and hit the wall directly. For a moment, the entire control room was in chaos. Objects were flying everywhere, and the people sitting on their chairs were staggering all over the place. After a while, the hull gradually calmed down. Allen stood up, touching his bleeding forehead. He didn't know how many times he knocked his head during the shaking process, and he looked very embarrassed. Report the situation to me. Realizing that he had encountered an unexpected situation, he suppressed his anger and asked, Captain, the main ship's protective shield is broken. The hull is damaged by 12, and we suffered a beyond visual range attack. The soldier in the main control room, who was responsible for monitoring the hull's condition, reported. The soldiers who can stay in the main control room are all confidants of the Allen family, so they can directly call Allen Captain. What? Allen exclaimed in shock. The main ship's protective shield was a C+ grade item, and it broke into pieces at once? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Allen stared at the man in disbelief. Captain, it's really broken. The guard tower just gave a warning. The attack intensity exceeded level B, and then the protective shield was broken together. The man stuttered. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. The guard tower didn't even provide a 3-second warning and was removed along with its protective shield. Such a strike was too precise. Everyone in the control room looked at each other in bewilderment for a moment. What are you waiting for? Retreat. You are not going to die here. Allen shouted. He was really anxious. The enemy has the means to attack beyond visual range, and there are only 1 or 2 such weapons in the entire L Federation, which is simply not something the Vanguard fleet can contend with. His life was threatened, and he responded quickly. Everyone quickly operated the boat and began to change direction. At this moment, the 1-star knight who had just gone down came to the main control room in a hurry. Lord Allen, the rest of the warships were also attacked. The shields of 2 secondary ships were broken. The hulls were seriously damaged, and 7 warships were sunk. Upon hearing this, Alan's face became extremely gloomy, but he did not show any sign of heartache. Inform all ships that the mission has failed. The front ship will become the rear ship, and the rear ship will become the front ship. Return in order. Activate the teleportation stone in 3 minutes and return to Qingming continent. After that, he spoke to the operator in the main control room. Speed up immediately and start teleporting within 1 minute. Everyone was accustomed to his orders. In times of crisis, someone was naturally needed to provide cover. As a second-class noble of the Elf Federation, Alan naturally enjoys the right to escape first. Teleportation requires time and conditions, and it can only be started when a certain speed is reached. After giving a series of commands, Alan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the ship's speed increase. As long as he can enter the transmission channel, he'll be safe. As for the mission, if he fails, he fails. For him, the worst that can happen is that he will be fined. However, he was eventually disappointed. Bang, bang, bang. A series of roaring sounds were heard, and the main control room was filled with warning voices. The hull was attacked, and the damage increased by 22. Before Alan could react, a shell exploded directly above the main control room. Longzi arrived in a battleship. The Knight of Alan had lost its warning device and had no warning at all. The C-class battleship, without the protection of a shield, faced a round of C-plus class Tiger squat cannon attacks. The roof of the main control room was blown through, and all kinds of wooden debris fell from the top of the head. The entire main control room was directly flooded with dust. Under the saturation attack of more than a dozen Tiger crouching cannons, the Alan Knight lost all power. Lord Alan, the Munster reports that the fleet was attacked by artillery fire. The enemy's firepower is very strong. All warships have been stopped without exception. The casualties are not known yet. In the gap after the artillery fire, the one-star knight dragged Alan out of the ruins and almost shouted in his ear. Alan was dazed at the moment, looking like he had a concussion. Run quickly, leave someone behind to protect me back. He yelled a little delirious. The shell exploded right above his head. At this distance, even though the ship's hull blocked a lot of damage, it still inevitably caused splash damage to him. The fact that he is still alive and talking is due to his good physique. Seeing Alan's look, the one-star knight became ruthless and threw him aside. He went to the main console, picked up the fleet communication device, and called on the channel. Pass on Knight Alan's order and the Oracle Hall's iron rule. The enemy is powerful. Destroy all the teleportation stones and fight to the death with the outsiders. Repeat, if the return flight fails, destroy all the teleportation stones and fight to the death with the outsiders. Chapter 158, Detecting the Abnormality, Melee Landing. The actual identity of the one-star knight is actually a supervisor sent by the Oracle Hall of the Elf Federation. Just because this mission is more important, the Elf Federation sent a 3-star knight like Alan to lead 2 vanguard fleets to come to the expedition. Therefore, the 1-star knight, as a supervisor, does not have much say in the entire fleet. The task assigned to him by the Oracle Hall was to ensure that the objects given to them by the gods would not fall into the hands of outsiders. The teleportation stone is one of them. He also took over the command of the entire fleet when Alan lost his ability to move, aiming to prevent the teleportation stone from falling into the hands of outsiders. Unfortunately, in the face of powerful firepower, the efforts of the 1-star knight were ultimately in vain. After a round of fierce artillery attack, half of the warships of the entire Vanguard fleet were destroyed, not to mention the command center did not receive his orders. Among the remaining half, the power compartments of most warships had been destroyed and could not be reached. The teleportation stone is placed in the power cabin. As the only 2 C-class battleships in the entire Vanguard fleet, Munster took over the wartime command of the entire fleet after receiving the news that the Knight of Arlen was paralyzed, and reported the situation to the Knight of Elon. The 1-star knight looked solemn when he received the news. If the teleportation stone could not be destroyed, once the enemy captured it, they would be able to rely on the bilateral positioning of the teleportation stone to go to the Qingming continent, where the Elf Federation was located. This is absolutely not allowed. He gritted his teeth, slammed the dusty table, picked up the intercom, and issued the last order. Organize personnel to counterattack on the spot. All warships activate the self-destruct sequence. Even if the warships are blown up, the teleportation stone cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. As he spoke, he paused, his voice lowered, and announced a horrifying order. Permission granted to fire on disabled friendly ships. As a member of the Oracle Hall, he knew very well that the El Federation was not as powerful as their people imagined. The Federation of 5 city-states only occupied an insignificant corner of the Qingming continent. Once the location of the El Federation is known to such a powerful foreign lord, the El Federation is very likely to face a catastrophic disaster. Outsiders are all greedy. This is what the gods told them. He firmly believes this, so he dare not gamble and can only resort to this last resort. As soon as the one-star knight's order was issued, the entire fleet channel fell silent. 10 minutes ago, they had come here in high spirits, but now they have been reduced to sinking friendly ships to ensure that federal property would not be seized. For a moment, the commanders of each ship were somewhat hesitant. After all, the situation before them was something they had never experienced in their lives. The opponent's decapitation and destruction abilities were so strong that they couldn't react at all. What they don't know is that their every move is being monitored by spy satellites overhead. Their powerful data analysis capabilities make it impossible for them to hide their self-destructive actions. Ning Fan stood on the deck, holding a telescope. He didn't need to command the battle personally, so he could focus all his attention on the changes in the battlefield situation. Therefore, when the 2 warships exploded without warning and sank into the sea, he noticed this situation at the first time. He originally thought that the 2 warships were sunk, but the analysis given by the spy satellite denied his idea. Spy satellite report. Based on real-time battlefield analysis and weapon trajectory monitoring, the 2 sailboats at position and position. The cause of the sinking is suspected to be internal explosion. The credibility is 99.99. Ning Fan was stunned when he heard this tip. He was already accustomed to the powerful functions of spy satellites. What surprised him was the analysis results given by the spy satellite. Self-destruct? He murmured, and suddenly thought of something, and his pupil shrank. He quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and gave orders to Longzi. Stop the shelling, organize people to charge forward. I want to capture them alive. Tell me back at least 5 enemy warships. Do you understand? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. The other party actually chose to self-destruct the warship. I guess there was something valuable on the ship that they didn't want him to get. In this case, we must not let them get what they want. We must find out what is worth them risking their lives for. As for the life and death of the mercenaries, he didn't care at all. The agreement had been signed. Hiring them just to fire a few shots was too easy to make money. Yes, I will ensure that the task is completed. Listening to Ning Fan's extremely serious order, Longzi knew there was no room for negotiation. He replied with a word, put down the walkie-talkie, and wave his hand to give the order. Stop firing, charge at full speed towards the enemy fleet, assemble in squads, and prepare to board the ships for hand-to-hand combat. As soon as the order was given, all the mercenaries operating the artillery in the cabin turned around and looked at Longzi in surprise. No, it was obvious that the enemy could no longer withstand the bombardment. A few more rounds would end the battle. So why did they have to get on board and engage in hand-to-hand combat? Isn't this just looking for trouble? No one could figure it out. Even Longzi's little brother Lu San was very surprised. But before he could ask the reason, Longzi roared angrily. Can't you hear me? Follow the order. Or do you really think that the high-grade spiritual rice and high-grade fish meat you ate these 2 days were given to you for free, and that after 2 days of relaxing, you will forget your status as rotten fish and shrimp? Everyone get moving. Get on the speedboats. Each squad will choose their own target. If any squad fails to capture a warship after the battle, all rewards for this mission will be canceled and the squad will be kicked out of the Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance does not welcome trash. When they heard that if they failed to complete the mission, not only would their rewards be canceled, but they would also be kicked out of the Martial Alliance, everyone's face changed. They dared not slack off anymore and began to prepare in a hurry. The membership system adopted by Wuming is the same as that of other guilds. Individual lords who join in can still maintain their lord status. This is also the drawback of major guilds. They cannot control their members as they would their subjects and lead them at will. However, it is obviously unrealistic to require all individual lords who join the guild to give up their lord status and become subjects. Therefore, profit-drivenness becomes the only means of managing guild members. These mercenaries in front of us are willing to sign death contracts. Basically, they have been cruelly taught a lesson by the Lord's world, forcing them to give up the platform on which they depend for survival and withdraw from the Martial Alliance. It's no different than announcing a death sentence. So, In just a short moment, one raft after another will be lowered from the deck, and those who are quick have already driven the rafts or speedboats towards the vanguard fleet. Nearly 10 small boats paddled on the waves and rushed towards the smoking ships in the distance. The scene was very spectacular. Ning Fan watched this scene through the telescope, a smile slowly forming on the corner of his mouth. At that time, several warships exploded and began to sink one after another. He became more and more certain that there were very valuable items on the warships of the vanguard fleet. To ensure that everything went smoothly, he also brought in the barbarian army. He ordered Tor to take the first 100 people to join the team, learn the model of mercenaries, and disperse to attack the ships of the vanguard fleet. When Tor's and his companions were pirates, they were good at driving rafts to land and engage in hand-to-hand combat on board ships. Now that they are allowed to go back to their old jobs, the picture they present is actually better than that of mercenaries. Nearly 20 teams rushed towards the selected target ship one after another. Because the command system was paralyzed, the few command tasks were placed on the self-destruction procedure, so there was almost no obstruction during the landing process. Soon, all the teams, without exception, boarded the ships of the vanguard fleet. Chapter 159 Results. Honey, is this the end? Seeing Ning Fan put down the telescope and look relaxed, Mu Wanning then started to ask. Well, it's almost done. Ning Fan was in a very happy mood. Although the location of the vanguard fleet caught him off guard, the scene after the contact was better than he expected. He put his arm around Mu Wanning's waist and asked jokingly, Isn't it a bit boring? As soon as the two ships collided, the orbital siege crossbow paralyzed the enemy's defenses, followed by a barrage of artillery fire. There was nothing else to the scene except blood. He thought Wanning wouldn't like such a war scene, but she shook her head and said, No, here, husband, look. Mu Wanning showed him the image on the screen. Ning Fan looked up, and the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. The picture showed the scene of the living room of the villa. The girls were pressed tightly together on the sofa, and their beautiful eyes were fixed on the picture that Mu Wanning was broadcasting to them. Whenever there was an explosion on the screen, the girls couldn't help but let out exclamations. They were fascinated by the slightly open red lips, fluttering eyelashes, and jumping big white rabbits. It was as if they were watching a war movie. They didn't even notice Ning Fan appearing next to Mu Wanning. Hubby, you protect the sisters so well. They're so happy to see you kill the enemies. How can they feel bored? Mu Wanning spoke up to excuse them, but it was also what she really thought. You are so sweet. Ning Fan held her hand lovingly, then leaned over to taste it and found it was really sweet. Mu Wanning was caught off guard by this, but after she came to her senses, she gently closed her eyes and enjoyed Ning Fan's demands. The girls who were watching the live broadcast. It's still a war romance movie. Hey, why does it end with just a kiss? This scale is not right. Glancing at the sisters in the picture, Mu Wanning blushed when she saw them all looking at her with eyes that seemed to be watching a show and encouraging her, and she quickly left Ning Fan's arms. In fact, the reason why the girls noticed the actions of the two men was not because they smelled dog food, but because the war movie was over and there was nothing good to watch. As each team rushed onto the ships, disrupting the self-destruction process of each warship, explosions became rare at sea. Looking from the direction of the building ship, the scene seemed to be still, with only wisps of black smoke proving that the battle was still going on. Just move to the cabin. Through communication with Longzi, Ning Fan had a general grasp of the progress of each mercenary team. Each team made smooth progress. After the bombardment, there were very few manpower on the ship, and they were no match for the mercenary teams. There are even teams of mercenaries that have seized control of the ship. As for the barbarian army, Ning Fan did not know the specific situation due to the lack of communication means. Only Ter had a walkie-talkie and would occasionally report to him about the situation of his team. It seems that we have to standardize the walkie-talkie as soon as possible. When the number of barbarian troops increases, they will definitely be the main force in carrying out combat missions in the future. They must all be equipped with walkie-talkies. Otherwise, we will face the current situation where we are completely in the dark and have no idea of the progress. Ning Fan murmured. Fortunately, Tor had already controlled a warship, a secondary ship at that. From this point of view, there was no need to worry too much about the safety of other teams of the barbarian army. Time passed slowly. Ning Fan stayed on the ship, waiting for the battle to end. About an hour later, Longzi's voice finally sounded on the intercom. Boss, all the enemies have been destroyed or captured. We have successfully taken control of the entire vanguard fleet. Hearing this, Ning Fan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was the first war he had experienced since coming to this world. It was impossible to say that there was no pressure. Report the results of the battle. Yes. Longzi's voice was firm, and then he read in a straight voice. In this operation, a total of 28 enemy Vanguard fleet warships were destroyed, including one C-class main ship for C-class secondary ships and 23 D-plus class warships. We captured 22 warships, including one C-class main ship for C-class secondary ships and 17 D-plus class warships. All captured warships were damaged to varying degrees. 92 enemies captured. The report is complete. Please give us your next instructions. It must be said that Longzi's professional ability is very strong. This report is pleasing to listen to. Ning Fan couldn't help but praise him. Well done. Send someone to check in all the captured warships to the military base and escort the prisoners there as well. I'll be there right away. Yes, Wolf replied. After he finished speaking, Ning Fan put down the intercom, turned his head, and looked at Mu Wanting and asked, Wanting, do you want to go with me to the military base or go back to the manor? The battle was over with a great victory. The knife that had been hanging over his head for days was chopped off by his own hands. Ning Fan felt very happy, so he didn't mind spending more time with the woman beside him. I'm not going. Mu Wanting shook her head. An emergency will happen tomorrow. I've already had a morning off. I should go back and prepare for business matters. As she spoke, she came to Ning Fan and took the initiative to hug him. After we're done with this, husband, please take us sisters over to have a look. Okay, don't worry too much about business, and make sure you get some rest. Ning Fan stroked her hair and let her snuggle up to him. The ship slowly sailed towards the shore of the territory. After sending Wanting back, Ning Fan drove the ship straight to the military base. At this moment, on the coast of the military base, 2 sailing battleships were sailing back and forth, towing the damaged warships to the coast and running them aground. When Ning Fan arrived, Longzi was already waiting for him on the shore. Behind him, a group of foreigners were tied up tightly together. Among them were white people with blonde hair and blue eyes, as well as black people like barbarians. The difference was that they had tattoos on their faces, making them look ferocious. Are these the prisoners this time? After getting off the boat, Ning Fan came to Longzi and asked, pointing at them. Yes. Longzi nodded. I was planning to arrange for someone to interrogate them, but they spoke in some gibberish, which was completely incomprehensible, so we can only wait for you, boss, to handle it. Okay, don't move anything on the ship. I have another battleship here. You can take it first and tow all the battleships back as soon as possible. Understand. Don't worry. If anyone dares to touch the spoils on the ship, I will be the first to kill him without you saying anything. Longzi saluted and then turned and left. After Longzi left, Ning Fan began to recognize these captives as his masters. As expected, all the slaves fell into a coma the moment their thoughts were imprinted. While waiting for them to wake up, he called Tur over. After learning from Tur that the barbarian army had only suffered 5 casualties, he felt relieved and then asked, Look, who is the most senior among these people? Chapter 160, the so-called God. Your Majesty, this man has the highest status among this group of people, Tur said, pointing at a blonde and blue-eyed prisoner. Noble. Ning Fan looked at the person he was pointing at and asked in confusion. This person's clothes were obviously different from those of others. If he had not experienced this artillery fire, he could be considered a decent person. Yes, my lord, there are 4 ranks of nobility in the Elf Federation, and the top one is King Baronel. The next ones are knights. Knights are divided into 5 stars, but the highest knight in the Elf Federation is only 3-star knight. This person has a star on his shoulder, so he is a 1-star knight. Hearing this, Ning Fan narrowed his eyes and found something suspicious. The highest knight is 5 stars, but the Elf Federation only has 3-star knights. Could it be that? Isn't the title of nobility in the Elf Federation granted by the king? Yes, all knight titles are granted directly by God. It is said that one needs to make contributions to God in order to be granted such an honor. Tur said, God, Ning San Frobnet. Is it a fictional creation created by the king of the Elf Federation to control his subordinates? Or is it true? This world is becoming more and more confusing. He rubbed his forehead and looked at the unconscious blonde man in front of him, thinking to himself, maybe he knows more details. Calculating the time, it should be almost time, so he waved to Tur and said, Okay, you stand aside for now. Tur took the order and stepped aside. After waiting for a while, the many captives in front of him slowly opened their eyes. The moment they saw Ning Fan, they were startled. Even though they were injured, they stood up regardless, put their hands on their chest devoutly, and leaned over to speak. "I, your humble servant, greet your respected lord." Ning Fan looked at them indifferently, without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. "You come here." He pointed at the blond man in front of him. The man immediately came to Ning Fan and prostrated himself on the ground. "Lord, what do you want me to do? What is your name, and what is your position in the Elf Federation?" "My lord, my name is Minster. I am a one-star knight of the Elf Federation and the captain of the Minster Vanguard Fleet." "The captain of the Vanguard Fleet?" Ning Fan's expression changed. "So, you are the one who commanded the Vanguard Fleet to come here for the expedition this time?" "I'm not the leader of this expedition. The one who led this expedition was the 3-star knight William Allen. If nothing unexpected happened, he has died under the artillery fire of your powerful army. In other words, this time the Elf Federation sent 2 Vanguard fleets as a joint fleet to conquer." Ning Fan continued to ask. "Your lordship is wise, that's right." Minster flattered him whenever he could, which was somewhat different from Tors's behavior after he was ideologically stamped. Perhaps the ideological stamp only changes people's beliefs, but does not change their character. Shouldn't we only send out a Vanguard fleet? Why did such a sudden change happen? Ning Fan asked in a deep voice. This was a question that he was more concerned about. The Lord system had previously indicated that only one Vanguard fleet was visiting, but it suddenly turned into a joint fleet consisting of 2 Vanguard fleets. Something must have happened. Minster didn't hesitate and said, "It was an order from the Oracle Hall. I don't know the details." Oracle Hall? Ning Fan became more and more confused as he listened, but he felt that the answer was within reach, so he couldn't help but continue asking. "What does Oracle Hall do?" "Your Excellency, the Oracle Hall is a department in the Elf Federation that is independent of the federal system and is specifically responsible for conveying the will of the gods." As expected, the Oracle Hall. The Oracle. It was the so-called Oracle behind all this again. When did the Oracle Hall issue this order? Ning Fan stared at Minster, who was crawling on the ground. "Yesterday afternoon," Munster said firmly. Hearing this, Ning Fan suddenly understood. Yesterday afternoon was the time when he was expanding his territory. At that time, he directly doubled the territory. That's right. It seems that the gods behind the Elf Federation are real, but are the so-called gods the Lord system of the Lord world, or are they real people? Ning Fan couldn't help but look thoughtful. This question was very important to him. If it was the former, then it would be good, as he could be sure that the Indigenous civilization was the NPC assigned to them by the Lord system. But if it is the latter, then you need to pay special attention. As for this magical world, Ning Fan could only try his best to understand its operating rules, so his thoughts were somewhat wild and imaginative. To clarify the issue, he continued, "Why is the highest rank in the Elf Federation only 3-star knights? Is the granting of noble titles controlled by the gods behind you?" "Yes, respected lord. All noble titles must be granted by God himself through oracles. The reason why the Elf Federation does not have higher-level knights is entirely because no one has reached the standard for awarding 4-star and 5-star knights," Minster replied. Hearing this, Ning Fan suddenly thought of something and asked, "The standard for granting is to complete the task assigned by the gods." "Great lord, you are so smart," Minster said loudly in admiration. Ning Fan chuckled twice. If all the so-called knights granted by the gods looked like Munster, then there would be nothing to worry about. After all, a blind god is at most a charlatan. Since the title of nobility is granted by God, what is the use of this title? Ning Fan asked casually, but Minster answered as if it was a matter of fact. "We in the Elf Federation believe in the god of conquest. Lords who are granted the title of knight by the god of conquest will receive the protection of the god of conquest, and their strength will be enhanced. I am only a 1-star knight, so my strength has only increased by 10 inch. Hearing this, Ning Fan's eyes narrowed and his pupils shrank sharply. "You didn't lie to me? How dare I lie to you, lord? I have become your slave, so I have lost the title of 1-star knight. I cannot prove this to you, lord." Minster trembled, his fear evident in his words. Seeing this, Ning Fan took a deep breath. This was a bit terrifying. A title could actually enhance one's strength. It seemed that the god behind the Elf Federation really had something. "Your king's title of Baron was also granted by God." "My lord, that's right. However, the king is hereditary, so the title of Baron will also be hereditary." I once heard a rumor that the reason why the gods granted the king's family the title of Baron was because they established the Elf Federation and conquered a piece of land for the gods. Conquered a piece of land for God. The more I listen to this, the more I feel that God is a lord. With this thought in mind, Ning Fan simply said, "Tell me about the gods in detail. Don't miss any information." Minster didn't dare to hide anything and told everything he knew. After a full half hour, Ning Fan almost found out the color of the god's underwear. Finally, I learned 3 key pieces of information. First, the Elf Federation also uses cornerstones as currency, and their cornerstones are simply used as currency and have no purpose of expanding land. Second, the gods would periodically ask for a foundation stone as an offering, and the amount was not small. They said it was to protect their incense, and the indigenous civilizations also exchange foundation stones for the gods' high-level items. Third, gods do not exist in this world. At least there are no so-called gods on the Qingming continent. There are only indigenous civilizations like the Elf Federation, and each federation believes in different gods. Ning Fan, who was an audience member and a lord, was immediately certain. The so-called god is just a lord. It's just that he is at a higher level. So he seems a little mysterious. Qingming continent, endless sea, this world is bigger than I imagined. Perhaps it's not just the humans from Blue Star who were exiled to this world to become lords. Ning Fan raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of evil charm. If he guessed correctly, the so-called gods on the Qingming continent should be the lords of another race or another world. As for the god missions they issued, they were most likely derived from a function of the lord system, the mission system. Ning Fan had seen this function before when he randomly unlocked the function. This would explain why they predicted that their own strength, territory, had doubled. Ultimately, it was the lord system that was at work, and they most likely came to this world hundreds of years earlier than the humans on Blue Star. Why I am still alive today involves another piece of information. This is common knowledge known to the upper echelons of the Elf Federation. That is, after the physical fitness breaks through the sea level, the lifespan will be increased, and as the physical fitness improves, the lifespan will become longer and longer. This king, with his C+ grade physique, has lived for more than 200 years. This made Ning Fan very happy. He actually found out the secret of immortality by accident. Isn't that wonderful? From Minster's words, he also learned an important piece of information. That is, there is actually a barrier between the Qingming continent and the endless sea, and this barrier is like the barrier between regions. For now, the only thing we know is that you can use the teleportation stone to travel between the two. With this thought in mind, Ning Fan instructed Minster, "Take your men and take down all the teleportation stones on the ship." Chapter 161, The Idea of Conquering the Elf Federation. While Minster was leading his men to unload the teleportation stone, Ning Fan began to sort out his thoughts. If the gods are really lords, is it possible that the so-called noble title is actually a position? A flash of inspiration came to his mind, and his eyes lit up. That should be correct. Whether it is a knight or a baron, they're actually lord professions similar to slaves, so they're given certain bonuses. It seems that once my territory develops to a sufficient level, I can also grant some kind of bonus to the people in the territory. I don't know what kind of bonus it is. After all, as Munster said, each god brings different faith bonuses to his people. In other words, this bonus is not fixed. Ning Fan analyzed the image of the so-called god bit by bit. The more he knew, the calmer he felt. The so-called gods are not as powerful as imagined. After so many years of development under his belief, the Elf Federation is still only at a half-baked level. The strongest fighting power he can offer is nothing more than a few B-level items, which is nothing to be afraid of. The only unclear point now is how the gods influenced the Elf Federation. This question may need to be clarified after setting foot on Qingming continent. Ning Fan stopped hesitating and stood on the shore waiting for a while. Minster hurriedly walked down from the shabby Minster. In his hand, he held a hexagonal grayish-white stone. "My lord, this is the teleportation stone." He raised the stone in his hand high above his head and handed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan reached out and took it. The teleportation stone is only the size of 2 eggs and looks inconspicuous. He then put the teleportation stone into the Lord's warehouse, and soon the detailed information of the teleportation stone appeared on the screen. Cross-domain fixed-point teleportation stone. Class C, place it on the ship. When the speed stabilizes to 40 kilometers per hour, You can set the teleportation location, activate the teleportation function, and teleport. This teleportation stone is for fixed-point teleportation. That is, you can only set one initial location and one arrival location, which cannot be changed after setting. The teleportation time is determined by the distance. The arrival location must be a specific known coordinate. There is a 24-hour cooldown period after each transmission, and it cannot be used during the cooldown period. Sea level teleportation stone can only be used 10 times, current remaining times, 9. The teleportation location of this teleportation stone has been set. The initial location is 100 kilometers away from the northern waters of the Ale Federation in the Qingming continent. The destination is 20 kilometers away from the northern waters of the Maple Leaf Lord's territory in the Endless Sea. Note, when setting the position, whether it is the initial position or the arrival position, you cannot invade the territorial waters of any lord or force, otherwise the setting will be invalid. This concept of territorial waters is not the first time Ning Fan has seen it. The last time the island was reset, his territory included the surrounding 1 kilometer of territorial waters, and all of it was teleported as a whole. At that time, the area of his territory was only more than 30,000 square meters. Now the area of his territory has reached 2.17 square kilometers, which has expanded 60 times. It seems that according to the standards of a Lord world, 20 kilometers is the width of my current territorial waters. Ning Fan murmured and got another good information. At least the 2 outer islands are within the territorial waters and are considered inner islands. Even if there is a sudden island reset, there is no need to worry that the outer territory will change its position relative to the main island. Afterwards, Minster's men came down from the ship one after another with teleportation stones. After an inventory, it was found that 22 captured ships yielded 20 sea-level teleportation stones. The other 2 were probably destroyed or lost. Ning Fan didn't take it seriously. The teleportation stones he obtained were only used once and could be used 9 times, so they could almost be said to be brand new. With these teleportation stones, we have the foundation to wage war against the Elle Federation. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up. A federation that uses cornerstone as currency, covering an area of more than 200,000 square kilometers, which is twice as large as South Korea. It was impossible for him not to be moved. As the saying goes, war is the fastest way to make money. If we can capture the Elle Federation and plunder its foundation, resources, and population, they can even use the Elle Federation as a springboard to plot against other indigenous civilizations on the Qingming continent. Thinking of this, Ning Fan felt excited, as if he saw a smooth road. However, he also knew that this matter could not be rushed, so he wiped the saliva in his heart, regained his composure, turned to look at Tur, and gave the order. Tur, take Munster and the others down with you and incorporate them into the ranks of the barbarian army. Tur hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I obey the Lord's order. Seeing this, Minster's expression froze, and he instinctively felt a hint of disgust when he looked at Tur. But Tur didn't care about that and turned around to give orders. Everyone, follow me. After saying this, he didn't even look at Minster and walked straight into the military base. The group bowed and followed. Minster hesitated for a moment, but seeing that the Lord's attention was no longer on him, he had to follow obediently. With the addition of these 92 captives, the barbarian army became a little stronger. But it is far from enough. Not counting the weapon iteration, it would probably take a reorganized barbarian army to conquer the Elle Federation. It must also include 2 branches of the military, the Navy and the Army. So Ning Fan sent another message to Dihu. Let him buy as many pirate slaves as he can. Regardless of whether we can afford it or not, let's increase the size of the army first. However, the snowstorm is coming, and the Earth Tigers will definitely not be able to send pirate slaves over during this period. It seems that the expansion of the army can only be postponed for a while until the snowstorm is over. Ning Fan seemed to be thinking about something. It's a good opportunity to use this time to accumulate more level resources. At this moment, Mu Wanning's voice sounded from the intercom. Honey, Linglong and I are planning to hold another auction. Do you have any resources that need to be auctioned? Hearing this, Ning Fan smiled. He had just this idea, but he didn't expect Wanting and the others to take action immediately. They were in perfect harmony with each other. We don't have any left for now. Please bring out 10 more Tiger crouching cannons for auction. Originally, he had not planned to put the crouching Tiger cannon up for auction so soon. After all, no matter how good the item was, if there were too many of them, it would not fetch a good price. But now that he has the goal of conquering the Elf Federation, he urgently needs a large amount of cornerstones to expand his military base and territory. Strive to enter the feudal system as soon as possible and enjoy the dividends of a new round of era. So I can't care so much. Okay, I understand, husband. Then I will take my sisters to the auction house. Muwani said crisply. Well, I'll come find you guys later. The call ended and the intercom fell silent. Ningfan put it down and walked to the beach. In front of us, all the large and small sailboats were stranded on the shallows. After the territory expands to more than 100,000 square meters, the originally cliff-like coast will gradually become a flat beach. He came to the front of the Munster, and a prompt appeared on the screen. C-Class Galleon. Damage status. Damage degree 39. Not navigable. Need to be parked at the port for repairs. Chapter 162. Lu Yimeng and her aunt attended the auction together. To Ningfan, these captured ships were tasteless to eat, but worthwhile to discard. He had wanted to see if he could spend the materials to repair it and auction it off. But when he saw the prompt, he gave up the idea instantly. They need a port for repairs, and it seems that these ships cannot be repaired in a short period of time. The port was obviously a monolithic building, and he had never encountered a similar manufacturing diagram before. After sending a message to Wanting, asking her to pay attention to the port-type manufacturing diagram, he returned to the ship and drove it towards the commercial center. As for the aftermath of the battlefield, Longzi would handle it. Auction house, waiting room. There was a flash of light, and a group of men in black walked out of the teleporter. Someone did not stop and went straight to the auction hall. He was obviously the lord who participated in the auction last time. The rest are new customers who came here because of its reputation. Among this group of people, there are two men in black who are particularly special. They are holding hands, and if you look closely, you can vaguely see a slight curve on their chests, which inexplicably arouses people's imagination. Pedestrians were in a hurry. The exciting auction was right in front of them. People had no time to observe other things and quickly followed the instructions to leave the waiting hall. Only two people were left silently at the end. After everyone had left, they came to the doorman in a lively manner. "Excuse me, have the people from Tianxiang League arrived today?" A soft and crisp sound was heard, and the waiter couldn't help but look at her in surprise. "Are you members of the Tianxiang League?" Hearing this, the two exchanged glances secretly, and the man in black who spoke nodded slightly. The waiter probably didn't expect that someone would dare to pretend to be a member of the Tianxiang League. When he saw them admitted, a hint of respect instantly rose on his face. "Dear guest, please go to the box on the third floor." The waiter bent down and pointed the way to the stairs. Seeing this, the two men in black looked complicated and silently went up the stairs hand in hand. When they reached the corner of the stairs, the man in black, who had been silent the whole time, spoke slowly. "I didn't expect that the Tianxiang League has such a high status in Maple Leaf Auction House. It seems that they are more powerful than we thought." As she said that, she turned to look at her companions. "Aunt, is it really okay for us to pretend to be from the Tianxiang League like this?" "Oh, don't worry, Xiao Yimeng. Yak and Beishir and the others are really nice and won't care about these little details. Besides, we are here to return a favor, not to cause trouble." Don't worry, Lu Qin said confidently. The two people were none other than Lu Qin and Lu Yimeng from the Doctors' Alliance. Seeing that Maple Leaf Auction House was holding another auction, influenced by her aunt, Lu Yimeng decided to come over in person to see the style of Maple Leaf Auction House, and also wanted to meet Yakin and the others. "Well, if they're as nice as you say, I wouldn't mind making friends with them." Lu Yimeng nodded slightly and said in a light tone, "Don't worry, you will definitely like them." Lu Qin hugged Yimeng's arm tightly and said in front of her. This behavior seemed as if she was the one of lower generation between the two of them. But Lu Yimeng has become accustomed to it, and the beautiful eyes revealed under the mask are as calm as water. The two walked straight towards the Tianxiang League box. At this moment, in the box of Tianxiang League, Lin Yakin was sitting gracefully on the sofa, and standing in front of her were the four girls from a few days ago. As for her sister Lin Beishir, well, she hasn't woken up yet and didn't come over. The difference is that except for Mo Yuhan, who came here via the teleportation array, the other three women had already arrived in Ning Fan's territory and followed Lin Yakin directly here. "Yuhan, you should go back first. We will experience a 7-day snowstorm starting tomorrow. Remember to prepare your supplies and be ready for it. If you have any difficulties, remember to contact me at any time." We must ensure that the sisters in the headquarters are safe through this emergency. As for the other sisters in the alliance, you can handle it on your own. Yes, madam. I will withdraw first. Mo Yuhan bowed gracefully, then took out the ticket and activated the teleportation array. After Mo Yuhan's figure disappeared, the other three women became slightly nervous. As soon as they arrived at the boss's territory, they were called here before they even saw him, so they were naturally a little nervous. Could it be that the boss doesn't like them, or... With such thoughts intertwined in their minds regarding the direction of their fate, it was rare for them to maintain their composure. Don't be nervous. Ning Fan may come to the auction house later. I will take you to meet him then. If he doesn't come, you can always see him at night. Hearing this, the three women breathed a sigh of relief, and their expressions became much more natural. Please sit down. Since you are here, you will become sisters sooner or later. Just respect the hierarchy in your positions, and don't be too restrained in your daily life. Lin Yakin raised her hand and motioned the three girls to sit on the sofa nearby. If nothing unexpected happens, together with Yuhan, the four girls will become her personal maids, unless Ning Fan dotes on them very much and specially gives them higher positions. Otherwise, this pattern will not change. This was also tacitly approved by Wanting. Therefore, her attitude towards the girls was the same as her attitude towards her younger sisters at home, with not much difference. Shui, Ziqing, and Ling Shuang timidly came to the sofa and sat down. They unconsciously sat close to each other, as if they were hugging each other. Soon, the auction went on as scheduled, but the auctioneer on the stage had been replaced. Since Ting Meng has become Ning Fan's woman and one of the sisters, Feng Linglong will never let her show up in public again. And Ting Meng herself didn't want to face those malicious eyes anymore. She just wanted to show her most beautiful side to Ning Fan alone. So the two of them hit it off immediately. The butler robot was pushed out to act as the auctioneer. As an all-round robot, the butler robot has been played around with by Ning Fan's family. It has to feed chickens, chop trees, and now act as an auctioneer. It really has to go wherever it is needed. Lin Yakin watched the auction silently, but her thoughts were not on the auction. The corners of her mouth raised from time to time, as if she was recalling something sweet. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The image of roaring artillery fire in her mind disappeared. She came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes moved, and she spoke in a light tone. Shui, go open the door. The woman with the most decent temperament among the three women, who was wearing an ancient glass skirt like Yakin, stood up and walked lightly to open the door. Crunch! The door was opened, and two men in black stood at the door. Without waiting for them to speak, Lin Yakin smiled and said, Lu Qin, since you are here, please come in. The two beautiful women at the door were stunned, but they had only seen him once, so how could they recognize him? Lu Qin looked down at her chest with suspicion. That shouldn't be the case. I tied up the big white rabbit on purpose today. Unable to figure it out, she simply asked, Sister Yakin, how did you recognize it was mine? As she spoke, she walked in with Yimeng and took off her black clothes, revealing her original appearance. However, she did not notice that the big white rabbit that was originally tied up was instantly freed from its restraints and jumped out because the layer of clothes on its surface disappeared. Bang bang! It was as if the sound of a big white rabbit jumping was ringing in their ears, and the women present were stunned. Lin Yakin acted the most calmly. She had known for a long time that Lu Qin had such a weapon, so she was not surprised and just curled the corners of her mouth slightly. Except for you. No one dares to trespass into the upstairs box. Chapter 163 Lu Yimeng is captured. So that's how it is. It turns out that her previous behavior was reckless. Lu Qin stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Hearing her aunt calling the woman in front of her Sister Yakin, Lu Yimeng frowned and looked at Lin Yakin with an unfriendly look. She had reason to suspect that her aunt was threatened by her. Lin Yakin noticed the hostility she exuded and looked at her with a faint smile. If I'm not mistaken, the girl should be Lu Qin's niece. Upon hearing this, without waiting for Lu Qin to introduce herself, Lu Yimeng directly took off her clothes and revealed her true appearance. Lu Yimeng, President Lin, nice to meet you. She stretched out her slender white hand and spoke in a businesslike tone. Her stunningly beautiful figure was reflected in his pupils, and the smile on Lin Yakin's face became more and more obvious. If you can recruit such a beautiful woman for your husband, it will be a wonderful thing. Thinking of this, Lin Yakin stood up and walked to her side under Lu Yimeng's surprised gaze. You and I are about the same age. If you don't mind, you can call me Yakin. Can I call you Yimeng? Lin Yakin gently held Lu Yimeng's hand, and while she was in a daze, she took her to sit down on the sofa. After a gentle attack, the wall in Lu Yimeng's heart that she had built because of her aunt collapsed instantly. Her pretty face showed a confused expression as she drew her sword and looked around. Okay. She nodded for some reason. Lu Qin on the side was so shocked. No, I called her sister, and you're on sisterly terms with her, so what should I call you? Also, Sister Yakin, you didn't treat me like this before. How am I worse than Yimeng? Lu Qin, feeling out of favor on both sides, was as lost as a lost little white rabbit. It was Shui who was standing by who had the foresight to help Lu Qin sit down on the sofa nearby. Ma'am, please take a seat. However, after sitting down, the feeling of loneliness became more obvious because the two guys next to me were actually getting close to each other. Lu Qin was very angry, but she couldn't afford to offend either of the two women, so she could only sit there and sulk. You guys go out first. Lin Yakin raised her eyes and said to the three girls. Yes. Several women stood up and bowed. With outsiders present, they behaved very elegantly. So much so that there was a hint of surprise in Lu Yimeng's beautiful eyes. After a few people left, she turned her head to look at Yakin beside her. Although she had been so close to Yakin for no apparent reason, when she really sat next to her, for some reason, she felt a little happy in her heart. Perhaps it was the faint fragrance on her body that made me feel moved. Well, anyway, I don't want to get close to her. Are they all your mates? Lu Yimeng asked as a matter of course, as if they were best friends who had known each other for a long time. Well, but most of the time I treat them as sisters. Lin Yakin chuckled, and a pair of small hands laid dishonestly on her arms. Since you are maids, it is better not to be sisters. It is also for their own good. Lu Yimeng said in a light tone, disapproving of Lin Yakin's actions. As we all know, acquiescence is indulgence. Lu Qin saw it and was anxious. Stop it, don't do this. You have a point, but my situation is special, so it's like this. Lin Yakin took out a set of cups, made a bowl of tea, and handed it to Lu Yimeng. Of course, she did not favor one over the other and also handed a cup to Lu Qin. Tea is grown and produced in the territory. After the fruit trees and coconut trees were planted, Wanting and Linglong did not forget to buy some other saplings in the market and plant them. After so many days of growth, all kinds of fruit trees and plants have already produced. Lu Qin took the tea and felt a little comforted. Sister Yakin is still the best. Lu Yimeng looked at the bit of green in the clear and transparent teacup with a complicated expression. Such a life is too comfortable. Are Yakin and the others really here to survive? Yimeng, I guess you guys are not here to attend the auction this time. Is there anything you need my help with? After making the tea, Lin Yakin took Yimeng's arm again. As the saying goes, the first time is new, the second time is familiar, so her actions were much more confident this time. Not only did his slender hands inadvertently touch her waist, but his face even rubbed against her earlobe. This made Lu Yimeng feel a little uncomfortable, and her cold and aloof temperament disappeared completely. Knowing that it was impossible to remain cool under such an attack, she simply pursed her lips and accepted the touch calmly. Last time my aunt came over, I accepted your favor, and I'm here to return the favor. Here, this is for you. A small gift box appeared in Lu Yimeng's hand. The gift box was wrapped in pink color and was very exquisite. Lin Yakin could tell at a glance that this style was carefully designed according to Beishir's preferences. It's a pity that my sister brought this upon herself, so she has to bear the consequences. She happily took the gift box and said, "It's so well packaged I can't bear to open it." Yimeng said directly that she came to repay her kindness, and it was obvious that she accepted her as a sister. So she didn't refuse and accepted it frankly. What good stuff is it? Tell me about it. Nothing, just a D-level small port manufacturing map. Note, the manufacturing map can be extracted from the Lord system, similar to a treaty signing document. As she spoke, Lu Yimeng took Yakin's arm with her backhand and said softly, "We Doctors Alliance are not like your Tianxiang Alliance. I hope you won't despise us." "No way. I'm so happy that you can give me a gift." Lin Yakin put away the gift, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Sister plus one. Come on, I'll show you around this box. Next time you come to attend an auction, just come here directly. She held Yimeng's hand, pulled her up, and then leaned over to her ear and whispered, "If there is anything you like, feel free to bid. Just mention our Tianxiang League's name, and it will definitely work." Not wanting to miss out on her sister Yimeng, she made some investments on her own initiative. mainly because after some contact, she found that Yimeng was simply the best candidate to manage the people. She is harsh towards outsiders, but very kind to the sisters around her. Except for a little bit. Lin Yakin lowered her eyes and glanced secretly. No wonder she didn't need to bind her chest. There was a world of difference compared to her aunt. Oh, I hope her aunt will take care of her and the child won't starve. Lin Yakin sighed secretly in her heart. When Lu Qin saw the two men stand up, she hurriedly followed them. Lin Yakin did not forget her. She silently took her other hand and took the two girls on a tour of the box. The space of the private room is not small. There are only 4 private rooms on the 3rd floor, so you can imagine how big each room is. Not to mention the box on the top floor. Women are like this. Once they start shopping, whether it is visiting a supermarket or sightseeing, the relationship will heat up quickly. By the time they finished shopping, they had already called each other sisters and were talking about their own things without any awkwardness. However, from beginning to end, Lin Yakin did not reveal anything about Ning Fan. Yakin, it's time for us to go too. We'll get together again next time. Lu Yimeng held her aunt's hand and said goodbye to Lin Yakin. Okay, I hope we can meet offline one day. Well, I believe there will be such a day. After all, maple leaf in your area is really powerful. You should be able to open up all the areas as the rumors say. Lu Yimeng said solemnly that when she was walking around the box, just now, she had been paying attention to the auction below. The scale of this auction is no less than the last one, which shows how powerful the owner of the auction house is. Even if they sold the Medical Alliance, they would not be able to hold such an auction, let alone 2 in a row. She probably understood why so many people admired maple leaves. Because it's really amazing. Noticing the faint admiration in Lu Yimeng's expression, Lin Yakin's beautiful eyes curved. It turns out that all women admire strong men, and Yimeng is no exception. If you're interested in him, maybe you can stay a little longer, and I'll tell you about him. Maybe next time. I have some things to do in the guild. I have to go back now. Lu Yimeng smiled slightly, looked apologetic, and then took out the ticket. However, as soon as they activated the teleportation array, the door of the box suddenly opened. The 2 women looked over curiously and saw a figure walking in. Yakin, the maids you chose. Chapter 164. Binding 3 women. The number of returns exceeded 100. A flash of light passed by, and when they opened their eyes again, Yimeng and Lu Qin had returned to the territory of the Doctor's Alliance. The 2 women stood there in a daze and did not immediately walk back to the room. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes blinked rhythmically, recalling the scene just now in her mind, and the figure that suddenly broke and became clearer and clearer. Yimeng, the man just now, seemed to call Sister Yakin Yakin. Could he be Sister Yakin's man? Lu Qin had a gossipy look on her face, as if she had discovered something extraordinary, and her expression was a little excited. Well, he should be, Lu Yimeng said in a deep voice. If I'm not mistaken, he should be Feng Ye. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Qin's beautiful eyes widened. She carefully recalled Ning Fan's appearance, and the shock on her face became even more intense. No way, she said in a doubtful tone. If he was Feng Ye, he was too young. Lu Yimeng shook her head. Given Yakin's personality, who else do you think is worthy of being his man besides Feng Ye? Yes, only Feng Ye can conquer a woman as outstanding and gentle as Sister Yakin. Lu Qin nodded secretly, and then she suddenly thought of something and hesitated. If that's the case, we in Yakin. It doesn't matter. Yakin is Yakin and Feng Ye is Feng Ye. Lu Yimeng said in a light tone, just let it be. After saying that, she walked towards the house. Let be, meaning don't worry about it. Lu Qin frowned slightly. Not getting the answer she wanted, she hurriedly followed Yimeng's footsteps. He is Maple Leaf, the strongest boss in the 6 regions. With such a good opportunity in front of us, shouldn't we take some action to hold on to him? You know, many guilds want to get in touch with him now, but they don't have the means. Lu Qin chattered. Lu Yimeng paused, frowned, and looked at her unhappily. Hold the thigh? How? Should I send you over to hug? Lu Qin choked on her words and subconsciously hugged her chest with her hands. Seeing this, Lu Yimeng rolled her eyes and continued to walk. Before you hug your thighs, think carefully about what we have that is worthy of Maple Leaf's care. Hearing this, Lu Qin stood there in a daze. It was not until Yimeng's figure disappeared at the door that she came to her senses and pouted indignantly. To speak properly, rolling your eyes is not cute at all. She secretly vented her anger and couldn't help but start thinking about what Yimeng had just said. Send me over. Thinking of this, her face suddenly turned red, and the figure that flashed by in her mind became clearer and clearer until it could not be shaken off. It doesn't seem to be impossible, she said to herself timidly, and suddenly looked around to make sure that no one could hear her. Then she breathed a sigh of relief, put her expression back on track, and went into the house. In the Tianxiaming box. As soon as Ning Fan entered the box, he saw two women teleporting away in front of him. The fleeting beauty is like a warm breeze blowing through your fingers, inexplicably alluring and yet very ethereal. He was stunned, somewhat unable to react. Lin Yakin didn't expect Ning Fan to come at such a coincidence, and her beautiful eyes curved unconsciously. "Husband, why are you here?" A faint scent of air blew over him, and Ning Fan instantly came back to his senses, returning his attention to Yakin. He put his arm around her waist and asked, "Those two people just now are from your Tianxiang League?" "Not really." Lin Yakin shook her head and said with a mysterious smile, "My dear husband, why don't you sit down and rest for a while? I will tell you slowly." She pulled Ning Fan to sit on the sofa and then told him everything about Lu Yimeng and her aunt. While listening, Ning Fan's expression gradually changed from curiosity at the beginning to surprise. After Yakin finished speaking, he couldn't wait to hold her in his arms and kissed her lovingly. "Yakin, you really helped me a lot. Don't worry about it. Just tell me if you need anything." He was in need of a woman suitable for management, and this matter became increasingly urgent, especially after he set the goal of attacking the L Federation. Unexpectedly, before he had time to worry about it, Yakin gave him such a big surprise. And, most importantly, with Yakin in charge, he didn't have to worry about whether the woman she found for him was ugly or not. Yakin felt dizzy from the kiss. A blush appeared on her face, and she spoke coquettishly. "Then you have to work harder, my husband. Yimeng and the others are looking forward to you clearing a few areas soon." She leaned over to Ning Fan's ear and said with a sweet breath, "As long as the areas are connected, I will definitely bring the person to you." Ning Fan was suddenly shocked. It was the first time he saw her so charming, and he almost executed her on the spot. But he calmed down and smiled bitterly. "It's not that easy to open up the area. You should build a good relationship with them first and feel out their opinions. I'll figure out a way to deal with this." The appearance of the teleportation stone gave him some inspiration. Perhaps he could use the teleportation stone to locate other areas and then pick people up there. However, this is easier said than done. First of all, you need a brand new teleportation stone that has never been located. Currently, the only way to obtain such a teleportation stone is to seize it from the L Federation. So after all the twists and turns, the crux of the problem finally comes back to attacking the L Federation. It seems that everything will be fine as long as this knot is untied. Thinking of this, Ning Fan collected his thoughts, hugged Yakin tightly in his arms, and returned to his original intention of coming here. "Have the maid you said you would pick up yesterday arrived?" As if she had anticipated Ning Fan's question, Lin Yakin smiled, stood up, and called softly to the next room. "Shuyi, Ziqing, Ling Shuang, all of you come out." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened, and the three women who had been silently paying attention to the movements outside in the next room walked out leisurely. The three girls came in front of Ning Fan with graceful manners, and with their graceful figures and beautiful looks, they formed a beautiful landscape. "My concubine greets the Lord." The third girl bowed, her voice clear and sweet. Ning Fan's face flashed with surprise as he glanced at the three women. The three of them had a favorable impression of me at level 3. He glanced at Yakin secretly, with a look of doting in his eyes. There is no doubt that this is definitely Yakin's credit. "Husband, what do you think of these sisters?" Lin Yakin noticed his eyes, smiled gently, and asked in a dignified manner. "Thank you for your hard work." Ning Fan nodded and praised. "Arrange for them to live in the manor. You and one can decide how to arrange it." The three girls were all very good-looking, and their favorability levels were all at level 3, so he certainly didn't mind taking them into the manor. Anyway, there are already so many women in the manor. One more or one less won't make much difference. After immersing his consciousness into the system and binding all three women, the system prompt sounded. Bound to Shuyi, Ziqing, and Ling Shuang, the number of returns increased by 9 times. The current number of returns provided per day, 48 times. Currently available return times, 103 times. Chapter 165 Rewards. The auction is in full swing. After Ning Fan and Shuyi got acquainted with the others for a while, they let them go. He turned to look at Lin Yakin. Lin Yakin had nothing to do, so she took out the gift box that Yimeng gave her and was opening it. Did anyone else give you a gift? Ning Fan asked curiously. Yiming gave me a D-level small port manufacturing map. Husband, do you need this thing? Lin Yakin took out a drawing from the gift box and handed it to Ning Fan. A small port manufacturing map? He was just in need of this thing, and it came at such a coincidence. Ning Fan was slightly surprised and reached out to take it. D-level small port manufacturing map. A small port that can berth 20 large and small ships and has 3 repair docks. Any ship can dock, and it can charge fishing vessels with D-level charging effect. Increase range by 20. Repair dock. Damaged ships can enter the dock for repairs. According to the damage report given and the corresponding materials provided, they can be repaired. Repair time depends on the ship level and damage level. Require materials. Stone 1000, wood 200, iron or 200, copper or 150. It has the function of repairing ships, that's for sure. Ning Fan's face lit up with joy. Husband, is this thing very useful? Seeing him so happy, Lin Yakin asked in confusion. To be precise, this thing is of average value, but I need it urgently right now, Ning Fan explained. He was not wrong. The 2 functions provided by the port could not be used by ordinary lords in a short period of time. The effect of a single docked ship is not of much use. On the contrary, the high cost of required materials is a burden for them. Therefore, this manufacturing map was completely useless, and it was just a lucky coincidence that he had just captured a batch of warships. Hearing this, Lin Yakin smiled brightly and joked. This manufacturing diagram was sent by Yimeng. My husband, please don't forget her contribution. Ning Fan chuckled. Don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, they did help me by accident in this matter. If they come to you with problems, just use your resources to help them solve them, and that will be your way of repaying them for their kindness. He stood up and said, I have something else to do, so I'll go upstairs to find Wanting first. Yeah. Lin Yakin watched Ning Fan leave the box. There are currently 103 refunds available. Under the premise of ensuring a template, only 3 refunds can be used. 3 times, 3 times. Ning Fan murmured as he walked up the stairs. It's not easy to get a port manufacturing map. If it's just returned normally, it's a bit of a loss. As the territory grows, there will certainly be more wars in the future. Whether it is repairing one's own warships or repairing captured enemy warships, the demand for repair docks will only increase. Anyway, the auction is over. Even if we build the port and repair the ship now, it will just be there as a decoration. It's better to wait a little longer and return it directly after the number of returns is enough. Thinking of this, he put away the manufacturing drawings, went straight to the door of the box on the 4th floor, and pushed it open. In the main hall of the box, Mu Wanting and Ling Long were calculating the revenue from the auction. When they saw Ning Fan come in, both girls smiled. Hubby, now that you're here, guess how many cornerstones we sold at this auction? Feng Linglong walked forward playfully and took his hand. 1 million. Ning Fan followed her to the sofa and sat down. More than that, there are a total of 1.5 million cornerstones. Feng Linglong raised the corner of her mouth, a little arrogant. So many. Ning Fan was a little surprised. There were 300,000 more cornerstones than last time. Mu Wanting explained, the items sent for auction this time provided a lot of foundation, and the handling fee was 430,000. Speaking of this, Feng Linglong complained to Ning Fan. Hubby, you don't know. These past 2 days, Ting Ming, yeah, and I've been busy sorting out the items to be sent for auction. We're almost going crazy. The 3 or 4 million worth of items sent for auction are more than 10 times more than what we took out ourselves. Ning Fan couldn't help laughing. Just tell me what reward you want. Really? Feng Linglong's eyes widened, and a smile of success appeared on the corner of her mouth. Hubby, you won't stand me off again this time, will you? If you don't tell me, I'll just forget it. No, I said it's not enough. Feng Linglong quickly reached out to cover his mouth, and then whispered something in his ear. After hearing this, Ning Fan's expression became strange, and his eyes unconsciously fell on Wanting, who was standing beside him. Mu Wanting knew what Linglong had said to her, and her face turned red. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows and coughed softly. All right, since I owe you so many rewards, I'll give you one. Great! Feng Linglong jumped up excitedly. Then she came to Mu Wanting and said something mischievously in her ear. Stinky Wan Wan, you can't run away this time. She still remembered how Cho Wan Wan laughed at her. Hearing this, the blush on Mu Wanting's face disappeared, and she said with contempt in her beautiful eyes, Just you, a little white rabbit? Oh no, now it's a little yellow rabbit. It's useless even if you turn into a dirty little rabbit. Just don't beg for mercy when the time comes. Chapter 166 Announcement. Seeing the two of them whispering to each other for no apparent reason, Ning Fan curled his lips and waited until they finished their pleasant conversation before he pulled Wanting aside and started talking about business. Wanting, I'm going to announce the emergency in the chat channel. How are the supplies you've prepared? It's ready. All 6 warehouses are fully stocked. As you requested, wood and stone occupy 2 warehouses, and vegetables and food occupy 3 warehouses. There's a warehouse full of clothes and tools for making fire left. Mu Wanting said them one by one in a clear and organized manner. Ning Fan nodded with satisfaction. The main course this time is still selling houses. I have a cement house template here. I will send it to you later. You can sell it when the opportunity arises. You decide the price. I only have one request. Once the snowstorm comes, the price must be raised to a higher level. Wanting and Ling Long were slightly surprised to hear that Ning Fan had a cement house template in his hand, but they quickly adapted to it. After being together for so long, they have become accustomed to this kind of thing, especially after seeing him display his skills in the morning and destroy the Vanguard fleet with ease. The two women had a more intuitive understanding of Ning Fan's abilities. It was for this reason that they asked Ning Fan for such a reward, saying that they wanted Ning Fan to reward them, but in fact they just wanted to reward Ning Fan. Honey, I understand what you mean. I will handle the price properly, Mu Wanting said in a somewhat cold tone. The price increase is nothing more than a test of trust. If someone had a need for a house, but did not buy it before the emergency occurred, it would prove that the person did not trust what Ning Fan said. She won't be polite to such people. After thinking for a while, she said in a deep voice, Honey, how about we let our mysterious store send the news? Ning Fan understood what she meant immediately, smiled helplessly, pulled her into his arms, and spoke kindly. Forget it, give them more opportunities to choose. Predicting emergencies is a bit mysterious and involves personal interests, so not everyone may believe it. He had a deep understanding of this matter. When he said that there were attacks by marine creatures, he was also ridiculed by the crowd. Times have changed. Now that he has established his prestige in the region, everyone will have a higher degree of trust in him when he speaks in person. And Wanting's intention was obviously to conduct a more difficult trust test on everyone. All I can say is, don't mess with women, especially those who are love-brained. In order to continue to fleece the sheep, Ning Fan was very concerned about them. He stroked Wanting's soft forehead and finally smoothed out her frizzy hair. She just said yes. Feng Linglong looked at this scene and rolled her eyes. Good tea. Everything was ready. After handing the cement house manufacturing drawing template to Wanting, Ning Fan opened the chat channel. Chat channel. At this time, everyone was still discussing the auction. It had been a long time since Ning Fan sent a message in the chat channel. He didn't think too much about it. After editing the message, he sent it out. Maple Leaf. According to reliable information, a new round of emergencies will arrive tomorrow. The time is not exact. It may be tonight or tomorrow morning. This emergency will come in the form of a snowstorm, and it will last for 7 days with ice and snow, and the temperature is likely to drop to minus 40 degrees Celsius. Everyone must take good warm-keeping measures to prepare for the coming snowstorm. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire chat channel fell silent instantly. A few seconds later, a wave of messages came like a tide. Fuck, it's the boss. Woo woo woo, I finally see the boss in the chat channel again. I really miss the time when the boss often roamed the chat channel. In a blink of an eye, the boss has become the most powerful lord in the 6 regions, and I am still that little beast. People who saw this message. Ning Fan. Wandering in the chat channel, Mu Wanting laughed so hard in Ning Fan's arms. Looking at Ling Long on the side, she was even more excited than Wanting. She was laughing while holding her belly. Ning Fan was so annoyed that he wanted to see which bastard was spreading rumors about him. He took a closer look. Dead Dog Dynasty. It turned out to be this poor kid, the guy who had a fight with Huang Chao Tianxia. Forget it, he's so pitiful, I won't bother with him. Clicking on his profile picture, Ning Fan silently sent him a message. Coordinates, kid, you're pretty good. Come to this location. I will give you a big gift. If you dare come, I will tell you why the flowers are so red. After the little episode, Ning Fan returned to the chat channel and continued to pay attention to everyone's feedback. Boss, is there really an emergency coming? Boss, can I ask how you knew about it? Damn it, the guy upstairs is hallucinating as the Lord and really thinks the world revolves around you. The boss is kind enough to tell us such important news. You can believe it if you want. And if you don't, just get out of here. That's right. Nowadays, there's so many people who become arrogant just because they have a piece of territory. Even the big boss dares to question them. No, you don't have to be so nervous. He is calling me boss with a respectful title after all. It's not disrespectful at all. Yes, it's such an important matter. It's probably okay to ask one more question. Dead Dog Dynasty. Ask. I want to ask how your mother and father gave birth to a mentally retarded person like you who can't understand human language, or what? Dead Dog Dynasty. Oh yes, I should have asked you if you have parents first. Oh damn, my IQ has been affected by you idiots. No one knew what had happened to Brother Dead Dog. Anyway, for the next 5 minutes, he was the only one fighting against the crowd in the entire chat channel. Simple foul mouth, ultimate enjoyment, happens again. Ning Fan and the two girls were dumbfounded. The first two sentences of Dead Dog Brother were a bit humorous, but every one of those dirty words in the latter part would be banned directly if they were put on Blue Star Social software without any review. Honey, he can't be the little brother you picked up by wandering in the chat channel, right? Mu Wanting asked, her beautiful eyes blank, and she looked very serious. Ning Fan almost vomited blood. He swears to God, he didn't know what medicine this guy had taken. Seeing Ning Fan being humiliated, Feng Linglong silently gave Wanwan a thumbs up. Noticing this scene, Ning Fan lowered his eyes and found that Wanting in his arms had her lips curled up slyly. Well, it seems like she's deliberately teasing him. Ning Fan was so angry that he slapped her, hitting the softest part of her body. Mu Wanting's face instantly turned red as if blood was dripping, and she became obedient instantly. Seeing this, Feng Linglong couldn't help herself any longer and laughed secretly with her hands covering her mouth, making a goose sound. Ning Fan glanced at her indifferently. It turns out that you are the one behind this. Mu Wanting was not stupid either. When she saw Cho Linglong's gloating look, she realized that she had been tricked by her. So, she and Ning Fan looked at each other and instantly reached a tacit understanding. The two of them moved towards Feng Linglong silently. Husband, Wanwan, what are you doing? Linglong screamed from the box. A certain little white rabbit failed to sow discord and was instead taught a lesson by Ning Fan and Mu Wanting. However, this did not affect the fierce competition in the chat channel. Moreover, the quarrels in the chat channel became more and more intense, with more and more people joining in and dividing into two distinct factions. One group believes that since the big boss has personally come out to release the news, it must be true, and those who really don't believe it should just get as far away from home as possible. The other faction believes that since the boss is the most influential lord in this area, he should take more responsibility for the development of the region and disclose more details. It's not that they don't believe it, they just want to know more information. Anyway, everyone has their own reasons, and people from another faction also agree that the boss is the strongest in this area and is suitable to be the leader of this area. Make sure those who firmly support the big guys on the platform cannot use this to attack them and completely suppress them. The debate between the two factions only got a break when a message was sent out. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop secretary. In order to help you cope with this snowstorm, the mysterious shop has launched a product, Cement House Manufacturing Plan. This house can effectively avoid the erosion of wind and snow and keep warm. Considering the difficulties faced by you, the mysterious shop has specially launched a preferential price of 100 cornerstones. Friends who need it, please contact the mysterious shop to place an order. Note, the discounted price is only for today and will return to normal price starting tomorrow. Chapter 167. 3 guilds join forces to sanction. As an announcement was issued by the mysterious store, the atmosphere in the chat channel suddenly became weird. A concrete house for 100 slabs? This is too cheap. It can't be a defective product. The house manufacturing plan I bought at the market yesterday required 200 cornerstones, and it's not a finished product. The snowstorm hasn't even arrived yet. Why are you selling your house now? Why do I smell a hint of conspiracy? Some people are like this. They shout slogans louder than anyone else on a normal day, but once their own interests are involved, they immediately jump up and down. It is clearly an objective situation, but people insist on linking it to conspiracy. Those who believe in Ning Fan's words saw that the selling price was only 100 cornerstones, which was a special price, and they contacted the mysterious store to place an order and bought a house without delay. There was no time to argue with this group of people who were making sarcastic remarks, and as a result, the chat channel was filled with sarcastic remarks in a short period of time. Only after Dead Dog Brother was satisfied with getting a cement house did he turn around and fire the first shot. Dead Dog Dynasty, I want to smell your dam. You're a dog. You want to smell everything. If you like to smell it so much, do you want me to poop for you to smell? Dead Dog Dynasty. Think carefully with your melon seed-sized brain. A cement house with 100 cornerstones is priced at this price. Does the boss need to make up a false incident to trick you into buying it? Think about whether you are worthy. Dead Dog Dynasty. I just don't understand. You guys are a bunch of poor people and are not the target customers of the mysterious shop. Why are you so anxious? Dead Dog Dynasty. I'll give you 4 words. Buy it if you want to not. The frank expression of the Dead Dog brother directly silenced the chat channel. As the saying goes, lies hurt no one, but the truth is a sharp knife. I don't know how many pig heads have turned red in front of the screen. Compared to the verbal attacks from Dead Dog brother, the other guild presidents who were determined to follow Ning Fan were more pragmatic. Fishing Alliance, Huang San. Why are there still people with guild prefixes who come out to question the boss? Shepherd, Uncle Sheep, Heaven and Earth Association. Brilliant, man. Fishing Alliance Huang San. If your guild has this attitude, the Fisherman's Alliance may have to seriously consider whether to renew the business agreement with you. After seeing the series of names mentioned by Huang San, everyone in the chat channel suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. At that moment, no one knew how many people began to withdraw their messages in panic. Unfortunately, it was too late. Almost every large guild had someone specifically watching the chat channel and taking screenshots to record it. It's not easy to find out who is talking nonsense. Dihu. President Huang is a serious businessman, and he may be a little kind in his words. Dihu, am not a kind person. All the above-mentioned guilds must send a handwritten result to our guild to explain the situation before 2400 hours tonight. Otherwise, who will blacklist the guild forever. Underground Cave, Earth Tiger. This is outrageous. The boss didn't bother with you guys, but you dared to make trouble for me. Underground Cave, Earth Tiger. Do you think I'm a dead man? If I see anyone dare to speak sarcastically to the boss in the chat channel again, I will kill him offline. Don't say I didn't warn you. The intelligence capabilities of the Underground Cave are not vegetarian. After being rewarded with 2 CE+ grade Tiger crouching cannons by Ning Fan, Dihu had the confidence to say such things. Moreover, as the business became more and more complete, the foundation of the Underground Cave gradually caught up with large guilds such as the Fisherman's Alliance and the Martial Alliance. Seeing Huang San and Dihu speak out one after another with harsh words, the guild president who was named could no longer sit still. Shepherd, Uncle Sheep, President Huang, Brother Tiger, this matter is due to my failure to supervise properly. Please calm down, my brother. Give me some time, and I will give you an explanation. Heaven and Earth Society, brilliant man. We in the Heaven and Earth Society have always supported the boss. I feel guilty for what happened today. We in the Heaven and Earth Society will definitely deal with this bad apple seriously. Martial Alliance, doubt me. Do you want us from the Martial Alliance to help you deal with it? We are good at killing people. Tian Dihui, brilliant man. Master Dao, you must be joking. There's no need to bother you with such a small matter. Are you kidding? If other guilds have to intervene to deal with internal guild affairs, then he has nothing to do as the guild leader and should just disband the guild as soon as possible. Martial Alliance, Daoye. Who is kidding you? I'll tell you straight away. If this happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless and sending someone to execute the person. Take good care of those brats under your command. If you can't, I'll help you. Seeing this, the big man didn't dare to laugh anymore and said quickly, Yes, Master Dao. Don't worry. This is really just an accident. In front of the screen, the presidents of other guilds couldn't help but smack their lips when they saw this scene. If the knife falls on their heads next time, not only will they lose face, but they will also be sanctioned by several major guilds, and they will probably have a hard time living. Therefore, adhering to the principle of correcting mistakes and improving upon them, they immediately began to carry out internal rectification. For a while, the frequency of messages in the chat channel dropped a lot. On the surface, public opinion about the emergency was suppressed by the 3 major guilds, but in fact, the undercurrent surging in the background had a far-reaching impact. Only mystery shop home sales don't lie. Honey, the sales of Cement House have exceeded 10,000. At this rate, it won't be a problem to break 20,000 tonight. Mu Wanting stared at the screen in front of her and said in an excited tone, A sales volume of 10,000 means 1 million cornerstones. If a sales volume of 20,000 can be achieved, then there will be 2 million cornerstones. Combined with the proceeds from the auction, there will be 3.5 million cornerstones collected today. One step closer to officially entering the feudal system. Ning Fan showed joy on his face, and suppressed the corners of his mouth. Let's go back to the manor first. A snowstorm might come later. The manor has a constant temperature system. It is safe to stay in the manor. From beginning to end, he didn't take what happened in the chat channel to heart. As the saying goes, only the person who drinks the water knows whether it is hot or cold. For example, it is difficult to persuade a damned ghost with kind words. When the snowstorm arrives, the Lord's world will teach them a lesson. After turning off the screen, he stood up, extended his hand to Mu Wanting, and prepared to return to the manor. Seeing this, Mu Wanting stepped lightly, and Shui Lingling put her hand into his palm. Then they both looked at Ling Long, who was curled up on the sofa. Feng Ling Long, who was scolded by the two, pouted aggrievedly, walked to Ning Fan, and took his hand without saying a word. The knotted straps on her shoulders told of the abuse the two men had inflicted on her. Pucci, Mu Wanting, and Ning Fan looked at each other and laughed secretly. Ning Fan went to the third floor to pick up Yakin, Shui, and the other two girls, and then took the girls back to the manor. When the group returned to the manor, it was already dark. After dinner in the restaurant, everyone went back to their bedrooms. Honey, the sales of cement houses have exceeded 20,000. Mu Wanting lay in his arms, looking at the screen lazily, and suddenly said excitedly. As soon as she finished speaking, an announcement appeared on the screen. Emergency! Extreme cold and snowstorm weather is coming for 7 days. Please take precautions. Chapter 168: The snowstorm officially arrives. When the announcement appeared, Ning Fan was cleaning the hair around Ling Long's ears. Poor Nizi overestimated her own abilities and insisted on competing with Wanting. In the end, she ended up paralyzed. Her fingers had no strength left and were trembling silently. Seeing the prompt appear, he gently put Ling Long down, covered her with a quilt, and let her have a good rest. Target: Phone Ling Long. Favorability level: Level 5. Return multiple: 75,000 times. The return multiple has increased by 15,000 times in one go. It seems that the reward has been given in place. Ning Fan curled his lips. It turns out Ling Long likes this tune. After glancing at Wanting, who was sitting next to him, he got up from the bed and walked slowly to the balcony. Looking up, I saw snowflakes already falling out of the dark sky. At first, it was very gentle, falling like leaves, a few sparse pieces, quite romantic. However, after only a few breaths, goose feather snowflakes felt like they were free. Ning Fan had never seen such a terrifying density in his life. The temperature in the air dropped drastically, as if falling into an ice cave. Ning Fan shivered as his body temperature suddenly dropped. He quickly turned on the screen and turned on the manor's temperature control system. Settings successful, temperature constant at 20 degrees, protection layer turned on. As the prompt sounded, the next second, a layer of vague barrier appeared above the entire manor. The snowflakes in the sky instantly turned into snow mist and dissipated when they touched the barrier. Then the snowflakes on the balcony disappeared little by little. The manor returned to silence. The temperature rose rapidly and soon stabilized at 20 degrees. The manor was a B-class item, so Ning Fan was not surprised that it had such powerful functions. He stood on the balcony for a while, and after making sure that the blizzard would not affect the manor, he returned to the house. Open the chat interface and send messages to Longzi and Li Chuangjun respectively to inquire about the situation. After receiving the reply of no problem, he then looked at the Lord interface and inspected the various facilities installed in the territory. Chicken farms, salt plants, and Class A farms all have electric facilities to keep them warm, so their daily output will not be affected by the snowstorm. From this perspective, apart from the land in the territory being frozen and unable to be cultivated, the snowstorm will not cause any substantial damage to the territory. Even a forest evolving on the back mountain can maintain normal evolution progress because of the geothermal energy carried by the hot spring core. According to the temperature difference map taken by spy satellites, the temperature in the lowest temperature area of the entire 1 square kilometer forest remains above 0 degrees. Ning Fan was completely relieved. Under snowy weather, the extra land cannot be used, so it is better to use it all to accommodate the natural terrain and allow it to evolve. After all, the snowy weather lasts for 7 days, and we can't waste it. If we use the 7 days well, we may be able to raise the soil in the territory to D-level as a whole. Developed a D-class biosphere. If this is the case, there will be no need to worry about the quality of food needed for the development of the army. Thinking of this, Ning Fan went back to bed neatly and talked to Wanting, who was concentrating on her work, about this matter. I plan to hold another auction tomorrow and use the opportunity to buy a batch of special props related to natural terrain at a high price. I will have to trouble you again. Ning Fan held Wanting in his arms and gave her a gentle massage. Mu Wanting moaned twice in an instant. A blush appeared on her face, and her body became softer. After being treated like this by Ning Fan, she lost her mind to work. She turned around and lay in Ning Fan's arms, speaking in a soft voice. Hubby, why should I worry about this? Ling Long is mainly in charge of this matter. If you don't mind, I wish I could hold an auction every day to prevent her from playing tricks on me when she has free time. Yeah, it seems to be the truth. The emotional reward was given to the wrong person. Ning Fan coughed twice in embarrassment, but he didn't stop massaging. Mu Wanting felt at ease enjoying the treatment that was supposed to be given to Cho Ling Long, and she continued. Honey, I've raised the price of the house to 500 cornerstones, so which should be okay. Well, it's quite suitable. Ning Fan said casually. 20,000 houses have been sold, and those who wanted to buy them have probably bought them. As for the rest, it goes without saying that they are all playboys. Such a person is a waste of food if he is alive. If he can come up with 500 cornerstones, he would still be worth saving. It's like a screening of the area. Hearing Ning Fan's words, Mu Wanting curled the corners of her mouth, turned around to face Ning Fan, and pounced on him in Ning Fan's surprised eyes. After seeing Mu Wanting's demonic nature, Ning Fan finally understood what it meant to be alone. While they were making love, the chat channel was in an uproar. The blizzard swept through the entire area at lightning speed. After only a few dozen minutes, some people began to cry in the chat channel. Chat channel. Why has the price of the house in the mysterious shop increased 5-fold? It needs 500 keystones now. I don't have that many keystones. Maple Leaf's mysterious store secretary. Sister Secretary. Are you mistaken? Now that the snowstorm is coming, shouldn't the prices be lowered? Yeah, you mysterious shop can't make money from disasters. This is life-saving money. How could the boss allow you to raise prices like this? Please ask the secretary to lower the price and promote it again. I was planning to buy it, but I don't have enough cornerstones, so I went to collect them. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop secretary. Secretary's sister, don't be so one-size-fits-all. I'm also the boss's most loyal supporter, really. Unfortunately, no matter how they scream and howl, it will be in vain. Mu Wanting, who was concentrating on having a baby, blocked all messages early on, determined not to disturb the time she and Ning Fan were alone. As for the lords who had bought the concrete houses early on, they were busy dealing with the snowstorm and protecting their property to the maximum extent and had no intention of competing with them. When it really came to a matter of life and death, they realized that arguing with a bunch of idiots was a complete waste of life. Even Brother Dog, who always speaks like a machine gun, has given up the idea. Why bother with a dying person? No one paid any attention to them. Only a group of people like them joined in shouting, but the problem could not be solved, and the people gathered in the chat channel soon died down. The night was quiet. The blizzard made no sense, and the heavy snow poured a basin of ice-cold water on all the lords. It extinguished the arrogance in their hearts. The territory they had worked so hard to build was hit hard by a snowstorm, and they then realized they had merely arrived on the island and were no longer invincible. Faced with such brutal snowstorm weather, if the big guys hadn't given them advance warning and sold them houses, let alone the property losses, I'm afraid their own fate will not be any better than those who were shouting in the channel. As everyone rejoiced, their admiration for the boss reached a new level. The reaction is most direct in the guild. Almost all large and medium-sized guilds urgently established a department that night, the penalty department. This is not because they are afraid of sanctions from the 3 major guilds, but because they are fully aware that they cannot afford to offend a boss who is the most powerful in the region and can also predict emergencies. The slightest disrespect could lead the guild into the abyss. Therefore, without exception, in the criminal law department, they all spontaneously put the crime of disrespecting the boss at the top of their agenda. In serious cases, it is no longer as simple as expelling the guild, but hanging. The snowstorm took away the opponents, and the sudden incident officially established Ning Fan's transcendent status in the region. However, no one knew that the impact of this snowstorm went far beyond this. 5 adjacent areas were also hit by the blizzard. Chapter 169, Other Areas Hit by Snowstorm. Area 2547. The sudden incident caught everyone off guard. Without Ning Fan's warning, the entire area instantly became a mess when the blizzard arrived. There isn't even a unified direction of speech in the chat channel. Everyone cries and speaks their own language. Physician Alliance. It was already early in the morning, but Lu Yimeng and Lu Qin were not sleepy at all, and their slender hands were constantly operating on the screen. And quickly buy all the houses and manufacturing plans in the trading hall, no matter the price. Lu Yimeng reacted quickly. When she realized the fierce snowstorm, she immediately realized the importance of the house. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. After a while, Lu Qin said anxiously, Yimeng, all the houses in the trading hall have been taken off the shelves. There is not a single house left. Hearing this, she frowned. Her thoughts raced, and she spoke quickly. Then buy some warm clothes, as well as wood and other things to make fire. After saying that, she immediately started making personnel arrangements within the alliance. With such heavy snow, ordinary cabins are definitely uninhabitable and may be crushed by the snow if you are not careful. Therefore, she had to properly arrange for all the people in the territory to live in stone houses and concrete houses. After being in this world for so long, wooden houses are still the residences of most lords, and even their medical alliance is no exception. It is not an easy task to accommodate all the people in the territory using a limited number of stone and concrete houses. Lu Yimeng used both hands, demonstrating her extraordinary management ability. Her delicate face showed a serious expression, which was quite cool. Lu Qin did not dare to slack off. As the housekeeper of the territory, she rubbed her shoulders while quickly purchasing supplies. The snowy weather lasted for 7 days, and the entire burden of logistics fell on her. After working for 2 full hours, the 2 women finally finished taking countermeasures. In other words, it has been dealt with, but it is far from being perfect. After all, a good cook cannot cook without rice. Lu Yimeng temporarily put down what she was doing and walked to the window. The house where she and her aunt lived was a slightly spacious cement room, and they usually lived together. Such conditions can be said to be very shabby among many presidents. The reason for this is that she has invested all her resources into the development of the guild. But even so, after all the arrangements, it still takes several or even more than a dozen people to get a small house of less than 20 square meters. Looking at the snow outside the window that was more than 10 centimeters deep, Lu Yimeng's brows were tightly furrowed. This won't work. With so many people crowded in the same room, it's impossible to even light a fire to keep warm, let alone sleep. She opened the window and a cold wind blew in, blowing her bangs apart. She couldn't help but shiver and quickly closed the window. Walked back to the table. At this time, Lu Qin had already lit a fire in the fireplace in the room. The fireplace was something she bought from another guild, and it was not a product of a manufacturing diagram, but a man-made product. Just like in the area where Ningfan is located, there is a carpenters' union that makes handmade furniture for sale, and there's also such a handicraft guild in their area. Seeing Yimeng come into her side, she hurriedly held her hands, rubbed them, and warmed them by the fire to get rid of the cold. Yimeng, we can't go on like this. The blizzard has just started, and it's already so cold. It will only get colder. We have to think of a solution, otherwise many people in the guild will probably freeze to death. Lu Yimeng nodded without comment. The blazing flames in the fireplace reflected in her pupils, and she asked in a deep voice, Aunt, do you have any solution? Lu Qin pursed her lips and said, I think I can ask Yakin for help. Hearing this, Lu Yimeng's nose twitched slightly. You mean to ask Finya for help? Lu Qin lowered his eyes and looked around and spoke. The whole area is in chaos, and everyone is busy looking after themselves. Yimeng, did you know that the supplies in the trading hall only lasted for half an hour before they were all cleared out? You can open the trading channel and see that the entire trading hall is empty. There's a scramble for resources in the region. If we want to obtain supplies, we can only buy them from other regions. And now the only external channel is Maple Leaf Auction House. Since we have a connection with him through Yakin, why don't we try to seize it? Lu Qin spoke in a calm tone. Lu Yimeng didn't rush to speak, but opened the chat channel. She hadn't had time to take into account the situation in the entire area before, but when she opened it and took a look, it was far beyond her expectations. It's messy, very messy. Not only were there people crying and saying they were going to freeze to death, but there were also guilds kicking people out and downsizing. Correspondingly, some people are criticizing the guild for not helping. It really is the ultimate interpretation of the idea of everyone minding their own business and not worrying about other people's problems. But there are also smart people among them. Everyone, this is not a solution. Encountering such a severe snowstorm, The only way we can save ourselves is to ask for help from other areas. Yes, don't save the cornerstones at a time like this. You can't bring them with you when you are born, and you can't take them with you when you die. It's better to use the cornerstones to exchange for some supplies from other areas and try to survive this crisis. But Maple Leaf Auction House has just held an auction, and we don't even know when the next auction will be held. There is no other way. We can only endure it slowly. I suggest that we set up a self-help association first, collect the cornerstones we have, and then send a representative to negotiate a deal with the people from the outside world. Bah, you're just trying to raise money after all this trouble. Get lost. I'll go to the auction myself. Then feel free to do as you please. It would be funny if you don't get the tickets. Seeing this, Lu Yimeng turned off the chat channel. She closed her eyes, leaned on her aunt, and said lightly, "I'll go with you then." Hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Lu Qin's face. She was afraid that Yimeng would continue to be stubborn and didn't want to trouble Sister Yakin. "Aunt, don't be too optimistic. Let's not talk about when the next auction of Maple Leaf Auction House will be. Can our Doctors Alliance hold it until then?" I still say the same thing. Just based on our friendship with them, will they really help us? Lu Yimeng leaned quietly on Lu Qin's shoulder and analyzed calmly. We can't get any foundation now. If we want to help the Doctors Alliance overcome this difficulty, the cost of our efforts will not be low. In order to purchase the C+ Grade Tiger crouching cannon, they almost drained the cash flow of the Medical Alliance. I finally accumulated some foundation, but I put it all into it again after shopping for items just now. Yimeng, don't think too much. Sister Yakin is such a kind person. She will definitely help us. Besides, we're not simply asking her for help. At most, we can sell some assets and use the money to buy supplies. Lu Qin gently grasped her hand and comforted her. Well, what you said makes sense. When the time comes, we can bring a batch of unused assets with us and see if we can exchange them for some cornerstones. Lu Yimeng nodded as if it was a matter of fact. Seeing that she was unwilling to ask Sister Yakin for help and insisted on putting on airs, Lu Qin was helpless. Forget it, let her be. Maybe she will be a different person when she gets there. Recalling the scene of Yimeng and Sister Yakin being so affectionate with each other, Lu Qin felt more and more that she was worrying too much. I don't know if I'll meet Fingya by then. It would be great if I could build a good relationship with him. Chapter 170 Output of Chicken Farm. The next morning, Ning Fan got up from his gentle embrace and went to the balcony immediately. Look around. Except for the manor which remained unchanged, the entire world was white. The sea surface was frozen and covered with thick layers of snow. The territory and the ocean have lost their clear boundaries. The sky and the earth are connected as one at the extreme point of sight and cannot be distinguished from each other. The only good news is that the snow was much lighter than last night. It seems that even the extremely cold blizzard weather in the Lord's world has a cycle. Ningsan murmuret. As he finished speaking, two heads came over to him from both sides. Needless to say, it was Linglong and Wanting who had just woken up. Wow, what a beautiful snow scene. Feng Linglong exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Wan, let's go have a snowball fight later. We haven't played with snow in a long time. She was tugging at Mu Wanting, who was standing beside her, and seemed to have forgotten everything about the lesson she had received last night. You may not have time today. My husband said that there will be an auction later, and you will be busy. Mu Wanting said lightly. Oh, is that so? Okay then. Feng Linglong pouted, looking a little dejected. Seeing this, Ning Fan chuckled, pulled her into his arms, and comforted her. It will be easy after this period of work is over. If it really doesn't work, go ask Yakin for a few people to help you. It just so happens that there are a few more women at home. Feng Linglong naturally knew that Ning Fan was talking about Shui and the others, and she stuck out her tongue. It's not that busy, actually. Ning Fan glanced at her speechlessly and said nothing more. At this time, Mu Wanting asked, Hubby, the heavy snow blocked the road, and it seems that the sea surface has frozen. How are we going to get to the auction house later? Let's just take the teleportation array over there. Ning San ponderet. They could also take the auction house's teleportation array, but they didn't take it before because of the short distance. Of course, the main thing is the stay time. Except for himself, everyone else has a time limit no matter where they take the teleportation array to the auction house. But now that the sea is impassable, we can't consider so many things. Okay, Mu Wanting nodded. The three of them continued to enjoy the snow scene on the balcony for a while before returning to the room to wash up. After they were done, they went downstairs together. After breakfast, Ning Fan took a few girls to the auction house via the teleportation array. The temperature inside the auction house was much lower than that in the manor, and it was only slightly better when the heating was turned on. Wanting, you and Ling Long should take care of the auction. The main task this time is to purchase some special props for placement. I'm going to take a look at the chicken farm. If everything goes well, I should be able to harvest some eggs and raw chickens. You can auction some of them together. With such cold weather and protein food, there should be a lot of people taking photos in this area. After giving Mu wanting a warning, Ning Fan turned around and left the auction house. As the owner of the auction house, he is naturally not restricted by the so-called activity area. I sent a message to Li Chuangjun early on, saying that I was going to the chicken farm. So as soon as he came out of the auction house, he saw Li Chuangjun and a few others guarding the door of the auction house. Gusts of cold wind blew towards him, and Ning Fan couldn't help but gasp. The temperature outside is now at least 20 degrees below zero. In such cold weather, even if he has a C+ level physique, he can't help feeling a little cold. But after getting used to it for a while, I felt much better and didn't feel too much discomfort. Boss, I have brought people to clear the road. Please come in. Li Chuangjun came to Ning Fan tremblingly and said attentively. In stark contrast to Ning Fan, he was dressed tightly, with no exposed skin except for his face. However, even so, Ning Fan, standing next to him, could hear the sound of his teeth chattering. You should know that Li Chuangjun has stayed at Ning Fan's place for a few days, and his physical condition has broken through to level D+. Even he behaved so badly, which was enough to show the situation of other lords. Anyway, the captive lords standing behind Li Chuangjun were shaking as if they were having the hiccups. Let's go. Ning Fan glanced at him and headed towards the chicken farm without wasting any time. Ning Fan only made a simple expansion on the outer island of the commercial center. The area was not large, and the chicken farm and the auction house were only a few dozen meters apart. Along the way, Ning Fan finally witnessed the true power of this blizzard. Walking on the ground, there was still snow under my feet, and the snow on both sides of the road was more than half a meter deep. And this is just one night of snow. The most difficult time is far from coming. Ning Fan siket secretly. From heavy rain to hot weather, and then to this snowstorm, the power of emergencies is really getting stronger and stronger. It took more than a minute to arrive at the chicken farm. As soon as they entered the chicken farm, Li Chuangjun and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. There was heating in the chicken farm, so the temperature was much higher. Brushing the snow off his body, Li Chuangjun smiled sheepishly. Boss, please don't mind. Our physical fitness cannot compare to yours. In this kind of weather, if you hadn't taken us in, I'm afraid all of us would have frozen to death. When the people behind him heard what he said, they showed complicated expressions. Who would have thought that the chickens in the boss's territory lived in better conditions than them? Even electricity and heating are available. If they hadn't been taken in by the boss as slaves, they would have been frozen corpses. They didn't think that they could survive in such harsh weather by following others. Give me a report on the chicken farm. Ning Fan didn't care and walked straight into the factory. Inside the factory, all the chickens have been put into cages. The environment is quite noisy, with the crowing of chickens incessantly and a strange smell filling the air. But this was all trivial for Ning Fan. He inspected the rows of chicken coops with a look of satisfaction on his face. All the chickens were very plump. If you picked out any one of them, it would probably weigh more than 10 pounds. There are now more than 12,000 chickens in the entire chicken farm, of which 2,000 chicks were just hatched today, and 10,000 have reached the standard for release from the cage. Li Chuangjun followed behind him, hunched over, and reported the situation. Among these 10,000 chickens, half are of grade D and half are of grade D-. Ning Fan looked surprised. All of them are level chickens? Yes. Li Chuangjun nodded repeatedly, and then explained, this is all thanks to the C-grade brand you provided, boss. According to my observation, the physical fitness of chickens that eat C-grade bran will be significantly improved, and after reaching a certain level, their physical fitness will achieve a leap. As Li Chuangjun spoke, he felt inexplicably bitter in his heart. Damn it, being the boss chicken, I eat better than them all. It's really unfair. He has to take care of these chickens like he's his own grandfather, afraid that a few of them might die. Ning Fan understood. Let's continue talking about the output. When he first obtained the C-grade bran, he had a vague feeling that it could be used for more than just fishing. Now that he saw that it could improve the level of chickens, he was not surprised. Yes. Li Chuangjun paused and continued. In terms of output, according to yesterday's output, the entire chicken farm can produce 150,000 eggs a day, of which each D minus chicken produces 20 eggs, and each D grade chicken produces 10 eggs. However, the production of graded eggs is not stable. The probability of D grade chickens producing graded eggs is significantly higher than that of D grade chickens. About 2,000 D grade eggs, 20,000 D grade chicken eggs, and the rest are all ordinary eggs. Hearing this, Ning Fan suddenly stopped and looked back at him. So, all the newly hatched chicks today were hatched from D grade eggs? Chapter 171 Dealer Bidding. That's right, Li Chuanjun Nudda. At the current rate of reproduction, it won't be long before the entire chicken farm is full of D grade chickens. As for reaching D plus grade, the breeding time may be much longer. It is not clear how long it will take for small ones. Okay, let's arrange it according to the current schedule. Ning Fan showed a smile on his face. The growth cycle of D-grade chickens is 4 days. If 2,000 D-grade chicks are hatched every day, 2,000 live chickens can be produced every day. Assuming that one chicken weighs 10 kilograms, 20,000 kilograms of grade D chicken can be obtained from chicken farms every day. This does not include the eggs produced every day. The overall output is much greater than that of a Class B fishing boat. In addition to producing high-grade fish meat, a Class B fishing boat can only produce 1,000 kilograms of Class D fish meat per day. After all, the chicken farm was an industry he invested in early on. He had more than 10,000 chickens, and basically all the C-grade brand produced every 2 days was fed to them. After more than 10 days of hard work, I finally saw the harvest today. It's no surprise that it can produce so many levels of food. Such a large sum of money is unimaginable for any person or any force. After instructing Li Chuangjuan on some matters concerning slaughtering and harvesting, Ning Fan left the chicken farm. With the high-grade chicken provided by the chicken farm, plus the C-grade spiritual rice produced every 2 days, it won't be a problem to support a full barbarian army. Tur and the others' physical fitness level was only D at the beginning, but after following him for so many days, their physical fitness broke through to D plus level. The improvement of physical fitness, regardless of whether close combat is needed, the enhancement of physical endurance alone can bring a qualitative improvement to the combat effectiveness of the barbarian army. This is also the reason why he would rather spend a lot of resources to ensure the food supply of the barbarian army. Sometimes war is all about endurance. The problem of graded food was solved, and Ning Fan felt relieved. At this moment, Mu Wanning's slightly hurried voice sounded in the intercom. Honey, the other 5 areas also suffered from the blizzard and suffered heavy losses. The auction house is now full of lords from other regions. Please come back and take charge of the situation. Ning Fan was stunned when he heard Mu Wanning's words. Did other areas also encounter blizzards? Realizing that this was a good opportunity to make money, he made the decision immediately. Wanting, you should purchase a batch of wood and stones as soon as possible and prepare to sell cement houses to other areas. The forecast results provided by Jiaxing Tower were only for this area. He had never thought that the impact of this blizzard would be so wide. Therefore, the wood and stone stored in the territory can only meet the needs of this area. However, although it was somewhat unexpected, it was undoubtedly good news for him. With the demand for 5 more regions, perhaps the foundation gained from selling houses this time alone can allow the territory to enter the feudal system. Thinking of this, Ning Fan's face lit up, and he quickened his pace towards the auction house. At this time, the auction hall was in chaos. When the lords of the 6 regions met to exchange information, they were all confused. I came to the auction with high hopes, hoping to get help from my brothers from other regions, but I found out that they were even worse off than I was. How can I seek justice here? This is complete. Everyone is the same, half dead. How can we explain this when we get back? Hey, after asking around, supplies are in short supply. Looks like we can only go back and lay off employees. We could see benefits from previous emergencies, but this one is so serious that not only can we not see any benefits, but the impact is also so wide. What should I do? If I don't do something, I feel like 50 of the people in the area will freeze to death. If this happens, the entire area will be ruined. In the auction hall, sighs were heard one after another, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Just when everyone felt that everything was over and the mood of collapse was about to spread. However, there was a piece of news that spread quietly behind the scenes, bringing some hope to everyone. Have you heard that Maple Leaf Boss has a large number of houses for sale, and they are concrete houses? Brother, you are so slow as a messenger. I won't say anything to you, but but I don't like the fact that you just call me boss. What maple leaf boss? Just call me boss. Got it. Yes, yes. Brothers, there is new news. It says that the boss is planning how to rescue us. Let's stay calm. Are you serious? Where did you get this information? I just heard it in the bathroom. Li Sanjin, who was hiding in black clothes, watched the atmosphere in the auction hall slowly change from sorrow and restlessness to whispering and throbbing, and he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. The task that Madame Mu assigned is too simple. Pick up money. Looking at the extra 500 cornerstones on the screen, Li Sanjin licked his lips, then turned around and joined the many men in black. Hey guys, the latest news is that the boss is considering selecting an agent dealer from each area to sell houses for him. The starting quantity is 10,000 seats. Oh my God, is this true? 10,000 seats. How many resources would that take? I heard that the boss has sold more than 30,000 houses in this area. There's no doubt about its authenticity. If every region can get 10,000 concrete houses, they will definitely be able to survive this crisis. I heard that you need to bid to get a dealership spot. What is the bidding method? Cornerstone. It seems to be a bidding for a special item that can be placed. A placement type special item. This thing is hard to obtain. Our guild does have it, but the problem is that we didn't bring it with us. What should we do? Me too. Can I bid with the cornerstone? When they learned that the boss was going to choose a dealer, the atmosphere in the auction hall instantly became heated. If a sales agency starts with 10,000 houses and operates well, the profits can be extremely considerable. However, the fact that they had a bid with special placement items troubled most of the people present. Even if they have special placement props, they have already been placed in their territory. Who would carry them with them for no reason? Mu Wanting, standing in front of the glass window on the 4th floor, silently watched the situation in the auction hall. Seeing that the time was almost right, she gave an order to the butler robot. A moment later, the butler robot walked onto the auction stage. Quiet, it shouted in a loud voice, and the people present suddenly quieted down, their eyes fixed on the stage, expecting it to announce the news. Considering that your area has also encountered unexpected events, this auction has been canceled and will be switched to a real estate agent bidding event. Everyone can be transferred back to the territory later, and then come to participate in the real estate agency bidding meeting. As soon as the mechanical voice fell, everyone cheered. Haha, great, big boss, you've really thought it through. Our guild happens to have a D-level grassland core. I'll go back and get it for the auction. Only a D-level core? Ha, everyone, I'll go first. Lu Qin and Lu Yimeng mixed in the crowd, watching the people around them being teleported away one by one. As the number of people in the auction hall became fewer and fewer, the two couldn't help but look at each other. The Medical Alliance does not have any special placement items, so there's no need to go back. Yimeng, what should we do? We should wait for the dealer in our area to confirm and then purchase the house through the dealer. Or, Lu Qin raised her eyes and gestured upstairs. Lu Yimeng pursed her lips, and after a while, she said, let's go find Yakin. Chapter 172 Regional Distributor Quota, Lu Yimeng's surprise. Considering that no guild can take over tens of thousands of cement houses in one go, it is not realistic to retail them to various regions through the auction house. So Ning Fan and Mu Wanting discussed and decided to adopt the dealer model to sell the cement houses. Deliver the goods first, and then pay after the regional distributors sell the goods. The price that dealers need to pay is naturally a special placement item. The value of placement type special props is not low. This thing is not circulated in the market at all. Everyone knows the importance of things that can improve the soil in the territory. For example, a grassland core is equivalent to a free pasture, and a spring core is equivalent to a freshwater resource point, and so on. Each type of core can provide valuable resources to the territory. In the long run, the holding income of placement-type special props is dozens of times higher than that of several large mineral deposits combined. Mu Wanting also understood this logic. After thinking it over again and again, she looked at Ning Fan, standing beside her, and made a suggestion. Honey, how about we select 2 dealers in each area, and each dealer is limited to 10,000 houses. This way we can get 10 placement-type special props. Ning Fan was hugging the girl, Su Ye. After the auction was changed to a bidding meeting, the workload of Su Ye, Ling Long, and Ting Meng dropped sharply. It was a rare moment of free time, so Su Ye hugged Ning Fan and didn't want to let go. Bidding is not as troublesome as auction. All guilds participating in the bidding have only one chance to bid anonymously. Finally, based on the bids, the auction house decides which guild wins the bid. Hearing Mu Wanning's words, Ning Fan's expression changed. It seemed that it was not impossible. While thinking, Mu Wanning's voice continued. Expanding the number of dealers is also a good thing for the major guilds. After all, if there's only one spot without knowing the bids of other guilds, the chance of being eliminated is still very high. And the two places are relatively safer for them. Honey, what do you think? Having said that, Ning Fan had no other opinions. Okay, I'll do as you say. It really proves the saying. If you rob someone's money while standing, they will still say thank you to you. After getting Ning Fan's promise, Mu Wanning immediately began to make arrangements seriously. Ning Fan became a hands-off boss, but his presence here was the greatest confidence for the girls. Take Suyaya, for example. The little girl leaned contentedly in Ning Fan's arms to rest. Originally, she had some things to do at the bidding meeting, but now her task had become to serve Ning Fan well. When Ling Long and Ting Meng saw this, they tacitly agreed not to call her over to do the job. Although she was said to be serving, the little lowly ended up falling asleep in Ning Fan's arms. Ning Fan was poking Su Yi's chubby face out of boredom. Just then, Lin Yakin sent him a message. Husband, Yimeng and her guild are not in a good situation. I want to ask for a regional distributor position for them. Is that okay? Then, she added, I think it won't be long before we can capture Yimeng and the others. It was followed by a sinister and cunning emoticon. Seeing this emoticon, Ning Fan couldn't help laughing out loud. Okay, I just discussed this with Wanding. We'll have 2 distributors in each region. For region 2547, we'll give one to the Doctors Alliance. It's just the price of a special placement item. If I can use it to recruit Lu Yimeng and her aunt, especially Lu Yimeng, that would be the best. In the private room of Tianxiang League. After receiving Ning Fan's reply, Lin Yakin showed a sweet smile on her face. Yakin, what's wrong? Lu Yimeng, who was sitting next to her, saw her expression and clenched her hands on her legs slightly. Now that someone has come to us for help, and the fate of the entire guild is at stake, it is impossible not to be nervous. There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Lin Yakin held her hand, with a cunning smile on her lips. Let me tell you the bad news first. The bad news is that my husband has not agreed to allocate a batch of houses to help you deal with this crisis. Lin Yakin said, without changing her expression. She had already told Lu Yimeng that Ning Fan was her man, and the only thing Lu Yimeng had come to her for help with was purchasing a batch of houses and renting another batch. It is called leasing, but in fact it is buying on credit. Hearing her words, Lu Yimeng's body tensed up and she felt uncontrollably uneasy. What about the good news? She subconsciously held Yakin's hand tightly. Even though she had always acted calm and cool, the sudden snowstorm had really consumed a lot of her energy. Right now, she and her medical alliance were standing on the edge of a cliff, and their only lifeline was Yakin. Good news. Lin Yakin took advantage of the situation and moved closer to Lu Yimeng, then whispered, I've asked for a regional distributor position for you. You can pick up the goods for 10,000 houses directly and pay the 3 million cornerstones for the goods afterwards. The wholesale price of each cement house is 300 cornerstones, which is the price set by Ning Fan himself. It is twice as high as the preferential price, but 200 cornerstones lower than the current selling price. This is also taking into account the specific conditions in other areas. After all, money needs to be made, but the lords of other regions cannot be treated as Japanese. When Lu Yimeng heard that Yakin had asked for a dealer position for her, her beautiful eyes widened and she looked at her in disbelief. You don't have to be surprised. My husband is a very nice person. He will agree to anything I ask for. This is just a small matter to him. Lin Yakin smiled elegantly. Then she changed the subject and said embarrassedly, You don't mind if I act on my own initiative. Lu Yimeng came back to her senses with a complicated expression. She wanted to refuse, but Yakin's words completely stopped her from thinking about it. She took a deep breath and said solemnly, Thank you, Yakin. The dealer quota is very useful to me, so I won't be polite to you. That's right. You don't have to be polite to me. We're best friends, aren't we? Lin Yakin smiled. Best friends. Lu Yimeng opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but before she could say anything, the screen in front of Lin Yakin suddenly lit up. Lin Yakin turned her head to read the message. The next second, she said excitedly, Yimeng, the 10,000 houses have been sent to you. I sent them to you. Take a look. Hearing this, Lu Yimeng opened the Lord screen and a prompt immediately popped up. Your friend, Tianxiang Yakin, gives you an ordinary cement house 10,000. There really are 10,000 houses. Lu Yimeng's beautiful eyes froze, her surprise evident in her words. This efficiency is too fast. 10,000 houses are not made of 10,000 stones. Can it be easily done with just a few words? Fenga. Wouldn't it be too hasty if you didn't come over in person to discuss it? She turned to look at Yakin, hesitantly. Look at what you said. Lin Yakin glanced at her unhappily. Although I am not the woman with the highest status around my husband, I am still a wife after all. He still believes that I can handle this matter. That's not what I meant. Lu Yiming's face flushed slightly, and she subconsciously glanced to the other side of the box. Her aunt and Yakin's sister Lin Beisher were laughing and playing together. This time, she found out that not only Yakin was Fengye's woman, but her sister too. Considering that there were many women around Fengye, she couldn't help but worry. Would Yakin's big favor affecting her position in the harem? To be honest, she still couldn't believe that Yakin could easily decide the ownership of a dealer. I know what you want to say. Lin Yakin chuckled. Just put your mind at ease. 10,000 houses are nothing to your husband. You don't have to have too much baggage. Lu Yimeng nodded, not quite believing it, and said nothing more. However, in the following conversations with Yakin, she always intentionally or unintentionally directed the focus of the conversation to the woman next to Ning Fan. It seemed that he wanted to find out about Yakin's situation with Ning Fan. Lin Yakin saw through it, but didn't say anything, and everything went according to her wishes. She didn't speak until more and more people filled the auction hall, and the bidding was about to begin. Yimeng, it's getting late. I won't keep you here. Before the other dealer is settled, you should go back to your area and sell the house first. Lu Yimeng turned her head to look at the auction hall and nodded. Okay, Yakin, I'll be leaving first. See you at the next auction. Lu Yimeng took the initiative to hug Yakin and whispered in her ear, thank you so much this time. Please also say thank you to your husband for me. I will repay her when I have the chance in the future. After saying that, she walked to the side, took her aunt who looked unsatisfied, and teleported her back to her own area. Repay. Looking at the two girls' disappearing backs, Lin Yakin curled her lips. It should be quick. Sister. At this time, her younger sister Belle walked to her side. Lin Yakin looked at her and asked, how are you getting along with Lu Qin? Did you give her the apartment? Don't worry, sister. I'm giving the D+ grade bathroom and the apartment to Sister Qin. Lin Beisher took her sister's arm and said playfully, and I also told her that I hope to be sisters with her. Sister, guess how she reacted? What's your reaction? Lin Yakin raised her eyebrows. Has her sister and Lu Qin's relationship progressed so quickly? Even such a thing could be revealed. She neither refused nor agreed. Lin Beisher blinked, and the meaning was obvious. Isn't no reaction the biggest reaction? Lin Yakin smiled lightly. It seems that if we want to take down Yimeng, we can probably take down her aunt first. You did a good job on this. Lin Yakin tidied up her messy hair. Lin Beisher was delighted to get her sister's approval and took the opportunity to act cute. Sister, since there's nothing else for me to do, I will go upstairs to find my husband first. Lin Yakin glanced at her and waved her hand unhappily. I knew you couldn't sit still here, but you can go, but remember to behave properly and don't bother your husband. I know. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Beisher disappeared in the box. Lin Yakin rubbed her forehead secretly. After the little girl started having sex, she became more and more shameless. Chapter 173. Learning about her aunt's wishes, Yimeng changes her mind. In the territory of the Medical Alliance, Lu Yimeng and Lu Qin sat on the sofa in the apartment, staring at each other. Lu Qin wanted to avoid Yimeng's gaze, but the look in her eyes that looked like she was looking at her aunt to death made her dare not move. Aunt, do you know you are wrong? Lu Yimeng asked coldly. Lu Qin's delicate body trembled, and she argued in a wrong manner. I took the apartment given by Beisher because the weather was too cold, and I was afraid you would get cold. And the apartment is so well equipped. There's also a dedicated bathroom. Lu Qin pointed at the decoration inside the apartment and noticed that Yimeng's eyes were getting colder and colder, and her voice was getting lower and lower. Ah! Suddenly, she cried out in pain and immediately shrank onto the sofa. She lowered her eyes and saw that the delicate skin on her waist had turned red. She looked up again and saw Yimeng pinching her hands and twisting them hard in the air. That fierce expression made her swallow. This was the trick her bad niece loved to use to torture her. Xiao Yimeng, it's okay that my aunt was wrong. It's just an apartment. There's no need to use such severe punishment. Lu Qin admitted. It's just an apartment. Lu Yimeng was furious. Aunt, do you know how much we owe Maple Leaf for this dealer issue? Bei Shi is her woman too. If you accept her things again, wouldn't that mean you owe Feng Yi even more? Aunt, have you ever thought about how we are going to repay this favor when the time comes? As she spoke, Lu Yimeng approached her and frightened Lu Qin so much that she hugged her chest with her hands. Or is it that Annie is really planning to sell herself to Maple Leaf? It's not impossible, Lu Qin blurted out. In an instant, the expression on Lu Yimeng's face turned visibly cold, and Lu Qin realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly covered his mouth. The two of you just looked at each other, and the atmosphere was awkward. After a long time, Lu Yimeng returned to the sofa and sat down. There was no expression on her face, and her beautiful eyes were frighteningly calm. Lu Qin quickly hugged her hand and comforted her. Xiao Yimeng, don't mind it. I was just saying it casually. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Yimeng. Aunt, do you really want to go to Fengye? She turned her head and looked at Lu Qin. Her expression was serious and didn't seem like she was speaking in anger. Lu Qin wanted to argue, but seeing her expression, she opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. It seems that he has thought about it. Lu Yimeng smiled coldly. I asked Yakin, Fengye is nice to the women around him. If my aunt really wants to take this path, it would be a good destination. Hearing her farewell words, Lu Qin suddenly became anxious. Xiao Yimeng, don't be angry with your aunt. Your aunt will not leave you. Lu Qin tried her best to hug Lu Yimeng, fearing that she would no longer want her. However, to her surprise, Lu Yimeng suddenly burst into laughter. Who said you'd leave me if you went to Maple Leaf? After hearing this, Lu Qin was stunned for a moment and looked at Yimeng in confusion. Seeing a cunning look on her face, her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Yimeng, Lu Qin showed an incredible expression. Could it be that Yimeng was willing to share a husband with her like the Yakin sisters? If Yimeng said that she was willing to be Fengye's woman, she could still understand it. After all, Fengye was so strong and so young. He was obviously the best destination for women like them in this world. It was not difficult to understand why Yimeng would fall in love with him. But considering Yimeng's personality, it is hard to imagine that she would share a husband with her. This is also the reason why she acted conflicted in front of Bei Shi. She is not alone. Aunt, I'm not stupid, Lu Yimeng said with a pout. Sister Yakin's words were so obvious. How could I not understand what they meant? I guess Bei Shi has already asked you what you think. Lu Qin's pretty face turned red, and she nodded shyly. Not only did she ask about it, she also knew every position in the harem clearly. Seeing her face turn red, Lu Yimeng rolled her eyes. I said that choosing Maple Leaf is a good choice, and this is indeed what I really think in my heart. At first I thought that Yakin showed me such kindness because she had taken a fancy to our medical alliance and wanted to win us over to Fengye's harem to win her favor. But after learning more about it, I realized that with Yakin's status, there was no need to do this, and the one who liked us might be Fengye himself. As Lu Yimeng spoke, her eyes moved and the figure of Ning Fan appeared in her mind. She had only met him once, but she remembered it clearly. We don't even know him. What would he like about us? Lu Qin asked timidly. Seeing Yimeng immediately started planning how to get close to Fengye, she became a little scared. She was afraid that Yimeng would sell her as her aunt. Based on her understanding of Yimeng, this is not impossible. What do you think? You are my aunt. Lu Yimeng smiled wickedly. Lu Qin was instantly horrified, and then she thought of something. The blush on her face deepened, and she subconsciously closed her legs. Yimeng, why don't we stay away from Fengye? She said in a low voice. It's too late to feel shy now. Lu Yimeng hummed and looked relaxed. Before, she wanted to protect her aunt, so she had always held on to the idea of independent development, hoping to gain a position for her aunt and herself in the Lord's world. Now that she knew what her aunt was thinking, she had nothing to worry about. She was a woman who dared to use ancient rules to restrict members of the guild. If she had any feelings for the Physicians' Alliance, it was only because the alliance could give her value in order to gain a foothold. Now a better path lies before them. Without her aunt's restraint, she is actually very happy to go to Fengye, especially seeing the status and power that Yakin possesses. She could decide who would be the distributor of a region with just 1 or 2 sentences. Her unintentional but superior demeanor undoubtedly had a great impact on her. There's a saying that goes, it doesn't matter who the county magistrate is, as long as you can be the county magistrate's wife. This is Lu Yimeng's mentality now. Her fondness for Ning Fan mostly came from her interest in his aura, but she didn't have much feeling for him personally. After all, we only met once. But this did not prevent her from wanting to be with Ning Fan. Seeing the expression on her face gradually becoming colder, Lu Qin shrank back, feeling a little scared, as if she was being sold out. So much so that when Yimeng suddenly leaned towards her, she was so frightened that her body trembled. Lu Yimeng held back her giggles, slowed down, and said seriously, "Aunt, since we all have this idea, we should work together towards this goal." Hearing her say this, Lu Qin breathed a sigh of relief. I just hoped she wasn't going to be sold out. Xiao Yimeng, just tell me what you want me to do. As long as I can help you gain a higher position beside Fengye, even if it means letting your aunt be your maid, your aunt is willing to do so. Lu Qin lowered her eyes slightly, looking like a little woman without ambition. Lu Yimeng curled her lips. It seems that her aunt also understands it. During this period of time, I'd like to trouble you to go to the auction house more often. It would be best if you could find out when Maple Leaf will be able to connect the two areas. Well, Annie knows. Seeing this, Lu Yimeng couldn't help but hug Lu Qin's arm and acted coquettishly, which was rare. Aunt, don't worry. If we really go to Fengye one day, we will still be as close as we are now. Chapter 174, The Bidding Meeting Ends. Lu Yimeng was aware of the importance of a dealer quota, and the others were also very clear about it. Because everyone was given a chance to teleport back, the news of the dealer bidding spread throughout the 6 areas. There were countless guilds that came to participate. There was a rush of people in the auction hall. When all the bids were submitted, the entire auction hall fell into an eerie silence. No one spoke, just waited silently for the bidding results to come out. Although the weather was extremely cold, the atmosphere in the auction hall was unusually hot, and many people were even sweating. Time passes by. 4th floor, private room. Mu Wanting placed the bidding prices of each guild in front of Ning Fan. There are more than 200 special placeable props. Sure enough, once the base number increases, nothing can be considered rare anymore. Ning Fan sighed. Mu Wanting introduced it in detail. After Ling Long and I've initially screened, the highest level special item is a sea-level grassland core, given by Area 2546, Tiansha League. There are more than a dozen D+ level cores in the rest, including mountains, springs, lakes, and other common terrains. The rest are mostly D-level cores, which are not worth mentioning. Ning Fan looked at them one by one, focusing on the sea-level grassland core. As the only sea-level item, this grassland core covers an area of 10 square kilometers after evolution. It is a rare natural pasture with grass as the main growing plant. That's right. Let's give the dealer quota for Area 2546 to the Tiansha League. Ning Fan said with satisfaction and continued to look at the dozen or so D+ cores. Because they were all common mountain and water terrains, he randomly selected 8 of them, including 4 mountain cores, 2 lake cores, and 2 spring cores. Lakes and springs are linked. When they're placed in one place and evolve into rivers and large lakes, they will form floodplains suitable for farming. That's all. He handed the list to Mu Wanting. With these cores, there is no need to worry about having no place to put things, even if the territory is expanded to dozens of square kilometers. Okay, I'll announce the result right away. Mu Wanting nodded and immediately gave orders to the butler robot. Inside the auction hall, the butler robot walked onto the stage slowly. It's finally here. Everyone's expressions were startled and they held their breath. The entire auction hall was so quiet that only the sound of footsteps could be heard. Now we will announce the bidding results and the candidates for regional distributors. The mechanical voice echoed in the hall. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Some people even began to close their eyes and bow. I must win. I must win. Even the presidents of big guilds like the Tiansha League, the Wudao League, and the Qianxi League began to get nervous. 10,000 concrete houses can completely determine the fate of a guild. If you get it, you will soar to the sky. If you fail, there's a high possibility that other guilds will squeeze you out of the position of leader. Especially with the endorsement of Big Boss, I dare not imagine how famous the guild that wins the dealer position will become in its own area. Area 2545, Wadawi, Star Alliance. As soon as the butler robot finished speaking without any emotion, a roar broke out from the audience. Yes, yes. Some people in the crowd jumped up excitedly, and the people next to them hugged each other in celebration. Obviously, they were a team. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to them, and someone recognized the two groups as the management of the Wudao Society and the Star Alliance. At this moment, no one thought that their behavior was inappropriate, only envy. The spring breeze is blowing, and the horses are galloping. I can see all the flowers in Chang'an in one day. Everyone withdrew their gaze and continued to stare at the stage. It's not over yet. The butler robot did not interrupt his rhythm because of the commotion in the audience, and he continued to announce. Area 2546, Tiansha League, Shenwen. Another regional distributor was confirmed, and there was another round of cheers from the audience, as well as a group of disappointed people. Area 2547, Doctors Alliance, Fisherman's Guild. Area 2548, Apocalypse Alliance, Shurji Society. Area 2550, Flying Bird Society, Heavenly Sword Alliance. The list has been announced. Some are happy while others are sad. It is so cruel. Dullness and joy coexisted in the auction hall, and the several guilds on the list became the envy of everyone. However, no matter how jealous they were, no one questioned the authenticity of the list. I just sighed silently in my heart that I'm not as skilled as others. From time to time, the butler robot would suddenly speak after being silent for a moment. Quiet. The crowd in the audience instantly fell silent, looking at the butler robot curiously. I thought there was still hope, but the butler robot spoke slowly. All the above-mentioned guilds can move into the second floor of the auction house from today onwards and enjoy the VIP treatment of this auction house. What? Not only can you become a dealer, but you can also enjoy VIP treatment. Everyone's eyes were as big as Belle's, and the group of guild leaders who failed the exam were almost gritting their teeth. Regret lingered in their hearts, and they knew that it would be a huge loss if they missed this opportunity. Becoming a VIP of an auction house is not just an honor, but a real sign of honor. I have been in the Lord's world for so many days. If I had known earlier, I would have worked harder. If I could have obtained a special item of a higher level, I would have been the one to enjoy such treatment. The president was so angry that he slapped himself a few times in annoyance. On the contrary, cheers were heard from the guilds that made the list. But this is not the end yet. The butler robot continued. This auction house will revise the VIP rules. Except for the 4 major guilds, all guilds that have settled in the second floor will be removed from the VIP list. In the near future, the auction house will build a commercial street based on the auction house. Any guild with VIP seats will be eligible to enter the commercial street. The specific entry conditions will be announced after the commercial street is officially opened. Once these words were spoken, they dealt another blow to the hearts of those frustrated presidents. The local guilds staying in the private rooms on the second floor were all silent. They knew very well that the only reason they could own the private rooms on the second floor was because they were local guilds. Now that I hear that the boss wants to take back this treatment, all I feel is regret. Can I ask how I can become a VIP of the auction house? Someone was so anxious that he couldn't help but ask. This question expressed the thoughts of everyone, and everyone looked at the stage expectantly. Depending on consumption and the value of the items consigned, the auction house will issue VIP seats from time to time. The final right of interpretation of how the funds will be distributed belongs to this auction. If you have any questions, you can withdraw on your own. To put it bluntly, it's about who consumes more. Everyone nodded secretly and started to get ready. A VIP seat is already worth their madness. Plus the qualification to enter the commercial street. This is real benefit. As for the fact that the commercial street has not yet been opened, they are not worried at all, based on the strength of the boss. And since the boss has spoken, the commercial street is definitely a sure thing. Instead of worrying about this, think about how to work towards earning the VIP title next. At this point, the bidding came to a perfect end. Unlike in the past, everyone would stay and communicate, but now they still had to deal with the snowstorm. So when the dust settled, everyone hurriedly activated the teleportation array and returned to their area. The issue of connecting house dealers and the auction house's VIP rules have sparked a round of overwhelming discussion in various regions. Possessing the aura of a savior and possessing elements such as safety, communication, and high-end business, the Maple Leaf Auction House has quietly become a holy place in the hearts of the 6 regional lords. Chapter 175, Thermal Down Jacket. After the bidding was over, Ning Fan teleported back to the manor with the girls. 100,000 cement houses have been distributed one after another, but payment cannot be received for the time being. However, relying on the market in this area, from yesterday to today, the mysterious shop has sold more than 30,000 cement houses, of which more than 10,000 were sold at a price of 500 cornerstones. Ning Fan's cornerstone amount reached 8.5 million. Expand the territory first and place the core of the grassland there first. Returning to his bedroom alone, Ning Fan began to focus on expanding his territory. 8.5 million cornerstones are enough to expand the territory to 10 square kilometers. I just don't know if it is possible to unlock the places for the 8 outer territories at once. With some expectation, he opened the Lord screen and started the operation. Ding! Consume 8 million cornerstones to expand the main territory by 8 square kilometers. Unlock 6 outer territories. Current main territory area, 10.17 square kilometers. Number of outer territories, 2. Number of available outer territories, 6. All outer territories have been unlocked. Please seal off 8 outer territories as soon as possible. Then we will officially enter the feudal system. Sure enough, all the places for the outer territories have been unlocked. Ning Fan looked excited. At this moment, a rumbling sound was heard outside the manor. His expression changed, and he went to the balcony of the bedroom to check the situation. The scene that came into view was extremely spectacular. A full 8 square kilometers of land rose up from the seabed. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with thick snow fog. Like an avalanche, a vast expanse of white surged in all directions. The commotion caused made the women in the manor stop at the window to look curiously. When the snow fog dissipated, a barren land was revealed. The newly expanded territory was temporarily not covered by the heavy snow. The exposed yellow soil was like an alien between heaven and earth and was extremely conspicuous. The sudden appearance of 8 square kilometers of land undoubtedly brought huge shock to the women. At first glance, it does seem endless. Ning Fan curled his lips and placed the sea-level grassland core down. With the spy satellite, he has been able to remotely control some matters within the territory through the spy satellite, including the placement of items. Snowflake from the sky fell on the new land little by little, and soon the land was covered with a new coat of white snow, gradually merging with the old territory. Ning Fan glanced at the screen. Fortunately, the blizzard did not affect the evolution of the grassland. Probably after this cold winter is over, the grass under the ice will grow vigorously. Ning Fan murmured. Just like his territory, the blizzard covered his territory under heavy snow, hiding its true appearance. I guess no one seeing this scene could imagine that the territory hidden under the ice is as large as 10 square kilometers. Interestingly, the expansion of the territory did not affect the nearby territorial waters. Ning Fan looked at the map and saw that the distance between the 2 islands, the military base and the commercial center, and the main territory remained constant at 9 kilometers. Obviously, the area of territory expansion was added out of thin air, not taken from the sea. Perhaps this is why the endless sea is so big. The endless sea can create more area out of thin air and is destined to become larger and larger. I have obtained the quota for the outer territories, but it seems difficult to divide them into 6 outer territories at the moment. Looking at the snow outside the manor, Ning Fan suddenly frowned. The outer sealed territory must be an unowned island, and the number of times the island is transferred can only be used on an unowned island or an outer sealed island. Under the current circumstances, it is very difficult to get from the manor to the military base. One has to walk there in the freezing cold and snow, not to mention going out to conquer 6 unowned islands. It's totally unrealistic. I miscalculated. If I had known that we would face such a situation, I should have let Longzi lead the mercenaries to conquer a few more native islands. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead, feeling a little annoyed. However, given the pressure of the Vanguard fleet at the time, it was normal that he did not think so much about it. Now, the mercenaries sent by the woman have gone back, and the only armed forces that can be mobilized in the military base are the barbarian army. Are we going to let the barbarian army fight the pirates in such a heavy snowstorm? He shook his head and rejected the idea. Just when he was at a loss, Mu Wanning's voice came from the intercom. Honey, take a look at the chat channel. It seems that other lords have made new discoveries. Hearing this, Ning Fan's expression changed, and he quickly opened the chat channel. Chat channel. Oh my god, I almost froze to death. I didn't lose my life in the snow just to pick up a supply box. Brother, you are really going to kill yourself. Why are you still picking up boxes of supplies in such a cold day? Wouldn't it be better to just stay indoors and warm yourself by the fire? There's nothing we can do. We have to live. But fortunately, after the sea surface froze, the supply boxes were also frozen. And I found that after the supply boxes were frozen, they would not be covered by snow, but would always be exposed on the ice, just like picking mushrooms. We just need to walk over and pick them up. Fuck, I noticed it too. I thought it was just me. It's the same here. I feel like there are a lot more supply boxes. I just picked up 5 or 6 in more than half an hour. Among millions of people, there are always some who are not afraid of the cold and brave the wind and snow to brave the ice and snow. Then, someone took the lead, and all the people came out and discussed enthusiastically their discoveries in the snow. Everyone then realized that the snowstorm did have a good side. You should have said so earlier. I'll be out picking up boxes of supplies. Haha, I'm rich. The netizens are really wild. I ran into a supply box just a few hundred meters out of the door. It's true. How did you guys get out? The snow outside my door was more than half a meter deep. I almost got stuck when I stepped in. Just make a simple skateboard. It will be good when we get to the sea. The sea is mostly icy, and the snow is not deep. Brothers, please keep warm. It's best to go back to the house and warm yourself by the fire after half an hour, otherwise you will easily get hypothermia. Some people gave some good advice, but unfortunately no one took it seriously. The joy of the harvest made most people feel like they had been injected with adrenaline, and they could not feel the change in body temperature at all. Fortunately, before the disaster could happen, the appearance of an item changed everything. I think I found a good thing, D-level thermal down jacket. What do you think about it, brothers? What a coincidence, I also opened it. No, why do you all like to hide it? Such a good thing is only revealed now. Fortunately, I have already put it on. A bunch of bastards. So everyone has it? It seems like the drop rate of this item is not low. It feels like it was specially added to deal with this snowstorm. It's not bad. I opened 10 boxes before I found one. Looking at the message in the chat channel, Ning Fan's expression changed, and he clicked on the description of D-grade thermal insulation down jacket. D-level thermal insulation down jacket. After wearing it, it can maintain normal body temperature in extremely cold weather. Consume cornerstone energy to keep warm. The colder the outside temperature, the faster the cornerstone energy is consumed. Energy consumption caused by current temperature, 3 cornerstones per hour. Chapter 176, Ice-Free Port. Ning Fan was excited when he saw the description of the D-level thermal down jacket. With this thing, we can send the barbarian army out to attack the native island. It's a good opportunity for them to experience combat in harsh environments. As for the consumption of 3 cornerstones per hour, the barbarian army has nearly 600 people, and it is only more than 40,000 cornerstones in a day, which is not worth mentioning to him. Of course, such consumption would be extremely terrifying if it happened to other people. After all, even in this region, the number of lords who entered the budding slavery system can be counted on 2 hands. Wanting, go to the market and buy 500 thermal down jackets. They will be of great use to me. He picked up the intercom and called. But Mu Wanting said, "Honey, it may take a long time to buy 500 down jackets. There are not many thermal down jackets on the market at the moment." Hearing this, Ning Fan hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Then try to buy as many as possible." Good. Putting down the intercom, Ning Fan fell into deep thought. Thermal down jackets are obviously a necessity, and even if they are available, the first thing that comes to mind is to meet one's own needs. And in such a short time, there are very few lords who can get 2 down jackets. The probability is here, so it is normal that no one sells in a short period of time. I wonder if the previous supply box can give me a down jacket. A light bulb went off in his head, and he suddenly remembered something. Since the B-class fishing boat was put into use, he has used all 5 automatic fishing nets to capture supply boxes. He left all the captured supply boxes in the warehouse to collect dust without bothering to open them. This is mainly because the profits brought by ordinary supply boxes are too little. After several rounds of value enhancement, the average value of an ordinary supply box is now only 20 to 30 cornerstones. Such a small profit is not worth wasting his time on it. He opened the territory warehouse and saw that the accumulated supply boxes had reached more than 1,100. If we can find thermal down jackets in these supply boxes, it can solve part of the unmet demand for down jackets. Ning Fan said thoughtfully. He decided to give it a try anyway, so he sent a message directly to Feng Linglong. Ask her to open the supply box in the warehouse to see if she can find any thermal down jackets. At this time, Feng Linglong was playing mahjong with several sisters on the basement floor. When she received Ning Fan's message, her eyes lit up instantly. It's time to unbox again. Thinking of the reward her husband had given her last night, she didn't even care about the badges in her hand. She hurriedly opened the Lord's warehouse and prepared to take out the supply box to open it. However, when she saw the number of boxes accumulated in the warehouse, she was stunned. 1,144. When will this be open? She sent a message to Ning Fan angrily. Honey, are all these boxes going to be opened? Well, if you have time, Just open them all. Ning Fan said casually. Can I ask my sisters to open one together? There are so many. It was followed by an expression of aggrieved expression. Ning Fan sneered, and the image of her begging for mercy last night suddenly appeared in his mind. So he replied, okay, let them help. Anyway, it's just an ordinary supply box, not a valuable box, so there's no need to deliberately pursue Linglong's lucky attribute. Moreover, it seems that Wanting had good luck last time when she opened a box with her. Maybe she can influence the chances of her companions opening boxes. Okay, husband, wait for my good news, Linglong said. Ning Fan sat on a chair on the balcony and waited for a while. Soon, good news came from Linglong. Honey, look what this is. D-grade thermal insulation down jacket. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Ning Fan smiled and asked, what's the explosion rate? Well, maybe 5 or 6 boxes can yield one. Yes, the drop rate is twice as high as that of normal people when opening boxes, and this is when there are other people involved. Maybe her drop rate will be even higher when she opens the box alone. It seems that the attributes of Linglong Lucky Star can be confirmed. Okay, good luck to you guys. After you've opened all the boxes, remember to hand over all the D-class thermal down jackets you find to me. Throw the rest of the items into the farm warehouse. Wait for your good news. There are now 5 C-level, full-level, warehouses in the territory for storing goods, so Ning Fan directly uses the warehouse in the farm as a grocery warehouse. After giving Linglong some instructions, he closed the chat interface. According to the drop rate of Linglong's unboxing, Plus Wanting is also helping to purchase thermal down jackets. It's only a matter of time before we get 600 sets of thermal down jackets. I don't have to worry about this for now. Let's return the D-level small port manufacturing plan first. Because this auction was temporarily changed to a bidding meeting, no experience points were accumulated. According to the current experience points, if you want to break through to the 3-star auction house, you will need to hold 1 or 2 more auctions. Today, the system gave 45 refunds, and the cumulative number of refunds reached 48 times. You can return the critical hits from the port manufacturing map, repair the captured Vanguard fleet ships, and sell them at the auction. Strive to be promoted to Samsung auction as soon as possible, and then start building the commercial street. He opened the construction interface right away. As a whole building, the port requires very high material requirements. However, due to the snowstorm, a lot of materials have been stockpiled in the territory and have not been used up. The required materials are all available, so he just clicks to build. Ding! Consume 1 D-level small port manufacturing map and obtain a D-level small port. Trigger consumption return. Target phone Linglong. Return multiple 75,000 times. Please choose whether to return or critical hit return. Critical hit return. Ding! The host has chosen to return the critical hit. Returning. Successful return once. Obtain a C-level large port manufacturing map. Second return successful. Obtain a B-level super large port manufacturing map, an enchantment feature. Deepwater non-ice port. Deepwater ice-free port. Ning Fan was stunned. It was icy and snowy outside, and suddenly a non-freezing port feature appeared. Could it be possible to eliminate the impact of this snowstorm? Filled with curiosity, he quickly clicked on the detailed instructions. B-class super large port manufacturing map. A super large port covering an area of 200,000 square meters, with 20 reparable docks that can accommodate ships of any tonnage. With modern configuration and fully automated operation, ships docked at the port will be automatically inspected and maintained. Features: deep-water non-ice-bearing port. Once placed in the territory, the port will cause changes in the surrounding 10-kilometer sea area, and the seabed will be greatly lowered until a natural deep-water non-ice-bearing port is formed. The deep-water non-freezing port will not be affected by any weather changes and will never freeze. Seeing that the area within 10 kilometers around the port would be included in the scope of the ice-free port and would never freeze, Ning Fan's expression changed, and he immediately realized something. Right now, because of the ice on the sea, the Class B fishing boats have stopped working, temporarily cutting off the income from the fishing industry. If there is a 10-kilometer stretch of ice-free sea, then the Class B fishing boats can continue to work during the snowstorm. Then he thought of another point, and his expression became more excited. And once the surrounding seas thaw, the 5 automatic fishing nets can continue to capture the supply boxes, speeding up the progress of obtaining the down jackets. With this thought in mind, he couldn't wait to build the Class B super large port. Chapter 177 Fish School. After building the large Class B port, He went straight downstairs in order to witness the birth of the ice-free port with his own eyes. Left the manor in the snow and wind. He walked slowly towards the coast, which he remembered, on the snow, taking sometimes deep and sometimes shallow steps. Following the instructions on the map, he finally stopped. This is it. I looked up at the scene in front of me, and it was still all white. If it weren't for the map, he probably wouldn't be able to determine the boundaries of his territory. The snow was really too heavy. After choosing a good location, he placed the Class B large port. The next second, a foggy veil appeared before my eyes, covering an area of 10 kilometers around. Rumbling sounds came from the fog, even louder than the previous expansion of the territory. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be raising the seabed and sinking the sea ice into the sea. At the same time, Longzi and Li Chuangjuan and his companions, who were far away in a military base and commercial center, also discovered this strange phenomenon. The military base and commercial center are surrounded by fog and are within the influence of the ice-free port. They sent a message to Ning Fan to inquire about the situation. Ning Fan asked them to be patient. After waiting for a long time, the fog finally showed signs of dissipating, and the scene in front of me gradually became clear. It's the sea, the light blue sea. All the snow melted away, and the sea area within 10 kilometers of the territory returned to its state before the snowstorm arrived. Moreover, when the snowflakes from the sky fell on the sea, they did not form ice, but dissipated directly. The deep-water ice-free port is completed. Ning Fan immediately told Longzi and Li Chuangjuan the news, and asked Longzi to bring his men to ship the warship to the port. Damaged enemy warships must be repaired before they can be taken over. This is why Ning Fan has not received the captured warships into the Lord interface. The existence of a deep-water, ice-free port has made the extreme cold weather lose its power in the sea area. The temperature within the entire 10-kilometer sea area is obviously much higher than other places. The barbarian army can operate normally in this sea area, but if they want to attack the native islands, they still need thermal down jackets. 10 kilometers away, it was still covered with ice and snow, and ships could not sail. There are 10 kilometers of sea area available for fishing, which is enough. Ning Fan placed the Class B fishing boat out, set the fishing range, and the fishing boat slowly set out from a port. The port, covering an area of 200,000 square meters, has become the most iconic building on the coast. Rows of towering cranes stand on the shore, and rows of dome-shaped docks reveal a metallic sheen, giving the territory a modern feel. Because it is a fully automated port, apart from some necessary configurations, the rest of the space is basically cement floor for stacking containers. Apart from a few warehouses for storing goods, there are no other redundant buildings in the entire port. Perhaps one day, when ships can cross several regions and establish contact with indigenous civilizations, this port will be able to play its due role. However, the role it can play at the moment has already made Ning Fan very satisfied. Watching the fishing boat sailing normally on the sea and starting to work, he then placed 5 fishing nets one by one on the coast. There are quite a few supply boxes refreshed in the 10-kilometer sea area. I think if I capture a few more supply boxes, I can get the down jackets I need. After doing all this, he stood on the shore waiting for Wolf to ship the warship over. However, before the Wolf came, a hint came first. Affected by the deep-water non-ice-filled port, a large number of migrating fish will soon come here to spawn. Some large carnivorous fish will also follow the school of fish to this sea area. Please prepare countermeasures. Ning Fan was surprised when he saw this prompt. Any unexpected surprises? He was not worried about the so-called large carnivorous fish, as the fishing boat was of Class B. Even if the shark that attacked his raft came, it could be caught. Unless it is a Class A fish, the high-speed harpoons equipped on fishing boats can handle it. Ning Fan didn't believe that a deep water port with a width of 10 kilometers could attract A-level fish. Soon, the information sent back by the sonar on the fishing boat confirmed this for him. The sonar system detected a school of D-level salmon numbering millions, 33 kilometers away, swimming towards the port. Behind them was a school of B-level sharks, number 42. Millions of levels. Fuck, I'm gonna get rich. Ning Fan exclaimed. Schools of fish numbering in the millions are not uncommon in the ocean. On the contrary, this scale is not large at all. But for their lord, this is simply a walking treasure. There are millions of fish. If we catch even 1/10 of them, the amount of food we can harvest would be astronomical. Not to mention that there are 42 B-level sharks following behind. Although shark meat is unpalatable, who cares about the taste of B-level food? According to the sonar, the sharks coming here are small sharks. Each shark weighs about half a ton. If we can kill them all, nearly 20 tons of B-grade fish meat. Ning Fan took a deep breath when he got this number. Not to mention meeting the needs of the army, a portion of it can be sold at an auction house. It is estimated that this item alone will allow the auction house to be promoted to 3 stars. The more he thought about it, the greedier he became. While the school of fish was still some distance away from the deepwater port, he quickly prepared for the situation and prioritized the fishing boat's fishing target to killing the school of sharks. After all, the salmon are here to spawn and will definitely stay here for a while the sharks are here to eat and may leave after they are full. Can't let them go. Command the fishing boats to dock 5 kilometers away on the sea and be on high alert. We did not choose to wait for the sharks at the edge of the deepwater port because we were worried that the sharks would escape. As the saying goes, to catch a turtle in a jar, we must let it in and then catch it. The fishing boat is equipped with 10 high-speed harpoons to deal with Class B sharks with a 100 fishing success rate and can take away 10 sharks in 1 round. With just 4 rounds of attack, you can catch all the sharks. This is the power of B-level items. Even if Class B sharks have a certain level of survival awareness and react, it will be difficult for them to escape from the clutches of fishing boats. Everything is ready. Ning Fan stared at the sonar image, and soon the schools of salmon and sharks entered the deep water port. Here I come. He picked up the telescope and saw ripples on the calm sea surface, which were caused by the school of sharks. The arrogant sharks seemed to regard the deep water port as their paradise. Their dorsal fins were exposed on the sea surface, creating a spectacular scene. If an ordinary lord saw this scene, he would probably be scared to death. Each dorsal fin was enough to rip their boat to pieces. But this time they hit a wall. As the salmon schools were impacted, spots of scarlet appeared on the sea surface. The sharks that smelled the blood became more agitated, and circles of waves appeared on the sea surface. Soon, the sharks followed the salmon into the heart of the deep water harbor. The time has come. The nuclear reactor on the Class B fishing boat has been pulled to maximum power, and the power supply on the fishing boat has reached maximum load. Accompanied by whistling sounds, high-speed harpoons were fired from the fishing boats. I saw the sea surface surging, and after a while, wisps of bright blood rose from under the water and gradually dyed the sea surface red. Chapter 178, Capture All. It's done. Ning Fan's face lit up with joy. According to the real-time harvest report of the fishing boat, this round of harpoon attack perfectly captured 10 Class B sharks. The seawater was filled with a strong smell of blood. Upon smelling the flesh and blood of their own kind, the remaining sharks instantly rioted. There were waves of splashes on the sea. The remaining sharks did not flee immediately, but seemed to be looking for the murderer who hurt their companions. During this stop, the fishing boat reloaded the harpoon. Soon, another round of high-speed harpoons was fired. The blood on the sea surface became even thicker. Only then did the sharks react and fled in panic. Unfortunately, it was too late. The gap between the previous round of harpoon launches was the best opportunity for them to escape. If the group of sharks had reacted and escaped, maybe 1 or 2 will escape. Now all he could do was wait patiently for the slaughter. The fishing boats moved at high speed on the sea, following the group of sharks. Every time they attacked, they would leave a bright red mark on the sea. The fishing boat finally stopped when it reached the edge of the deepwater port. 42 B-grade sharks were captured, and it is estimated that 20.44 tons of B-grade shark meat will be obtained. Cutting is in progress. As a prompt appeared, Ning Fan put down the telescope and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. You really think I'm still the weak lord I was before, and you dared to invade my territorial waters? Now, I'll just have to pay for it here. 20 tons of B-grade shark meat. Take out 1 ton and put it up for auction to help the auction house become a 3-star auction house. The remaining 19 tons were stored as strategic materials and would be used to train elite troops in the future. At present, there are more channels for obtaining high-quality food in the territory. The output of the chicken farm alone is more than enough to supply a barbarian army of 10,000 people. Not to mention that the barbarian army has only so many people now. Grade food was hard to come by for the time being, and he couldn't be generous enough to give it to ordinary soldiers. As for where the elite soldiers are, it depends on who can stand out from the ordinary soldiers. As the territory becomes larger and larger, it is necessary to establish a royal guard similar to the royal guards. After the sharks were caught, Ning Fan looked at the sonar feedback and found that the salmon did not flee the area because of the shark riot. Perhaps it is due to habit that they have taken root in this sea area. It's a pity that they are only here to migrate and lay eggs. They will probably leave after the snowstorm passes and will not settle here. Otherwise, we can plan this deep sea area into a fishing ground to raise them. However, Ning Fan was content to catch more salmon during the spawning period. The fishing boat set its goal to catch the salmon with a net, and the fishing boat on the sea immediately slowed down and began to cast its net to catch the salmon. After a while, Longzi came over in a battleship towing several damaged ships. The battleship docked at the port, and the cranes installed on the shore began to work immediately. The damaged warships entered the dock in an orderly manner and began to be repaired. Longzi was not surprised to see such a modern port. The boss had shocked him more than once or twice. It was just a port, nothing to worry about. He got off the boat immediately, came to Ning Fan, and saluted skillfully. "Boss." Ning Fan nodded slightly and asked, "How was the training of the barbarian army going?" Because of the snowstorm earlier, we had been training the barbarian army indoors, and the results were slightly different than usual. Longzi told the truth, and then he changed the subject. However, after the big boss made a commotion just now, the sea area around the military base has completely thawed, and the temperature on the military base has also risen a lot. I believe that it won't be long before all the snow in the military base melts away, and then the barbarian army can resume normal outdoor training. Hearing his words, Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. Unexpectedly, the emergence of a deep-water ice-free port can also help the military base reduce the impact of the snowstorm. On second thought, it makes sense. After the deep-water ice-free port appeared, a lot of snow within a few hundred meters of the coast melted due to the heat dissipation. If the territory had not expanded to 10 square kilometers and had a certain depth, perhaps the entire main territory would have been able to escape the influence of the blizzard. The size of the military base is only 200,000 square meters and it has no depth, so it is normal for it to be fully affected by the deep-water port. In that case, the commercial center should be the same. Ning Fan thought to himself. Fortunately, it was a good thing. He didn't dwell on it and change the subject. "I have a mission for you now. The mission requires you to lead the barbarian army to conquer 10 unowned islands. I'll provide the coordinates and warm clothing, and you can arrange the details. Can you do that?" Without saying anything, Longzi stood at attention and said, "I promise to complete the mission." With warm clothes and mission coordinates, such a task was not difficult for him. When he was a mercenary, he encountered many missions that were more difficult than this. "Okay, I'll give you all 9 walkie-talkies in the territory to facilitate your communication. You must complete this mission as quickly as possible. After you capture the island, remember to send me the coordinates." Patting Longzi on the shoulder, Ning Fan waved his hand, indicating that he could go back and prepare. Yes. Longzi did not hesitate and turned around to board the battleship. The remaining ships were shipped over by other instructors under his command. After watching Longzi leave, Ning Fan collected all the intercoms in the territory, sent them all to Longzi through the Lord system, and then returned to the manor. I wonder how Ling Long and the others are doing with their boxes. Ning Fan walked straight to the basement level of the villa. Entering the feudal system was the most important thing at the moment, so he did not hesitate to send the barbarian army that had not yet been fully trained to attack the island for him. As the saying goes, train your troops for 1,000 days and use them for a moment. It's time to let them exercise. Coming to the underground floor, Ning Fan was usually busy and rarely came down. Ling Long and her friends transformed this floor into a place for sisters to relax. When they have nothing to do, the girls will get together here to play mahjong, watch movies, etc. However, when Ning Fan arrived at the underground floor, the scene in front of him made him curl his lips. The huge living room was filled with supply boxes. Even the sofa and mahjong table were not spared. Several cute figures were squatting in front of a pile of supply boxes, fiddling with their hands excitedly, obviously opening the boxes. Looking closely, Lin Lin, Shiner, Beishir, and even the usually intellectual Xuan Na were dragged here by Ling Long to be slaves. They all had happy faces and were smiling. "Sister Ling Long, I have opened another thermal down jacket." Suye's voice suddenly came from the living room. Ning Fan looked in the direction of the voice, but couldn't find anyone there. The little girl was hiding in some corner, rummaging through boxes. Cough. Ning Fan, who couldn't bear to watch it any longer, coughed lightly. Suddenly, pairs of beautiful eyes turned to him, all of them showing joy. "Hubby, why are you here?" Ling Long walked over with a clown face. In the process of opening the supply box, it is inevitable to find some dusty items. Ling Long, who is wholeheartedly devoted to it, inevitably becomes a little cat. How is it? How many down jackets have been sold? Ning Fan shaved her face, making the little cat's face more wrinkled, and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Well, let me take a look, Ling Long said seriously, looking at the screen. 344 items, more than 800 boxes have been opened, and there are more than 200 left to be opened. Chapter 179 Hot Spring on the Mountain. Honey, what do you think? Feng Ling Long tilted her head and looked at Ning Fan, with expectation in her eyes. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. The drop rate was actually higher than at the beginning. His eyes swept over the women present, looking at those beautiful eyes that were also seeking approval, and he had a guess in his mind. Perhaps it was the participation of all the women that provided some amplification. After all, the women in the family, according to themselves, being able to come to him is a blessing accumulated in their previous lives. Maybe there really is some lucky bonus in the universe. Yeah, not bad. Ning Fan nodded lightly. With just these few words, the girls' beautiful eyes curved and their faces became as beautiful as flowers. Those gentle eyes seemed to want to swallow Ning Fan up. Hubby, wait a moment. If the sisters work harder, it shouldn't take long to open all the boxes. Feng Ling Long said at the right moment and immediately went back to opening the box. With Ling Long taking the lead, the girls slowly turned their eyes away from Ning Fan and continued to open the boxes. Seeing this, Ning Fan opened his mouth and subconsciously wanted to lend a hand and help them finish the work quickly. But thinking of his extremely bad luck, he held back. Fortunately, opening the box is not a difficult task. It can be opened with a slight touch. It's just a little troublesome to sort out the supplies. Ning Fan just watched the girls open the boxes with a clear conscience. Occasionally, a little girl would want to take a break for a moment and timidly come to him, and he would not hesitate to praise her and give her a hug. After about 10 minutes, more than 1,100 boxes were finally opened. More than 400 thermal down jackets were sold, plus the amount wanting purchased from the trading hall during this period, a total of more than 700 thermal down jackets. Ning Fan immediately sent the quantity required by the barbarian army to Longzi, and there were more than 10 items left. Another half a quarter of an hour later, Longzi sent a message. He was setting off with the barbarian army that was ready to go. All that's left is to wait for Longzi and the others to report back with good news. However, without an icebreaker to clear the way, the barbarian army could only walk to their target island. Although Ning Fan chose for them the native islands closest to the territory, the closest one was more than 40 kilometers away, and the farthest one was even 100 kilometers away, marching in the cold wind and heavy snow. I'm afraid it will take at least until tomorrow to send back any news. Good things take time. Ning Fan sighed. Let's upgrade the auction house to 3 stars in the next 2 days. I sent a message to Wanting, asking her to prepare the supplies as an auction must be held tomorrow. Just happened to collect the payment for the cement house. After giving his instructions, he turned off the screen. At this time, the girls had returned to the living room on the basement floor one after another. After unpacking the boxes, they went back to wash up. The whole house is filled with fragrant smell. Looking at the girls sitting on the sofa in front of him, with their eyes eager for rewards, Ning Fan smacked his lips. This was definitely not going to work. Suddenly thinking of something, his expression changed and he spoke. How about I take you to the hot springs? The core of the hot spring located on the mountain has already evolved, and because of the existence of thermal energy, the forests near the center of the hot spring are basically not affected by the blizzard. In this kind of weather, the hot springs on the mountain are the best place for vacation. It just so happened that he had nothing to do for the time being, so he might as well take his beautiful wives and concubines to the mountains for a few days of fun. If he could increase their favorability, that would be the best. When the girls heard Ning Fan's words, their beautiful eyes lit up, but with Ling Long, the legitimate wife, present, they did not rush to express their opinions. Really, husband? Feng Ling Long came to Ning Fan with a look of surprise, but she soon frowned. But there's nothing on the mountain. Wouldn't that be inconvenient? Or should we camp? Don't worry. I have my own arrangements, and I won't let you down. Ning Fan chuckled. He still had a special item in his hand, the Wonder Star-Picking Tower, which had not been placed out. As the place where fox fairies live in legends, the Zhaixing Tower is indeed a wooden tower building, and it is also equipped with a mansion. It is completely appropriate to use Zhaixing Tower as a villa or palace. Ning Fan had said this, and the girls no longer had any concerns and went back to their rooms to pack their things. If you want to take a hot spring bath, you should at least prepare some cool clothes. The back mountain has been evolved completely. After the evolution, its altitude is more than several hundred meters. The mountain is gentle. The entire mountain range is covered with forest covering an area of 1 square kilometer. A 9-story wooden tower, building quietly, appeared halfway up the mountain. This is in the core area of geothermal energy, and the lush forests were not affected by the snowstorm at all. The temperature is very suitable, but it will be a bit hotter as you go up closer to the top of the mountain. Ning Fan deliberately chose a hot spring as the location for the Jiaxing Tower. For some reason, the gate of Jiaxing Tower was locked. Ning Fan tried his best, but failed to open it, which surprised him. Fortunately, the attached mansion covers an area of several acres and is very luxurious, so there is no shortage of living space. According to Xue Na and Yaqin, a mansion of this size would be at least a duke's mansion in ancient times, or maybe even a royal palace. Very distinguished anyway. The environment of the courtyard is peaceful and comfortable. The only pity is that it lacks the convenience brought by technology compared to the manor. However, the girls still looked very happy. After choosing a courtyard according to their status, the women settled down with peace of mind. Then Ning Fan took the girls to take a hot spring bath. "Hubby, why don't you just live here for the time being and move back to the manor after the snowstorm is over?" Muwaning lay on a chaise longue and said lazily. She had just soaked in the hot spring for a while. She was still wearing the familiar hollow swimsuit, looking extremely sexy. "Well, you can stay here as long as you want. Anyway, the entire territory belongs to your husband and me." Ning Fan held her in his arms and comforted her. He also knew that Wanting had been helping her with business matters these days and was somewhat tired. "What's the point of following me? You should follow your husband. If your husband stays here for a long time, then I will stay here for a long time." Mu Wanting suddenly spoke sweet words in a charming manner. Ning Fan was stunned, and when he came to his senses, the beauty in his arms had already climbed onto his neck. Well, the goblin is here again. With a hint of helplessness on his lips, he had no choice but to take off his armor and go into battle. Perhaps because they lived in the palace, the women attached unusually great importance to status. It also let Ning Fan experience what it means to be fat or thin, to come when called, and to leave when dismissed. Until night fell, after soaking in the hot spring, he returned to the yard with wanting to rest, and there was only one thought in his mind. This hot spring really needs to be bathed in frequently. Chapter 180, promoted to a 3-star auction house. The second day of the snowstorm. The weather has become a little colder, and the change can be seen from the consumption of thermal down jackets. Yesterday, it was 3 cornerstones per hour, and today it has reached 4 cornerstones per hour. However, after the first day, everyone had somewhat adapted to the ice and snow. As more people went out to pick up supply boxes and obtain more and more items, the trading halls in various areas gradually returned to normal. In addition, as dealers in various regions sold their cement houses, the regional ecology gradually returned to normal. According to Ning Fan's plan, the new round of auctions was held normally under the management of Mu Wanting and Ling Long. This auction not only includes sea plus tiger crouching gun, but also great eggs, chicken, and fish, plus more than 20 repaired warships. In terms of the quality of auction items, it far exceeds previous auctions. As a result, the auction was more popular than any previous one. The auction hall, which could only hold 20,000 people, sold 40,000 standing tickets. Ning Fan did not go to the auction house, but stayed in the mansion. Also staying at home with him is Xue Na. "Honey, take a look at this design drawing." Xue Na came to Ning Fan and handed him a design drawing. After becoming Ning Fan's woman and experiencing some absurd things, she began to call him husband more and more naturally. Ning Fan held her in his arms and took the design drawings. "This is a planning blueprint for the commercial street. Be prepared for a rainy day. Maybe you'll be able to unlock the Samsung auction house after this auction." He looked at the drawing carefully and found that there was basically no problem with the drawing designed by Xue Na. According to his idea, a commercial center covering an area of 1 square kilometer was planned based on 2 vertically intersecting main roads. The center point is a crossroads. For the time being, except for the street side shops on the main roads that can be used, the shops in other places seem a bit redundant. But it is necessary to leave enough room for development. After all, he can influence 6 areas now, and in the future he will be able to influence 60 areas, or even the entire Lord's world. By then, you may think that the current plan is too small. Okay, that's it. Ning Fan kissed her as a reward and then said, "You've been busy all morning. Go and have a rest." "No, I want to stay with you," Shuina said in a low voice with a blushing face. "Why are you still acting like a spoiled brat?" Ning Fan smiled helplessly. "Okay, this blueprint happened to be designed by you, so you can help me check it. These women in the family look very serious, and each of them is so queenly. After I stole their hearts, except for a few Lolas who are still as cute as ever. The other ones are as contrasting as they can be, and they become very clingy when they are alone." Ning Fan said he felt very tired. Shuina moaned softly, looking shy, but her hands hugged him tightly. Ning Fan, who was used to it, remained calm. He simply turned on the screen and explained to her, "I'll buy the house construction plan from the trading hall and send it to you later. Please check which location on the commercial street is suitable for setting up the shop and mark it on the plan." To build a commercial street, the most important thing is building construction. Without cement, you can only buy the appropriate manufacturing drawings from the trading floor. But it's not that bad. Since he has the cement house template, it's no problem to use it as an ordinary shop. All he has to do is select the building for a high-end shop. Similar house manufacturing drawings are still available in the trading hall. Because the selling price is relatively high and the liquidity is relatively poor, most people cannot afford it, so it was not affected by the snowstorm and was not bought up. So, Ning Fan waved his hand and bought almost all the high-end houses in the trading hall. In the following time, Shuina helped out, and the two worked together to implement the planning of the commercial street. 2 hours later, it was finally done. Shuina was so tired that she fell asleep in his arms. Ning Fan held her gently and looked at the screen. A 3D graphic of a shopping street appears on the screen. This is a built-in function of the Lord Construction interface, on which you can simulate construction and placement. Graphically, with only 2 main roads of the commercial street opened, there are as many as 200 ordinary single-room shops and 50 high-quality shops with double frontages and a small courtyard. Further up is a multi-story standalone shopping mall, which also has 10 rooms. These are all shops that are ready to be rented out and reserved for use within the territory. It is a large multi-functional shopping mall with 5 floors in total. Ning Fan deliberately used up one of his return opportunities to return it. It is located at the southeast corner of the intersection. Opposite the mall is the auction house. At the other 2 corners of the intersection, Ning Fan planned to build a restaurant to receive tourists and a comprehensive office building for information exchange and office work. But I couldn't find a suitable manufacturing drawing, so I left it blank for now. According to this plan, as long as the flow of people can be guaranteed, the rent of more than 200 shops alone will be a huge income. At the moment, there's no need to worry about the flow of people. The number of people participating in today's auction has reached 40,000. If it were not really impossible to accommodate more people, it would probably increase several times. As the first place that can connect 6 areas, it goes without saying that the prospects for the commercial center are extremely optimistic. After taking a look at the chat interface, Mu Wanting had already sent the sales money of the cement house. All 100,000 cement houses were sold out in one day, with a profit of exactly 30 million foundation stones. No more, no less. Sure enough, emergencies are a good opportunity for me to make money. Looking at the string of zeros on the screen, Ning Fan showed a smile like a profiteer. If all 30 million cornerstones were used to expand the territory, it would be enough to expand the territory by 30 square kilometers. Let's expand the commercial and military centers to 1 square kilometer first. The outer islands can currently be expanded to a maximum area of 1 square kilometer. And because the main territory has not yet officially entered the feudal system, Ning Fan was not in a hurry to invest these cornerstones into the main territory. Perhaps there will be some changes when we enter the feudal system. Go to the construction interface and complete the expansion of the 2 outer territories through remote operation. He went straight to the point and placed all the shops according to the planned commercial street blueprint. The whole process takes only a few minutes. Judging from the construction interface, tremendous changes have taken place on the commercial island. All that remains is to complete the greening and road hardening, and then the commercial center can be put into operation. As a commercial center open to all lords, it must be of high quality. Although the conditions are not mature now, at least greening and hardened roads are still necessary. It's just like when you go to a high-end place, you at least have to wear a tie. Greening is easy. We could just transplant the trees in the territory. If we harden the roads, maybe it can be paved with gravel roads. Ning Fan thought about it again and again, sent a message to Li Chuangjuan and assigned this task to him. Li Chuangjuan took the responsibility without hesitation. He was in charge of more than 60 people, so it was not difficult to complete the task. If nothing goes wrong, the commercial center will be open within these 2 days. I don't know if Wanning's auction has ended yet. After closing the chat with Li Chuangjuan, Ning Fan was about to send a message to Mu wanting to inquire about the situation. Suddenly, a prompt sound rang in my ears. Congratulations to Lord Maple Leaf for his Maple Leaf auction house being promoted to 3 stars. Obtain a chance to transform the auction house into a 3-star auction house 1. The Lord can transform the auction house into a 3-star auction house at any time. Samsung Auction House will add the following features. The auction house's activity range limit has been increased to 1 kilometer. The teleportation array stay time is increased to 24 hours. Unlock membership tickets. Lords who purchase membership tickets can use the teleportation array to enter the auction house at any time. Must be in their own territory. The price of membership tickets is determined by the Lord himself. Famous. When a large auction is held, Indigenous forces will come to participate in the auction. Note, the definition of a large auction. When a Lord upgrades the auction house to 3 stars, a prompt will appear. Chapter 181 Commercial Street Rules. Will there be any Indigenous forces participating in the large-scale auction? Ning Fan raised his lips. Interesting. Before having direct contact with the Elf Federation, they had gained a channel to contact the Indigenous civilization. As the territory becomes stronger, the mystery of the Lord's world is finally revealed to him bit by bit. At this time, Mu Wanting sent over the list of proceeds from the auction. Ning Fan took a quick look and found that the profit of the entire auction reached 4.6 million cornerstones, more than the total revenue from the previous 2 auctions. Combined with the sales of the cement house, more than 40 million cornerstones were squeezed out of 6 areas in a few days. It should be difficult to obtain such huge profits in a short period of time. No matter what, let's renovate the auction house first. Perhaps making money from the Indigenous civilization is a good way. The Indigenous civilizations on the Qingming continent all use cornerstones as currency, and I think other Indigenous civilizations are probably similar. He stood up and walked to the couch beside him, holding Xuan Na in his arms. After putting her on the couch, he activated the teleportation array by himself and went to the auction house. Inside the auction house, the auction had ended for a while, but few of the lords who came to attend the auction left. At this moment, everyone did not stay in the auction hall to exchange information, but crowded into the circular corridor outside the auction hall. Through the vertical glass in the corridor, you can clearly see the situation outside the auction house. Commercial Street. It's what the boss said about the commercial street. The corridor was packed with people, all eager to watch. Even though the commercial street was still undergoing road hardening, the site was still so eye-catching. Wow, what a big investment. There's even a modern large-scale, multifunctional shopping mall. This commercial street is probably larger than our guild's territory. Nonsense. A single street is at least 1 kilometer long. How can your crappy guild compare to that? Hey buddy, be careful with your words. What do you mean by broken guild? Our guild is at least the VIP of the auction house. Since we are happy today, I won't bother with you. Well, make way. Where is the commercial street? Let me take a look. Everyone was pointing at the various buildings on the commercial street and chattering about them. Exclamations were heard one after another, and the lord who failed to squeeze into the front row was so anxious that he was about to jump up and down. If they hadn't taken into consideration that this was the boss's auction house, they would probably have imitated the zombies in the movies and climbed over the crowd. At this moment, someone shouted loudly, "Look everyone, the sea here is not frozen." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone reacted immediately, looking into the distance with surprise on their faces. That's true. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed it. There was no snow on the entire commercial street. I almost thought the emergency was over. How did you do this? Why is this place so special? This is not that simple. The boss must have used some special means that we don't know about. What a fuss. You guys just don't know how powerful the boss is. Look up at the sky, learn more, and you will know that the boss is the sky. I don't know when the big boss will open the commercial street. I really want to move in as soon as possible. Not to mention doing business. It would be nice to come here for tourism. Brother, from what you said, your guild has VIP spots. That's right. The man who spoke raised his chin, feeling a little proud. It instantly attracted the envy of everyone. Hey, I wonder when our guild will be able to become the VIP of the auction house. I really want to have the qualifications to settle in the commercial street. Yeah, compared to the environment of the commercial street, our guild territory is simply a doghouse. If I had known earlier that I would have sold everything I had, I would have felt so relieved if I had gotten a dealership. Just as everyone was sighing in frustration, there was a sudden commotion behind the crowd. It came from the auction hall. Everyone in the corridor looked back in surprise, only to hear someone walking out of the auction hall and shouting, "Everyone, please return to the lobby. The boss wants to make a few announcements regarding the commercial street. The shops on the commercial street are for sale. Everyone wants to buy a shop. What? There's hope for all." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up as if they had seen a treasure. What's the point of talking? The luxury of the commercial street is right in front of us. Nothing can be more attractive than this. The crowd in the corridor suddenly went crazy and rushed to the auction hall, fearing that they would miss this opportunity. So, the small group of people who were originally standing against the wall in the corridor were in trouble. They were not allowed to enjoy the view, and now, when they returned to the auction hall, they were pressed against the wall and unable to move. How tragic it is. There was even a small number of people who were teleported back to the territory because of the trampling, which triggered the ticket mechanism protection. Such unlucky guys will have no chance to compete in shops. The corridor that was originally crowded with people soon became empty. Inside the auction hall, everyone stared at the auction table nervously. The butler robot was already standing on the stage. Seeing that the time was almost right, he spoke slowly. "The commercial street will be open today. You can check the auction house interface for the official opening time when you return home. In response to the opening of the commercial street, this auction house will make the remaining adjustments. First, we will introduce membership tickets. Lords who have membership tickets can use the teleportation array at any time with their tickets to come here, that is, the commercial street. Membership tickets are for life and cost 100 cornerstones. Secondly, all lords with membership tickets can participate in the shop bidding. The auction house will launch 200 ordinary shops for bidding at one time. Note, it's for sale, not for rent. The lord who purchases the shop will own it permanently, and the auction house will not interfere with the business operations of the shop. And as long as the commercial street exists, the ownership will never change unless the lord himself sells it." The butler robot's tone was calm, but just these few words completely set off the atmosphere in the hall. Permanent shop ownership. What concept? If you can acquire a shop, it will definitely be a high-quality asset. Even if the business cannot continue, there will be no shortage of buyers whether it is rented out or sold. What's more, this is the big boss's commercial street. Even a snowstorm can't do anything to him. Is there any need to question the development potential of the commercial street? The appreciation of shop value is almost a certainty. The people who came to the auction were not fools, and they quickly thought of this. Everyone was getting restless. "May I ask in what form the bidding for shops is conducted?" Someone couldn't help but ask. The butler robot glanced at him and said calmly, "It's the same as the dealer bidding, but this time the bidding is not limited to special props. The scope has been expanded to bidding on manufacturing diagrams and special items." "If we want to bid, do we still need to invest in purchasing a shop?" someone asked. "Not necessarily. After winning the bid, the auction house will directly allocate the shops according to the value." The butler robot replied. Seeing that the usually taciturn butler robot was unusually talkative, the others asked about their doubts and concerns. "After the shop opens, will there be any other charges?" "The auction house will charge a 5 sales tax, which is collected every 7 days. That's all, nothing else." "Can the shops be renovated? Are there any rules for public order punishment?" Chapter 182 Requirements for a Large Auction. The private room of Tianxiangming on the 3rd floor. Lu Yiming stood in front of the glass window, silently watching everyone in the hall interacting with the butler robot, and she suddenly whispered, "What a bold move. With permanent property rights, Maple Leaf is planning to turn the commercial street into a holy place for all lords. If it was just about renting out shops, people would still flock to it, but they would never be as invested as they are now." Don't be fooled by the group of people asking the butler robot all sorts of questions, as if they're full of concerns. This is precisely because everyone has a strong intention to move in. If it were rented out, there wouldn't be so many problems. After all, you're just paying rent. Even if there is a problem after you move in, it is only a small loss and you can just walk away. But it is different if you own permanent property rights. There are common interests. All guilds that have settled in the commercial street, whether intentionally or unintentionally, will support the status of the commercial street and push it to a higher status. Lin Yakin, who was standing next to her, smiled when she heard her words. "Yiming, your medical alliance is now also a VIP of the auction house. According to the rules, You can choose a high-quality double-fronted shop for free. How about I help you change it to a standalone shop? It's like this again. Liu Yiming's eyes became complicated. Only the 4 major guilds are qualified to purchase standalone shops. But for Yakin, it is a matter that can be decided casually. Are all the women around Fengya of such a high status? She pursed her lips and said, forget it. The Doctors' Alliance was able to become the VIP of the auction house thanks to your help. How can I trouble you again? Look at you, being polite to me again. Lin Yakin said unhappily, and then took her hand. It's settled. You come with me. Lin Yakin pulled Liu Yimeng to the window outside the box. Looking down from there, they could see the entire commercial street. Which shop you like? Just point it out, and I'll tell my husband to keep it for your medical alliance. The 10 standalone shops are all located near the intersection, in the most central area, so their value is self-evident. Liu Yimeng narrowed her eyes. She understood Yakin's intention. Just like Maple Leaf used permanent property rights to attract all the lords to stay here permanently, Yakin's move was also intended to attract her and her aunt to visit the auction house frequently. His original intention was just to plot against her and her aunt. But Liu Yimeng suddenly raised the corner of her mouth secretly. It is still unclear who the prey is. Okay, then I won't be polite with you. She pointed downwards and said, this is the shop. It doesn't matter which shop she chooses. She doesn't plan to run it for a long time. Her goal is to be close to Maple Leaf. Lin Yakin also had the same idea in mind. She casually glanced at the shop she pointed to, took note of it, and nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll go talk to my husband later. Remember to send someone to move in after the commercial street opens. Well, thank you, Yakin. I will send my aunt to come here in person to take charge. Liu Yimeng threw out her aunt, the exposed prey, without hesitation. Auntie, that's the best. Lin Yakin immediately curved her eyebrows. It's settled then. The two happily reached an agreement. Lu Qin, who was still whispering with Lin Beishur, had no idea that she had been sold out by Yimeng and Yakin. In the box on the 4th floor. After announcing the matter, Ning Fan asked the butler robot to clear the area. He and his woman were the only ones left in the auction house. Knowing that Ning Fan was going to transform the auction house, Mu Wanning took her sisters back to the Zhaixing Tower mansion temporarily. After the girls left, Ning Fan came to the outside of the auction house and clicked to use the transformation opportunity. In an instant, a curtain shrouded the auction house. Unlike the changes in the Deepwater port, in the blink of an eye, the curtain was lifted and a brand new auction house appeared before our eyes. The new auction house is nearly 3 times larger than the previous one and has slightly taller floors. Samsung Auction House transformation completed. 2 new auction halls have been added, one of which is a large auction hall that can be used to hold large auctions and can accommodate 30,000 people. Conditions for holding a large auction. The auction items must be worth no less than 2 million cornerstones, must be items from the territory, and must include at least one B-level item. Items above level B are regarded as extraordinary items by indigenous civilizations. The more extraordinary items there are in the auction, the higher the quality, and the more indigenous civilizations will receive invitations to the auction. Only invitations are given. Whether to participate depends on the indigenous civilizations themselves. Note, the invitation to the auction will be sent to each indigenous civilization in the form of an oracle. A new extraordinary item auction room, auction hall, has been added, which can accommodate 30 people and has a super distance teleportation array. Usage conditions. Display no less than 5 B-level and above items, and you can actively invite indigenous forces that have participated in large-scale auctions to come and exchange ideas in the name of the auction house. Note, the ultra-long-distance teleportation array can carry living creatures and has no stay restrictions. It is a true teleportation. This teleportation array can only locate a fixed ultra-long-distance teleportation array. That is, the location must be an ultra-long-distance teleportation array. Otherwise, it cannot be used. It's actually a teleportation array that can carry living creatures, and there's no limit on where it can stay. Ning Fan was a little surprised, but he soon sighed. It's a pity that we can only locate another super long-distance teleportation array. Otherwise, we could use this teleportation array to transport the pirate slaves in Dihu's hands. Just now, upon learning that he could choose a standalone shop, Dihu came to visit him specially. He also explained that he had thousands of pirate slaves, but they cannot be sent to him because of the heavy snow blocking the sea. Perhaps we could buy slaves from the indigenous forces. After thinking about it, Ning Fan suddenly thought of a way to obtain slaves. The existence of the extraordinary item auction room obviously provides me with a long-term communication channel with the Indigenous forces. Since they can come to participate in my auction, I think they will not be hostile from the beginning like the Elf Federation did. As long as there is communication and the benefits are great enough, it is entirely possible to establish diplomatic relations with Indigenous forces. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. So he walked into the auction house. The internal structure of the auction house has changed a lot, and the original auction hall and large auction room are now on the first floor. The structure of Samsung Auction House consists of two crescent-shaped auction halls, a complete circle. One is used as a regular auction hall, and the other is used for large-scale auctions. Their internal structures are almost identical. In addition, the Samsung Auction House has an additional 5-story space. The 5th floor is where the auction room for extraordinary items is located, and its decoration is much more luxurious than the auction room downstairs. Colored glaze and black gold are displayed all around as if they are free. The entire floor is covered with expensive carpets. If you are of low status, you may not be able to control your manners and make a fool of yourself when stepping on it. After visiting the entire auction house, Ning Fan paused and looked thoughtful. The holding of a large-scale auction only requires the auction items, not the number of participants. Perhaps we can hold a large-scale auction first to see the situation of the Indigenous forces. The large auction hall is independent of the regular auction hall, and it is completely feasible to use it alone to meet with Indigenous forces. Thinking of this, he sent a message to Mu Wanting, asking her to take care of the opening of the commercial street, while he began to collect the auction items. Chapter 183: The Dog of Theocracy. Ning Fan happened to have a B-level item in his hand that he didn't use very much. B-class large crossbow. After the Tiger crouching cannon was used in large quantities, its effectiveness became less and less, so it was simply put up for auction. The purpose of this auction was mainly to contact the Indigenous forces and obtain some intelligence. He did not expect to attract a large number of Indigenous forces, so he did not launch more B-level items. With one major B-grade item already in hand, he casually added 2 tons of B-grade shark meat to the auction list. Add to that a batch of C plus Tiger crouching cannons, and the value assessment will be raised to the threshold of 2 million cornerstones. When everything is ready, he will post the news of holding a large-scale auction on the auction house interface. And the participants are limited to Indigenous forces. The big auction will start in an hour. While there was still some time, he informed Mu Wanting about this. Let her arrange service staff to provide reception. Considering that there might not be many Indigenous forces coming, Ning Fan decided to set the final auction venue on the 5th floor, the high-end item exchange room. Lin Yakin, who learned about this from Mu Wanting, teleported over specially and asked to accompany him to participate in the auction. Ning Fan agreed without giving it much thought. An hour passed quickly. In the regular auction hall, the auction house was reopened, and lords carrying valuable treasures once again visited the auction house. A fierce bidding for the ownership of a shop took place in a regular auction hall. But the large auction next door was very quiet. A group of maids stood guard beside the teleportation array belonging to the large auction hall, and passed through the cave to be trained by Xuan Na together. The maids who came from the catacombs shed the cheap smell of waitresses. The uniform, ancient-style attire has a certain charm of royal maids. At least it's not cheap to use it to welcome guests from unknown forces. At a certain moment, the teleportation array suddenly lit up, a white light flashed, and 2 middle-aged men suddenly appeared in the teleportation array. The clothes they wear have a strong flavor of grassland culture. The main part is a simple long gown with multiple layers of leather overlapping at the joints. It is worth noting that there are 2 stars carved on the shoulders of their clothes. The 2 walked out of the teleportation array and were stunned for a moment when they saw the situation in front of them. Didn't the oracle say there was an auction of extraordinary items here? Will it? 2 maids walked up to them lightly, and one of them spoke in a crisp voice. Welcome to our 2 distinguished guests who have come from afar. Please follow me upstairs. The auction will be held in the upstairs room. After the auction house was upgraded to 3 stars, in order to be compatible with the participation of various forces, all languages are interoperable within the auction house. This is the great power from the Lord World. When the 2 grassland people heard the maid's words, they looked at each other, and the man who seemed more stable and experienced nodded. Please lead the way. Before they knew the strength of the auction house owner, they dared not act rashly. In their opinion, a force that can produce extraordinary items must be at least at the level of a king or a prince. After the 2 left, the teleportation array soon started moving again. The man who came this time was a white man with an old face and dressed in classic Western gentleman's attire. Like the two people before him, when he heard that the auction was on the 5th floor, he didn't say anything and followed the maid upstairs. After that, the teleportation array lit up many times. Ning Fan was somewhat surprised that there were more than a dozen forces participating in the auction. Is it that the B-level items are so attractive? Or is it because of the 2 tons of B-level shark meat? With this doubt in mind, Ning Fan brought Lin Yakin to the high-end goods exchange room. In order to avoid suspicion, Lin Yakin deliberately wore a veil. As soon as the two appeared, everyone in the communication room immediately turned their eyes over. Everyone's eyes stayed on Ning Fan's shoulder, and their faces turned strange. However, the people present were all people of status to some extent, and no one questioned it out loud, but just suppressed their doubts in their hearts. Of course, the main reason is that they are here to auction things, not to cause trouble. The large B-class crossbow that had been displayed at the exhibition booth in the communication room was enough to make them abandon all their prejudices. Ning Fan glanced at them one by one. Among the nearly 20 people present, there were not only yellow people, white people, but even a black person. The styles are even more different, ranging from primitive times to the Middle Ages, which makes people marvel at the magic of the Lord's world. The only thing they have in common is that they all have 1 or several stars on their shoulders. The person with the most stars, who had 4, was the old white man. According to the title of the Elf Federation, this person is a 4-star knight. Noticing this, Ning Fan roughly understood why they looked at each other strangely just now. I guess it's because I don't have stars on my shoulders. This star cannot be embroidered by hand. If you look closely, you can clearly feel that the stars on their shoulders have a strange glow. Is it the embodiment of the rank or position of the people? But as a lord, how can I reflect this rank? With doubts hidden in his heart, Ning Fan took Lin Yakin to the first seat as if nothing had happened. He could sense that none of the people present had a physique that had broken through level B. From this point of view, the indigenous forces behind them are not worth his too much attention. The communication room is not big, a bit like a conference room with a huge long table in the room and seats on both sides lined up along the first seat. Ning Fan came to the first seat and sat down, and Lin Yakin sat beside him elegantly. As soon as the two sat down, one of them asked, "Lord Maple Leaf, now that everyone is here, can we start the auction?" "Oh no, it should be the high-end goods trade fair." The speaker was a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing 2 stars on his shoulders. As he said this, he suddenly smiled disdainfully. "I have participated in several supernatural item auctions. Lord Maple Leaf's move of holding a supernatural item auction under the guise of supernatural item exchange is quite novel." As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the people present looked at Ning Fan differently. The blonde man's words reminded them that turning the auction of extraordinary items into an exchange meeting for high-end items was obviously taking advantage of a loophole. The reason for doing this is probably because they are short of money. For a moment, everyone looked down on Ning Fan. Ning Fan chuckled. "I think you all came here for the extraordinary items. Whether it's an extraordinary item auction or an item exchange meeting, does it matter?" Hearing this, the others came back to their senses and nodded thoughtfully. That's true. They came here via a cross-domain teleportation array, and they had no idea how many areas they had crossed, so they only met the people present by chance. After the auction, we may never have any dealings with each other again in this life. The auction is the point. Why bother about other things? Everyone then withdrew their contemptuous looks. The blonde man choked and didn't know how to refute Ning Fan's words, so he could only turn his head and snort. "Then start the auction quickly. I'm in a hurry." Seeing this, Ning Fan sneered in his heart. It really fits his stereotype of white people. Fear the powerful and bully the weak, be arrogant and rude. I just didn't expect that the indigenous white people in the Lord's world would behave like this. "Don't worry, there's another guest," Ning Fan said lightly. The people below brought news that a special guest had arrived. Hearing that they still had to wait for someone, the blonde man suddenly became angry and stood up. "I've waited for so long, and I still need someone else. It's just a low-level auction of extraordinary items. If you come late, just eat the leftovers. Are there any rules?" However, before he could finish his words, the door of the communication room slammed open. "Since when did the dogs of theocracy dare to bark?" A cold voice came. Everyone looked towards the door, and when they saw who was coming, their faces changed in shock. Chapter 184, Dayu Dynasty. A woman wearing a white glass skirt and a white veil on her face walked in from the door. His dignified demeanor hints at the aura of a superior. The pair of clear eyes behind the veil looked at everyone in the communication room with disdain. Beside her followed two women holding sword cases. Their heroic figures did not seem like mere show-offs. Beads of sweat the size of beans oozed from the blond man's forehead. He wanted to remain tough in front of the woman, but when he saw the three moon symbols faintly visible on her shoulders, he couldn't muster the courage to resist. "If you dare to look my master in the eye again, I will dig out your dog eyes." The maid beside the woman stepped forward and gave a delicate shout. With a whoosh, a long sword came out of the sheath, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at the blond man's eyes. "I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, your majesty." The blond man was so scared that he lowered his head and begged for mercy. Everyone looked at the blond man, who was arrogant at first, but respectful later, with their eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, without a trace of ridicule on his face. At this moment, a man in ancient official uniform suddenly knelt down in front of the woman. "I'm the imperial envoy of the Qingye foreign country under the rule of the Dayu dynasty. I am here to meet the fairy Qingling. May your majesty be blessed." Hearing this, some people present showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. It was no wonder that the woman with the title of Earl in front of them was from the imperial dynasty. They couldn't afford to offend the dynasty, so they lowered their heads even lower. Fairy Qingling frowned slightly. She didn't expect to meet an envoy from a vassal state here. "Get up," she said this lightly, and then looked at Ning Fan, who was sitting in the first seat. "Huh, he's actually a wandering lord," she said in surprise. The crisp voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was loud enough for Ning Fan and Lin Yakin to hear clearly. Lin Yakin's face turned cold, and her aura changed instantly. Not only does this woman act superior in front of other people, she even dares to come after her husband. She immediately said coldly, "Girl, if you're here to participate in the auction, don't waste your time and take a seat." The cold voice echoed in the communication room, and the other people present were sweating in their hearts. If they had known, they would not have come. Not only did they run into Wang Zun, but the people from the auction house even dared to contradict Wang Zun. It is true that ignorance is bliss. Fairy Qingling looked at Lin Yakin in surprise. Her eyes narrowed slightly behind her veil. The two knife-wielding maids beside her held their sword cases tightly, waiting for her order. However, when she caught a glimpse of Ning Fan's eyes as calm as water, she pursed her lips and waved her hand to dismiss the two maids. "Perhaps you think your man is very outstanding, and you think he is your confidence, which allows you to not be afraid of offending me. I won't bother with you for now. When you no longer live in the endless ocean and move towards a wider world, you will understand how ridiculous your actions today are." Fairy Qingling slowly walked to the seat next to Lin Yakin and sat down. "If you regret it at that time, you can activate this jade pendant and contact me. I am willing to take you in as a maid." She took off a jade pendant from her waist and placed it in front of Lin Yakin. Seeing her actions, Ning Fan was stunned. "No, you woman, what's the meaning of stealing my guy in front of me?" Without waiting for Ning Fan to speak, Fairy Qingling looked at him and said, "Since you have made it this far among the wandering lords, I don't think you will bother with a woman like me. After all, the initiative is in your woman's hands, isn't it?" These two sentences left Ning Fan speechless. When he was putting on airs and teaching people a lesson, he was Wang Zun. Now he is a woman, so I guess I've said all the nice things to you. Looking away, Ning Fan handed the initiative to Yakin. He believed that Yakin could handle matter. Lin Yakin picked up the jade pendant, her beautiful eyes flickering as she asked, "I can contact you with this jade pendant?" "Of course, this jade pendant has the function of sound transmission and positioning," Fairy Qingling said softly, and the corners of her mouth under the veil slowly curled up. In her opinion, Lin Yakin's question obviously showed that she was tempted by her proposal. Lin Yakin was indeed moved, but not in the way Fairy Qingling had imagined. "If you dare to look down on your husband, it's hard to say who will be the maid in the end," Lin Yakin said secretly in her heart. She accepted the jade pendant, concealing the indifference in her eyes, and said lightly, "Well, maybe there will be such a day." Fairy Qingling raised her eyes slightly and turned to look at Ning Fan, trying to see some reaction from his face. However, she was disappointed. Ning Fan had no expression at all. She frowned, feeling quite bored, and withdrew her gaze, returning her demeanor to her cold and aloof self. "Since no one is coming anymore, let's start the auction," Ning Fan said in a deep voice. The hand hidden under the table was taken out from Lin Yakin's rubbing. He then took out the first item of the auction from the warehouse. A C+ Tiger crouching cannon appeared on the exhibition stand. C+ class Tiger squat cannon uses cornerstone as ammunition and has a range of. He introduced the function of the Tiger crouching cannon bit by bit, and the attention of everyone present slowly returned to the auction itself. It was just because of the existence of Fairy Qingling that made it somewhat difficult for them to let go. When Ning Fan finished his introduction, everyone looked towards Fairy Qingling first. The meaning is obvious. If Fairy Qingling is interested in competing, even if they have 10,000 guts, they would not dare to make a bid. Seeing this, Ning Fan deliberately added a sentence. In principle, as long as the price is right, this auction house will sell C+ crouching tiger cannon without restriction. He didn't even know where the indigenous forces present were, so there was no need to worry about backlash from the weapons he sold. Thinking too much is just worrying too much. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, and whispers were heard in the communication room. Although the C+ grade Tiger squat cannon does not meet the standards of an extraordinary item, as a weapon, especially a thermal weapon, its function is no less than that of an extraordinary item. If we could buy a dozen at a time and equip the army, its value would probably go up even higher. Unrestricted sale? Are you sure? Fairy Qingling looked at Ning Fan in surprise, with Ning Fan's figure reflected in her beautiful eyes. This was the first time she seriously examined Ning Fan. Of course, Ning Fan smiled faintly. However, I believe you also know the power of a large-scale C+ Tiger crouching cannon, so the more you buy, the higher the price will be. Tisk Fairy Qingling rolled her eyes secretly. After all, there are still limitations. I thought you really had a template for C+ grade weapons, but you were just pretending after all this time. Feeling a little disappointed, her interest in Ning Fan suddenly decreased. She spoke in a businesslike tone. In that case, on behalf of the Great Yu dynasty, I will purchase 100 C+ Tiger crouching cannons from you, 100,000 cornerstones each, for a total of 10 million cornerstones. If possible, let's make the deal now. 100,000 cornerstones per piece. As expected, the indigenous forces are rich. Ning Fan curled his lips and said nothing. Okay, deal. Seeing Ning Fan being so straightforward, Fairy Qingling couldn't help but stare at Ning Fan again. But after looking at him, she only saw the face of a profiteer. She was not interested and waved her hand. Mayor, pay the money. After saying this, she stood up and left. She came here just for the 20 pieces of Tiger crouching cannons released by the auction house, and unexpectedly got 100 pieces, which made her very satisfied. As for other items, including the so-called extraordinary items, she looked down on them at all. A single weapon without any organization is of little use. Farewell, Your Majesty. Everyone stood up to greet and see him off. They were accustomed to people of this level leaving the communication early. Ning Fan's original intention of holding the auction was not to deal with people of Fairy Qingling's level. Earning 10 million cornerstones from her was already a pleasant surprise for him. After the deal was reached, he watched Fairy Qingling leave without saying a word. Fairy Qingling walked straight to the door, but suddenly stopped and looked back at Lin Yakin. You are excellent. Are you sure you want to stay with him? If you want to go, I can take you away now. Chapter 185, 3 Systems. Fairy Qingling did not get what she wanted in the end, but she succeeded in making Ning Fan remember her. The Great Yu dynasty, right? Sooner or later, I will lead my troops over to ask whether your so-called king is so noble. A hint of coldness flashed across Ning Fan's eyes. Because it was his first time to come into contact with so many indigenous forces, and he was not clear about the structure of the indigenous forces, he remained restrained. This did calm down the indigenous forces, but they didn't expect that this woman named Fairy Qingling would be so arrogant as soon as she arrived. Ning Fan didn't bother with her because she was a woman. As a result, she left with these words before leaving, and Ning Fan was really a little angry. Lin Yakin noticed his change in mentality and quickly held his hand, speaking in a gentle tone. My dear husband, please don't misunderstand me. I accepted the jade pendant she gave me just because I didn't want to break off the karmic relationship with her and let her run away. I believe that with my husband's strength, sooner or later he will be able to make the Great Yu Emperor, where she is, submit to him. When the time comes, I will make her prostrate herself before my husband and repent. The whispers flowed through Ning Fan's heart like a stream of clear water, calming his mind. I'm sorry for putting you through this. Ning Fan patted Yakin's hand. Fairy Qingling's blatant solicitation of Yakin just now was also a sign of looking down on her. My husband, you are too kind. She doesn't understand how powerful you are. That's why I won't argue with her. Ning Fan smiled. Since Yakin has already set her eyes on Fairy Qingling, there is no need for him to worry about it anymore. The right way is to work hard to develop strength so that his woman can one day surpass the king. He turned to look at the people present. As Fairy Qingling left, everyone slowly came back to their senses and became more relaxed. Seeing this, he stopped talking nonsense and took out the next item. 2,000 kilograms of B-grade shark meat. Accepting any form of bid. Perhaps it was the appearance of Fairy Qingling that made everyone lose interest in staying here. The subsequent auction went exceptionally smoothly. Apart from sounds of bidding, no one else said a word. The auction ended when the B-grade large crossbow was bought by 2 grassland people in exchange for 2,000 pieces of D-grade chainmail. The value of a B-grade large crossbow is about 200,000 cornerstones, and a D-grade chainmail is worth 100 cornerstones, so this deal is reasonable. Lord Maple Leaf, we'll see you later. Everyone bowed to Ning Fan and hurriedly left the communication room. Although they didn't want to get entangled with Ning Fan any longer because of Fairy Qingling, they had shared 2,000 kilograms of shark meat after all, so they didn't lose face and left without saying a word. Maintain due dignity. Ning Fan was willing to remain friendly with those who held this attitude. He nodded slightly and watched them leave. Lin Yakin received the news that Lu Qin was coming and left during this process. Finally, the 2 grassland people were the only ones left in the communication room. The 2 men whispered for a while, and then the burly man nodded and left the communication room after hearing what his companion said. The man with an experienced and serious face stayed. He came in front of Ning Fan and bowed. The leader of the Sahan tribe, Modi Sahan, has met Lord Maple Leaf. Is there something that requires Chief Sahan to stay here? Ning Fan's eyes moved. I wonder if you still have the tiger crouching cannon for sale. Our Sahan tribe would like to buy some tiger crouching cannon from you, Lord. Leader Sahan kept a very humble attitude. Ning Fan pretended to be in deep thought. His original intention of holding a large-scale auction was to understand the structure of the Lord's world through the Indigenous forces. Now that we have a goal, we naturally cannot be too anxious. I can sell it, but I just sold 100 pieces to Fairy Qingling, and the inventory has been almost used up. I'm afraid. The leader of Sahan said immediately, Don't worry, my lord. Our Sahan tribe is just a small tribe. We don't need much. 10 tiger, squat cannons will be enough. Is that so? Fine then, but I have a small condition. After they had almost done the trick, Ning Fan laid his cards on the table. You speak. Chief Sahan bowed again. The 10 tiger squat cannons were powerful weapons for their tribe, which was why he was so respectful in front of Ning Fan. No matter what the others are like, at least Ning Fan's strength is something they can't afford to offend. I want to know about the levels of the forces in the Lord's world, such as what level the Du dynasty is at. The more detailed, the better. When Chief Sahan heard that this was Ning Fan's request, he hesitated. Why, this isn't possible. Ning Fan frowned. Chief Sahan said quickly, My lord, you have misunderstood. It's just that I know very little, and I'm afraid I won't satisfy you. I thought it was something else. Ning Fan chuckled. It's all right. Just tell me what you know, and I will definitely sell you 10 tiger crouching cannons. As for the price, it depends on how valuable the information you provided is. I will reduce it as appropriate. With Ning Fan's words, Chief Sahan no longer had any worries and immediately told Ning Fan the whole story. The forces in the Lord's world can be roughly divided into 2 types. This lecture lasted for about half an hour. Ning Fan learned from him that the forces in the Lord's world are divided into vassal forces and independent forces. As the name suggests, vassal forces are subordinate to independent forces. Vassal states, tribes, city-states, etc. mostly belong to vassal forces. The most notable feature of vassal power is that all positions are granted by the suzerain state. Positions are divided into 3 levels, namely nobility, princes, and monarchs. In addition to the monarch, the nobles and princes are divided into 5 smaller classes. The titles of the royal class are fixed, consisting of 5 grades: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Those who hold the titles of royals are also called Wangzuan. This is a consensus and also a representation of strength. That's why everyone showed such respect when they saw the Earl's emblem with 3 moons on Fairy Qingling's shoulder. As for the description of the aristocracy, each force is different, whether it is a knight, a general, or a tribal leader. In short, the number of stars on the shoulders indicates a person's noble status. The highest title that can be granted to a vassal force is limited to the level of king or prince. The king or ruler of a vassal power cannot be called monarch. Monarchs only appear in independent forces, and independent forces are divided into three types of systems. That is the United Kingdom, also known as the Classical Republic; the Holy See, also known as the Theocracy; Dynasty, Imperial Dynasty, also known as Feudal State. But it doesn't mean that a monarch can be born as long as it is an independent force. The monarch can infect the lower two classes and is the absolute ruler of the country, whose will is not influenced by anything. This is obviously not easy to do. For example, in classical republican countries, before the conditions for the birth of a monarch were met, they were mostly federations or city-states, and their path of promotion can be seen as City-State Federation United Kingdom. In the city-state and federation stage, the royal power comes from divine right. The supreme ruler of the federation or city-state will be granted the title of prince rather than the throne by the Lord World, according to the country's strength. Wangho is actually a general term for king and marquis. The title granted by heaven is king, and the title granted by the emperor is marquis. Just to highlight the respect for the title, people in the Lord's world generally call the king and prince royal lord. The king can grant noble positions to his subjects, but not marquiate. But the Ho did not have the ability to grant positions. As for the theocracy, it is completely different from the classical republic. The theocratic world appears to be extremely divided. Chapter 186, Entering the Feudal System. When choosing the path of theocracy, you can choose to establish your own religion or choose to believe in an existing religion. Each religion is considered a theocracy, and each religion can only have one god of faith. The god of faith is the monarch, also known as the Pope. The Pope can grant positions to all people who believe in that religion. This means that once you choose to believe in a certain religion, you will automatically become a vassal force, unless you kill the Pope and then replace him. The difficulty is much greater than developing a city-state into a united kingdom. Theocracy is always mysterious. In the words of the leader of Sa Khan, his kingdom of Montague, United Kingdom, has existed for thousands of years, but the whereabouts of the theocratic overlord state has never been found. All you'll encounter are theocratic lackey states. As for establishing your own religion, just think about it. Theocracy is extremely xenophobic, and once a war breaks out between two countries that believe in different theocrats, it will escalate into a religious war. Religious wars never end. Such a cruel living environment completely prevents the birth of new beliefs, and people can only choose to embrace old religions. Finally, there is the feudal state. As the most centralized system, this road is also the most crowded. Building an empire is the end of the road, and it is also the end of infinity. The development path of dynasty empire. As long as you choose the feudal system, you will start with a unified dynasty with a monarch. However, even though he had the throne of monarch from the beginning, the key to the development of feudalism was to plunder the fortune of other countries and gather the dragon energy to build an empire. Feudal countries of the same type provide the most luck. This means that once you embark on this path, you will either build an empire or sooner or later your dynasty will be shattered and you'll become a vassal state. The decline of an empire may begin with a war. What's more, there are dynasties and imperial dynasties that are not even as good as empires. The way of an empire is that the success of one general is based on the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. And because of its aggressiveness, it is naturally hostile to classical republican states, and its living environment is even worse than that of theocracy. Classical republic, theocracy, feudalism. Ning Fan murmured, thoughtfully, I wonder what the benefits of entering these three systems are. Sahan was just the leader of a small tribe and was not even qualified to be a king. He only knows the superficial appearance of institutional promotion, but he knows nothing about the deeper benefits. Ning Fan had a hunch that after he entered the feudal system, the next social order would most likely face the choice of a nation-building system. Just then, a message alert sounded in his ears. Someone sent him a message, and he opened the screen. Longzi, boss, the mission is successfully completed. 10 native islands have been captured. The coordinates are... Seeing this news, Ning Fan curled his lips. It looks like the answer is about to be revealed. After turning off the screen, he turned his head to look at Sahan and smiled. Chief Sahan, the information you mentioned is very useful to me. Here are 10 crouching tiger cannons, each worth 80,000 cornerstones. How do you think? Ning Fan waved his hand and displayed 10 tiger squatting cannons. Chief Sahan's eyes lit up instantly, and he said with joy, "Dear Lord Maple Leaf, you are so frank. Thank you on behalf of the Sahan tribe. Look, it shows that people on the grassland also know how to deal with the ways of the world. Who knows, if we sell them 100 tiger crouching cannons at one time, they might even be able to sing and dance." Ning Fan waved his hand. "I do have another business here. I wonder if your Sahan tribe is interested in it." Sahan immediately bowed devoutly. "Lord Maple Leaf, the warriors of the prairie are willing to do business with you. I need slaves, strong slaves. I wonder if the Sahan tribe can provide me with slaves. I can exchange them for high-grade food or artillery." Hearing this, Sahan looked excited. Slaves, the thing they have the most in their grassland, is two-legged sheep. If they could exchange their worthless two-legged sheep for high-quality food and artillery, it would be a blessing for their Sahan tribe. Realizing that this might be an opportunity for their Sahan tribe to become a big tribe, Sahan said sternly, "Do you want black slaves or white slaves?" The nobles of the Mongol Khanate are all of the yellow race. As a noble caste, the yellow race will never be reduced to slavery at the very least. This is one of the characteristics of the classical republic. A single caste republic. Black slaves. Ning Fan said casually, "Black people are tough. Okay, I will definitely select the best black slaves and send them to you." Afterwards, Ning Fan and Sahan discussed some specific matters and agreed to send a batch of slaves tomorrow to see their quality. After seeing off Sahan, Ning Fan couldn't wait to open the map. "We are finally entering the feudal system. If everything goes well with Sahan, after we solve the problem of the number of troops, we can put the attack on the El Federation on the agenda." After a preliminary understanding of the structure of the Lord's world, he was filled with ambition. "No matter what, I have to get the throne of monarch. There are still 100 opportunities for island transfer." Ning Fan was not stingy at all. He selected 6 islands from the coordinates given by Longzi and used 6 transfer opportunities to transfer them to the territorial waters. After waiting for about a minute, a prompt appeared. "Island transfer completed." Looking at the map, including the military base and the commercial center, there are a total of 8 islands, neatly surrounded by a 9-kilometer radius of the territory. With these 8 outer territories, we can gather our people and start production without any worries. Ning Fan began to seal the outside, consume 6 outer territories, and obtain 6 outer territories. Whether to enter the feudal system after reaching the standard. Once you choose to enter the feudal system, the progress of the times is irreversible and you will face new challenges. Yes, Ning Fan did not hesitate. "Ding, congratulations on officially entering the feudal system and reaching the peak of the classical era. The next era revealed, the Age of Empires. Please select your development path in the Age of Empires." Special reminder, once the development path is selected, it cannot be changed. 3 choices appeared on the screen in front of Ning Fan. They are theocracy, classical republic, and feudalism, respectively. It is so. Ning Fan did not act rashly and read the instructions one by one. Theocracy, choose or establish a religion, and, through dogma, control the people in the territory, get rid of the backward slave feudal system, and productivity will be further liberated. Dogma, the core function of theocracy. Each dogma can bring different effects. For example, vegetarianism. The natural environment in the territory has greatly improved, and the soil improvement rate has increased by 50 due to long-term vegetarianism. The physical fitness improvement rate of the people in the territory has decreased by 20. Choose an existing religion, obtain divine approval, grant position, and you'll be granted more rights to use doctrines. By establishing a religion and spreading the religion, as the number of believers increases, you will have the opportunity to extract dogma. No wonder theocracy is so keen on recruiting followers, even at the cost of starting a religious war. It turns out that believers are the main way for theocracy to gain benefits. Ning Fan murmured, "I have to say that the dogma of theocracy is truly powerful. Any dogma can increase the soil upgrade speed by 50. However, no matter how much it talked, Ning Fan was not interested in religion. After taking a look, he looked away. Classical Republic, a united kingdom formed by multiple lords, jointly led. After joining the Classical Republic, you will have an opportunity to move your territory. This move does not require exact coordinates. You only need to select a lord with your mind, and you can cross any obstacles, move your territory to the side of the lord, and form a united city-state with him. As more lords join, the city-state will become stronger and stronger, and the city-state will evolve into a federation and gradually evolve into a united kingdom. Foreign friendship. As long as the lords who are moving toward a republic do not actively attack, they will not suffer hostility from any indigenous civilizations. And the stronger the United Kingdom becomes, the more wandering natives of the same skin color will come to join the kingdom. Well, it is indeed much milder than theocracy, but leadership by multiple lords is not in line with my personality. Ning Fan waved his hand and continued passing. It seems that feudalism is the only option left. His eyes turned to the last option. Feudalism, ruling the territory through a highly centralized feudal system, placing the lord in a transcendent position. The development of feudalism depends entirely on the lord's talent and strategy. When you initially choose feudalism, you will not have any advantages except the divine right of the monarch. Foreign hostility. The natives hate the dictator, and the intensity of the attack by the natives will be twice as strong as usual. Luck. A great king is destined to be powerful and influential. He can gain luck by winning wars and conquering other countries. On the contrary, if the war fails and the territory is invaded, the luck will be greatly lost. As your luck increases, you will gradually unlock systems that are exclusive to feudalism, such as recruitment system, imperial examination system, vassal system, 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, etc., and unlock related professions, bringing corresponding benefits. The development path of feudalism, dynasty empire. Chapter 187, The Road to Empire. This one suits me. Ning Fan silently shifted his gaze away from the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, and then chose the feudalism path without hesitation. Ding, the Lord has chosen the feudal route. Dynasty mission opened. Task 1. Great unification. The territory area reaches 100 square kilometers. Task 2. Battle of a nation. Win a foreign war. After completing the above tasks, you will... Several prompts were listed on the screen, but before they were all listed, a red prompt suddenly appeared and occupied the entire screen. It is detected that Lord Maple Leaf is the first Lord of Blue Star humans to reach the peak of the classical era. Trigger, Road to Empire Challenge. Carrying the destiny of an entire race, Lord Fengya, you are already qualified to become a great leader. Complete the task, and your territory will directly become an empire. Road to Empire Nation Building Mission. Optional. Looking at the flashing Road to Empire logo on the screen, Ning Fan was a little confused. He was not surprised that he was the first Blue Star Lord to reach the peak of the classical era. But the benefits of being able to directly build an empire are too exaggerated. The huge surprise made him unable to recover for a short time, and he clicked on the task details in a daze. Road to Empire. Task requirements. Completely eliminate an indigenous force. Use Iron-Blooded means to announce your arrival to the world. Mission rewards. 1. Based on the livestock, labor, women, and other resources related to the development of the empire looted from the eliminated indigenous forces, conduct a comprehensive evaluation and gain a large amount of luck. The luck gained from this task is far greater than that gained from the usual war of annihilation. 2. Obtain the title of Emperor. The development of the empire depends entirely on the emperor. The fortune of the territory will feed back to the emperor. As long as the empire does not decline, the emperor will be immortal. 3. Blue Star Leader. All the areas where the Blue Star Lords are located have been opened up. The world channel has been unlocked, and the exploration era will end completely with your ascension to the throne. The mission system is unlocked. The Endless Sea Blue Star region will be under your protection. Any indigenous forces that interfere in the affairs of the Endless Sea Blue Star region, such as pirates on the native islands, will be identified as invaders by the Lord World. The mission system will issue missions to deal with invaders, and lords who complete the missions will receive corresponding rewards. You will become the highest authority in the task system and can actively issue imperial orders, i.e. oracles. Details will be known after the task system is unlocked. Wow, what an outrageous reward! As expected of an empire standing at the pinnacle of feudalism. Ning Fan's eyes widened, and he read it again word by word, making sure that he had read it correctly before he sighed. My goodness, as long as the territory is not destroyed and the emperor is not destroyed, he can also issue imperial decrees. Is he still a lord? There is no difference between him and a god. There just happened to be an attack target right now, the L Federation, and Ning Fan subconsciously accepted this mission. However, after seeing the small red text after the prompt, he stopped. Once the empire declines, the emperor and his territory will face severe backlash. Any failure in a foreign war will lead to the empire's decline. Effect of empire decline. The territory will face continuous natural disasters, negative emergencies, which will not have any positive effects and are likely to be multiple disasters, depending on the size of the war defeat. To remove the effect of empire decline, you must launch a larger-scale war and win the war. If the war continues to fail, the effects of empire decline will accumulate until it reaches the level of a world-destroying natural disaster. A failed war would certainly deal a heavy blow to the empire, but once the territory is invaded, even if an inch of land is occupied, the empire will completely become a dynasty or an imperial dynasty, depending on its strength. This backlash is also quite fierce. Ning Fan took a deep breath. After building an empire, we cannot fail at all. Don't underestimate the hint. Even if a war fails, the empire may still be able to turn things around. But in the Lord's world surrounded by wolves, the empire is also a piece of fat meat. Whenever the empire is weakened a little by natural disasters, there are countless dynasties that covet the empire's fortune, and fortune will rush in to share it. But no matter what, this mission is a huge development opportunity for me. With the system in place, he is not afraid of any challenge. Ning Fan's eyes were determined, and his finger gently pressed on accept task. The Lord has accepted the road to empire as a nation-building mission. Dynasty mission canceled. Please select the indigenous force you want to declare war on. Note: after the declaration of war, the indigenous forces will receive a declaration of war notice. Ning Fan opened his eyes, speechless. He even wanted to launch a sneak attack. After all this time, they still have to declare war. I should have said it earlier. Well, even if I say it, I will still choose this path. After humming twice, Ning Fan looked away and entered the name of Elf Federation. The Elf Federation has received your declaration of war. Your relationship with the Elf Federation has deteriorated into a war. Please be prepared to respond. The whole area is facing a snowstorm right now, and my territorial waters are 20 kilometers wide. If the Elf Federation sends troops to attack me like last time, they can only teleport 20 kilometers away, which means in the ice and snow. They shouldn't risk their warships being stranded to attack me. Now that the matter has been settled, Ning Fan began to analyze the pros and cons. With his current strength, it is definitely unrealistic to attack the Elf Federation and destroy it. Therefore, they can only defend for the time being and accumulate strength before attacking the homeland of the Elf Federation. No matter what, call Longzi and the others back first, prepare for defense, and train the troops on a large scale. Fortunately, an agreement has been reached with the Sahan tribe, which provides an additional channel for purchasing slaves. Give him some time, and he'll have no problem raising a fully armed army. Including yesterday and today, I have saved 83 returns. It is no problem to build a navy with all C+ class battleships and all C+ Tiger squad guns. He sent a message to Longzi asking him to speed up and come back. At this moment, Mu Wanting, who had not seen Ning Fan for a long time, came to the communication room. Husband. Hearing the voice, Ning Fan subconsciously looked up. While he was stunned, Mu Wanting threw herself into his arms. I heard from Yakin that a woman came and acted arrogantly in front of you. Yakin is just too soft-hearted. If I were here, I would never let her act so arrogantly. Hubby, next time something like this happens, please let me stay with you. Mu Wanting gently used her slender fingers to help Ning Fan rub his brows. She thought Ning Fan was looking so worried because of Fairy Qingling's matter. Chapter 188 Icebreaker. Ning Fan smiled and said, Okay, next time I'll let you follow me and put an end to that woman's prestige. He didn't explain further. He has already embarked on the road to empire. Perhaps when he sees Fairy Qingling next time, he will have already become an emperor. He is just a prince, and he will have the confidence to teach his woman any lesson he wants when the time comes. Without dwelling on the matter of Fairy Qingling, he gently held Mu Wanting's hand and asked, You didn't come here just to tell me about this, did you? I can't hide it from you, my husband. Mu Wanting smiled knowingly, pulled her hand out from his, and took out a list. The bidding for the shop has ended, and these are the items collected. There are more than 200 items, including more than 180 manufacturing drawings and 20 special mineral items. Honey, please take a look at how to arrange them. Ning Fan took the list from her. He browsed through it intently while Mu Wanting explained slowly in his ear. According to your request, Half of the manufacturing drawings selected for this bidding will be those that are closely related to the development of the territory. Among them, there are 3 breeding farms, more than 20 fishing boats and fishing nets, and more than 40 supporting facilities for life, including water purifiers, ovens, solar generators, etc. Besides that, I don't really understand anything related to the military, so I basically pick the ones that are of high quality. You can decide for yourself, husband. As she spoke, Mu Wanting pulled out a list from the pile and put it on the top. Ning Fan nodded and looked again. The list was filled with D+ level weapons, ships, security equipment, etc., with only 2 C-level manufacturing drawings. This is understandable. After all, it is much more difficult to obtain C-level manufacturing drawings than D-level manufacturing drawings. At present, D-level manufacturing drawings are the main level items that other lords come into contact with. It is already amazing to own a D+ level item. There were 2 C-class manufacturing drawings, one of which was a C-class 5-masted sailing ship. Ning Fan had returned it before, so he just glanced at it casually. When he looked at another drawing, his pupils shrank sharply. It turned out to be a C-class large icebreaker. Mu Wanting noticed Ning Fan's expression, moved closer to him, and took a look. Seeing that he was staring at a C-level item, she explained. These 2 C-level items were donated by the Fishermen's Alliance and the Martial Alliance. They said they were flattered to get a shop and insisted on offering a manufacturing plan. I accepted it for you. The 5-masted sailing ship was given by the Martial Alliance, and the icebreaker was given by the Fishery Alliance. Ning Fan understood and was not surprised by Huang San and Xiao Dao's actions. To his surprise, Huang San was able to get an icebreaker. It really solved his urgent problem. With an icebreaker, the barbarian army can carry out missions in the ice and snow. The most important thing is to take over the slaves from Dihu. Activate the channel of Dihu to obtain slaves. This is crucial to him, and maybe it can also be used to defend against enemies, in case the Elf Federation really goes crazy and sends people to land in the snow to attack. Did Huang San tell us how he got the manufacturing drawings of the C-class large icebreaker? He asked hurriedly. Mu Wanting held her chin up and thought for a while. In her position, she had to deal with a lot of people every day, so it was normal that she couldn't remember it for a while. It seems that after conquering a native island, a medium-sized supply box was obtained, and it was opened from it. Oh, right. Mu Wanting suddenly thought of something, tapped her forehead, stuck out her tongue, and said embarrassedly, "Hubby, if you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. He asked me to tell you that because of the blizzard, all the pirates on the native island hid in the caves they dug. As long as we pay attention to the method and block the pirates in the cave, it will be much easier to capture the native island." After hearing Mu Wanting's words, Ning Fan fell into deep thought. The difficulty of attacking the native islands has been reduced, which makes no difference to him. If you don't lower it, you will be in trouble. However, Huang San's incident did remind him, perhaps he could obtain some level manufacturing maps by attacking the native islands. After all, he can return the manufacturing drawings. The higher the initial level, the higher the level of the returned manufacturing drawings. If we can get some medium-sized supply boxes and let Linglong open some C-level manufacturing drawings from him, it will obviously help improve the territory strength. According to previous spy satellite reports, there are more than 2,000 native islands within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. If we take them all down, the manufacturing drawings provided by more than 2,000 core resources will definitely greatly reduce the expected time for attacking the Elf Federation's homeland. Ning Fan said to himself. When he obtained the spy satellite before, he was busy dealing with the Vanguard fleet and ignored the more than 2,000 native islands. Then a snowstorm blocked the sea and the matter was put on hold. Now that we have icebreakers, we can consider this. And you can also go and see that unknown island. Ning Fan's thinking was unprecedentedly creative. With the great goal of destroying the Elf Federation before him, he did not want to miss any opportunity to obtain resources and enhance his strength. I know about this. Ning Fan came back to his senses and said to Wanting, I just sealed off 6 more islands around the territory. I share the right to place items with you. According to our previous arrangement, the construction of the sealed islands will be handed over to you. According to Ning Fan's plan, 2 military bases would be set up on the 8 outer islands, and the others would be divided into 5 production areas according to their functions, namely commerce, animal husbandry, farms, agriculture, vegetables, mining, and fisheries, as well as a slave living area. I have other things on my hands. Sorry to trouble you. Ning Fan stroked her long hair and said in a doting tone, He hadn't expected the territory to develop so quickly, and he hadn't found a suitable manager yet, so Wanting had to shoulder both responsibilities. Mu Wanting leaned lightly in Ning Fan's arms, her lips curled slightly. Husband, if you care about me, why don't you agree to one thing for me? What's the matter? Ning Fan raised his eyebrows. To be honest, husband, after Yakin went back and told Ling Long and me about Fairy Qing Ling, Ling Long got a little angry and said a few words to Yakin. Yakin felt a little guilty and wanted to make amends, so she took the initiative to clarify her position with the two sisters from the Doctored Alliance, and then, Mwantan paused deliberately. Oh my God, is my home so wonderful? Ling Long was angry. Why can't I imagine the scene? And Yakin blames herself. Please stop crying, and comfort her when you get back. Listening to the gossip between women, Ning Fan suddenly became curious and couldn't help but ask. And then what? Mu Wanting playfully pointed at her red lips and winked seductively. Ning Fan pulled the corner of his mouth. I can't feed you enough. I really can't feed you enough. 2 minutes later, Ning Fan, who had almost kissed a certain fairy to death, pursed his lips and asked, Now you can tell me. Mu Wanting pursed her lips and rolled her eyes coquettishly. After Yakin and Yimeng made it clear, Yimeng readily agreed and expressed her willingness to become one of our sisters together with her aunt. That's all. Ning Fan was stunned. This story is not right. There was cursing and crying in the beginning, but this is the end? Seeing his expression, Mu Wanting punched his chest in annoyance. Husband, pay attention to the key points. Yakin's point is that since the teleportation array can stay for a whole day, and Yimeng and the others are interested, why not let Yimeng take over now and help manage the affairs in the territory? Chapter 189 High-Speed Cruise. Mu Wanting pouted at Ning Fan with some anger left in her. What a bad husband. Why does he look like he enjoys watching palace fights? Hubby, I think Yakin's suggestion is very good. Let Yimeng and the others help first. When Yimeng and the others arrive in the territory, let her be in charge of the people. What do you mean? Ning Fan touched his nose and coughed lightly. Just do as you say. After saying this, he hugged Wanting's body and said, You are the one who makes the decisions about the family affairs. You are my queen. If there is a suitable candidate, I would like you to unload the burden and help me take care of the women at home. Hearing this, Mu Wanting smiled sweetly, stretched out her white and smooth fingers, and gently touched Ning Fan's chin. You're so good at making people happy. Honey, did you encounter any good things again? Tell me about it. Ning Fan couldn't help but smile. She was indeed the woman who understood him best. I had no intention of hiding it from her, so I told her about the Imperial Road. However, in order not to make her worry, Ning Fan glossed over the difficulties and disadvantages of the mission and only mentioned the benefits. After hearing this, Mu Wanting's expression became visibly surprised. Feudalism. Emperor. Leader of Blue Star. It was too fast for Ning Fan to reach this level. So fast that she couldn't react. Mu Wanting's pretty eyebrows moved. No wonder my husband mentioned the term empress. It turns out that he really has the talent to be an emperor. No, my husband is so capable, we can't let him down at home. We must quickly follow up on Yimeng's matter. I'll discuss it with Yakin and Yimeng when I get back, and try to get it done in one go. Her thoughts raced, and she quickly made a decision. She hugged Ning Fan's neck with her backhand and smiled charmingly. Hubby, you have to work hard. I am waiting to be your queen. Okay. Ning Fan chuckled and scratched her nose. The pursuit of the so-called emperor, or even an empire, isn't the purpose to win all the most beautiful women in the world to please you. The two of them stayed together for a while, and Mu Wanting was concerned about Yimeng, so she found an excuse to leave. After she left, Ning Fan took out the manufacturing drawings of the C-Class large icebreaker. Consume 1 C-Class large icebreaker manufacturing blueprint and obtain 1 C-Class large icebreaker. Ding! Consumption refund triggered. Target phone Ling Long. Refund multiple 90,000 times. Please choose whether to refund or critical hit refund. Ling Long's return multiplier has increased by another 15,000 times. It seems that the hot spring party yesterday was quite effective. Ning Fan's lips curled up slightly, and his mind couldn't help but recall the scene of Ling Long and Ting Ming playing and having fun yesterday. As Ting Ming completely integrated into the group of sisters, she also helped Ling Long unlock another best friend. As best friends, we have to do some things together. If this continues, it won't be long before Ling Long's favorability reaches level 6. Perhaps when the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards system is unlocked, the territorial positions in the harem will be unlocked. If possible, Linglong and Wanting can jointly manage the entire harem. When the feudal system is unlocked, the position of slave will be added to the management of the subjects. If he guessed correctly, every time a feudal system is unlocked, the corresponding position will be unlocked. Thinking back on the change in Linglong's feelings towards him over the past journey, Ningfan felt a lot of emotion in his heart. Before she knew it, the once aloof school beauty's affection for him had reached the point of enduring till death. Choose normal return. Ding. The host chooses normal return and obtains a B-class nuclear-powered icebreaker manufacturing blueprint, which exceeds the return limit, and the enchantment feature is high-speed cruise. The reason why he didn't choose the critical hit return is simple. The role of the icebreaker is relatively simple. It is only used to deal with this snowstorm. There is no need to waste the return times. All we need is 2 icebreakers. Give one to Dihu to deliver slaves, and give the other to the barbarian army to attack the native island. Another item with enchanted properties. I wonder what the effect will be. Ningfan clicked on the details to check them out. B-class nuclear-powered icebreaker manufacturing diagram. An ultra-large icebreaker capable of sailing in any degree of ice and snow, with a maximum capacity of 2,000 people. With B-plus level comprehensive defense capability, no fear of any iceberg. Powered by a nuclear reactor, it can sail continuously for 100 years, with a normal speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Features high-speed cruise. With the help of the power of ice and snow, the maximum speed is increased to 60 kilometers per hour, and the maximum speed can be maintained all the time. Yes, this feature comes at the right time. The speed of 60 kilometers per hour is faster than the speed of ordinary ships sailing in the sea. This way, we can greatly reduce the time it takes for Dihu to deliver the slaves. Ningfan nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the information of the C-class large icebreaker. Compared with this icebreaker, it was several levels lower in all aspects. However, if it is used simply as a means of transportation, it makes no difference which icebreaker is handed over to the barbarian army. The most urgent task was to quickly take over the slaves and prepare for battle. Without wasting any more time, he sent a message to Dihu. Are you in the commercial street now? I have something to talk to you about. When it comes to a B-level item and key slave matters, some things must be explained to Dihu in person to be safe. All 200 shops have been sold, and the commercial street has been officially opened. The standalone shop obtained in the underground cave is located closest to the core area among all the shops. Just as Ningfan expected, Dihu was now in the shop directing his men to set up shop. Hurry up! Hurry up! If you don't finish the work tonight, you won't be able to eat. Hey, be careful. I bought this sofa with great difficulty. Don't break it. Work harder and make sure we can open tomorrow. Dihu pointed left and kicked right, and dozens of his men were busy in the shop, making it very lively. Once the shop opens, we can sell slaves and slave girls inside the shop. Dihu murmured, his eyes gleaming. In their line of work, the most feared thing is that the customer will be dissatisfied with the slave after receiving it and return it. Especially for female slaves, many customers who placed orders reported that the photos were seriously inconsistent with the real person, and the return phenomenon was serious. Now that we have offline stores, we could do transactions offline directly, and there is no reason to return the goods. Although the goods still need to be delivered offline after the transaction is completed in the store, it is better than being returned all the time. It's right to follow the boss. The boss is really amazing. He created something with a wave of his hand and saw the major pain point in the cave. He raised his eyes and looked around the huge shop space, and a trace of admiration involuntarily appeared on his face. At this moment, a special reminder sound rang in his ear, and he was stunned. The boss sent him a message. He quickly turned on the screen. After carefully reading the message Ningfan sent him, he replied immediately. Boss, I'm in the commercial street right now. What do you want from me? Come to the 5th floor of the auction house. Ningfan said briefly. The fewer words, the bigger the matter. Realizing the importance of the matter, Dihu did not dare to delay. He casually gave a few instructions to his younger brother beside him and rushed to the auction house without stopping. Come out of the shop in the cave. The situation in the cave shop is a microcosm of the entire commercial street. All the shops sold in the commercial street are made of adobe, and buyers must decorate them themselves. This is one of the reasons why Ningfan chose to sell them directly. If he were to renovate the commercial street on his own, it would be a waste of manpower and resources. It would be better to let everyone participate and build it together. The effect is surprisingly good. Almost all of the 200 shops were taken over by guilds from 6 regions, and as guilds, the last thing they lacked was manpower. The entire commercial street was bustling with people coming and going, and it was bustling with activity. Everyone worked hard to renovate the shops and open them as soon as possible. The news of the opening of the commercial street had already spread to the 6 areas and became known to everyone. So much so that after only an hour or two, some people had already bought membership tickets and came to shop. Even though no shops had opened yet, the warm climate of the commercial center was enough to attract the lords to stay here simply as a place to escape the cold. Not to mention the busy streets and modern buildings, which allow them to feel the popularity after a long time. Plus an absolutely safe environment. Once you come here, you really don't want to leave. Chapter 190, The Impact of Commercial Street. Chat channel. What? You mean the big boss's commercial street is always like spring? And it's not affected by the snowstorm? Brother, you're a caveman, right? This news spread 3 hours ago, and you just found out about it. The smart ones have already enjoyed it. I rented a room in the commercial street for 5 days. It was great. Huh? Didn't they say that the shops in the commercial street were all under renovation? How did you manage to rent a room upstairs? 2 hotels have already opened, and I rented a rough finished house. You're great for spending money to live a rough house, but let's be honest, the environment of the commercial street is so good. Living in a rough house is better than living in your own doghouse. Nonsense. This is the boss's territory. Even sleeping on the street is more comfortable than living in my own territory. Everyone in the chat channel was talking at once, making the trend in the commercial street even stronger. The situation is similar for other regional channels, with a surge in the number of people applying for membership tickets. Even those who cannot afford membership tickets would clamor to get a temporary ticket to visit the commercial street. The flow of people in the commercial street has increased sharply. Good news. Good news, brothers. Major stores in the commercial street are aggressively recruiting temporary workers. Brothers who are good at handicrafts, carpentry, and masonry should hurry up and sign up. 3 meals a day, free accommodation in a commercial street house, and 10 cornerstones every day. Sign up now before the deadline. Suddenly, a message spread like thunder throughout the entire chat channel and most chat groups. Seeing that the commercial street has not officially opened yet, it has already become a well-deserved holy place in the hearts of all lords. The guilds in each region gritted their teeth and increased their budgets just to make the shops look presentable. No, this is not good news at all. Before I became a lord, I was just a beast of burden. Now that I am a lord, you still want me to be a beast of burden. Then I am a lord for nothing. No, I definitely won't go. Everything should be done in a reasonable way. You can't exploit me like this. That makes sense. I'll be the ox and horse, and you guys should be upright lords. Don't try to steal our jobs. Woo woo woo, I'm a cow and a horse. It is really great to meet a big boss who can create jobs for us with just a flick of his finger. I can't stay in this snowy day for even a day. I'm going to the commercial street to work like a slave. No one can stop me. A different scene was playing out in the chat channel, and then another group of people crowded into the commercial street. Among the 6 regions, guilds such as the Carpenters Guild, Electricians Guild, and Civil Engineering Master have received a lot of attention. Employment service officially came on the stage. Of course, the real large-scale promotion of the hiring service to single lords is still a matter of time. The discussion about the commercial street continues in the chat channel. I heard that there are still 40 high-quality shops in the commercial street and 6 standalone shops that have not been sold. I wonder who'll be the next lucky one. These shops are open to VIPs of the auction house. Ordinary people can forget about it. I know. I was discussing the guild. I know a little bit of information. I heard that the Tian Sha League in Area 2546 has sent almost all its members out to search for and attack the native islands. They are aiming to obtain powerful manufacturing diagrams and auction them at the auction house so that they can move from VIP to big guild. What a coincidence. I also heard that the Apocalypse Alliance in Area 2548 is doing the same thing, and it's causing quite a stir. Really? How do you know so much? It's as if you have chat groups in other areas. There is no chat group. The leading guild in Area 2550, the Flying Bird Guild, opened a tea house in the commercial street. The tea house specially hired people from 6 areas to record the information of the chat channel. If you want to know the news of other areas, you can go to the tea house to ask. But the tea house is still under renovation, so there's no tea to drink. But it's free to get some information. Now the tea house has become a gathering place for the 6 regional lords. If you want to know the situation in other regions, just ask anyone. Really? It's so lively. I'll go take a look. Isn't it so interesting to visit the commercial street? I want to go check it out too. As a result, another group of people flocked to the commercial street. The emergence of the commercial street brought a shock to the 6 areas. The guilds that were originally in the VIP status began to work hard, and the guilds that missed the VIP status were not far behind. Fighting pirates in the snow suddenly became the mainstream. Such a big change in the superstructure will naturally affect the individual lords below. The unowned islands conquered by the guild were sold to individual players. An unexpected wave of people going to the islands quietly arrived under the snowstorm. More island lords were born, laying the foundation for the prosperity and development of the 6 regions. Auction House, Tiangxi Aiming Box. Mu Wanting and Lin Yakin sat in front of the window, quietly looking at the crowded street downstairs. In just a few moments, they witnessed with their own eyes that the flow of people on the street increased from dozens or hundreds to nearly 10,000. Wanting, should you tell your husband to limit the number of people teleporting here? If this continues, the commercial street will soon reach its capacity limit. Lin Yakin's voice sounded, with a slightly worried tone. Mu Wanting nodded slightly. I'll go talk to my husband, but... She changed the subject and looked towards the balcony next door. Through the transparent glass, she could see 2 beautiful figures standing on the balcony. It was Lu Yimeng and her Aunt Lu Qin. Let's wait a little longer. It's not too late until they make a decision. Okay, Lin Yakin said softly. She had already learned about the road to the empire from Wanting, and she fully agreed with Wanting's decision. So he called Yimeng and Lu Qin over. Either we do it all at once, or choose other sisters to be in charge of leading the people. We can't just put this matter on hold because of them. The 2 girls waited quietly for Yimeng and her aunt to make a decision. After a while, the door of the room opened and Yimeng walked in holding Lu Qin. The 2 women turned their heads and looked over without saying anything. They waited calmly for Yimeng to speak. Mrs. Mu, please take my aunt to see Ning Fan. I am willing to take on this matter. Lu Yimeng gently pushed Lu Qin in front of the 2 of them. Lu Qin lowered her eyes slightly, her heart filled with shyness. Woo woo woo. In the end, she was still sold out by chopped Yimeng. However, her shy look did not show any grievance, but rather a sense of reluctance. What about you? Mu Wanting narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, as if she was smiling. Lu Yimeng bit her lip, showing some confusion. She was not ready yet, but she didn't want to miss this opportunity, a chance to achieve success overnight. I didn't know what to say for a moment. The main reason was that he was not with Ning Fan and had come here from across the ocean, so he was somewhat worried. She was afraid that Ning Fan would abandon her, so she didn't dare to take this step. Seeing her like this, Mu Wanting suddenly smiled, stood up, walked to her, and took her hand. Forget it. I know you have concerns, so let your aunt go with me to meet my husband first. When you have thought it through, tell me, and I will take you to see your husband. As she said that, she turned to look at Lin Yakin. Yakin, help Yimeng get familiar with the job. Mu Wanting pulled Lu Qin upstairs. Her decisive style of action made Yimeng unable to recover for a long time as she watched her disappearing back. So much so that she didn't even notice her aunt's farewell look. What a powerful woman. No wonder she is better than Yakin. She murmured. Chapter 191, Lu Qin's Devotion. The 5th floor of the auction house. Ning Fan handed the Class B nuclear-powered icebreaker to Di Hu and asked him to set off immediately to bring the slaves over. Then he gave orders to Wolf. Let him and his instructors work separately. The instructors returned with half of the barbarian army, ready to receive new slaves and train them. Longzi took Tur and his strongest team of 100 men and drove the icebreaker towards the unknown island. Let Longzi and his men explore the unknown island first. After they have eliminated this unknown area, it won't be too late to let them attack the native island. It would be best if there is some gain. Ning Fan seemed to be thinking about something. He has distributed the 2,000 pieces of D-grade chainmail obtained from Sahan to the barbarian army, and the barbarian army's physical fitness has generally reached the D+ level. Even without the powerful firepower support of the battleships, Tur's team is enough to deal with any emergency. What's more, there is a professional instructor named Longzi leading the team. He needn't worry at all. All we have to do now is wait for news from Longzi and the others. After making sure there were no omissions, Ning Fan closed the chat with Longzi. He stood up, stretched, and prepared to return to the hot spring mansion. Just then, the door of the communication room opened. Ning Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw Mu Wanting walking in with a pretty woman with a curvy figure. Honey, there are too many people pouring into the commercial street. Should we consider limiting the number of people that can be teleported in? Mu Wanting let go of Lu Qin's hand and walked straight to him. Are there a lot of people? Ning Fan looked surprised. He had been staying in the communication room and had not noticed the changes in the commercial street. What do you think, husband? Mu Wanting smiled bitterly. You don't know how big your influence is. The commercial street is almost full. I guess if the teleportation array is open for a while, people will trample each other. So exaggerated. Ning Fan was slightly surprised, and he opened the map interface to take a look. The real-time satellite images that came into view startled him. According to the images, there were more than 50,000 people on the two 1-kilometer streets, and in the undeveloped areas outside the streets, there were more than 10,000 people standing even on the bare land. A total of 60,000 people. This has exceeded the capacity limit of the commercial street when it was first designed. He then looked at the ticket sale situation and found that nearly 30,000 member tickets were sold in just over 3 hours. Including temporary tickets, ticket revenue alone provided him with a cornerstone of 4 million. Including the income from transactions with Indigenous forces, the number of cornerstones in his hands reached 50 million. Husband, should we expand the commercial street and build a few more streets? Mu Wanting suggested. Not only can this accommodate more people, but we can also build a number of shops to sell goods. Ning Fan shook his head. Not necessary. We already have so many cornerstones, so we won't be short of them in the short term. Although the more cornerstones the better, it is not worth it if the potential of the commercial street is overdrawn in exchange for the cornerstones. As the saying goes, rare goods are valuable. At present, he has basically looted all the cornerstones in everyone's hands, and even the valuables have not been spared. If we launch another batch of shops, the effect will definitely not be as good as before. His original intention of selling the property rights of the shops was to turn the commercial street into a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Now that it has finally gotten off the ground, how could he give up halfway and sell the land at a low price? How about this? You make an announcement later. Starting tomorrow, the flow of people in the commercial street will be limited to 20,000. If the number exceeds this, people will have to queue up. After thinking for a while, he said, in this situation, I guess most people are just joining in the fun. After today, the flow of people will definitely drop. Around 20,000 people should be the norm, and even if there is a queue, it won't take long. Mu Wanting nodded. Okay, I understand. I'll draft a notice and send it out later. But we can start the expansion and development of the commercial street now. Ning Fan continued. If the attack on the L Federation goes smoothly, after you become the leader of Blue Star, all regional barriers will disappear. By then, the commercial street will be open to all Blue Star lords, and expansion is inevitable. It's better to prepare early. Don't worry, husband. Yimeng has already taken office. If you have no objection, let her handle this matter. Mu Wanting smiled playfully. She pulled Lu Qin behind her and came to Ning Fan. Yes, new sister, Yimeng's aunt, I brought her here for you. Mu Wanting blinked at Ning Fan, as if to say, you know what I mean. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows, looked at Lu Qin, and subconsciously communicated with the system. Target Lu Qin, favorability level, level 3, abnormal state, temporarily unable to bind. Lu Qin placed her hands in front of her body nervously, lowering her eyes so that her toes were not visible. She maintained this attitude until she arrived at the 5th floor and saw its luxurious decoration. I stepped on the soft carpet, feeling extremely nervous. She knew that this was an opportunity given to her by fate, so she bit her lips lightly and called out softly. Lu Qin has met you, sir. Her delicate figure was graceful, and with the experience she had in front of Yakin before, her manners were very natural. Ning Fan came back to his senses, and his eyes were inexplicably fixed on the big white rabbit. Well, even if it's just for the level 3 favorability, I can't let the beauty down. He made the decision instantly. Although, because the other party was teleported, the system cannot be bound. But it is also possible to get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. Anyway, the regions will be integrated sooner or later, and we can just take them over then. Seeing Ning Fan's expression, Mu Wanting made up her mind, so she leaned close to Ning Fan's ear and smiled slyly. Hubby, I'm going to go downstairs to get busy. I'll leave Qin Mei to you. Although Qin Mei is the same age as Xiuena, she is also a young girl who has never experienced anything in life. You must not bully her too much. After saying that, Mu Wanting gave Lu Qin a look and then walked straight out of the communication room. Watching Mu Wanting's departing back, Ning Fan curled his lips. He falsely accused people, as if he had ever bullied them. He turned his head to look at Lu Qin in front of him. He and Lu Qin were the only ones left in the room. The atmosphere was inexplicably ambiguous. Lu Qin's little face turned red unconsciously. Ning Fan's mind moved, and he waved at her. Come over. Perhaps it was because he had been on many battlefields, or perhaps it was the emergence of the Road to Empire mission that changed his mindset a lot. Ning Fan treated this matter more calmly. Seeing Lu Qin walking lightly towards him, he immediately put his arms around her waist, held her in his arms, and walked towards the bedroom. No more words, just express your love for her with practical actions. There's a supreme box on the 5th floor of the Samsung auction house, which is exclusively for the Lord. Lu Qin was dizzy from Ning Fan's actions and fell into Ning Fan's arms before she could react. She subconsciously hugged Ning Fan's neck tightly. When she came to her senses, her pretty face was as red as blood, but beneath her shyness there was a hint of joy. Wow, can I finally become his woman? She thought secretly, her body becoming softer and her charming demeanor showing off to the extreme. Seeing this, Ning Fan curled his lips. Yes, another woman who looks just like Ting Ming. The action of holding her became gentler. Soon he came to the bedroom door, pushed it open, and walked in holding Lu Qin. Chapter 192, Unknown Island. Late night and early morning. In the supreme box, the large and soft bed was placed right next to the bay window. Lu Qin lazily woke up from Ning Fan's arms, and noticing the light outside, she leaned over to the window and looked at the commercial street below. There are fewer people on the streets, and the decoration of various shops is almost completed. In order to shape their cards, each guild went all out, and almost all of the few generator and wire manufacturing diagrams in the 6 areas were taken away by them. Lights lit up in the shops one by one, creating a peaceful and gorgeous scene in the dark night of the Lord's world. With lights and wine, it felt like being in a modern commercial city. Lu Qin had a satisfied smile on her face. This is the commercial street built by Ning Fan. It is so luxurious that I am afraid it is the only one in the entire Lord's world. And now I am his woman. Just imagine how lively it will be at night when the commercial street is officially open for business. But I can be here and overlook it all. The feeling brought by this noble status is somewhat wonderful. Compared with this, my experience in the Medical Alliance is simply not worth mentioning. Thinking of this, Lu Qin subconsciously turned her head and glanced at Ning Fan. Seeing that handsome face, she almost couldn't help but throw herself into his arms and enjoy the satisfaction and happiness he brought her. I don't know if Yimeng is asleep yet. If she knew that Ning Fan is not only not overbearing, but also very gentle, she would definitely be jealous. She snorted and raised the corner of her mouth. Stinky Yimeng, you said we'd share happiness and hardship, but in the end you backed down. I have to scold her and let her know she was wrong. She turned on the Lord's screen, took a photo of the night market and sent it to Yimeng, and her fingers quickly typed a paragraph of text on the screen. After sending the message, she quickly turned off the screen like a child who had done something wrong, and hid in Ning Fan's arms, not daring to read the reply. Well, I am now Ning Fan's woman before Yimeng. If I can get a good position, maybe I can regain my confidence as an ant in front of Yimeng. As if she saw Cho Yimeng bending over in front of her, Lu Qin's beautiful eyes curved, and she turned quietly to face Ning Fan. Then, like a big white rabbit, he pounced on the big bad wolf. In the early morning, as the sun rose from the east, the lights on the commercial street went out one by one. Each guild released information about grand opening sales in the chat channel long ago. The commercial street becomes bustling early in the morning. Ning Fan was awakened by a series of sounds in his ears. It was not the noise of the street that woke him up, but the notification sound of Longzi sending him a message. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Qin lying obediently in his arms, and Ning Fan's lips curled up in silence. Damn it, the women around me are all very different. Wanting was still worried that she would bully her, and she didn't know who had been taking advantage of the improved physique to indulge in pleasure last night. Now he's acting cute again. Ning Fan held her in his arms unhappily. Considering that his favorability had broken through level 4, Ning Fan did not wake her up. He just enjoyed the softness and comfort for a moment alone. Then he leaned against the head of the bed, turned on the screen, and looked at the message Longzi sent him. Wolf, boss, I have led the barbarian army to the coordinates you gave me. There is an island covered by fog in front of me. I don't know what is inside. I dare not act rashly. I am waiting for your instructions. Wolf's efficiency is as fast as ever. Ning Fan sighed and immediately sent a video chat to Longzi. The screen was connected quickly. In order to ensure privacy, he set it up and only showed his own profile picture. Such technology is not difficult to implement for the Lord system. Boss! Longzi stood on the deck and saluted. Behind him, 100 barbarian soldiers in black chainmail were on full alert, with Tur standing at the front of the team. After several days of training and actual combat, the ruthlessness can be seen in them. This ruthlessness is not the violent kind, but a very restrained kind. Initial results have been achieved in terms of discipline. Ning Fan nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Where is that island?" "It's right over there." Longzi turned his gaze towards the island. In the vast expanse of white ice and snow, a grayish mist veil covered the ice surface in a semicircle. It was only a few hundred meters away from the icebreaker, and Ning Fan could see it clearly through the screen. He then asked, "Have you sent anyone in to check?" Longzi showed hesitation on his face. 3 hours ago, I sent someone in with a walkie-talkie, but we lost contact as soon as we entered the thick fog, and they haven't come out yet." Ning Fan frowned. It was exactly the same as what happened to Li Sanjian. This fog also had the ability to isolate information. I wonder if the fog can block the communication of the Lord system. Ning Fan thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "Well, you take everyone in with you and bring a few Tiger crouching cannons. If the fog blocks the chat function of the Lord system by then, you can make your own decision. It's just a small island. Even if there are some unknown existences, we should be able to deal with them with the Tiger crouching cannon. I also have a C+ level stone cannon here. It's more powerful than the Tiger crouching cannon. You can bring it in as well." As he spoke, Ning Fan gave the magic modified C+ grade stone shooting cannon to Longzi. With the Tiger crouching cannon template, this stone shooting cannon was no longer of much use to him. So he simply said one more sentence to motivate Wolf Boy. "If you can uncover the secrets of this unknown island, this stone-throwing cannon will be your reward. It can bind to monitoring equipment and capture targets through monitoring data. If you take it back to the Martial Alliance, you should be able to gain a lot of status with it." If he guessed correctly, the foggy island in front of him was most likely related to the Indigenous forces. The risk factor is definitely high, and Longzi has been following him wholeheartedly these days. For various reasons, Ning Fan made this choice. "Yes, I will ensure that I complete the task," Longzi said without hesitation, with a determined look in his eyes. The unknown is something that mercenaries often encounter. He has become accustomed to it and does not show any fear. He took Tur and his party off the boat and stepped onto the ice. He temporarily put the Tiger squat cannon and the stone shooting cannon into the warehouse, and everyone moved forward with light equipment. Soon we reached the edge of the fog. The fog was thicker than I had imagined. Even though it was right in front of me, I couldn't see anything inside the fog. "It seems that the only way is to go inside," Ning Fan murmured. Then he said to Wolf, "Take your men in. Once the conversation is cut off, do not panic. Just command the barbarian army to respond as usual. Be safe." "Yes," Longzi replied. He stretched out his hand and made a forward gesture, and the next second, the barbarian army marched into the fog in formation. Wolf also stepped into the fog. Ning Fan stared at the screen, and as the wolf disappeared into the mist, the screen fluctuated. Just when Ning Fan thought the picture was about to be cut off, the picture flashed and Longzi's figure appeared in the picture again. The scene before him had completely changed, and he had obviously arrived inside the fog. It didn't break. Ning Fan was a little surprised. At this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. "Lord Maple Leaf, your slaves discovered a relic. This relic was left by the founding prince of the Elf Federation, who offered sacrifice to the heaven-granted title of prince and prayed to the heavens. The treasure of El-I is stored in the relic. It is detected that you are not a direct descendant of El-I. The guardian of the ruins has awakened. Kill the guardian of the ruins, and your slave will present you with a royal treasure." Chapter 193, Royal Treasure. Ali. Isn't this the surname of the king of the Elf Federation? Ning Fan was puzzled. How could the treasure left by the founding prince of the Elf Federation appear in the Endless Sea? However, this explains why the communication function of the Lord system was not blocked. He is just a prince. Even if he sacrifices his title, it will not affect the Lord system. Without thinking too much, Ning Fan observed the situation on the island through the screen. The island is not big, only a few 100,000 square meters, and because of the fog, the entire sky is gloomy. There was not a single living thing on the island, not even any green plants, and the air was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a cemetery. Wolf! The island is a relic. The guardian of the relic on the island has awakened and may launch an attack at any time. You must be prepared to deal with it. Understood, sir. Longzi saluted uprightly. He did not act rashly, but began to make static deployment. Artillery is generally ineffective within an area of several 100,000 square meters. After a round of artillery fire, close combat is inevitable. Knowing this well, Longzi only took out a few Tiger squat cannons and stone shooting cannons, and then separated a barbarian army squad from the team of 100 people, letting them serve as artillerymen and operate the cannons. The other teams lined up in front in a square formation. Rows of brand new chainmail added a touch of solemnity to the Grey Island. The weapons held by the elite barbarian soldiers present were all D-level spears. Although Ning Fan did not have a weapon template for this purpose, it was still easy for him to arm an elite force of 100 people. Tours stood right in front of the phalanx, and his majestic aura made him look more like a general who was the first to break through the siege. Soon, there was a noise not far away. A few hundred meters away, the gray soil was churning and black skeletons crawled out from the ground. Each skeleton holds a bone knife in his hand, and there are two ghostly flames in his eyes. Outsider, deserve to be killed. As a sturdy skeleton man roared, hundreds of skeleton men behind him looked towards the barbarian army. The two flames in the eyes suddenly became stronger, and the high flames rushed straight to the top of the head. The next second, hundreds of skeletons roared and rushed towards the barbarian army. The scene was spectacular and terrifying. Seeing such a scene for the first time, Ning Fan was a little dazed, but after seeing the prompts given by the Lord system, he breathed a sigh of relief. Skeleton-shaped alien creature, D+ grade, abnormal state. Sure, it's so scary, but it turns out to be just a D+ level creature. The barbarian army should have no problem dealing with it. Ning Fan didn't need to remind them anymore. The battle-hardened wolf gave the order to open fire the moment he saw the skeleton army rushing towards them. The sound of rumbling artillery fire rang out, and explosions occurred among the crowd of skeletons. Broken bones flew everywhere, and several skulls were blown into the sky. It could be clearly seen that at the moment the skulls were blown off, two balls of netherworldly flames were instantly extinguished. Skeletons can kill. Longzi breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ordered the artillery to fire another round of artillery. After 2 rounds of artillery fire, each explosion could take away 7 or 8 skeletons. By the time the skeleton army came close, their number had been greatly reduced. Seeing this, Ter made a quick decision, raised a spear, and shouted loudly to the barbarian soldiers behind him. Fight for the Lord! For the Lord, fight! Fight! One call led to 100 responses. Before the third call was over, the barbarian elite soldiers, led by Ter, rushed towards the skeleton men with spears in hand. The two sides engaged in close combat and fought each other. It would be great if we had a musket. Cannons are still of limited use in close-range combat, Ning Fan said to himself. The outcome of the battle was unclear. Although the barbarian elite soldiers had the upper hand overall, casualties were inevitable. At this moment, the beauty in his arms moved, and Ning Fan looked down in surprise. Lu Qin had woken up at some point, her little head nestled in the crook of his arms, staring at the screen. Perhaps it was because of the blood from the strangulation that her body tensed up and she made some noises. Seeing her curious and timid expression, Ning Fan couldn't help but smile. He put his arms around her waist and held her tighter so that she was at shoulder level with him, making it easier for him to watch. Lu Qin said, and subconsciously raised her eyes just in time to meet Ning Fan's doting gaze, and her face immediately turned red. After last night's intimate contact and calming down, she leaned on Ning Fan's shoulder with peace of mind. Husband, is this your army? Watching the scene in which the elite barbarian soldiers were bravely killing the enemy, her beautiful eyes flickered in fascination. At this time, with Longzi leading the artillery squad into the battle, the barbarian elite soldiers had completely gained the upper hand and formed a siege on the skeleton group. Winning this battle is only a matter of time. Of course, Ning Fan nodded with a smile on his face. After this battle, these 100 elite barbarian soldiers in front of him will be able to go out on a campaign, which is good news for him. Hearing the affirmative answer, Lu Qin's eyes flickered and she jumped for joy like a little fangirl. Wow, husband, you are so amazing. You can actually train such a powerful army. Unlike us in the Physician Alliance, it's hard to even defeat a pirate. As she spoke, she pouted and held Ning Fan's arm in front of her body, saying, Husband, can you please take care of our doctor's alliance for my sake? Women who act coquettishly have the best life, and Lu Qin is one of them who can let go of her attitude. Even when facing Ning Fan, who is a few years younger than her, she can naturally act like a little woman. Silly boy, since you and Yimeng are willing to be my women, I will definitely protect you. Ning Fan scratched her cheek and said, If you encounter any difficulties after returning, just tell Wanting and wait for me to pick you up. After receiving Ning Fan's promise, Lu Qin felt safe. Wow, my husband, you are so kind. Knowing you is the luckiest thing in my life. Without any worries, she completely let go in front of Ning Fan and kissed him excitedly. After a brief taste, she lay in Ning Fan's arms again and spoke softly. In fact, Yimeng was willing to serve my husband with me, but she was shy, so she pushed me over. My husband, please don't mind. When I return, I will definitely persuade Yimeng to come earlier to serve you. After seeing how powerful Ning Fan was, she knew that she was not worthy of Ning Fan's favor. I might as well be a stinky ant and sell Yimeng out. Ning Fan curled the corners of his mouth slightly and didn't say much. He rubbed her soft cheeks gently while continuing to look at the picture on the screen. As the battle was drawing to a close, after more than a dozen casualties, the skeleton legion of several hundred people was completely wiped out. After Tur poked the skull of the skeleton leader with his gun, the view changed and the figure of Wolf appeared in the picture. Boss, all the skeletons have been eliminated. 6 soldiers were killed and 8 were injured. Please give instructions. Send people to clean up the battlefield and look for opportunities. Ning Fan said lightly. This casualty figure was within his acceptable range. In fact, even if all the elite barbarian soldiers were killed, his mood would not fluctuate too much. Take it with the sword of glory. He was a lord, not a philanthropist. He built the black slaves into an army so that they could die for him. If one day all the troops sent out to carry out a mission were unfortunately killed, Ning Fan would only reflect on himself for having made a wrong decision. Longzi took on the task and dispersed the surviving barbarian elite soldiers to conduct a carpet search of the island. After a while, there was a harvest. Boss, our people found a black box in a place similar to an altar. Please take a look. Longzi handed a palm-sized black box into the picture with both hands. Ning Fan looked carefully, and a prompt immediately appeared on the screen. Lord Maple Leaf, your slave defeated the Guardian of the Ruins and found the prince's treasure for you. Chapter 194, Large Teleportation Array, Federation Secrets. Is this thing the king's treasure? Looking at the palm-sized black box in Longzi's hand, Ning Fan was confused. Shouldn't the treasure be in more than a dozen large boxes, full of gold, silver, and jewelry, when opened? Just as he was wondering, the black box disappeared from Longzi's hand, and then a prompt appeared on the screen again. The prince's treasure has been stored in the Lord's warehouse. The Lord can open it at his own will. The power of the ruins dissipates, and in 3 minutes the island where the ruins are located will return to being an unowned island. As soon as this reminder came out, the fog on the island dissipated, the sky suddenly became clear, and snow and wind fell from the sky. Ning Fan instructed Longzi without hesitation. The mission for this trip is complete. Take everyone back to the ship immediately. Upon hearing the order, Longzi quickly gathered his men and left the island. Your next mission is to attack the native island for 3 days and return to the territory before the blizzard ends. After giving Longzi a new task, Ning Fan hung up the chat and looked at the black box in the warehouse. I specially sent someone to explore this place. After all, it's the treasure of a founding prince. I hope I won't be disappointed. He tapped the screen to turn it on. Ding, open the royal treasure. Obtain a level cross-regional large teleportation array 2. Obtain D+ level halberd 10,000. D+ level light armor 10,000. D+ level crossbow 10,000. Obtain a copy of Baron L.I.'s Last Will and Testament. There is actually a teleportation array. It's still an A-level teleportation array. Ning Fan's eyes were fixed on the teleportation array mentioned in the prompt. As for other things, he had no intention of paying attention to them. Click on the item details. A-level large-scale cross-regional teleportation array 2. 2 teleportation arrays that have been bound to each other. They can be used to teleport to each other after being placed. The large teleportation array can teleport 5,000 people at a time and can also teleport space items. The teleportation distance is not restricted by region. Because cross-region transmission requires a lot of energy, large-scale transmission arrays will draw energy from the Earth to ensure that the transmission can proceed normally. So once placed, it cannot be moved. What a good stuff. Ning Fan was excited after reading the instructions. With these 2 teleportation arrays, you only need to use the teleportation stone to reach the Qingming continent and place one of the 2 teleportation arrays on the Qingming continent to build a common channel to the Qingming continent. At that time, he can send as many troops as he wants to attack the L Federation. Even the idea of using the L Federation as a springboard to attack the Qingming continent can be realized. It's a pity that it can't be moved after it's been placed. Otherwise, we could have taken Lu Qin and her niece here together. Ning Fan sighed and looked down at Lu Qin in his arms. Lu Qin fell asleep without knowing when, with a hint of sweetness on her pretty face, and she slept very soundly. Seeing this, Ning Fan smiled. After just a short moment of intimacy, Lu Qin's favorability level increased a lot. Faced with such a precious woman, he is still willing to give her more preference, especially since she has a niece. Maybe after unlocking some special plots, her favorability can break through level 5 in one fell swoop. Although we can't use the teleportation array to bring them here, it won't take long. With these 2 teleportation arrays, the date for attacking the L Federation can be advanced a lot. Once I conquer the L Federation, I will bring you 2 over. Ning Fan reached out to help Lu Qin tidy up her hair and returned his gaze to the screen. He already has a plan. After the snowstorm passed, an advance team was sent to the area where the L Federation was located in the Qingming continent to investigate the situation. If nothing unexpected happens, once the Vanguard troops gain a foothold and set up the teleportation array, it will be time for him to lead his troops to attack the L Federation. I guess the people of the L Federation couldn't have expected that I have a large-scale cross-regional teleportation array that could transport troops on a large scale to the Qingming continent. Ning Fan felt somewhat proud when he thought that it was very possible that he could catch the L Federation off guard by accident. Perhaps this is the inevitability of strength. If there were no spy satellites, I would not have been able to discover this unknown island, and I would not have been able to obtain this treasure. After closing the instructions on the teleportation array, he looked at the other items that were open from the treasure. 10,000 pieces of matching D+ grade melee weapons and equipment. With these 10,000 sets of weapons and armor, there is no need to prepare special equipment for the barbarian army. Even if he purchased weapons and equipment through the trading hall and auction house, it would be difficult to collect so many standard equipment in a short period of time, especially those of D+ grade. Yes, the harvest this time is quite considerable. It seems that I have to be more careful when I encounter such opportunities in the future. Ning Fan nodded in satisfaction and looked at the last item. Last letter of Baron Li. He had intended to watch it for fun and to satisfy his curiosity, but he actually learned a lot of information from it. The A-level teleportation array was actually passed down by the god specifically to launch a religious war in Qingming continent. I was wondering how a baron could have such a high-level item. After reading it, Ning Fan was amazed. The suicide note explains why Li, the founding king of the L Federation, was stranded in the endless sea. It turned out that his throne was taken away by a bastard son, and he had no choice but to flee to the sea with the Imperial Guards, and finally died on an unknown island. The skeletons on the island were the Imperial Guards around him who had mutated through some forbidden means. The 10,000 pieces of weapons and equipment in the treasure were taken off from the Imperial Guards. After understanding everything, Ning Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, these 10,000 pieces of weapons and equipment will be used in the war against the L Federation. Is this retribution or revenge? His illegitimate son is the founder of the current L Federation, which believes in God. The reason why it was overthrown was because of the collusion with the god. After the gods discovered the Qingming continent, they wanted to find a spokesperson or a springboard to spread their faith throughout the Qingming continent. However, there were already many other theocratic beliefs on the Qingming continent at that time. The gods then bestowed an A-level teleportation array and some other items, preparing to send a messenger of God through the teleportation array to preach in person after helping the bastard to overthrow the rule of Li. As a result, this action was discovered by Li, who seized the teleportation array. The gods were furious when they heard the news, so they desperately assisted their bastard son and try to take back the teleportation array. I eventually couldn't hold on and lost his throne, but he accidentally escaped to the endless sea and saved the teleportation array. Since then, the L Federation has fallen from an independent country with a classical republic system to a country that is a lackey of God. Ning Fan also learned an important piece of information from the suicide note. The A-level teleportation array is also very important to the gods. It is said that this is the only one in the hands of God, so I dared to take the risk to seize it. In this way, even if you fall out with the gods, they will not be able to take any real revenge on you. It seems that the theocratic country behind the L Federation is not that powerful. Ning Fan curled his lips. It has been 500 or 600 years since the fall of Li, but the L Federation is still the same L Federation, and no so-called messenger of God has appeared. It can be basically confirmed that what was said in the suicide note is the truth. The gods cannot produce a second large teleportation array. At least we don't have to worry about the gods intervening when we attack the L Federation. At most, they will just provide us with some supplies. A force that treasures ill-level items would be somewhat timid in confronting Ning Fan head-on, but if they were just cheering him on from behind, then he would not be afraid at all. With one less worry, we have a better chance of conquering the L Federation. Ning Fan stretched his back, feeling somewhat happy. At this time, Mu Wanting sent him a message. "Hubby, get up. Chief Sahan is here. I have someone take him to the box on the 4th floor." Ning Fan was stunned when he saw this message. The slave owner arrived, and I don't know how many slaves he brought with him. This is a major customer who can decide when to attack the L Federation. Thinking of this, he put Lu Qin in his arms under the quilt and got up to wash. Then I went straight to the box downstairs. Chapter 195, Slaves arrived. Box on the 4th floor. Sahan sat on the sofa, nervously. His tribe is in a stage of vigorous development, and this time he comes here with a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. The tribal warriors were waiting for him to return with quality food. The quality of food is not only related to the combat effectiveness of the army, but the improvement of physical fitness is also related to life expectancy. Therefore, high-level food is also very scarce for indigenous forces. The door of the box suddenly opened. Sahan looked up and saw Ning Fan walking in. His face lit up with joy. He quickly stood up and walked to Ning Fan and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Master Fengye. How are you?" Chief Sahan came so early. "It seems that the slaves I want are ready." Ning Fan joked. "That's right." Sahan nodded, his expression becoming more respectful. "I have asked people to prepare 5,000 slaves. As long as you nod, I will have my men bring them here." "Okay then, stop talking nonsense and go down to see the slaves." Ning Fan decisively took Sahan downstairs. Indigenous forces that have participated in large-scale auctions through oracles can then actively communicate with the auction house and apply to be transported using the teleportation array. Ning Fan learned from Sahan that the item they used to communicate with the auction house's teleportation array was not the so-called Oracle Hall or the teleportation array, but a totem altar. In their words, using the altar is an act of praying to God for ordination. It's quite interesting. The two came to the large auction hall. There were already quite a few black slaves in the auction hall, and more black slaves continued to come out of the teleportation array. The man who came with Sahan last time was standing next to the teleportation array to maintain order. Ning Fan glanced at the black slaves. Although they are as black as the barbarian slaves, the difference between them and the barbarian slaves can be clearly seen. The barbarian slaves have an extremely vicious aura, and it is obvious that they are people who kill without blinking an eye. And these black slaves in front of him were more like lambs in a pen, with numb eyes. Although the black slaves sent by Sahan were all strong, it was still difficult to conceal their weak temperament. "Sir, are you satisfied with these slaves? If you have any questions, please feel free to ask." Sahan's voice sounded beside Ning Fan at the right time. "Yes, I want all these slaves." Ning Fan said calmly, "Whether they are evil slaves or lambs, it makes no difference as long as they are stamped with ideological stamps and taken to the military camp for training for a while." As for the issue of combat effectiveness, he had no shortage of high-grade food, so it was not difficult to raise the physique of these black slaves to the same level as the barbarian slaves. In the past 2 days, fishing boats alone caught 200 tons of D-grade salmon and obtained 200 tons of D-grade fish meat. And this amount is just a drop in the bucket compared to the millions of salmon. The snowstorm will last for more than 4 days. At this fishing efficiency, we won't have to worry about a shortage of D-level food for a long time. According to the price we agreed on earlier, 1 slave in exchange for 10 kilograms of D-grade food or 1 kilogram of D-grade food. That's fine, right? Ning Fan turned his head and looked at Sahan. Sahan smiled attentively. No problem. Please exchange all of them for D-level food for us. Although the normal exchange ratio of D-grade food and D-grade food is 10 to 1, if he can exchange for higher grade food, he will definitely choose the higher grade one. The higher the physique, the more obvious the improvement brought by a higher level of food. One slave has 1 kilogram of D-grade food, and 5,000 slaves have 5 tons of D-grade food. Ning Fan took out 5 wooden boxes from the warehouse, each containing 1 ton of D-grade fish meat. 5 boxes of food can be exchanged for 5,000 slaves, which is a cheap price. Check it to see if the quantity is correct. Looking at the 5 boxes in front of him, Sahan showed excitement on his face. 5 tons of D-level food, enough for the tribe to move to the next level. Look at what you said. It is an honor for the Sahan tribe to do business with you. How can we not trust you? He said with a smile. The steady temperament on his face disappeared, replaced by a flattering look. His expression changed, and a box decorated with blue gems appeared in his hand. He opened it carefully and handed it to Ning Fan with both hands. I'm giving you some of our tribe's specialties as a gift. I hope you won't mind. My goodness, you are a grassland man, but you are more knowledgeable about human relationships than Huang San. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows and looked down into the gift box. A turquoise green ring was lying inside. The entire ring was made with hollow craftsmanship, and a 5-clawed golden dragon was carved on it. If it was just a decoration, it would have been a very thoughtful gesture, but a hint appeared in front of Ning Fan. Hollow jade ring. A ring made of top-grade hollow jade, with extremely high craftsmanship and a grade of D. Contains a 1,000 cubic meter storage space, which can hold any dead objects. It turned out to be a storage ring. Ning Fan was a little surprised. At this time, Sahan explained. Thanks to God's favor, not long after our tribe was established, we discovered a small hollow jade mine within the tribal territory. Thanks to this hollow jade mine, I was able to develop my tribe and gain recognition from the Mongol Khanate, becoming a member of its affiliated tribes. This ring is carved from a piece of extremely rare hollow jade. I will keep it for myself as a precious object for worship, but it is the perfect match for you. Please don't despise me. Ning Fan had no choice but to accept the flattery since he had flattered her to such an extent. An extra 1,000 cubic meters of portable space was better than nothing. He didn't really need it. But when Sahan continued to take out a bigger box, his expression changed. I saw a beautiful woman with you earlier. I think she is your wife. These jewels are my gift to you as a token of my filial respect. There were dozens of jewelry in the box, including jade hairpins, jade rings, jade pendants, and Sahan was very thoughtful, with more than a dozen of each type of jewelry, as if he had guessed that there were many women around him. However, they're all carved from ordinary hollow jade, and the storage space is generally only a few dozen cubic meters. Ning Fan's expression changed, and he asked, how much jewelry like this does your tribe produce? We can probably produce a few hundred pieces a month, Sahan said truthfully. Ning Fan pondered for a moment. How about this? I want all the jewelry your tribe produces every month. For each piece of jewelry, I'll give you 10 kilograms of D-grade food. How about that? The space jewelry has little effect on him, but it does not mean it is useless to other lords. Especially for lords who often go out to attack pirates or look for opportunities. A portable warehouse space is sometimes not enough to store all the spoils. At this time, storage space becomes extremely precious. It just so happens that the commercial street has been opened, so we can sell them there. Regardless of the profits, having one more rare commodity can at least increase popularity. Even a small tribe like Sahan has a specialty like hollow jade. I'm sure other indigenous forces also have specialties that I've never seen. When I meet an indigenous force that I can deal with in the future, I'll pay more attention to this aspect. Ning Fan thought to himself, if a wide variety of rare specialty products can be bought in the commercial street, even without relying on his own influence, they will probably be highly praised by everyone. Chapter 196, Armored Cruiser. Seeing that Ning Fan was willing to trade high-grade food for jewelry, Sahan quickly agreed. He originally just wanted to use these gifts as a stepping stone, but he didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. This made him very happy, and the slightly raised corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. He took the opportunity to say, Sir, there is something I want to tell you. Ning Fan quietly put away the dozens of pieces of jewelry that Sahan had given him and said calmly, No problem, tell me about it. I believe that Sahan's beautiful wife and concubines will like this gift. For the sake of his kindness, Ning Fan would consider it as long as his request was not excessive. Sahan thought for a moment and said slowly, "To be honest, our Sahan tribe is not very large, and giving away 5,000 slaves is already all we have. If I want to provide you with more slaves, I have to wait until the next time the tribe goes out to raid. I am worried that I might delay your important task, so I contacted several tribes around here. They also have many slaves and are willing to trade with you. I wonder if you will." Sahan seemed somewhat timid. After all, he also had selfish motives. He wanted to take this opportunity to win over several surrounding tribes, but he was afraid that Ning Fan would see through his little tricks and feel resentful. However, Ning Fan didn't care about these at all. Hearing that there were several tribes willing to give him slaves was exactly what he wanted. As long as the slaves meet the requirements, nothing else matters. Hearing this, Sahan breathed a sigh of relief. "With your words, I feel relieved. I will contact the leaders of other tribes after I return, but..." Sahan changed the subject and became nervous again. "Some tribal leaders may come to deliver the goods in person, you see." Ning Fan waved his hand and said casually, "Just let them come over. It's a good opportunity to see if other tribes have any special products. Maybe I can open up another business." After everything was agreed upon and all the slaves were in place, Sahan and his men carried 5 boxes of D-grade fish meat and took the teleportation array back. Ning Fan took all 5,000 black slaves as slaves and then called Wolf's little brother Lu San and asked him to take the 5,000 black slaves back to the military base. Ning Fan did not incorporate the 5,000 black slaves into the barbarian army, but set up a separate black slave army. For the time being, the black slave army will continue to train together with the barbarian army. In the afternoon, Dihu arrived in a Class B icebreaker, and he also brought more than 1,000 barbarian slaves. More than 1,000 barbarian slaves were incorporated into the barbarian army, and the number of the barbarian army officially exceeded 2,000. In a short period of time, the number of territory troops increased rapidly, reaching 7,000 people. The expected attack on the L Federation is getting closer and closer. With the help of the instructors from the Martial Alliance, the newly incorporated slaves will be able to fight sooner or later. With 7,000 soldiers, we at least have the confidence to fight the L Federation head-on. According to the information provided by Minster, the L Federation has about 100,000 permanent troops, and with the militia that can be recruited, the total strength is about 300,000. Although there is a huge gap in strength between the two in terms of quantity, it is completely different if weapons and equipment are taken into account. The Vanguard fleet is already a sharp knife in the L Federation Navy and has basically no ability to fight back against the sailing battleships. And this is just the performance of a sailing battleship. Considering that the siege crossbow helped a lot in this, Ning Fan did not overestimate the power of the sailing battleship. I have 127 returns now. I will first make the intercom a template, and then return a few sailing battleships to form a fleet. With 45 returns per day, the accumulation rate is very fast. The use of templated functions is becoming the norm. It just so happens that after the intercom is templated, it can be put on the shelf and sold to other lords, just like the specialties provided by the Sahan tribe. After weighing it over, Ning Fan took out the walkie-talkie manufacturing drawing. Ding! The host consumes 100 times of return and obtains intercom template. Consume iron or 2, copper or 1, glass 1. Can manufacture unlimited walkie-talkies. These are all common materials. Ning Fan sent the intercom template to Mu Wanting and left the logistics matters to her. But he didn't know that this task fell on Lu Qin. After using up 100 returns, there are 27 returns left. Ning Fan did not hesitate and continued to wave his hand, using 10 return times to return 10 sailing battleships at one time. Now the instructors who stayed in the military base were blessed, as they finally got their long-cherished dream of driving a sailing battleship. Each sailing battleship was equipped with 100 tiger-shaped guns. A total of 1,000 artillery pieces directly consumed half of the territory's metal inventory. However, Ning Fan did not feel bad at all. The mineral area on the main island had been moved to an outer island, and more than a dozen large mineral cores were collected during the shop bidding. This time, Dihu also brought over more than 100 captured lords. There is no shortage of miners either. Once the ore veins are formed, metal ores can be produced in large quantities in the territory, and the demand for metal sheets will inevitably be much smaller. We have a fleet, but it seems to be missing a main ship. After thinking for a while, Ning Fan looked at the C-class 5-masted sailing ship manufacturing plan presented by the Marshall Alliance. He was going to return the critical hit. After all, it is a C-class manufacturing blueprint, and maybe it can produce an A-class battleship after it is returned. With this idea in mind, Ning Fan began to build. Ding! Consume a C-class 5-masted sailing ship manufacturing diagram and obtain a 5-masted sailing ship. As usual, Ning Fan handed the finished ship directly to Mu Wanting. It was up to her to decide whether to auction it or sell in the mall. Trigger consumption return. Target phone Ling Long. Return multiple 91,000 times. Please choose whether to return or critical hit return. Critical hit return. Host chooses to return the critical hit. Returning. Ding! A successful return. Obtain the B-class ironclad sailing warship manufacturing plan. Ding! The second return was successful, and the A-class steam armored cruiser manufacturing plan was obtained. The manufacturing drawings returned twice have been included in the construction interface. A-level items are out. This was the first time Ning Fan returned an A-level item. He was a little excited and quickly clicked on the instructions. A-class steam armored cruiser. Blue Star's main ocean-going warship used in World War II, powered by steam boilers, which can consume cornerstones instead of fuel oil. The maximum speed can reach 80 kilometers per hour. The whole body is specially armored and has A-level defense. Equipped with 24 100mm caliber B-class smoothbore guns, 12 on each side of the hull, and one A-class main gun. B-class smoothbore cannon has a range of 10 kilometers. Uses cornerstone as ammunition. It can cause damage to B-class targets. The main gun has a range of 50 kilometers and also uses cornerstones as ammunition. It can attack 360 degrees at any time without blind spots and can cause damage to targets below level A. The ship is equipped with a C-plus class radar with a monitoring range of 100 kilometers and can provide early warning of firearms attacks. In addition, the ship is equipped with 4 Class B anti-aircraft guns to defend against aerial targets. Note: keep the anti-aircraft guns level. Military court. Do not use anti-aircraft guns to shoot at targets at sea or land. Otherwise, the target will be completely destroyed. The firing rate is 200 rounds per minute, and any single target is prohibited from approaching the ship, commonly known as the pirate killer. Chapter 197 Perfect System. As expected of an A-class item, its speed is even faster than that of a nuclear-powered icebreaker with the high-speed endurance feature. Ning Fan showed joy on his face. The firepower configuration of the A-class armored cruiser seems to be lower than that of the sailing battleship in terms of magnitude, but the difference in combat effectiveness is overwhelming that of the sailing battleship. The crouching tiger cannon is only a product of the Middle Ages, while the smoothbore cannon is already a modern weapon. As the old saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Not to mention the difference in power, just relying on the 10-kilometer range. A smoothbore gun could probably take down a sailing battleship. According to the natives, the smoothbore cannon is a beyond visual range weapon, on the same level as the orbital siege crossbow. When dealing with the Vanguard fleet previously, an orbital siege crossbow was enough to paralyze the Vanguard fleet's command system, leaving them in a panic. The armored cruiser is now equipped with 24 weapons of this level. You can imagine how easy it will be to deal with the L Federation Navy. Not to mention an A-class main gun with a range of 50 kilometers. With such a steel behemoth of the ocean overlord level, there should be no problem in gaining control of the sea. Ning Fan curled his lips. The L Federation is a peninsula country located on the edge of the Qingming continent. It has an area of 200,000 square kilometers, and its geographical shape is very similar to that of the Korean country on the Blue Star. Such a small country has almost no depth. If the sea control is taken away, we will basically be lambs to be slaughtered, unless they have a will of steel. Perhaps we could try to send an advance team to check out the situation. Ning Fan looked at the B-class ironclad sailing battleship manufacturing drawing that was returned to him. A B-class battleship and an ironclad ship at that. Although not as abnormal as an armored cruiser, it is generally much better than a wooden sailing ship. This ironclad sailing ship is a good warship for the Vanguard. With this thought in mind, Ning Fan built both warships and then sent a message to Wolf Sun. Ask him to bring Tur and the others back in 3 days. 4 days later, the ice and snow melted, and the sword was aimed at the homeland of the L Federation. With a clear date in mind, Ning Fan began to make preparations. If we have a fleet of 13 sailing battleships, an ironclad sailing ship, and an armored cruiser, it would be a huge expense just to supply the fleet with the ammunition it needs. There must be no problem with the ammunition supply. After thinking it over again and again, Ning Fan set aside 3 million cornerstones from the 50 million cornerstones he had and stored them as military supplies. 3 million cornerstones are equivalent to 3 million artillery shells. If they can really use them all to deal with the Elf Federation, then we can only say that they are all gods. After all, gods certainly cannot withstand so many artillery bombardments. I guess only a divine man can do it. Ning Fan then opened the Lord Construction interface and began to build the territory. A generous investment of 6 million cornerstones was made to expand the 6 newly added outer territories to the upper limit of 1 square kilometer. The remaining nearly 40 million cornerstones will all be used to expand the main territory. Place all the remaining special cores in your hand. The territory presents a pattern of 3 rivers, 2 lakes, 5 mountains, and 1 grassland. At this point, there are 12 natural terrains in the territory's 50 square kilometers. Just as Ning Fan was planning the construction of his territory, 2 beautiful figures appeared outside the box. Xiao Yimeng, don't worry. Your husband is a very kind person. When you meet him later, don't be shy. Lu Qin held Lu Yimeng's arm and gave her earnest advice. Lu Yimeng's beautiful eyes rolled back slightly, and she looked somewhat cute when she was speechless. She just came to report on her work, but that stinky aunt had to bring it up as a relationship between a man and a woman. She calls me husband all the time. You are such a shameless aunt. Her true colors are revealed when she has a man backing her up. If Lu Qin heard this, she would roll her eyes. What a great work report. I don't know who called me 5 or 6 times in a row and woke me up from my sweet dream. It's because of shyness that I dare not come to see my husband alone. Lu Qin, knowing Yimeng's personality well, ignored her thoughts and took her straight to the door and knocked gently. Enter. A male voice came from inside. The 2 girls looked startled, and Lu Qin smiled. It seems that Madame Mu is right. My husband is working inside. Let's go in. Lu Yimeng nodded slightly, and the 2 girls adjusted their clothes in tacit understanding, tucked their hair behind their ears, and then pushed open the door. Ning Fan's work has come to an end. He has sorted out the situation of the territory from beginning to end. Seeing the door open, he looked up, and his eyes suddenly became strange. Yeah, is the progress so fast? In the morning, Lu Qin told me that she would bring Yimeng here, and now she is here, and she came hand in hand with him. Could it be? It was no wonder that Ning Fan had such wild thoughts. The 2 girls holding hands looked too much like a pair of sisters, which made him want to commit a crime. Well, okay. It seems that even if they're not sisters, they can still commit crimes. Noticing that Ning Fan's gaze was wandering between her and her aunt, Lu Yimeng pursed her lips, her expression a little unnatural. But after all, it was the road she chose herself, so she quickly adapted to it and followed her aunt gracefully to Ning Fan. Husband, I brought Yimeng here. She just took over the territory and is unsure about some things. She came to report to you. Lu Qin let go of Yimeng's arm, moved closer to Ning Fan, and spoke in a sweet tone. Hearing this, Ning Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Yimeng. Lu Yimeng bowed very quickly and said, My name is Lu Yimeng. Nice to meet you, sir. This time, not only Ning Fan was a little surprised, even Lu Qin opened her mouth wide. She had never seen Yimeng so well-behaved and gentle. Usually, Yimeng looked cold and arrogant in front of her. So you're this kind of Yimeng. It seems you know everything. Feeling cheated by the stinky Yimeng again, Lu Qin pouted indignantly, but did not make any sound to disturb them. Ning Fan was surprised by something completely different from Lu Qin. His consciousness connected with the system, and Lu Yimeng's favorability level was displayed in front of him. Yimeng's favorability towards me has actually reached level 4. It was the same as when Wanting first came to the territory. That shouldn't be the case. Wanting was able to reach level 4 favorability. After all, she had Ling Long as a medium, and they cultivated some feelings. But Yimeng and I only met once from beginning to end. How could she have such a high initial favorability? Ning Fan was full of doubts. Unable to figure it out, he could only blame it on Lu Qin. Maybe there is some special bond between aunt and niece. There's no need to be so distant in front of me in the future. He coughed lightly. Thank you, sir. I understand. As Lu Qin continued to look at her in surprise, Yimeng took out a document and placed it on the table in front of Ning Fan. Then she came to Ning Fan in a dignified manner, with an ambiguous but respectful distance. This is a set of management rules that I designed for the territory. Sir, please take a look and see if it is feasible. After coming to this world, Ning Fan came into contact with many different kinds of people. He did not think it was inappropriate for Yi Ming to follow the principle of hierarchy in her interactions with others. And when he saw the contents of the materials, he finally understood why Yi Ming attached so much importance to hierarchy. Damn, just based on the classification of slave status, she can actually divide them into 4 classes. The lowest class are naturally the black slave miners, who have no human rights at all. Slaves above that are divided into 3 classes: lower, middle, and upper. Lower class slaves did manual labor, including farming, animal husbandry, fishing, and other physical labor. Middle class slaves had an easier job and could work in the service industry, including but not limited to commercial street waiters, shop odd jobs, and so on. The upper class slaves had a certain status and were usually minor managers. They no longer had to do specific labor and only had to manage people. Only by escaping from slavery and becoming a civilian can one have the opportunity to become a manager at the level of Li Chuanjuan. As for the classification of civilians, Liu Yimeng even divided them into 5 classes. Ning Fan's scalp tingled. Maybe there are too many class divisions. If this system continues to be implemented, won't the real cats rebel? But Liu Yimeng said indifferently, I think it's a little too little. There are 3rd-rank officials in front of the Prime Minister. As the most powerful lord among all the lords, how can you demonstrate your status without a strict division of status? Besides, your territory will become a country sooner or later. By then, many lords will surely come to you and serve you to expand the territory. If you do not implement a strict class system and slaves and soldiers have the same status, wouldn't that be disheartening? Chapter 198, Aiming at the Mainland of the Elf Federation. Well, you talk a lot and you have a point. Ning Fan curled his lips. In fact, he didn't care about the treatment of slaves. Let alone 4 classes, he wouldn't care about 40 of them. He was mainly a little surprised that this beautiful woman in front of him was so rational in management. Okay, let's do as you say. Ning Fan put down the materials. He had already read the entire document, and the status division was only a small part of it. Other aspects of managing the people are also described in great detail in the materials. It can be seen that Yimeng is very capable in this area, and there is no problem at all in handing over the management of the people to her. From now on, you can make the decision on your own. If you really can't make up your mind, you can ask me. Ning Fan's tone became a little gentler as he had already accepted Yi Ming in his heart. Liu Yimeng bowed and said, Don't worry, sir. I understand. Seeing this, Ning Fan naturally took her hand and asked, You manage so many things by yourself. Do you want me to arrange a few people to help you? Of the 8 outer islands, except for 2 military bases, the other 6 islands related to territory development are basically under the management of Liu Yimeng. With such a heavy workload, Ning Fan was really worried that she wouldn't be able to handle it. Especially now that the territory has just begun to accept lord captives and various developments have just begun, the intensity of work will only be greater. When Ning Fan suddenly held her hand, Liu Yimeng's face inevitably flushed. She had never experienced anything like this before, and her heart was pounding. She tried her best to maintain a calm demeanor, but her tone became uncontrollably gentle. She said, Madame Mu has considered this and asked Sister Yakin to arrange 3 of her maids to help me. Sir, you don't have to worry about me. After hearing this, Ning Fan was no longer worried, but Lu Qin beside him was worried to death. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she stared at Yimeng in disbelief. You stinky Yimeng. Can you be more pretentious? You even called out to Sister Yakin. Why haven't I seen you be so well-behaved at home? Shame on you. After being fed such a big mouthful of dog food, Lu Qin couldn't stay still any longer and took advantage of the opportunity to get into Ning Fan's arms and act coquettishly. I will also help Yimeng with the logistics. Husband, don't worry. Really? Ning Fan hugged her lovingly. You are so capable. I must take you here soon. It was just a joking remark, but it instantly startled the 2 girls, and they stared at him intently. Husband, do you have a way to bring Yimeng and me here? Of course. Ning Fan smiled gently. Since the 2 women were willing to become his women, he no longer concealed it and told them about the road to the empire. After hearing this, the 2 women were deeply shocked and could not calm down for a long time. As a result, they acted as if they didn't hear anything Ning Fan said next, and were completely out of their minds. Seeing this, Ning Fan did not force them to stay. After giving them a few instructions, he let them go. Outside the box, Yimeng and Luchin walked up the stairs hand in hand, their long fluttering eyelashes reflecting the uneasiness in their hearts. Well, Xiao Yimeng, my husband is so awesome. Should we have stayed here? Luchin hugged Yimeng's hand tightly and asked in a low voice. At this moment, she no longer had the intention to sigh for Yimeng. She just felt that Yimeng's performance just now was impeccable. Don't think too much. Some things can't be obtained by begging, Yimeng said calmly. Ning Fan is even more powerful than I thought. It is our blessing that we can become his women. We can just let nature take its course. Hearing this, Luchin felt relieved that she had firmly chosen her husband. The scene of last night emerged in her mind, her red lips curled up slightly, and then she thought of something and asked, should I stay in the auction house these days? Yimeng glanced at her sideways, with an indifferent look as if she was looking at an idiot. Luchin instantly understood what she meant and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. I'm just afraid that my husband will think I'm competing for favor. Yimeng rolled her eyes. For a woman like you with big breasts and no brains, competing for favors really has nothing to do with you. Yimeng didn't say this out loud. After all, it was quite discouraging. However, Luchin roughly guessed the meaning and snorted. It's so annoying. I'm looked down upon by that stinky Yimeng again. During the next 3 days, nothing major happened in the area where Ning Fan was. With Yimeng and Luchin participating in the management of the territory, the entire territory developed in an orderly manner according to the guidelines given by Yimeng. During this period, Dihu sent another wave of slaves, including pirate slaves and lord slaves. The number of barbarian troops officially exceeded 3,000. The number of the territory's troops has reached the 10,000 that Ning Fan expected, and they can launch an attack on the L Federation. On the other hand, the number of slaves in the territory reached 200. Under Yimeng's management, all 200 people were devoted to territory production. The 4 outer territories of animal husbandry, mining areas, vegetable planting, and fisheries gradually began to apply and produce resources. Among them, animal husbandry and mining developed the fastest. After all, there are ready-made chicken farms. As long as someone has land and resources, it is relatively easy to expand the scale of breeding. In the mineral areas, mineral veins are taking shape one after another and can be invested in mining. The third night, Longzi brought back Tur and the others, and also brought back 32 D-level and D-plus level manufacturing drawings, as well as 3 medium-sized supply boxes. The harvest was rich. Ning Fan was not in a hurry to open the 3 medium-sized supply boxes, and he only stored the manufacturing drawings he brought back into the Lord system, because he has more important things to do. At midnight on the 7th day of the snowstorm, a notice appeared on the screen. Announcement: the snowstorm will end after 24 hours, and the ice and snow will begin to melt. As the ice and snow melt, the temperature will continue to drop. Please pay attention to it, lords. Ning Fan was startled and sat up from the bed. It's finally over. Honey, are we going to attack the L Federation? Mu Wanning asked, leaning on his chest. Ning Fan stayed in Mu Wanning's room tonight. During these few days, I accompanied the ladies in the hot spring mansion and enjoyed a rare period of peaceful life. They also knew that with the start of the war, it was unknown when such days would come again, so they almost gave Ning Fan whatever they wanted. Yeah. Ning Fan stroked Wanning's forehead. I have other things to plan tonight. You go to bed first. As expected, the L Federation did not send troops to attack him. Now that the ice and snow are about to melt, we must take the opportunity to bring the war to their homeland before the L Federation attacks. This is the only way to avoid the territory being attacked. The blizzard bought him a few days of development time, and the army's combat effectiveness began to show results, and it was time to give it a try. Okay, husband, you should make sure to go to bed early. Mu Wanning responded obediently. Ning Fan nodded, then got up and left the room. On the way to the military base, Ning Fan took out the walkie-talkie and asked Longzi, Wolf, how are your preparations going? Boss, everything is ready. The 500 members of the Vanguard are ready to go. The teleportation stone has been installed on the ironclad battleship. We're just waiting for your order, and we can act at any time. Longzi's deep voice came from the intercom. His tone was very firm. Okay, wait till I come over. Chapter 199, Dispatching Troops. Late at night, the military base is brightly lit. The Class C large port obtained when the deep water port was returned was used as a military port for the military base. A huge ironclad warship was docked in the naval port. When Ning Fan arrived, 500 fully armed barbarian soldiers were standing in front of the armored warship, ready for battle. They were all wrapped tightly in bright light armor, leaving only their dark faces exposed. The former barbarian slaves were transformed into professional soldiers with strict military discipline. These 500 people were selected from the first batch of 600 barbarian troops. They had the longest training time, and their combat effectiveness was second to none. The 100-man team that followed Wolf to attack the unknown island last time did not participate in this mission. This journey was extremely dangerous, so Ning Fan was naturally reluctant to send his most elite soldiers into it. Instead, he promoted them to his own troops and created a new unit, the Imperial Guard. The soldiers before them took on the title of elite barbarian soldiers. After the announcement, the snow and wind had stopped, but the real cold was just beginning to arrive. The biting cold brought by the melting snow blew silently from the sea, and the temperature dropped below minus 40 degrees Celsius, making the lights in the port seem a bit cold. Ning Fan walked slowly to the front of the square formation and glanced at the barbarian soldiers in front of him. Seeing this, the barbarian soldiers all held their heads high and chests puffed out, looking straight ahead, and no one made a sound because of the cold. "Boss, the advanced team has assembled. Please give us your instructions." Longzi quickly walked up to Ning Fan and saluted. "You did a good job." Ning Fan first affirmed and then said, "I hired you here just to train the army, but as expected, you were asked to fight in battles and kill enemies. If you want to quit this mission, you can tell me now. It's not your job, and I won't blame you." He stared at Wolf with a serious expression. In name, they are advanced teams, but in reality, they are a little different from suicide squads. Although the location reached by using the teleportation stone is outside the opponent's territorial waters, the opponent is a federation after all. Even if it appears outside the territorial waters, the probability of being detected is still very high. Once discovered by the enemy, isolated and helpless with only 500 men and an armored battleship, destruction would be extremely likely. Based on this, Ning Fan did not force Longzi to follow him. "I am well received by the master, and I am not afraid of attacking the enemy. Just leave this matter to me." Longzi's eyes were firm. During this period of time, he has been following the boss and received the best treatment. His physical fitness has also successfully broken through to sea level. He is the first member of the entire Martial Alliance to reach this level. Such grace would not allow him to retreat at this moment. Not to mention that the boss also rewarded him with a C+ grade stone cannon a few days ago. Although Longzi was born a mercenary, he at least knew how to repay the king's kindness on the Golden Terrace and help Yulong die for the king. Okay. Seeing his decisive attitude, Ning Fan didn't say anything more. When you go there, remember to ensure your own safety first. Do not confront the L Federation army head-on unless it is absolutely necessary. Once it's safe, find an overseas island to set up camp and set up the teleportation array. I can then send a large army to pick you up. Ning Fan did not expect to land on the mainland of the L Federation with just an advanced team. Qingming continent is a huge landmass, and the L Federation is located on the edge of the continent, close to the ocean, and there are many islands around it. Compared to directly occupying the land of the L Federation as a stronghold, it would definitely be much easier to occupy the surrounding islands. As long as he occupies one of them and has a fulcrum, he can use the teleportation array to break through the barrier between the Endless Sea and the Qingming continent. At that time, sending troops to the Qingming continent will be as easy as going to one's own back garden, and attacking the L Federation will also be much easier. Maybe he could even go there himself to supervise the battle. We have an A-class armored cruiser, so if we really want to go there, we don't have to worry about safety. Boss, I understand. Once we are stationed, I will send someone back to inform you immediately. Okay, let's get on the boat and set off. Ning Fan said calmly and glanced at the phalanx of soldiers in front of him again. Whether they can truly take over the title of the barbarian elite soldiers depends on how well they complete this mission. These barbarian soldiers also understood this truth, and their eyes were determined as if they wanted to join the party. Therefore, Ning Fan did not say any more inspiring words. No need. Longzi began to give orders, directing all the soldiers to board the ship one by one. The sound of footsteps could be heard, the rhythm tight and solemn. After a while, Longzi was the only one left on the boat. He saluted Ning Fan for the last time and got on the boat without looking back. Ironclad warships still use sails as their power. Under the night sky, several white sails were raised one after another, and the ironclad warship slowly left the port. The battleship accelerated all the way, and soon its speed reached 40 kilometers per hour, meeting the requirements for using the teleportation stone. A virtual door appeared in front of the warship, and the ironclad warship dived into the door. Completely disappeared on the sea. I hope Longzi and the others will be all right, Ning Fan murmured as he watched the sea surface returning to calm. He prepared for this mission for a long time and even included Munster in the advance team. After all, Minster is a one-star knight of the Elf Federation. With him as a guide, he can provide some security for the advance team. The command room of an ironclad battleship. After entering the transmission, Longzi's eyes were fixed on the radar map. Beside him, Tours and Munster stood like two door gods, ready to take action at any time following his orders. The radar on the armored warship is the C-class radar that Ning Fan obtained when he returned the spy satellite last time, and its monitoring range is 80 kilometers. At this moment, because we are in the transmission channel, there's fog all around and there is nothing on the radar map. A few minutes passed, and finally, the fog around dissipated and the ironclad warship reappeared on the sea. The teleportation consumed all the ship's kinetic energy, and the battleship came to a standstill on the sea. The radar map flashed suddenly, and the picture reappeared, showing the situation within 80 kilometers. Longzi's expression changed, and he called out immediately, "Munster!" Munster stepped forward quickly, Commander-in-Chief. "Look at where we are in the Elf Federation now." Longzi pointed at the radar map. Munster looked carefully. The territorial waters of the Elf Federation were 100 kilometers wide. From a location where they appeared, it was impossible for them to monitor the homeland of the Elf Federation. So Munster can only rely on the surrounding reefs and islands for judgment. Fortunately, Munster was the commander of the Navy and was familiar with the waters around the Elf Federation. So he quickly said, "Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, we are currently in the southernmost waters of the Elf Federation, which is under the jurisdiction of the Yada city-state. There are 5 city-states in the Elf Federation, with the city of El as the center and the capital, and the other 4 city-states surrounding it. More than 100 kilometers to the south, there's an archipelago with some primitive tribes on it. The influence of the Elf Federation cannot reach it." Munster pointed to the south on the radar map and said, "Commander-in-Chief, I think we can find an island there to station." Knowing the importance of this mission, Munster did his best to win Ning Fan's appreciation. Longzi nodded and ordered to change direction and drive south at full speed. At this moment, Lu San's anxious voice suddenly came from the main control room. "Master Wolf, something is wrong. The radar shows that there is a target 60 kilometers away approaching us quickly." Chapter 200, Wolf's Response. "Master Wolf, something is wrong. The radar shows that there is a target 60 kilometers away approaching us quickly." Lu San's voice rang out. Longzi immediately looked at the radar map, and sure enough, there were 2 targets 60 kilometers to the north heading towards them. The goal is clear. The C-class radar does not have the same abnormal analytical capabilities as spy satellites. Longzi could only be sure that there were 2 ships, but he had no idea what kind of ships they were. He couldn't help but cast a questioning look at Munster. Munster stared at the 2 targets for a while and considered. With such a high speed, it must be a light ship sent by the Coast Guard. He then explained. The main fleet of the Elf Federation is directly controlled by the royal family. Each city-state only has guard forces. The Coast Guard is one of them, responsible for daily patrols in the sea. There is a main fleet base within the sea area under the jurisdiction of the Yada city-state, but they cannot act on their own without the king's order. We just got here. The only ones who could attack so decisively could be the patrol guards. Longzi understood that since it was just a patrol guard team, its combat effectiveness could definitely not be compared with the Vanguard fleet, and it could not pose a substantial threat to the armor warships. "Do you think they realized we were teleported?" he asked Munster. Munster said with a slightly unnatural expression, "Commander-in-Chief, with all due respect, they must have discovered it. The Coast Guard is equipped with the highest level security equipment among all the armies except the Capital Garrison Corps. Even the security equipment equipped by the main fleet is inferior to it. This arrangement is to prevent hostile forces from sending troops here, so that they can be discovered and reported to the capital as soon as possible. I'm afraid the news about us has now reached the king's ears, but they don't know our scale, so they sent out a guard team to investigate." After listening, Longzi frowned. Sure enough, the forces that can establish a regime in the Lord's world are not simple. It's a bit tricky. After thinking it over again and again, he calmly gave the order. "Stop accelerating. Maintain the speed at 25 kilometers per hour. Everyone get ready for battle. No one is allowed to open fire without my order." Following his order, Everyone began to prepare nervously. Tor also left the command room and went down to the cabin to prepare to command the battle. Minster looked at Longzi in surprise, wondering why he ordered to reduce the speed. Shouldn't you move away quickly? In this way, even if the guard team catches up and destroys it, there will be enough time to escape the subsequent pursuit of the main fleet. Lu San had the same doubts. Unlike Munster, who said nothing, he asked directly, Lord Wolf, shouldn't we leave faster? Longzi glanced at him and said lightly, They've already discovered us and know that we were teleported here. They can probably guess that we are from Maple Leaf Boss's territory. In that case, what we have to do is show weakness. If we show too much strength and attract the pursuit of the main fleet, it will be fine. But if they become wary of your strength and it makes it difficult for you to attack the mainland later, we will be blamed. Lucen suddenly realized and scratched his head with a silly smile. Master Wolf, you are really smart. Later, if we let the guards get closer and then destroy them, they will misjudge our firepower configuration. Lu San judged and made inferences. Longzi nodded silently. Minster, who was standing by, saw all this, his eyes widened as big as copper bells. We're going to be played like this. How could an indigenous force that has only existed for a few hundred years understand the principle of concealing the truth? Munster was instantly filled with admiration for the prodigal son and took note of this move in his notebook. As time passed, the two small ships dispatched by the Coast Guard were getting closer and closer to the ironclad warship. As expected, after the ship's speed reached and maintained 25 kilometers per hour, no new targets appeared on the radar. It seems that they have successfully confused the other party. They probably thought that the ship sent over was just a scout ship and it was not worth sending a fleet to pursue it. That's how Munster explained it, anyway. Scout ships are not uncommon, and scout ships from nearby island countries often invade the territorial waters of the Elf Federation. Lord Wolf, the two enemy ships have entered the range of the Tiger crouching cannon, and they have slowed down. Lu San reminded, Don't be impatient. Wait a little longer. Longzi looked at the dark sea outside the window. It was a dark night, and he couldn't see his hand in front of him, not to mention the distance of 1 kilometer. Even if the two ships came within 100 meters, they probably wouldn't be able to discover that their ship was actually an armored ship. Of course, in order to prevent the other party from having lighting tools, Longzi planned to put them at a distance of 500 meters before opening fire. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and Longzi stared at the radar chart. 700 meters, 650 meters, 600 meters. He muttered to himself, tightly holding the walkie-talkie in his hand. At a certain moment, his eyes fixed, and he picked up the walkie-talkie and called out loudly. Fire! Boom, boom, boom. There were bursts of roaring sounds coming from the ironclad warship, and a series of flames spurted out from one side of the warship, briefly illuminating the darkness for a degree. When the white natives on the two light ships saw this scene, their brains short-circuited. They had never seen such a horrific scene. It was this brief hesitation that made them lose the opportunity to pass the information back to the Coast Guard. The two light ships turned into a streak of fireworks in the explosion. The sea was covered with burning wood blocks, and there was not a single intact wreckage. Longzi witnessed this scene without any change on his face. Keep going, and after 20 minutes, increased to full speed. The Elf Federation's coastal defense warning device has a monitoring distance of 100 kilometers, and the monitoring points are generally placed 50 kilometers away from the territorial waters, which means that it can monitor the situation 50 kilometers away from the territorial waters. Their current location is near this boundary. To be on the safe side, it would not be too late to move forward for a distance, completely escape the monitoring range, and then move forward at full speed. 20 minutes passed quickly, and there was nothing abnormal on the radar, so Longzi gave the order immediately. Full speed ahead. The ironclad warship headed towards the southern islands, the capital of the Elf Federation, the king's palace in a magnificent castle. It was the darkest time of the night in the early morning, and even the guards in the palace began to doze off. A man wearing knight's leather armor and a pair of long boots quickly came to the outside of the king's bedroom. The guards in the palace were startled when they saw the sword on the man's waist. Their sleepiness disappeared, and they stood up straight. The people who came were the only 2 3-star knights in the Elf Federation. Wixon, please see His Majesty the King. I have important matters to report. Wixon Allen stood in front of the door of the king's bedroom, put his right hand on his chest, and leaned forward. After a long time, the bedroom door opened, and a middle-aged woman dressed as a maid walked up to Wixon and said respectfully, Mr. Wixon, The king invites you in. Wixen didn't even look at the maid and walked into the bedroom with an expressionless face. In the bedroom, when Wixen came in, King Alfor, wearing loose pajamas and with a big belly, was sitting on the edge of the bed, with two young maids dressing him. Wixen, this is the fourth time you have disturbed my rest this week. Are you here to send troops to Maple Leaf territory again? Alfor said impatiently, but the three-star knight had a high status in the Elf Federation, so he had to meet him. The Oracle Hall has already said that there's a snowstorm over there in the Endless Sea, so we can't. Before Alfor could finish his words, Wixen interrupted him with a cold expression. Your Majesty, Lord Maple Leaf has sent troops here. Chapter 201. Wixen's Change of Mindset. Hearing this, L.I.V.'s expression changed instantly. When did it happen? He stood up, pushed away the two maids serving beside him, stared at Wixen, and asked repeatedly, how many troops did the other side send? What's the battle situation like? Alpha was obviously a little panicked. Wixen's face became calmer, and he spoke in a light tone. Just an hour ago, the other side sent a ship over here. According to the data monitored by the Coast Guard, the normal cruising speed is 25 kilometers per hour. It should be a scout ship coming here to gather intelligence. Upon hearing that the other side had only sent one scout ship, King Alfor smiled and relaxed. Knight Wixen, you're making a big fuss. It's just a scout ship. Is it worth it for you to come here in person so late at night? He sat back on the bed and hugged a maid comfortably. He stretched out his hand and scratched the maid's face. He enjoyed the latter's shy look very much. Just let the Coast Guard handle this little thing. It is very common for hostile scout ships to violate territorial waters. He had never seen any force dare to send troops to invade the border, so Alfor naturally thought that Maple Leaf was the same. Your Majesty, I must inform you seriously that the ships sent by the Coast Guard have been destroyed by the other side. Due to the negligence of the Coast Guard, the other side's ships disappeared from our surveillance. Wixen said expressionlessly. Alfor paused. Wasn't it just a scout ship? Why did the Coast Guard fail? Wixen shook his head. The guards didn't give any more precise information. But that's not the point, Your Majesty. Wixen changed the subject, and his expression became serious. You should be aware of the dangers of the Wandering Lords. Even the Vanguard fleet was defeated by Maple Leaf. It should not be difficult for Maple Leaf to give a scout ship the ability to destroy the patrol guards. We can't let him continue to develop. We must send a more powerful fleet to destroy him. Otherwise, if he could send a scout ship today, he may send a large army tomorrow. It is ridiculous to instigate the Wandering Lords with the attitude towards local forces. Wixen did not say this. After all, he was a three-star knight, and he could not offend the king so directly. After a pause, he bowed in a standard greeting to Alfor. We still don't know how Maple Leaf destroyed the Vanguard fleet. If he really has the power to attack our homeland, the consequences will be disastrous. Your Majesty, please allow me to lead the main fleet to the Endless Sea. After going around in circles for a long time, I still want to lead my troops to attack the Maple Leaf territory. Alfor sighed and looked at Wixen with complicated eyes. Ever since his brother William Allen and the Vanguard fleet were destroyed, he has always wanted to send troops to attack the Maple Leaf territory himself to avenge his brother. Alfor withdrew his hand from the maid's arms, stood up again, put his hands behind his back, and slowly walked to Wixen Allen. I know you are eager for revenge, but attacking Maple Leaf territory is a mission assigned by God. You also know that because of your brother, half of the teleportation stone given by the gods was lost in the Endless Sea. If we go to conquer the Maple Leaf territory again, we must bring the other half of the teleportation stone with us. It's fine if it succeeds, but what if it fails? Alfor looked at Wixen earnestly, hoping that he could understand his difficulties. But Wixen said, if I fail, I, Wixen, have dedicated myself to my God, so I have nothing to fear from death. Stupid. Alfor cursed. You're dead, but what about the Elf Federation? It doesn't matter if you fail to complete the mission assigned by God, but you cannot afford to fail. Once all the teleportation stones are lost, it means the mission has failed. Don't you understand this principle? It is indeed a pity that your brother died, but you're not the only one left in your Allen family. If the mission fails, the gods will definitely punish the Elf Federation. Do you think your Allen city-state can be spared? Hearing this, Wixen frowned, and the pretty figure of his sister appeared in his mind. He suddenly felt that he had been a little hasty. My sister is at the age of a flower, and my brother has already gotten into trouble. If something happens to me again, the Allen family will have no one who can take charge. This is a turbulent time, And if the Allen family loses the protection of this three-star knight, their status will surely plummet. By then, his dear sister might become a plaything of other nobles. Wixen's eyes subconsciously turned to the two maids beside the bed. The two young and beautiful maids were originally ladies from noble families. They were lucky enough to become the king's maids with their good looks. It was common for more women of the old nobility like them to be bought and sold well after losing their noble status. We must not let this happen. Wixen's eyes were stern, and his desire for revenge was much lessened. Your Majesty, what about the task assigned by God? He looked at King L4 with a much more respectful attitude. L4 smiled with satisfaction. He said mysteriously, "Of course we must complete the mission assigned by the gods, but we can take a break. The selection ceremony for the goddess will begin soon. We should be cautious at this time. The maple leaf territory issue is obviously a bit tricky. Don't force anything if you're unsure. If Elena can obtain the position of goddess, with her status as a divine messenger, it will only be one task. If she really can't handle it, she could just find another one. Elena is the eldest daughter of L4, and the so-called goddess is a kind of God's messenger, whose status in the theocratic system is slightly higher than that of Baron L4. It just so happens that the endless sea is experiencing a snowstorm during this period. Even if the gods blame us, it gives us a reason to shirk responsibility, right?" L4 patted Wixen's shoulder meaningfully. Wixen was a little surprised. He found that the king, who he regarded as dissolute, foolish, and incompetent, seemed to have something to learn from. It seems that gods do not need to be so revered. He glanced at the 3 stars on his shoulders, then retracted his gaze and looked seriously at L4. "Your Majesty, I understand. I will intensify the training of troops these days to prepare for the attack on Maple Leaf territory. Thank you for your help, Knight Wixen." L4 had a teachable expression on his face. "Also, I plan to personally lead troops out to sea to search for the scout ship sent by the Maple Leaf territory to prevent them from causing trouble. I hope His Majesty the King will agree." Wixen said sincerely that no matter what, Lord Maple Leaf had killed his brother, and he could not let go of this hatred easily. Although he could not deal with Maple Leaf himself for the time being, he had to at least recover some interests and cut off his claws. L4 waved his hand, turned back to the two maids, and continued what he had unfinished. "It's up to you to decide." Looking at the two maids coquettishly in the king's arms, Wixen couldn't help but think of his sister. He shook his head, turned around, and prepared to leave. But at this moment, L4 suddenly called out to him. "By the way, are you really not going to let your sister Scylla participate in the goddess selection ceremony?" Chapter 202 Small Teleportation Array Template. Wixen paused. The king's words reminded him of something his sister had said. "Brother, the so-called goddess may seem glamorous, but she is just a maid of the god. Sister Elena has no choice. If she doesn't participate, then her sisters will participate. Brother, you don't want your sister to be a maid for others, do you?" At that time, he just thought his sister was a little extreme. How could she say that about God? But now he thinks his sister's words make sense. "Your Majesty, I respect my sister's choice." Wixen said this and walked straight out of the bedroom. L4 laughed, shook his head, and stopped dwelling on the matter, then pulled the two maids back to bed. Examples of faith corruption like Wixen's are not uncommon in the theocratic world. The constraints brought by faith cannot ultimately be compared with the centralization of feudalism, which is one of the disadvantages of theocracy. The Christians will be able to kill the Pope one day, just like the King of the United Nations will also change because of the implementation of the Round Table system. Only feudal monarchs enjoy absolute power. Ning Fan's territory. After seeing off Longzi and the others, it was already late, so he did not return to the hot spring mansion. Instead, he took the teleportation array back to the auction house's box to rest. Because she couldn't leave the business center, Lu Qin had been living in the bedroom of the Supreme Box, almost occupying it. After staying in her room for a few days, Ning Fan finally showed up. The result needs no further description. Drywood meets fire. Lu Qin wanted to rub herself into Ning Fan's body, expressing her happiness of meeting Ning Fan with her ardent love. The next morning, Ning Fan got up alone as usual. He was used to the contrast between the woman next to him. As his physical condition reached the critical point of grade B, he was able to deal with this situation calmly, and the one who was defeated every time became his woman. Looking at Lu Qin, who was sleeping soundly with a tired face, Ning Fan curled his lips and left the bedroom. I don't know how Wolf and the others are doing. Opening the chat interface, he found that the avatars of Longzi and his younger brother Lu San were both black, proving that neither of them had returned to this area yet. Forget it. Let's not think too much about it. Let's first open the medium-sized supply box that Longzi and his friends brought back yesterday. He sent a message to Ling Long and handed her 3 medium-sized supply boxes. Got it, husband. Wait for my good news. Also, prepare your reward. Feng Ling Long sent a playful expression. Ning Fan pulled the corner of his mouth. After 3 days of being annoying, Ling Long has become more and more direct. The progress of favorability is quite good. The return multiple has reached 95,000 times. It shouldn't take long to break through to level 6. While waiting for the news, Ning Fan was bored and took a look at the system. After a while, Ling Long sent him a message. Your subject Feng Ling Long gives you a C-class cement plant manufacturing diagram 1, a special item D+, class small teleportation array manufacturing diagram 1, and a special item life-saving card. Well, honey, I think I didn't do well this time. I only have a C-level manufacturing diagram. Can I still get rewards? Feng Ling Long sent a crying expression. Ning Fan was stunned. Is this what you call an average opening? Forget about the C-class cement factory, but what are the small teleportation array and the life-saving card? Can these things be found out of a medium-sized supply box? Instructions for the latter two were displayed on the screen in front of him. Special item D plus small teleportation array manufacturing diagram. A small teleportation array that can connect to any teleportation array with a transmission distance of 500 kilometers and does not have the function of crossing domains. When using other teleportation arrays to communicate with small teleportation arrays, the transmission distance is determined by the teleportation array used. Special items, 100 times more rare than ordinary items, items that do not exist in the Lord's world or on Blue Star itself, and are modified from items in other worlds by the Lord system. The fact that this D+ grade small teleportation array manufacturing diagram could be obtained was already incredible, and the next item was even more incredible. Special item. Use the substitute card to select a person as a substitute. Once the Lord suffers fatal damage, the substitute will die for the Lord, and the Lord will be teleported to the substitute's location. Strong restrictions of the Lord system. Each Lord has only one chance to die in a substitutionary manner, and once the target of the substitutionary death dies, the substitutionary life card is considered used. With this life-saving card, I could go to Qingming continent to supervise the battle without worrying about any danger. Ning Fan's face became excited. A son of a wealthy family will not sit in the hall. The territory has grown to its current size, and for him, leaving the territory for any reason would mean the risks and benefits would not be proportional. But attacking the Elf Federation was extremely important, and he felt uneasy if he didn't go. The arrival of the replacement card perfectly helped him solve this problem. The thing the territory has the most is slaves, so we could just find a scapegoat when the time comes. Ling Long, you're my lucky star. He sent a message to Ling Long and praised her generously. This has been proven so many times that he wanted to run to Ling Long right now and reward her. But he still held back. The most urgent task was to template the small teleportation array. Although the D+ level small teleportation array only has a transmission distance of 500 kilometers, it is still a teleportation array after all. If used well, it can save a lot of time. At least the surrounding 1,000 kilometer sea area can be under actual control, and a teleportation array can be established between the cave and the area to save the time of delivering slaves. In short, it has a wide range of uses and is very valuable as a template. Really, husband? Then you must not forget my reward. Ning Fan shook his head and smiled when he saw the message Feng Ling Long sent him. I sent and then closed the chat and opened the construction interface. After 3 days, he did not use any of the refunds, and the accumulated number of refunds in his hands reached 143 times. Enough for one-time templating. So, without any hesitation, he drew out the template for the teleportation array. Ding! Consume 100 times of return. Obtain D+ level small teleportation array template. Consume 20 iron or 20 copper or 20 silver or can manufacture unlimited D+ grade small teleportation array. The D+ grade small teleportation array is an item that has been modified through magic, and the materials required for it have naturally also been modified through magic. There are more than 10 kinds of metal materials required, and its cost is the highest among all the templates obtained. However, Ning Fan did not take it seriously. Although the territory was in urgent need of teleportation arrays, the number needed was not large, only a few dozen at most. This consumption is not worth mentioning. As for selling it, the cost will be borne by the buyer. Send the template to Wanting and ask her to discuss with Yemen and decide on selecting a location on each of the outer islands to place the teleportation array, so as to save travel time. In the territory, one is placed in the manor and one in the hot spring mansion. In this way, it will be convenient for the wife and concubines at home to live wherever they want. After doing all this, Ning Fan looked at the first item, C-grade cement plant manufacturing diagram. As the name suggests, it is an assembly line factory that manufactures cement, but it requires workers to operate, and the output is determined by work efficiency. There are construction projects everywhere in the territory right now. The commercial street alone is almost 1 square kilometer long. The cement factory is just in time. When choosing a shop, there is no need to stick to the houses provided in the manufacturing drawings. Thinking of this, Ning Fan felt that Ling Long was a treasure even more. It seemed that after being tied to her relationship, even her fate was assisting her. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to return the cement factory to a critical strike. The reason is nothing more than one. The demand for cement is too great, and 1 or 2 cement plants cannot meet the demand. Templization is too abnormal. It is better to see what functions a higher-level cement plant can bring. I hope it's not grade A cement, Ning Fan said to himself jokingly and clicked to produce. Unexpectedly, it came true. Chapter 203 Grade A Cement. Consume a C-level cement plant manufacturing map. The host chooses critical hit return. The target is Feng Ling Long. The return multiple is 95,000 times. Returning. Successful return once. And obtain AB plus grade, large-scale, automated cement plant manufacturing drawing. Second return successful. Obtain a copy of the A-level special cement factory manufacturing map, exceeding the return multiple, enchantment feature. 1-click increase in production. The manufacturing drawings obtained from the 2 returns have been included in the Lord's warehouse. It's actually grade A special cement. Just as I said, Ning Fan smacked his lips and casually clicked on the instructions. A-grade special cement factory manufacturing diagram. A fully automated cement processing plant that can process ordinary cement into various grades of cement, with the highest limit being A-grade cement. Buildings constructed with graded cement will gain corresponding levels of defense based on the content of various graded materials in it. If the building is constructed entirely with grade A cement, it will have a defense that is no less than grade A. The more sophisticated the construction technology and the more reasonable the building design, the higher the defense bonus obtained. Class a special cement factory. We don't produce cement, we only process cement. Oh yeah. Features: 1-click production increase. Can be used once every 24 hours. After use, 500 tons of Class A cement can be processed at one time, taking 1 second. Regular daily processing of 500 tons of special cement. It's better to call it military cement than special cement. Looking at the information in front of him, Ning Fan blinked thoughtfully. Obviously, grade A cement is most suitable for the construction of military facilities such as barracks, passes, fortresses, and city walls. If used on ordinary buildings, it can also prevent some emergencies that may cause damage to territory buildings. Overall, this critical hit return is not a loss. It's just right to open up the transmission channel to the cave. It's inevitable to build a few transmission transfer stations along the way. We can also build a few military bases at sea to expand the radiation capacity of the territory. A stronghold with ill-level defense capability means that even if an enemy wants to destroy the teleportation array, the soldiers in the stronghold can rely on the solid fortifications to resist for a while and hold out until reinforcements arrive. Ning Fan glanced at the information of the B+ grade large cement plant. Class A cement plants cannot produce cement, and it is just that large-scale Class B+ cement plants make up for this shortcoming. Moreover, the production is fully automated, and its production efficiency is dozens of times higher than that of a Class C cement plant, which is enough to meet the needs of the territory. As for turning cement into a business, Ning Fan has no such idea for the time being. Even if there is a surplus production capacity, the priority is to stockpile it. Who knows how great the demand for cement will be as the territory develops. It's not an exaggeration to say that this thing is military supplies. Well, the foundation for large-scale construction is in place, but it seems we are still lacking professional construction workers. It seems that we can only hire from outside and build the entire commercial street first. Ning Fan built both cement plants and gave them to Yi Meng together with a Class C cement plant, asking her to plan and settle them and arrange for workers to work in the Class C cement plant. After all, it is a Class C cement plant, well managed and with considerable output. It cannot be left vacant. If that doesn't work, we can temporarily place the Class C cement plant in the commercial street and recruit workers from outside. He reminded Yimeng that the trend of recruiting workers in the commercial street did not disappear just because the shops officially opened for business. On the contrary, it became more and more serious. Especially some handicraft manufacturing industries, such as carpentry, blacksmith shops, etc. The operating model of many guilds in commercial streets is the small workshop plus shop model, focusing on making and selling products immediately. Not long after Ning Fan sent the message to Yi Meng, the door of the box suddenly opened. He looked up and saw that the person coming was Yimeng. It seemed that she was influenced by her sisters at home. Today, she wore an ancient palace dress for the first time. The light blue skirt and delicate hair make her temperament look softer and less cold. Following behind her were two beautiful figures, Shuyi and Ling Xuan. After being arranged by Yakin to work under Yimeng, their relationship with Yimeng became closer and closer. The slightly simple maid-style outfit makes Yimeng's status more noble. Husband, Lu Yimeng called gently as she entered the door. I just sent you a message, but I didn't expect you to come over. Ning Fan chuckled. I have read the message sent by my husband, and I will deal with this matter when I return. Lu Yimeng came in front of him and bowed gracefully. The two women behind her did the same. I told you not to be so restrained in front of me. Ning Fan grabbed her hand unhappily and pulled her to his side. After spending a few days together, although Yi Meng has not yet completely become Ning Fan's woman, she has become accustomed to being close to Ning Fan. After his hand was held, she just narrowed her eyes. There are still rules to follow, otherwise my sisters at home will blame me. As if she didn't want to dwell on this matter, she took out a document and handed it to Ning Fan, saying, I came here because I want to ask my husband for his decision on something. This is a list of new members of the VIP guild that Sister Mu and I decided on after discussing it. A guild has reached the VIP threshold so soon? Ning Fan was a little surprised and picked up the list to browse through it. Electricians Union, Carpenters Union, Civil Engineering God, Commoners Union. Why are most of them local guilds? And they are all related to workers. Ning Fan asked in surprise. My dear, you want to complete the construction of the commercial street. After discussing with Sister Mu, I decided to contract out this project. Yimeng explained. In the end, the Electricians Union, the Civil Engineers Union, and the Carpenters Union jointly took charge of the matter. Afterwards, Yi Meng explained to Ning Fan why the three guilds were able to work together to win this project. It turned out that the Civil Engineering God Guild owned a small cement factory and was the only guild that could produce cement. Naturally, the matter fell on them, and they were responsible for producing cement and building the project. The same goes for the Electricians Union. Huang Shiren was lucky enough to have an electric wire template in his hand. With this template, they basically recruited all the electricians in the entire area. Carpenters Union, although a little mediocre, they were able to win decoration and landscaping projects with their carpentry skills. The three major guilds have contributed money and effort. Sister Mu and I both think we can give them a VIP seat. After all, we will need them for the construction of the territory in the future. After Lu Yimeng finished speaking, she looked straight at Ning Fan, waiting for his opinion. Okay, I'll do as you say. Ning Fan curled his lips and put his arms around her delicate body. Please help me contact the president of CI Mudashun and ask him to come and see me. Ning Fan never expected that the two women in the family were so capable. After a long time, they no longer needed his cement, as the two women had already arranged the construction of the commercial street clearly. However, this incident reminded him that he could outsource the territory construction as a project. Sure enough, Brother Tomu is Brother Tomu. Even in the Lord's world, he still likes the construction site so much. Ning Fan decided to put some pressure on the god of civil engineering. First, hire them to build 8 or 10 teleportation array bases. Okay, then my husband, I'll leave first. Yimeng nodded and prepared to turn around and leave. Suddenly, the door of the box opened again, and Ziqing, who was absent from the three maids, walked in quickly from outside. Under the gaze of several women, she walked straight to Ning Fan and bowed. Sir, Madame Mu asked me to inform you that Chief Sahan has arrived at the auction house with his entourage. Chapter 204 Wu Tu in Capricorn. Has Sahan finally arrived? Ning Fan's face lit up with joy. For days had passed since Sahan went back last time, and he had been waiting for Sahan to send another batch of slaves. 10,000 soldiers are enough to attack the Elf Federation, but who would complain about having too few troops? Especially if you can afford it. What's more, he has such a large territory to protect, and he can't put all his troops into the war against the Elf Federation. Yimeng, please make an appointment for me with the God of Civil Affairs. I'm going to meet Sahan first. Having said that, Ning Fan stood up and walked out the door. Husband, wait a moment. Yimeng called out to him. Ning Fan turned around in surprise. Yimeng walked up to him lightly and spoke in a gentle tone. Let Shuyi and Ling Xuan go with your husband. They can help your husband if anything happens. Ning Fan was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly came to his senses and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Turning his head to look at Shuyi and Ling Xuan, the two girls lowered their eyes timidly. Having such a beauty by his side does not disgrace his status. This time, Sahan brought 4 tribal leaders with him, which is why it took him so long. To invite these 4 leaders to his tribe, as well as a group of slaves, the journey alone took most of the time. As usual, Mu Wanting had them taken to the box on the 4th floor. When Ning Fan brought the 2 girls into the box, a group of people from the Grassland tribe were enjoying the food with relish. Unlike Sahan's reserve, the leaders who didn't know Ning Fan's full picture were more relaxed. Seeing that the people from the auction house sent delicious food, they were quite rude, especially when they saw that the food was low-grade food. They were like starving ghosts, afraid that they would not eat enough. Chief Sahan, long time no see. Ning Fan led the 2 girls into the banquet, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Sahan did not dare to neglect and immediately stood up to greet him. Greetings, sir, and good luck to you. Seeing this, the other leaders hesitated for a moment, then put down the food in their hands, stood up, bowed slightly, and said, Greetings, Lord Maple Leaf. Although they had some doubts about Ning Fan's identity as a wandering lord, after having witnessed some things in the short time they had been at the auction house, they also realized that Ning Fan's strength was far above theirs. The people of the grassland naturally believe in the strong, so they are willing to put themselves in a low position. You all have come from afar, so there is no need to be polite. Please take a seat. Ning Fan walked straight to the chief's seat at the banquet, waved his hand, and then sat down. Seeing this, everyone sat down. The banquet was silent for a moment as if the stop button was pressed, and all the leaders looked at Ning Fan in unison. However, Ning Fan did not rush to speak. The 2 women beside him helped him to arrange the tableware diligently. Under Xuana's instruction, their manners were very standard and their behavior was quite courtly. When the leaders saw this scene, they looked at each other with complicated expressions. What kind of person are they dealing with? Even the big shots in the kingdom don't have such an aura. As the saying goes, to see how strong a man is, just look at the level of the women around him. This is also the reason why Wanting and Yakin are so strict in selecting the women in the harem. Even the lowest-ranking maid must be worthy of Ning Fan's status. Otherwise, his unworthy character will only lower Ning Fan's image. The leaders present quietly restrained themselves. Even though they had no intention of offending Ning Fan, they were worried that their overly rough behavior would leave a bad impression on Ning Fan. After the 2 women helped him set the tableware and slowly retreated behind him, Ning Fan slowly looked at Sahan and spoke. Chief Sahan, please introduce our colleagues. Sahan quickly stood up and bowed. Your Excellency, the person next to me is the leader of the Wutu tribe, Wutu Khan. The burly Wutu Khan bowed to Ning Fan, his hand raised above his forehead, meaning greetings to the Supreme Being. Now that I have met Lord Maple Leaf, I know who the true Dragon Emperor is. If you need my help, I will be willing to serve you. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 4 leaders, including Sahan, looked at Wutu in surprise. No, you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes. How could you betray me so quickly? We haven't even concluded the business yet. There's no need to be so anxious. Wutu completely ignored their gazes and looked up at the sky with pride. What do a bunch of good-for-nothings know? Maple Leaf Lord's physique has reached the critical point of grade B, and it won't be long before he can break through to grade B-. By then, with a lifespan of 500 years, it is only a matter of time before we establish a country. Moreover, Lord Maple Leaf is still so young, and no one knows how far he can develop. If you don't hug his thighs now, you'll be blind. Among the people present, only Wutu's physical fitness level is C+, while the physical fitness of other leaders is either C or C-. If Ning Fan didn't actively reveal his aura, even Wutu would be able to get a rough idea of it. let alone the others. Chief Wu Tu is quite magnanimous. Okay, if you don't mind, please stay after the banquet. I have a business to discuss with you. Ning Fan smiled calmly. Wu Tu's statement suddenly reminded him of something. Perhaps he could hire people from the grassland tribes to help him fight. With a fleet of sailing battleships, the troops he has will have no problem dealing with the navy of the Elf Federation, but to occupy the entire territory of the Elf Federation, he will ultimately have to rely on the army. The barbarian army and the black slave army can fight on infantry, but there will inevitably be certain casualties. Moreover, to occupy 200,000 square kilometers of land, the military force would be stretched insufficiently, so it would be better to hire warriors from the grassland tribes to fight for him. After the territory is built into an empire, it is always necessary to develop vassal forces, so it is good to plan early. Of course, it was Wu Tu's decisiveness and heroism that made Ning Fan feel that he would be a good subordinate. Thank you, sir. Wu Tu responded excitedly. Seeing this, the expressions of the other leaders became increasingly complicated. Then Sahan introduced other leaders one after another. They are Yuli Khan, Mir Chief, and Capricorn Khan. The difference between a chief and a Khan is that a chief is generally a tribe developed from a single family, while a Khan is a tribe developed from multiple families. There is no difference in position. Except for Capricorn Khan, who was a skinny man who looked very old. The other two leaders were middle-aged men with tall and strong bodies, but not as burly as Wu Tu. Perhaps because of the previous experience, Ning Fan's subsequent discussions with them went very smoothly. The four brought 10,000 slaves this time. Considering the large number and the fact that they were quite sensible, Ning Fan raised their price slightly. Gave them 12 tons of D-grade fish meat. 12 wooden boxes filled with D-grade fish meat were placed before him, and even the old and worldly wise Capricorn Khan couldn't help but smile excitedly. You are too polite. I heard that you like the specialties of our grassland tribe. My tribe is rich in a kind of barley wine. I wonder if you like it. While the others were scrambling to check the fish, Capricorn Khan came to Ning Fan alone and handed him an exquisite bluish-white porcelain bottle with both hands. The bottle mouth is blocked with a wooden cork. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows as he looked at Capricorn Khan. As expected, the grassland people who can survive in the United Kingdom are all smart people. He didn't even need to mention it. The specialties were delivered to him. Feeling deeply moved, Ning Fan turned his head to look at the porcelain bottle in front of him. Not surprisingly, the Lord system also gave a prompt. Top-quality barley wine, brewed with the unique craftsmanship of the grassland tribe. The quality reaches D+ grade. As the cellar is stored for a longer time, there's a chance that it will break through to C- grade quality. Limited by brewing raw materials, the highest quality can reach C grade. Effect: after drinking, your strength can be increased by 20 in a short period of time, only for those below sea level. The more you drink, the longer the duration, up to 1 hour. Daily drinking can regulate the body and has certain benefits for improving physical fitness. The effect is slightly lower than refined salt. Chapter 2:05 Warhorse. This wine is mainly used for soldiers to drink during marches and battles. Just a small sip can make them burst out with stronger fighting power, even in the most difficult situations. It's a good thing that can turn the tide of the battle. Capricorn Khan thought Ning Fan didn't recognize the wine, so he explained it to the side, even boasting a little. Ning Fan picked up the porcelain bottle, uncorked it, and took a light sniff. The smell of strong liquor came to his mind, refreshing him. Although he didn't know much about wine, he could understand from the information provided by the Lord system. This wine is good. As Capricorn Khan said, it is a good choice to give it to his soldiers to drink while they are marching and fighting. It can temporarily enhance their strength, and it can also be sold to other lords. After all, there are still quite a few lords who have not arrived on the island. How was the production of this wine in your tribe? Ning Fan put down the porcelain bottle, turned his head, and looked at Capricorn and asked. There's hope. The old man Capricorn was startled and immediately said attentively, the monthly output is about 1,000 kilograms. But Ning Fan frowned when he heard this. 1,000 kilograms? Monthly production? Who would use this amount? Can the production be increased? Capricorn opened his mouth hesitantly. It is possible to increase the production, but brewing barley wine requires at least D-grade raw materials. My tribe is just a small tribe, and it may not be able to withstand the increase in production. The implication is that it is okay. Ning Fan waved his hand. As long as the production can be increased, just go ahead and brew it. Don't worry about the rest. No matter how much Highland barley wine your tribe brews, I will take it. I will trade with you using the same level of food. Capricorn Khan's old face showed excitement. Since you said so, how can I not give you face? Don't worry, I will increase the production after I return, and I will not let you down. Then he bowed his head respectfully and said in the most sincere tone, from now on, you're the most distinguished guest of the Capricorn tribe. Resources have always been the main theme of the Lord's world, and this is even more so for small forces. Whoever can bring them resources is the boss, regardless of the so-called system or beliefs. At this moment, the other two tribal leaders had come to their senses, and seeing that Old Man Capricorn had sold the barley wine, they could no longer sit still and stepped forward one after another. Yoli Khan, sir, our Yoli tribe produces a kind of goat milk that is rich in milk. It has the effects of beauty, sleep aid, and body conditioning to help improve physical fitness. Please take a look. Like Capricorn, Yoli Khan is also a smart man, and he had prepared the tribal specialties with him early on. A cup of milky goat milk was handed to Ning Fan. Before he finished, the leader of Mir continued, Sir, although our small tribe does not have any special resources, it is close to a central plains dynasty in the south, and we are fortunate to have the opportunity to trade tea and horses with them. Our tribe can offer war horses from the grassland tribes and spices and tea from the central plains dynasty. I wonder if you would like them. When it comes to war horses, the leaders of several other tribes immediately refused. Boy Mill, you are so shameless. Which tribe on the grassland is short of war horses? How dare you take out such a rare and common thing and present it to you? Wutu Cricket said, That's right. Capricorn responded, then turned to look at Ning Fan and bowed humbly. My tribe has existed the longest among all of you, and we have the most war horses. If you need war horses, my tribe can provide some. It just so happens that I don't want to bother with this anymore. I'll just help you make wine and enjoy my retirement in the next few days. The war horses in the tribe are useless to keep. If you want them, just take them. As soon as these words were spoken, several leaders glared at Capricorn with gritted teeth and wide eyes. Old thief. Shameless old thief. You actually want to monopolize the supply of war horses. It turns out that you, an old man with a shifty look, are the most likely to betray. You talk about retirement and not wanting to bother with work. It sounds so nice, but don't you know where those war horses in your tribe came from? Damn it. When you were young, you were like a killing god. You wiped out all the surrounding tribes, occupied several large grasslands, and made a lot of money. Now that I'm old, I'll act like your grandson in front of you. I need to have some dignity. Several leaders stood on the same front in indignation, despising the old Capricorn. The Capricorn old man looked at his nose with his eyes and at his heart with his nose. There was no trace of embarrassment on his old face. Seeing this, the two women standing behind Ning Fan couldn't help but laugh softly. Look, who says only women are jealous? A group of men together are no less jealous. It's not like I haven't encountered a lord as powerful as you, young master. I don't want to purchase some war horses. Ning Fan said calmly. Their commotion reminded him that he could buy some war horses from the grassland tribes. Cavalry was a powerful weapon in the era of cold weapons, and this is still the case even in the world of lords. The existence of the level mechanism means that even when facing artillery, as long as the cavalry's equipment and mounts are good enough, they can still kill through artillery and musket units. Cavalry is still the dominant force on land. Just as the snow melts tomorrow, the prairie and the territory will be revealed, and there will be a place to raise war horses. Maybe with the resources of the territory, it will be possible to raise an ordinary war horse into a high-grade war horse, like a chicken, and then upgrade it bit by bit. Stop arguing. Each tribe will provide 2,000 war horses, and I will also use level food to collect them. If it's a high-grade war horse, the price will be increased accordingly. I will send someone to discuss the specific price with you. Anyway, I won't treat you unfairly. How do you think? Ning Fan suggested calmly that the fish meat in hand alone was enough to buy out the 5 tribes in full. With this confidence, he thought that purchasing resources from several tribes was just a small matter. Of course, what several tribes offer is still quite valuable. As soon as Ning Fan spoke, even if they were reluctant, they had to suppress their desire to fight and agreed to this matter. In the following time, Ning Fan signed transaction agreements with them one by one. Ning Fan wanted not only Highland barley wine, goat milk, war horses, cattle, and sheep, but also spices, porcelain, and silk obtained from the Central Plains dynasty. The main feature is arrogance. After several huge deals were signed, the leaders were all grinning from ear to ear. After all, they were wearing the same pants now. They put aside their grievances and started talking and laughing with their arms around each other's shoulders. The expression changed so quickly that Shui and Ling Shuang laughed secretly. Ning Fan glanced at the two of them, pulled them into his arms unhappily, and gave each of them a glass of goat milk. Being favored by Ning Fan, the two girls giggled coquettishly, holding the cup and tasting the goat milk obediently, licking their red lips until they turned white. The atmosphere at the banquet became relaxed. Several leaders were busy tasting the food, while Ning Fan was bored and teasing the two girls. Suddenly, a message alert sounded in my ears. He quickly opened the screen and took a look. Lu San, boss, I'm back as ordered. Everything is going well for the advanced team. Lord Wolf asked me to tell you that we can set up the teleportation array now. Seeing this message, Ning Fan's face lit up with joy. Everything went well. There is no better news than this. He immediately stood up and said to everyone, "Everyone, enjoy your meal. I have something else to do. I'll excuse myself now. Your Excellency is busy. Don't worry about us." The leaders said in unison. Ning Fan smiled knowingly. Really, there was no need to bother with them. They all looked like they hadn't eaten anything and were not shy at all. Wu Tu, after the banquet is over, you stay and wait until I'm done. I have something to tell you. After giving Wu Tu a warning, Ning Fan took the two women out of the box. Since Longzi has already sent back the news, he should wait until he understands the situation before making a decision on hiring the Grassland tribe to fight for him. It doesn't matter this moment. Chapter 206 Overseas Military Bases. Go back to the military base and wait for me. After leaving the box, Ning Fan sent a message to Lu San. He had to ask about the advanced team situation in person to feel at ease. After sending the message, Ning Fan turned and looked at the two women. Shui and Ling Shuang stared at him intently, their beautiful eyes full of admiration. They finally had the opportunity to be with Ning Fan and felt a little pampered, so they naturally wanted to be pampered even further. It's a pity that under normal circumstances Ning Fan would still pamper them and keep them by his side, but since it concerns important military affairs, he can only let them down. You two go back first, and tell Yiming to let Li Chuangjuan take over the position of manager of the auction house and receive the guests of the auction house. As she spoke, she hugged Shui's delicate body and whispered in her ear, "Be good. I'll go to your place tonight." Shui shyly lowered her eyes and said, "Yes." After comforting the two beauties, Ning Fan hurried downstairs. As soon as he left, Ling Shuang could no longer hold back her excitement and hugged Shui. Wow. Sister Shui, we finally made it. For example, Sister Xuena and Exine still live together now, and Shu Yi, Ling Shuang, and Zi Qing, the three girls as maids, naturally live in the same room, so? Okay. Don't forget what your husband told you. Let's go find Sister Yiming first. Shui took her hand and advised. We're just maids. It is not easy to be favored by our husband. We cannot take advantage of the favor and make excessive demands. Ling Shuang nodded. I understand. I will tell Ziqing later. Seeing this, Shui felt relieved and curled the corners of her mouth slightly. The three of them knew each other well and had a deep relationship, so there was no need to worry about any competition for favor. Mu Wanning and Yiming acted very quickly. A teleportation array had already been set up at the military base, and Ning Fan took the teleportation array directly from the auction house to the military base. Lu San had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Ning Fan, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. My humble servant Lu San, nice to meet you, sir. No need to be polite. Ning Fan waved his hand. Tell me about the situation of the advanced team. Yes. Lu San then told Ning Fan everything that happened to the advanced team last night. After learning about the situation, Ning Fan was a little surprised. It was so smooth. So Wolf led the advanced team and found an island 260 kilometers south of the L Federation, and then stationed there. Yes, Lu San said respectfully. When I left, Lord Wolf had already wiped out all the indigenous people on the island. The entire island is more than 1 square kilometer in size. Master Wolf thought that this could be used as a base to build an overseas military base, so he asked me to come back and report. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Ning Fan nodded and encouraged. It's what I should do. Lu San was flattered. Without further ado, Ning Fan took out the large teleportation array and placed it next to the small teleportation array. He planned to go over and take a look. Only after an on-site inspection could he decide what to do next. Building a military base would be fine. He happened to have cement, and it would be easy to hire workers. The large teleportation array has been installed. The coordinates of the supporting teleportation array have been detected. Teleportation can be carried out at any time. Note, the transmission channel can be cut off unilaterally. Once cut off, no other transmission array will be able to connect to this transmission array. In this way, we don't have to worry about the teleportation array being lost. The enemy will invade our territory through the teleportation array. Ning Fan nodded. This is a good insurance measure. Ning Fan opened the landlord management system, selected a great enemy lord captive, bound a replacement card, and stepped onto the teleportation array. Take my order and mobilize the troops. When I come back, all the barbarian troops and the black slave troops must be teleported over. Ning Fan instructed Lu San. Currently, the only people who can lead troops in the territory are Longzi. Munster barely counts as one, and Tours counts as half. However, these three people are now in Qingming continent, so Ning Fan can only choose to let Lu San do this. As for those instructors, they were not even within his consideration. It's easy to get thousands of soldiers, but it's hard to get a good general. Ning Fan sighed in his heart. Lu San never thought that a small person like him would be valued so much by a big boss one day. He was so moved that he couldn't help but speak. Boss, why don't you let me help you test the effect of the teleportation array first? You are worth a lot of money, what if? No need, just do what I tell you to do. Ning Fan waved his hand and said, just kidding. Even if you don't trust the stability of the teleportation array, you still have a life-saving card. When he's out, no matter what happens, as long as the territory is not wiped out by weapons of the nuclear level, he will not be in any danger. He told Mu wanted to make sure that the winning Lord prisoner was properly taken care of. Ning Fan started the transmission. In an instant, a burst of light covered the entire teleportation array, and the scene in front of us changed rapidly. It feels like being in the starry sky, with light and shadows flowing around and the starlight hazy and blurred. Even with a C+ grade physique, Ning Fan still felt dizzy and a little dizzy. It took a while for this feeling to stop. When I came to my senses, the light curtain in front of me had disappeared. Boss, dear Lord. 3 voices were heard. Ning Fan looked in the direction of the voices and saw Longzi, and Minster waiting respectfully outside the teleportation array. Ning Fan walked out of the teleportation array while observing his surroundings. There were tall trees and dense jungles within a few dozen meters around. A clear stream passed by, and there was a medium-sized open space on both sides of the stream. There were small thatch huts standing on the open ground, with signs of burning everywhere and a few bullet holes visible, which were obviously caused by the tiger crouching cannon. There was a pungent smell in the air, like burnt blood. Apparently, there had been a massacre here before he came. Boss. Longzi walked up to Ning Fan, saw his expression, and explained. After we arrived at the island, we found that there were many natives on the island. In order to prevent casualties, I ordered the use of artillery to eliminate them. Yeah. Ning Fan nodded and didn't take it to heart. Tell me about the surrounding situation. Seeing that Ning Fan had no intention of blaming him, Longzi breathed a sigh of relief and took out a map. This is a map of the surrounding 200 kilometers based on what the radar shows. He pointed to an island on the map. This is where we are now. There are 5 small islands within 5 kilometers. If this island is built into a military base, these 5 small islands will serve as natural outposts. But there is a problem. Longzi changed the subject, his expression slightly hesitant. The rainforest on the island is too dense. If we want to build a complete military base, it will be difficult and the workload will be high. Moreover, the islands on Qingming continent are all natural islands. I have tried, and they cannot be occupied through the Lord system. This means that if you want to build a building on the island, you can only build it manually, and you can't place it through the Lord system. Chapter 207. Hiring grassland tribes to fight. Can only be built manually? Ning Fan raised his eyebrows. That's a coincidence. We have just accepted 3 workers' unions as VIP guests, and what we lack the least right now is professional workers. Not to mention flattening a kilometer of forest to build a base, even if the workload is several times larger, is not a difficult task for a civil engineer. After all, without all the supervision and safety issues, the efficiency of the civil engineer can be beyond your imagination. No problem. I will arrange the construction of a military base. Ning Fan chuckled. Come up with a battle plan as soon as possible. The barbarian army and the black slave army will be sent over soon. Let Minster and Tours cooperate with you. You will be in full command. We must destroy the navy of the L Federation within 3 days and completely control the sea power in this area. Tur is the leader of the barbarian army, and because he does not have enough generals under his command, Ning Fan can only use Munster, who is only half-baked, to lead the Black Slave Army. But with Wolfboy looking at the overall situation, there is no need to worry about any problems. As for the landing operation, don't rush for now. If nothing unexpected happens, I will send another troop over, and then we will occupy the entire L Federation in one fell swoop. Yes, Longzi obeyed the order. Afterwards, Ning Fan and Longzi discussed the structure of the military base for a while and drew up a plan. After getting the plan, Ning Fan did not stay any longer and teleported back to the territory. Once the large teleportation array is installed, it cannot be moved. In order to protect the teleportation array, it is necessary to build a military base on the island. With Class A cement, we don't have to worry about the defense capabilities of the military base. There is also a small teleportation array template. After we defeat the L Federation, we can build another teleportation channel directly to the L Federation mainland. After the matter was finalized and they returned to the territory, Ning Fan immediately ordered Lu San to lead the troops over and hand them over to Longzi for command. He won't interfere with what happens next. With his current strength, attacking the L Federation is no longer a burden for him, even if something unexpected happens to the 10,000 troops in Longzi's hands. The 10,000 new black slaves sent by several grassland tribes can also ensure the safety of the territory after being trained into an army. As the road became wider and wider, with more slaves as income, population was no longer the primary factor restricting the development of the territory's army. As long as people have a way out and confidence, they will appear calm. Ning Fan is in this state now, and he has the cost of trial and error. Considering that building an overseas military base is a large project and involves many aspects, he sent a message to Yimeng to explain the situation. You can invite the presidents of the Electricians' Union and the Carpenters' Union to come here together. I'll come see them after I'm done with my work, Ning Fan said. Time is running out, so let the three guilds take charge of this project together and strive to complete the construction of the military base as soon as possible. I understand, husband, Yimeng replied, and after hesitating for a moment, she continued. Husband, how about I take care of this matter? I have been in charge of the handover of the three guilds. I can handle it. Yimeng has been in office for a few days now. Although she cannot leave the business center yet, she has become more and more adept at handling matters in the territory and has not made any mistakes. Seeing that she took the initiative to take charge of the matter, Ning Fan was happy to be a hands-off boss. Okay, you pay attention to it. Ask them to stop the commercial street project and put all their efforts into the construction of the military base. Let's build the military base first. This matter is very important, Ning Fan emphasized. I understand. Husband, don't worry. Workers hired from outside must come to the territory in person before they can take the large teleportation array to the Qingming continent. So Ning Fan asked Meng and Mu wanting to come up with a plan to build several teleportation arrays between guilds and territories to facilitate travel. Coming to the commercial street through the auction house teleportation array is a temporary teleportation with activity restrictions, and you cannot use the teleportation array to go to other places. The reason for this limitation is simply because there is no physical teleportation array to rely on during teleportation. It is only transmitted by a special force applied by the Lord system on the ticket. This force cannot be sustained and needs to be replenished when it is used up, so there is a stay limit. However, there are no such restrictions when the indigenous forces are teleported here, because they were teleported here via a teleportation array. For example, the teleportation array of the Sahan tribe is an altar. After giving the instructions, Ning Fan returned to the auction house and headed straight to the box on the 4th floor. At this time, the banquet in the box had ended, and only Sahan and Wutu were left in the box. The other leaders had all left. As the matchmaker, Wutu did not leave, and Sahan felt embarrassed to leave him alone, so he stayed to accompany him. Maybe there are other little thoughts, but we don't know. Excellent. Seeing Ning Fan coming in, the two stood up to greet him. Sit down. Enough of the small talk. Since you are here, please listen. Ning Fan went straight to the main seat and sat down, looking at Wu Tu and speaking straight to the point. My territory is at war with the Federation. The Federation is not very strong. It is just a barren federation. I want to hire the warriors of your tribe to fight for me. Whatever you wish. Hearing this, they were both stunned, and then expressions of surprise appeared on their faces. The strength is not strong, just a barren federation? Is that what you said? No matter how weak the barren city-state is, it is still a royal-level force. Respect. Our Wutu tribe is just a 2-star tribe that can't be any smaller. We are not even a vassal force. How can you ask us to deal with a city-state? Wutu swallowed and looked at Sahan for help. Brother, please help me. I can't carry this burden by myself. Sahan was thinking about whether to intervene or not, and he didn't notice Wutu's eyes at all. The reward for participating in the war is 100 tiger squat cannons. Ning Fan stretched out a finger lightly. In the blink of an eye, Sahan stood up and said, Sir, if you don't mind, our Sahan tribe is willing to charge into battle for you. Wutu was a little slow to react. As soon as he opened his mouth, Sahan was already patting his chest. Seeing this scene, he glared at Sahan fiercely. Damn it, you are Capricorn's biological son. You have the look of a traitor. Fearing that he would not even get to drink the soup, he quickly bowed to Ning Fan and said, Sir, I dare not say anything else, but there is no battle that our Wutu tribe dare not fight. You just give the order, and the small tribe, including more than 40,000 warriors, will drive for you. Only 40,000 soldiers? Ning Fan frowned slightly. The tribe is quite small. Okay, anyway, we still have the Sahan tribe. The two tribes together can add tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. Since you are all willing, I will not be polite. Each of you will provide 20,000 people. I will send my subordinates to give you the specific combat missions. Chapter 208. Wixon arrives. I have 2 small teleportation arrays here. You can take them and build a mutual teleportation array to send troops over earlier. Ning Fan gave a storage ring to Wutu and Sahan respectively. Storing jewelry is quite convenient. When trading with natives, you don't have to carry items with difficulty. Hearing about the teleportation array, Wutu and Sahan were startled again and quickly picked up the ring to check. Upon seeing this, excitement instantly appeared on their faces. In addition to a teleportation array, the ring also contains 100C plus grade tiger crouching cannons. Sir, are you this? Wutu looked at Ning Fan and stuttered, unable to speak. Too arrogant. He has never met such a generous party in his life. The experienced Sahan immediately leaned forward respectfully and said, Sir, if you don't mind, the Sahan tribe is willing to obey you as its leader. He finally realized that you were completely hiding your incompetence in front of Fairy Qingling. You have the confidence to go to war with a federation and can easily take out hundreds of tiger squat cannons. You cannot be regarded as an ordinary lord at all. The United Kingdom's control over its subordinate forces is very weak. If you pay tribute on time and possess a certain level of strength, you can become a subordinate force of the kingdom. This is also the reason why Sahan and his men, who are so weak and cannot even be considered as royal forces, can have such great autonomy. As long as they can withstand the beating, stop paying tribute, and restore themselves to a free force, it is just a matter of a word. Wutu didn't expect that Sahan would be so bold. If the words, I obey your master, were known by the kingdom's top leaders, it would basically be equivalent to leaving the vassal state. Anyway, he had never heard of any force that could be a vassal of 2 sovereign states at the same time. It's all very nice of you to talk, but when it comes to the battlefield, it's going to be a matter of whose men are braver. The truth will be revealed on the battlefield. Wutu curled his lips and held his breath in his heart. He will definitely prove that your choice of him was an extremely correct one. Ning Fan ultimately did not agree to accept the Sahan tribe as a vassal force. First, the time has not come yet, and the territory has not yet been established. Acceptance is just a verbal agreement. It is meaningless without constraints. It is better to be assured by binding interests. Second, it is too easy to become his vassal with just a few words. Sahan was a little disappointed. Perhaps only if our 5 tribes are united together can we be qualified to become your vassal force. After taking a look at the small teleportation array in the storage ring, and turning his head to look at Wutu, a plan emerged in his mind. Your Excellency should have a lot of teleportation arrays in your hands. If our 5 tribes can communicate with each other through the teleportation arrays, perhaps we can form a united tribe. At that time, Wutu and Sahan each had their own thoughts in their minds, so they did not stay for long. After saying goodbye to Ning Fan under the pretext of going back to mobilize troops, they hurried back to the tribe. The task was successfully completed and Ning Fan was able to rest for a while. On the other side, Yimeng and Wanning moved very quickly. After getting Ning Fan's permission, the two of them cut the Gordian knot and directly asked the presidents of the 3 guilds to assign tasks. The 3 presidents were the best in their respective fields after all. They realized that this was a good opportunity to get closer to Ning Fan, so they immediately organized themselves after getting the project. It just so happens that the headquarters of the three guilds are not far from the headquarters of the cave, and the farthest one is only more than 1,000 kilometers away. With the assistance of Dihu, they contacted the salesman on the way and quickly opened up the teleportation array between the three guilds and the cave. The teleportation transfer stations set up at sea are maintained and manned by their personnel, and they are very happy to take charge of this matter, especially the caves. The teleportation array is of the greatest help to them. As for the transmission channel between the underground cave and Ningfan's territory, it was opened under the arrangement of Dihu an hour or two ago. 8 transmission transfer stations have been set up in the 1,000-kilometer sea area around Ningfan's territory. Only these 8 transmission transfer stations require Ningfan to personally send people to maintain them. After all, they're within his territory, and other guilds dare not do it for him. As the teleportation array was deployed, the number of guilds participating in it gradually increased. Mu Wanting simply promulgated an agreement on the maintenance and use of the teleportation array. Any guild that wanted to use the teleportation array would sign the agreement, and the predecessor of the World Parliament was born. Ningfan did not participate in the entire process at all, and his woman accomplished this feat. Military base, it's evening. Bursts of white light appeared on the small teleportation array. Soon, one by one, lords dressed in uniform gray work clothes and work hats walked out of the teleportation array. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Even though they came to the Lord's world and possessed great power, they basically didn't have to worry about construction risks, but they still put on their safety helmets as usual. Well, safety helmets also cost money. Isn't that a bit of waste? Never mind. Professionalism is the most important thing. If you're not professional, you won't be able to get the project from Ningfan. Anyway, after this news got out, the workers' unions in other areas were envious, especially when they heard that the 3 meals a day were all D-grade food. They became more eager to open up the area. So much so that some people put up billboards at the entrance of the commercial street to petition. After the territory set up a special breeding center, the scale of chicken farming expanded dozens of times. Except for the D+ and D-grade chickens that are still raised in the chicken farm, all the D-grade chickens are raised in the wild. There is not enough graded feed, so they can only be fed with a small amount of C-grade bran mixed with ordinary feed. Therefore, the D-grade chicks will not be upgraded to a higher grade until they are out of the cage. Graded creatures must eat graded food to grow. However, this has greatly increased the production of D-grade chicken. If we continue to raise dogs at this scale, I guess every dog in our territory will be able to eat high-quality food. Of course, the premise is to increase the yield of feed. More and more workers came out of the teleportation array, and they looked at the situation around them with confusion on their faces. Before they could appreciate it enough, the leaders of the 3 guilds, after communicating with Li Chuangjuan, took them to a larger teleportation array. The large cross-regional teleportation array lit up, and in a flash, thousands of civil engineers arrived at the territory of Qingming continent from the Endless Sea. Looking at the primitive jungle around them, the civil engineering brothers slowly walked down from the teleportation array, and voices of discussion were inevitable among the crowd. Is this a construction site? It's a bit too primitive. Brother, you are provided with high-quality food for 3 meals a day and a foundation salary. I think you should dig out the center of the earth, not to mention pushing down the primeval forest. I heard that the big shots in the guild have said that the guild that completes the project the fastest will receive an additional bonus. Everyone in the guild will get a share of this bonus, which is higher than the salary. Wow, it's higher than my salary. What's the point of talking about that? There is no job in this world that I, Hu Han-san, can't do. Don't pick on me. Do you think I know you well? I'm an old civil engineer from the authentic Civil Engineering God Guild. Do you know how to respect your predecessors? You're from Carpenter's Guild. If it weren't for the kindness of our president, you wouldn't even be able to make a living as a civil engineer. Our civil engineering master will gladly accept the bonus. Looking at the tumultuous crowd, the 3 general managers who were leading the group also stood up and yelled at their subordinates. Stop talking nonsense, survey and draw, and the rest of the construction workers, get moving and build the living quarters first. Work all night tonight. Don't dawdle. This project is very important. In this way, thousands of civil engineering workers settled down on the Hague Island. The Hague Island is the name given to this island by the Elf Federation. While the island was busy, 7 warships of the Elf Federation were quietly coming over here. Something unusual happened near the Hague Island. After receiving this information, Wixon decided to lead a team to check the situation in person. At the same time, the Wolf on the ironclad battleship also received the news from the radar. Chapter 209 captured. 7 warships are coming. Looking at the information on the radar map, Longzi fell into deep thought. There is no doubt that it is the fleet of the Elf Federation. I didn't expect them to be so cautious and come here so quickly. Soon, Longzi made a decision and gave the order. Give the order to all warships to return to port and anchor near the coast until I give the order to attack again. The radar equipped on the ironclad battleship is better than the detection equipment equipped on the main fleet of the Elf Federation Navy and has a wider monitoring range. The other party has just entered the radar monitoring range and certainly has not discovered the situation at the military base. Before entering the enemy's monitoring range, take advantage of this gap to withdraw all the warships to the coast and hide them by taking advantage of the complex terrain of the coast. Make the other side make wrong judgments and lure the enemy deeper. Unless the other party has a satellite, it is impossible to achieve omniscience with a monitoring device that is less than Class B. Of course, with only 7 warships, Wolf could also choose to take the initiative to attack, but to be on the safe side, it would be better to let the humans in and destroy them all. If you take the initiative to attack and let the other party react and run away, it will be a waste of time and effort. Things developed just as Longzi had expected. After all 13 sailing battleships of the entire army returned to the shore, the enemy only stayed for a while 60 kilometers away before setting off again and heading straight towards this side. The cruising speed of more than 40 kilometers per hour highlights confidence. When the workers who were working saw a row of warships docked on the coast, they stopped what they were doing and stopped to watch. Oh my God, what a huge battleship. Is this the strength of the boss? It feels like just one ship can wipe out our guild. 1, 2, 3. I think there are 14 of them. No wonder they can invade other areas. It's terrifying. No, there's another one. What the hell is that? A destroyer. Are you blind? It's obviously a cruiser. How can a destroyer be this big? Do you think it's a big black fish? This trip is worth it. I can see such heavyweight military equipment. I quickly took some photos so that I can show off when I go back. It's moving. The warships are moving. I don't think there will be a war. As the A-class armored cruiser was launched, the workers present no longer had the heart to work and all gathered at the beach to watch. Even the 3 general managers were no exception. The armored cruiser is Ning Fan's flagship, and the soldiers operating this warship are the newly established Imperial Guards. The cruiser was not under the command of Longzi. Ning Fan placed it here simply to ensure the safety of the Hague Island until the construction of the military base was completed. Now that the enemy is invading, the cruiser naturally has to play its role. The wartime command was handed over to Longzi. All warships must go out to sea and outflank the enemy from both sides. Do not let a single enemy escape. Seeing the enemy entering the 30-kilometer area, Longzi gave decisive orders. Royal Guards, use the main guns to destroy the enemy's command center. The radar on the armored cruiser is even more powerful, and it has no problem in accurately locking at a distance of 30 kilometers. The main gun has a range of 50 kilometers, and the Elf Federation's fleet has long been within the cruiser's attack range. Following Longzi's order, the more than 5-meter-long main gun barrel on the cruiser began to rotate. The wide-outfitted turret has an exquisite sense of art and looks gentle, but when it really starts to show its power, it is shocking. Boom, boom, boom. A huge noise accompanied by flaming fangs emanated from the muzzle. Even several kilometers away, the deafening sound could still be heard on the shore. The onlookers all swallowed their saliva. They couldn't even imagine how painful it would be to get hit by a bullet. This is a war, right? Someone threw a question to his companion, and he was answered with the same blank look. I think so. Anyway, I can't see where the enemy is. This went beyond their understanding of war. In the past, scenes like this had only been seen on the internet on Blue Star, but now they were actually seeing it offline, especially since this was the Lord's world, and the shock in everyone's hearts was beyond words. So much so that even though they couldn't see the exchange of fire, everyone was reluctant to leave. The other side, on board the Wixon Knight. Wixon was staring at the monitoring charts solemnly, when suddenly an urgent voice came from the main control room. General, 14 super-large battleships have appeared near the Hague Island and are heading towards the fleet. All of them are battleships of unknown models. Hearing this, Wixon was startled and quickly scanned the entire monitoring map. he saw that suddenly more than a dozen red targets appeared on the detection map. "Stop!" he shouted hurriedly. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light suddenly flashed in the main control room, followed by a rapid system alarm. "Warning! Encountering an unknown lock. Extremely dangerous. Warning! Encountering an unknown lock." The frequency of the warnings was so fast that it felt suffocating, and everyone in the control room panicked. Extremely dangerous level. That is an attack that is enough to destroy the entire ship. At the critical moment, Wixon was extremely calm. He realized that they were locked by beyond visual range weapons and acted decisively. "Turn the shield power to maximum, and everyone be prepared for impact. There is no way to escape by running, so you can only hope to withstand this attack." Unfortunately, he still underestimated the power of the A-class smoothbore cannon. A few seconds later, several loud bangs exploded around the Vexen Knight, and the so-called protective shield was blown to pieces like a piece of paper. One shell hit the bull's eye, striking the middle of the ship and causing a violent explosion. The B-class flagship of the L Federation, the Wixen Knight, was paralyzed by the explosion, losing all power and suffering severe damage to the hull. As for the command center, "Hello, hello, Vickers, please answer if you hear me. Please answer if you hear me." The main control room was in a mess. A huge hole appeared above it. Debris mixed with flesh and blood filled the entire space. There was not even a wailing sound, only the sound of calls from the fleet channel system. Buried under the rubble, the whereabouts of Wixon remain unknown. The entire command center was destroyed by one shot. Such a situation was undoubtedly fatal to the entire fleet. Having lost their leader, the other warships suddenly behaved like a headless fly. Some rushed to the Vixen Knight to rescue, and some rushed into combat status. Not surprisingly, in the next few minutes, they all suffered several rounds of hits from smoothbore cannons. Its fate was no better than that of the Wixen Knight. When Longzhi arrived with his fleet of sailing battleships, all that was left was the cleanup work. After firing a few rounds of fire symbolically and paralyzing all the warships, Wolf gave the order. "Stop the bombardment. All fleets should send teams aboard to eliminate the remaining threats. If you can capture them alive, do your best." This time he did not kill them all as he did with the natives on the Hague Island. Minster recognized that the fleet in front of him was the main fleet of the L Federation. There must be a big fish among them. If we can capture it alive and present it to the boss, the credit is secondary. If we can obtain some useful information, we will be more confident in the subsequent landing operations. In this way, Wixon, who was unconscious and survived by relying on his physical strength, became Ning Fan's captive. Chapter 2:10 The Lady and the Princess. The news of the annihilation of the Wixen fleet soon spread back to the homeland of the L Federation. Evening. The palace was brightly lit. Soldiers and servants of all kinds hurriedly walked through the corridor, all with nervous looks on their faces. No one dared to make loud noises, and the atmosphere in the entire palace was depressing. A skinny white old man walked in from outside the palace and went straight to the king's study. Everyone who met him along the way stopped and saluted him. Lord Knight Jones. The 3 stars on his shoulders show his identity, another 3-star knight of the L Federation, Jones Yadu. When something happened to Wixon, King Alfred hurriedly summoned him to discuss matters. If something really happens, the 3-star knights will be the backbone of the L Federation. As for the king, he is just a hereditary baron, and he may not be capable. Arriving at the door of the study, Jones pushed it open and walked in. "Sir Jones, you are finally here." Seeing Jones' figure, the sadness on Liv's face disappeared a little, and he quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile. Jones is older than him. Before he became king, Jones was already a 3-star knight. So when facing Jones, Alabama Ford did not dare to put on airs. "What's more, we have to rely on him to solve the current predicament. Your Majesty, I have heard about the situation. The culprit who destroyed the Vixen fleet is most likely Maple Leaf. I suggest that the Oracle Hall report this matter." Jones spoke straight to the point, his gloomy eyes revealing a calmness, as if the destruction of a main fleet was just a trivial matter to him. But his plain words surprised L4. "Is the situation so serious? Reporting it to God is a bit of an overreaction. This is just like going home, crying, and complaining after losing a fight. Regardless of whether the problem can be solved or not, a scolding is inevitable. Jones may not care about so many things, but as the king of the L Federation, he is the person primarily responsible and the first to be held accountable. It is impossible for him not to consider the impact of this aspect. In short, he didn't want to ask God for help unless it was absolutely necessary. From the last information sent back by the Vixen fleet, we can clearly know that Maple Leaf has an extraordinary beyond visual range weapon, and it is very likely an extraordinary A-level weapon. The Vixen is a B-class battleship, and it has a B-class protective shield given by God, but it was still paralyzed in a short period of time. I can't think of any other possibility except for the extraordinary A-class weapon. Jones analyzed calmly. Then he looked at L4, his eyes becoming increasingly gloomy. Your Majesty, the extraordinary A-level weapons are also known as God-killing weapons. Even gods are afraid of them. Do you think we, the Elf Federation, can handle them alone? L4 opened his mouth, unsure of what to do. Then he sighed and began to wander around. Jones did not push him to make a decision, but waited quietly. After thinking for a long time, L4 found a compromise. Night, Jones. You also know that the goddess election ceremony is just around the corner. It is really not appropriate to disturb the god in the near future. It is better to wait until the goddess election ceremony is over before reporting this matter. During this period of time, I would like to trouble you to come forward, manage the army, and prepare for the defense of the homeland. I think Maple Leaf won't attack rashly after just one battle. Alfred looked at Jones solemnly, almost lowering his attitude to the lowest level he could. Jones's pale brows twitched. He glanced at L4 meaningfully and did not agree immediately. I know that your Yada city-state is the closest to the Hague Island. Don't worry, I'll put all the federal troops under your command. As long as you can survive this period of time, I will immediately report the matter to God. L4 continued to add. Jones saw what he was planning, which was nothing more than hoping that Princess Elena could be chosen as the goddess, so that he would be easier to talk to in front of the gods. You are such a complete gambler. No matter how beautiful Elena is, who can say for sure whether she will be the goddess? I am afraid that not only will I not be chosen as the goddess, but I will also miss the best opportunity to ask for support. Jones shook his head secretly in his heart, but his face was as calm as a rock, and he spoke. I hope that His Majesty the King will not forget what he just said. He should report this matter to the Emperor immediately after the goddess ceremony is over. Sure. Alfor smiled, as if handing over the preparations for war to Jones was like throwing away a burden. Seeing this, Jones said nothing more and dragged his old body out of the study. Just as Jones was leaving the palace, a luxurious carriage stopped at the gate of the palace. A pretty woman in a white long dress got off the carriage. Her snow-white skin makes her look like a work of art, and her light blue pupils are like embellishments, making her full of aura. But at this moment, there was a hint of panic on her fair face, and she hurriedly trotted into the palace, holding her long skirt. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, he went straight to Princess Elena's bedroom. In the bedroom, Elena, known as the most beautiful woman in the Elf Federation, is sitting at the desk reading a book. She was wearing a plain white dress and no makeup. Her temperament was as clean as a beautiful elf goddess. Her white swan neck made people want to kiss her. There's a reason why Elena is called the #1 beauty. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Elena raised her eyes and looked over. Seeing the figure coming in, she quickly put down the book in her hand. Sheila, Elena, something happened to my brother, and he's in danger of dying. Scylla Allen threw herself into Elena's arms and hugged her as if she had seen a life-saving straw, tears streaming down her face. Elena hugged her back and patted her back gently with her slender fingers. She knew the news, but there was nothing she could do, so she could only try to comfort Scylla. Seeing this, the maid serving her wisely closed the door and left the two of them alone together. After a long time, Scylla stopped crying under Elena's comfort. The tearful face was so pitiful, Elena couldn't help but say softly, "You can stay here with me for the next few days. Maybe after a while, your brother will send back some news. He is a 3-star knight, after all. It's not easy for him to get into trouble." Elena knew that if something really happened to Wixen, the Allen family would suffer a heavy blow, and her good friend Scylla would definitely not end well. So she made the worst plan in her mind. At worst, she would keep her by her side in the name of a princess, and she would protect her at all costs. The social order of the Elf Federation is so cruel, or rather, most of the forces are like this. Even the royal family cannot last forever, let alone a noble. Once you lose power, you will be eaten up. It is only a matter of time. Thank you, Elena. Scylla wiped her tears and looked at Elena gratefully. She knew very well the fate of the women in the old aristocratic families. I have seen more than once that my old friends, also noble ladies, became playthings of the upper class because of their family's loss of power. Coming to Elena to cry and complain was subconsciously a desire to find someone to protect him. Of course, this action was completely instinctive. Elena pursed her lips, and after a brief thought, she said, "Scylla, your appearance and temperament are not worse than mine. I think you can also participate in the goddess selection ceremony. Now that your brother's in trouble, if he really can't come back, you should also prepare a way out for yourself. What do you think?" Chapter 211. Wixen surrenders. Hearing Elena's words, Scylla looked hesitant. "Elena, haven't you always felt that the title of goddess is not a glamorous one? Why do you?" Elena sighed softly. "This is a different time. I didn't intend to choose this goddess carefully. In fact, losing is a good thing for me." But Elena changed the subject and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, she lowered her voice and spoke. "My father is incompetent and can usually maintain the situation, at most causing dissatisfaction among some nobles. Now we have suddenly encountered a powerful enemy, and I heard that he is a vicious, wandering lord. Even your brother's fleet was known as the most powerful fleet in the Federation, but until it was destroyed, there was very little news sent back. It can be seen that the opponent's strength is very strong. For a long time, the top leaders of the Federation have been in a jungle of survival of the fittest. At this time, who would risk the destruction of their family to work for the Federation? Elena stared at Scylla with her beautiful eyes and uttered slowly, "I'm worried that this time the Federation will suffer a devastating disaster." As soon as these words came out, Scylla's eyes widened. She carefully observed Elena's facial expression and found that she was unusually calm, which surprised her even more. Rather than staying in the palace and waiting to die, Elena looked up at the huge bedroom. The decoration was warm and luxurious, but to her it was like a cage. She could not get out and had no chance to decide her own fate. "Maybe if I'm lucky enough, I'll become someone else's captive and survive, but what's the point of living like that? It's nothing more than walking from one cage to another, and I have to worry about being given away." A trace of sadness flashed across Elena's face, her mouth slightly opened, and her miserable look simply attracted crime. "Since I am destined to be someone else's canary, why not take the initiative to choose something better? At least becoming a goddess will give me some status in front of all living beings." "Scylla, what do you think?" Elena smiled. The forced smile gives off a feeling of seeing through fate and not caring about it. Scylla stared at Elena blankly, as if she had never really understood her, with the world turning upside down in her heart. She suddenly felt that, as a princess, Elena's status was not as noble as she had imagined. When the country's survival is at stake, she, like herself, cannot control her own destiny and can only be forced to become a plaything of others. After calming down, she held Elena's hand and said with a firm look in her eyes, "Elena, I know what to choose. I will participate in the goddess selection ceremony with you then. The goddess can have her own slaves. As long as one of us is chosen, we can help each other." Elena smiled with relief. "I'm glad you understand." As both of them were wanderers in the world, the relationship between the two women quietly became closer. The feeling of being dependent on others was gone, and instead, there was a relationship of mutual help, and Sheila had fewer worries in her heart. Her mind was unprecedentedly free. She quickly thought of something and made a suggestion. "Lena, how about we find a few young ladies from noble families, explain the pros and cons to them, and let them participate in the goddess ceremony as well? Wouldn't the chance of being selected be higher this way?" Elena shook her head and chuckled. "No need. Over the years, I have saved many women from old noble families and kept them by my side as maids. They are all good-looking, and I know them well. Having them is enough for me. Now that the goddess election ceremony is getting closer, there is no need to bother contacting other people. Besides, people's hearts are unpredictable, and it is difficult to build trust in a short period of time. Even if they're my maids, bringing them along would only give us some extra capital. The only ones we can really rely on are ourselves. You know what I mean?" Elena took Scylla's arm and said, "Don't think too highly of other women. If we really let them turn over and become the masters, we will be the ones who will be humiliated in the future." Scylla understood instantly and nodded. "I was careless." "No problem." Elena scratched her cheek mischievously. "It's getting late, so I won't bother the people downstairs to arrange your accommodation. Let's sleep together tonight." "Okay." Scylla responded obediently. After Elena's guidance, or because she was facing a greater predicament, she had put her brother's affairs behind her. Well, she is undoubtedly another good sister. Is this the 3-star knight you captured? Looking at Wixen, who was sleeping on the bed in front of him, Ning Fan asked. After the battle at sea, Longzi sent someone to inform him of the incident. Ning Fan was not surprised at the outcome of the battle. When he heard that a 3-star knight had been captured, he rushed over immediately. We dug him out of the rubble. He should be fine. He was just knocked unconscious by the aftermath of the explosion, Wolf said, and then mentioned, it was Munster who reminded me, otherwise I would have missed this big fish. Hearing this, Ning Fan looked at Minster. Minster immediately said with a smile, My lord, this man is called Wixen Allen. He is one of the 2 pillars of the L Federation, the leader of the Allen family, the commander-in-chief of the Navy, and the minister of the Coastal Defense Department. I used to work under him, so I recognize him. Oh my, the Navy commander and minister of coastal defense is really a big fish. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the unconscious Wixen. You will be credited for this. You guys go down first. I'll see if I can wake him up and get some information out of him. Yes. The 2 of them wisely retreated. Ning Fan walked up to Wixen, opened the Lord's screen, and tried to subdue him as a slave. However, a prompt popped up on the screen. Failed to subdue the slaves. The target is the 3-star knights under the theocracy. There's a preliminary prohibition to prevent recognition of the master. It is detected that you are a candidate emperor. You could be subdued by force, but the theocracy will notice it. Please consider it carefully. Seeing this tip, Ning Fan showed a hint of disdain on his face. Notice? Huh. The mission has been assigned to him, and he is still afraid of being noticed? They would have fought to the death. He decisively chose to conquer him by force. Ding. Successfully recruited as a slave, implanting the concept of the Lord's, Emperor's, supremacy. The slave information can be viewed in the Territory Citizen Management System. It seems like there's something more than before. Ning Fan's expression changed. This time the reminder specifically emphasized the supremacy of the Lord, which was previously only generally described as a stamp of thought. The prepared emperor, perhaps it's because of the road to empire. He guessed. Then opened the Citizen Management System. Slave, Wixen Allen. Age, 30. Gender, male. Constitution, C+. Status, coma, injured, mild concussion, can be cured by taking mild-grade beverages. Sure enough, the injury is not serious. It happened that he got some D-grade goat milk from Yuli Khan during the day. Ning Fan took out a bottle and fed it to Wixen. After a while, the injured status displayed in the status bar disappeared, leaving only unconscious. Once the implantation concept is finished, he should be able to wake up. Ning Fan stood aside and waited for a while. Wixen slowly opened his eyes. The last scene in his mind was the explosion in the main control room. He suddenly saw the ceiling of the room and was a little dazed. Suddenly, he noticed that there seemed to be someone next to him. He turned his head abruptly and saw Ning Fan's figure. He was startled and immediately turned over and got out of bed. He knelt straight on his knees and bowed. Wixen greets the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Chapter 2:12 Defection. What a supreme lord. Everyone simply regards him as the Emperor. No wonder the theocratic church has placed a ban on him to prevent him from recognizing his master. This ideological stamp is really perverted. Faith is nothing compared to it. Ning Fan muttered to himself. He speculated that it was the centralized nature of the feudal system that made the positions it offered so overbearing in terms of ideological constraints. So much so that even the Vatican has to be on guard. In the theocratic system, the 3-star knights could barely be considered minor minions, so it was normal for the Holy See to give them special care. The core function of feudalism is the various systems and the positions they unlock. Institutional, centralized constraints are definitely more solid than so-called beliefs. If feudalism does not even have this advantage, there is no need for it to exist in the world of lords. Although I have not yet become an emperor, perhaps because of the special nature of the imperial path, I can play a part of the function of the monarchy. Just this alone can eliminate the initial ban set by the church. There's a reason why everyone wants to fight against feudalism. Staring at Wixen, Ning Fan sighed in his heart. Tell me about the situation in the L Federation. Ning Fan said lightly, without letting Wixen stand up. At least you have to look at his value first, before that everything is empty. Yes, Lord Emperor. Wixen bowed respectfully again. According to the request of the Emperor, I have been working undercover in the L Federation. I have lived up to the Emperor's expectations and learned a lot of information about the L Federation. The L Federation is divided into 5 city-states. After hearing Wixen's first 2 sentences, Ning Fan twitched the corners of his mouth fiercely. What the hell? He was undercover in the L Federation. What kind of ideas did the Lord's system instill in his brain? Fortunately, the information that Wixen told next was very comprehensive, even revealing the secret that Princess Elena was the result of the king's usurpation of the previous king's concubine. Ning Fan was listening with great interest, so he simply asked him to stand up and talk. I know everything you said. Since you are familiar with the military of the L Federation, how about following Wolf and conquering the L Federation with him? Ning Fan suggested that this was also a way to test whether the ideas instilled by the Lord system were reliable. After all, it is easier said than done. But Wixen was so excited that he knelt down and said, "Thank you, Emperor, for your appreciation. I have an unwelcome request, and I hope the Emperor can agree to it." Explain. Your Majesty, I have a younger sister in the L Federation. I am worried that because of my departure, other nobles in the L Federation will make things difficult for her. Wixen did not hide his concerns and said bluntly, I beg the Emperor to send troops to attack the L Federation as soon as possible. The news that my subordinates are still alive will inevitably cause chaos in the L Federation. Now is the best time to attack the L Federation. If the Emperor trusts me, I am willing to act as a pioneer and help him take down the L Federation. I can't tell he's a sister Khan. Logically speaking, it is impossible for someone who holds an official position of his level to have such family affection. Ning Fan waved his hand and said casually, Okay, tomorrow morning, we will officially send troops to attack the L Federation. I will issue the order to the entire army later. In fact, Longzi had already handed him the battle plan in advance. He would launch a night attack tonight and try to destroy the entire navy of the L Federation. If everything goes well, when the warriors from the Grassland tribe arrive tomorrow, it will be time to attack the homeland. I thank the Emperor on behalf of my sister. I thought the conversation ended here, but Wixen continued talking with a tentative tone. My sister is not bad looking. She is considered a double beauty together with Princess Elena. If your Majesty does not want to give up, after I find my sister, I will let her come to serve your Majesty. Is that okay? Where's the sister complex you promised me? Are you going to sell your sister out just like that? Ning Fan glanced at him. From his appearance, one could tell that his family had pretty good genes. I think his sister must be pretty. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Ning Fan waved his hand no matter what. Until he sees her in person, he will always regard her as Qiao Biluo. He would rather have nothing than have the wrong one, and maintaining harmony in the harem is the key. Hearing this, Wixen treated it as a joke and said excitedly, Thank you, Emperor. Ning-san. There is definitely something wrong with the thoughts infused into the Lord system. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. What should we do if everyone is like this in the future and everyone has a younger sister? Is it possible to collect all of them? It's difficult. With one last glance at Wixen, Ning Fan turned and left the room. After Ning Fan's figure completely disappeared at the door, Wixen slowly stood up and the respect in his eyes turned into passion. Finally got the Emperor's approval. He glanced at the 3 stars on his shoulders with disdain. After becoming Ning Fan's slave, these 3 stars had lost their original brightness and became sparse and ordinary. Despite this, he tore it off in disgust. You damn god, you want my sister to become a goddess? You are unworthy. I, Wixen, have endured hardships for so many years just to catch the Emperor's eye one day and seek a peaceful life for my family and sister. Today I finally get to meet the Emperor, and now I know that gods are as cheap as grass. He showed an ambitious air. Sooner or later, I, Wixen, will personally lead the army to flatten all the gods for the Emperor and capture all the goddesses for the Emperor to enjoy. Who would be willing to be a dog of God if they could become a 3-star knight in the theocracy world, unless they were driven by ambition? This was true for Wixen and his half-brother William. If it wasn't for completing the mission and gaining a higher status, the pampered William would never have come to attack Ning Fan in person. After coming under Ning Fan's command, Wixen no longer needed to restrain his ambition, because he had already known Ning Fan's style of treating his subordinates through the indoctrination of ideas and a short period of getting along. The competent ones get the job. And when it comes to ambition, Jones is no exception. Late at night, under the command of Longzi, 13 sailing battleships were all dispatched, heading directly for the waters under the jurisdiction of the Yada City State. We thought we would encounter fierce resistance from the L Federation fleet, but even when we were 50 kilometers deep into the territorial waters and the capital of the Yada City state, Yada City was within the radar monitoring range, we still did not see the L Federation fleet. Longzi, who was cautious by nature, did not act rashly. He commanded the fleet to advance slowly and in an orderly manner. It was not until 2 hours later, when he occupied the largest port of the Yada City state, Medog Port, without any effort, that he was completely sure. The L Federation really did not set up any defenses in the Yada waters. Munster, you're familiar with the L Federation. Take a team to the vicinity of Yada City to investigate the situation and see what the L Federation is up to. Longzi had fought in so many battles, and he was really confused by the current situation. The Yada Sea is obviously a gateway to the entire L Federation. Wouldn't it be self-destructive to let it go to them? Just in case, Longzi decided to find out first. After receiving the task, Munster led a small team to the city of Yada 30 kilometers away overnight. The improvement in their physical fitness has reduced the time they spend on the journey. More than an hour later, Munster came back with the jaw-dropping news. The commander-in-chief, the mayor of Yada City, and the temporary commander of the coastal defense, the 3-star Knight Jones, has defected. He has taken away most of the coastal defense forces of the entire L Federation. Before leaving, he destroyed the communication between Yada City State and the capital. I guess the news hasn't been transmitted back to the capital yet. Commander-in-Chief, this is a good opportunity. Let's quickly seize all coastal ports and control all the waters of the L Federation. Chapter 2:13, Everything Goes Well. After listening to Minster's report, Longzi pondered for a while and gave a decisive order. Order the 1st, 4th, and 5th Battalions of the Barbarian Army to march northward along the west coast and capture the port of the Elon City State. The 1st Battalion will be the main force, and the other 2 battalions will be responsible for sweeping the sea areas on both wings. We must ensure that all active forces at sea on the west coast are completely wiped out. Order all the black slave troops to march north along the east coast and capture the seaport of the Knox City State. There will be no feints along the way, only main attacks. Whichever battalion annihilates the most enemy troops will be reported to the Lord in person to request credit for them. After a pause, Longzi turned his head to look at Minster and said in a slow tone, "Tell all the soldiers of the Black Slave Army that the Barbarian Army already has a unit with an elite number. I hope that after this battle, they can also receive this honor. Don't let the Lord down." Minster was startled. Then he immediately saluted and said, "Yes." He was the commander of the slave army, and he shared the same fate as the slave army. Realizing that this was a great opportunity to move up, he did not dare to delay and hurried back to the camp to mobilize the troops. "Lu San," Longzi called out. "Here." Lu San hurried forward. "Master Wolf, what do you want to tell me?" "I'll leave a reserve team for you. Your mission is to lead them to place the teleportation arrays at various ports. This must be completed before tomorrow morning. Can you do it?" Longzi stared at Lu San with a serious expression. At other times, he could still smile at Lu San, but now that the war was about to break out, there was no time for laughter. Lu San patted his chest without saying anything. "Master Wolf, don't worry. The boss has been very kind to me, and his business is my business." Hearing this, Longzi glanced at him, as if to say, "When did you become so aware?" Lu San chuckled, turned around, and asked, "Lord Wolf, are we still going to fight in Yada City?" Longzi nodded. "I will personally lead the remaining troops to attack Yada City. I will try to get the boss to have breakfast in Yada City early tomorrow morning." When these words were spoken, Lu San stood in awe. As expected, you still have to learn from the boss. When it comes to pleasing the boss has more experience. Look at what he said. He tried to let the boss have breakfast in Yada City. That's really smart. Late at midnight, sailing battleships sailed out of the port of Medog. Under the close arrangement of Longzi, the Barbarian Army and the Black Slave Army each performed their duties. A series of small and large encounters took place in various places in the waters of the L Federation. Jones's defection drained the L Federation's maritime defense forces, and the remaining fleets of some big fish and small fish were all destroyed in this raid. The long-renowned L Federation Navy became history overnight. However, the royal capital in the center of the peninsula did not receive any news until dawn because Jones destroyed the communications. "What did you say?" "Jones defected." Inside the palace, L4 stared in disbelief at the 2-star knight who came to deliver the message. In his excitement, He grabbed the two-star knight by the collar and almost yelled, "Did you spread false information to alienate the relationship between the king and Jones? Tell me." "Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. Many of the Yaddo city-state's guards have already fled back to the capital. If you don't believe it, you can ask anyone." L4 said suspiciously. "Why did the guards of Yaddo's city-state flee to the capital? Did Jones carry out a massacre before his defection?" No. The two-star knight stammered. "Yaddo's city has been conquered by Maple Leaf's army. Except for the soldiers who escaped, all the other soldiers died in the battle. According to the soldiers who escaped, the enemy's firepower was so fierce that they couldn't even see where the people were. The walls of Yaddo City were blown away. Half of Yaddo City was almost razed to the ground." As he spoke, the two-star knight swallowed his saliva. At first, he didn't believe what the escaped soldier said, until he saw a photo taken by a soldier. The barrage of comments that looked like shooting stars in the sky left a deep impression on him. The king didn't care whether he was impressed or not. When he heard that Maple Leaf was taking advantage of the situation, he completely lost his mind and became furious. Where's the Navy and the Coast Guard? What are they doing? They actually let a small, wandering lord break in. Can Jones' rebellion alone bring down all the troops? I don't believe that an old man like him can have such a strong appeal. Seeing the king lose his composure like this, the two-star knight's fear lessened a little, and instead a trace of disappointment rose up. He calmed himself and said, "Your Majesty, Maple Leaf sent out 3 armies last night. Only one of them attacked Yaddo City. The other 2 armies marched north along the coast. After Jones's defection, the Navy and the guards were leaderless. In addition, the enemy's firepower was too strong. Fleets and guards in various places barely organized any effective resistance and were wiped out in one fell swoop. Now that the Federation has lost control of all ports, we only have the Guard Corps in various places to resist Maple Leaf's attack." The two-star knight's tone became cold. "Your Majesty, if you don't take action, Maple Leaf's army will attack the capital." "What? Maple Leaf is coming to attack the palace? When did the Federation become so fragile?" L4 stood there in a daze. His head was buzzing, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. Seeing this scene, the two-star knight was extremely disappointed. Perhaps he had a premonition that the Elf Federation had really come to an end, and he said lightly, "Your Majesty, report this matter to the gods now while there is still time. If the gods can help, there may be a chance to turn the tide. The Nox city-state has been exposed to the Maple Leaf army. I need to go back to guard the city, so I'll take my leave now." The two-star knight turned around and left on his own initiative, without giving L4 any face at all. However, L4 did not care about these. When he heard the proposal of the two-star knight, his eyes lit up as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and he kept muttering to himself, Yes, we can ask the gods for help, but a wandering lord will not be able to cause any trouble if the gods intervene." As he muttered, L4 became more and more excited. "Someone, tell the elders of the Oracle Hall to come here." The king's excited voice echoed from within the room. The two-star knight, who had already walked to the corner of the door, couldn't help but shook his head. If the gods were really that powerful, they would have unified the Qingming continent 500 years ago, and it wouldn't be like this now. He had already decided to focus on preserving his strength after returning and wait and see what would happen. If the gods' intervention could not change the situation, he would not mind taking the path that Jones had explored for them. They took refuge in other city-states, relied on the hands of other gods, and broke away from faith. The fighting was intense at the front line, but it did not affect Ning Fan at all. He woke up leisurely from his peaceful rest. With Shuyi's gentle service, he got up and left Shuyi's room. Well, that's good. 3 more returns. After taking a look at the system, Ning Fan's lips curled up slightly. After the favorability of the women in his family reached level 4, he hadn't increased the number of returns for a long time. This time, he was able to raise Shuyi and the others' favorability by 1 level, which made him quite happy. It was the kind of happiness that made him happy both physically and mentally. Recalling last night's experience, Ning Fan took the teleportation array all the way to the auction house. Lu San had been waiting in the auction house for a long time. He brought back the battle report, and Ning Fan came here to understand the situation. Seeing Ning Fan coming, Lu San came to Ning Fan excitedly with dark circles under his eyes and said respectfully, "Boss, Lord Wolf has already conquered Yaddo City and is waiting for your arrival." Chapter 214, God Scepter. Ning Fan flipped through the battle report brought back by Lu San. with a look of relaxation and comfort on his face. Longzi's ability is really strong, and letting him command a large army to fight seems to have tapped into his talent in this area. Ning Fan didn't even want to let him go back. The chaos in the Elf Federation was real chaos. After talking with Wixen, he had some understanding of the darkness of the political ecology of the Elf Federation, but he found that it was overestimated. Damn it, there is actually a defense minister-level figure who defected. This is outrageous. Ning Fan curled his lips and put down the battle report. Lu San said at the right time, "Boss, Lord Wolf has cleared a castle in Yada City and is waiting for you to stay there. What do you think?" "Forget it." Ning Fan waved his hand. "Go back and tell Longzi to prepare for the general attack. Once the troops from the Grassland tribe arrive, immediately launch a general attack on the Elf Federation. When he takes down the palace, it won't be too late to invite me over." Since everything was going well for Longzi, there was no need for him to worry about it. It would be better for him to wait for Wu Tu and Sahan to come at home and plan the overall situation. Logically, with the help of the teleportation array, Sahan and the others should arrive today. Hearing Ning Fan's words, Lu San's expression froze, and he quickly said, "Yes, sir. I will go back and convey your wishes." Lu San bent over meticulously and then retreated with a hunched back. Ning Fan had nothing to do, so he opened the Lord interface and took a look. He was busy all day yesterday and hardly looked at the Lord interface. When he took a look, he really found something good. The second ranking list settlement rewards have been issued. Congratulations to Lord Maple Leaf for winning the first place in the region for 2 consecutive years. Get 1 large supply box, mysterious reward, item upgrade once. Ning Fan glanced at the time. The rankings were calculated yesterday, but this doesn't affect anything. Ning Fan had obtained 2 large supply boxes before, so he was not unfamiliar with them. There was nothing interesting to see, so his attention was focused on the mysterious reward. Item upgrade times. You can upgrade any type of item to a higher level, limited to items below extraordinary level B. Huh, level up? Ning Fan showed surprise. This was much better than the number of island transfers given last time. I don't know if I can use the back door again. He still remembered that the last time he used the island transfer times, he accidentally got a critical hit return and obtained hundreds of island transfer times and a great shift of the universe. Until now, it is still regarded as a trump card and has not been used. The highest level that can be upgraded is the B-level items. Forget about the ill-level items. Ning Fan was not disappointed by the existence of such restrictions. After all, this type of restriction was the same for everyone, and there was no problem of being at a disadvantage. I am very lucky to get such an opportunity. He began to count the B-level items he had. Fishing boats, spy satellites, icebreakers, drinking fountains. The icebreaker was the first thing he ruled out. The blizzard has dissipated, and the icebreaker can only play a limited role. We don't know when the next blizzard will come, so there's no need to upgrade it. Both the fishing boat and the drinking fountain are related to the acquisition of graded resources. Although my physique has already broken through to B grade during my hard work last night, if these two are upgraded to A grade, they can both provide me with A grade resources, which will be very useful for improving my physique. It is worth upgrading. In fact, Ning Fan hadn't paid attention to improving his physical fitness for a long time. He was able to break through to B-level last night because he drank a large bottle of B-level water. The original intention was not to improve physical fitness. Thinking of last night's embarrassment, Ning Fan pursed his lips. In order to avoid being embarrassed in the future, he decided to upgrade the spy satellite. Just kidding, spy satellites are there to protect the territory. It's better to be embarrassed in bed than in real life. With determination in his heart, Ning Fan used the increased frequency in the spy satellite, and at the same time hoped that the system could take him through the back door again. Ding, you have used up the item upgrade once, upgraded the B-class spy satellite to A-class, and renamed it a large spy satellite. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not hear any sound from the system until the prompt sound ended. It seems like it was just a fluke last time. The back door has been blocked. A trace of regret flashed across his face, and after adjusting his mood, he looked at the upgraded spy satellite information. A-class large spy satellite. All lands where the sun and moon shine and where rivers and streams reach are Han territory. On the basis of maintaining the original monitoring range, large spy satellites will additionally monitor all the land actually controlled by the Lord and the surrounding 100-kilometer area. This monitoring function is not restricted by any barriers. Satellite weapon, God's Scepter. a conceptual weapon designed by a short-lived empire, modified from the Lord's world. Because it does not have a prototype, its function is not stable. It can be used once every 30 days. Activate the God's Scepter to carry out precision strikes on targets within the monitoring range. Because it is launched from space, it has an unavoidable effect, and the damage can reach a terrifying A+ level. A short-lived empire? Oh my God, I'm about to build an empire. Who does the Lord's system of the groove refer to? Oh, it's the rogue eagle sauce, that's okay. Although the eagle sauce is a bit of a hooligan, it's really not a bad dish. Ning san sikhet. Even the Lord's system adopts his design concept, and the weapons designed by him all have A+ level damage, which shows that he is quite capable. God's Scepter, that's a good name. With this God's Scepter, let's see which god dares to challenge me. Ning Fan curled his lips. Now there is no need to worry about the gods getting involved. A+ level damage. Give it a try, and I'll turn you into ashes in seconds. Ning Fan felt more at ease than ever before, and his mood became more relaxed. He sent a large supply box to Ling Long. Ling Long, that naughty baby, was probably still sleeping. There was no news for a long time. Ning Fan did not urge her and turned off the Lord's screen. Just at this moment, Li Chuangjuan came in to report. Boss, Chief Sahan and Wu Tukan have arrived, and they have brought tens of thousands of soldiers with them. Good things keep coming. Ning Fan's face lit up with joy. Everything is ready. We can finally launch a general attack on the Elf Federation. Ning Fan asked Li Chuangjuan to take them to the military base. While there was still some time, he sent a message to Wanting and explained some matters. The general offensive is about to begin, so he has to go there to take charge. The affairs within the territory can only be temporarily left to Wanting. He also had Wixen called back. It's time for him to perform this play. When he arrived at the military base, Sahan and Wutu had already led their soldiers to be ready for battle. Unlike the soldiers under Ning Fan's command, the grassland warriors they brought were all riding strong war horses. Although the armor they wore was only D-level and D-level chainmail, and a large part of them even wore ordinary leather armor, their momentum was no less than that of the barbarian army. The ferocity and aggression were exposed, as if it was about to rush forward in the next second, which made Ning Fan drool. Mine al mine. He was really greedy for such a fierce warrior, especially when he thought that he was about to establish an imperial regime. Sir, the warriors of the Sahan tribe are ready to charge for you. The same is true for the Wutu tribe. Your Excellency, please give the order. Chapter 215, Rising Today. Ning Fan looked at Sahan and Wutu and nodded imperceptibly. If the current situation continues, it should not be difficult to bring these two tribes under our control. Wixen, here. Wix, wearing armor and helmet, step forward. You will command 40,000 troops. I have only one request, which is to capture the capital of the Elf Federation. Can you do it? Ning Fan stared at him. Wixen did not hesitate. Don't worry, Emperor. I will complete the task. Emperor? Sahan and Wutu looked at each other. Both of them showed surprise in their eyes. Not everyone can use the title of Emperor. There is a strict division of status in the world of lords. Even the king of their United Kingdom of Monacan does not dare to use such a title. A title that is not worthy of one's position will inevitably be retaliated against in the dark. They didn't know that Wixen called Ning Fan that because he was influenced by the ideas instilled by the Lord system. The two opened their mouths to persuade him, but Ning Fan took the lead and spoke. Sahan, Wutu, do you have any questions? Knowing that Ning Fan was asking about the question of command, the two of them quickly shook their heads and spoke in unison. I will follow your orders in everything. In that case, let's set off without further delay. We can discuss the specific details of the operation after we get there and understand the situation. After saying that, Ning Fan turned around and stepped onto the teleportation array. Seeing this, Sahan and Wutu had to temporarily hide their doubts in their hearts and command their troops to enter the teleportation array. Last night, Lu San and his men had set up small teleportation arrays in various ports, including the city of Yadu. Therefore, I only stayed in The Hague for a while and took a look at the progress of the military base construction. I saw that the workers were busy and the progress was much faster than expected. Ning Fan was quite satisfied and took Sahan and his party directly to Yada City. The small teleportation array has a transmission distance of 500 kilometers. Not to mention teleporting from the Hague Island to Yada City. Even teleporting to the capital of the Elf Federation would have no problem at all. After leaving the teleportation array, Ning Fan immediately opened the Lord's screen and took a look at the map. Sure enough, the city of Yadu was shown to be under his control, and the surrounding area of 100 kilometers was under the surveillance of large spy satellites. The city of Allen, the capital of the El Federation, is 80 kilometers to the north. A fairly large city covering an area of 5 square kilometers. A small country like ours cannot cause any waves. Ning Fan curled his lips. From the border port to the royal capital, the total distance is only more than 100 kilometers, with no depth at all. Boss, Longzi, who got the news, rushed over from the military camp. You've come just in time. This is Chief Sahan and Wutakan. They are here to assist us in attacking the El Federation. Ning Fan introduced, and then his eyes pointed to Wixen. Wixen, you have seen him before, and now he is with me. Longzi nodded to everyone one by one. I am Longzi. I have the trust of the boss and now serve as the commander-in-chief. So you are the commander-in-chief. I have heard of you for a long time. Hearing that Longzi holds such a high position under your excellency, the experienced Sahan immediately tries to get close to him. Who knows, he might even have to work under him in the future. Seeing his behavior, Wu Tu curled his lips in disgust. Wixen gave Longzi a cold look in return. After all, he was a 3-star knight, and even the king didn't look at him well. So how could he curry favor with Longzi? It can be said that he will not bow to anyone except Ning Fan. Okay, tell me about the current situation, Ning Fan said. In an instant, everyone's attention returned to the war itself. Yes, boss, Longzi said, taking out a map of the El Federation and pointing his finger at the map. Following the direction of his finger, several people turned their eyes to the map. After we took over various ports last night, the 2 surrounding city-states, Allen and Nok, began to withdraw their troops and station them all in the city. However, just a few hours ago, according to the radar display and the intelligence sent back by the scouts, it could be confirmed that the defenders in Nok City have abandoned the city and retreated along the border between Nok City-State and Ayer City-State towards the northernmost tribal United City-State. There are 5 city-states in the El Federation. Except for the El City-State in the central area, the other 3 city-states have territorial waters. Only the tribal city-state in the northernmost part has no sea area. Moreover, because it is located at the junction of the peninsula and the continent, with numerous mountains and virgin jungles, it is also the poorest city-state in the El Federation. My father doesn't love me, and my mother doesn't care about me. If it weren't for the fierce character of the people here, which could have been of some use during conscription, they would have been kicked out of the El Federation long ago. The barbarian tribe from which tours came was based here. So, the only obstacle standing in our way now is the city of Allen. Ning Fan asked. There are still some stragglers in the Yada city-state and the Nok city-state, scattered all over the way to the royal capital. Longzi said cautiously. Ning Fan waved his hand. With the teleportation array there would be no such thing as intercepting the food supply route, so there was no need to worry about the so-called stragglers. After we capture the capital and destroy the El Federation's regime, it won't be too late to come back and clean up. Ning Fan turned to look at Wixen, who immediately understood and took a step forward. Emperor, I am willing to lead the army to capture the city-state of Allen. The city-state of Elon has always been under the control of the Elon family, and Wixen is very familiar with it. Although the city of Elon is now controlled by the Royal Guard Corps, Wixen's influence in the city-state of Elon cannot be eliminated overnight. If he were to attack the city-state of Elon, perhaps he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Okay, you take Sahan and the Wutu tribe to capture the city-state of Allen. Wolf, follow me and lead the barbarian army and the black slave army straight to the capital. When the 2 armies meet, it will be time to capture the royal capital. Ning Fan said in a deep voice, with a feeling of commanding power. Yes, several people looked serious, not daring to show any negligence, and hurried down to prepare. Soon, according to Ning Fan's arrangement, the 2 armies advanced together and rushed towards the capital of the El Federation. Because of the escape of the commander of the Nok city-state, the barbarian army and the black slave army were able to advance like a hot knife through butter and encountered almost no decent resistance. Things were also going very smoothly for Wixen. Even though Wixen had changed his allegiance, it did not affect his status in the family at all. In addition, Sahan and Wutu performed very hard. The hungry grassland warriors used their iron hooves to flatten the defense lines set up by the Guard Corps. In just half a day, the city-state of Elon was lost. Without wasting much time, after leaving the aftermath to his family, Wixen led the people of the grassland tribe straight to the royal capital. There is another purpose for this trip, which is to rescue my sister. The news that the front line was in crisis and the enemy was about to arrive at the city was sent back to the capital. Since the founding of the country, the royal capital has never encountered such a situation. Suddenly, the whole capital was in panic. This is especially true for the nobles. They were well informed and knew very well how dire the situation was at the front and how fierce the enemy's firepower was. Seeing that their good days were about to end, they tried their best to keep the city gates intact. Your Majesty, the enemy is powerful. If we resist stubbornly, we will surely incur the hatred of Lord Maple Leaf, who might even massacre the city. For the sake of your people, Your Majesty, we surrender. Well, as long as you surrender quickly, it won't count as a breach. Old men with wrinkled faces knelt in front of L4 and spoke with great emotion. The knight's medal on his shoulder was dull and colorless, with a faint smell of rust. I don't know when this antique came from. L.I.V.'s face turned as pale as liver. A bunch of old and immortal fellows. They talk without any hesitation and speak in a high-sounding manner, but they are just afraid of death. No need to say more. I have asked the Oracle Hall to contact the gods. The gods are already aware of this matter and will soon send messengers to support us. If you dare to surrender again, don't blame me for being ruthless and reporting this to the envoy. Don't let the nobles be replaced by then. L4 sneered, waved his sleeves, and turned away. It is impossible for him to surrender. Anyone can surrender, except him. Once surrendered, this palace, including everything inside, precious treasures and beautiful girls, will have to be handed over to a wandering lord. He cannot accept such humiliation. Chapter 216, Elena's Thoughts. Elena's bedroom. Princess, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Elena was discussing the goddess ceremony with Scylla when suddenly a maid rushed in a panic. Elena frowned slightly and looked at the maid. What is it? The front line suffered a great defeat. The city-states of Yadu and Nok were completely lost. There is no news from the city-state of Allen. The king, the capital. The maid was so nervous that she could not speak. What happened in the royal capital? Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Elena's face changed and she asked quickly. The enemy's army is heading straight for the capital, and many nobles are urging the king to surrender. The maid was so scared that she began to tremble. It was because she had fallen from a noble lady to a maid and had already experienced the consequences of losing someone to rely on. She thought that luck favored her and allowed her to become Princess Elena's maid so that she could save her life. As a result, the princess suddenly found herself in danger. How could she not be afraid? If the princess also became a prisoner, she dared not imagine what kind of situation she would end up in. Hearing her words, Elena and Scylla turned pale. The two looked at each other and saw the panic in each other's eyes. I understand. You go down first. Let me know as soon as there is any new news. Elena said calmly. The maid had no choice but to follow her orders. As soon as she left, Scylla couldn't wait to ask. Lena, what should we do? I don't know either. Elena sighed. The situation deteriorated too quickly. She never expected that a wandering lord could be so powerful that he could force the Federation into a desperate situation in such a short time. If the trend continues like this, let alone considering becoming goddesses, once the capital is breached, it is unclear whether they can survive the war. Just to survive, I'm afraid. Elena rubbed her brows lightly, and after thinking it over again and again, she held Scylla's hand and said earnestly, Scylla, our plan may be ruined. All we can do now is wait for the situation to develop and go with the flow. If I am lucky enough to survive this war, I hope you, and myself. As she spoke, Elena's beautiful eyes dimmed. For the rest of my life, I must seize every opportunity one get to gain enough status and power for myself. If we were goddesses right now, we wouldn't be so helpless like we are now. At least I can take the initiative to escape from the capital. Although Elena is a princess, she doesn't actually have much power. The reason she became a princess was because L4 wanted to train her into a goddess because of her extraordinary beauty. She has always been a mascot. In this situation, even if she wanted to escape from the royal capital, L4 would never allow it. Scylla nodded. The predicament before her was enough for her to empathize. Lena, I believe we can overcome the current difficulties. As she spoke, a glimmer of hope returned to Sheila's eyes. At least the L Federation has the protection of the gods. The gods will definitely not stand idly by when a wandering lord is so rampant. As soon as she finished speaking, the maid who had just left came back. The two were stunned and turned to look. The maid said excitedly, "Your Highness, good news. The Oracle Hall is summoning messengers. The gods are about to intervene." Scylla's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but feel excited. "Lena, I was right, wasn't I? The gods are really going to intervene, and they're actually going to send a messenger down. I heard that the envoy of God is at least an earl. With such high regard, I think that wandering lord will not succeed." However, Elena was not as optimistic as her. Her tortuous fate made her not believe in any illusory reliance. "I hope it really works. If even the envoy of God himself can't save the Elf Federation." Elena murmured. Perhaps it was a blessing to fall into the hands of the wandering lord safely, but she did not say this out loud. Because this path was too illusory, she just thought about it. "Oh, Lena, don't worry. Although gods are not good things, my second brother is right about one thing. What happened on the Qingming continent is nothing more than a gladiatorial game to the gods. How can they be hurt by the wild bulls in the arena? It's just a game." Elena pursed her lips slightly. "What's that, goddess?" With the answer in her heart, for some reason Elena actually hoped that Fenye could break into the palace and abduct her. Just when Elena and Scylla were on a roller coaster of mood. The iron hooves of the barbarian army and the black slave army have arrived 10 kilometers away from the royal capital. There was storage jewelry to store the tiger crouching cannon, so the army advanced lightly and in extremely fast speed. They encountered many small troops blocking the way along the way, but without exception, they could not withstand a round of artillery attacks and fled. The Elf Federation is strong in its navy, and many of its land forces' equipment are inferior to those of the grassland tribes. In this situation, the advantages of the C+ level Tiger squat cannon are fully demonstrated, especially since the number is very considerable, and the battle naturally becomes one-sided. This is also the reason why Sahan and Wutu were so keen on the Tiger crouching cannon. C+ grade weapons that can be equipped in batches are extremely popular with any force. Ningfan pushed the battle line to 5 kilometers outside the royal capital and stationed his troops there. An hour later, Wixen arrived with Sahan and Wutu. Each grassland warrior has a warhorse, and their marching speed is faster than that of the barbarian army and the black slave army. A distance of more than 100 kilometers is nothing for the warhorses of the Lord's world. If it is a high-grade warhorse, the speed will be even faster. It's a pity that high-grade warhorses are extremely rare for small tribes like Sahan's. It would be good enough for a tribe to raise a dozen horses, and it is simply unrealistic to equip the troops in large quantities. As a sign of respect, Sahan gave Ningfan a D-class warhorse. After the two armies joined forces, Ningfan did not hesitate and asked the logistics department to give each soldier a glass of grade water. After replenishing their strength, the 50,000-strong army immediately assembled. There were 4 cavalry phalanxes and 2 infantry and artillery phalanxes, looking like a huge crowd and magnificent at first glance. Ningfan rode the D-class warhorse given by Sahan, reined his horse in front of the battle formation, glanced at the soldiers in front of him, and spoke slowly. "Today is the day for you to make achievements." There was an unquestionable authority in his tone. His B-grade physique made his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. The sound was heard. Wutu and Sahan were startled. After all, they were natives and knew more about the physical characteristics than the wandering lords. The two looked at Ningfan with more respect, and the same was true for the grassland warriors. "The enemy is right before our eyes. Anyone who kills the enemy will be rewarded handsomely." Ningfan drew the sword from his waist, an ornament that couldn't be more ordinary, but it represented the Lord's will. The sword pointed directly at the city 5 kilometers away. At that moment, both the slave soldiers under Ningfan and the grassland mercenaries were excited. "For the Lord! Fight! Fight! Fight!" The call resounded throughout the heaven and earth, and as if sensing this will, the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. The colors between heaven and earth became gloomy and solemn. It was a scene of dark clouds pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. "We have been preparing for battle and waiting for this moment," Ningfan whispered to himself and curled his lips. All troops attack. Chapter 217, A Level Protective Shield. The army advanced forward in a mighty manner and stopped only when it was 800 meters away from the city wall. This distance is beyond the range of most D-class weapons. On the city wall, the soldiers of the Royal Capital Guard Corps could only stare blankly. Although they behaved very professionally, were on high alert, and maintained strict military discipline, no one backed down. But it was all in vain in the face of absolute range advantage. Following Longzi's order, a Taiwan Tiger squat cannon was pushed out from the phalanx of the barbarian army and the Black Slave Army. Nearly 2,000 Tiger crouching cannons were neatly arranged in front of the formation, with their muzzles pointed at the 1-kilometer-long Black City Wall. Such a spectacular scene made Sahan, Wutu, and the grassland warriors behind them all open their eyes wide with looks of surprise. Is this the foundation of the army under the boss's command? This is really too exaggerated. With this level of firepower, their tribe would be wiped out in minutes. The soldiers on the city wall also noticed this scene and reacted in time, hiding behind the wall. But it was of no use. Boom, boom, boom. 2,000 Tiger crouching guns fired in unison, and the roar of artillery fire resounded through the sky, as if the sky was roaring, which made people tremble in their hearts. Get out of the way. The commander's voice was drowned out by the sound of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous explosions sounded on the city walls. The city walls suddenly fell into chaos, with debris flying everywhere, mixed with wailing sounds, and the originally smooth surface of the city wall was instantly blown into gaps. The defense of the L Federation city walls had reached B level, but it still couldn't withstand tons of C+ level artillery fire. After one round of bombing, the number of casualties in the Royal Capital Guard Corps was difficult to calculate. Everyone, get off the city wall. Get off the city wall. Seeing that the enemy artillery had begun to reload ammunition again, the commander acted decisively. He couldn't sit idly by and watch the Federation's most elite Guard Corps be destroyed under artillery fire without even a direct confrontation. So he could only resort to this inferior strategy and temporarily avoid the spotlight. A new round of artillery fire rang out again, and the shells were fired at the city walls like they were free. The soldiers of the Guard Corps hurriedly got down from the city walls and hid under the walls. Even so, Longzi still did not order a cessation of the shelling. Fire alternately and blow down the opposite wall for me. He waved his hand and said. Of course, this was also the confidence Ning Fan gave him. With 3 million cornerstones of logistical ammunition, even leveling the capital would not be a problem. The sound of continuous artillery fire spread from outside the city to inside. Even in the palace, you can hear it clearly. For a time, everyone in the palace was in panic. The war has begun. Elena stood in front of the window, looking towards the city wall, her beautiful eyes revealing calmness. She knew very well that the Federal Army was not equipped with large-scale artillery, so such artillery fire could only be enemy firepower. It seems that the Wandering Lord is more powerful than she thought. For some reason, thinking of this, Elena felt calmer, as if the dispute in front of her had nothing to do with her. What a scary noise. I wonder if the Federal Army can hold out until the messenger of God arrives. Scylla stood beside her, her heart beating. Just then, a chaotic noise suddenly came from outside the door. The two women subconsciously turned their heads and looked towards the door. Just then, the door opened and the maid hurried in. What happened outside? Why is it so noisy? Elena asked. Princess, it seems that the enemy has used extraordinary weapons. The city wall is in danger. A section of the wall has already collapsed. The maid said in a panic. The guards are ready to leave the city and fight the enemy to the death. Scylla covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. It has only been a short time, and the wall of the royal capital has been blown down? Suddenly, she wasn't so confident about the angel. Can God's messenger really deal with such a ferocious wandering lord? In contrast, Elena acted much calmer. Well, I understand, you can go down. The maid left the room, and Scylla immediately looked at Elena, hesitant. Lena, this wandering lord is so ferocious. If even the messenger of God can't do anything to him, then we just wait and see. Elena sothid ligli. Sheila bit her lip, and an image of a lord who looked like an orc was burly and strong, and would smash the city wall if he disagreed with something emerged in her mind. She absolutely could not fall into the hands of such a person. What if she gave birth to a baby for him? The thought of doing so was devastating. She shook her head fiercely, shaking the thought out of her little head. At this moment, a shrill voice sounded inside and outside the palace. The Oracle Hall has brought down the envoy. All nobles in the Federation should go to the Oracle Hall to welcome him. It's finally here, Elena whispered. Whether the Federation can be saved depends on the ability of the God's envoy. We will definitely be able to hold on. Scylla clenched her fists and whispered. Elena glanced at her. Her eyes moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. Because they're not nobles, they're not qualified to see the messenger of God. However, all the people with some status in the palace ran to see the messenger of God, which gave them the opportunity to go to the city wall to watch the battle. Outside the city, after more than a dozen rounds of artillery fire, although the city wall was already in ruins, it still stood firm. Ning Fan simply transferred the orbital siege crossbows in the territory. The siege crossbow, which had A-grade damage and extremely high single target damage, created a hole in the city wall with just one shot. The effect is significant. Seeing this, Ning Fan was no longer conservative. He deployed the orbital siege crossbow at full power and coordinated the artillery fire to attack the city wall. It would be best if all the city walls could be blown down. In this way, the cavalry of the grassland tribes could march straight in, plow through the fields, and sweep away the royal capital. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you should make detours. If you are rich, you should cover the area with all your might. When one side is overwhelmingly powerful, it would be easier to make the war simpler and more brutal. Time passed slowly, and everything went steadily according to Ning Fan's plan. Under tons of artillery fire, more and more gaps appeared in the city wall, and the collapsed gaps divided the original 1-kilometer-long city wall into sections. It seemed that the city walls were about to be completely paralyzed and could no longer perform their defensive duties. Suddenly, a glowing protective shield descended from the sky, covering the entire capital, including the city walls. The round of artillery fire that had just been fired was completely blocked by the protective shield. The shell exploded the moment it hit the protective shield. It looked like an airburst. Sparks exploded in the air, brilliantly colorful, adding a touch of fiery red to the depressing world. "Pass my order, stop shelling." Ning Fan reacted quickly and immediately intervened and gave the order. He was not unfamiliar with the protective shield. He had already learned about it when he came into contact with the L Federation fleet. The protective shield that appeared before him was obviously much more powerful than the fleet's protective shield. It is estimated to be at least A-grade. The presence of weapons of this level in a war like this can no longer be viewed simply from the perspective of war. Ning Fan immediately opened the satellite monitoring map to check the information. On the monitoring map, the situation in the royal capital has been blocked. This once again confirmed Ning Fan's judgment. The level of the protective shield is higher than that of a spy satellite. Trouble. Ning San Fronet. It's not a big deal if it's just a protective shield, but I'm afraid that the divine power behind the L Federation has taken action. Chapter 2:18 The Count in Black. Just as Ning Fan expected, not long after the protective shield appeared, a group of people appeared on the gate of the city wall. Leading the group was a mysterious man dressed in black, his entire body covered in a black coat, making it impossible to see his true face. Only the 3 moons on the shoulders were shining. Earl and Prince, on the same level as Fairy Qingling. Behind him, King L4 followed attentively with his back bent, and behind him came a group of nobles, young and old. The black-robed Earl walked straight to the city wall, glanced at the army outside the city, and suddenly snorted. "With this little force, you, a baron, can't handle it. My lord, you don't know that Maple Leaf has extraordinary weapons in his hands. Our Elf Federation was caught off guard, so..." El cuarto explanó awkwardly. "I heard that there was a rebellion among you, and even the 3-star knights appointed by the Holy See rebelled. This allowed the other side to take advantage of the opportunity." The black-robed Earl said in a bad tone. This. Elfor was speechless and began to stutter. "Humph. Do you think the church won't know if you don't tell me? I don't know how you manage people, but a 3-star knight would actually defect to another evil god." The black-robed Earl waved his hand and said, "Someone will come to deal with this matter later, so be prepared." Alfor felt bitter in his heart. "Damn old man Jones, you have caused me so much trouble." Not daring to dwell on this matter any longer, he quickly changed the subject and asked, "Sir, what should we do with Fingya? He has an extraordinary weapon in his hand." "It's just an extraordinary weapon," the black-robed Earl said disdainfully. "The protective shield I brought has extraordinary ill-level defense power, so there will be no problem keeping you safe. I came here in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything else. When I return, I will report to the Holy See and ask them to grant you some extraordinary weapons to help you eliminate Maple Leaf. Of course, you should also know the price." Hearing this, Elfer nodded quickly. "I understand. As long as Maple Leaf can be eliminated, I am willing to pay any price." After this incident, he was really scared. In order to stay in this position and enjoy wealth and glory, he would rather cut off his own flesh and blood in exchange for the protection of the church. At worst, he would make his people suffer again. The Earl in Black said nothing more. He turned his head and continued to look outside the city. His deep gaze, under the black clothes, was directed at the central military camp. A small wandering lord who has only gained some opportunities dares to trample on the majesty of the church. He is truly ignorant and fearless. At this time, Ning Fan also discovered something strange on the top of the city. The moment he saw the man in black, he guessed his identity. It must be someone from the Vatican. It seems that the Holy See still has some special means to send people to Qingming continent at the critical moment. Ning San murmuret. I just don't know how long I can stay. Boss, the scouts reported that there is no gap in the protective shield. The entire city is covered by the shield. Longzi came over to report. Hearing this, Ning Fan fell in a deep thought. He originally wanted to see if there was any weak point, but it seemed that he had no choice but to attack by force. Pass on my order, fire at full force. I will have the orbital siege crossbows cooperate with you. He just didn't believe that a protective shield could block his path to an empire. At worst, we can use God's scepter. Of course, he would not easily use this trump card unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, the Vatican has already intervened, and who knows if there will be any more tricks behind this. So we have to be on guard. Yes. Longzi took the order and went down. After a while, the sound of artillery fire in front of the battle line rang out again. Boom, boom, boom. The oncoming explosion exploded on the protective shield in front of them, scaring the group of old nobles behind the black-robed Earl so much that their legs went weak, and some of them even collapsed to the ground. Elfor was not in much better condition either. The firelight shone on his face, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and his teeth chattered. Seeing how miserable they were, the Earl in Black sneered. An attack of this level is nothing more than a tickle to the protective shield. You are so scared. What do you think? However, just as he finished his words, a fiery red sharp iron spear streaked across the sky and headed straight for his crown. Sensing danger, his face changed and he turned around, but it was too late. The next second, a violent explosion occurred on the city gate tower. The crackling flames almost blocked out the entire view of the city gate tower, and the scene was quite spectacular. Everyone's attention was drawn to it, and both the soldiers defending the city and those attacking the city held their breath in concentration. When the flames dissipated, the scene of the city gate tower reappeared before our eyes. The tragic situation as imagined did not occur. Everyone was safe and sound, but their expressions showed a little fear. Seeing this, Ning Fan was a little disappointed. After all, the orbital siege crossbow is a bit low level. The damage barely reaches a level and is not enough to destroy the protective shield. Maybe it's time to consider using God's scepter. Let's launch a few more rounds of attacks. If there is still no effect, I will use the scepter of God. Ning Fan made a decision. He did have another weapon that could cause A-level damage, and that was the main gun of the armored cruiser. However, the armored cruiser could only dock at seaside ports, and its range did not cover the royal capital. It's of no use. If the other party has other extraordinary A-level means, after using the God Scepter, we will retreat to Yada City first. With the protection of the armored cruiser, we don't have to worry about the other party's counterattack. After planning the retreat, Ning Fan gave the order. On the city gate tower, the Earl in Black looked at the crossbow arrow that was so close to him. His body under the black clothes straightened up, and his hands hidden in his sleeves trembled uncontrollably. He was just a little bit away from death. Looking closely, the fiery red crossbow arrow was stuck on the protective shield, and half of the arrow had already penetrated the protective shield. At the junction of the two, the shield's luster was obviously dimmed, and fine cracks appeared. My lord, are you all right? L4 was the first to react. At this time, he also noticed the abnormality of the crossbow, and couldn't help swallowing. The black-robed Earl calmed himself and whispered, "It's okay. I didn't expect the level of the extraordinary weapon in Fengye's hand is so high, but fortunately, it is not enough to destroy the protective shield." His tone became much more cautious. Suddenly, L4 shouted, "My lord, Maple Leaf's attack. Attack is coming again." Hearing this, the Earl in Black looked over immediately and saw 10 fireballs flying towards him from the horizon. It's the crossbow attack again. Still 10 bursts. The black-robed Count's heart was filled with alarm, and he quickly took out something like a roulette wheel and made a move on it. The protective shield suddenly glowed brightly and became much thicker. In the blink of an eye, 10 crossbow arrows violently hit the protective shield. The deafening sound made the old nobles behind him feel seriously uncomfortable, and some began to foam at the mouth. The entire city wall was shaking violently along with the protective shield, as if it would collapse in the next second. Unfortunately, until the sparks faded and everything returned to calm, the protective shield was still intact. This time, the crossbow arrows didn't even leave any marks on the protective shield and fell from the sky one by one. Seeing this, the black-robed Marquis laughed. Still want to win by quantity? Unfortunately, the A-level protective shield in my hand is not an ordinary item, but an enchanted item. When using the enchantment properties, as long as the damage does not exceed a level, it will be useless no matter how much damage is done. Elfer let out a long sigh. Your Excellency is worthy of being the backbone of the church. A mere wandering lord can't cause any trouble in your hands. There's no need to flatter me. If you really want to, just hand over the extraordinary weapon in Maple Leaf's hand to me after you kill him. The Earl in Black waved his hand. At his position, he has heard countless flattery and has become immune to it. For him, strength is the key. The crossbow weapon in Fignet's hand is quite good, and he likes it. Of course, don't worry. Elfor quickly agreed. While the two were talking, Ningfan saw that the strongest wave of attacks from the orbital siege crossbow failed to cause any damage to the protective shield, so he decided to use the Scepter of God. Pass my order. Stop the attack and have Wixen get ready. Once the shield is destroyed, lead the cavalry to attack immediately. Ning Fan issued an order and then clicked on the spy satellite's weapon system. Chapter 219 God's Scepter shows its power. A section of the city wall not far from the city gate tower. Elena and Scylla were standing on the city wall, spying on the development of the situation. Seeing the artillery fire stop, Sheila's face showed excitement. Lena, the enemy seems to be unable to use the protective shield and can't attack. Elena frowned, looking at the shrinking artillery line on standby. She always felt that things were not that simple. As expected, the actions of the god's envoy are different. The wandering lord on the opposite side must be scratching his head now. Imagining the image of an orangutan scratching its cheek, Scylla laughed out loud and chattered to the side. Lena, why don't we go meet the envoy of God later and get to know him? Maybe with a word from him, it will be easier to become a goddess. It's not over yet, Elena said calmly. At least wait until the enemy retreats. Sooner or later, Scylla chuckled, but halfway through her words, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the air. As we took a short break, the sound became louder and louder, causing pain in our eardrums. The two girls subconsciously looked up, and after just one glance, they opened their mouths wide. What is that? Sheila turned pale. A fireball like a meteor drew a trail of light and shadow from the sky and fell down at an extremely fast speed. The entire sky seemed to be split in half by it. Layer upon layer of wave-like gaseous shock waves spread out, and soon the ground was hit. A strong wind suddenly rose up from the ground and blew towards them, blowing the two women's hair apart. Follow me down the city wall. Elena reacted immediately and pulled Scylla towards the city. She had a hunch that things would not end so easily, and when she saw this scene, she realized instantly. This was definitely the noise made by Maple Leaf. The prelude was so terrifying that I couldn't even imagine what would happen when the fireball fell. In short, we definitely can't stay on the city wall. We all underestimated Maple Leaf's power. Elena's heart was shaken. The thought hidden deep in her heart emerged again and gradually solidified. At this moment, everyone in the entire Elf Federation noticed the abnormality in the sky. Even the workers far away on the Hague Island were no exception. Look, there's a shooting star. Make a wish. Maybe the Lord's system will help you make it come true. That's nonsense. It's better to work hard to finish the job than to wish at a shooting star. If you can get the boss's appreciation, it will be more effective than wishing. That makes sense. Hey, why does that meteor feel like it's hitting the ground? Oh my God, it's really true. It's beyond belief. I don't know which lucky person can have a meteor send him off personally. The workers stopped to watch curiously, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed. However, the people in the royal capital did not feel so good. They started to riot, as if a disaster was about to happen. They clearly sensed that the fireball that fell from the sky was targeting them. Anyone with a slightly better physique felt as if they were being locked in and unable to escape. My lord, what exactly is that? Liv's face was filled with fear, and his legs and feet went weak. The Earl in black was so frightened that his hair stood on end, and he had no time to pay attention to him. Damn it. How could a wandering lord have such a horrible weapon? After all, the Earl in black came from the Vatican and had seen the world. He could tell at a glance that the person in front of him was being targeted by weapons. Knowing he couldn't escape, he frantically operated the shield control panel. His uncontrollable, trembling hands revealed his inner fear. Al 4, who was good at observing people's words and expressions, noticed this keenly. His face suddenly changed drastically, and he staggered back a step as if he had seen a ghost. The messenger of God was actually scared. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he instantly got goosebumps all over his body, and his heart felt like it had fallen into an icy cave. In panic, he looked around and suddenly caught sight of the horse path leading down from the city wall. As if he had seen a life-saving straw, he didn't care about anything else and rushed towards the horse trail, rolling and crawling. He wants to get down from the city wall. Seeing this, the old noble who was already scared to death reacted instantly and followed their king towards the horse path without looking back. "Asshole, come back here." Catching a glimpse of this scene, the Earl in black cursed in frustration, no longer having his previous condescending attitude. He really wanted to escape from here, but the strong sense of being locked in his heart made it impossible for him to move his legs. The unknown weapon above his head is targeting him. As the fireball got closer, the rumbling sound in the sky gradually turned into a howling sound. The high-frequency shock wave pierced his eardrum. The Earl in black could no longer bear it. He covered his head in pain, and the roulette wheel in his hand fell to the ground. Under the gazes of countless people, the god's scepter, which was originally in the shape of a fireball, has turned into a ray of light and fell from the clouds in the blink of an eye. Boom! Along with a sudden earthquake, a dazzling light flashed from the city gate tower. The terrifying shock wave stirred up the dust around it and spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. The land within a kilometer around was flattened in the blink of an eye, and the rising dust was flying all over the sky. In an instant, the sky turned light yellow, like the end of the world. Ning Fan had already asked his soldiers to be prepared, but even so, they still couldn't escape the situation of people and horses falling to the ground. Fortunately, there was only a slight disturbance, and no casualties occurred. After a long time, the noise slowly subsided, and the dust floating around dissipated. Ning Fan patted the air in front of him and looked towards the city gate tower. There was no trace of the protective shield covering the royal capital, and a large pit several dozen meters in diameter appeared at the location of the original city gate tower. The entire city gate tower disappeared. Sahan and others widened their eyes. Longzi, who was always known for his calmness, couldn't help but gasp. His understanding was once again refreshed by Ning Fan. Could it be that the Lord's power could reach this level? What level of attack is this? Wu Tu's hand holding the weapon trembled uncontrollably, and a deep feeling of powerlessness spread in his heart. He knew that no matter how hard he tried in his life, he would never be able to resist such an attack. So I was quite hit. It took everyone a long time to recover from the shock, and then they looked at Ning Fan together in tacit understanding, with only admiration and fear in their eyes. Ning Fan ignored their gazes and opened the satellite map to check it out. After the protective shield was broken, the situation in the royal capital appeared again on the satellite map. Judging from the satellite images, the capital is in great chaos at the moment, and there are almost no living people around the southern wall. It is certain that the man in black is dead, and the guard corps was buried with him. If it weren't for the A-level protective shield that finally withstood most of the damage, the entire royal capital would probably have been reduced to ashes. Ning Fan didn't hesitate any longer and gave the order immediately. Don't just stand there. Take this opportunity to capture the capital. Hearing this, everyone was startled and quickly accepted the order, yes. Soon, under the command of Longzi and Wixen, tens of thousands of grassland cavalry rushed towards the royal capital. The city walls as a barrier and the guard corps as a defense were lost. The grassland warriors rushed into the city in a few breaths, as if they were in an empty space. A one-sided massacre took place in the city. Lena, what should we do? Walking on the main road of the royal capital, Sheila was confused by the chaotic and disorderly crowd in front of her. Just now, after being pulled down from the city wall by Elena, she witnessed from afar the entire process of the attack by the scepter of God. Inside the protective shield, their vision was not obstructed. She watched with her own eyes as the entire city gate tower and nearby city wall houses turned to ashes in a mushroom cloud of flames. This scene brought deep trauma to her young heart and also took away her hope. Elena was also a little dazed, with a little dust on her originally flawless face, making her look a little shabby. Unlike Sheila's frustration and despair, she was more surprised. Hearing Scylla's words, she suddenly came back to her senses, her mind worked quickly, and she quickly made a decision. Let's go back to the palace. After saying that, Elena pulled the confused Scylla towards the palace. The capital was in chaos right now, and if she continued to stay in the city, she might not even know how she died. The palace is safer. More importantly, you can only be sure to see the maple leaves by staying in the palace. Chapter 220. The Two Captured Women. Lena, are we going to run away? Only after returning safely to the palace did Sheila recover a little. They did not return openly, but hid all the way, relying on their familiarity with the palace to move through the corridors. As they were returning, news spread that the enemy had entered the city. At this moment, there was no order in the palace, and scenes of looting, smashing, burning, and beating were taking place everywhere. King Alfred was nowhere to be seen, so he must have either escaped or died. We can't escape. We are two powerless women. If we choose to escape, our fate will be miserable. Elena said calmly. She looked around coldly. The former palace guard were now transformed into bandits, burning, killing, and looting in the palace. Without staying for long, she calmly took Sheila around the palace, and finally returned to her bedroom, locking the palace door. It's safe for now. Elena breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the maids hiding in the bedroom heard the noise and walked out of the room. When they saw Elena, their expressions became complicated. Elena frowned and immediately scolded. If you don't want to die, go back to your room. At times like this, she could only try her best to appear strong, otherwise someone among them might have other ideas. After all, a poor princess is a popular commodity for promotion. The maids shuddered, but due to their long-standing obedience to Elena, they nodded timidly and returned to their rooms. Only after the door of the room was closed did Elena relax. Lena, if we hide here, we will just be waiting to die. After following Elena back to the bedroom in silence, Scylla finally asked the question in her heart. Elena held her hand in her backhand and spoke earnestly. Scylla, we have no choice. If you were given a chance to become Maple Leaf's woman, what would you choose? As soon as these words came out, Scylla's beautiful eyes widened. Lena, what did you say? The memory of death resurfaced, and thinking of the burly figures sketched earlier, Scylla subconsciously shook her head. Elena's words arrived first. Outside this palace, we are just ordinary women, but within this palace, we are still princesses and noble ladies. Even if it is treated as a trophy, with this status, there is a high probability that it will be presented to Maple Leaf. I think you should understand this. Scylla's face changed. She hadn't thought about it so much before. After Elena's reminder, she suddenly came to her senses. They're now like the wives of the old nobles. Even if they lose power, they will only become playthings of other nobles. At least ordinary people can't covet it. And if they take the initiative to escape, if they fall into the hands of other refugees or soldiers, their fate will definitely be worse than falling into the hands of Fengye. But even if we're lucky enough to become Fengye's exclusive lover, what if he is very cruel? Sheila hesitated. The description of Ning Fan's image in his mind became blurred and was replaced by the scene of the destruction of the city gate tower. She suddenly realized that Ning Fan was far more powerful than she had imagined. So powerful that she began to ignore all negative impressions of Ning Fan. The reason is that she doesn't want to die. Well, after all, no one wants to die if they can live. Sensing the change in Scylla's attitude, Elena raised her eyebrows lightly. With her status as a princess, although she might be treated specially, it was not guaranteed. If Scylla could be brought along, the chances would definitely be greater. Of course, she didn't do this to take advantage of Scylla. After all, if it went well, it would be a good thing for Scylla. The living environment of the Wandering Lords is 100 times more cruel than that of the forces on the Qingming continent. In such an environment, Fengye can be so outstanding. The messengers of God are crushed to death like ants in front of him. Do you think a man like him would be a cruel and unjust person? As she spoke, Elena turned her head and glanced at the mirror next to her. In the mirror, the two of them looked more or less embarrassed at the moment. Rather than worrying about that, I'm more worried that he has no interest in women. This, Scylla opened her mouth, a little at a loss. We'll just have to see what happens. If Maple Leaf wants to occupy the entire Elf Federation, my identity will still be of some use to him. We shouldn't be in any danger. Elena whispered, her eyes fixed on the tightly closed palace gate, a trace of uneasiness in her eyes. I hope everything goes well. Scylla pursed her lips and couldn't help but hold Elena's hand tightly. The two waited quietly. About half an hour later, there was a sudden noisy sound outside the door. The two women were startled and both looked towards a bedroom door. Is it finally here? Scylla was so nervous that she hugged Elena's arm and almost leaned against her. After a while, there was a sound of knocking on the door outside. The palace door was shaking, and the two women's hearts were in their throats. If the people who entered were deserters from the palace, they would have no choice but to commit suicide. As noble ladies, they could not tolerate themselves falling into the hands of lowly soldiers. This was the influence of the class concept they had always accepted. Bang! The palace gate was finally broken open. The two girls' bodies trembled and their faces turned pale. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, Elena couldn't help feeling a little empty when she really faced this moment. No matter who came in, she was no longer the princess. Fortunately, after seeing the identity of the person clearly, she was given some comfort. The soldiers who came were not from the Elf Federation. Soldiers wearing Ming Guang armor came in one after another and quickly surrounded them. Elena quietly observed the expressions of these soldiers and saw that they all looked straight ahead without looking to the side, and their eyes were not on them at all. Its strict discipline and solemn temperament surprised Elena slightly. As a princess, she had seen many soldiers, but this was the first time she had seen such elite soldiers. After a while, a thin man came in carrying a middle-aged maid. Elena looked and saw that the middle-aged maid in the man's hand was the maid manager who worked in her father's bedroom. Realizing that the other party must have known her identity through the maid, Elena felt a little relieved. Everyone, go out and seal off the palace. No one is allowed to enter the palace without the Lord's order. Violators will be killed without mercy. Lucen glanced at the two women in front of him, quickly looked away, and gave a decisive order. Longzi and Tur were leading their troops to wipe out the remaining troops of the Elf Federation, so the task of occupying the royal palace naturally fell to Lucen. The troops he led were Ning Fan's personal troops, the Imperial Guards. After living in the boss's territory for so many days, Lucen learned a lot from Li Chuanjuan. As he had learned a lot from Li Chuanjuan himself, when he saw Elena and the other girl, his first reaction was to offer them to Ning Fan. Especially after witnessing Ning Fan's extraordinary abilities, Lucen's respect for Ning Fan reached an unprecedented level. So much so that he was very cautious in dealing with the two women. In order not to disturb them, he ordered the royal guards to leave the room, and then asked the middle-aged maid he had captured to find two maids to stay and take care of the two women. After showing goodwill and calming the two women, he slowly left the room, closed the palace door, and waited for Ning Fan to come in person. Seeing this, Elena and Scylla looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. However, a moment later, a voice suddenly came from outside the palace gate. "Commander, my sister is in there. Can I go in and see her?" Chapter 221 Brother and Sister Meet. "Commander, my sister is in there. Can I go in and see her?" There was a voice outside the door. Scylla's ears moved, and after hearing it clearly, she was startled. "It's my brother's voice. Lena, my brother is outside." Excitement showed on her face, and after mentioning it to Elena, she couldn't wait to get up and walk towards the door. Etc. Elena quickly stood up and tried to hold her back, but it was too late. Scylla had already opened the door and walked out. Elena opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. To put it nicely, they are now captives, and to put it bluntly, they are trophies waiting to be chosen. There is no reason for them to act on their own. But Wixen is still alive. Maybe he will bring good news. With a slight sigh in her heart, she took a step and followed. "I'm sorry, but no one can touch anything or see anyone in the palace without the Lord's order." Outside the bedroom, Lucen spoke in a businesslike tone. "Can you please make an exception? I will only see my sister and no one else." Wixen said humbly. Of course, this humility is not for Lucen. The Imperial Guards are Ning Fan's personal army, and everything they do represents Ning Fan's will. Wixen did not dare to put on airs in front of the Royal Guards. "General, instead of wasting time here with me, you might as well use this time to go and ask the Lord for instructions." Lucen said calmly. "Okay." Wixen glanced at the tightly closed palace gate. Thinking that his sister was safe, he temporarily suppressed his anxiety and turned to look for Ningfan. At this moment, the palace gate suddenly opened. "Elder brother," a familiar voice came, and Wixen turned his head suddenly and saw Sheila standing at the door, looking at him with joy. "Sister." A smile appeared on Wixen's face, which was always serious. He hurried forward, took his sister's hand and asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt? Has anyone bullied you during this period?" The mouth that was usually silent was now on full automatic mode, asking questions nonstop. "Brother, I'm fine," Scylla whispered. "But you, brother?" She glanced at the soldiers, and Lu sat beside her. Lu looked like a wooden man with his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart. What could he do? The brother and sister had already met each other, and it seemed that one of them would be a general commanding an army and the other a concubine in the harem in the future. It would be tactless for him to stop them. "I am now working under the Lord," Wixen said truthfully. "The Elf Federation has become history. The past is in the past. You don't have to worry about things at home. Just stay here, and I'll take care of everything." Hearing this, Scylla widened her beautiful eyes. The moment she saw her brother's figure, she had a hunch that her brother might have changed his family. She was quite happy about this. After all, it was more important than anything else that the two siblings could survive safely. It's not impossible to work for a big and strong Lord. What really surprised her was the following sentence. "Brother, aren't you going to take me away?" Scylla's tone was a little hurried. She glanced at the soldier guarding the door again. It was obvious that if she continued to stay here, there would be only one result. That is to become Maple Leaf's concubine. "Sister, I've thought about it." Wixen pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "If it weren't for the Lord, we would have been separated forever. Even if you don't do this to repay the Lord, since the Lord is so powerful, it would be a good destination for you. With me here, I can at least guarantee you a position by the Lord's side. Now this rare opportunity is in front of you. If you follow me, you will miss this opportunity in vain. You should think about it carefully." After saying that, Wixen secretly gave Lu San a calming look. Are you kidding? He didn't have the right to take his sister back on his own initiative. He just wanted to persuade his sister. Previously, he had wanted to use his combat abilities to buy some options for his sister, but in the end, the attack on the royal capital did not require him to put in any extra effort. Lord Emperor solved most of the troubles with an attack from the sky. At this moment, Elena had quietly come to the door. When she heard what Wixen said, her expression was quite complicated. "I have been planning for a long time, but it is still not as useful as Sheila having a brother. Promise, your brother won't hurt you." Elena pursed her lips and walked to Scylla. Scylla turned her head and looked at her, but I'm obsessed with looks." "Okay, I get it," she pouted, and could only hope that her brother wasn't blind. But even though she thought so, when she really said she was willing, she felt relieved for no reason in her heart. Well, at least she was strong enough to protect herself, and she didn't have to worry all day long. "Greetings, princess." Seeing Elena, Wixen leaned towards her slightly. "Thank you, princess, for taking care of my sister these days. I'm no longer a princess, but a prisoner." "Knight Wixen." "General, you don't have to be polite to me," Elena said lightly. "As for Scylla, our relationship is supposed to be good, so there is no reason to take care of her or not." That's right. Scylla curled her lips and hugged her arms sweetly. Wixen shook his head. "No matter what, I have to thank your highness. I have a certain status under the Lord. If your highness is interested, I can also speak for your highness in front of the Lord as a way of repaying your highness's kindness. I wonder if your highness is willing." After saying that, Wixen leaned towards Elena again. In fact, Wixen had already seen through Elena's thoughts. King Elfor had fled the capital through the north gate with his royal guards long before the army attacked the city. He was accompanied by several royal heirs, but he did not bring Elena, who had the highest status and was qualified to become a goddess. This is obviously not normal. There is only one possibility: Elena chose to stay. The reason may be that she wants to escape from the control of Elfor, but one thing is certain: choosing to rely on the Emperor is Elena's only way out at present. In that case, he didn't mind helping her. "Thank you, General." Elena didn't hesitate and saluted to Wixen with her hand on her waist. Wixen quickly turned his head away. He didn't dare to accept this greeting. Although Elena is in a bad state at the moment, judging from her decision to stay, her sister will most likely rely on her for care when she is with the Emperor in the future. Being able to judge the situation, her status is destined not to be low. Wixen's gaze returned to Scylla. There's still some things to deal with in the army. I'll leave first. Just stay in the palace with the princess. When the war is over, the Lord will come over. Remember to behave yourself then. If you are angry with the Lord, your brother won't be able to help you. After giving some instructions, Wixen turned around and left without looking back. His sister has seen it, and it's time for him to fight for the future of him and her sister. What? After all this time, I still have to wait to be selected. Looking at Wixen's departing back, Scylla pouted unhappily. At least this matter has been resolved. I don't have to worry about my life anymore. At worst, I can just be an ordinary woman. Elena said something to comfort him, but her beautiful eyes glanced at the well-equipped soldiers beside her. If it was really like what she said, how could she accept it? Chapter 222, Management Methods of the Elf Federation. The battle in the city has ended and the enemy forces in various places have been eliminated, but the war is far from over. The escape of Elf 4 and the existence of the United Tribal City-States in the north forced Ningfan to continue his march northward. After all, the most generous reward for the Road to Empire mission is to see what results are achieved after the war. Therefore, we must do our utmost to expand our achievements. Of course, even if he settles the task now, he can enter the Imperial Age. The main task is that the royal regime of the Elf Federation has been destroyed first, and the remaining ones can only be regarded as isolated forces. Tur was familiar with the terrain of the United Tribal City-States. In addition, the barbarian troops all came from the United Tribal City-States, so Ningfan simply let Tur lead the barbarian troops north to pacify the tribal city-states. The Black Slave Army stayed behind to maintain order in the royal capital and occupied territories, and to wipe out other remaining enemy forces. After the land on Qingming continent is occupied, it cannot be incorporated into the territory, and only the word actual control will appear. It is similar to the state after taking over a native island without occupying it through the lord system. Even so, it is a land of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers after all. It would be a great loss if we just plundered it and left just to complete the mission. Ningfan plans to use this land for long-term development. He ordered Longzi to garrison troops in the royal capital, implement strict military control, and restore order. The Elf Federation has a population of over 3 million. Because the war ended very quickly, there was not much change in the overall population. Such a large population is enough to supply the labor force needed for the development of the territory. However, it is impossible for him to absorb everyone into his territory at once. Not to mention that the territory cannot bear it. Once the territory becomes an empire, even if it serves as his slaves, it is still a kind of status. After all, the environment of his territory is not as barren as that of the Elf Federation, where it is difficult to produce high-level resources. Being his subject, at least he will not lack high-level resources for food and drink. Since it is a status, there must be a threshold. For this purpose, Ningfan took a special teleportation array, transited through the Hague Island, and returned to the territory. It was morning when we left and evening when we came back. Room on the 5th floor of the auction house. Ningfan called Mu Wanning and Yimeng over. Regarding the management of the people and territories, Ningfan wanted to ask them if they had any good ideas, and it would be best if they could come up with a way to manage the Elf Federation. To make a long story short, Ningfan quickly informed them of the situation. Upon learning that he had defeated an indigenous force in just one day, and that it was not an ordinary small force, the two women showed surprise and excitement on their faces. Yimeng's eyes sparkled with light, and she asked in an expectant tone, "My dear husband, will my concubine and I be able to come to the territory soon?" Hearing this, Ningfan was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, "It should be in the next 2 days." He didn't expect that Yimeng would think of this first. It seemed that she already had a sense of belonging in her heart. "Well, I will discuss it with my aunt and come here prepared," Yimeng said obediently. In fact, there was nothing to prepare. Ningfan was already far ahead of them. Compared with the resources Ningfan had, the little resources they had accumulated were just a drop in the ocean, so they wouldn't feel bad about throwing them away. As long as people can come over, it's fine. She said this only to express her opinions secretly. "Okay, I'll pick you up then." Ningfan turned to look at Mu Wanting. "Let's get back to business. How do you think the Elf Federation should be managed?" After these words were spoken, both women fell into deep thought. Ningfan was not in a hurry and waited quietly. After a long while, Mu Wanting said, "Hubby, I have an idea." "You say." I think since the natives of the Lord's world manage overseas enclaves by establishing or hosting vassal forces, I think we can learn from them. Because non-lord type land cannot be expanded or occupied, the land captured through war has strong restrictions like a territory. If you want Zhangjiu to be in charge, you can only rely on your strength. This is also the reason why those churches and dynasties will not expand aggressively. No matter how big the land is, without the absolute rule given by the Lord system, rebellion will always occur over time, which will not only waste time and effort, but also make you lose face. Therefore, overseas land can only be regarded as a resource, and the strength of one's own territory is the key. Since it is a resource, we won't feel bad if we lose it. Well, what you said makes sense. Ning Fan nodded. Tell me more about your specific ideas. My husband, don't you want to use the L Federation as a springboard to plunder the resources of other forces in Qingming continent? Since we already have a channel to Qingming continent, why not open it to all lords? Develop a trial field in Qingming continent, and then issue a hiring mission in your husband's name. Any lord who wants to plunder resources for development can accept the mission, become a mercenary, or send troops here. We will use the L Federation as our base camp and provide them with a safe base. As for how they want to start a war or plunder resources, we will not ask them anything. If there's a force that can occupy a place in Qingming continent, we will take it in as a vassal force or improve its VIP treatment. In short, we only need to collect commissions from missions and tributes from vassal forces. The transmission channel is in our hands, so we are not afraid that they will go back on their word. Mu Wanting continued her story, and at the end she said, I think other lords will not refuse such a good thing. After all, it is not as fast to develop on their own as to bully the indigenous resources. Husband, what do you think? I said, you are a fucking genius. Other lords could refuse him and eat him directly. Hearing that pirates can be sold for money, they can all set up an organization called Pirate Hunters Association. Now that there is an opportunity to fight against the indigenous forces, I can't imagine how crazy they will be. War is more profitable than fighting pirates. Ning Fan looked at Mu Wanting with shining eyes, who said that women are not sensitive to military and political matters. This method is simply perfect. You can get resources continuously without having to worry too much. The only thing is that it is easy to attract the hatred of the natives of Qingming continent. But so what? It is easy to defend a small country. Okay, let's do as you say. Once the Empire mission is completed, I will announce this matter. Ning Fan said decisively. As for the management of the L Federation, husband, this matter is simple. Just let the 4 major guilds do it. Yiming interrupted. Doesn't the L Federation have 5 city-states? Except for the capital, the 4 major guilds each manage a city-state, using a lease management method. The 4 major guilds only have the right to control the land, and the population of the territory must be managed in accordance with the laws of the empire. They do not have the right to control it. When the time comes, I can issue a law for my husband. As soon as Yimeng finished speaking, Wanting nodded thoughtfully and then added, this method is feasible. The rental price is clearly marked. Even if the 4 major guilds do not want to rent it, there will always be other guilds that want to rent it. Once the hiring task is released, the land in the L Federation will definitely become popular, and there will be no worry about not being able to rent it out. Well, at that time, we can also buy and sell the population of the L Federation to those lords who are short of manpower. Similarly, we can also give targets to the guilds that lease the land. If the population growth of the area managed by a guild does not meet the target, the lease contract will be canceled. In this way, we don't have to worry about them not managing it wholeheartedly. Maybe they can manage it better than we do ourselves. Muwan giggled. Among the 4 major guilds, Sister Yakin's Tianxiang Guild will not participate. There is an extra quota that can be auctioned. The 2 women were talking to each other, and Ning Fan couldn't get a word in. As expected, when women become smart, he has no chance at all. Well, since they're all his women, Ning Fan will be responsible for setting up the stage for them, and let them perform the show. Chapter 223, The Heaven-Defying Linglong Treasure. Following the 2 women's ideas, Ning Fan discussed with them until the early morning, and finally came up with a fairly complete management method. Husband, it's late. Let's go here first. Imeng said gently, my dear husband, you should have a good rest at home tonight. It won't be too late to go to the L Federation tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Ning Fan glanced out the window. The sky was pitch black, so he nodded, yeah. Honey, I'll go with you tomorrow. Mu Wanting suddenly hugged Ning Fan's arm and said coquettishly, "Didn't they say there's a palace in the Elf Federation? Honey, I want to go and see it." He said he wanted to visit the palace, but in fact he wanted to investigate the situation in the capital, so as to establish a management method. After all, other city-states can be rented out according to the method she proposed, but the king cannot. Regardless of the location or status, someone must be sent personally to manage it. Her temporary idea was to let Li Chuangyuan take charge of the affairs of the royal capital in a position similar to that of a prefect, while his original position would be handed over to Li Sanjin of the Fishing Alliance. Ning Fan agreed with this. After all, as the territory grows larger, the demand for talent increases, and it is inevitable that he will have to recruit some loyal brothers to help him do things. Li Chuangyuan and Li Sanjin have both passed his test. Of course, it was also because the bosses behind them, Di Hu and Huang San, all followed him. With the double guarantee and the confidence brought by his strength, Ning Fan was not worried that they would have other ideas. "Okay, come with me tomorrow." Ning San tuklet. To be honest, he had never even visited the palace. "It's getting late. You should all go back and get some rest." He looked at the two girls and spoke in a rather doting tone. But Mu Wanting didn't buy it. She wrinkled her nose and complained. "It seems that my husband got a lot of beauties when he went out to fight. It's strange that he chased them away as soon as he came back." A pair of white and tender hands secretly poked and pinched Ning Fan's waist. Ning Fan couldn't help but glance at her, and seeing her unsatisfied expression, he immediately pulled the corner of his mouth hard. "Well, there will be no peace tonight." Seeing this, Yimun covered her mouth and chuckled, and said tactfully, "My dear husband, I will take my leave first." She bowed and then quickly left the room, as if she was escaping. And when she left, a certain fairy had no worries at all. The ambiguous atmosphere in the room suddenly increased, and the dissatisfaction on Mu Wanting's face disappeared, replaced by a hint of cunning. Before Ning Fan could react, she threw herself into his arms and hooked her arms around his neck. "Tomorrow, I'm going to see what kind of enchantress has seduced my husband. As for tonight," Mu Wanting curled her lips coquettishly. The meaning was self-evident. "What? We have a fairy like you at home, so there is no fairy in the world who can compare to you." Ning Fan really wanted to say this, but Wanting didn't give him the chance. A pair of red lips blocked the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After a round of sex and feeding the fairy, Ning Fan sat against the head of the bed, feeling refreshed. Mu Wanting was sleeping soundly beside him. How can I not feel safe? Ning Fan has gotten whatever he wants. With a big roll of his eyes, he pinched the little hand on his chest in annoyance, leaving a red mark before stopping. Then he opened the Lord screen. I don't know how the exquisite box is opened. He did not forget to give Ling Long a large supply box when he left the house in the morning. At that time, Stinky Ling Long Bao was still sleeping, but now I think there should be a result. With a hint of expectation, he opened the chat with Ling Long. Your subject phone Ling Long gives you 1 A-grade spiritual rice seed and 1 B-grade protective shield manufacturing diagram. I actually got an A-level item and a B-level manufacturing diagram. Or crops and protective covers. An item of great practicality and rarity. Ling Long Bao's luck is getting better and better. Ning Fan smacked his lips and was once again glad that he had taken Ling Long in early. Grade as spiritual rice seeds can just make up for the lack of high-level food. After his physique reached B-level, C-level spiritual rice had little effect on him. It's just right to replace it with A-grade spiritual rice. But the higher the grade of the crops, the less they produce. I guess the farm's output will only be enough to feed myself and my woman. Currently, most of the C-grade spiritual rice produced by the farm is supplied to the elite soldiers in the army. Once the farm switches to growing grade A rice, this part of the supply will inevitably be cut. If there's a chance, let's build a few more advanced farms. Ning Fan thought. C-grade spiritual rice is a good quality resource after all, and its price in the auction market is still very hot. It would be a waste to give it up so easily. With the return multiples Ling Long is currently offering, he only needs a C-level farm blueprint to return an A-level farm. It's a bit of a pity that farms are extremely rare due to the large buildings and graded soil. Ever since he acquired the A-grade farm, he has never seen any drawings of the farm until now. Fortunately, even if the supply of spiritual rice is cut off, the territory is not short of other levels of resources to provide to the army. Keeping this matter in mind, Ning Fan uploaded the A-grade spiritual rice seeds he obtained to the farm and let the robots do the replanting. Then click on the information description of the protective shield. B-level protective shield manufacturing diagram. Conventional type protective shield can be placed in any building and area. Has B-class defense. When in use, cornerstones are consumed according to the strength of the protection. When attacked by high-frequency attacks, the consumption of cornerstones increases dramatically. Once the cornerstone supply cannot keep up, the strength of the shield will drop sharply until it breaks. You can adjust the shield strength by yourself to reduce the cornerstone consumption. Regular coverage area is 1 square kilometer. You can adjust the coverage range by yourself. The smaller the coverage range, the lower the cornerstone consumption. If the coverage range exceeds the normal range, the strength of the protective shield will be reduced. Please expand it with caution. Once the protective shield is broken, it is considered destroyed and can no longer be used. Required materials, various metal materials 20000. Not bad. The function is very flexible. The coverage and intensity can be adjusted at will. Ning Fan nodded with satisfaction. The adaptability of the shield means that it can meet almost any protection need. As for the consumption of cornerstones, Ning Fan didn't care at all. He has now escaped from the dilemma of cornerstone anxiety, and any problem that can be solved with cornerstone is not a problem for him. What's more, in the future, if the L Federation invests in development according to Mu Wani's plan, it will bring him a steady stream of cornerstone income. If I use the B-level shield manufacturing diagram to return the critical hit, I wonder if I can return an S-level shield. Ning Fan rubbed his hands, feeling somewhat expectant. Although he wanted to standardize the manufacturing diagram, he thought that after building an empire, the security of the territory was of vital importance and could not afford any loss. A high-level protective shield is the biggest need of the territory at present, so he decisively chose to return the critical hit. The amount of materials required for the protective shield was extremely high, but Ning Fan still managed to gather them all in a short period of time. Click Build. Ding. Consume 1 B-level protective shield. Obtain 1 B-level protective shield. Trigger consumption refund. Target phone Linglong. Refund multiple 100,000 times. Please choose whether to refund or critical hit refund. Chapter 224 S-level protective array. 100,000 times? Ning Fan was stunned when he saw the prompt given by the system. Linglong Bao's favorability level has actually broken through to level 6. This surprise really comes at the right time. Ning Fan was excited. The increase in the return multiplier meant that the probability of returning an S-level item was much higher. Critical hit return. Ding. The host chooses to return the critical hit. The return is hundreds of thousands of times returning. Successfully return once and obtain an A+ grade protective shield manufacturing diagram. Second return successful. Obtain an S+ level protection array manufacturing diagram. Exceeding the return multiple. Enchantment feature, gathering spirits. It's actually an S+ grade protective shield. Ningsan Eflaimet. No, it's a protective formation. After seeing the words clearly, Ning Fan's face became even happier. As expected, it is still necessary to use a high-level manufacturing diagram to return critical strikes for better results. The first time you obtain an S-level item, it is an S+ level item with additional features. Thinking of this, Ning Fan excitedly hugged Wanting beside him. Linglong, you are so noble, you are so great. It is obviously me who made this. Ning Fan almost woke Wanting from her sweet dream. He stopped his action and returned his gaze to the screen. Protection array and protection shield. There's only one word difference. I don't know what changes will happen. Open the information description. S+ level protection array manufacturing diagram. The array formed by the magic modification of the fantasy interface in the Lord world. Advantages. As long as the core array is not destroyed, the protective shield created by the protective array can continue to be used even if it is broken. There is a cooling time. And the protective shield generated by the protective array will have a higher defense strength than ordinary protective shields. With SS level protection strength. At a critical moment, you can sacrifice the protective array to resist an SS+ level attack. Disadvantages. Once the formation is set up, it cannot be relocated unless it is manually dismantled by a dedicated formation master. The cornerstone consumption is several times higher than that of ordinary protective shields. Protection range limit. 1,000 kilometers around the formation core. After reading the information about the protective array, Ning Fan felt dizzy. There is no other reason. The function of the protective formation is too amazing. It made him feel unreal. This, not only does it have SS level defense strength, it can also withstand an SS plus level attack. After coming back to his senses, Ning Fan took a breath. Which force can break such a protective shield? SS plus level attack. I'm afraid that the explosion power of the nuclear bomb on the blue planet can hardly reach this level. He felt that the power of God's scepter was infinitely close to the effect of a nuclear bomb explosion, and it was only A plus level. Of course, after all, only those players who lived a relatively good life had personally experienced the power of nuclear bombs. Due to the current regional restrictions, he couldn't go and ask them. We can only rely on guesswork. In any case, with this protective formation, the security of the territory will be greatly improved. With the cooperation of large spy satellites, the territory can be said to be solid. Ning Fan showed a knowing smile on his face after a long time. Ever since he came into contact with the Indigenous forces, a faint sense of crisis has lingered in his heart. Although I learned a lot of secrets about the Endless Sea from Wixen, the location of the Endless Sea is constantly changing. Even if you follow the same route to enter the Endless Sea from other areas, the area you arrive at will be different as long as the time is different. It is simply impossible to locate the coordinates of a specific area in the Endless Sea through conventional means. This is why even the gods could not chase L after he escaped to the Endless Sea with a large teleportation array. But even so, Ning Fan was still worried. The existence of the mission system is unknown. Special items, such as the teleportation stone obtained through the Lord system, can accurately locate the coordinates of the Endless Sea area. Who knows? The Lord system might be activated and issue a task similar to the Vanguard fleet visiting his territory to other Indigenous forces. There is always a knife hanging over your head. And now, the knife can be taken down completely. Even the protective shield I got back once was of a higher grade than the one brought here by the Divine Envoy. I think it will be difficult for the Holy See to come up with a weapon that can rival the S+ grade protective array. Ning Sun speculated. Feel at peace. He continued to look at the screen, on which there was information about the enchantment feature, Gathering Spirits. Features. The protection array is integrated with the spirit gathering array. When the protection array is running, the spirit gathering array will automatically run to gather spiritual energy from all around. With the operation of the spirit gathering array, the concentration of spiritual energy in the protective shield area will be greatly increased, thereby accelerating the promotion speed of the soil level in the territory. When the concentration of spiritual energy reaches a certain level, spiritual veins will be generated at the location of the formation. The spiritual veins will feed back spiritual energy and improve the surrounding spiritual energy into absorbable true spiritual energy. True spiritual energy can improve physical fitness. The higher the level of the spiritual vein, the higher the purity of the true spiritual energy, and the better the effect of improving physical fitness. Ning Fan widened his eyes slightly. No, the spiritual energy has come out. What about cultivation? But on second thought, he felt relieved. Nothing is surprising in the magical world of lords. Moreover, this protective formation was originally a modified formation from a fantasy interface, so it is normal to have some fantasy elements. In the end, it still affects the physical condition, so it is not the traditional cultivation of immortals. If a spiritual vein can really be generated, and if I can continue to absorb true spiritual energy to improve my physical condition, I'm sure the physical condition of the women in my family will improve much faster. Improving physical fitness can increase lifespan, so of course he wants his woman to be with him forever. For this reason, he never treated them unfairly in terms of level resources. After some consideration, Ning Fan decided to place the protective formation on the hill where the Zhaixing Tower was located. After obtaining the small teleportation array template, the women in the family prefer to live in the Zhaixing Tower mansion because of the convenience of traveling. Maybe it's because it's quiet. The other A+ grade protective shield can be placed on the cruiser, and the L Federation can just place a B grade protective shield. He made the assignment quickly. Since the L Federation is just a resource point, there's no need to invest too many resources. Ensuring the safety of the cruiser is the key. After doing all this, Ning Fan opened the chat with Linglong again. Since she had opened a high-level item and her favorability had reached level 6, he wanted to take the initiative to promise her a reward and reward her well. Unexpectedly, when he opened the chat interface, he noticed that Linglong Bayo had also sent him a message. Honey, I think you have to give me 2 rewards this time. What do you think? is followed by an emoticon pack that says righteous and confident. Seeing this, Ningfan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just wondering how he broke through to the 6th level of favorability, it turns out that the key is here. I only dared to ask for the reward once before, but now I dare to ask for it twice. Okay, twice is twice. Just write it down in your notebook. After replying, Ningfan immediately shook his head and closed the chat. I have just passed level 6. What should I do next? He subconsciously looked at Wanting, who was sleeping beside him. A certain fairy was not honest in her sleep and had come to his arms to keep warm without him noticing. There is also one who is about to break through to level 6. I can't feed her enough. I really can't feed her enough. After muttering a few words, Ningfan fell asleep peacefully while hugging the fairy's delicate body. Chapter 225, The Women Accompany. The next morning, Ningfan slept until he woke up naturally. The sun was high outside the window, and the sounds of hustle and bustle could be heard from the commercial street downstairs. Ningfan wiped his eyes. There was no one beside him, and the quilt was cold. It seemed that Wanting had gotten up early. It's strange. I always stayed in bed in the past, but why am I so self-conscious today? Subconsciously covering his waist, Ningfan shook his head and chuckled, then got up from the bed and walked to the window. While feeling the morning sunshine, he stretched hard. Looking downstairs, the street is bustling with people coming and going. The sounds of hawking are endless, and the level of activity is no less than when the store first opened. Obviously, even without the impact of the snowstorm, everyone is still very keen to come to the commercial street, either for shopping, relaxation, entertainment, etc. If we use a spirit gathering array to generate a spirit vein in the commercial street, perhaps we can turn the commercial center into a holy place for cultivation similar to the ones in fantasy novels. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ningfan suddenly thought of something. But he soon sneered. What are you thinking about? I have already borrowed Ling Longbao's heaven-defying luck to obtain a formation with a spirit-gathering effect. It's not that easy to get another one. No longer dwelling on this matter, Ningfan turned around and walked into the bathroom. After washing and getting dressed, he took the teleportation array back to the manor. As soon as he entered the living room, he was surprised to find that all the women in the family were gathered in the dining room, chatting and having breakfast. There were 3 little girls sitting on the sofa, each holding a cup of warm goat milk in their little hands, staring at the TV intently. There was milky goat milk on the corner of his mouth, and he didn't pay any attention to his image. He was so absorbed in watching. Ningfan glanced at the TV screen indifferently. Wow, it was actually the video of the coalition forces attacking the Elf Federation yesterday. I don't know where they got this thing. Most likely Liu San helped them. Ningfan thought. Liu San was in charge of the military logistics handover, and it was his job to record the real-time situation on the battlefield in order to review it later and conduct more detailed training for the NCOs and soldiers. This also shows the professionalism of Longzi and his team. Thinking that he had been busy with military affairs these days and had not taken much care of them, Ningfan quietly came to the sofa, grabbed a loli, and sat down in his arms. Ah! Sukiya exclaimed, and the 3 women on the sofa turned their heads at the same time. When they saw Ningfan, surprise instantly appeared on their faces. Woo husband, hug me. Sukiya reacted the fastest. She was already in Ningfan's arms, and she hugged Ningfan with her backhand. She jumped around restlessly in his arms, using Ningfan's newly changed clothes as a rag to wipe her little mouth, stained with goat milk clean. Seeing the milk stains on their clothes, they were both stunned. Ningfan. Sui Wei. Seeing this, Zhu Linlin and Zhao Xiner also reacted, turned their backs quickly, took out tissues, and wiped the little mouth clean. Ahem. That, husband, Ye didn't mean it. Suye embarrassedly raised her index finger and pointed at each other. Ningfan rolled his eyes, asked Zhu Linlin for a tissue, and reached out to help her wipe her mouth again. You're so grown up, yet you're distracted even when drinking milk, he said unhappily. Among the several specialties traded from the 5 tribes on the grassland, the most popular among the women in the family are the storage jewelry from the Sahan tribe and the goat milk from the Yuli tribe. Suye wore 2 emerald green earrings today, which made her originally cute image look noble and well-behaved. After raising her for so many days and keeping her by Ningfan's side, she has become somewhat noble. Of course, although other tribal specialties were not liked by his woman, they were in great demand in the market on the commercial street. Even the tiny reserves of the grassland tribe were sold out in just half a day, and they were being rushed into production. This is one of the reasons why the flow of people in the commercial street remains high. Hearing Ning Fan's words, the three petite Lolas all blushed. No way, it's just that you, my husband, are so great that Ye couldn't control herself and was fascinated by it. Su Ye argued in a delicate voice. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Linlin and Zhao Xiner immediately cast admiring glances at her. She is worthy of being the eldest sister among the three little ones. She is really skilled in acting nice. But what he got was a knock on the head. You're just sweet-talking. Of course not. Su Ye pouted and wanted to say this with her hands on her hips with confidence. But under the urging of the two sisters beside her, she had to change the subject and asked, Husband, are you going to take Sister Mu and the others to the L Federation today? Linlin, Xiner, and I would also like to go and take a look. Is that okay? After saying that, Zhu Linlin and Zhao Xiner simultaneously cast expectant glances towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan couldn't help but cough lightly. One loli was cute enough, but who could stand three of them together? Okay, we're just going to take the teleportation array anyway, so it's okay to take you guys with us. There is no danger over there right now, and I have a protective shield in my hand. If something really happens, I will still have time to teleport back. The security of our own territory can still be guaranteed. Great, my husband is the best, Su Ye said excitedly. The other two women also showed joy on their faces. Husband, we are going to change our clothes first. You have to wait for us. After saying this, Su Ye escaped from Ning Fan's arms and went upstairs holding the hands of the two girls. Is it really that necessary to change clothes just to go out? Ning Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He lowered his eyes to glance at the milk stain on his clothes, then picked up a tissue and started to wipe it. At this time, several women who had finished breakfast came out of the restaurant. Hubby, when are we going to the L Federation? Ling Long's voice came. Ning Fan turned his head in surprise and saw Ling Long came straight to him and sat down and naturally picked up the tissue to help him wipe his clothes. Ye is a very clingy girl, and she's very pleasing to the eyes. I'll help my husband teach her a lesson later. Well, that's not necessary. Ning Fan looked at the girls behind her. Except for Wanting, who was looking at her with a smile on her face, Yakin, Xuena, and Ting Ming all had anticipation in their beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Ning Fan no longer understood what they meant and simply waved his hands. Okay, let's go together. Anyway, the territory is protected by a defensive formation, so there's no need to worry about matters big or small. What's more, after they leave, Yiming is still in charge of the territory, so just think of it as taking them on a trip. Maybe it can even increase your favorability. After getting Ning Fan's permission, the girls excitedly went upstairs to change their clothes. Not knowing what they were doing, Ning Fan pursed his lips and waited in the living room for a while, bored. After a long time, the ladies came in front of Ning Fan in their best attire. They were all stunningly beautiful, and with their exquisite makeup, they looked like fairies. How noble and elegant, especially since their physical fitness has broken through to sea level. The calm temperament emanating from the inside out is truly rare, which shows how well they are protected. Don't worry about the pressure of survival. Knowing all this, a ray of light in the beautiful eyes of the girls always fell on Ning Fan, even if they were doing other things with their hands. From Linglong's previous action of helping Ning Fan wipe his clothes, it can be seen that she noticed the figure as soon as Ning Fan arrived at the manor, so she noticed the small detail of the milk stains on Ning Fan's clothes. This is the case with Ling Long, and others are no different. As their relationship with Ning Fan grew deeper, their hearts were completely bound to Ning Fan, and they also felt more and more at ease enjoying everything Ning Fan gave them. After explaining some matters to Yimeng and promising to take her and her aunt there for a visit later, Ning Fan took the girls on the teleportation array. During the transmission process, he finally understood why they insisted on following him. Curiosity was one reason, but the other reason was because of the palace. I heard that there are still many former royal women and concubines living in the palace. My husband, how do you plan to deal with them? Yakin came to Ning Fan and asked. Chapter 226. Occupy the entire territory of the L Federation. Hearing Yakin's words, Ning Fan looked at Wanting unhappily. The latter automatically ignored Ning Fan's gaze, raised her eyes to the sky, revealing her beautiful whites of her eyes. Seeing this, Ning Fan curled the corner of his mouth. It turns out that you guys have been dressing up for so long just to catch monsters. I swear to God, he has no time to think about this. It's probably Liu San who leaked the news again. Ning Fan thought to himself. He was in charge of all matters in the palace, and he was the only one among his subordinates who knew the specific situation. However, this matter could not be said to have been leaked. After all, as his women, how could Lu San and the others dare to go against their wishes? If you disobey, it will be a bad thing. Thinking of this, Ning Fan smiled helplessly in his heart. This matter is quite unsolvable. My husband, please don't misunderstand me. My sisters and I have no other intentions. We just thought that my husband would not have time to deal with this matter. I followed you because I wanted to follow the sisters' wishes and help my husband take care of things. Yakin explained in a gentle tone. If you have no objection, I will help you keep the right woman if I meet her. Whether to keep in the palace or take it back to the territory is up to my husband to decide. Hearing this, Ning Fan was stunned. His eyes subconsciously swept towards the girls, and he suddenly realized. Well, it turns out that they dressed so beautifully because they didn't want to lose face in front of the women in the palace. Ning Fan touched his nose and said, in fact, I have never considered whether those women should stay or go. Because L4 fled in a panic, he didn't care about his concubines and didn't take any of them with him. The Imperial Guards acted quickly and helped Ning Fan preserve this inheritance to the greatest extent possible, preventing the rebels from causing much harm. Now, in the palace there are not only royal women and concubines of L4, but also many noble maids who are similar to prostitutes. Even according to the rules set by Yakin and Wanning, there are still quite a few people who can be chosen as maids. Hubby, we understand. Feng Linglong came to him and hugged his arms. Once the war in the Elf Federation is completely over, the territory will be able to become an empire. You have the heaviest burden on your shoulders. The sisters can't help you much. What we can do is to help you manage the harem so that you don't have to worry about anything. Just rest assured and leave this matter to Yakin. As she spoke, Feng Linglong's tone became playful. Besides, L4 is the king after all. Although he is down and out now, the dignity of a prince cannot be violated. If his woman is left to wander around, it will not only trample on the dignity of L4, but also the nobility of the title. So the women in the palace are destined to belong only to you, my husband. Ning Fan was stunned for a moment. Is this how it makes sense? However, when he saw the serious looks of the girls, he was stunned and his face instantly became serious. He suddenly realized that there was a reason why the title system in the Lord's world had existed for so long. Perhaps the importance of the title will only become more apparent when my territory unlocks more positions. Because he has always been the strongest lord, after coming into contact with the title system, he subconsciously regarded himself as a monarch and was not interested in the title system, which made him overlook one point. Monarchs are a minority after all. Most people in the Lord's world may only pursue a small one-star title throughout their lives. The reason his woman could see through this was simply because, by following him, she had long felt the power and nobility that came with pursuing status. Once the Lords of Blue Star come into contact with the title system, they will probably spontaneously maintain the title system of the Lord's world, because it represents the interests of most powerful lords. As for the lords who cannot get the title, they're only fit to be slaves. Realizing that this matter cannot be taken lightly, once the hierarchy in the empire is disrupted, there will probably be big trouble. Ning Fan took a deep breath and turned to look at Yakin. Okay, you can deal with the women in the palace. I will let the royal guards cooperate with you. I will take care of it. A smile appeared on Yakin's face. Ever since she became Ning Fan's woman, she has been intending to promote the system of hierarchy within the Tianxiang League. However, the Tianxiang Alliance does not have as strong constraints as the Medical Alliance. Any slightly more radical measures may cause the sisters in the guild to quit, so she has not been able to do anything and can only secretly select the maids. Now that there is a ready-made palace handed over to her to manage, she will certainly help her husband to take care of it. The capital is the face of the Elf Federation, and the palace is also the face of the capital. This is all about the husband's majesty in the hearts of the lords, not just about women. After all, the Elf Federation is open to all lords. If the army is hard power, then majesty and system are soft power, and both are indispensable to an empire. After reaching a tacit understanding with the girls, Ning Fan picked up Li Chuangjuan at the military base. After several twists and turns, the group finally arrived at the capital of the Elf Federation, Allen City. Go and report to Longzi and take up the post of prefect of Allen City. I will leave the enforcement of the law to you. Restore order in Allen City as soon as possible. Ning Fan instructed Li Chuangjuan. Boss. No, Your Majesty, please rest assured, I will manage Allen City well. Li Chuangjuan assured hurriedly. He was also called the Emperor. With great excitement suppressed in his heart, Li Chuangjuan's body trembled slightly unconsciously. He never expected that he, a man born in a cave, would have almost become a slave lord if he had not been taken in by the Earth Tiger. One day, I will be able to manage a royal city. You can also witness the birth of an emperor. What an honor. Emperor, it's a good thing that I had the inspiration to present a beauty to you. Otherwise, how could I, Li Chuangjuan, have the glory I have now? He sighed in his heart. Even if he was asked to return to the cave and become a vice president or even the president, he would definitely not do it. If you follow a big boss, your status will be much higher than that of a guild president. Of course, Dihu would not be stupid enough to let Li Chuangjuan come back. He hoped that Li Chuangjuan could do better in Ningfan, and their cave would also be able to prosper with the help of the boss's glory. After Li Chuangjuan left, Ning Fan led the women out of the barracks and walked towards the palace. For security reasons, the small teleportation array of Elon City was placed inside the military camp. Lu San was already waiting outside the military camp with the fully armed Imperial Guards. After the Battle of the Royal Capital, many elite soldiers from the Black Slave Army and the Barbarian Army were absorbed into the Royal Guards, and the size of the Royal Guards reached 500 people. The Black Slave Army under Munster also got the title of Elite Force as they wished. From then on, the Black Slave Army was officially renamed the Elon Army, responsible for garrisoning the city of Elon. Greetings to the Emperor and his concubines. Lu San stepped forward and knelt on one knee, and the Imperial Guards around him did the same. The most important thing for Ning Fan to do on this trip is to enter the Imperial era and become an emperor, so he has already sent the message. Lu San deliberately wore a set of black armor. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. The gangster who used to be under Longzi's command has transformed himself and has the temperament of a leader. Get up and go to the palace. Ning Fan said calmly. Yes. Lu San clasped his fists, stood up, and ordered, escort the emperor and his consort to the palace. Ning Fan and the other girls walked towards the palace under the escort of the royal guards. Allen City has just been pacified, so if Ning Fan came alone, there would be no need for an escort. But his women also followed him, so to be on the safe side, it would be better to have someone escort them. The women were a little reserved at first. After all, the royal guards looked quite solemn, and they were somewhat unable to relax. However, as the team left the military camp and entered the streets of Elon City, the women were quickly attracted by the exotic scenery of Elon City, and they gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to talk about it. The streets on both sides had already been cleared, and no one disturbed the girls' interest. Listening to the girls' laughter, Ning Fan couldn't help but reveal a relaxed smile on his face. He had gone to great lengths to conquer the L Federation, all for this moment. Soon a castle appeared in front of us. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded in the distance. Good news! Good news! All the tribal cities in the north have been captured. The 2 major tribes, the Barbarians and the Wolf Tribe, have surrendered to the Emperor. General Tur offers a royal seal to congratulate the Emperor on his achievement of the throne. Chapter 2:27, Building an Empire, World Announcement. Hearing the sound coming from behind, the group stopped, and the women looked back and saw a cavalryman riding a war horse galloping from a distance with a package on his shoulder. Although the army was equipped with walkie-talkies, the coverage area of the walkie-talkie base station was only within the local area. Therefore, when arriving on the Qingming continent, the army could only use the most primitive method to communicate with each other. Cavalry orders. Hubby, why don't you go and do your work first, and we sisters can go in and take a look around by ourselves. Feng Linglong suggested. Now that the war in the north has come to an end, the most important thing right now is to enter the Empire era. Ning Fan nodded. Okay, contact me if you have anything. As he spoke, he turned to look at Lu San and gave instructions. Guard the palace well. Not even a fly can be let in without my order. The tone was quite serious and left no room for doubt. Lu San immediately puffed out his chest. Yes, Lord Emperor. Then hubby, let's go in first. Bye. Feng Linglong waved at Ning Fan playfully, then took Wanning's arm and led the girls into the palace. Soon, the messenger came in front of Ning Fan. The messenger reined in his horse and stopped, not daring to delay for a moment. He dismounted as quickly as possible took out a jade seal from the bag on his shoulder, knelt on one knee, and presented it with both hands. Your Majesty, General Tur has occupied all the northern city-states and intercepted Baron Ayr's carriage at the northern border and seized a royal seal. I hereby present it to your Majesty. Oh, Tur actually intercepted and killed the fleeing L4. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. It seems that after being with Longzi for such a long time, Tur's abilities have improved and he can now stand on his own. Has Eru for himself been captured? Ning Fan took the jade seal and looked at it curiously, asking, No, we failed to catch him. Baron L had a protective shield that was no less than C+ grade. The troops could not break it in a short period of time. The troops that withdrew from the Nox city-state suddenly appeared from the north and responded to Baron L. They fled into the mountains in the north. According to your order, General Tur did not lead the troops to pursue them, but only robbed the treasure that Baron Ale was carrying. Because there are so many of them, General Tur has sent another troop to transport the treasure back to the capital. They're on their way now. Ning Fan nodded, as if he understood. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. It was not surprising that L4 had other life-saving items in his hands. It was beyond his expectation that they could rob back the property and treasures he had taken away. Anyway, killing or not killing L4 will not affect the mission reward, so let a poor Baron escape. Not critical. As for letting the tiger return to the mountains, that is purely a fairy tale. If he really comes back for revenge, maybe we can get more benefits from him. Okay, I understand. Go down and claim your reward. Thank you, your Majesty. The messenger bowed respectfully. After the messenger left, Ning Fan looked at the screen. The information about the Imperial Seal in hand is displayed on the screen. The King Seal of the L Federation demonstrates the supreme power of the L Federation and has been endowed with divine power by the Orthodox Church. This power cannot be used by anyone other than the King of the L Federation. After entering the Empire era, you can refine this item and absorb the luck of the L Federation from it. Note, once the luck is taken away, the L Federation will be declared extinct, and all positions and functions related to the L Federation will be erased by the Lord World. Trampling on divine authority, the news about you will be known to the Orthodox Church. Mission system, Oracle, Imperial Order, effect. I can actually get some luck. Ning Fan showed surprise on his face. He thought that the luck brought by the mission reward of destroying the L Federation was all the luck he had, but he didn't expect that he could get another piece of luck separately. That's quite profitable. As for trampling on divine authority and arousing the hostility of the Holy See, he simply ignored it. It seems like there is any room for easing the tension, and the fight has been going on to the death for a long time. However, this also allowed Ning Fan to know the name of the Holy See behind the L Federation. Orthodox Church has the same name as the Orthodox Church of the ancient Roman period on Blue Star. Could there be a connection? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Ning Fan shook his head and stopped worrying about it. The time has come to enter the age of empire. He looked at the screen and clicked on the ongoing nation-building mission. National Founding Mission, Road to Empire. Mission goal, eliminate an indigenous force, achieve, and you can receive rewards. Expected reward, unlock vassal system and recruitment system. The territory system is upgraded to feudal monarchy and enters the ranks of the empire. Obtain the title of emperor. Achieve the Blue Star leader. Unlock the World Channel, obtain relevant privileges in the exploration era, and start regional integration. The mission system is unlocked for all Blue Star Lords, and you get relevant privileges. Note, continue to expand the results of the battle, and you will gain more luck. The next stage of reward, unlocking the system. 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Seeing the line of notes below, Ning Fan was suddenly stunned, and his hand that was about to receive the reward stopped in the air. Would you like to try harder? This is the formal 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, the treatment of an emperor. If you use this to test the Lord, which Lord can withstand such a test? After struggling for a while, Ning Fan finally chose to receive the reward. Although he really wanted to give his women a concubine position recognized by the Lord system. But continuing to waste time expanding the results of the battle will not improve the subsequent rewards, so it is not worth it. It is better to get the reward early and carry out regional integration. After all, the benefits that regional integration can bring to him are obvious. Anyway, if we gain luck, we can unlock the system of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. At worst, we can invade and expand later. With this thought, Ning Fan calmed down. The screen changed quickly, but before the prompt appeared, a bright red announcement took over the entire screen. Human World Announcement. Congratulations to Lord Fengye of Region 2549 for ascending the throne and becoming emperor. Your territory has become an empire and entered the imperial era. All regions will be merged in 24 hours. The world channel will be unlocked, and Emperor Fengye will become the channel manager. The mission system will also be unlocked after 24 hours. Generous rewards will appear in the mission system along with various missions. Lords, please pay attention. The exploration era will end in 24 hours, and the next era will be the chaos era. In the Age of Disorder, pirates on native islands will have the right to build native islands. They will receive more rewards after occupying the islands. After occupying the islands, the area of the islands will no longer return to its original state. The ranking list will be merged into the Lord's overall ranking list in 24 hours, and a new regional ranking list will be added. After the regional barriers disappear, the regional planning will still exist, and the functions of each region will be retained separately, which will not affect other regions, such as trading halls, auction houses, etc. The World Congress function will be unlocked. Each region will have a World Congress seat, and the rewards issued by the regional ranking list will be distributed by the lords who have World Congress seats. The lord has the right to choose to move to other areas. Disorder is order. When the great empire creates a strong order for the region, the era of disorder will come to an end. The end of the disorder era is determined by the number of unlocked system functions. Chapter 228 Wonders, Bronze Sparrow Tower. Bright red words scrolled across the screen. Unlike previous announcements, this one had to be manually crossed out before it could be closed. Therefore, almost all the surviving humans on Blue Star have seen this announcement. This is so special. It is not only the Lord System's recognition of Ning fan status, but also shows the importance of this announcement. There are too many clauses that concern the interests of all lords. World Channel. As soon as the World Channel was unlocked, countless lords rushed in. Although they were full of doubts, they all had the same doubt without exception, which was, who the hell is this awesome Maple Leaf? Maple Leaf Emperor, his name is written in Chinese. It seems he is a Chinese. I didn't expect that even after coming to the Lord's world, the Chinese would still be ahead of us. A man named Prince William came out and said, the Lord system has an automatic translation function, so people from all countries can communicate smoothly on the World Channel. Of course, if you reach Ning fans level, you can understand what they're saying without automatic translation. After all, strictly speaking, a B-level physique is considered an extraordinary person, and language barriers are useless to extraordinary people. Bullshit. The nobles of my country also speak Chinese. There is no doubt that Maple Leaf Emperor must be from the country. Only my country can produce such a talent. The Big Stick country? Isn't that a province of China? An American hawk came out and said, there are also many people in our Sakura country who speak Chinese. Fengye-san might be from our Sakura country. Maple Leaf-san, please make our Sakura empire great again. The guy upstairs, you seem to have stolen our words. Another eagle sauce came out and said, hey, you people from Great Melika, why are you so reasonable after coming to the Lord's world? Just slap them. Aren't Sakura people your dogs? Even dogs want to build an empire, so why don't you teach them a lesson? A person whose ID is a string of dog-crawling words came out to mock. People who know about goods can immediately recognize that this is Asen. Not wanting to attract the smell of curry, no one came out to look down on him. Stop arguing. Maple Leaf Emperor is from China. As the Emperor's boss, I advise you to be more respectful and understand what it means to enter the Empire era. I don't think you understand, so it's best not to use the big guys as a topic of conversation, or you might get destroyed without even knowing it. Apocalypse Alliance Fresh Meat said, the regions are about to merge. Don't say I didn't warn you. The boss is more powerful than you can imagine. As soon as these words were spoken, countless people reacted instantly and shut up obediently. After all, they have been in the Lord's world for so long, and they also understand that this place is completely different from Blue Star. It is really stupid to take sides based on cultural identity. The bigger the fist, the more powerful it is. But the forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. The two heroes of Madilai. Tisk, it's just the beginning of the Empire Age. I have already triggered the mission, the buds of slavery. Once I have more slaves, becoming an empire will be a piece of cake. But are people from Yukuri country so humorous? Do you think the empire can do whatever it wants? You can only reach the classical age after completing the mission of the budding of slavery. After the classical age, you can trigger the mission of the imperial age after experiencing the feudal system. Could it be that no one in your country of curry has entered the classical age yet? So you don't even know this? A man with a cave ID came out. The only ones who knew this information were the few guilds that were close to Ningfan. Not to mention the feudal system, there were only a handful of guilds that had completed the embryonic mission of slavery and entered the classical era. Even in the 6 regions that Ningfan had come into contact with, the number of guilds that had entered the classical era was only a handful. The feudal system was unthinkable, and even the 4 major guilds were far behind. Not to mention the people in the World Channel. Therefore, after this news was revealed, the entire World Channel was silent for more than 10 seconds. Everyone is digesting this shocking secret. However, it was still too difficult for them to digest this news. The incredible Indian upstairs was able to get access to the mission of the embryonic stage of slavery. Even so, he was already the best among them. Half of the people have not yet arrived on the island. The times are too vague for them. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss, and this is generally true. Daika-san, is the news you said true? The cavern is the name of our guild, Sakura-san, and the suffix at the end is my ID. Underground cave, Wu Ming. As a fellow Oriental, Sakura-san, I didn't lie to you. If you want to know more information, you may chat with me privately. Perhaps our underground cave can help you. Ah, Wu Ming-san, you are so kind. You are the most generous Chinese person I have ever met. By the way, my name is Ichiro Hihara, not Sakura-san. Underground cave, Wu Ming. Ichiro-san, you are too polite. Let's chat privately. I am quite interested in your Sakura culture. It is not worthwhile to speak on the World Channel once for each cornerstone. Understood, understood. I'll add you as my friend. The Lord watching this scene in front of the screen was confused. When did the Chinese and the Sakura people become so related? Only the other people in the cave regarding the World Channel showed envy. Damn, this kid Wu Ming is so lucky. He found his target so quickly. I'm afraid he will soon become the regional manager of the Sakura country region. With Wu Ming's previous experience as a lesson, Dihu's group of younger brothers suddenly became excited and frantically searched for prey on the World Channel. The frequent appearances and unusual behavior of the cave ID quickly shifted everyone's attention from Ningfan to their cave. I heard that there are many fraud organizations in the East. I wonder if the catacombs are such organizations, said a man with a camel head, followed by a scared emoticon. Oh, not 1, but 3. The 3 cornerstones are thrown so casually, with a main theme of arrogance. As a result, many people added this friend named Shah. They didn't know what the high and mighty emperor was, but they knew that anyone who didn't regard the 3 cornerstones as money must be a big enemy. Maybe I can get some money from him. Francis, you guessed it right, but they're not scammers, but an evil human trafficking organization. I chatted with them privately, and they actually wanted to sell me as a slave. Francis, it's outrageous that the light of democracy doesn't shine on them, yet they dare to trade slaves so openly. Shah, it seems that Shah has misunderstood them. It's so cool. They are indeed the subjects of the mysterious Eastern Queen. They have started a business so quickly. Shah was just worried about where to get slaves and entering the classical age. It came just in time. Shah will contact them right away and order 500 slaves. Madri Duo, TSK, isn't it just buying and selling slaves? We in Curry Country don't lack slaves at all. Only civilizations with scarce population need to introduce foreign population. Madly Duo, if you ask me, you might as well ask the lord of our Curry Country to buy slaves. It's cheaper and more economical. Forget it then. My life will be ruined if I smell curry. Feng Yit, I can't stand such idiotic comments. Even a bully can say such nonsense. Can you ban this idiot? Someone saw the position of the channel administrator and saw that Feng Ye was the only one there. Considering the previous announcement, they guessed that Feng Ye had the right to ban people. Unfortunately, Ningfan's attention was not on the World Channel at the moment, and he had no time to pay attention to them. The chaos in the World Channel also confirms the disorder mentioned in the announcement. After closing the announcement, Ningfan discovered that his Lord interface had changed a lot. Not only were the borders around the entire interface replaced with a 5-clawed golden dragon, but even the territory option was changed to the word Empire. The newly added functions made him even more dazzled. World Parliament, World Channel, Regional Channel. There are also 2 grayed out, task system, and regional ranking. Without waiting for him to make a choice, he clicked in a check, and the prompt unique to him finally arrived. Congratulations on becoming the Emperor. and entering the Empire era. You become the first Lord of the Empire Age in this region. Get an era point. You become the first Emperor in the Blue Star region. Obtain the Wonder, Bronze Sparrow Tower. The specific effect can be viewed in the Wonder interface. It's another wonder and an epic point. Ning Fan showed a satisfied smile, which was tantamount to saying that he could obtain the privilege of a certain function and an incredible effect. However, when he saw the 3 words Tonkatai, he felt a little worried. The 2 Chow sisters are locked up in Tonke during the Deep Spring. This can't be a bad function, right? He is not interested in being a thief. Click on the Wonder system. From the pictures, it can be seen that the Bronze Sparrow Tower is actually a palace with hundreds of rooms inside, and it is very luxurious. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. The Palace of the Elf Federation was nothing compared to it. However, when he saw the miraculous effect, his expression suddenly became strange. Tonke Tower. Wei Wu waved his whip, aiming at the 2 Chow sisters from Jiangdong. After owning the Bronze Sparrow Tower, the lifespan of all female subjects under the Lord will be increased by 20 the lifespan of women with positions. All positions unlocked by the system will be increased by 50 the lifespan of the Lord's beauty, recognized by the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, will be increased by 100, and she will remain forever young. This effect will be reflected in the territory positions, and the positions of vassal states will receive half the bonus effects of the first 2 items. Chapter 229 The Women's Joy. That's not right. That's not right. Seeing the effect of the Bronze Sparrow Tower, Ning Fan raised his eyebrows. It's fine to increase lifespan, but it's only useful for the women under his command, which is very wrong. He seriously suspected that this was instigating him to do something bad. The beauty's lifespan has doubled, and she remains forever young. She's going to become a succubus. Ning Fan rubbed his face, looking helpless. Just then, Mu Wanting and Zhao Xuanna walked out of the palace hand in hand and came to his side. Honey, what did you do again? Why does my screen show that my lifespan has doubled? Mu Wanting asked curiously. Huh? Ning Fan turned his head and looked at them, with surprise on his face. How can Wanting and the others enjoy this effect now? It doesn't mean that only beauties certified by the 3 palaces and 6 courts can obtain this effect. The system of the 3 palaces and 6 courts has not been unlocked yet. Suddenly, Ning Fan thought of something. Could it be that the targets bound by the system also count? He remembered that the system also had a 3 palaces and 6 courtyards function, which was the function that unlocked the template. Could it be that we have reached the same destination through different paths? Yes, husband, take a look. Mu Wanting showed the screen in front of her to Ning Fan. Ning Fan looked over and saw that it was indeed a prompt to double his lifespan. That should be correct. The target bound to the system can also enjoy this effect. Ning Fan nodded secretly and then explained to them. I just experienced a miracle. This is the effect of the miracle. Any woman of mine can enjoy this effect. You don't need to be surprised. Hearing this, Zhao Xuanna's brows relaxed. Her beautiful eyelashes fluttered uncontrollably, and her joy was beyond words. My husband is truly amazing. Meeting him is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me in my life. Zhao Xuanna hugged Ning Fan's arm obediently, wishing she could stick to Ning Fan. She was not a clingy person, but the sudden surprise made her unable to control herself. Who doesn't want to live longer? What's more, it can keep you young forever, which is simply a killer for Zhao Xuanna. She was the oldest among the girls, and when she was with her sisters, she was somewhat anxious about her appearance. Well, I was wrong about you, Tonkatai. You were such a curious person. Smelling the fragrance so close, Ning Fan's expression changed at the speed of light in his heart. It seems that he underestimated the temptation of longevity and eternal youth to women. He discovered that Xuanna's favorability had quietly increased by 1 level, reaching level 5, which was stronger than gold. This meant that even if he drove Xuanna away now, she would not leave him. Looking at Wanting on the side, her favorability level has even broken through to level 6. Hubby, I have already told my sisters at home the good news. Mu Wanting's voice suddenly sounded, with a playful expression. Hubby, you don't know how excited the sisters are. If I hadn't stopped them, I'm afraid they would have no intention of visiting the palace and would have come out to look for you. Husband, tell me what reward you want. The sisters can agree. Mu Wanting looked at Ning Fan with burning eyes, her happy smile as bright as a flower. Hearing her words, Ning Fan showed a sly smile. Reward? A scene of sleeping together unconsciously emerged in my mind. However, this picture did not last long, because he noticed the prompt given by the system. Among the girls, except Ling Long, the favorability of the others broke through one level in a short period of time. Suddenly, the number of returns increased by nearly 10 times. Such a drastic change shows how strong the emotions in the women's hearts are. If the idea of sleeping together was brought up now, Ning Fan shuddered inwardly, thinking that he would be drained dry. Ahem, there's no need for a reward. A hint of unnaturalness appeared on his face, and he quickly changed the subject. By the way, why did you and Xuana come out so early? Have you finished touring such a huge palace? As he spoke, he hugged Xuana's delicate body and didn't look at Wanting. There was no way. After the favorability level was raised to level 6, there was something very wrong with the fairy's eyes, almost like something was wrong. But I dare not tease her again. I dreamed that the regional barrier would soon disappear, so I had someone pass on the message. I want to bring my sister Qin to the territory as soon as possible. Xuana said in a tender voice. Sister Yakin is too busy, so after discussing with the sisters, we decided that Wanting and I would go back and pick up Yimeng and the others. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Wanting followed up with a joke. Hubby, Yimeng is a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. If you don't take the initiative, she will be anxious to come over soon. Ning Fan simply ignored her words and asked, How are you going to pick them up? Do you want my help? You don't need to worry about this little thing, my husband. Xuana and I can handle it. When talking about business, Wanting's expression became much more serious. I plan to incorporate the guilds in the other 5 areas into the teleportation array agreement. When the time comes, with other guilds helping us connect to the teleportation array, it will be much easier to pick up Yimeng and the others. At the same time, we will take this opportunity to announce the opening of the L Federation. She walked lightly to Ning Fan's side, held his other hand, and asked in a gentle tone, I plan to temporarily open the transmission channel of the L Federation to only 5 surrounding areas. After all, I know everything about it. What do you think? You make the decision. Ning Fan scratched her nose lovingly. The fairy who didn't need to be punished was still so well-behaved that it warmed people's hearts. Okay, then you're busy, husband. Wan Ting smiled. Xuana and I will go back first. We'll come visit the palace next time when we have time. Plans cannot keep up with changes, and they did not expect Ning Fan to become an emperor so quickly and have such a great impact on the region. Xuana reluctantly let go of Ning Fan's arm, and before leaving, she secretly kissed Ning Fan on the face. Wanting saw this scene with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Ning Fan brought such a big surprise to them, and it was normal for them to express their love to him and even ask for sex. Suddenly, she thought of something. A cunning smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and then she asked, Hubby, if you just become one of our sisters, you can enjoy the effects of the spectacle. That's right. Ning Fan looked at her in surprise. Why are you asking this? Nothing. I'm just asking for Yimeng and the others. The smile on Mu Wanting's lips became brighter and brighter, and it was obvious that things were not as she said. If Yimeng hears this good news, she will probably become even more anxious. Husband, you should be mentally prepared. Maybe you need to hug them left and right to appease them. After saying a joke, Mu Wanting pulled Xuana towards the teleportation array. Ning Fan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckled, as if he couldn't hug her left and right without this effect. It's just a matter of whether he is willing or not. Not thinking about it anymore, he continued to open the Lord screen to check out the other new options added to the interface. Many things changed when the territory became an empire. On the other side, after Mu Wanting walked away, she opened the Lord screen again and sent a message to Ling Long and Yakin. I asked my husband, and he said that any woman who is his can enjoy the effects of longevity and eternal youth. You can tell Elena the news. She should be willing to help her husband manage the palace. She knows the situation of the nobles in the L Federation better than we do. With her help, the selection will be much easier. Chapter 230 Soldiers and Princes. Inside the palace, Elena looked at the 2 stunningly beautiful foreigners in front of her, and the 2 pairs of white and tender hands on her legs couldn't help but tense up. She had never seen a woman with such an outstanding temperament. The current situation was somewhat beyond her expectations. Fengye is not only beautiful, but also surrounded by women who are as beautiful as her. Are you serious? If I become Maple Leaf's concubine, I can have twice the lifespan and eternal youth. Elena hesitated. The position could confer extraordinary effects, which was not unfamiliar to her. As the princess of the Federation under the Holy See, her position has an effect called purification. The effect is to make the body cleaner and more efficient in absorbing energy from good quality food. However, the efficiency improvement is only half, and even so, it is no less than the effect conferred by a 3-star night position. So when I heard that becoming Ning Fan's concubine would double her lifespan and keep her youth forever, Elena's first reaction was that it was fake and they were deceiving her. How is it possible that a wandering lord can possess such incredible power to grant positions? Even if his strength is far superior to that of ordinary kings and princes, it is still unrealistic. After all, the position of goddess conferred by the Holy See can only increase lifespan by 10. Could it be that Maple Leaf is more powerful than the Holy See? Sister Lena, do you think we need to lie to you? This kind of thing can be easily exposed. Lin Yakin said gently. Ling Long on the side looked completely indifferent. She was pulling Shila to be a model and design clothes for her. After learning about Shila's information from Lu San, Ling Long knew that Shila would definitely not be able to escape, so she simply took her as a sister and didn't even ask about her wishes. Sheila sold herself in this unclear way. But Elena showed hesitation on her face. She wanted to rely on Ning Fan, and it was fine for her to become a concubine. But Yakin asked her to help manage the palace right from the start. In other words, she asked her to deal with her father's women and then select suitable ones from them to stay and serve Fingye as maids or concubines. This kind of thing is a bit too difficult to talk about. Let me be frank. My husband has already become the emperor. Whether you like it or not, the women in this palace can only be my husband's personal property. Their fate is already determined. As she spoke, Yakin slowly came over and sat down beside Elena in front of her shocked gaze. Lena, you are excellent, regardless of your status as a princess, so Madame Feng and I came to see you and give you the right to manage the palace. Elena's chest heaved violently. A wandering lord actually became an emperor. Doesn't that mean that if you become his woman, you will be the emperor's concubine, and the bonus to your position is not fake? It was as if a huge pie had fallen in front of her. Elena didn't dare to be careless and asked again, "Are you telling the truth?" Of course. I believe it won't be long before the news that the ruler of the Elf Federation is an emperor will spread. Yakin said with a smile. I understand. Elena took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. I'm willing to help you manage the palace. Not to help us, but to help us take care of this palace for my husband. Yakin corrected. With your beauty and ability, I believe your husband will favor you. From now on, you could just call me Yakin. Elena Bruched. As a princess and one of the most noble women in the Elf Federation, she had almost never looked embarrassed when facing other women. But she felt a little pressure from Yakin. She understood that this was caused by the huge gap in status. A little princess of the Federation is not good enough in front of the Emperor's concubine. So, she lowered her attitude and said, My husband, I understand what my wife said, but since the palace was breached, I have been staying in the bedroom, and I don't know the situation in the palaces. No problem. I will have someone inform you of the personnel situation. Since you are willing to be our sister, you're the hostess in this palace. Yakin said in a light tone, but with a luxurious and wealthy temperament, like the master of a palace, who could not be questioned. Elena's expression was startled. This was exactly the role she had been dreaming about day and night. She suddenly felt that it was not unacceptable to send the women in her father's palace to Fingye as maids. At least, she could truly be the most noble woman in the palace, and the one who had the final say. Elena, I want to remind you not to let power blind your eyes. Serving your husband is our real purpose. Power and status are nothing more than a bonus. Yakin suddenly spoke up. A trace of embarrassment instantly appeared on Elena's pretty face. Thank you, madam, for reminding me. Her little thoughts were clearly seen by Yakin, who came from a high-ranking official family. People who come from indigenous forces are simple-minded and don't hide their thoughts deeply. After making her choice, Elena showed great decisiveness. With Yakin's assistance, she quickly got a clear understanding of the situation in the palace, and without any delay or scruples, she quickly began to screen the women in the palace. And in this, Sheila also participated. On the other hand, Ning Fan looked at the two newly added systems, the recruitment system and the vassal system, and found that the two systems brought a lot of territory positions. Minister Management Interface. Unlocked citizen positions. Slave, soldier, general, commander-in-chief, prince. Among them, soldiers, generals, and commander-in-chief are unlocked by the recruitment system. All three positions can be named as you wish. They represent 3 classes respectively. Except for soldiers who are ordinary positions, generals and commanders are equivalent to knights and princes of the Elf Federation in terms of title. Because Ning Fan is the monarch, he can appoint a 5th-level commander, which is the Duke title of 5 moons. These 3 positions have a common effect, which is to provide a combat power bonus. The higher the position, the better the combat power bonus effect. A 5th-level commander can double the combat power at most, and this doubling is in all aspects, including defense capabilities. At the same time, generals and commanders have 2 more effects than soldiers. Empire's luck. After the victory of the war, the emperor will reward the commanders and generals according to their merits. The commanders and generals who receive the rewards will receive the baptism of the empire's luck according to their military achievements. The baptism of luck can significantly improve physical fitness. This baptism does not consume the empire's luck. Fortune blessing. Generals who have been baptized by the empire's fortune have a chance to be protected by the empire's fortune when they encounter death, resisting 1 fatal injury. The more merits they have, the more fortune will bless them, and the greater the chance of avoiding death. And this chance will increase as the empire becomes stronger. Yes, although these positions are just bonuses for subordinates, they also indirectly improve my ability as a monarch. Ning Fan praised. This is the same principle as the investiture of the gods. With the power of deterrence and sealing, endless resources and talents will flock to him. He continued looking towards another position. Princes, divided into 5 levels, the lowest is Baron, are conferred by the monarch of the empire. Princes are equivalent to the king and can be conferred noble positions, nobles, princes, monarchs. In addition to having to be loyal to the emperor, they are no different from princes granted by heaven. Positions conferred by princes enjoy the bonus of imperial positions. This bonus is halved. For example, soldiers of vassal states also enjoy half the bonus of imperial soldiers, and also enjoy the bonus of positions conferred by princes. Once the emperor issues an imperial decree, the vassal states must execute it unconditionally, and there is a tribute treaty between the vassal states and the empire. The treaty is set by the emperor, supervised by the Lord World, and can be modified by the emperor at will. Effect of the prince position. Enjoy the protection of the empire's luck, increase lifespan by 10 to 50, increase territory resource output by 5 to 20, and reduce the intensity of harmful emergencies by 5 to 20. The effect is affected by the level of the title. Chapter 231 Teleportation Array Protocol. Feudal imperial privileges. No matter if they are princes or common subjects, anyone holding an imperial position cannot rebel against the empire while in office. When the empire declines, the princes can establish themselves and become feudal states. When the empire was strong, all nations came to pay tribute. After the empire declined, it fell apart. So we should be cautious in intimidating the princes. Well, although I have been given the right to confer the title of first-class duke, I cannot abuse it. Looking at the prompts on the screen, Ning Fan seemed to be thinking about something. Vassal states can enjoy the bonuses brought by the empire, which will inevitably speed up their development. If the empire declines and loses control, it may be like raising a tiger to cause trouble. If we can continue to be strong, then there is nothing to worry about. A vassal state is like a sharp knife. You don't have to worry too much about foreign wars in the future. We can also obtain tribute, and the benefits are obvious. Through this attack on the Elf Federation, the participation of the grassland tribes made Ning Fan feel the benefits of being a vassal power. Not only can you use them with confidence, but you only need to pay some resources and they can risk their lives for you. After capturing the city of Aelin, Sahan and Wutu returned to the grassland with their troops. In addition to the Tiger crouching cannon that was originally promised to them, Ning Fan also gave them a batch of weapons and armor, all of which were seized from the Elf Federation. It is relatively common, but for the grassland where iron tools are rare, its value is not even lower than that of the Tiger crouching cannon. After getting the weapons and armor, the 2 men hurried back to the grassland to reorganize their troops. It seemed that they had reached some kind of agreement to form an alliance for external expansion. Ning Fan had too many things on hand, so he didn't know the details. Next time I meet Sahan and Wutu, I will ask them if they are willing to accept my title. It is unknown how far away the grassland tribes are from the Endless Sea, so there is no need to worry about backlash if we accept them as vassal forces. As the empire is just starting out, it is safest to remotely infect the princes. Putting this matter aside for now, Ning Fan closed the citizen management interface and wanted to take a look at the World Channel to see the situation. Who would have thought that even though I was in Qingming continent, I couldn't open the world channel? It seems that even if all human areas on Blue Star are integrated, the barrier between Qingming continent and the endless sea will still be strong. But it is good news. The continental barrier still exists, which means that the transmission channel he controls is still unique. At least that's the case among the many Blue Star lords. He didn't think that it was realistic for other lords to obtain the large teleportation array that even gods coveted in such a short time. Let's go back to the territory first and check the situation. If everything goes well with Wanting, we can push the hiring mission forward as soon as possible and launch a nationwide war against the indigenous forces on Qingming continent. After seeing the position effect brought by the unlocking system, Ning Fan was obsessed with seizing luck. After saying something to Ling Long and the others, he walked towards the teleportation array alone. He temporarily put aside the matter of refining the royal seal of L4. Commercial Street. After the territory enters the Empire era, the maximum area of the enclosed islands can be increased to 10 square kilometers. The current commercial center is only 1 square kilometer in size, and with only 2 streets open, it seems particularly small. At this moment, the streets were bustling with activity, and among the pedestrians passing by there seemed to be a group of people dressed in the same attire. There are nearly 100 teams like this. The guild emblems engraved on their clothes highlight their identities. Members from various guilds in the 6 surrounding areas. They walked in the middle of the wide street, chatting and laughing, attracting the attention of tourists on both sides of the street. What the hell? What's going on? Why is there such a big fuss? Is there something serious going on? Brother, how long have you been in the commercial street? You came here early in the morning. You managed to get a spot with great difficulty. No wonder. 2 hours ago, the mysterious store issued a notice to 6 regions, inviting all guilds that are interested in participating in the teleportation array agreement to come and discuss important matters. And the guild leader must be present in person. In a tea house along the street, 2 lords who did not know each other sat at the same table, talking about the grand scene before them. Cases like theirs are common in commercial streets. Seats in the tea house have to be grabbed. Sitting in a tea house on the street, sipping a cup of hot tea, listening to people passing by share information, and taking a break for half a day has become a fashion in the commercial streets. I see. One of them took a sip of tea leisurely and sighed. Since I met the big guy, my life has become more and more lively. Who says it's not true? Look at this situation. In the future, the 6 areas can communicate with each other through the teleportation array. The man opposite took out a wine pot and said, "This is the best barley wine. I managed to snatch it with great difficulty. Would you like to try it, brother?" "Oh my God, you are amazing. You can even buy this stuff. I heard that this wine was sold out in half an hour after it was put on the shelves. Hey, keep a low profile. This is a reward from a guild." "What's your guild, brother?" "I'm not talented. Asako will." Mu Wanting arranged the meeting to be held in a newly built building at the intersection. After the cement was unlocked, the 2 empty areas at the intersection were built into a restaurant and comprehensive service center as planned. The project was naturally also contracted and constructed by other guilds. The group entered the building, came to the conference room in an orderly manner and sat down. The meeting did not limit the number of guild members that could attend, so the entire conference hall was packed with nearly 1,000 people. Although it is not as grand as an auction, its seriousness and importance are several levels higher. Of course, as the saying goes, hold small meetings for big matters and big meetings for small matters. The meeting held in the conference hall was actually just a briefing, which was to inform the people from various guilds about the precautions regarding the teleportation array protocol and some other matters. The person who presided over this meeting was none other than the robot butler. The meeting that actually decided the direction was held in the conference room on the top floor of the service building. A meeting room of moderate size. Both sides of the conference table were filled with people. If this scene was seen by the lords in the chat channel, they would be surprised to find that these people were all the presidents of the leading guilds in each region. Including the new VIP guild and the 4 major guilds, there are a total of 20 people. It can be said that every person sitting here can determine the development direction of a region. But at the moment, they all seemed a little uneasy and nervous without exception. Only when one reaches their level can one clearly understand what the emperor means. After entering the classical era, their territories came into contact with other indigenous forces to varying degrees. It's just that they don't have as exaggerated strength as Ning Fan, so they did not attract the hostility of the indigenous forces. The so-called visit from indigenous forces is a real visit. Huang San, Zhao Yidao, and Di Hu, who were sitting closest to the seat, seemed a little more relaxed. Especially Di Hu, who has now come from behind and replaced Huang San at the beginning and Xiao Dao behind him, becoming the de facto #1 younger brother under Ning Fan. After a while, the door inside the conference room opened. When he saw the visitor, Di Hu immediately greeted him. Di Hu greets Madame Mu. May the emperor and his wife live long and happily. The others also quickly followed suit and saluted. Greetings to the emperor and concubine. Long live the emperor and concubine. From the name, we can see that the status of the ground tiger is not ordinary. This was the reward for his hard work day and night in building his relationship with Ning Fan. Seeing this scene, Huang San and Zhao Yidao looked at each other calmly, both feeling a little melancholy in their hearts. Everyone please sit down, Mu Wanning said lightly, appearing very calm. I called you here today not just for the teleportation array. There is something more important. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. After being in contact with the big guys for a long time, they deeply understand that every small move of the big guys is an opportunity to change their lives. So I didn't dare to be negligent. I sat up straight, pricked up my ears, and listened carefully. The Empire recently conquered an indigenous power and has a standing transmission channel to that power. We are preparing to open this channel to all the lords in the 6 regions. Chapter 232 Farm Drawings. After hearing Mu Wanning's words, the guild presidents, who were usually calm and composed, all showed surprise on their faces. The boss actually defeated an indigenous force and occupied it completely. This is too sensational. After coming into contact with the indigenous forces, they had some understanding of their strength. Even a small tribe is not something they can deal with. In particular, they have also concluded that the stronger the territory, the stronger the indigenous forces it comes into contact with. With the boss's strength, the indigenous forces he comes into contact with may reach the level of kings and princes. Just like that, the big boss can actually take it down. The buzzing sound echoed in their heads, and everyone was deeply shocked. After coming to their senses, a doubt lingered in their minds for a long time. What level of strength did the boss have? They didn't dare to ask, so they could only behave more respectfully in front of Madame Mu. Among the crowd, only Zhao Yidao and Di Hu seemed relatively calm. There was no other reason. They had already learned about this situation through their subordinates. However, when they first learned about this situation, they were not much better than everyone else present. This is also the reason why Di Hu started to expand its business as soon as the World Channel was unlocked. Searching for slaves and beauties is one thing, and another is to increase one's own value so as to keep up with the big guys. As Ning Fan's influence expanded, Di Hu's cave gradually played the role of an intelligence dealer. Tens of thousands of salesmen are wandering on the endless sea, and they can often help wanting Yemen and others solve some practical problems. The Earth Tiger was keenly aware of this and has already laid out a plan for the entire Blue Star region. The materials in front of you describe the situation of the indigenous forces and why we're looking for you to come here this time. Mu Wanning's voice sounded again. You can read it and then give me the answer. Everyone noticed the materials on the table early on, but without Mu Wanning's permission, they didn't dare to look at them. Now that they had permission, they quickly picked it up and opened it to check. The sound of slaw echoed in the conference room, and no one spoke. Mu Wanning was not in a hurry either. She tapped the table lightly with her slender fingers, looking like a female CEO. At ease, there were bursts of gasps in the conference room. Even the expressions on Di Hu and Zhao Yidao's faces changed. What a big deal. An indigenous continent is used as a proving ground, open to all lords, with the aim of universal invasion. After all, everyone present had witnessed many big scenes and had all grown up from humble beginnings and experienced many ups and downs. But when I saw the contents of the plan, I couldn't calm down. There were even a few older presidents whose chests heaved violently, as if they were about to collapse in the next second. Colleagues around them quickly lent a hand and patted their backs to help them breathe more easily. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They could understand the feelings of these presidents very well. The opportunity before them was so great that they doubted whether they could grasp it. The sense of loss and gain drives people crazy. At this time, Zhao Yidao spoke first. Emperor's consort, our martial alliance is willing to join this agreement and is also willing to lease a city-state to assist the emperor in managing it. Their Wumung was the most powerful of all the guilds, and this plan was tailor-made for them, so he naturally took the lead in expressing his opinion. Soon after, Di Hu followed. Madame Mu, Since the boss has given the order, there will be absolutely no problem for us, Dihu. As he said this, he looked at everyone with a smile and said, although our cave is not good at fighting, we are good at doing business. When you come to Qingming continent, if you want to buy or sell slaves, just come to our cave. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Relying on his relationship with the boss and Mrs. Mu, Dihu took the opportunity to promote the product. After the regional integration, he will first expand his business to the 5 surrounding areas. As the 5 regions with the strongest connections with the big guys, he will inevitably focus his development on the 5 surrounding areas and strive to dominate the market. Then Dihu turned his head to look at Mu Wanting, his eyes slightly lowered and his posture lowered. Madam Mu, regarding the slave trade mentioned in the plan, the Daiku is willing to help you. Okay, I'll ask my husband later. He should agree. Mu Wanting waved her hand calmly. Seeing a big deal being finalized in front of them, everyone instantly lost their composure and rushed to express their opinions. Empress Consort, our Shinto League is willing to join this plan. Wadawi is willing to join. The same is true for the Apocalypse Alliance. Seeing that everyone was willing to join the employment plan, Mu Wanting smiled. She finally lived up to her husband's expectations. Since everyone is willing, this matter is finalized. After the regional integration, the mysterious store will officially announce this news in the name of the Emperor. It will be divided into regions. The mysterious shop will plan the location of each region's base. The location of the participating guilds in each region will be decided by you. The mission details and precautions are all in the plan, so I won't elaborate on them. You could do a good job of promoting them in your respective areas. Mu Wanting swept her beautiful eyes over everyone present and spoke in an unquestionable tone. You are all the best in your respective regions. The mysterious shop shouldn't need to worry about such a small matter. Your Majesty and your Majesty don't need to worry about such trivial matters. We will take care of them. Everyone assured. A slight smile appeared on Mu Wanting's lips. This was the convenience brought by status and power. Many times, all it takes is one sentence, and someone will rush to help run errands. Of course, the cake is big enough, and everyone can share the benefits, so they are all willing to maintain Ning Fan's extraordinary status and even rule him. Well, one last thing, Mu Wanting continued. The Tianxiang League, one of the 4 major guilds, will not participate in this plan, leaving one city-state unrented and unmanaged. I intend to rent it out during this meeting. Guilds that are interested in renting it out can make their own offers. After he finished speaking, there was another sound of people gasping in the conference room. What? They can also have the right to manage the city-state like the 4 major guilds? The people present were the smartest and most savvy group of people in each region, and they immediately realized that this was an opportunity to become a large guild. As a result, the sound of quotations one after another soon rang out in the conference room. Star Alliance, a sea-level brewery blueprint. Wadawi, a set of blueprints for a C-class pig farm, with 30 piglets included. Shinto Association, 1C plus grade corn seed, 1C grade coconut tree seedling. Tiansha League, a special item, a teleportation talisman. After using it, you can teleport to a place within 1,000 kilometers. Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, the president of the Tiansha League, a man with a firm face and eyes like blades, spoke lightly. If he takes out these life-saving things, he won't be able to live like this. All the presidents cursed in their hearts. Ultimately, the management rights of a city-state are more of a symbol of identity. Mu Wanting set many binding conditions in the agreement, which were basically requirements except for the 20 tax benefit. Each city-state is a solid stronghold with management rights, which makes external aggression much more convenient logistically. Therefore, even if they can benefit from helping with management for free, it is impossible to give up much profit. The rental fee is collected once a month, and a C+ grade drawing is considered expensive in comparison. No one expected that the Tiansha League would actually take out special props for bidding. Just as everyone was gritting their teeth, another voice rang out. Flying Bird Club, a copy of the D+ grade large-scale construction farm manufacturing plan. Madam Mu, although this blueprint is D+ grade, the building is large and relatively rare. I wonder if it can be included in the selection. Chapter 233, The King's Position as a Reward. The president of the Osaka Society is a middle-aged man with a beard. His words made Mu Wanting ponder for a moment. Mu Wanting knew the role of the farm, but a farm of only D+ grade didn't seem to be very useful. To put it bluntly, D+ level food is used to feed chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep in the territory. Just as she was hesitating, a voice came into the conference room. The D-plus level farm's secret shop is wanted, and the last city-state rental management quota belongs to the Osaka Club. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and their expressions were immediately startled. Greetings to the Emperor. Everyone stood up and bowed at the same time, without a trace of perfunctory respect on their faces. You're welcome. Please take a seat, Ning Fan said calmly, and walked straight to Mu Wanting. How is it? Is it going well? Yeah, it went very smoothly. Seeing Ning Fan coming, Mu Wanting's cold temperament disappeared, replaced by a happy smile. Husband, why did you come back so soon? Aren't you going to stay over there with your sisters? In front of outsiders, Wanting is used to calling Ning Fan husband, and every detail shows the principle of putting the husband first. I have something to do, so I'm back now. Ning Fan noticed the materials on the table and picked them up to take a look. The people present did not dare to disturb him. They lowered their heads slightly and did not dare to breathe. Wanting explained, this is a plan that Yimeng and I have made. The presidents have already agreed to it. As long as my husband nods, we can implement it. Well, Ning Fan browsed for a while. You have done a good job. Let's implement it according to this plan. As he spoke, he raised his eyes and looked at the people present. The area of Qingming continent is far beyond your imagination. Even I cannot figure out how vast it is. It is conceivable that there must be extremely strong indigenous forces on the continent. Let me be frank with you. If you want to quit, you can do so now. Don't wait until the time comes and sit there doing nothing. I won't be polite. Ning Fan's words were quite serious. This matter concerned the plundering of luck, and they had to understand the seriousness of the matter. Everyone said in unison without hesitation, please rest assured, Lord Emperor. Since we are the leaders of all the guilds, we must set a good example. Just kidding. They were fortunate enough to witness the birth of the emperor in several of their regions. So how could they not know the principle of holding on to his thighs tightly? This is an emperor who can influence the development direction of the entire world region. Unless you are crazy, you will not give up this opportunity. What's more, if they act as invaders and plunder the Qingming continent, they can also gain huge resources. It is possible that this is the opportunity for their territory to enter the feudal system or even establish a country. Ning Fan nodded slightly, which was considered as the final decision. Then he continued, since you are all willing to join in, I will not be stingy. Under the surprised and expectant gazes of the crowd, Ning Fan opened the Lord's screen and posted a message in the VIP guild group. I have posted the quest thresholds and route choices for entering the Imperial Age from the Classical Age in the VIP group. You can refer to it and decide on the route you want to take as soon as possible. Please note that after entering the feudal system, you will be faced with the choice of routes. No matter which route you choose, you may encounter some unexpected events. It is best to be prepared for unexpected events when you choose to enter the feudal system. Thinking of the system's forced declaration of war when he chose the road to Empire mission, Ning Fan specifically reminded him of it. The 3 generations of routes in the Imperial era are Classical Republic, Theocracy, and Feudalism. Route selection is a crossroads in the development of the territory. The presidents will encounter it sooner or later. It is obviously beneficial for them to know the situation earlier. Not everyone is suitable for feudalism. To blindly follow Ning Fan's path is simply courting death. It turns out there's so many tricks here. No wonder the indigenous forces I came into contact with were clueless about this. It turns out they are just a small and insignificant force. Just the task of nation building requires winning a war against the indigenous forces head-on. It's too difficult. That's just the feudal nation-building mission. The Emperor has made it clear that the nation-building missions of the other 2 paths shouldn't be that difficult. If the Emperor hadn't pointed this out, I would have been completely confused when I was faced with the choice. People couldn't help but discuss in 2s and 3s, their faces filled with excitement and yearning. With just this piece of information, it would be worth it to cling to the Emperor. As a result, they looked at Ning Fan with more humility. Seeing this, Ning Fan struck while the iron was hot, sent out the message of princes, and spoke. If a guild performs well in a mercenary mission, I can sign a vassal treaty with it and make it a local lord. Becoming a lord can help your guild become a force in the lord's world earlier. It will not affect the social progress of your territory and the route you choose. Ning Fan paused and added, at least both Classical Republic and feudalism can be chosen. Theocracy may not be chosen because of the mutual exclusion of vassals. But I think since we are all from China, we probably don't believe in the bullshit divine authority. The social system of the vassal forces is not affected by the social system of the suzerain country. Ning Fan learned this rule through the situation in the Elle Federation. The system of the Elle Federation is a classical republic, but this does not prevent it from becoming a running dog of theocracy. Ning Fan's joke immediately made everyone present burst into laughter. God, give me eggs? Once the eggs stopped coming out, will the believers whose faith has been reduced to zero want it? After a short rest, the laughter of the crowd subsided. However, the atmosphere in the conference room became a little weird. There was no other reason. Everyone wanted to cling to Ning Fan's thigh, but if they really wanted to become a vassal force, especially a vassal force restricted by the rules of the Lord's world, it would somewhat go against their original intention of becoming lords. They still desire freedom and power. Even Zhao Yidao, Huang San, and others couldn't help but hesitate. The others glanced at them, paying attention to their reactions. There was no way they would take the lead, not even if they had a strong desire, nor did they have the qualifications. Ning Fan took this scene in and understood their thoughts clearly. He waved his hand and said, "You may have misunderstood. I did not infect the princes to gain vassal power, nor will I use this to restrict you. And you can't get the position of a prince just because you want to." Ning Fan looked at them with disdain. They didn't trust him. So how could he trust them? He had never thought of taking the Lord as a vassal force. Aren't indigenous forces good enough? The reason for bringing this up is simply to encourage them to fight bravely after arriving at the Qingming continent. He continued, "For any guild that becomes a vassal, I promise that it will not be bound by the empire. As long as it pays tribute on time and does not do anything that harms the empire will not interfere in any of its internal affairs. At the same time, the guild can resign from the vassal position at any time while enjoying the benefits of the empire. The rewards from the princes will only be granted to guilds that perform well in mercenary missions, such as conquering an indigenous force or winning a war that is enough to decide the life or death of an indigenous force. Of course, if a freelance lord can achieve military exploits equivalent to the above level, I will personally help him establish a vassal state or guild power." Ning Fan has thought it through. As long as he does not develop deep connections with the vassal states, he does not have to worry about them stabbing him in the back. He just needs to make the most of the knife. A big reward will always bring a brave man. He seeks resources and luck. Chapter 234 Me, Tiger King? After Ning Fan finished speaking, there was silence in the conference room, so quiet that one could hear the panting breathing. Another old president almost had a seizure. It was not until this moment that everyone realized that they were not even qualified to be Ning Fan's vassal, and they felt mixed emotions. The feeling is just wishful thinking on our part. There are still thresholds to becoming a prince. But after feeling melancholy, they still have to face reality. The reality is that the emperor has given a reward that is enough to drive all the lords crazy. Achieve the title of supreme prince in one step. And there are almost no restrictions. They did not doubt the promise Ning Fan made, because it is a consensus that the emperor is as good as his word. This was the case back when Lord Emperor was still the big boss, and they still firmly believe in this. What's more, Ning Fan also promised to give contractual constraints. At this moment, their attention was once again focused on the instructions of the princes. Life expectancy increased, territory resource output increased, catastrophic incidents reduced, and territory positions enjoy empire bonuses. One by one, any one of the benefits taken alone is enough to change a person's destiny and make a group of people flock to it, and even die for it. And they actually hesitated just now. The president's hearts were bleeding, and if the occasion had not been inappropriate, they would have wanted to slap themselves. Damn it, he's been acting so high and mighty in front of others for too long. He's become arrogant. I always doubt the olive branch thrown by the big boss. I regret it. In fact, they didn't know that there was no so-called olive branch, and Ning Fan had no intention of giving them an advantage. Like the natives of the grassland tribe, they dared to join him in attacking the Elle Federation when he was still a wandering lord. What do these people do? After announcing the reward, Ning Fan continued. If you have no doubts, let's adjourn the meeting. Go back and prepare. The teleportation array to Qingming continent will be set up tomorrow. All areas must connect the small teleportation array channels. Follow the emperor's order. Everyone had no choice but to adjourn the meeting and leave the conference room one by one. Finally, only Ning Fan, Wanting, and the president of the Fanio Club were left in the conference room. Ma Han Yuan, the president of the Bird Club, greets the emperor. Ma Hanyuan came up to Ning Fan and handed him the D-plus grade large farm manufacturing map with both hands. Ning Fan took it and took a look. It was a farm covering an area of 1,000 square meters. Not only was its scale smaller than that of an A-level farm, but the configuration inside was also several levels lower. Only the more than 1 acre of D-plus grade soil is worth mentioning. Its value on the market is estimated to be no less than that of a B-grade item. After all, it provides a continuous supply of graded food. This shows that Ma Hanyuan paid a considerable price to come up with this manufacturing drawing. It can be used to return critical hits and make up for the insufficient output of territory-level crops. Ning Fan nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Ma Hanyuan and asked, "The other 3 city-states have all been assigned to their respective owners. The remaining city-state is a northern tribal city-state, and its conditions are slightly worse. Is there any problem with your guild managing this city-state? The best city-state of Ire belongs to the Caverns. With the help of the Wixen family, the Caverns can save a lot of trouble." Dihu's original intention was to go there and do business, and he was very happy about it. The Wuming and Yumeng respectively manage the Nox city-state and Yada city-state. The capital is Allen City. Let's just go with the QAQ. No, there's no problem. Ma Anyuan started excitedly. Although the conditions in the northern tribal city-states are a bit worse, they have the largest area. A city-state covering an area of more than 70,000 square kilometers was given to them to manage, and if there were any problems, they would be their guild's problems. Okay, then go back and prepare. If you have any questions about management, contact Li Chuangjuan, the prefect of the royal capital. For the sake of the farm manufacturing map, Ning Fan said a few more words. Ma Hanyuan, a middle-aged man, walked out of the meeting room excitedly, which was in stark contrast to the lost expressions of the other presidents just now. My husband is really becoming more and more like an emperor. I think these guild leaders are completely obedient to you. There was no one around, so Mu Wanting finally got the chance to sit in Ning Fan's arms, and her words were as sweet as honey. Ning Fan laughed, put his arms around her delicate body, and relaxed for a rare moment. You are scolding me for being unkind in disguise. No way. Mu Wanting rolled her eyes and said tenderly, if my husband says so, then I am one side in front of others and another side in front of my husband. Isn't it just right for my husband? You're so sweet, you're risking your life. Ning Fan was amused by her and couldn't help but reach out and scratch her nose. Wanting uttered a whimpering sound. Seeing this, Ning Fan didn't care about anything else and prepared to take another step forward. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Boss, are you still there? It's me, Dihu. When Dihu's voice came, Ning Fan paused. Damn it, when did this Dihu guy become so unpleasant? Pucci, seeing him like this, Wanting covered her mouth and chuckled, taking the opportunity to leave his arms. Hubby, you go ahead and do your work. She reached out to help Ning Fan straighten out the clothes she had messed up. I'll come see you in the evening. Then she walked towards the inner door with a dignified manner and left the meeting room. At night? That's fine. Ning Fan coughed lightly, calmed down, and called to the door, come in. The door of the conference room opened, and Dihu came quickly to Ning Fan with an eager smile on his face. Boss, there were so many people around just now that I didn't feel comfortable asking for your loyalty. I came here, shamelessly, just to ask you a question. I wonder if the cavern can become your vassal power. Dihu stated his purpose. He was smart and did not call Ning Fan emperor. Instead, he called him boss as usual. Although he lacked a sense of respect, he was very careful to show his status as a lackey. It has always been like this. Ning Fan glanced at him. To be honest, he did not doubt Dihu's loyalty. He could feel that there was an essential difference between Dihu, Huang San, and Xiao Dao. But he still asked one more question. Do you want a position as a prince? Or just a vassal power? Dihu said hurriedly, how dare I hope to become a vassal? What's more, I really want to follow you, sir. I hope you can protect our cave. Rights and obligations are equal. If you want shelter, you must accept restrictions. Dihu's words showed that he could accept restrictions and do everything under the rule of the empire. He is indeed different from Huang San and others. He used to be a younger brother of Huang Qiudiangxia. Freedom and rights are not important to him. Having rights is enough. What's more, he had long regarded himself as Ning Fan's younger brother, and becoming Ning Fan's vassal force had always been something he had been thinking about day and night. Okay, I can confer upon you the title of a prince. But Ning Fan changed the subject. Dihu suddenly became nervous, and panic could not be suppressed on his face. For now, I can only give you the title of a baron, but I won't grant you a title. You can still enjoy the effects of the position of baron, but you cannot act as a prince of the empire to the outside world. You should know that I always reward people based on merit. When you have made some achievements, I will give you a title. Having said this, Ning Fan looked at Di Hu, and suddenly a smile appeared in his eyes. How's the Tiger King? Chapter 235, Mercenary Mission. Me? Tiger King? The muscles on Di Hu's face twitched. It's true that his name is Di Hu, but isn't it a bit childish to use the word tiger as a title? But who can blame Ning Fan for being bad at naming? Di Hu had no choice but to accept it, and said with a guilty conscience, Big boss, you are so stylish. I really like this title. It's so domineering. He gave a thumbs up. As long as you like it. Ning Fan patted Di Hu's shoulder with a smile. Work hard and try to get the title as soon as possible. As long as you like it. Di Hu felt very sad. Woo, I, the great Lord Di Hu, am going to become a treacherous minister. Wow. Why am I a little happy? After the presidents of the major guilds left the commercial street, news about the rewards for the princes quickly spread in the chat channel. Also spread was the content of the mercenary mission. The chat channels in several regions exploded instantly, and the situation was completely different from the chaos in the world channel. If the mysterious shop hadn't issued the announcement, I would have thought the Lord's world was all ocean. It turns out there are continents. This is crazy. I just came into contact with other lords in the Blue Star world. I thought the Lord world was big enough, but it turns out there are indigenous forces. Hey, you're not surprised by anything you haven't seen before. Since there are indigenous pirates, there must be indigenous forces. I feel like we're no different from the native pirates. If we go to other continents to plunder, wouldn't that mean we would become pirates too? Your point of view is unique, but what does it matter? There's a saying that goes, if you fail, you are called a pirate, and if you win, you are called a king's teacher. Damn, you made my blood boil. That's right. If you can destroy a country, you can be made a marquis and a prime minister. It just so happens that I have a few hundred soldiers under my command. I want to go to Qingming continent to test the power of the natives. If I can gain some military merits and get rewards from the big guys, I can rise to the top overnight. Those foreigners on the World Channel are making a fuss. They're still developing their territory and showing off their methods of going to the island, but they don't know that we are about to follow them to invade other countries. Hasn't everyone developed so well? Am I the only one who is still alone guarding a small island and developing my territory? Hey, brother, you are being rude. This is a chat channel. It's not against the law to brag. We'll know the situation when we see how many people accept the mercenary mission. There are two types of mercenary missions given by the mysterious shop. One is the mercenary mission, which is aimed at guilds and lords with more than 500 soldiers. Lords who receive mercenary missions can apply for bases from the leading guilds in their respective regions and conduct invasion operations alone, or join a large guild and fight together. The other one is mercenary mission, which allows you to become a mercenary. Mercenaries are under the jurisdiction of the empire, similar to the mercenaries of the Martial Alliance. The Qingming continent is such a huge piece of meat. Ning Fan cannot just let other guilds invade it. The empire itself must also expand outward. Considering that the territory is what makes up the empire and safety is the most important thing, Ning Fan does not plan to use the troops in the territory. Mercenaries naturally became the main force in the invasion. With the weapons he provided, the combat effectiveness of the Lord's mercenaries would not necessarily be lower than that of the territory's army, and might even be higher. After all, most people have been educated with modern thinking and have more ideas about operating the various strange weapons in the Lord's world. As for the candidate for the chief commander, Ning Fan intends to let Wolf Sun take the position. It has not been decided yet. There is no other reason. I have to ask Longzi's opinion. After all, he is a member of the Martial Alliance. Everyone go check it out. The mysterious shop has issued a contract. All guilds and lords who participate in the mercenary mission must sign it in person before they can accept the mission. What the hell? What is a convention? I've only heard of a treaty. Is it binding? Of course there is. You can check the convention and you will know. It is supervised by the Lord system. Almost at the same time, the Lords in the 6 areas clicked on the regional channels at the same time. 6 copies of the secret shop announcement are posted in each chat channel. Because Ning Fan has the management rights of the chat channel, the announcement of the mysterious shop is pinned to the top of the chat interface. Just click into the chat channel to see it. Contract signing book was obtained by Ning Fan by returning the treaty book with a critical hit. Compared with the treaty book, it has stronger binding force, and there is no limit on the number of signatories. Once this convention came out, it almost dispelled the last bit of concern in the hearts of all presidents and lords. Oh my God! Everyone who participates in the mercenary mission will be provided with food and accommodation. The minimum food is D-grade food. This treatment is too generous. As expected of a big boss, to be able to achieve the status of an emperor is indeed extraordinary. It is so lucky to be in the same area with a big boss. Now that I think about it, those people who danced the most happily on the World Channel were really pathetic. They didn't know what heaven was. Hush, keep a low profile. We just need to follow the emperor to make money. Don't bother with him. That's right. It's a pity that only mercenaries get such treatment. Mercenaries get nothing at all. Seeing this makes me want to join the mercenaries instead. Mercenaries and hired guns are completely different in nature. Mercenaries serve the guild and only need to pay 50 of the spoils. They are not under the jurisdiction of the empire, so Ningfan will not give them too much care. After all, they and Ningfan are in a cooperative relationship, and the initiative is in Ningfan's hands. Mercenaries truly serve the empire, so Ningfan is certainly willing to treat them well. There is no shortage of talent among the individual lords, and if managed properly, he can select many of them who are willing to submit to him. That's just the beginning. The convention clearly states that mercenaries can earn military merits through combat and be awarded military titles. There are 9 levels of military titles, and the higher the level, the better the treatment they enjoy. A military lord of the 3rd rank can even lead troops on his own, and a military lord of the 1st rank can be conferred the title of a prince. What the hell? Brothers, I'm going to charge. You guys can do whatever you want. Becoming a vassal king, with the boss's personal support in building a country, this is not faster than developing a territory with great pains. I feel like my spring is coming. Huhan-san. The prince is promised by the boss himself. No, I can't call him the boss anymore. I should call him the emperor, His Majesty the Emperor. Someone come pee yellow and wake him up. He actually had such a dream in broad daylight. Is it something that ordinary people can dream of to be a first-class military rank? He must have the ability of a general at least. That's right. It would be good enough if I could just work hard and get a middle-level military rank. But I feel that the system set by the mysterious shop is very good. Mercenary missions do not require permanent stays. As long as you stay for 3 days each time, you can quit at any time. It will not delay the development of the territory, and the next time you join a military rank, it will not be reset. What's so hard about this? Have you ever played a tactical team? It's a small group of troops fighting, and all tactics are decided by the individuals themselves. The boss is obviously giving us the right to choose, and he doesn't want to use us as cannon fodder. Big Brother is so nice and considerate. Woo, I hate that I'm not a girl. Otherwise, I would give birth to a baby for you. As we all know, in large-scale military operations, the role that individuals can play is very weak. Once a large-scale military operation is launched, the lords involved will inevitably suffer massive casualties. Ningfan didn't intend to treat everyone as Japanese. His original intention was to turn Qingming continent into a trial ground. Relying on a little bit of plunder and suppression, they plundered all the resources on the mainland like peeling off silk threads from an onion. In this process, as the existence at the top of the food chain, he can obtain the greatest benefits, and at the same time the risks will be shared by the lords participating in the mission. The empire does not have to risk the destruction of its army. Therefore, Ningfan would not choose to fight a large-scale core war unless it was absolutely necessary. It's good to be a bandit and carry out harassment and looting. Just grind slowly and you have plenty of time. Chapter 236 Harvest. After building the empire, Ningfan slowly began to abandon his overly radical strategies. After all, as long as the empire survives, he can enjoy the effect of immortality, so it's definitely better to be safe. Who would like to live with a tense life all the time? After fighting for half a lifetime, what's wrong with enjoying a little comfort? Ningfan sat on the sofa leisurely, looking at the feedback in the chat channel. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. It seems like I've only been fighting for half a month, half a week. Well, just fight anyway. He lay down again as a matter of course. Seeing that the announcement issued by Wanting and others had a good effect, he closed the chat and opened the territory construction interface. It's time to return the farm manufacturing map. Once the mercenary mission is launched, the consumption of military rations will be a considerable expense. Fortunately, most of them are D-level resources, which are nothing for the territory. After the territory entered the imperial era, influenced by the fortune of the empire, all the territory's soil was upgraded to D-grade. A corresponding D-class biosphere was also formed. For Ningfan, as long as there are enough working population, he can have everything such as D-level and D-level low-level resources, and he doesn't have to worry about output at all. High-level resources become the key. Ding, consume 1D plus level farm manufacturing map, and obtain 1D plus level farm manufacturing map. Trigger consumption refund. Target phone Ling Long. Refund multiple is 100,000 times. Please choose whether to refund or critical hit refund. Consume materials to build the farm, and the long-lost system prompt sound will ring. In the past few days, apart from returning one convention, Ningfan has not made any other returns, and the number of returns in his hands has accumulated to 184 times. Ningfan was full of confidence and chose the critical hit return without hesitation. Host chooses critical hit return, consuming 10 returns, returning. One return will give you a B-level farm manufacturing map. Second return to get an A-level farm manufacturing map. The manufacturing drawings obtained from the two returns have been included in the territory construction interface. The return result was exactly as Ningfan expected. Use B-grade farms to grow C-grade spiritual rice, and A-grade farms to grow A-grade spiritual rice. The output of A-grade spiritual rice will double in an instant. Perfect. Ningfan smiled with satisfaction. Afterwards, he gave the drawings of the B-level farm to Yimeng and asked her to place it on the agricultural island. As the A-level farm had automation functions, he personally placed it on the main island. After doing all this, he returned his gaze to the territory construction interface. There's still more than 170 return times left. I can take this opportunity to return some useful items. Ningfan thought. During this period, the territory construction interface has included a lot of manufacturing drawings. Some are collected from auction houses, and some are obtained from native islands. The second batch of 10,000 black slave soldiers received from the Grassland tribe did not participate in the battle against the Elf Federation and had been training at the military base. The instructors would often lead them out to attack native islands for practical training and bring back a lot of manufacturing drawings. Most of the grades are D+, with a few C-, but the advantage is that there are many categories. Unfortunately, they're all too conventional and can be found in almost every territory. Ningfan returned several ship manufacturing drawings and several generator manufacturing drawings to make up for the power gap that occurred after the expansion of the territory. The manufacturing plan doesn't reach sea level, so the refund is a bit of a loss after all. He stopped what he was doing. There were still 165 returns left. Accustomed to obtaining high-level items and templates, the regular returns can hardly satisfy his appetite and even seem a bit boring. Suddenly, a message alert sounded in his ears. Ningfan opened the message interface and saw that it was Wanting who sent him a message. Husband, several generals in the territory have returned from Qingming continent and brought back a large number of cattle, sheep, and horses. Come to the pasture quickly. So fast. Ningfan showed a look of surprise. The cattle, sheep, and horses were seized by him when he asked Wixen to lead troops to search and confiscate the homes of the nobles in the Elf Federation. Ningfan would not be polite to them. In a nutshell, such powerful people would not be allowed to exist in his territory. It is easy to obey the reform and start as a slave. If you don't obey the reform, it will be even easier. The vault would gladly receive them. Ningfan stood up and walked towards the grassland. After the snowstorm ended, a grassland covering an area of 10 square kilometers, which is 1/5 of the territory, had evolved. After accepting cattle, sheep, and horses sent by the grassland tribes, pastures and horse farms on the grassland have been planned and put into use. And because the soil grade of the territory has broken through the D level, the breeding of high-grade war horses is in full swing. Those responsible for raising horses are professionals selected by Yimeng. Ningfan's figure soon appeared on the grassland. The moment he stepped out of the teleportation array, the scene in front of him stunned him. Wow, the mountains and plains are full of cattle and sheep. I'm afraid they have looted all the cattle and sheep in the Elf Federation. Ningsan swallowed. Soon his doubts were answered. Greetings to the Emperor. Wixen came up to him, saluted, and then reported. I followed your orders and led my troops to raid all the nobles' homes. We seized more than 13,000 cattle, more than 22,000 sheep, and 6,000 horses. In addition, there are more than 100,000 poultry, such as pigs and ducks. They have been sent to the breeding center according to the instructions of the emperor and concubine. The rest of the proceeds, including the 13 million cornerstone, are on this. Wixon handed over a list. After hearing Wilkinson's report, Ning Fan smacked his lips. It turned out that fighting was the fastest way to make money. The harvest from these livestock alone was enough to match the total assets of the 5 grassland tribes. Other lords would probably find it difficult to obtain so many resources in their entire lives. And these are just the resources owned by the nobles, not including the assets of the royal family. The royal assets of Ningfan were handed over to Li Chuangjuan for management. Most of them are businesses and real estate, as well as some gardens that cannot be moved. When the capital city regains its prosperity, the value of these things will naturally rise, and their potential value is equally huge. Ningfan glanced at the list again. There were a lot of strange and bizarre things on it, mostly luxury goods and some collectibles. There were not many that could be obtained in the territory, but it does not mean that they are useless. Luxury goods that are recognized by the aristocracy have their own preservation value. Hubby, Yimeng hasn't come to the territory yet, and you've already prepared such a big gift for her. I'm afraid she'll be busy for a while. Muwana came up to him and pointed at the cattle and sheep in front of him and joked. It was a bit of a happy worry to get so many livestock at once, and there might not be enough slaves to herd them. He could only remind her, during this period of time, ask Xuan Na and the others to help him Meng more and try to digest these gains as soon as possible. If all the captured livestock and poultry can be digested, one can imagine how huge the territory's meat output will be in the future. In particular, the grassland has been upgraded to D-grade grassland. Including the cattle and sheep obtained from the grassland tribes, the number of cattle and sheep in the territory reached 50,000. It was not a problem to breed all of them into high-grade cattle and sheep. As long as you can take the first step, you can iterate step by step like a chicken farm until you have D+ or even C- grade cattle and sheep. By then, the value of this wealth will expand unprecedentedly. This is especially true for war horses. High-grade war horses are very popular. Whether they're used by oneself or sold to other lords, their value is far higher than that of ordinary war horses. Husband, don't worry, I've already informed the other sisters about this. I will also help Yimeng more. Ningfan nodded and said nothing more. At this time, Turt and Longzi walked towards him. A rare, slightly smug smile appeared on Tur's usually respectful face. He came to Ningfan and knelt down to speak. My lord, I have lived up to your expectations and have taken down the northern city-state. This is the spoils of war seized from Baron L4. Please read it. Turt imitated Wixon and handed over a list. Ningfan picked it up and took a look. After just one look, he immediately became interested. Chapter 237 Wolf Z withdraws from the meeting. The list is filled with countless treasures of cornerstone materials. Ningfan glanced over, and his eyes stopped on a manufacturing drawing. Sea-level black jade armor manufacturing diagram. Armor made of special or obsidian, with sea-level defense capabilities. Special bonus. When wearing obsidian armor, combat power can be increased by 10, limited to B-level and below physique. Require materials. Obsidian 3. Ningfan had seen many armor manufacturing diagrams, but this was the first time he had seen armor with special bonuses like this. With sea-level defense capabilities and combat power bonus, this armor is very suitable to be used as a standard weapon for the territory army. At least so far, the obsidian armor is much stronger than any armor Ningfan has encountered. But it seems that Obsidian himself has never encountered it. Ningfan thought to himself, turned his head to look at Wanting, and asked, "Is there any mineral called obsidian in the territory?" Hearing this, Wanting was obviously stunned for a moment. "Let me check it out." It is true that she is in charge of the affairs within the territory, but she deals with so many things every day. How can she remember so many things? So she made a detailed list of the territory's assets. She opened the screen and searched for a while, and then she said, "According to the list of seizures reported by Wixon, there is a black ore mine in the Knox City state. It has been sealed, but no one has been sent to deal with it yet." Ningfan looked at Wixon in surprise, but the latter remained respectful. As a general in charge of the army, once the property in the empire was confiscated into the national treasury, it would have nothing to do with him anymore. He dared not make any comments, and thus remained silent. Ningfan remembered this rule, turned his gaze back to Wanting, and asked, "How big is the mine?" "It's just a small mine that produces 1,000 obsidians per month. However, there are still nearly 2,000 obsidians in stock in the sealed mine. Mu Wanting reported everything. It's a small mineral vein, so the output is a bit low. Ning Fan was a little disappointed. He was planning to make the sea-level obsidian armor template, but it was obvious that the production volume was not enough to support the mass equipment of obsidian armor to the territory army, let alone use it for mercenaries. Honey, is the production low? Mu Wanting asked. Ning Fan nodded and said without hiding anything, I have a method to make a template for the manufacturing diagram of the obsidian armor. But if the materials are not enough, it will be useless even if it is made into a template. There are many strange and special props in the Lord's world. Mu Wanting thought that Ning Fan had some special props in his hands and didn't think much about it. She blinked and said, I do know a way to obtain obsidian vein stone. Oh, Ning Fan raised his eyebrows. What method? Husband, have you forgotten that the auction house has now reached level 3 and can hold large-scale auctions? Mu Wanting took Ning Fan's arm and analyzed. Since there are obsidian veins throughout the Elf Federation, obsidian should not be very rare. It is highly likely that other indigenous forces have this type of mineral veins. Why not hold a large auction and obtain obsidian from other indigenous forces? Ning Fan's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't he think of this? I couldn't help but praise him. You are really smart. No matter how smart she is still my husband's woman. Wanting said obediently with a slightly blushing face. Something is wrong. When did she become so obedient? Ning Fan glanced at her in surprise. After seeing her expression, he immediately pulled the corner of his mouth. Well, it must be the after effect of not delivering food in the morning. The blush on Wanting's face deepened. Perhaps she felt that she was too straightforward, so she whispered to change the subject. Hubby, if you have no objection, I will help you prepare for the large auction. Well, go ahead. Ning Fan stroked her hair. It's a good opportunity to digest the spoils obtained this time through a large-scale auction. Then, in order to appease his first wife, Ning Fan whispered something in her ear. Mu Wanting's expression was visibly delighted, and she stepped into the teleportation array with contentment. Until her figure disappeared in the teleportation array, Ning Fan's eyes fell on Longzi. During the whole process, Longzi and the other two kept their heads down and maintained a cautious posture. Wolf Cub, Ning Fan called out. Your Excellency, Emperor. Longzi stepped forward and said respectfully. After this war of annihilation, he was completely convinced by Ning Fan. Only by standing in his perspective could one understand how huge the resources Ning Fan mobilized in the war were and how powerful the methods he used were. It is a dimension that other lords cannot understand at all. You don't have to be so polite in front of me. Ning Fan waved his hand. I asked you to come back with them because I want to ask for your opinion on something. As long as you give me an order, I will fight to the death. Without waiting for Ning Fan to continue, Longzi said without hesitation. Ning Fan chuckled and continued. You and the instructors under your command were all rented by me from the Martial Alliance. Logically speaking, the war is over, the territory's army has begun to take shape, and the employment relationship between us has ended. Boss Seeing that Ning Fan seemed to not want him, Longzi became anxious. Listen to me first. Ning Fan raised his hand to interrupt. You now have two choices. One is to end the mercenary mission and return to the Martial Alliance, and the other is, Boss, I choose the second one. Unable to wait for Ning Fan to finish his words, Longzi stood straight and saluted, just like when he first saw Ning Fan. Seeing this, Ning Fan couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. Everyone saw that he was not trying to poach people. No regrets. No regrets. Longzi said firmly, To be honest, sir, I have already left the Martial Alliance and have no further relationship with it. Ning Fan looked at Longzi in surprise. Left the Martial Alliance? Was it because of me? Don't misunderstand me, sir. Longzi explained hastily. I left the Martial Alliance because we had different development philosophies. As he spoke, he sighed. The Round Table Elder system may seem democratic, but in reality, the power is too dispersed. As the guild president, it is difficult for Brother Dao to influence the direction of the guild's development on his own. I have seen this clearly. No matter how close the woman wants to be to you, boss, we will never follow you wholeheartedly or become your vassal. Besides, the Martial Alliance's philosophy cannot remain unchanged. It involves the interests of too many people. I don't want to see the Martial Alliance go against you one day in the future. It is better to leave the Martial Alliance as soon as possible. Brother Dao also agrees with my choice. Let's separate early. Maybe I can still rely on you to take care of the woman in the future. A forced smile appeared on Longzi's face. It was obvious that he was not very good at dealing with people, as he said such words without any reservation. The shortcomings of the classical republic can be seen from a situation within the woman. The Round Table Elders system is, after all, the prototype of the classical republic. If nothing unexpected happens, the woman will definitely move towards a republic in the future. Ning Fan patted Longzi's shoulder and consoled him. Don't worry, the Martial Alliance doesn't want you. I've already reserved a place for you here. I said it was a comfort, but in fact I was smiling from ear to ear. Without the identity of the Martial Alliance, he could safely recruit Longzi under his command. Thinking of this, Ning Fan showed a malicious smile on his face. How about becoming a Wolf King under my command? Wolf. Chapter 238 9 Systems. The word Wolf King almost shattered the strong mentality that Wolfzy had built up during his more than 10 years of mercenary career. The word wolf will make you look fierce when used as a title with anything, but it is most deadly when it appears alone. However, the psychological quality of the wolf is obviously much stronger than that of the tiger. After a moment of hesitation, he saluted decisively. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. I will work hard to achieve new achievements and live up to your expectations. That's right. Ning Fan patted his shoulder again with satisfaction. I now officially appoint you as the Mercenary Commander-in-Chief and the Commander-in-Chief during wartime, in charge of the mercenary battlefield. In addition, I will also give you the command of the 10,000 black slave soldiers in the territory to guard against large-scale combat by the Indigenous forces. The position of Commander-in-Chief is not a position in the territory army system, but a right. It's just like the fake acts in ancient times. Longzi was a foreigner before, so he always had the power of Commander-in-Chief, and Ning Fan did not give him a specific military position. According to the military positions set up in the territory, Tours and Munster, who command an army, are both separate generals. The governor is above the separate general, which means he can command more than one army, and is the commander-in-chief of 3 armies. 3 is an imaginary number, meaning multiple armies, not all the armies. To put it simply, the mercenary commander is the commander of the mercenaries. When the 2 positions of governor, a first-level commander, and Wolf King, a first-level lord, were conferred upon him, Wolf's pupils suddenly contracted. Emperor, this. Don't be surprised. This is the treatment an imperial general deserves. Ning Fan's millet gently. Longzi swallowed his saliva. His eyes fell on the conspicuous effects on the screen, and he was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Not only is there an increase in combat power and a baptism of physical fitness, there is also the added bonus of increase in lifespan. For the first time, he deeply felt the fantasy of the Lord's world and the power of the Empire. For a moment, all 3 views were severely impacted. It was this conferment that completely made Longzi determined to serve the Empire. From then on, there was no longer any Wuming Longzi, but only the Wolf King of the Maple Leaf Empire. Ning Fan was not surprised by Longzi's reaction, so he ignored him and looked at Wixen. Wixen, I'm here. Wixen stepped forward and knelt. In view of your meritorious service in this battle, I will formally appoint you as the Admiral of the Navy and grant you the right to recruit soldiers in the L Federation. Your next task is to set up a professional navy. The army number will be... Ning Fan paused for a moment and suddenly remembered that there was a military base on the Hague Island. So he said, let's call it the Hague Army and use the military base on the Hague Island as our headquarters. After a territory becomes an empire, there are not many changes except for the institutional rewards given by the Lord system and a title. In other words, he can be the boss among the Lords of Blue Star, but in fact it is far from a real empire. Ning Fan knew this clearly, so he did not become blindly arrogant. Instead, he became more down-to-earth, gradually building up the framework of the empire and developing the territory. Building a professional navy is an essential part of the rise of an empire. As you command. Wixen accepted the order. Ning Fan then looked at Tur. The safety of the territory is now in the hands of you and the barbarian army. You must continue to recruit soldiers. Since the barbarian tribes have surrendered, the size of the barbarian army must be increased to at least 50,000. Do you understand? Understand. Please rest assured, Lord. Tur patted his chest and then changed the subject and asked tentatively, My lord, the strength of the wolf tribe is comparable to that of our barbarians. Should we also recruit soldiers from their tribe and have them serve you? No need. Ning Fan shook his head decisively. If they want to gain status, let them participate in mercenary missions to gain military merit. There is no free lunch here. It's the same for the barbarians. If you want a better living environment, go fight on the battlefield. If they can really conquer a piece of land, it would be fine to make them marquises. Hearing this, Tor was excited. I understand. I will definitely convey your will to them. The people of the indigenous tribes are extremely united. Since Tor was born in a barbarian tribe, he will inevitably consider the interests of the barbarian tribe. Of course, the premise is that it does not harm Ning Fan's interests. After Ning Fan made some arrangements, the distribution of troops in the territory became clear. Munster led the Elon army to garrison the city of Elon. The Wolf commanders, mercenaries, and slave soldiers are responsible for the external battlefield. Wixon's navy was stationed on the Hague Island and was ready to provide support anywhere at any time. The territory was guarded by the barbarian army under Tours. In addition, there are the Imperial Guards led by Lu San, a total of 5 armies, which constitute the current structure of the territory's army. Among them, except Longzi, who is the commander-in-chief, governor, the other 3 are other generals. Regarding the position of general in the territory, it is divided into 5 levels, according to the size of the military position, namely team leader, commander-in-chief, captain, colonel, and special general. This long-established military position system was applied by Ning Fan to positions in the territory. And because the territorial positions have extraordinary effects, this system will greatly motivate soldiers to fight bravely. Even Longzi is willing to make a pledge to die for the country, which is enough to prove the attractiveness of the territory position. But they don't know that if they were girls, they could also enjoy the powerful effect that the Bronze Sparrow Tower bestows on the territory and position. After Longzi and the others left, Ning Fan turned on the Lord screen, and his eyes fell on territory social progress. After entering the Imperial era, the territory did not reveal the subsequent social process as before. Instead, a progress appeared. Unlocking the Empire system. February 9th, currently vassal system and recruitment system have been unlocked, and the next system is 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Obviously, some changes will only occur after the 9 systems are unlocked. We have only unlocked 2 systems now, but it has already had such a great impact on the development of the territory and the cohesion of the empire. I really don't know what level the empire will reach after all systems are unlocked. Ning Fan sighed, then his eyes determined. The main theme of the territory's development in the future is to strive to plunder luck and unlock more systems. Mercenaries and mercenary missions are top priority. Although I don't need to send a large army to fight, logistical support is also very important. Once the mission fails, it will definitely not be as easy to use everyone's strength to benefit myself in the future. The reason why the lords of the 6 regions trusted him so much was the prestige he had accumulated over the past month. Prestige is difficult to establish, but extremely easy to destroy. So we can't be careless about this matter. Thinking of this, Ning Fan's gaze returned to the sea-level obsidian armor manufacturing diagram. If we can mass-produce obsidian armor for mercenaries to use, it will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It can not only enhance the combat effectiveness of mercenaries, but also improve their chances of survival. It can also speed up the elimination of indigenous forces and gain luck faster. No matter what, we must obtain enough obsidian through this large auction, or a more powerful armor manufacturing blueprint. Ning Fan walked quickly towards the auction house. Chapter 239 Backup Hidden Energy. A large auction requires 5 extraordinary B-level items to be held. The higher the level of the item, the more indigenous forces will be invited to participate. Taking this into consideration, Ning Fan opened the Lord's warehouse and screened it carefully. There is still more than 10 tons of B-grade shark meat left, and we can all put it up for auction. Anyway, we can harvest A-grade spiritual rice tomorrow, so there is no shortage of high-level food. There's no point in keeping the B-class nuclear-powered icebreaker. Let's get rid of it together. Plus 2 B-class battleships. The battleships were spoils of war captured from the Elf Federation, including the repaired Wickers. Ning Fan was not very impressed by this type of battleship that was forcibly upgraded to B-class by using hard-stacked materials and various scraps. In comparison, ironclad battleships are much stronger. There's no need to give it to our own navy, so just auction it off. From the perspective of type, we are still missing one extraordinary item. Ning Fan pondered for a moment. In fact, more than 10 tons of shark meat alone are enough to meet the conditions for the auction. But his goal was to obtain obsidian, so naturally the more indigenous forces there were, the better. He suddenly thought of something. Perhaps I can return the obsidian armor manufacturing diagram to the critical hit to obtain extraordinary items. Among the captured spoils, there were not just 1 but 10 copies of the obsidian armor manufacturing diagram. Only 1 copy is needed for template creation, and the remaining 9 copies can be used at your discretion. The obsidian armor manufacturing diagram is a C-level item after all, so it's not a big deal to use it for critical hit return. Moreover, after the returned items are put on the auction list, the indigenous forces that come to participate can see them. If there are indigenous forces that come specifically for this purpose, they will most likely be able to take out obsidian. Thinking of this, Ning Fan smiled. He was really too smart. There is a strong correlation between the manufacturing drawings obtained after the return and the original manufacturing drawings. When the obsidian armor is returned, it must be a similar high-level armor, which is very likely related to obsidian. Those who know the goods and are interested in purchasing them must have seen obsidian. By screening in this way, the probability of obtaining obsidian will be much higher. So, after arriving at the auction house via the teleportation array, Ning Fan immediately called Li Sanjin and asked him to go to the Elf Federation to transfer the obsidian inventory back to the territory warehouse, which is the so-called National Treasury. After waiting for a while, Li Sanjin is back and successfully brought back 2,000 pieces of obsidian and a common obsidian veinstone. With obsidian, you can make obsidian armor. Ning Fan immediately took out a blueprint for making the obsidian armor and clicked on Build. Ding! Consume 1 C-level obsidian armor manufacturing diagram and obtain 1 C-level obsidian armor. Trigger consumption refund. Target Feng Linglong. Refund multiple 110,000 times. Please choose whether to refund or critical hit refund. Critical hit return. Currently, 55 returns can be obtained every day, and critical hit returns have become commonplace for Ning Fan. There's nothing to hesitate about. Ding, the host chooses critical hit return, consuming dozens of return times, remaining return times, 155 times returning. Successful return once. Get AB plus grade exquisite obsidian armor manufacturing diagram. Second return successful. Obtained an A plus grade Hunyuan obsidian armor manufacturing diagram. Exceeded the return limit. Enchantment property. Energy storage. The obtained manufacturing drawings have been included in the territory construction interface. Please check it out. Not bad, not bad. Ever since Ling Longbao's favorability reached level 6, the return effect has become more and more significant. In the past, it was considered good if you could get 1 extraordinary item from a critical hit, but now you can easily get 2 extraordinary items. One of them is of A+ quality. Of course, there is also the reason that the territory's strength has increased, making it easier to obtain C-level manufacturing drawings. Let's take a look at the quality of the returned items first, and then decide whether to put them up for auction. Ning Fan considered. If the item has amazing effects, he would use it for himself first. He doesn't want to be taken advantage of. A+ grade Hunyuan obsidian armor, also known as 5-element obsidian armor, made by a forging master from a certain fantasy world. Forged from premium obsidian, with A+ defense capability. Hunyuan 5 Chi. After wearing the armor, you can mobilize the 5 elements contained in the armor for your own use. The 5 forces of water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth represent healing, endurance improvement, speed improvement, attack improvement, and defense improvement respectively, which can improve your strength in all aspects. Characteristic energy storage, also known as backup hidden energy self-destruct equipment, can only be used once in a lifetime. After the backup hidden energy is used, it will self-destruct within half a minute. The power of the explosion is positively correlated with the wearer's physique, which is at least 1 level higher than the wearer's physique. The lower the physique, the higher the improvement. The power can reach S level at most. It is an essential weapon for marching and fighting. When Ning Fan saw the first 2 hints, he was quite excited, thinking that he had obtained a piece of armor worthy of his status. As a result, the last 2 prompts made him dumbfounded. No, who would tie a bomb on the armor of a good guy? Oh, so it's a feature given by the system. Then it's okay. He touched his nose and said, ahem, I'd better keep it. If I can't use it myself, I can give it to the soldiers under my command. After all, it is a weapon that can cause S-level damage. It's just a bit time-consuming. If every soldier under my command had a backup hidden energy source, an image popped up in his mind unconsciously. and Ning Fan quickly shook his head to get rid of the idea. If he continued to think about it, he would really go further and further down the path of a tyrant. He looked at another manufacturing drawing to divert his attention. B+ Premium Obsidian Armor is still within the category of ordinary obsidian armor. Although it is a premium obsidian armor, the required material is still ordinary obsidian, but the quantity has increased a bit, probably for purification. Just as Ning Fan expected, the only difference between it and the sea-level obsidian armor was that its defense was improved accordingly, and the combat power bonus has doubled. Another thing worth mentioning is that a new function has been added, Danger Warning. It is probably used to prevent assassination. Ning Fan made it, and soon, he had a piece of black armor in his hand. What surprised him was that the high-quality obsidian armor, which was obviously of very heavy texture, was actually about the same weight as a piece of clothing, and he could hardly feel anything when wearing it. Well, it's a bit like the golden soft armor in martial arts novels. This is the armor that a king should wear. Ning Fan sighed, and then decided to take it to the auction to complete the last extraordinary item. There should be quite a few leaders of indigenous forces who would like it. Small tribal leaders like Sahan and Wutu often need to charge in a battle personally. This fine obsidian armor is obviously a good thing for them, and it's just a B-level extraordinary item you can buy if you grit your teeth. As for Ning Fan himself, he didn't need this armor. The defense provided alone was of no use to him. After deciding on the high-end items to be put up at the auction house, Ning Fan handed them all over to Wanting and asked her to prepare for the auction. In addition to high-end items, this auction also prepared many mid- and low-end items, covering all aspects, most of which were seized from the Elf Federation. So Mu Wanting was busy until the evening, when she finally uploaded the auction list to the auction house interface and started selling tickets. At the same time, the mystery shop also released an announcement that the auction was about to take place. This large auction will be open to both Blue Star Lords and Indigenous forces. Chapter 240, The Scalpers. Chat Channel. Mysterious Store Announcement. Considering that the mercenary mission is about to begin, the Mysterious Store has decided to hold an auction before then to help the Lords prepare supplies and strengthen their strength to cope with the upcoming mercenary mission. The items to be auctioned this time include weapons and armor, or materials, large damage weapons, level food, and special life-saving items, etc. Lords who are interested, please check the auction house list. The auction will be held in 2 hours. There will be Indigenous forces participating. Interested Lords should not miss it. An unprecedented 50,000 tickets were released for the large-scale auction. Seeing the auction list of more than 10 pages, the tickets were sold very quickly. As a result, the last sentence of the announcement came out in just 3 seconds. All tickets were sold out immediately. The speed was so terrifying that the familiar swearing began again in the chat channel. No, 1 second it showed more than 20,000 tickets, and the next second it was all done. I seriously suspect there is still a party within us, a deeply hidden one. Oh, what do you mean? Have you heard of the Mafia? I think we have a similar organization here. It's called the Fast and Furious Gang. The case has been solved. Our president is a member of the Quick Shot Gang. He actually snatched 10 tickets at once. With his hand speed, he must be at least a core member. So what does it mean that our president snatched 50 tickets at once? It's just that he's fast. It's nothing. Seriously, why are they fighting for so many tickets? Even if they're just attending an auction, a guild doesn't need so many people. Are they treating the auction as a team-building event? Hey, it's very likely. There is really no more lively feast in the world than the auction held by the big boss. Every auction is grand and grand. Being able to witness it in person is comparable to any guild reward. What's more, the auction items released this time are unprecedented, and it will definitely be more lively than any previous auction. Oh, I envy those guild members. Who isn't? Not only are they all high-level items, but there are actually more than 10,000 items on the list. It's terrifying. Just when everyone was lamenting about the good treatment of guild members, suddenly a man with the title of Civil Engineering God came out to complain. Bah, forget it. I waited so long and excitedly, but our president, that profiteer, actually resold the tickets. Pastoralist Lao Kwong. Damn, I thought only our president was like this, but it turns out you civil engineers are like this too. Bu Yimeng, big brother with investment M. I really didn't expect that our president with thick eyebrows and big eyes would also become a scalper. My heart is so cold. Tian Diwi Wushang. Everyone, just go to the World Channel and you will know. A single ticket to the auction was sold for thousands of cornerstones. If it were you, you probably wouldn't be able to resist. Anyway, I understand our president. After all, he is tired of being poor. As soon as Wushang said this, everyone in the chat channel reacted instantly and quickly jumped to the World Channel. To be honest, they rarely opened the World Channel. The reason was simple. The World Channel only discussed some trivial strategies that they had already experienced, and they were not very interesting. Moreover, one needs to pay Cornerstone to speak on the World Channel, which is too expensive. There's so many idiots on the World Channel. If you spend money to scold them, you'll be the one who suffers. So just turn a blind eye and keep your mind at peace. However, when they opened the World Channel again, the style of painting seemed unfamiliar to them. World Channel. Civil Engineering God, Building Materials King. I'm selling 10 tickets to the auction held by Maple Leaf Emperor. The price is 2,000 cornerstones each. If you're interested, come quickly. The auction will be attended by Indigenous forces. It's the best opportunity to learn about the situation in the Lord's world. Don't miss it if you pass by. House of Nomads. How go? Do you want a warhorse, fine weapons, or strong black slaves? Come to the auction. It's a free one-day trip to the commercial street. You can find everything you want. The special ticket price is 2,500 cornerstones. You make a profit if you buy it. Electrician Union, Engineerly. Front row seats for the auction are for sale. VIP seats are priced at 4,000 cornerstones each. Only 2 are left. Come quickly, Big Brother, and take home Class B nuclear-powered ship and Class B fish meat. Looking at this scene, the lords of the 6 areas in front of the screen curled their lips fiercely. Damn it, it was obviously a Class B nuclear-powered icebreaker. Where's the word icebreaker? You ate it. And what about gravy shark meat? What is your intention in missing one word? Not to mention VIP seats. Aren't seats in the auction hall allocated to whoever arrives early, who sits in the front row? Seeing the guild executives who usually looked so majestic now had the look of a profiteer on their faces, everyone's 3 views were shattered. Yes, it is easy to make money, but won't your conscience hurt? Woohoo, if I had known that this money was so easy to make. I would have practiced my hand speed these days and joined the glorious fast hand party. Ugh, it's the fast gun party. Thinking of the fact that there are many Sakura people in the World Channel, the guilt in everyone's hearts disappeared, and what remained was only deep regret. I still haven't realized the essence of following the boss to get the meat. No, I'll go back and recite the wise words from Criminal Law Hall a few more times. The boss is the supreme being in the region. Look, this business is so lively. A ticket can be resold for more than 10 times the price, and there are people vying to be the big winner. Shah, I'm not sure of money, but I don't trust you. Is there any businessman in the cave who can tell me if this is true? Is Maple Leaf Emperor really holding an auction? The underground cave? The person in the underground cave is a human trafficker. How can you believe his words? The executives of the guilds were all thinking Chow Nima in their hearts. But when faced with the rich guys from the Middle East, they can only hold their noses and explain. Building materials, Brother Wong. Brother, you may not know the influence of Maple Leaf Emperor. No one here dares to joke about Maple Leaf Emperor. This is absolutely true. Tian Di Hui, Wushang. Not many tickets for the auction are available. If you're interested, buy them now to avoid regrets later. Apocalypse Alliance, fresh meat. Brothers who want to know more about the auction house can chat with us in the Apocalypse Alliance privately. Of course, this requires that you have a certain level of strength. We in the Apocalypse Alliance do not make friends with weaklings. The situation in the Imperial Domain is really beyond your imagination. Fuck, who are you calling a loser? Just because you're affiliated with a pyramid scheme organization, you think you're so great. Someone started cursing immediately, and when they saw the ID, it was Big Stick Loyal Party, Li Shi Eyes. Well, that's not surprising. Fresh meat. No matter how you interpret it, the facts will prove that except for people like the Emperor, the guild will be the best choice for most people who can survive in the Lord's world. I suggest that you also form a guild in your respective regions, especially you Chinese compatriots. Only by forming a guild can you be reused by the Emperor in the future. Thinking of this mercenary mission, the president of the Apocalypse Alliance, Shinro, mentioned it a lot. He probably thought that the mercenary mission might be open to all lords in the future, so he reminded his compatriots in other areas. Prince William, give me a VIP ticket to the auction. Oh, and how do I attend the auction? Fresh meat. You can be directly transported to the auction house with your ticket. This simple sentence instantly shocked everyone on the World Channel. Chris Schultz, oh my god, you can actually teleport. Your development is really amazing. I want a ticket. Shah also wants to see how it's transmitted. I want 10. Odorenka, Give me one too. Seeing this scene, all the guild members were stunned. It seemed that after all their lies and tricks for a long time, it would be more useful to introduce a teleportation function. Well, if there were no big boss, they wouldn't know what teleportation is. They're just unaware of what they have. Realizing this, they immediately adjusted their strategy and began to emphasize the dazzling features and novelties of the high street and auction houses. As a result, the thousands of tickets that were available on the World Channel were quickly sold out. The piles of cornerstones were deposited into the account, and the lords were drooling. It turns out that just being in the same area with the boss is a resource. I learned. Chapter 241, The Empress Pharmacist's Wish. Just when the lords of the entire Blue Star region were going crazy for the auction. On an unknown continent. Inside the palace, the atmosphere is elegant and luxurious. Two gorgeously dressed women were sitting opposite each other, sipping tea and chatting. The clothes of one of the women were particularly special. Her bright red shuck-stitching cloak was embroidered with a lifelike phoenix pattern. Apart from this, there was no other decoration on the woman's body. Even so, her lazy and noble temperament still came across, making people dare not look directly at her. Qingling, I heard that the grassland tribes in the north have been making some moves recently. Several vassal states nearby have submitted memorials. Do you know the details of this matter? She asked calmly. The woman sitting opposite her was the fairy Qingling who had visited the auction before. But at this moment, she no longer had the arrogant and disdainful attitude she had in front of Ningfan. On the contrary, facing the woman in front of her, there was a hint of respect in her expression, and her manner was quite gentle and soft. Because the woman in front of her was the emperor of the Liu dynasty, Empress Yaoshi Yuan. Your Majesty, I have already sent the Qingling guards to investigate. There are just a few small tribes that are robbing slaves at the border. Their target is the black people of the Kaza Kingdom. They dare not invade the territory of our Liu dynasty. Your Majesty does not need to worry. If that's the case, the people down below are really panicking. Pharmacist Yuan lazily leaned back on the phoenix chair, supporting his chin with one hand and tapping the armrest lightly with the other. Well, not entirely. Qingling hesitated, then remembered the anomalies that Qingling Wei had detected and organized his words. According to intelligence, these small tribes are all affiliated forces of the Kingdom of Monahan. Originally, their relationship was not good and there were occasional military conflicts. But for some reason, they suddenly strengthened their ties a few days ago and seem to be forming an alliance. Besides, since the day before yesterday, their tea-horse trade with Yen has become more frequent. According to the memorial submitted by Yen, the trade between the grassland tribes and them has increased tenfold. With such suspicious behavior, I am afraid that these tribes will make a big move soon. I have ordered the border troops to strengthen their defenses. Okay, I understand. Pharmacist Yuan nodded imperceptibly, looking calm and indifferent, not caring about the movements of the grassland tribe at all. They're just a few small tribes. No matter how much trouble they make, they cannot threaten the security of the empire. If it weren't for the reports from the vassal states below, she wouldn't even bother to ask about it. It seems that the situation in the Mongolian Khanate is not optimistic. Even the subordinate tribes under its command are beginning to lose control. Pharmacist Yuan sighed leisurely. Qingling asked curiously, Your Majesty, what difficulties did the Mongolian Khanate encounter? Why did a united kingdom suddenly reach the brink of collapse? Although she is a count and looks high and mighty in front of outsiders, she is completely incompetent when it comes to confrontations between countries and does not know much information. It's not sudden. Yao Shiwan shook his head. There is a theocratic church that has set its sights on the Mongolian Khanate. If I'm not mistaken, the church has infiltrated the Mongolian Khanate for hundreds of years, but has only recently started to make trouble. Divine power? Qingling opened her mouth slightly, a little surprised. She had always thought that divine power was very far away, and she didn't expect to come into contact with it in this way. No need to be so surprised. Yao Shuan waved his hand and said, In fact, even in the imperial dynasty, there are shadows of divine power. If you really want to be serious, the end of those folk cults is the divine power, but it has not become a big deal. That's actually the case. Fairy Qingling was shocked again. Then, should we strengthen our defenses? It's okay. The divine power's infiltration method is derived from the rules. It's quite mysterious, but it can't be said to be very powerful. Even though the situation of the Mongta Khanate has deteriorated, it is still a kingdom after all. It will be no problem for it to hold on for a few more decades. Maybe this world championship will usher in a turnaround. You never know. When mentioning the world championship, Yao Shiwan paused and then spoke. The world championship will begin in a week. You and your Qingling guards will come with me to participate in this world championship. Hearing this, Qingling was obviously stunned for a moment, and then her face showed a little excitement, but she still spoke cautiously. Your Majesty, would you please reconsider this? Many heroes have gathered in the 10,000 Nations tournament, and the Qingling Guard was established not long ago. They do not have enough foundation, and they are all women. I am afraid that I will hinder your Majesty. No problem. Yao Shiwan pursed her red lips. A trace of helplessness appeared on her pretty face. I don't have much hope in the level of imperial competition. I just hope that the vassal states under my command can achieve some results. You and I should go and see the world. Qingling opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. The Tournament of Nations is one of the most important feasts in the Lord's world. Any force that has established a nation can participate. It is held once every 100 years and is highly sought after for its generous rewards. In a competition of this level, it is extremely difficult for the Dayu dynasty to stand out. Especially with the qualifications of the Dayu dynasty, it can only participate in the competition among old forces with a history of more than 100 years. At this level, the empire and the church are so numerous that it is almost impossible for the Dayu dynasty to have a place. Therefore, we can only place our hopes on the competition in the new country within 100 years. Has a new race descended upon the endless sea? Pharmacist Yuan suddenly asked. Yes. Qingling nodded. I was invited to go there before. He was the leader of our human race. I didn't ask too much about the specific information. Humans. Yao Shiwan said in surprise. It has been a long time since a human lord has come. Since you have come into contact with them, try to build a good relationship with them. The lords chosen by the Lord world always have greater potential than the new forces on the continent. Although they will not be able to catch up with this competition, the competition 100 years later will definitely be their stage. If they can get to know some good seeds from it, the dynasty will also benefit from it. Hearing this, Qingling couldn't help but think of the wandering lord he met last time, and a look of unnaturalness appeared on his face. What's wrong? Pharmacist Yuan noticed her abnormality and asked. To be honest with you, Your Majesty, I did meet a lord with great potential last time I went there, and I also purchased a batch of C+ grade weapons from him for the Qingling guards to use. It's just, maybe my attitude was a bit reckless, so... Qingling lowered her beautiful eyes, not daring to look at Pharmacist Yuan's eyes. Yao Shiwan knew her temper very well, and immediately understood what she meant. He glared at her unhappily. I told you a long time ago to control your temper and stop putting on a sour face in front of outsiders, but you didn't listen. Well now, I've offended someone. As she spoke, Pharmacist Yuan stretched out her right hand and pinched Qingling's face with her slender, white, and tender hand, as naturally as an elder sister disciplining her naughty younger sister. Forget it. He is just a wandering lord after all. It is unclear whether he can survive 100 years later. It is not a big deal. The pharmacist wanted to withdraw his hand and resume his lazy demeanor, but the hand hidden under his sleeve was savoring the feeling just now. Qingling heaved a sigh of relief and gently rubbed her face with the back of her hand. Such a cute action, and she really didn't act like she was so cold in front of others. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Chapter 242, Qingling Fairy arrives again. Gomein. Yao Shiwan's voice was heard, and a palace maid came in and bowed slightly towards the two of them. Your Majesty, Ko Xianjian has received an invitation to a Super A-level auction from the Endless Sea. Please read it. The palace maid handed the invitation letter in her hand to Yao Shiwan and placed it on the table. Qingling's expression changed. An extraordinary A-level auction means that the auction has at least one extraordinary A-level item or multiple items whose value far exceeds that of extraordinary B-level. Unlike the B-level auction she attended last time, the A-level auction was exciting enough to make the emperor excited, so it had to be reported to His Majesty for his review. But what surprised her was that this auction also came from the Endless Sea. It's such a coincidence. The world is such a big place. As if she had a premonition, Qingling picked up the invitation and took a look at it. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Noticing Qingling's abnormality, Pharmacist Yuan turned around and told the maid, I understand, you go down first. Yes. After the palace maid left, she hurriedly asked Qingling, Qingling, did you find anything? Qing Ling came back to his senses, looking a little dazed. Your Majesty, the organizer of this auction is the Wandering Lord I just mentioned, Maple Leaf. There is an essential difference between the extraordinary A-level and extraordinary B-level auctions. For example, the extraordinary level auction held by Ning Fan for the first time can be opened with a single B-level food. However, the judgment of extraordinary A-level will not be so hasty. Not only are there requirements on quantity, but also on type. Looking at the 5 extraordinary items on the auction list, Qing Ling felt mixed emotions. The fact that another extraordinary auction could be held in such a short period of time was enough to prove that Fenye's strength was far from what she saw. What's more, this was an A-level auction, and she felt a trace of regret in her heart. She shouldn't have been so willful in the first place. Yao Shiwan didn't say much, but took the invitation from her and read it carefully. Warships, ships, armor, the extraordinary items released are not scraps. No wonder it can be judged as an A-level auction. Qing Ling showed an unnatural look on her face, which only proved once again that she had made a mistake. By the way, how long have these human lords been in the endless sea? Pharmacist Yuan suddenly asked. Qing Ling's beautiful eyes froze, and she suddenly thought of something. She subconsciously covered her mouth with a look of shock. What's wrong? Your Majesty, this group of human lords arrived a month ago. Qing Ling's voice became smaller and smaller, and he obviously realized that he had made a big mistake. A lord who can develop to this level within a month is definitely a strong competitor in the next World Championship, and what she had done before had undoubtedly offended him. It's less than a month, Pharmacist Yuan said in surprise. His expression became much more serious. He frowned slightly and glanced at Qing Ling. For some reason, he wanted to scold her. But seeing that she looked like she had done something wrong and was well-behaved, he pursed his lips and didn't scold her. Instead, he thought of something and gave an order. Since you have met him once before, you should go to the auction this time. I will let Lear go with you. Find out more about Lord Maple Leaf. If possible, it would be best if I could get a permanent spot in the auction. Lear is a female official beside the Empress, and also the maidservant whom the Empress values the most. She is in charge of the affairs in the palace, and her status is even higher than Qing Ling. Seeing that the Empress sent her to accompany her, Qing Ling realized that she had no right to bargain and had to take the matter. Qing Ling obeys the order. Go down and get ready. I'll ask Lear to find you later. Pharmacist Yuan waved his hand and reminded him, don't let me down. Qing Ling nodded, stood up with a serious expression, and left the palace. Half a quarter of an hour later, a barely perceptible light lit up from the city, shot straight into the sky, and quickly disappeared into the clouds. Maple Leaf Auctions. After upgrading to 3 stars, the auction house's operating efficiency has been greatly improved. Wave after wave of people came out of the teleportation array, and there was no chaos in the auction house. Is this Maple Leaf Emperor's auction house? I really came to the right place. It's so amazing. A man in black in the crowd exclaimed in a standard camel accent, attracting the attention of those around him. With the opening of the commercial street, the lords of the local area no longer wear black clothes to cover their faces when they come to the auction house. As a result, lords like Shah who came from the world channel became the outliers among the crowd. My friend from the desert, the auction house is very safe. You can take off your black clothes. Someone came up and kindly reminded. Oh, thank you for your reminder, my friend, but I think this black clothes is very cool and I want to try it out. Shah said happily. Seeing this, the visitor stopped trying to persuade him. However, just as he was about to leave, Shah stopped him and asked, Friend, do you know that the auction house has VIP rooms? I have a little money and would like to rent a VIP box. As soon as he said this, all the men in black who came with him looked over. Those who can afford several thousand cornerstones to purchase tickets will naturally not mind paying a few more cornerstones to exchange for a VIP room. Unlike the lords in the Huaxia region, people from Muslim and Christian countries were more or less constrained by the ancient class thinking after coming to this region. The group of people who were originally nobles on Blue Star, after coming here, can easily form a class circle, monopolize resources, and recruit a group of younger brothers by relying on their noble status. After all, in their world, the elites are elites wherever they go, and this is determined by the underlying logic of how their society operates. Therefore, in the initial stage of development, their development speed is not slower than that of some guilds. Their overall strength may not be as strong as that of other guilds, but due to the monopoly and exploitation of resources, the cornerstones they have are no less than those of the presidents of medium-sized guilds. I don't know about that. Maybe you can ask the waiter over there. But you'd better be nicer in your attitude. The people in the auction house are all the emperor's men. The man warned. Thank you, Shah, I understand. After saying thank you, Shah walked towards the door where two waitresses were standing. A group of men in black also followed Shah's steps and walked towards the door. Beautiful lady, I would like to ask if the auction house has VIP boxes for sale? Shah came to a waiter and asked. The waitress immediately smiled and replied, Hello, sir. The VIP box of the auction house has strict rules for obtaining it and is not for sale to the public. If you're interested, you can learn more about it through this manual. The waitress handed over a booklet that listed all the rules of the auction house. Shah took it with some disappointment. That's such a pity. At this moment, a clear female voice suddenly came from behind. Hello, we are envoys from the Liu dynasty, here to attend the auction. Can you let us know? As soon as the words fell, the entire waiting hall fell silent, with only the sound of anxious breathing coming one after another. Shah looked back curiously and saw a group of 6 people appearing behind him. All of them were women. The 2 people in the lead wore white veils and white glazed dresses that covered their slender figures. Their aloof temperament was incompatible with the people present, making it difficult for people to suppress the feeling of inferiority. Even Shah, who was a prince, couldn't help but stand there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. Behind the 2 women were 2 female guards in armor and helmets with red tassels, which made them look both cold and majestic. Get out of the way. Guard Mayor stepped forward and looked at Shah coldly. Shah's body trembled, and he quickly stepped aside. At this time, the waiter guarding the door reacted and stepped forward and said, Dear guests, please follow me to the private room on the 2nd floor and take a seat. Mayor turned her head to ask for advice from her master behind her. Fairy Qingling, under the veil, nodded slightly. She originally wanted to see Fengye as soon as she arrived, but it seemed that it was not that easy. She could only take it one step at a time. The group followed the waiter up the stairs. Not until the figure disappeared around the corner did the people in the waiting hall come to their senses. Is this someone from the Indigenous forces? His aura is too strong. I feel like compared to them, we're like Indigenous people. It's really an eye-opener. I came to the auction and actually met people from the Indigenous forces. Not only the lords coming from the World Channel were shocked, but even the local lords were no less shocked. Amidst the sounds of surprise, people from the Indigenous forces came out of the teleportation array one after another. The lords were surprised at the beginning, but gradually they got used to it and even started to talk about the Indigenous forces. The number of Indigenous forces that came far exceeded Ning fans' expectations. Chapter 243, Qingling's Choice. The box on the 4th floor of the auction house. Ning Fan was counting the cornerstones he had gained during this period. Adding the cornerstones captured in the war and the income from 50,000 tickets, the cornerstones in his hands once again reached 34 million. After the auction is over, there will be one more deal, which should bring the total to 50 million. I'm so happy. After turning off the screen, Ning Fan lay down on the sofa with his back against it and turned his head to look at Mu Wanting, who was concentrating beside him. The woman in the family has not returned from the L Federation yet, so the responsibility of the auction fell on Wanting alone. Fortunately, with the help of Xuena, Yimeng, and others, we can manage the work. How is it? How many Indigenous forces have arrived? Ning Fan asked, hugging her delicate body. Mu Wanting fell into his arms obediently, but her eyes were fixed on the screen. Well, there are currently 64 Indigenous forces here, and there is no sign of them stopping. It is estimated that the number will reach more than 80. So many. Ning Fan was a little surprised. Are extraordinary items so attractive? Can you accommodate us? Don't worry. After the auction house expands, there will be enough private rooms on the 2nd floor to accommodate so many people. Wanting raised her eyes to look at Ning Fan and suddenly curled her lips and said, Hubby, guess what news I just got? What news? Ning Fan asked subconsciously. People from a great Yu dynasty have also arrived, led by 2 masked women who look very similar to Fairy Qingling who came here last time. Mu Wanting was eager to try and said, They want to see you. Husband, do you want to go and take a look? Fairy Qingling? An image of an arrogant and icy woman emerged in Ning Fan's mind. Did they tell me what they wanted to see me about? If they came to bring money, you wouldn't mind meeting them. No, I just wanted to see you. Forget it. He's so mysterious. I don't want to meet him. Ning Fan waved his hand. Puffed. Mu Wanting covered her mouth and chuckled. I thought that when you heard the news that she was coming, you would not be able to resist going over to scold her. After all, she acted like that in front of you at the beginning. Hearing this, Ning Fan glanced at her indifferently. I think it's you, girl, who wants to go over and confront her. There is no point in playing this kind of childish game. Yakin once said, when she has the power to destroy the great Yu dynasty, she will cry for it. To achieve this, it requires quite high strength. First, they must be able to defeat a dynasty's army in a head-on confrontation. Second, they must have the means to know the location of the Dayu dynasty and be able to establish channels to the past. Neither of these 2 points is easy to achieve. Of course, if you want to vent your anger, I can go with you. Ning Fan hugged Wanting's hand tighter, sniffing her fragrance, and said lovingly. Wanting rolled her eyes. Now that you've said that, if I continue to act out, wouldn't it seem a little petty? Leave her alone. I'm too busy to take care of her. She raised her chin proudly, leaned leisurely in Ning Fan's arms, and changed the subject to make a suggestion. Oh, by the way, husband, since you need obsidian, how about I ask my subordinates to ask the indigenous forces who came here to buy it privately? If it works, there is no need to use obsidian as an auction condition for extraordinary items. This way, the auction's revenue will be several % higher. You make the decision, Ning Fan said without hesitation. In such a small matter, he fully trusted his woman, especially since Wanting's favorability had reached level 6, so it wouldn't be excessive to pamper her to the sky. Okay, then I'll arrange it. Mu Wanting kissed Ning Fan on the face, then stood up, left his arms, and went back to work. There's still some time before the auction starts. The auction hall was bustling with activity. The large auction hall is much larger than the ordinary auction hall. Standing at the window of the VIP box and looking down at the crowded auction hall, one can't help but feel a sense of superiority. Qingling, what did you do last time you came here that Feng Yi wouldn't even let you see me? Inside the box, the woman who came with Qingling sat on the sofa, chewing strawberries provided by the auction house and complaining. At this moment, the woman had taken off her veil, revealing a face that was no less beautiful than Qingling's. She has long black hair and is dressed in a standard court style, exuding a gentle temperament. After all, she is the first female official beside the empress, so her appearance is impeccable. Hearing her words, Qingling, who was standing at the window, turned around. She did not explain much, but asked after thinking for a while. Luo, the empress asked you to come with me. Did she give you any special instructions? Luo Li's movements froze for a moment, and she hesitated. Do you really want to know? If you can tell, please tell me, so that I can make a decision. Qingling said lightly. It's nothing, actually. Luo Li clapped her hands. His Majesty only told me to build a good relationship with Feng Ye at all costs, and if necessary. Luo Li paused and glanced at Qingling. Noticing her strange look, Qingling frowned. Can you what? What else could it be? Give up some benefits, or give some favors such as money, or... Luo Li looked at her straight, with ill intentions on her face. There's also a beauty. The meaning was obvious. The 4 maids in the room were shocked and looked at the two in disbelief. Qingling tried hard to remain calm, but her beautiful eyes were wavering uncontrollably. Suddenly, she thought of something. Her face froze. She glared at Luo Li and said in a cold tone, Luo Li, you are falsely conveying the Empress's order again. Luo Li, who was exposed, was not at all panicked, because she and Qingling were good friends, and she was not afraid that she would complain. Okay, you've seen through me. Your Majesty only said the first sentence. I added the second sentence myself. Although he had expected this, Qingling still secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Empress is so good to me, it is impossible for me to commit myself to a wandering lord. No matter how good Maple Leaf is, it is impossible. Just when she was certain in her heart, Luo Li's voice rang out again. But don't be too optimistic. I must remind you that His Majesty values the opportunity to make friends with Maple Leaf more than you think. You should know that His Majesty's long-cherished wish is to advance the Great Yu dynasty to an empire, and the 10,000 Nations tournament is the best opportunity. There is no record of a human lord with potential like Feng Ye in the history books of the dynasty. Your Majesty will never let go of this opportunity. So, I advise you not to take yourself too seriously. After saying that, Luo Li glanced calmly at the 4 maids in the room. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, the 4 maids all lowered their heads and dared not make any sound. Qing Ling's heart instantly sank into an icy cave. Luo Li's words were undoubtedly reminding her that the Empress might have the idea of sacrificing her. Otherwise, Luo Li would never say such a thing. This time she did not doubt Luo Li's words. She took a deep breath and tried to keep herself calm. I understand. Thank you, Luo Li. Don't thank me. I'm not a good woman. I told you this just to fulfill the Empress's mission. Think about it carefully. Luo Li curled her lips and said, don't drag me into this. Qing Ling didn't think too much about it. The sudden deterioration of the situation forced her to think carefully about how to ease the relationship with Fengye. But when you think about it, everything would be in vain if Fengye didn't see her. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Excuse me, are you here? I'm a waiter at the auction house. Can you open the door for me? Chapter 244, The Goodwill of the Two Women. When Qing Ling heard the sound outside the door, her eyes lit up. She thought Feng Yu was willing to see her, so she asked the maid beside her to open the door. The door of the box opened. A waiter, dressed modestly, came in. Her looks are far inferior to the maidservant beside Qing Ling. But facing the maids in armor, she was very calm. She put her hands in front of her and bowed to everyone. Good luck to you, distinguished guest. Sorry to bother you. Our auction house is interested in purchasing a batch of obsidian. If you have obsidian resources and are willing to sell them, the auction house can exchange them with the resources on the list. The exchange ratio is set above. Please keep it. The waiter took out a list and handed it to the maid beside him. If you have any objections to the exchange ratio or have other requirements, as long as they are reasonable, you can discuss them with the auction house. I'm right outside. If you need anything, just call me. After saying this, the waiter walked out of the box with a meticulous smile, closing the door behind him. Watching the waiter's disappearing back, Luo Li's eyes moved, and no one knew what he was thinking. Qing Ling walked forward and took the list from the maid. When I opened it, I saw more than 10 kinds of resources listed. The first item was the C+ grade Tiger crouching cannon that she had obtained from Ningfan earlier. What surprised her was that behind the column for the Tiger crouching cannon, there was a note clearly marked Unlimited Exchange. He actually has a C+ grade weapon template. Qing Ling murmured. Thinking that she had been cheated again, she felt angry and annoyed, but soon turned into shyness. She was ashamed of how she acted superior in front of Ningfan, as if she were a clown. What's wrong? Your face is so red. Luo Li's teasing voice was heard, and before Qing Ling could come to his senses, the list in his hand was snatched away by her. Qing Ling became anxious and subconsciously tried to snatch it back, but it was too late. Luo Li just took a look, and her expression instantly became serious. C+ grade Tiger crouching cannon unlimited exchange. C grade battleships limited to 80 ships. C grade spiritual rice limited to 10 tons. C grade water limited to 1 ton. With every sentence Luo Li recited, Qing Ling's face turned paler, because she understood that with every bit of strength Feng Yi displayed, the probability of her being abandoned by the Empress would increase. This is not the end yet. After Luo Li finished reading the first page of the list of resources that could be exchanged for obsidian, there was another page. This is a list of resources that can be exchanged for mineral stones. Qing Ling has not read this page yet. 1 ordinary obsidian stone can be exchanged for a C-class radar with a detection range of 50 kilometers, limited to 3 pieces. 1 medium-sized stone can be exchanged for a C-class sailing battleship, limited to 10 ships. 1 large stone can be exchanged for 10 kilograms of A-class spiritual rice, limited to 100 kilograms. Luo Li turned her head to look at Qing Ling, whose face had lost all color. Do you know what His Majesty will do if this list is handed over to him? Luo Li asked expressionlessly, not showing any sign of softness because of Qing Ling's fragile appearance. Qing Ling didn't say anything. Her mind was blank. There was no other reason. If it was just the items on the list on the first page, there would still be some room for maneuver, but the items on the list on the second page completely cut off all her fantasies. The fact that Fengye could sell a combination of a C-class radar and a C-class battleship was enough to show that he had even more terrifying weapons in his hands, not to mention the 100 kilograms of A-class spiritual rice. She couldn't even imagine how outrageous Fengye's strength was. Seeing that she didn't answer, Luo Li asked herself, if His Majesty saw this list, he would definitely come here in person. By then, if Fengye shows any intention to cooperate, let alone you, even if it's me, as long as he has the slightest desire, His Majesty will decisively send us out to make friends with him. Don't forget, we all enjoy our current status thanks to Your Majesty. The more she talked, the angrier Luo Li became. She rudely pulled Qing Ling's arm and sat down on the sofa, asking in a disappointed tone, "Now that things have come to this, you should at least tell me how you offended Feng Yi when you first met him." Seeing that the situation was beyond her control, Qing Ling bit her lip and had to confess everything. When Luo Li heard that she was trying to steal his woman in front of Feng Yi, his eyes went dark and he almost fainted. "You can fall in love with anyone else, but you fall in love with his woman." Luo Li had a look of despair on her face. She knew that she was doomed. Concubines are absolutely a forbidden area that a monarch cannot touch. I just thought she was very suitable to help me manage Qingling Guard, so I couldn't help but extend an olive branch to her. Qingling explained in a low voice, like a child who had made a mistake. Luo Li's eyes lit up, and she rushed to her and asked, "Are you sure you didn't verbally insult his woman?" Qingling shook his head decisively. "That's good." Luo Li breathed a sigh of relief. Qingling is a woman after all, and she did not direct her anger at his woman. She just said some things that she shouldn't have said to Feng Yi himself. There is still some hope for this matter. "Luo Li, what should I do?" Qingling couldn't help but ask. She was out of ideas now. "What else can we do?" Luo Li placed the list in front of her. "He wants to buy the obsidian, and His Majesty has promised us that we can give up some of our interests. We can show him goodwill in this regard. Don't you have an obsidian mine in your fiefdom? You could do whatever you want." Luo Li stared at her and said unhappily, "Don't make a fool of yourself again. If you don't get a permanent quota at the auction house before you go back this time, I won't protect you anymore when this list is handed over to His Majesty." Qingling nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, I understand. It's just some resources. If I can make up for it, I'd even give it to Maple Leaf for free." She immediately instructed the maid beside her, "Mayor, take my token and go back to the fiefdom. Bring back all the obsidian ores in the fiefdom, and also bring back the medium-sized vein stone." "Yes, master." The maid Mayor took the token from her hand. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, she did not dare to delay for a moment and hurried out the door. "Wait a minute," Luo Li called out to her. Mayor paused and looked back in confusion. Luo Li took out a jade pendant from her waist and threw it to her. "Take my token and go to the Ministry of Revenue and withdraw a large mineral vein stone in my name and bring it back." Mayor took it in a daze, gave Qing Ling an inquiring look, and when she saw her nod, she turned around and left with peace of mind. "Louis, thank you for your help. I really don't know what I would do without you." Qing Ling hugged Luo Li's arm softly and acted coquettishly. You're scared now." Luo Li snorted. "You've caused me so much trouble. I've been trapped in this quagmire for no reason. If I had known earlier, I would never have accepted this mission." "Okay, Luo Li, it's my fault. I'll treat you to a good meal when we get back." Qing Ling saw that she was being arrogant, and he knew that she was not angry anymore. So he took advantage of the situation and acted nicely. "Let's talk about it when we get back." Luo Li lay down beside her, looking a little tired. "I'm just afraid that the goodwill we show will end up becoming our dowry." Qing Ling. Chapter 245, Refining Luck. The auction went on as scheduled. With the participation of various forces, the bidding was very intense from the beginning. However, this did not affect Ning Fan. Having experienced so many auctions, he no longer had much interest in paying attention to the progress of the auction. Sitting leisurely on the sofa, a jade seal appeared in his hand without him noticing. It is the royal seal of King Air 4. I wonder if I can unlock the next system after refining this luck. Ning Fan looked at Wang, she with a thoughtful look on his face. Whether or not to unlock the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards is a trivial matter. But if plundering the luck of a baron's force cannot advance one level of the system, then you can imagine how difficult it is to unlock all the systems. It is estimated that 5 to 6 forces like the Elf Federation will be destroyed. I hope you can give me some strength. An option called Refine appeared on the screen, and Ning Fan clicked it decisively. Confirm to refine this jade seal. Once it is successfully refined, everything about the Elf Federation will become history. Confirm. As Ning Fan finished speaking, a colorful glow appeared out of nowhere above the territory, accompanied by a faint dragon roar that seemed to be a sound of joy. In an instant, all things in the territory that needed to evolve and grow began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were stimulated. In an unnoticed corner, the A-grade spiritual rice that was supposed to take another day to ripen matured quietly. The grass on the grassland grew wildly, The trees on the mountains grew tall, and even the soil that had just broken through to the D level was on the verge of breaking through again. In the territory, everyone was staring at the scene in the sky, so much so that they briefly ignored everything else. In comparison, the people in the auction house were so focused on the auction that they missed out on witnessing this auspicious sign. But if any indigenous forces saw this scene, they would recognize that it was an anomaly caused by the refining of luck. At the same time, far away on the Qingming continent, in a primeval jungle near the L Federation, L4 sat down by the river, panting. In order to escape from the pursuers, they fled more than 100 kilometers into the depths of the jungle. Only after confirming again and again that no one was chasing us did we dare to stop here. Apart from his personal guards, there were only a handful of people left following L4. The rest were the old nobles who had been on the city wall and their servants. Traveling such a long distance almost cost them their lives. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. L4 was gulping down water when suddenly an old man came to him excitedly. He turned his head and saw who was coming. He was stunned for a moment. He dropped the cup and grabbed the old man's hand and asked, "How is it going? Have you contacted the Holy See?" The old man is the head of the Oracle Hall of the L Federation. When L4 escaped, he deliberately brought him with him in order to ensure communication channels with the Vatican, in the hope that in the future, with the support of the Holy See, the L Federation can be retaken. The Oracle seal on the emissary's body is the only way to communicate with the Holy See, and only those with the identity of an emissary can activate it. This is also the reason why the Oracle Hall has a unique status in the L Federation. The Oracle in charge is equivalent to an envoy of half of the Holy See. We've made the contact. The old man was as happy as a child. The half day he spent as a stray dog was like a trip to hell. He was tortured beyond recognition and looked more like a beggar than an emissary. Now that I finally see the light of hope, how can I not shed tears? What does the Holy See say? L4 asked hurriedly. When the Pope learned of the ambassador's death, he was very angry and decided to send troops to suppress the rebellion. As he spoke, the old man showed a smile and complacency on his face, just like a lackey calling on the boss for support. This sense of honor made him lose a bit of respect in front of L4. He said in a tone that sounded a bit commanding, "Order from the Holy See. Find a safe base nearby to garrison and build an altar. The Holy See will give us a blueprint of a large teleportation array. Gather all the materials, open up the teleportation array, and welcome the arrival of the Holy Army." A large teleportation array manufacturing map. Really? Will the Holy See really give us a blueprint of a large teleportation array? LIV's voice trembled with excitement, and he didn't care about the old man's actions at all. "Of course it's true," the old man said, a little proudly, asking for credit. "Originally, they were planning to directly send us the finished teleportation array. I specifically explained the situation to them. Given our current situation, we simply cannot build an altar that can transport large items. That's why they changed their minds. Your Majesty, hurry up and prepare the materials needed for the teleportation array. These materials are much less than those for the altar." That's right. Thank you for your hard work, Commander." A long-lost smile appeared on LIV's face. Look, a person's true character is revealed in times of adversity. After all, these old nobles are reliable, and they know how to help him save some property at critical moments. He doesn't have much belongings now. L4 sent someone to call over Commander Mia, the two-star knight who had led his troops to retreat northward from the city-state of Nak before the war even started. Later, he rescued Air 4 from Tur on the northern border. At the moment, he is leading his troops on a martial law patrol 3 kilometers away. He has more than 10,000 soldiers under his command, and is the only armed force under King L4. After a while, Commander Mia, wearing red armor and holding a huge axe, came to the river with his deputy and bodyguards to meet L4. Upon learning that L4 had actually contacted the Holy See in this time of crisis, he thought again and again and took out the few military supplies he had to help him build the altar and supply the materials needed for the teleportation array. The group set up camp on the spot and built a stronghold. Soon, before the stronghold was completed, a crude altar appeared on the riverbank. It is sufficient to transmit a manufacturing drawing. "Master, let's start praying," L4 said impatiently. The altar is now filled with cornerstones, which are used for sacrifices. After all, it is the Holy See, and it has gotten away from the superstitious practice of human sacrifice. Under the gaze and expectation of the crowd, The old man walked forward slowly. Even though he looked a little embarrassed, he did not forget to show the demeanor of a commander. He took a strange ornament from his waist and touched it with his hand. The next second, light appeared around the altar, and the originally simple altar was filled with ink-like colors. After a short rest, as if some kind of barrier was connected, a dark hole appeared out of nowhere above the altar. Seeing this scene, Elf 4 and the old nobles behind him all showed excitement on their faces. It worked. The Vatican responded. My God is above, commanding the envoy of the Qingming continent's L Federation. The old man said a lot of gibberish in a mysterious manner. As he finished speaking, a scroll fell out of the cave and landed in the center of the altar. Elfer couldn't bear it any longer and tried to rush to the altar to grab the scroll. Wait, the old man roared suddenly. Elfor stopped and looked at him in confusion. The church has something else to send over. It should be the coordinates of the church's teleportation array and an oracle. Stepping onto the altar now would be disrespectful to the church. Get out of here immediately. Elfor looked up at the sky. The dark cave entrance had not yet disappeared, and a corner of gold and silver had appeared at the entrance. It seems to be a divine oracle indeed. Perhaps because of the rules of the barrier, the oracle came out of the cave much slower than the previous drawing. I was careless. Alfred looked at the old man angrily and retreated behind him. Without the coordinates of the Holy See, the teleportation array is just a decoration. The old man ignored him and focused on the situation at the cave entrance. The oracle came out of the cave little by little, like squeezing toothpaste, touching the hearts of everyone present. Just as the oracle was about to be fully revealed and everyone thought everything was going well, something unexpected happened. The lights around the altar flickered and then suddenly went out. Before everyone could react to what was happening, the black hole above suddenly closed with a snap and disappeared into the void. Fortunately, the oracle seemed to have sensed the danger. At the last moment before the black hole closed, it shrank back into the hole at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, like a frightened little brother. I have to say that their awareness of prevention is really strong, and they didn't suffer any losses at all. However, everyone present was stunned. Master, what's going on? Elfor looked at the old man in horror. The power of the altar is maintained by the Holy See, and this kind of situation has never been seen before. The old man looked at the charm on his hand that had no charm at all, his hands shaking uncontrollably, and he said tremblingly, Your Majesty, my priesthood has been erased. Chapter 246, Mutiny in the Army. The old man's words caused a huge uproar. What happened? My knighthood was also erased. I feel the same way. What on earth is going on? Has the church abandoned us? Why is this happening? The sound of fear filled the entire altar, and in an instant, everyone panicked. Help me. At this time, a scream was heard, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw an elderly man in his 70s rolling on the ground in pain in the crowd. What's strange is that the skin on his body is aging, shrinking and decaying at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, only skin and bones were left, and the wailing gradually became quieter until no sound was heard anymore. The old man died, curled up in a ball. His death was complete and scary. As an old monster who had lived for more than a century, all the old nobles present recognized that he died of life exhaustion. It is common among those old immortals who have relied on their longevity in their positions, but are suddenly deprived of their positions. Witnessing the painful death of a colleague, great panic spread in the hearts of the old nobles. The crowd suddenly became chaotic. Elfor did not dare to stand out at this time. He quietly sensed his position as Baron. However, no matter what he did, he could not sense the power and effect bestowed upon him by the position of Baron. Cold sweat kept breaking out on his forehead, and it was only then that he finally understood what was going on. His own baronship was also wiped out. At the critical moment, his thoughts raced, and his eyes quickly looked at the manufacturing diagram on the altar. Right now, the only way to maintain one's position is to hold on to this manufacturing blueprint. So, while the crowd's attention was not on him, he quietly approached the altar, stretching out his hand. However, just when he was about to get the manufacturing diagram, a hand suddenly got there first and grabbed the manufacturing diagram. Elfor was startled, looked up, and saw Commander Mia appeared in front of him at some point. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled innocently and said, Commander Mia, such a valuable item should be handed over to me for safekeeping. There's no need for that, Commander Mia said coldly, not giving him any face at all. Liv's expression froze. He never expected that Commander Mia, who had always been so respectful to him, would turn his back on him at this time. He was furious and said, "How dare you? I am a baron appointed by the Holy See and the king of the Elf Federation. What is your attitude? Are you planning a rebellion?" Liv's loud roar instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone fell silent, looking at the two with strange expressions. Seeing this, Mia stopped pretending and said with disdain, "How long are you going to keep pretending? Everyone's job has been wiped out. Don't you know what happened? Only the monarchs of feudal dynasties can plunder the fortunes of other countries and wipe out all the positions of a force." Mia said slowly. Liv's hair stood on end. He had actually thought of this a long time ago, but he didn't expect Mia to react so quickly. "It seems everything is going wrong. Because of your stupidity, we have provoked a feudal dynasty. Do you know that?" Mia glanced at everyone with a cold expression on her face. "We have completely lost the communication channels with the Holy See. Don't even think that the Holy See can come to save you. Just be quiet and behave yourself. I can still be polite to you." He turned to look at the chief envoy, who lowered his head dejectedly and did not refute his words. Having lost his position as the chief emissary, he could no longer use the sigils to communicate with the Holy See, and the oracle did not reach them, so they had no way to connect to the Holy See's teleportation array through the coordinates. However, it is like a foolish dream to expect to reconnect with the Holy See by relying on their own strength. It can be said that from the moment they lost their positions, they severed their ties with the Vatican. "Mia, what do you mean by that? Are you planning a rebellion? Even if we lose our position in the Holy See, we are still nobles of the Elf Federation. It is not your turn to point fingers at us." An old noble couldn't stand the sight of a soldier showing off in front of them, so he shouted angrily, "Well, my sword is not at all disadvantageous." To her credit, Mia waved her hand lightly, and a sharp blade pierced the old noble's body. The old nobleman widened his eyes and pointed at Mia angrily, but he could no longer utter a word and fell straight down. The sudden scene startled the old nobles around, and they huddled together like a group of frightened rabbits. It was not until this moment that they realized that they had been surrounded by Mia's personal guards. The one who just took action was Mia's deputy general. Are you kidding? Soldiers who could abandon the city and flee with Mia at the critical moment of the war would not care about the meager authority of the old nobles. Even L4 and the others didn't take him seriously, and two sharp knives were placed on his neck. Liv's fat body trembled with fear. "Commander Mia, let's talk it over. I will cooperate with you." L4 reacted quickly and raised the white flag without any ambition. Mia glanced at him indifferently. To be honest, he had long lost his respect for the king. If the Elf Federation had not fallen and he and his soldiers had nowhere to go, he would not have helped L4 escape. He had been thinking that he could find a place to stay by relying on Liv's status, but then this incident happened. So there was no need for him to be polite to L4. Having lost his baronial status, the so-called king is nothing more than a stray dog. Take him away and make him spit out everything he brought out from the capital. If he refuses to cooperate, he will be severely punished. Mia instructed the soldier. The two soldiers acted decisively, and without paying any attention to Liv's wailing pleas, they simply dragged him towards the grove nearby. Seeing that the king was treated so rudely, the old nobles knelt down immediately, kneeling in the physical sense. "Commander Mia, we are willing to cooperate. We are willing to cooperate. We still have some connections and influence in the Elf Federation. If you want to counterattack the Elf Federation one day, we can still play a role. Please don't kill us." Hearing this, Mia's chest heaved violently, and murderous intent appeared in her eyes. "The Elf Federation was destroyed by you old thieves, and now you want me to provoke a feudal dynasty. What's your intention? Someone, drag him away and behead him. Behead him." The old noble who spoke was stunned for a moment. "No, the plot shouldn't be like this. Since you are rebelling, shouldn't you be more ambitious?" Unfortunately, the stubborn soldier would not listen to his reason and carried him into the woods. Another one. Now, the remaining old nobles all became obedient, lowering their heads in silence, fearing that they would be the next unlucky ones. Mia didn't want to kill them all. After all, they were still of some use. So she waved her hand again and asked her men to drag them all away. "We have interrogated them all. We cannot let any of them go. These old guys are extremely wealthy. The military pay for this period of time depends on them. No one knows how many storage rings these old guys brought out and where they hid them, so they can only use the most primitive method to make them talk. In the grove, there came a series of wailing sounds, like pigs being slaughtered. The deputy general saw the opportunity and came to Mia's side and asked, "Commander, where should we go next?" Mia fell into deep thought. To be honest, he had not yet figured out a way out. If that doesn't work, follow Old Jones' lead and join a federation. With the teleportation array manufacturing diagram as a token of your loyalty, it should be no problem. The deputy general nodded, feeling much more relieved. The A-level large-scale teleportation array manufacturing map alone is enough for them to enjoy better treatment in other federations. What's more, with L4 and so many old nobles as their token of allegiance, the effect will only be better. Just then, a soldier came up to them and reported, "Commander, the Sentinels report that the L Federation has been completely destroyed, and the new ruler is an emperor. There are also rumors that General Wixon is not dead and has surrendered to the enemy." What? Mia and the deputy commander were both shocked. Are you sure that the new ruler of the L Federation is an emperor? I dare not lie. This news has spread among the barbarian and wolf tribes. I heard that the emperor promised them that they would be crowned kings if they made outstanding contributions in battle. The barbarian and wolf tribes are preparing soldiers and training horses. The commotion is very loud. You can find out with a little inquiry. So, it is true that General Wixon surrendered to the enemy? Mia couldn't recover for a long time. No wonder the L Federation was destroyed after just a few days. It turned out that what they provoked was not a dynasty, but an empire. It should be. Although the Sentinels did not see General Wixon, all the nobles in the Ale Federation were demoted to civilians. Only the Allen family still ruled Ale City. In addition, the rumors have a beginning and an end, so this matter is probably true. The Sentinel captain spoke in a clear and logical manner, and a glimpse of the whole picture showed that the army led by Mia was quite good. Okay, I got it. You go down first and send someone to investigate. Make sure the authenticity of the news. Mia ordered. The Sentinel captain stood up and left quickly. Commander, an emperor, the emperor of a legendary supreme empire, should we? The deputy general said eagerly. His intention was obvious. Mia nodded imperceptibly. If the story about the barbarians and the wolf tribe is true, we can go back and seek refuge with the emperor. Since the emperor has so generously promised to make me a king for my military achievements, I think he will not bother with us little minions. Well, go to the barbarian and wolf tribes and ask around. Once you get any news, report back immediately. Okay. The deputy general bowed solemnly. As it involved the future of his brothers, he did not dare to delay. He called a horse and galloped out of the camp. Mia was left alone at the altar. Looking at the A-level large teleportation array drawing in his hand, his tense brows relaxed slightly. I hope the news is true. If the things of the Holy See are presented to an emperor, there will be no worries. Chapter 247 State Pastoral System. After the L Federation's luck was completely taken away, Ningfan finally discovered the changes in the territory. One of the most important resources in the territory, grade of spiritual rice, was all mature. Obtaining luck can also bring benefits to the territory as a whole. Not bad, not bad. Harvest something. Ningfan commanded the agricultural robots to start harvesting. With the addition of an A-level farm, there are 5 more agricultural robots in the territory, and the covered planting area has doubled accordingly. It would be great if there was a template for such a powerful robot. Ningfan sighed slightly as he stared at the robots' harvesting progress. 10 robots worked together, and soon the harvest results came out. Obtain 1,000 kilograms of grade A spiritual rice and 1,000 kilograms of grade A bran. This is the output of 2 grade A farms combined. As he expected, the output was 10 times less than that of C-grade spiritual rice. The higher your physique, the harder it is to improve. Aside from the threshold itself, the acquisition of high-level resources will also become an obstacle. The output of 2 A-level farms is only this low. I dare not imagine what it will be like in the future. Fortunately, it is enough for myself and the women at home, and there's a lot left over. He didn't think too much about it and put it in the warehouse. Just at this moment, the result of refining the luck came out, and a prompt popped up on the screen. The luck was successfully refined. The name of the L Federation was cancelled, and the luck level was broken through. Unlock the system of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Obtain the position, Emperor Concubine. Please check for specific information. The next level system, the Provincial Governor System. resists danger in order to advance, prepares strategies, and then takes action. Regardless of whether the empire declines or not, the provincial region will always be the empire's first line of defense against invasion by barbarians and foreign enemies. The state governor system is an advanced imperial system. Unlocking the state governor system indicates that the feudal imperial system has entered the second stage. After unlocking the governor system, governors can be appointed in overseas territories to formally assimilate overseas territories into a territory of the empire. This can strengthen the lord's control over overseas territories and unlock means to use on them, such as placing items through the lord system. After the overseas territory is assimilated into the empire, the lord will be regarded as a member of the overseas territory continent, with a dual identity, and enjoy all the rights and interests granted to the continent by rules. The fall of a state is not considered the decline of the empire, but the forces that invade the state will be considered the mortal enemy of the empire and trigger a limited mission system reminder. Advanced imperial system, state pastor system with additional effect. Fortified city strengthens the defense level of the city in the state. Specific benefits will be available after unlocking. Ning Fan carefully read the prompts word by word. After a long time, he took a deep breath. There have been changes again. It's only the fourth system, but we're already enjoying more rights and interests. It turns out that the feudal monarchy is a smooth road. However, the difficulty can be seen in general. Only by refining the luck of a Baron Federation can the luck be raised by one level and a system be unlocked. I don't know yet whether the luck required later will increase. In short, this road is rugged and not something that ordinary lord can tackle. Even with Ning Fan's current strength, it would take a lot of time, energy, and resources to unlock all the systems. Ning Fan regained his consciousness and looked at the newly unlocked 3 palaces and 6 courtyards system. I've been dreaming of this for a long time, but this system did not bring any additional effects. It just simply unlocked a position. Emperor's concubine. As the Emperor's concubine, she naturally enjoys the protection of the territory's luck and has the effect of luck protection. Luck protection. When receiving a fatal attack, there is a chance to resist a death effect. The Emperor's concubine enjoys the highest level of luck protection. With a probability of 99, the remaining one is determined by the Emperor's will. This effect can only be used once. After consumption, the Emperor needs to actively consume luck to replenish it. All the women of the Emperor are considered as imperial concubines. There are 10 levels of this position, corresponding to the 10 levels of nobles and princes. 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. A maximum of 3 first-rank imperial concubines can be appointed, 6 second-rank imperial concubines, and the rest are unlimited. Lifespan increase. The basic lifespan increase is 100, and the higher the rank of the imperial concubine, the higher the effect, up to 1,000. Pure body. The speed of physical fitness improvement increases by 10. The higher the grade, the better the effect. After the physical fitness reaches a certain level, the pure body will be advanced. Effect of the wonderful bronze sparrow tower. Increase lifespan by 200 and keep you young forever. What a powerful lifespan-enhancing effect. It can increase lifespan up to 12 times in total. Although it was a benefit, Ning Fan couldn't help but smack his lips. The term thousand-year fox suddenly popped up in his mind, and he turned to glance at Mu Wanting beside him. Unexpectedly, it was caught by Wanting, who was stretching her body. Honey, there's something wrong with your eyes. Tell the truth, what good will that bring? Mu Wanting humphed and leaned close to Ning Fan and said in a sticky way, Ning Fan, it's a fox for sure. But who told her that she was his woman? Even if she was a vixen, he had to pamper her. Ning Fan simply tapped on the screen and conferred the title of first-rank imperial concubine on Mu Wanting. It seemed as if there was a mysterious force exerting power on Wanting. 5 moons suddenly appeared on both sides of her shoulders. Although they were virtual, they were very real. She widened her beautiful eyes, looking incredulous. My dear husband, I seem to have a lifespan of more than 2,000 years. She stretched out her white and tender hands and looked down at him. The effect of the immaculate body made her skin appear flawless, and the whole person looked like a lotus emerging from water. Her already stunning appearance became even more beautiful and fairy-like. She doesn't look like a beauty on earth, but a fairy from heaven, which illustrates what it means to be admired from afar, but not touched. If I have to use one word to describe her current temperament, noble elegant, and cool are all inadequate, and only the word detached is the most appropriate. Without waiting for Ning Fan to kiss her, she took the initiative to hug his neck and said excitedly, "Woo woo woo, hubby, you are so awesome." She didn't know how to express the thousands of thoughts in her mind, so she chose the simplest way. As a result, Ning Fan soon felt his mouth swell up. After a long time, Mu Wanting sat obediently on the sofa beside her. She didn't dare to look Ning Fan in the eye, but just kept handing tissues to Ning Fan. Ning Fan took it unhappily and wiped the red marks on his face. A certain thieving fox had a good time, but when he wanted to go a step further, garlic bird, it's all tears if I talk too much about it. Honey, how about I ask Shwana to come over and help you cool down? Mu Wanting whispered. Hearing this, Ning Fan's forehead twitched, and he immediately opened the little notebook in his heart that he hadn't opened for a long time and made a note for her on it. Sooner or later, she will be dealt with. Realizing that she had said the wrong thing, Mu Wanting quickly covered her mouth and stopped talking about it. She coughed lightly and changed the subject. By the way, husband, the matter of obsidian has been settled. 3 forces have contributed the most. Oh, Ning Fan was immediately attracted by her words and raised his eyebrows and asked, which 3 forces are there many? Seeing this, Mu Wanting's mouth revealed a hint of cunning. You don't have to take responsibility anymore. Quite a lot. And one of them may be a force you might not expect. Can you guess? The Great Yu Dynasty? Ning Fan blurted out. The first person that came to his mind was them, and he didn't know why. Now it was Mu Wanting's turn to be surprised. Hubby, how did you know? She took out a document and handed it to Ning Fan. They exchanged 20,000 obsidians, 1 medium-sized obsidian vein stone, and 1 large obsidian vein stone from the auction house. More than the other 2 forces combined. And they only exchanged 10 kilograms of A-grade spiritual rice, and the rest was exchanged for a request. Chapter 248, The Grassland Tribes Surrender. They still want to see me? Ning Fan asked back. Mu Wanting nodded helplessly. When I asked her what was the important matter, she didn't tell me and only said she wanted to see you. That's really strange. Sometimes, I even wonder if that so-called Qingling fairy has taken a fancy to you, my husband. Mu Wanting joked, and thinking of the treatment of the emperor's concubine, she threw herself into Ning Fan's arms again. Perhaps it is not impossible. After all, my husband is the most powerful lord on Blue Star. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Ning Fan's face, and seduction was almost written all over her face. Ning Fan had long been accustomed to her tricks, so he ignored them completely and pinched her cheek instead. You're so talkative. Judging from the look on Fairy Qingling's face before, it would be a miracle if she had any interest in me. Most of the time, they are asking for something. And it's not a small matter. Mu Wanting pouted. Look, the faces of the men who didn't get to eat the meat have changed. They used to be sweet-mouthed and scolding, but now they have become chatterboxes. So, husband, are you going to meet them? No. Ning Fan shook his head. If they were the only family selling obsidian resources, he wouldn't mind making a trip, but now that there are 2 more, why waste time meeting them? She's still a woman who doesn't treat me well. He looked at the list that Wanting handed over, which clearly described the situation of the other 2 forces. One of them was an old acquaintance, one of the 5 grassland tribes headed by the Sahan tribe. Contributed 20,000 obsidians, pure contribution, no exchange of resources. The other is a new force called Huluo Kingdom, which not only contributed 30,000 obsidians, but also produced a medium-sized obsidian vein stone. The Huluo Kingdom has already exchanged all the resources according to the exchange ratio and has not made any additional requests, which is very efficient. Ning Fan likes forces like this the most. They're straightforward and don't cause any trouble. In addition, other indigenous forces also exchange some resources to a greater or lesser extent, all using obsidian, which added up to a total of 100,000. After all, there are more than 80 indigenous forces here, and if you really fight them, the number is not that large. 1 piece of obsidian armor requires 3 obsidians, which is enough for the territory to use for a period of time. Therefore, there is no need to ask for the obsidian that the Yu dynasty has provided. Tell them that the auction house will not accept any of their requests and will only exchange resources in proportion. If they have any objections, they can just go home. Ning Fan said calmly. Hearing this, Mu Wanting looked a little more serious. Husband, you really don't intend to forgive them? Ning Fan glanced at her and said, It's Yakin's job to forgive them. After hearing this, Mu Wanting was stunned and didn't say anything more. She turned on the Lord's screen and gave the order according to Ning Fan's will. Soon, a waiter knocked on the door of the Diyu dynasty's private room. At the same time, the door of the box where Ning Fan was knocked. The one who came in was Shui. Yimeng and the others did not go to the Elf Federation, so the three women following her naturally did not go with them either. Husband, madam. Shui Shillingaling bowed to the two of them, and then said, Chief Sahan and the leaders of the other 4 grassland tribes have arrived. Well, take them to the conference room. Ning Fan patted his butt and stood up. He took the initiative to call Sahan and the others over, and his purpose was naturally to expand his sphere of influence through them. The continent they were on was not the Qingming continent, but a continent called Tianlang. It is not known which one is more powerful, the Tianlang continent or the Qingming continent. But he can intimidate the princes. If he can infiltrate his influence into the Sirius continent, and if he has the means to go to the Sirius continent in the future, he might be able to open up another trial field like the Qingming continent. It's always a good idea to plan first. After all, the essence of empire is to gain from aggression. The emergence of the provincial governor system made Ning Fan more certain of this policy. You keep an eye on the auction. I have something to discuss with Sahan and the others. Ning Fan instructed Wanting. Okay, husband, you're busy. Mu Wanting obediently let go of her arms that were hugging him. Ning Fan then walked towards the meeting room. There are separate meeting rooms on the 4th and 5th floors. After Ning Fan arrived at the meeting room, Sahan and others came in led by the waiter not long after. Before they even stepped into the meeting room, the 5 leaders' faces were already full of respect. Although only Sahan and Wutu participated in the war against the Elf Federation, Ning Fan's deeds had already spread among them. However, when they saw Ning Fan in person, the 5 leaders suddenly widened their eyes. Haori is the image of the Haori. Looking at the shadow of a bright sun appearing behind Ning Fan, several people were stunned for a moment. If it was an ordinary sun sign, it would be fine, but they have also come into contact with a monarch, so it is not surprising. But they had only seen the shadow of the bright sun in ancient books. I never thought I would be able to see it with my own eyes one day. After a while, the old man Capricorn was the first to react. He felt his knees with a thud. Greetings to the Emperor. May the Emperor live forever. The others reacted soon after, and it seemed similar, with the sounds of them kneeling down louder than the last. Greetings to the Emperor. May the Emperor live forever. The 4 words, eternal, have their own meanings. But it cannot be used indiscriminately. Even the Pope himself cannot enjoy this honorific. Only the immortal Emperor, who is protected by destiny, can receive this honor. In addition, the phantom of the bright sun can only be seen by the masters of power. Ordinary nobles or kings are not worthy of seeing the image of the Emperor. Everyone get up, Ning Fan said in a calm tone. The few of them then slowly stood up, their expressions still showing that they had not yet come to their senses. Please sit down. I called you here to ask if you are willing to work for me. Ning Fan didn't waste any words. He went straight to the point and explained the matter of the princes to them. Of course, the title of prince is not given for free, but like the barbarians and wolves, one must demonstrate his value before being granted the position of prince. The meeting went extremely smoothly, but it was a bit slow, because as soon as the sun comes out, the 5 leaders will cling to Ning Fan to show their loyalty. Ning Fan twitched his lips when he saw their lackey-like behavior. Your Majesty, you don't know that the kingdom of Montahin is a vampire. Apart from paying tribute that gets higher every year, it has not given any support to small tribes like us. Yes, there are signs that the grassland is about to go into chaos. We have long wanted to find a new leader. Don't worry, we will work together to conquer a vast territory for the empire. Look, even if they defect to another master, they still want to raise the banner of justice, fearing that Ning Fan will have a grudge against them because of this. However, their cooperation saved Ning Fan a lot of trouble. All he had to do was give them some instructions. When you work under me, I only look at your ability, nothing else. I don't care about your past, so you don't need to worry. Ning Fan gave them a reassurance. After you go back, you have 2 tasks. The 5 leaders pricked up their ears instantly, as if they were about to take out their notebooks to write it down. First, recruit soldiers and train the army. I will provide each of your tribes with a sufficient amount of military rations so that you can recruit a large number of troops in a short period of time. As for the future supplies, it depends on your performance on the battlefield. There will be another war in the Elf Federation soon. Whoever's troops have made the greatest contributions will be able to enjoy more supplies. Although Ning Fan cannot go to the grassland, They can come over and participate in the mercenary mission. It is not possible to recruit them just for future planning. Letting them participate in mercenary missions can not only speed up the acquisition of luck, but also train the strength of their army. A strategy that kills two birds with one stone. Second, build cities, consolidate territory, collect intelligence on surrounding forces, and expand territory cautiously. When the time is right, I will help you establish vassal states in the Tianlang continent. Ning Fan could certainly confer titles of nobility upon them now, and use the treatment of nobles to speed up their development. But it is obvious that their current situation is not good, and establishing a country rashly will only bring disaster. So it's better to come quietly. Chapter 249, The Duke. The private room of the Dayu dynasty. After learning that she was rejected again, Fairy Qingling was obviously a little flustered. She put Luo Li's hands in her arms and asked nervously, Luo Li, what should we do now? Maybe we are not sincere enough. Luo Li pursed her lips and said hesitantly, how about we bid for a few more items as a token of our support? Hearing this, Qingling was stunned for a moment. Sister, if you wanted to be sent to marry a foreign prince, you can just tell me. Is this a question of lack of sincerity? They have said that they will follow the rules, and it is clear that they have no intention of paying attention to us. Qingling's worries were not unfounded. As a dynasty, they did have the means of marriage alliance, and it was a marriage alliance with a regular effect. The general content is to exchange marriage for cooperation. This is why she had no doubt that the Empress would abandon her. There is no shortage of examples of marriages between the Great Yu dynasty and new lords in history, and they were also for the purpose of the World Championship. After the Empress came to power, there were no more princesses in the dynasty. Therefore, if they wanted to marry, they would most likely only choose between her and Luo Li, and at most add a few trusted female officials. It's impossible to just find a woman to deal with it. After all, the princess who was married off was also an important part of maintaining the relationship. Noticing Qingling's eyes, Luo Li realized that his idea was not very good. So he touched his nose guiltily and gave another idea. How about we go find Maple Leaf directly? The structure of the Samsung auction house is the same. If I'm not mistaken, Maple Leaf should be in the box on the 4th floor. If we go over and apologize in person, he won't turn a blind eye to it anymore. When saying this, Luo Li's confidence was a little lacking, and it was obvious that there was an element of gambling involved. However, Qingling's eyes lit up. Well, you have a point. After saying that, she stood up decisively, with determination in her beautiful eyes. Let's go to the 4th floor now. At this point, this is the only way to go. The strength displayed by Feng Ye was too exaggerated. If she didn't reconcile with him and complete the task assigned to her by the Empress, she would most likely be sent by the Empress to marry. By then, her end would probably be miserable. Thinking of what she had done to Ning Fan's woman, she didn't dare to delay any longer and dragged Luo Li towards the door. Wait! Luo Li hurriedly called her. If we go up like this, let alone whether we can see Maple Leaf, I'm afraid we won't even be able to get to the 4th floor. It seems so. Qingling paused, turned his head and looked at her, wondering, do you have a solution? Why not complete the resource exchange according to their requirements and exchange the obsidian resources for them first? Luo Li displayed her wisdom as the first female official under the Empress and spoke in a deep voice. No matter what, try your best to cooperate with them, and you can always get a little bit of goodwill. Qingling nodded and immediately asked the maid to call on the waiter outside the door. Then, according to the exchange rate given by the auction house, all the obsidian resources in his hands were exchanged. As for the items to be exchanged, she didn't care at all and exchanged them for the items with the largest remaining quantity. This is the ultimate release of goodwill. The box on the 4th floor. The door of the conference room was still closed, and Mu Wanning was the only one sitting in the main hall of the box. At this moment, she is still recalling the benefits that Emperor's concubine has brought her, staring at the screen, her every frown and smile filled with happiness. Suddenly, the door of the box opened and the waiter who was guarding the door came in. Madam, there are 2 distinguished guests outside the door, claiming to be envoys from the Great Yu dynasty, and want to see the Lord. Ever since Meng arrived, the auction house's waiters officially became citizens of the territory. All the people in the territory, including Tur and his men, addressed Ning Fan as Lord. This is a rule set by Ning Fan himself. The reason is simple. No matter how the territory develops or how many robes he wears, the Lord is his most fundamental identity. Only the Lord must not be disobeyed. Hearing the waiter's words, Mu Wanting frowned. If it weren't for what happened before, she really suspected that Fairy Qingling had other intentions towards Ningfan. Why do you have to be so persistent? At this moment, a message popped up on her screen. It was information about the exchange of resources in the Diyu dynasty that was sent by the people below. Seeing this, she frowned, glanced at the door of the conference room quietly, and after thinking it over again and again, she gave the order. Let them in. Halfway through her words, she changed her tone and said, "Bring them to my study." "Yes, ma'am." The waiter turned and left the box, and Mu Wanting went straight to her study. Also in the box, there's only one private room on the entire floor, but there are plenty of rooms. Outside the corridor, Qing Ling and Luo Li stood side by side, their slender hands tightly clasped together under their white sleeves. "Luo Li, do you think it will meet us?" "I think so," Luo Li said. "Qing Ling, can you please stop being so nervous? This is not like your personality." "I don't want this either, but—" Qing Ling bit her lip. She wanted to say something about being afraid of the marriage, but she didn't want to appear too pitiful. "Don't say, but if you use more force, my hand will break." Qing Ling was stunned and subconsciously let go of her hand. Seeing Luo Li rubbing her hands with a wronged look on her face, she looked up at the ceiling guiltily. Her embarrassed expression, in contrast to her usual aloofness, was quite cute. Luo Li glared at her unhappily and was about to say something scolding her when the door of the box suddenly opened. The two men immediately became serious and stared at the waiter who came out. "Madam, please invite the two distinguished guests in," said the waiter with a smile. "Madam?" They both frowned at the same time. "Which lady?" Qing Ling asked. "It's Madam Mu," said the waiter. Madam Mu remembered this name in her heart. Qing Ling continued, "Please lead the way. Please come in, two distinguished guests." The two women followed the waiter into the box and came to the door of the study. Seeing the waiter and knocking on the study door, the two women's hearts rose to their throats. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Although he successfully entered the box, he did not see Feng Yi. Instead, he was led to see Mrs. Mu. It was obviously Maple Leaf's woman, which made them think more. Qing Ling, in particular, even thought of the worst outcome, which was nothing more than being humiliated by Feng Ye's woman and returning home in embarrassment with nothing. "It's okay. At least I'm still a count. The other party will have some concerns no matter what." She comforted herself in her heart. "This is the only thing I can rely on." At ease, a female voice came from the room. "Come in." The waiter then opened the door and made room for him. "My two distinguished guests, please come in. Madam is waiting for you inside." The two women looked at each other. They didn't have time to think too much. They had come this far and couldn't give up. Even if it is a Shura field, we still have to explore its depth. The two women walked into the room together. The study was warm and cozy, with a faint fragrance in the air. However, they had no time to appreciate these things, and their eyes were immediately fixed on the woman in front of the desk. Almost at the same time, the two girls' beautiful eyes narrowed. The woman in front of me turned out to be a duke. Chapter 250, Build Good Relationships. In an instant, the two women thought of something and their faces turned pale. Since the woman in front of me is Feng Ye's woman, and she is the duke, there is only one possibility, that is, Maple Leaf has transformed from a wandering lord into a king and established a country. A lord who became a monarch after only 1 month in the Lord world. His potential is so terrifying that I dare not even imagine it. Qing Ling's mind went blank. The pale lips finally revealed a bit of pitiful taste. "Please take a seat, both of you. Originally, I didn't want to see you. You should know the reason. Just tell me what you want to say." Mu Wanting looked at them indifferently. Although she had never seen Qing Ling before, she recognized her at the first sight. The facial features are too obvious. Hence, her gaze was mostly on Qing Ling. Noticing her gaze, Qing Ling came back to his senses and felt a surge of pressure in his heart. One of the few things that could comfort her was that Yakin was not present. Otherwise, she really didn't know what to do. "Hello, madam." Trying to calm herself down, she lowered her attitude and bowed. In terms of title, Madam Mu is above her. Not to mention the purpose of this trip is to ask a favor from others. Therefore, this ceremony was performed willingly. Qing Ling was rude before an offended Maple Leaf Lord. "I came here to apologize. I hope Madam and Lord will not hold it against me." "Monarch?" Mu Wanting smiled slightly, but didn't say much. "Well, I'll accept your apology on behalf of Yakin for now. I don't think you're here just to apologize, so tell me why you're here." Qing Ling and Luo Li at least had a certain status in the dynasty and had met many people. They could tell at a glance that Madame Mu had not completely forgiven them. Qing Ling still wants to fight for it again. She understood that if she didn't completely eliminate the gap between her, Fengye, and her woman, it would be all over. Even though she had a certain weight in the heart of the Empress, facing such a powerful lord, the Empress would definitely choose to sacrifice her. Even if she wasn't taken as a marriage partner, she would be handed over to Ningfan to deal with. After all, the person sitting on the throne does not have so many emotions. She was very sure of this. However, when she was about to speak, Luo Li quietly stopped her and spoke first. "Madam, you have a good eye. We are here to establish a long-term cooperation with the auction house. I wonder if Madam can give us a permanent spot at the auction." As a palace lady, observing people's words and expressions is an indispensable skill. Therefore, Luo Li lowered her posture very naturally, unlike Qing Ling, who was awkward. Mu Wanting couldn't help but look at her seriously and became interested. "This little thing is not a problem." "Thank you, ma'am. I hope we can have a pleasant business cooperation in the future." Luo Li was very excited. Muwantin smiled gently. She still had a very good impression of Luo Li, so she asked, "I haven't asked for your name yet." "Madam, you could just call me Luo Li." After a brief exchange, the two quickly became familiar with each other, and Qing Ling became the one who was left out. But she also saw Luo Li's intention: first get a permanent spot in the auction house, build good relationships, and then plan for the future. She couldn't say anything about this. After all, it was a task assigned by the Empress. But she had a hint of worry in her heart from beginning to end. Worry about how to establish a good relationship with Madame Mu. It has nothing to do with the Empress's mission, but rather her private relationship with Madame Mu. Because she had a vague premonition that no matter how hard she tried, unless Fengye took the initiative to promote cooperation with the Diu dynasty, she would not be able to escape the fate of marrying a foreign prince. Unfortunately, she didn't get a chance to talk to Madame Mu until she was taken out of the box by Luo Li. The first meeting ended so hastily, and I never saw Maple Leaf from beginning to end. But none of this matters anymore. "Qing Ling, we should go back and report. It is confirmed that Feng Yi has become the king. This news must be reported to His Majesty as soon as possible." Back in the box, the smile on Luo Li's face disappeared, replaced by seriousness. There are only 7 days left before the World Championship. Although each new nation has 2 opportunities to participate in the new nation tournament, I doubt that with Fengye's strength, he will participate in the World Championship this time. So, you have to be mentally prepared. Luo Li did not say it absolutely, but rather tactfully said, "Your Majesty will most likely send you over a few more times to cooperate with Fengye. Of course, don't feel any psychological pressure. I will most likely come with you." Qing Ling didn't realize whether the word "come here" had a double meaning, and she nodded slowly. "I see." The tone was somewhat helpless. There is no other reason. Maple Leaf is really abnormal. This made her feel powerless in the face of her fate, and the more she understood, the more powerless she felt. I can only pray that Fengye will reject the Diu dynasty's application for the teleportation array, so I don't have to come here. Qing Ling holds on to the last glimmer of hope in his heart. At Luo Li's urging, before the auction was over, they hurriedly took their maids and stepped onto the teleportation array. Ningfan didn't come out of the meeting room until they left. Everything that needed to be explained to Sahan and the others was explained clearly. After seeing them off, Ningfan returned to the main hall of the box. Mu Wanting had already returned to the main hall. When she saw him coming, she immediately went to greet him. "I told him everything that had just happened. Hubby, you won't blame me for acting on my own, will you?" She acted like a good girl and rubbed Ningfan's shoulders diligently. "She's just a woman. You and Yakin can decide." Ningfan waved his hand, but still reminded them, "But be careful that they have other ideas. After all, he is a person sent by an imperial dynasty. It is a bit abnormal for him to be so humble." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Mu Wanting said confidently. Since they're so eager, why not just leave them alone for a few days and then interact with them again after a while? If they still show this much enthusiasm, it won't be too late to talk business with them. Hearing this, Ningfan immediately realized that he was worrying too much. It turns out to be that familiar vixen. "Hubby, there's something wrong with your eyes again. Are you teasing me in your heart?" "Ning-san." "Well, I should have known not to tell you so much." Mu Wanting hid her face in his arms aggrievedly. "I just want to share my husband's worries. I hope my husband doesn't think I'm scheming." Without Ling Long to disturb her, The little tea lady's tea art was perfect. Coincidentally, at this moment, a message alert interrupted her performance. She looked up and saw that it was the message sent by Linglong. Stinky wanting, are you clinging to your husband again? My sisters and I are back, and we brought back 2 new sisters. Where's my husband now? I plan to take the 2 sisters to meet him. Moo wanting rolled her eyes and sent her a message. My husband and I are at the auction house. Please come over. The auction house is holding an auction. Remember to use the inner passage. New. Chapter 251. Expanding the territory again. Looking at the 2 white women in maid outfits in front of him, Ning Fan was a little at a loss. Well, it does look good, but what's the point of a maid outfit? He cast a questioning look at Ling Long, standing beside him. When did he start to like this kind of tune? Ling Long rolled her eyes and said, What are you thinking? It has nothing to do with me. It's not Yakin's request. It's their own decision. Hearing this, Ning Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at the 2 people in front of him again. Elena and Scylla stood together stiffly, wearing the standard black and white maid outfits of the palace maids. The beautiful face and tall figure perfectly highlight the sexiness and cuteness of the maid outfit. Maid Elena greets the Emperor, the Eternal Emperor. Elena bowed and saluted, a little nervous. Elena volunteered to serve the Emperor as a maid. I hope the Emperor can give Elena a chance. If Elena had any hope before, she would have a certain status. Now she just wanted to stay with Ning Fan. Even being Ning Fan's maid is much better than being a goddess, because she personally experienced how horrible the treatment she received after becoming a maid was. Just now, after Ning Fan saw the 2 of them, he subconsciously checked their favorability. Seeing that their favorability levels were all level 3, he bound them directly without hesitation. Therefore, they naturally enjoyed the added effect of the Bronze Sparrow Tower. Again, the effects of doubling lifespan and maintaining eternal youth are extremely attractive to women. Especially Elena, who was born a princess, she understood better what this meant. A maid could enjoy such a miraculous effect, which was enough to show how terrifying Ning Fan's background was. You have to know that this is just a lord who has just arrived. Elena didn't dare to show even a little bit of the pampered nature of a princess and behaved very well. Compared with Elena's little nervousness, Scylla stared at Ning Fan nakedly with her eyes. The faintly excited look on her face made Ning Fan dare not look in her eyes, for fear that she would pounce on him the next second. Ahem. Linglong couldn't bear it any longer and coughed lightly to remind her to control her gaze. Scylla immediately came back to her senses, and noticing the strange looks from the 2, she instantly lowered her eyes shyly. She was probably thinking about what surname the child should have, or maybe she was regretting the portrait she had drawn for Ning Fan. In any case, she was so confused that she didn't even notice the effect of the Bronze Sparrow Tower. Honey, she is Wixen's sister. Linglong mentioned it specifically. Ning Fan nodded slightly, but did not treat her differently because of her identity. He doesn't need to play any checks and balances between the court and the harem. Hubby, Yakin is still in the Elf Federation. Linglong continued. If you have no objection, how about letting the 2 new sisters go and help Yakin? After all, they're familiar with the place. When you're done with your work, let them stay with you. Ning Fan had no objection to this and nodded. Seeing that he had something else to do, Linglong didn't say any more words and took the 2 of them away. Before leaving, the 2 girls did not forget to secretly glance at Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan did not notice that after binding the 2 people, the number of daily returns reached 60 times. He immediately took out a sea-level obsidian armor manufacturing diagram. Ding! 100 returns have been consumed, and a sea-level obsidian armor template has been obtained. The remaining number of returns is 66. I now have 180,000 pieces of obsidian, which is enough to make 60,000 pieces of obsidian armor. With the addition of 4 mineral stones of different sizes, I can produce more than 120,000 pieces of obsidian every month. The output of obsidian armor should be guaranteed. After pondering, Ning Fan made a decision. All 60,000 pieces of obsidian armor were deployed to the mercenary battlefield. Any lord who accepts a mercenary mission can wear a piece of obsidian armor for free. Of course, this is only limited to the period of mercenary missions. If we can obtain higher-level armor templates in the future, we may be able to equip mercenaries with armor of different levels and stages, which can be considered a benefit and incentive. He intended to normalize mercenary missions and even wanted to turn them into an institution of the empire. To achieve this goal, necessary incentives are needed. It is just a means to rule over all lords. After the 4 mineral vein stones were handed over to Yimeng for placement, a loud roar was heard in the auction hall shortly afterwards. Ning Fan looked down curiously and found that the auction had ended. The last few items were all taken away by the indigenous forces without exception, and all the lords who came were just there to watch the show. To a large extent, this also stimulated many lords, especially the lords coming from other regions of the world. Husband. After a while, Mu Wanting pushed the door open and came in with Ling Long, who had just sent Elena and the others in. The two women walked arm in arm, talking and laughing. Here, honey, this is the proceeds from this auction. The two women came to Ning Fan, and Mu Wanting handed him a list. Ning Fan took a quick look. Because this auction adopted cornerstone bidding, there was only one item in the revenue column. Total revenue of 20 million cornerstones. In addition, there are a total of 45 indigenous forces that want to be permanent residents of the auction. Mu Wanting said, the so-called permanent auction means that you can receive invitations to auctions on a regular basis. Okay, since they're willing to cooperate with the auction house, we should give them the quota. Ning Fan said in a calm tone, although there are more than 80 forces here. In fact, the Dayu dynasty is already the top force among them, and the rest are just small forces. There is no need to pay too much attention. You just need to cooperate normally to obtain some resources from them, such as terrain cores, ores, veins, etc. Wanting is responsible for these matters. Ning Fan opened the Lord's screen and clicked on the territory construction interface after a long absence. The number of cornerstones in hand has reached 54 million. It is time to expand the territory. After he consumed more than 40 million cornerstones in one go, the area of his territory directly reached 100 square kilometers, nearly doubling. Afterwards, all the remaining cornerstones were used to expand the commercial center. After the territory entered the empire, the upper limit of the outer island area was reached to 100 square kilometers, and it could be developed into a real island. After the expansion, the commercial center covers an area of 10 square kilometers. Based on this, it is more than enough to develop into a metropolis. Wanting, I have expanded the business center. Please make arrangements and do the planning and construction. Ning Fan turned his head and looked at Mu Wanting, saying seriously, after the regional barriers disappear, the commercial center will gradually be open to all lords. It will take some time for the auction house to be upgraded. The auction house's teleportation array can only be open to lords in the surrounding areas for the time being. So we must first rely on small teleportation arrays to open up as many areas as possible so that more lords can reach the commercial level. Okay, husband, I understand. Muwantin smiled knowingly. She had already seen clearly the purpose of Ning Fan's series of actions. Whether it is a mercenary mission or a commercial street, on the one hand, it is about building a channel for obtaining resources, and on the other hand, it is about shaping the authority of an empire. When the commercial street can replace the trading hall, and when mercenary missions can become a way for all lords to obtain resources, the authority demonstrated by the empire will be no less than that of the lord system. Of course, the road to building a golden body is particularly long, and these two aspects alone are not enough. This road is just the beginning for Ning Fan. But he didn't know that someone in the northern part of the Elf Federation had already sent him a wonderful assist. A key item that determines the efficiency of the empire and also represents the foundation. A large-scale teleportation array that can span a large area. Manufacturing diagram. Chapter 252, Guild Action. Late night and early morning. The commercial street is still bustling with people. The auction had just ended, and almost all the lords who came to attend the auction were shocked by the grandeur of the auction. So much so that they were reluctant to leave for a long time. Therefore, the commercial street naturally became their place of entertainment. In a private room of a restaurant, 3 middle-aged men were toasting each other with great enthusiasm. What's interesting is that judging by their appearance, these 3 people don't look like people from the same ethnic group. Mr. Wu, I have seen the strength of your emperor. It is indeed as good as his reputation. It is really eye-opening. The tall and thin man, with a piece of cloth on his head, exclaimed. He was Shah, Prince Solomon, who had been scolded by the people from the Dayu dynasty in the waiting hall earlier. However, in the Lord's world, the title of prince does not work, at least not in other areas. So when he goes out, he is very aware that he will not call himself a prince. Hey, Boss Shah, you shouldn't say that. In the Lord's world, the emperor is the emperor. There is no such thing as yours and mine. Wu Ming from the cave quickly corrected himself. He is one of the younger brothers under Di who, and currently serves as a junior steward, above whom there are the senior steward, the elders, and the vice president. The status is not too high. I said the wrong thing, Solomon said with a smile. He felt a little dizzy after drinking a few glasses of wine. It's not his fault. After all, they were drinking Highland barley wine specially supplied by the grassland tribes. People with weak physical constitutions would not be able to handle drinking too much. But I heard that your cave is under the command of the emperor. I wonder if Mr. Wu can introduce me to the emperor. Once these words were spoken, it felt like the real purpose was revealed. No wonder he suddenly found me. It turned out to be for this matter. Wu Ming showed a bitter smile on his face. Boss Xia, you are flattering me. Not to mention me. Even if I were a president, I might not be able to meet the emperor. I really can't help you with this. Hearing this, Solomon showed disappointment on his face. It's okay. I just thought too much. Wu Ming's expression changed, and he couldn't help but ask, what is the purpose of Boss Xia's meeting with the emperor? Why else? Solomon said sadly, I just want to get to know the emperor and see if I can get him a business deal. He then explained the reason. To be honest, before coming here, Xia thought he had developed well enough and was well known in the region. He could provide a lot of cornerstones, resources, and people. After coming into contact with the indigenous forces today, I finally realized how big this world is. You don't know. Solomon sighed. I am a prince, the banner of the Muslim world, but today I was scolded by a woman, and I couldn't resist. Solomon raised his hand and placed it on his neck like a knife. Xia doesn't feel safe now. Thinking of a scene in the waiting hall, Solomon felt both angry and sad. He was not blind and could see how good the equipment worn by the women in that group was. The armor and swords alone were probably C-grade. That's why he is eager to improve his strength so that he won't encounter such a predicament in the future. After hearing his words, Wu Ming had a complicated expression on his face. He really didn't know what to say. After all, their cave was still far inferior to the indigenous forces, so there was no way to comfort them. At this time, the third person who had been watching quietly for a long time spoke. Your Highness, I understand your feelings very well. The cabinet territory of our Sakura country was destroyed by the indigenous forces. Although I don't despise them for carrying out the slave politics after coming to the Lord's world, I have to admit that the existence of the indigenous forces poses a great threat to us. Only someone as powerful as His Majesty the Emperor can keep these barbarians in line. Wu Ming glanced at Ichiro Hihara, the Sakura man he met on the World Channel. To be honest, Wu Ming really wanted to despise him for being so presumptuous and daring to compare himself to the Emperor, but when he saw the admiring look on his face, he suddenly didn't know what to say. The barbarians fear power, but not virtue. I think you Sakura people are the same. He complained secretly in his heart. I couldn't say this out loud. After all, we still had to work together in the future. Thinking of the president's instruction to extract all their value in a friendly manner, Wu Ming immediately put on a smile. Just as he was about to say something, Solomon beside him spoke first. What Fei Yuan-san said makes sense, but it's a bit too ambitious to reach the level of an emperor. I just want to be a prince and enjoy the status of a prince. Solomon looked like a man with rich ambitions, but few plans, and Fei Yuan didn't know what to say. Wu Ming took the opportunity to say, if this is the only request, there is no need for the Lord Emperor to intervene. Boss Xia can just cooperate with our cave. Oh, Solomon's eyes lit up. If I cooperate with your cave, can I get the protection of the Emperor? That depends on Boss Xia's ability. Wu Ming chuckled. His calm and mysterious look instantly piqued the interest of both people. Mr. Wu, Fei Yuan suddenly stood up and bowed solemnly to Wu Ming. Fei Yuan came here to cooperate with the cave. I hope Mr. will give me some advice. As early as during the online communication, Wu Ming had tried to win over Fei Yuan, hoping that he could become one of the distributors of Daiku in the Sakura area. The so-called dealer actually made him a slave trader, and the underground cave gave him a name and sent someone to tell him the process. Fei Yuan was a little hesitant at first, but after coming here, his ideas changed drastically. He realized that everything he had seen in the cherry blossom area before was just a superficial view of the world. The beauty of this world made him intoxicated and fantasize. What is the use of benevolence, righteousness, integrity, and shame? As long as he can gain strength, it is not a problem for him to buy and sell cherry blossom slaves, or even to kill people indiscriminately. Wu Ming didn't waste time talking to him and directly took out a contract. Hihara-san, I have said everything that needs to be said. If you are really willing, just sign this contract. I promise that you, Hihara Ichiro, will receive the full support of our cave in the future, including military support for you to establish a power. The premise is that you can meet the requirements set out in the contract. Fei Yuan picked up the contract and looked at it. There were dozens of requirements listed on it, covering all aspects. It was not much different from a contract to sell one's body. One of them is particularly eye-catching. 10,000 Sakura slaves must be provided every month, and half of them must be women. If you want higher-level treatment, such as firepower support and sending troops to the cave, you must provide more slaves and develop some lower-level dealers. Seeing this treaty, not only Fei Yuan's scalp tingled, but even Solomon, who was peeping from the side, was shocked. Is this really not a pyramid scheme organization? If Wu Ming knew what they were thinking, he would definitely reply with disdain, I already buy and sell slaves, so does it matter what organization it is? Other guilds can hire killers to kill people, so you should be surprised. Mr. Wu, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to cooperate with your cave. Openly trading slaves will be labeled as a demon in our Muslim world, so, Solomon said with embarrassment. No problem. Wu Ming had expected this. After all, the aristocratic rule of camel also requires a name. Your Highness is a noble prince. How could he engage in such a business? He complimented him, and then said, Slave trading is our business in the cave, and has nothing to do with the Emperor. If your Highness wants to gain the favor of the Emperor, you can search for some rare treasures and present them to the Emperor. The Emperor is quite interested in these things. Rare treasures? Solomon asked puzzledly. They are high-level and rare items, and it would be best if they have manufacturing drawings. Wu Ming explained that this was something their president had instructed him to do. Well, at this stage, all sea-level manufacturing diagrams are basically rare, so in the final analysis, as long as it is a high-level manufacturing diagram, it is possible for the Emperor to take a fancy to it. Your Highness. Wu Ming called him by his honorific title again, his expression quite serious. To be honest, many famous guilds in this area basically rose to prominence after they produced high-level manufacturing diagrams and received support from the big guys. I believe that with your influence in the Arab world, it shouldn't be difficult to search for rare treasures. If your Highness is willing, as long as your Highness helps us to expand our business channels in the Arab world, our vault is willing to help you establish a kingdom and help your Highness become one of the VIPs of the auction house. Of course, your Highness, how many rare treasures you can find will determine your position among the VIPs. Once these words were spoken, the real purpose was revealed. Solomon was silent, or rather, he was shaken. After thinking it over again and again, he said in a deep voice, I can promise you, but I have a condition. Your Highness, please speak. I hope your cave's business in the Arab world won't involve me. I can help you secretly. No problem. Wu Ming immediately stood up and extended his hand towards him with a little excitement. How could he not be excited? If this matter was accomplished, he would at least become a big manager. If the business in the Arab world went well, it would not be too much to become an elder. According to their understanding, the Arab world has nearly 100 regions, which is already a very large area in the entire Blue Star region. The market for slave trade was unimaginably huge. Your Highness, it's a pleasure to work with you. Please believe me, by cooperating with us, you will have an absolute position and the strength to match it in the Arab world in the future. Thank you for your good wishes. Solomon also smiled. In fact, he chose to cooperate with the cave out of necessity. After the regional integration, it is still unknown whether he will be able to have the same status in the Arab world as in this region, so he must do something to ensure his position. Regional integration represents many interests, and the elites in both the Muslim and Christian worlds understand this, and no one is stupid. Fei Yuan was not stupid either. Seeing that Prince Solomon had made his choice, he gritted his teeth and said with determination, Mr. Wu, I am willing to sign an agreement with your cave. He did not have the influence like Solomon. He was just a small karami in their area, so he could only choose to become a vassal of the catacombs, without even the capital to negotiate. Wu Ming treated Fei Yuan's choice with a usual smile. Congratulations, Hihara-san. You'll be the first distributor of the cave in the Sakura area. Just like that, a mere steward of the cave managed to bring a prince and a Sakura man into the cave. Things like this not only happen frequently in the cave, but also in other local guilds. Those local guilds that can follow Ning Fan's footsteps and grow stronger are all smart people. How could they let go of the regional integration cake? Each of them has a big appetite, and they also took advantage of this auction to reach out to other regions. Chapter 253, National Mission, World Championship. The next morning, An announcement was posted on the Lord's interface early on. The age of disorder arrives. The barriers in the endless sea Blue Star area disappeared, and all ferry routes of all forces were expelled. The mission system is enabled. Any foreign forces active in the Blue Star area are considered invaders. Corresponding missions are generated. All lords can view and accept the missions by themselves. World Parliament opens. Rankings updated. National mission. Domain Master Competition is now online. National mission. The World Championship is now online. When Ning Fan woke up and saw these announcements, he immediately wiped his eyes and perked up. It's not because of the content of the announcement, but the prompts that came with it. The mission system is open. As you're the first emperor in the Blue Star region, you enjoy the privilege of Emperor's Order and can actively issue bounty missions. The Emperor's Order has a 100 bounty bonus. In addition to the mission rewards given by the Emperor himself, the Lord system will give an additional reward to encourage other lords to accept the Emperor's Order mission. One imperial decree can be issued every day. In addition, the Emperor himself can enjoy a 100 bonus when accepting system tasks. It was another familiar function and privilege. Ning Fan had already known about the Emperor's Order, so he was not surprised at all. What caught his attention were 2 national missions. Open the newly added task system. What you can see are bounty missions one after another, all of which are related to eliminating foreign indigenous pirates. That is, the mission of attacking native islands. But now it is no longer called the native island, but the pirate island. After the Blue Star region entered an era of disorder, pirates gained the ability to transform islands. It could be predicted that if the pirates on the island are not cleared out in time and the island is developed over a longer period of time, new indigenous forces may be formed. Or perhaps, just like Ning Fan expanded his power to the Sirius continent, these pirates might become a springboard for some indigenous force to invade the Blue Star region. Of course, this is just Ning Fan's guess. How it will develop specifically still needs time to test. But one thing is certain, they have been clearly identified as invaders by the Lord system, which will definitely have an impact on the development of the Blue Star region. In addition to the ordinary pirate bounty missions, the mission interface also has 2 top missions. Ordinary pirate clearing tasks have white borders, while the 2 top tasks all have gold borders, which shows their importance. National mission. Fight for Domain Master. Passive tasks that all lords participate in by default. Mission objective. Become the controller of the Blue Star region, i.e., the Domain Lord. Task requirements. 1. Establish national order in the territory. 2. Participate in the World Championship and rank in the top 10,000 in the final results. 3. After achieving the first 2 goals, spend 10 million cornerstones to start the Domain Master competition and compete with all qualified lords for the Domain Master title. Task reward. Obtain the title of Domain Lord, and you can handle all matters in the Blue Star region on behalf of the Lord system, including but not limited to identifying intruders, influencing emergencies, unlocking new functions, etc. Gain an all-knowing vision of the Blue Star region. Each time a ranking list reward is issued, the domain owner will receive an additional domain owner ranking reward. The richness of the reward is related to the overall regional strength. Once a new domain master is born, the era of the Blue Star region will move forward directly. Current era, the age of disorder. Domain owners can learn about the content of the next era in advance and obtain relevant privileges. Note, only lords with the identity of this region can participate in the competition for regional domain lords. The same applies to other regions. Any lord can serve as the domain lord of multiple regions at the same time if he meets the requirements. Seeing the last tip, Ning Fan instantly thought of the tip given when he unlocked the state shepherd system. After the overseas territory is assimilated into the empire, the lord will be regarded as a member of the overseas territory continent, with a dual identity, and enjoy all the rights and interests granted to the continent by rules. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I can become the domain master of Qingming continent? Thinking of this, Ning Fan was slightly startled, but soon felt relieved. Struggle is the main theme of the Lord's continent. The underlying logic of this rule is actually to encourage expansion. He sat up and leaned against the head of the bed. The Shuing Linglong, who was sleeping next to me, was still blowing bubbles, and her sleeping posture was hard to describe. Ning Fan was in high spirits and poked her increasingly flawless face. Just last night, he bestowed the title of imperial concubine on all the women in his family, allowing them all to enjoy the treatment that an imperial concubine deserved. There was an explosion in favorability. Except for Ling Long, Wanting, and Yakin, the favorability of all the women in the family reached level 5. All of a sudden, the number of returns he could get per day increased by 10 times to 60 times. Such a huge gain made him realize once again how incredible the effect of the position was. Even the women at home can have such a big change in their mood after experiencing it, so you can imagine how attractive it is to other people. It is certain that office and its effects must have been one of the foundations of the prosperity of the empire. Institutions can bring new positions and effects, while wonders can give positions additional effects. The importance of both is extraordinary, Ning Fan exclaimed. He continued to look at the next task. The task of competing for the territory master is still a bit far away for him at the moment, so he doesn't need to pay too much attention to it, and just needs to proceed step by step. The following task is what he is most concerned about. National Mission, Competition of Nations. The 11,420th World Nations Tournament will be held in 6 days. All forces that have established a nation can sign up to participate. The venue of the 10,000 Nations Tournament is in the other dimensional space, Tianshao domain. The competition is governed by the Wan Guojuhi rules, and there is no organizer. The specific rules need to be understood by yourself after going to Tianshao City. Participating in this event will give you a chance to get rare special items and high-level items above S level. Forces that perform well have a better chance of being rewarded with wonders and broken rules, including kingdom promotion, position granting rules, development rules, war rules, etc. The Tournament of Nations lasts for 1 year. During this period, you'll have the opportunity to travel to and from the territory once a month. You will not be able to manage territory affairs during the rest of the time, so you need to carefully consider whether to participate. Because of the protection of the rules, all participating forces have no security risks. Registration fee, 1 million cornerstones. 1 million cornerstones is a huge expense for other lords, but it is nothing to Ning Fan. It's okay to go to a competition that offers spectacles and position granting rules. There's no safety risk anyway. If you can get a wonder, you'll make a lot of money. But it took a while. He had some concerns. It's impossible to say that there is no impact after not being able to stay in the territory for a whole year. After all, the empire was just starting out, and once he left, all matters within the territory would have to be handled by Wanting and Yakin. Such an important event will probably attract other forces as well. If so, there shouldn't be any strong enemies invading our territory in the next year. Thinking of this, Ning Fan breathed a sigh of relief. If there is no external pressure, with Wanting and Yiming's abilities, managing the territory should not be a problem. Moreover, with the disappearance of regional barriers, Yiming has already arrived at the territory. Without any worries, she can devote herself to territory management. At worst, he still has the chance to return to the territory, and if any problems arise, he can help solve them. So after weighing the pros and cons, Ning Fan chose to sign up. You have signed up for the World Championship. You'll go to Tianshao City in 6 days. You can bring 5 companions with you. Ning Fan sent a message to Wanting and Yimeng, informing them of this matter, and let them make arrangements and plans as early as possible. In the next few days, we will first find out what the rules of the World Championship are. After so many competitions, many forces should know them well. Although the hint says that things will become clear after reaching Tianshao City, it is always a good idea to prepare for a rainy day. The image of Fairy Qingling appeared in his mind, and he muttered to himself, as an old power, the Diyu dynasty should be clear about the rules. Let Wanting ask them when she has time. Chapter 254, Mercenary Mission in Progress. Just as Ning Fan was paying attention to 2 national tasks. Far away in the Qingming continent, the overseas military base on the Hague Island was already bustling with activity. The construction of the military base on the Hague Island has long been completed. The military base covers an area of 1 square kilometer and is surrounded by 10-meter-high thick walls, all built with grade A cement. Due to its rational construction, its defense capability reaches the terrifying A+ grade. This shows the professionalism of the 3 major workers' unions. It is impeccable in terms of construction speed and construction requirements. After this project, the 3 major workers' unions have become the second-tier guilds after the 4 major guilds, and their status in the auction house has risen sharply. The light of the large teleportation array flickered from time to time. From the moment the regional barriers disappear, mercenary missions will be launched within the local area, the 6 surrounding areas. Lords in different costumes walked out of the teleportation array one by one. They all came to participate in the mercenary mission. The guild's mercenaries still need to be integrated, but individual lords don't need to go through so much trouble. They can just take a teleportation array and come here alone. Looking at the towering walls not far away and the surrounding military buildings, the lords who came were all stunned in place, staring with their eyes wide open. What a bold and heroic work. Oh my God, what the hell are you doing? Is this still the Lord's world? They've created such a big scene right from the start. Are they planning to have some doomsday battle? Mom, I want to go home. A young man couldn't bear the pressure, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Bang! The burly man behind him slapped him on the head mercilessly. You are such a loser. If I had known earlier, I would have spent some money to let you go to the commercial street to see for yourself. You are really embarrassing me. As he spoke, the sturdy man looked at the people around him and scolded. Come on, you guys are in this state, and you still want to fight the doomsday war? You're just worrying about nothing. You might as well ask me if you're worthy of it. Hearing this, several people, including the young man, lowered their heads. It was obvious that they were used to being scolded. Obviously, they came as a group, and the strong man was the leader among them. It is very common among individual lords to develop in groups. If you don't want to join a guild and be bound by others, but don't have the ability to build up your own power, you can only choose this model of team development. And this group of people are also the main force of mercenary missions. After all, it has been stated before that mercenaries fight in the form of squad combat. It is obviously the best choice for acquaintances to participate in the task in groups. The people around noticed the situation here, and all of them looked on with an interested look, but they were quickly retracted their gazes after being reprimanded by their team leader. After a while, a group of armored soldiers came before the lords. The lords in front of them were not the first group to arrive, and the soldiers in the military base were already very familiar with the procedures. An instructor walked out. They were previously instructors of the Martial Alliance, but when Longzi joined the Empire, they followed as well. They are all Wolf's most loyal brothers, and their number far exceeds the previous team of 10 instructors, totaling as many as 100 people. These instructors all became the middle-level backbone of the new Black Slave Army under Longzi, but they did not have any positions yet. They have to fight for their own status. Quiet, the middle-aged instructor said solemnly. The nearly 5,000-strong team of lords fell silent in an instant, staring at him with a hint of hesitation and embarrassment. Since you can come here, you must have made your decision. I will give you one last chance. If anyone wants to quit, you can turn around and walk into the teleportation array to go home now. Once you choose to stay, it will take at least 3 days before you can finish your employment mission and return home. The middle-aged instructor glanced at them, his eyes calm, yet making people dare not look directly at him. If anyone wants to quit, stand up. After these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent. Although they are somewhat afraid of war, they would not come here if they did not want to stand out. After experiencing the struggling life of crawling around and humiliating oneself, and then thinking about the rewards of mercenary missions, war doesn't seem so scary anymore. So no one said a word and left. Very good. You are qualified to be a soldier. The middle-aged instructor forced a smile, which eased the atmosphere a little. Then start choosing your camp leader. 10 men dressed as instructors walked out from the ranks of soldiers, stood in front of the crowd, put their hands behind their backs, and stood with their feet in stride. Without exception, they were all instructors from the woman. To be more precise, they had worked with Longzi and all had experience as mercenaries. Choosing different camp leaders will be responsible for different battlefields. Specific combat missions will be issued by the respective camp leaders. The leaders will not participate in the command, but will only be responsible for issuing missions and rewards. If you participate in a mercenary mission again in the future, you will be directly assigned to the previous camp. In theory, there will be no difference in choosing any camp, so just pick the one you like. The middle-aged instructor joked. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present burst into laughter and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. However, if a lord with military experience saw this scene, he would probably realize that this is the same as new recruits joining the army. On the first day, everyone was in harmony, talking and laughing. But after the early morning, their faces would definitely change, and they would be promoted if they disagreed with each other. Soon, everyone lined up in front of the instructors and chose their camps. The middle-aged instructor spoke again. Next, your commander will take you to your respective camps. The camps at this military base will be the base camp for your future mercenary career. All rewards will be distributed here, and you can also rest in the camps. Also, the camps will be distributing weapons and equipment to the mercenaries later. Remember that none of the weapons and equipment can be brought back to the Endless Sea. The teleportation array has special inspections, so don't rely on luck. There is only one passage from the Hague Island back to the Endless Sea, which is the teleportation array, so it is very easy to ensure that the distributed weapons and equipment do not leak out. This is also the reason why Ning Fan dared to distribute 60,000 pieces of C-grade obsidian armor. The middle-aged instructor changed the subject and continued. Of course, if you like the mercenaries' weapons and equipment, you can also exchange them for military merits. This is what the lords specifically instructed. Now, everyone return to camp. In 12 hours, we will head to the battlefield of Qingming Continent. After the middle-aged instructor finished speaking, all the lords, led by the commander, headed to their respective military camps. A military camp covering an area of 1 square kilometer can easily accommodate thousands of people. Moreover, the main base is still within the L Federation. This place is just a place similar to a mission hall. Even if there are tens of thousands of people participating in the mercenary mission, it can still operate normally. After a while, bursts of exclamations were heard from each camp. Boss, this is actually sea-level armor, and it has a combat power bonus. Among the team of strong men, the young man was holding a thin obsidian armor with an excited look on his face. The expression of his teammate next to him was completely opposite. He said in a sad tone, "They said we weren't going to fight the apocalypse, but they brought out such good armor. I can't think of any other reason than to let me fight to my heart's content. Woo-woo boss, what should I do? Are you going to eat this official ration? Damn it, you are only worthy of eating vegetables in this life." The strong man, Zhao Debiao, slapped him. "Do you think you deserve to be buried with a sea-level armor? Get lost. If you don't want to die on the battlefield, go practice with your weapons. You too. Whoever holds me back will be the first one I will deal with." Zhao Debiao turned his head and looked at the other three. Under his tyranny, the 4 of them left the room angrily and went to the playground to practice weapons. In addition to the armor, the mercenaries were also equipped with a D-level standard spear. With the C-level obsidian armor as a good example, the D-level spear seems very ordinary, but it is equally precious to them. At this time, many people gathered on the playground. They were happily wearing new armor and practicing with spears. Cheers were heard one after another, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly warm. In the room, after the 4 people left, Zhao Debiao immediately changed his expression, looking at him as if he was looking at a treasure, and carefully stroked the armor in his hand. "It's a sea-level item. If I can accumulate enough military merits to exchange for one, this trip will be a complete success." As Zhao Debiao was mumbling, a picture involuntarily appeared in his mind. He, Zhao Debiao, was wearing obsidian armor, stabbing the pirates on the island to death one by one, occupying one island after another with force, and living a happy life from then on. It was a small and somewhat absurd ideal, but it was what countless lords in the military camp hoped for. For these independent lords, being able to conquer an island and take all the resources on it is already a great thing. Chapter 255 Rumors on the World Channel. Even the individual lords in the local area are like this, so one can imagine how the lords in other areas react. Because there was 12 hours of preparation time, the details of the mercenary mission quickly spread throughout the World Channel. At first, everyone's reaction was no different from that of the lords participating in the mission. Seeing that sea-level armor is just the regular equipment of mercenaries, there were countless sounds of envy and surprise. But when it was learned that the mercenary missions were only for the local area, the direction of the World Channel was wrong. Inside the manor, Yimeng and Lu Qin came to the manor for the first time. Wanting and Linglong were taking them upstairs to choose a room. Ning Fan sat in the living room board and flipped through the tasks posted in the task system. He planned to wait for the girls to finish their work and discuss matters concerning the World Championship with them. Suddenly, a message came in. He opened it and saw that it was sent by Dihu. "Boss, can you give me a position as a World Channel Administrator?" "What do you want this for?" Ning Fan asked. Dihu replied, There are a few foreigners, Japanese devils and Koreans who are making a lot of nonsense on the World Channel. I can't stand their faces and want to punish them." Ning Fan frowned. In his impression, Dihu was very good at seeking profit and did not seem like the kind of person who would meddle in other people's business. There may be some hidden story behind this. He opened the Lord interface and was about to take a look at the World Channel to understand the situation. Feng Linglong's voice suddenly came. Hubby, these people on the World Channel are so abominable. You must teach them a lesson. Feng Linglong walked down the stairs angrily and came to Ning Fan's side with swift steps. Behind him followed Yimeng and Wanting. Both girls also looked a little angry, but they were calmer and did not show it very obviously. Look, husband, look at how chaotic the World Channel has become. Feng Linglong sat down next to Ning Fan and showed him the contents on the screen. The above is the historical statement from World Channel. Ning Fan was somewhat confused and silently turned his head to look at the screen. World Channel. Double Heroes of Majory. Tisk the mercenary mission has come, and he hasn't become a domain master yet. Does he really think of himself as the boss of the Blue Star region? One People's Party. Choi Hyo-jun. That's right, it's just to deceive the lords who are not aware of the situation. The so-called emperor is just a little ahead of the others. It's nothing great. We will have one sooner or later in the Great Stick Country. Osaka Yuichi. Someone actually dared to take on a mission that is not subject to the Lord system. I, Osaka Yuichi, admire him for being a brave man. I hope that when he's sold out, he won't come out crying. Francis, the light of God does not shine on the Lord's world. The only way to survive is to speculate on people's hearts with the greatest malice. Don't envy those who are blinded by the devil. A bunch of people were acting weird, and their attitudes were becoming more and more wild and direct, with almost no restraint. There is only one reason. They cannot accept mercenary missions and cannot enjoy the benefits. This is exactly what is meant by, it is not the scarcity of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality of wealth. In fact, at the beginning, some people just complained a few words, hoping that Ning Fan would notice it and let them participate in the mission. After all, the disappearance of regional barriers gave them hope. However, the world channels are a mixed bag, which has evolved into the current situation. This obviously violated Ning Fan's core interests. Honey, they are too presumptuous. Linglong clenched her fists. Since they are ruining the pot after eating, why not just ban the World Channel? The World Channel is of little use to us anyway. Hearing this, Ning Fan, who was still in deep thought, suddenly widened his eyes. Oh my God, is this what happens when you mess with a woman? If there is a disagreement, he will drop a nuclear bomb and destroy the World Channel. But on second thought, it seems that it is not impossible. As a manager, he has the supreme privilege, and he has every right to do so. I think Linglong's method is good. Yimeng echoed, her clear voice revealing the spirit of solidarity. We must make them realize the consequences of saying the wrong thing. The majesty of the emperor cannot be desecrated. After a pause, she glanced at the three people staring at her, then considered. While shutting down the World Channel, you can also post a bounty in the mission system and reward all those who can't control their mouths. Wait until all bounty targets are dead, then reopen the World Channel. After the conversation, Linglong and Wanting smiled at each other and gave Yimeng an admiring look, as if to say, not bad sisters. Noticing the two people's gazes, Yimeng lowered her eyes in a rare reserved manner. Today, after arriving at the territory, she finally integrated into the group of sisters. It was impossible for her to not be nervous. She also longed to be recognized by Wanting and Linglong. Well, what you said makes sense. Ning Fan nodded and accepted their suggestions. This matter may seem insignificant, but in fact it is very harmful. The rumors on the World Channel were like an arrow shot at the Emperor of Zhou. If he did not respond with thunder and lightning, more people would probably challenge his prestige. Once the prestige is damaged, it will be difficult to turn the commercial street into a holy place. As the saying goes, a mountain is not famous because of its height, but because of the immortals living there. Even if it does not become the golden body of the emperor, the model of the commercial street can be replicated by many people. Even if you can't achieve his level, at least you can try to draw a tiger and open a few markets. After thinking it over again and again, he turned to look at Mu Wanting and gave instructions. Let Dihu and Tur come over. It was just a simple sentence, but it made the girls stunned. Husband, are you going to mobilize troops? Mu Wanting asked in surprise. It's time to show our strength. Otherwise, there will always be people who take chances. Ning Fan said calmly. Dealing with the overlords in the Blue Star region is a piece of cake. Not to mention the Black Slave Army. Even new recruits who have been trained for a few days can crush them. So when it is time to mobilize troops, we should mobilize them. There is no need to feel any pressure. Moreover, the World Championship is just around the corner, and he will leave the territory in a few days. This is a good opportunity for him to flex his muscles and make those restless lords in the world region behave themselves, thus reducing the pressure on Wanting and others. Okay. Wanting took a deep breath and nodded, then quickly turned on the screen to convey Ning Fan's order. Unlike her cautious attitude towards war, Feng Linglong behaved like a fanatic. There was a hint of excitement suppressed in her beautiful eyes. She took Ning Fan's arm and subconsciously threw herself into his arms. Ning Fan was afraid that she would say that she wanted to join the battle personally the next second, so he covered her eyes with his hands, not giving her a chance to speak, and turned to Yiming. Yiming, please take a moment to investigate which area's lords are jumping the most. Select an area as the primary target and use a small teleportation array to build a teleportation array leading to that area. Try to send the army to that area within 5 days. Although the regional barriers have disappeared, the small teleportation array only has a transmission distance of 500 kilometers, so transporting troops across regions is still a considerable project. The biggest challenge for this expedition is logistics. Yimeng was just about to take over the matter when Mu Wanting beside her suddenly made a sound. The sky blue crystal high heels tapped lightly on the floor, and the three of them cast doubtful glances. But Mu Wanting's lips curled up slightly, and she looked at Ning Fan with joy and excitement and said, "Hubby, there's no need to bother with that. Someone has sent us a big gift." Chapter 256, The Real Gift. Big gift? Ning Fan asked curiously, what gift? Wanting has been with him for a while after all. Something that makes her call it a great gift and make her so excited is obviously not an ordinary thing. And Wanting's answer did not disappoint him. 1. A level large teleportation array manufacturing diagram. What? Ning Fan stood up quickly. Really? Seeing this, Mu Wanting covered her lips and chuckled. It was the first time she saw Ning Fan lose his composure like this because of an object, but she was also genuinely happy. Of course it's true. The teleportation array blueprint is already in my hands. Here, husband, look. Mu Wanting showed the screen. 3 heads came over in an instant. The screen clearly displayed information about a blueprint of a large A-level teleportation array. Ning Fan took a deep breath, and his pounding heart finally calmed down. It's confirmed. It really is a blueprint of a large teleportation array. And it was a blueprint, not a physical teleportation array. This surprised him particularly. He could have templated it. With the template, he can go anywhere he wants in the entire Blue Star area in the future without having to worry about logistical issues. A large teleportation array can handle it. More importantly, the plan to expand to the Sirius continent can also start to get on track. This is truly a great gift. Who sent the drawings? Ning Fan couldn't help but ask. A commander who escaped from the L Federation. L4 is also in his hands. He has more than 10,000 soldiers and horses. Mu Wanting recounted the entire process of Commander Mia's change of heart and said at the end, Li Chuangyuan brought him here and is waiting to see you at the auction house. Husband, do you want to go over and meet him? Ning Fan nodded slightly. You must meet. Although the other party's behavior was somewhat shameful, abandoning the city and fleeing during the war, and then betraying his master, but at least he gave him a big gift. Just for this level of understanding, he deserves to be treated well. As for what kind of treatment, let's go and meet him first. Ning Fan stood up, put his arm around Feng Linglong's waist, and prepared to take them to the auction house. Since Mia has brought more than 10,000 soldiers, perhaps the task of conquering the Lord can be given to him. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about the whereabouts of his men in the short term, and he can achieve his goal without spending a single soldier. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In fact, having such an army roaming around the Blue Star region would be a long-term deterrent to other lords. The more Ning Fan thought about it, the more he felt that letting Mia and the others resume the old business of the L Federation in the Blue Star region, becoming pirates, was a good choice. Of course, this pirate is not that pirate. After all, he is a pirate flying his flag, the righteous army of the Empire. How can he be called a pirate? The corners of Ning Fan's mouth turned slightly evil, which made Mu Wanting raise her eyebrows. She wanted to say, Honey, there's something wrong with your eyes again. However, because Linglong and Yimeng were still there, she didn't say it. She just moved closer to him, took his arm, and pinched his waist quietly. Husband, please pay attention to your image. Your vest has fallen off. Ning Fan turned his head to look at Wanting in confusion. Seeing her charming eyes with a faint smile on her face, he came to his senses instantly and coughed twice. Let's go to the auction house. Several people quickly took the teleportation array to the auction house. Husband, Please take the two sisters with you. I won't go. As soon as they came out of the teleportation array, Yimeng said, my husband will be going to participate in the World Championship in a few days. I should go and help my husband take care of all matters related to the territory and make good plans so that he won't worry. Yimeng's words reminded Ningfan. At first, he called the three girls to discuss the Tournament of Nations, but he didn't expect this incident to happen, which delayed it. Then I won't go over either. Feng Linglong let go of Ningfan's arm. Husband, please give me the management rights of the World Channel. Leave the cleaning of the World Channel and issuing tasks to me. She looked as if she was determined to help Ning Fan share his worries. Ning Fan had a weird expression on his face. Can you really leave it to you? Are you sure you won't blow up the World Channel for me? Feng Linglong punched Ning Fan in the chest. Husband, a rabbit will bite when it's angry, she said fiercely. Muwaning laughed unkindly. She seldom saw Linglong with this expression. In the past, she would only see it when Linglong hated her so much but couldn't beat her. I never expected that one day I would see her use this trick on other people. There's always a sense of fate. And her smile instantly attracted hatred. Feng Linglong glanced at her sideways, as if she was looking at her best friend to death. Seeing this, Mu Wanting at least said something for her. Hubby, just let Linglong do it. The worst that can happen is that the World Channel will be destroyed. It doesn't matter. What nice smell of tea. Is this really speaking for Linglong? Ning Fan coughed lightly. But Wanting was not wrong in saying this. If it was gone, it was gone. It was just an area of the blue star. After having the large teleportation array template, his sights were no longer here. Okay, then you two get busy. Don't get too tired. Try to get other people in the family to help share the burden. He held the two girls' hands, gave them some kind advice, and straightened their delicate little hair in no time. I know. Husband, don't worry. Feng Linglong walked to the 5th floor with Yimeng, smiling like a flower, and did not forget to pout at Wanting before leaving. I probably cursed Wanting in my heart. Yimeng's office is on the 5th floor. The two women pushed open the door and found Shui in the office. Seeing them, Shui immediately stepped forward and greeted them. Mrs. Feng, Sister Yimeng. Sister Shui, you're welcome. Feng Linglong waved her hand. After getting Ning Fan's permission, she was in a very happy mood. She walked straight to the sofa and sat down. She turned on the screen and started calling people in the group to help. Is there something? Yimeng saw that Shui was waiting for her, so she asked. Shui said, the Great Yu Dynasty has submitted 2 applications to the auction house today to use the teleportation array. They have been suppressed for the time being and have not been processed yet. Hearing this, Feng Linglong, who was sitting on the sofa, looked over immediately and asked, is it the Great Yu Dynasty where Fairy Qingling is from? Yeah. Shui nodded at her. Then forget about it. Feng Linglong waved her hands and said rather unceremoniously, Wanting has already obtained her husband's consent, so we can leave them alone for a while. If there are any more applications from them in the next few days, they will be suppressed. The reason why she didn't change her mind was that she felt that she shouldn't have any contact with them. She should wait until she was strong enough to teach them a lesson. It would be best to march troops to the city and ask them whether all the earls of the Yu dynasty behave like this when they go out. Thinking of Fairy Qingling's expression in front of Yakin and Ningfan, her good mood was mostly gone. So, she sent a message to Yakin, asking her to come over and help. No wonder even Ningfan is confused by this train of thought sometimes. Shui cast a questioning look at Yimeng. Just do as Madame Feng says. Yes.